A wristwatch worth millions became the very evidence that turned my world upside down? As a titan controlling the global arms market, I was accused of corruption and decadence, all because of the luxury goods in my possession. I can assemble a new armored vehicle in 30 seconds, and my scientific breakthroughs have shortened the progress of human civilization by 30%. While everyone was cheering for my wealth and achievements, an announcement from the Anti-Corruption Bureau threatened to plunge me into the abyss. The director took a desperate gamble and forced his way into our heavily guarded military-industrial park. He had no idea that in my Lab Zero, there was hidden super black technology that could trigger a global war. My name is Zhao Guoqiang, chairman of Jingshan Group. The outside world sees me as a legend of economic reform, unaware that beneath this military-industrial kingdom, undercurrents are raging. Hou Liangping, director of the Jingzhou Anti-Corruption Bureau, was holding a letter accusing me, pressing forward step by step. The atmosphere in the conference room of the Jingzhou Anti-Corruption Bureau was tense. As Hou Liangping entered, my photo immediately appeared on the electronic screen. On the yacht deck, I was talking with a foreigner, the multi-million-dollar watch on my wrist conspicuously eye-catching. Since the establishment of Jingzhou City, this is the most notorious case of grand corruption ever recorded. Hou Liangping scanned the room, holding up the letter of accusation, accusing me of blatantly accepting substantial gifts. I'm not yet 39 this year, a household legend in Jingzhou. At the age of 21, I joined Factory 576. The following year, the factory went bankrupt. I mortgaged my drone patent to secure a loan and led the factory to turn losses into profits. He became a major local taxpayer and rose to become factory director, transforming the military factory into the nation's top foreign exchange earner. Hou Liangping emphasized that no matter how great my contributions are, once corruption is confirmed, there will be no leniency. But he knew in his heart that the Zhong family was behind this case. Jingshan Group had repeatedly and politely declined the olive branches extended by the Zhongs, becoming a thorn in their side. Verifying the evidence of my corruption and removing me as the chairman was precisely Hou Liangping's opportunity to enter the Zhong family's inner circle. In the general manager's office of Jingshan Group's skyscraper, I stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the streets below. The Zhong family is aiming for a complete sweep. Having been reborn for 18 years, I am well aware that after the downfall of Gao Yulian's faction, the Zhong family's target is undoubtedly Jingzhou. The independent Jingshan Group has become a new obstacle. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, the 5th-generation military explosive research and development is complete. Distance to breaking through the first cosmic civilization, remaining progress 52. Reward system points, 5,000. For 18 years, with the help of the civilization technology system, I have reduced the distance for humanity to break through the first cosmic civilization by 30%. Points can be exchanged for various cutting-edge tech blueprints. Get the car ready, take me to Jingshan Industrial Zone. 4 bodyguards in black suits surrounded me as we boarded the bulletproof car. The driver and secretary Wang Hao reported his work. The weapons ordered by Prince Samira have arrived, but the development of 6th-generation tanks in the Northern Theater has hit a bottleneck. Once we've dealt with the few rats at hand, I'll head to the Northern Theater. I smiled faintly. Wang Hao, do you think I shouldn't be this calm? Wang Hao worried. Hou Liangping has the Zhong family standing behind him. Once he receives their full support, it would still be somewhat troublesome. He reminded me that the Security Bureau is full of Zhong family informants. I'm not even afraid of the White Eagle country or the nations of Europa. Do you think a small fry like Hou Liangping is worth my concern? The military-industrial empire I've built is as solid as a rock. Wang Hao is from the security agency, notorious enough to make people tremble with fear, while my bodyguard comes from the Shadow Guard camp, which is dedicated to protecting the highest leader. With just one phone call, Shi Tongwei or Gao Shaoqin could make Hou Liangping crash into a bloody mess. The former site of the 576 military factory, Jingshan Town, has now been transformed into the Jingshan Group's technology R&D center. The town's residents have long since relocated, and the surrounding area consists of thousands of acres of factory buildings, encompassing 18 research institutes and 6 super factories. It possesses strong capabilities in industry-academia research collaboration and weapons production. Among these, the armored vehicle factory has an annual production capacity of up to 1 million units. The convoy arrived at Jingshan Industrial Park, where the security guards saluted. We parked at the entrance of Laboratory Number 3, which is responsible for explosives research. Academician Tao, on behalf of the group, I thank you and your team for completing the research on the 5th-generation military explosives 6 months ahead of schedule. Nitrogen anion explosives. I shook hands with everyone modestly. Academician Tao praised the technical guidance and financial support I provided. The theoretical explosive power of 5th-generation explosives is 10 times that of TNT. I asked my old classmate, Dr. Yao, about it. Professor Tao gave a bitter smile, stubbornly persisting in his research on metallic hydrogen and refusing to leave the laboratory. Academician Yao has identified metallic hydrogen as the best room-temperature superconducting material, but I know full well that doesn't solve the long-term high-temperature problem of tokamak devices. I awarded the R&D personnel with substantial project bonuses, with each individual receiving no less than 10 million. Then, I headed towards Lab 0, which was exclusively mine. Jingshan Group, relying on its mature system, has captured 47% of the global arms market share. Rheinmetall, Lockheed Martin, and other giants loathe me to the core. Wang Hao, what do you think the global arms market would look like if I were to fall? I said playfully. Wang Hao said bluntly. If you were gone, the top 10 arms giants would surely celebrate with great joy, and the influence of the higher-ups over Heizhou, the deserts, and Nanmei would be significantly reduced. I smiled and said, you forgot to mention one more thing, the number of guerrilla forces harassing the Eagles will also be halved. Outsiders only know me as a pioneer of economic reform and the head of a state-owned enterprise. Little do they know, I alone am worth 1 million troops of Xia Nation. Over the past decade, Jingshan Group has surged Xia Nation's arms trade market share from 17% to 47%, ruthlessly seizing Western markets. In the drone market, we hold an absolute dominance. The domestic military buildup, from the speed of warship launches to the development and deployment of 6th-generation aircraft and 5th-generation main battle tanks, is all my doing. I am the leader of Jingshan Group and the scientific research brain of Xia. Arriving at the entrance of Laboratory 0, Wang Hao and the others stopped. Only I, the highest leader, and the chiefs of the 3 armed forces are qualified to enter. It is filled with automated defensive weapons and mechanical guards, capable of killing any intruder. Welcome, Master, to Laboratory 0. A pleasant female voice sounded as the facial and iris recognition successfully unlocked. This is the quantum computer Nuwa deployed here. Nuwa, what's the progress on the super carbon-based material research? I asked. Reporting to the Master, the development progress of super carbon-based materials is at 46%. I quietly thought it was too slow. Ultra-carbon-based materials are precisely the key to solving the continuous ignition of controlled nuclear fusion devices and withstanding temperatures exceeding hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. In the municipal government office, Hou Liangping was attempting to win over Li Daqing. Secretary Daqing, economic development is crucial, but if we allow these major corrupt officials to continue evading justice because of it, does such economic development still hold any meaning? Hou Liangping suppressed his anger. Li Daqing responded with displeasure. I'm not stopping you from investigating Zhao Guoqiang. I just want to remind you to exercise caution and be prudent. Nearly 10 million people in the city, with 1/10 relying on Jingshan Group for their livelihood. Investigating the chairman should never be based solely on a single whistleblowing letter and a photograph. 60% of Jingzhou's GDP comes from Jingshan Group, and Zhao Guoqiang is both Jingshan Group. Bringing me down is tantamount to wrecking the economy of Jingzhou and smashing the rice bowls of over 1 million people. Hou Liangping laughed in extreme anger. Secretary Daqing said the authenticity of the photos is hard to determine, but is it equally hard to verify Zhao Guoqiang's yacht with a watch on his wrist? Li Daqing retorted, 1 or 2 photos, a yacht, a wristwatch, they might prove he has issues, but the question is, how much? Was it bought by him or given by a client? In our work, we uphold the principle of never wronging an innocent person. Once Zhao Guoqiang is wronged, it will affect the employment of the people in Jingzhou and the city's economic development. He picked up the water glass on the table, making his intention to see the guest out very clear. Secretary Daqing, it seems you have not learned the lesson from Gao Yilion's case. For the sake of one-sided economic gains, you disregarded the fundamental interests of the people. Hou Liangping left these words behind as he turned and walked away. Li Daqing forcefully slammed the cup lid down. He wasn't unaware that Zhao Guoqiang's salary couldn't afford yachts and luxury watches, but as long as it could help Jingzhou's development and allow over 1 million people to live and work in peace, he won't take the initiative to court trouble. Outside the city hall building, Lu Yike asked, got scolded? Hou Liangping forced a smile and got into the car. The phone rang. Secretary Daqing stood by with folded arms, but we can ask the old chief prosecutor for help. Lu Yike comforted. Drive. Head to Jingshan Industrial Zone, Hou Liangping said in a deep voice. Lin Huahua and Lu Yike's expressions changed drastically. Leader, Jingshan Industrial Zone is a military-controlled area. Without special military passes, local personnel are not allowed to enter arbitrarily. We are not local personnel. We are the Anti-Corruption Bureau investigating graft cases and have the authority to investigate all non-military personnel. I want to see for myself whether Jingshan Industrial Zone truly belongs to the people or if it's Zhao Guoqiang's personal kingdom. Drive. Hou Liangping snorted. Li Daqing must have already tipped them off. Since the covert investigation was exposed, it might as well serve as a warning shot. Chapter 4, Trading Basic Attacks for Ultimate Moves. Hou Liangping made the decision they absolutely had to head to the Jingshan Industrial Zone. Lu Yai couldn't stop him, so she had the driver take them there. Driving along Jingshan Avenue, Hou Liangping felt no sense of relief whatsoever. He had no interest in admiring the scenery. His sole purpose was to bring down Zhao Guoqiang. As long as Zhao Guoqiang remained untouched, both Hou Liangping and the Zhong family would be left with their reputations in tatters. Finally arriving at the entrance, Hou Liangping settled into his usual habit of waiting in the car. At every location he visited, someone would open the door within moments, followed by a welcome to the leaders for their inspection. But today fell off. Hou Liangping had been staring blankly for a while now. Why couldn't he get through the gate? What's going on? Hou Liangping wondered aloud. Lu Yike wasn't sure either. I'll go down and check. Lu Yike walked over and noticed the security guards here were actually quite handsome. Each one was tall and well built, their faces all wearing the same expression, as if they'd been specially trained. Despite wearing Jingdong Group security uniforms, they radiated an innate aura of menace. One of the guards warned. Unauthorized personnel, please leave. Lu Yike finally realized she'd been staring at them for too long and cleared her throat awkwardly. Just as she was about to speak, Hou Liangping couldn't sit still any longer. He walked straight over and revealed his identity. Anti-Corruption Bureau. Open the door immediately. Under normal circumstances, several troubled officials would have scrambled out in a panic. But these security guards seemed to have heard nothing? Fury instantly ignited within Hou Liangping. After all this time working for the Zhong family, what was his status compared to theirs? How dare a lowly security guard act so insolently? I order you to move aside immediately, or you'll face the consequences. Hou Liangping barked the order, yet they still tried to force their way through. The security team leader emerged from the guardhouse, dressed differently from the others in a loose-fitting suit. He was clearly a martial artist. The loose suit wouldn't hinder his kicks or explosive power. Do you have a pass? Hou Liangping frowned. Young man, I'm with the Anti-Corruption Bureau. When have you ever seen the Anti-Corruption Bureau needing a special pass? Step aside immediately, or else when the blame comes down, you won't be able to handle it. Understand? Get all your people out of the way. What kind of behavior is this? Hearing this, the security chief dropped his earlier attitude. Without a pass, you still dare to act so arrogant? But Hou Liangping still hadn't caught on, continuing to flaunt his official authority. You're just a bunch of security guards, not bodyguards. Move aside immediately. As he spoke, Hou Liangping actually attempted to lead his team forward. Lu Yike had barely taken a step when she collided with Hou Liangping's shoulder. The security chief gripped a Type 21 counter-terrorism pistol. Its bullets were smaller than .22 caliber, yet its power surpassed that of 7.62mm rounds. The projectile was brass-jacketed boron steel. A hit would mean death or crippling injury. This was also part of Zhao Guoqiang's tribute preparations. Currently, many high-ranking officers' bodyguards had already switched to this pistol. Its ergonomic design allowed for quick, reflexive firing without precise aiming. Especially in European countries, they particularly like to call this gun the rattlesnake. Compact yet devastatingly powerful. However, its full designation differs from domestic usage. In Europe and the desert regions, this firearm is known as the rattlesnake submachine gun. It boasts a faster rate of fire and greater stopping power than the Glock 17. The appearance of this weapon had already shocked Lu Yike, a child raised in a semi-military family. These guards were clearly no ordinary men. Even elite units might not secure allocation for such equipment. Before Hou Liangping could react, the other security guards raised their Type 24 assault rifles. This was truly a lesson for the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Hou Liangping clenched his fists. The security team leader issued a cold command. Military restricted area. If anyone attempts forced entry, shoot to kill. Got that? Hou Liangping, all these years, backed by the Zhong family, he'd been running rampant. But today, they've been brought to heel by a lowly security team leader. Lin Huahua also sensed trouble brewing. These people weren't to be trifled with. Lu Yike pulled Hou Liangping back to the car to discuss further, directing the vehicle to exit the security perimeter. Lu Yike hesitated. This was highly unusual. These men weren't security guards, nor were they random thugs from the underworld. They were clearly a well-trained military unit. Shaolin, check if any military units were suddenly redeployed recently? Lin Huahua searched for general information and indeed found a military announcement from a week prior. I found that a week ago, a unit from the Southern Army suddenly received orders to rotate to the north. This unit, known as the Mountain Tigers, was a heavily armed assault brigade that had rarely suffered defeat in the localized border conflicts of the past 2 years. It was rumored that the unit was being converted into a special operations force, with 6,000 of its 10,000-plus personnel being professional soldiers. Hou Liangping furrowed his brow slightly. He already had an answer in mind. The only unit matching this description was the one his old classmate had served in. No need to investigate further, it must be the Tiger Brigade. They've been fighting every conflict beyond our borders these past years. Lu Yike was also startled. The Tiger Brigade housed the finest soldiers in the entire military. Though officially an assault brigade, under the first mobilization order, the entire force could be reinforced to 60,000 within an hour, more than sufficient for large-scale campaigns. This was the cherished asset of the high command at headquarters. To have such a formidable force like the Tigers called in for guard duty, Zhao Guoqiang's influence was truly overwhelming. While Hou Liangping and the others were still reeling from the shock, the notorious Qi Tongwei had already pulled up in a military green tank 1200 not far away. He approached and tapped on the window. Enough already. Watch out, this might get out of hand. You know exactly who's waiting to see you make a fool of yourself, don't you? Hou Liangping hadn't expected Qi Tongwei to show up just as he was about to make his move. Wasn't this like trading a basic attack for someone else's ultimate move? But in reality, Qi Tongwei was the weakest link in Zhao Guoqiang's network. If it had been anyone slightly more powerful, Hou Liangping wouldn't have been able to handle them. Today, Zhao Guoqiang not only had technical issues to resolve in Lab 0, but also an important guest to meet. He had no time to deal with Hou Liangping, who was nothing but a squealing pig. So Zhao Guoliang simply called Qi Tongwei and ordered him to take this brat away immediately. That's the whole story. Why else would Qi Tongwei drive over? Would Hou Liangping even be worthy of Qi Tongwei's intervention otherwise? Hou Liangping understood Zhao Guoqiang had just delivered a warning blow. Today, he would beat a retreat. But when he regrouped his forces, they would battle it out for another 300 rounds. Chapter 5, Bring out your backers. Hou Liangping, that biting dog, had been taken away. Zhao Guoqiang remained engrossed in studying his Type 24 Special Operations helicopter. In his eyes, a minor figure like Hou Liangping could never threaten his position. True worth lies in self-awareness. Men like Hou Liangping would never amount to anything significant. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang speak thus, Wang Hao opened the door, clearly displeased with Hou Liangping's actions. His actions are utterly reckless. You've sacrificed everything for this nation, yet he dares to come here looking for trouble. Should we activate the special plan? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Activating the special plan would equate to a zero-level assassination. In other words, it would mean deploying the nation's finest operatives to eliminate an insignificant minor figure utterly unwarranted. Does someone like Hou Liangping even deserve it? But Zhao Guoqiang had his own plans. First, he would finish the task at hand, then deal with the Zhong family's little flea later. Just as he was about to continue his experiment, the door suddenly swung open. An emaciated old man stood there, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. His trembling finger pointed at Zhao Guoqiang. How dare you use a wooden propeller? Don't you know there are countless advanced materials available worldwide? Using wooden propellers will reduce the aircraft's overall quality. What the hell are you doing? Besides, research aircraft are my field of expertise. You're encroaching on my territory. This is a direct challenge to my authority. Wang Hao watched the old man, torn between laughter and tears. Academician Lu, please calm down, will you? Indeed, the old man before him was none other than Lu Zhongyan, the renowned aerodynamicist who had propelled China's aircraft development for a century. Yet now, instead of his usual dignified demeanor, Academician Lu radiated nothing but fury. Zhao Guoqiang had defeated this old man with a single move. Do you still want that bonus? Do you still want that subsidized housing? Zhao Guoqiang tried to continue speaking, but Lu Zhongyan immediately waved his hand to stop him. I'm barely scraping by on this meager income, don't push it too far. Though he called it meager, the research funding Zhao Guoqiang personally allocated to Lu Zhongyan each month actually reached a staggering 7.9 billion yuan. He could slip a few hundred million into his pocket with a flick of his fingers, who would ever know? Zhao Guoqiang looked at the old man and pushed over some old papers. These were all written by your precious students, right? What the hell is this? He actually wants to replace the propeller with some special nickel alloy? Does he even know how expensive nickel is? Did this brain-dead student get in through backdoor connections? The renowned Lu Zhongyan he bickered with heaven, earth, and thin air. What level of leadership had he not clashed with? Even if the chief of the general staff showed up, he'd still argue with him and he'd enjoy every minute of it. But when faced with Zhao Guoqiang, he was the one getting chewed out. Even after getting scolded, Lu Zhongyan remained defiant. But using wooden rotor blades for helicopters is absurd. Decades ago, when our country was poor, that might have been acceptable. But now that we're prosperous, we can't afford to be so low-key anymore. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. That said, this specific type of wood is precisely what makes the helicopter functional. If metal were used, it could cause imbalance in certain regions. Do I need to explain that to you? Here. I had someone specially source this. Zhao Guoqiang continued his experiment. The old man picked up the wood with a dismissive expression, but the moment he recognized it, he jumped up in excitement. This is premium spruce wood. Where did you get this? Back in the day, the Russians claimed our country didn't have this kind of wood. Lu Zhongyan dashed out of the lab, bouncing like an old monkey. Wang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Academician Lu seems to be acting rather erratically lately. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Young people like Wang Hao simply don't understand what spruce wood represents. In other words, decades ago during that war of aggression, the reason the Japanese planes were so formidable was because their frames used aluminum alloy reinforced with spruce wood. Actually, the Japanese covered their planes with fabric. That's why their vehicles still retain that design to this day. Zhao Guoqiang sighed softly. To search for this premium timber, the chief of staff had personally assigned him an entire combat unit, the legendary cheetahs. The world knew of the snow leopards, but few knew of the cheetahs. The true elite of special forces were the cheetahs. 10 men could assault an enemy military division, and 100 could dare to attack a nation. Such elite special forces, top-tier talent, yet even on this mission to find spruce wood, 3 men had been lost. Upon learning this, the chief of staff was so distraught he couldn't eat for a month and ended up in the ICU for 10 days. Zhao Guoqiang's experiment finally succeeded after 7 failures. Success! Wang Hao shouted excitedly. Zhao Guoqiang's forehead was covered in sweat. Experimentation was truly exhausting. Pushing aside the items in his hands, Zhao Guoqiang grabbed his computer and typed out a specific report. The evidence confirmed that spruce wood was a crucial component for top-tier combat aircraft. In other words, using premium spruce wood for the limbs of attack robots would save trillions in plastic costs. Absolutely brilliant. Zhao Guoqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead while Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Commander, 3 academicians spent 5 years on this experiment without success, yet you achieved it in just half a year. It proves you're more capable than the academicians. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Flattery undermines unity, do you understand? Wang Hao shut up immediately, scared stiff, not daring to utter another word. The moment Zhao Guoqiang stepped out of the lab, his personal phone began buzzing. There were 3 missed calls, one of which was from Li Dakong. Back in his office, Zhao Guoliang activated the call encryption feature, a function that had stumped Xi for a decade of research. Zhao Guoqiang waved his hand, and Wang Hao immediately withdrew. He exhaled deeply and spoke into the phone. I was conducting an experiment. What's up? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's response, Li Dakong's eyes flashed with slight anger. I hear that young man dared to go to Jingshan to find you, right? He's out of his mind. What does he think the Zhong family is? Li Dakong swore uncharacteristically, his fury so intense he wanted to drag Hou Liangping out and slap him twice just to vent. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. What's the point? At your age, why still act so impulsively? Don't stoop to his level. In Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, Hou Liangping's actions were no different from those of a child. It was utterly childish. A powerhouse like Zhao Guoqiang couldn't be bothered with such a minor figure. If possible, he'd make Hou Liangping's backers, the Zhong family, step forward. Zhao Guoqiang would make Hou Liangping watch as he crushed the Zhong family under his heel. Chapter 6, How did you climb your way up? Li Dakong remained deeply unsettled. Before he left, he specifically sought me out for support. Looks like he wants to use you as a stepping stone for his promotion. Li Dakong's intentions: I didn't help him, nor did I intend to assist him. If you're going to lose your temper, don't take it out on me. Li Dakong was genuinely scared. When Zhao Guoqiang stamped his foot, Jingzhou trembled 3 times. Just when the people of Jingzhou finally had a pillar industry to rely on, that bastard Hou Liangping comes stirring up trouble again. If this keeps up, Li Dakong will have no choice but to unleash thunderous measures. Don't worry. A kid like Hou Liangping is just a little grasshopper that can only jump around for a bit. Dealing with him? Just give me a little time. The unspoken implication was, if you're serious about taking him down, I can make Hou Liangping pay dearly right now. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. No need. Now isn't the time to burn bridges with the Zhong family. At the mention of this colossal force, Li Dakong couldn't help but swallow hard. If he really did fall out with the Zhongs, he feared he'd be banished to some remote mountainous region. But working under Zhao Guoqiang, he had at least some achievements to his name. How did that saying go? Deliver results, don't cause trouble. Li Dakong explained further. Old Qi intends to discipline this troublemaker. Any further instructions? For a provincial governor to cautiously seek instructions from Zhao Guoqiang? It speaks volumes about how formidable his background is. Zhao Guoqiang sipped his tea and replied calmly. Then have Director Qi have a chat with him first. If the conversation goes well, no further action will be needed. But if it doesn't, we'll have to employ other means. Li Dakong nodded repeatedly. Then I'll let you rest. I won't disturb you further. After hanging up, Li Dakong sent a message to Qi Tongwei. Dakong, proceed as you suggested. Focus on applying pressure. Seeing the message, Qi Tongwei tucked his phone away and calmly looked at Hou Liangping. A new chef has recently joined Shanshui Manor. His skills are exceptional. Let's go sample his work. Don't worry everyone, there is an acquaintance. Your disciples or followers won't show up. Hou Liangping felt a bit awkward. So the Anti-Corruption Bureau really isn't welcome anywhere? Wasn't that basically saying he was hated? But Qi Tongwei had extended the invitation. Refusing would be a serious snub. Lu Yike and the others tagged along for a free meal. Shanshui Manor, that was a place only the elite could afford to visit. For ordinary folks to even think of coming here? They must be out of their minds. For people like Lu Yike and Lin Huahua, just getting to the entrance felt like hitting the jackpot. But now, the whole group was actually moving through it. How exhilarating. Qi Tongwei made a special call to Gao Xiaoqin. I'm hosting a very important guest for dinner tonight. Could you clear the place out for me? It's best to keep even the waitstaff at a safe distance. Gao Xiaoqin's eyes darted around, and she instantly understood. No problem, I'll do it right away. So who are you hosting? Qi Tongwei was thoroughly annoyed by Gao Xiaoqin's probing. If he revealed it was a VIP guest, she'd undoubtedly try to make a scene. How could Qi Tongwei give her such an opportunity? Don't ask what you shouldn't. After hanging up, Chi Tongwei felt a surge of irritation. Trying to use my connections to expand your own network? You've got some nerve. Hey, your little scheme just backfired spectacularly. Chi Tongwei took Hou Liangping straight to the top-tier Dragon Emperor private room at Shanshui Manor. Once seated, Chi Tongwei patiently coaxed him. Hey, Ho, working at the Anti-Corruption Bureau is way too intense. Ever thought about switching tracks? Hou Liangping had never held Chi Tongwei, a young man from the countryside, in high regard. Hearing this, he flashed a look of contempt. Don't tell me you're planning to publicly propose to Lian Lu like your senior did? Chi Tongwei's anger flared. This was the stain on his entire life. But he quickly suppressed it, maintaining his cheerful smile. Let's get back to the point. Stop meddling in Zhao Guoqiang's affairs. After all, he's contributed significantly to this region's economy. You don't need to make things difficult. To Hou Liangping's ears, this sounded like, he's a major taxpayer, you can't touch him. Hou Liangping was a rebellious soul. The more he was told not to touch something, the more he wanted to touch it. Chi Tongwei poured him a cup of tea, filling it to the brim. Hou Liangping smiled. So, are you planning to let me go? Chi Tongwei kept his patience. Out of respect for our alumni connection, I'll give you one final warning. If you touch Zhao Guoqiang, don't blame me. Not even the Zhong family backing you will survive. Got it? Hou Liangping remained unfazed, failing to detect even the anger in Chi Tongwei's words. That smug, self-important air of an official was back. The Zhong family knew plenty of bigwigs, commanders of various armies, officials at every level, all former students of the Zhong family. To say their disciples and former subordinates spanned the land would be no exaggeration. Compared to Zhao Guoqiang, the Zhong family was a true behemoth. Seeing Hou Liangping getting fired up, Chi Tongwei didn't feel like wasting words on him. Are you really that thick-headed? Chi Tongwei's words stunned Hou Liangping. When had this senior ever spoken like this? Chi Tongwei gave a cold laugh. Compared to the Jingshan Industrial Park, the Zhong family is nothing. And those former students and officials spread across the land? Just a bunch of low-level bureaucrats. People of that rank are a dime a dozen in the Jingshan Industrial Park. Chi Tongwei stood up, walked to the window, and left a single, detached remark. Don't think the Zhong family gives you any real standing. Don't forget our backgrounds aren't that different. You climbed up by kissing Zhong Xiai's stinking feet too. You mock me? That's like the pot calling the kettle black. Hou Liangping was silenced by the rebuke. It was rare to see the old senior lose his temper. But Hou Liangping truly couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings. Perhaps if Chi Tongwei gave the nod, countless people would come for his life and do it so cleanly it could be passed off as an accident. And that was without even considering formidable figures like Zhao Guoqiang. Lu Yike knocked on the door, having overheard their argument inside. Are you two all right? Hou Liangping scratched his face as he looked at Lu Yike. We're fine. You can go out first. We're not done talking yet. Lu Yike was baffled. Aren't they alumni? If they were old classmates, what was there to argue about? The door closed. Hou Liangping finally laid his cards on the table. If I want to move to a better department, I have to make a name for myself in the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Because Director Chen has already extended an olive branch to me. Chi Tongwei's eyes widened. Chief Chen? Chen Mingxian? The guy who keeps a diary? Don't be fooled by his position as director of both the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the Security Bureau. Have you ever wondered how he climbed to that position? Chapter 7, Commander of the War Zone. Hou Liangping wasn't entirely sure how Chen Mingxian had climbed the ranks. But Chi Tongwei hadn't told the truth. Chen Mingxian had climbed to his position by clinging to Zhao Guoqiang. If Zhao Guoqiang so desired, Chen could be brought crashing down in an instant, shattered to pieces. Hou Liangping wanted to say more, but Chi Tongwei's expression already sent a chill down his spine. His words were veiled, yet the meaning was crystal clear. Pushing the investigation further would mean more than just Hou Liangping paying with his life. Chi Tongwei took a sip of tea. You decide for yourself. The meal was neither too salty nor too bland, just perfectly balanced. After eating, Hou Liangping didn't dare linger and quickly departed Jingzhou. Little did he know, that bastard hadn't given up on his schemes. Apparently, Chi Tongwei hadn't taught him a deep enough lesson. Hou Liangping feigned a move, then drove straight off the highway at the nearest exit. Tongwei, completely unaware of this, immediately headed to the Jingshan Industrial Park. Upon seeing the olive-drab Tank 1200 sedan with its 59 license plate, all security personnel immediately cleared a special passage. Chi Tongwei drove into the dedicated parking garage, descended into the basement, and navigated through the labyrinth for 20 seconds before finally entering Zhao Guoqiang's office. This junior colleague of mine always thought he was so high and mighty, but in reality, he was the laughingstock in our eyes. He even mocked my background, unaware that we were cut from the same cloth. Zhong Xiuai had long been used up by certain Beijing Circle playboys, yet he still had the nerve to laugh at me. Zhao Guoqiang pushed the tea over. Tea leaves just air shipped in this morning. Try some. Chi Tongwei carefully lifted the cup, sipped it, and was met with an aroma that filled his nostrils and made his mouth water. It has a unique flavor. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Chi Tongwei. That junior of yours is utterly brainless. Chen Mingxian just called me and said he turned off his phone. Looks like your junior must have other tricks up his sleeve. Shi Tongwei's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stood up. Sorry, I'll call him right now to get to the bottom of this. He accidentally spilled tea on his shirt. Shi Tongwei froze, unable to move. Zhao Guoqiang walked over, took 2 tissues, and helped wipe the tea off his shirt. You're the renowned director Qi, why are you so flustered? Shi Tongwei was nearly scared to death. If he couldn't handle the job, what use was this pawn? Zhao Guoqiang didn't want to see him so tense and patted his shoulder. Relax. I'm not some monster that eats people. Just keep an eye on Hou Liangping's movements. Got it? Shi Tongwei nodded frantically. Granted permission to leave, he bolted out the door as if granted a pardon. But the moment he stepped outside, he collided head-on with Wang Hao, crashing straight to the ground. His legs began cramping up in rapid succession. Wang Hao looked utterly bewildered. Director Qi, what happened? Shi Tongwei waved him off. After a long moment of recovery, he finally scrambled to his feet and slunk away. In his mind, he cursed his junior classmate hundreds of times. Wang Hao, seeing him leave, said nothing more. He carried 2 boxes inside and placed them on the table. These are the mooncake gift boxes you asked me to prepare. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and waved him away. Wang Hao immediately retreated. Before Zhao Guoqiang could even glance at the mooncakes, a mysterious figure burst into the room. Damn it! You're blocking me? Your brigade commander started out as a piss bucket for me. You still dare to stop me? As the mysterious figure walked past, the guard accompanying him tapped the security chief on the face. Get a grip. That's Commander Su. You dare block him? Ask your brigade commander if he'd dare. The mysterious figure pushed open the door and walked in with a hearty laugh. Bro, why haven't you answered my calls? Seeing Zhao Guoqiang remain silent, the mysterious figure quickly removed his hat and took off his 3-starred jacket, draping it over Zhao's shoulders. He then turned, placed his index finger to his lips, and made a shushing gesture, silencing everyone else. Those who had followed him immediately fell silent, the room becoming so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Fearing his leather shoes might disturb Zhao Guoqiang's rest, the mysterious figure swiftly removed them and stood on the cold marble floor. He closed the door softly, not daring to make a single sound. Just as he was examining Zhao Guoqiang's little goldfish, the man unexpectedly spoke. Is that you, Commander Su? I recognize that familiar scent of your feet. Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his eyes and casually tossed his clothes onto the table. This Commander Su was no ordinary figure, he was the commander-in-chief of the northern region. He was none other than the renowned Su Zhanshu, a die-hard hardliner who never hesitated to act on orders. His background was no small matter, his family had served in the military since his grandfather's generation, and his own generation held top-level state secrets. Truly formidable. Su Zhanshu was also notorious for his temper make him unhappy, and he'd make sure you had a miserable day. Yet the moment he stepped into Jingshan Industrial Park, he turned into a model of docility. Su Zhanshu chuckled. Remember that incident last time? What are we supposed to do about this unstable metal? My team of top-tier talent has been completely demoralized. If this continues, they'll lose all confidence. How can we develop quality weapons then? Hearing Su Zhanshu speak, Zhao Guoqiang stretched lazily. I thought it was something serious. I'm swamped right now. The Type 24 special aircraft development has reached a critical stage, I can't step away. Su Zhanshu rubbed his chin. You're so busy, yet you find time to deal with Hou Liangping but not me, right? I get it, you're just looking for an excuse, right? Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. How did this big cannon learn to be so sly? Zhao Guoqiang stretched lazily, and Su Zhanshu immediately leaned in to help massage his shoulders. Not bad technique. Zhao Guoliang nodded, finding it passable. But he was genuinely swamped right now, no time to head north. Besides, he had already provided them with solutions earlier. Yet those arrogant, self-important individuals had become so inflated with pride that they completely disregarded his advice. As a result, the 3 billion yuan in national or D funding went down the drain. Now Commander Su was afraid of taking responsibility and suddenly remembered him? No way. Su Zhanshu was already growing impatient. The chief of the general staff told me that if the new tanks aren't ready next month, my head will be on the line. Zhao Guoqiang was equally helpless. This isn't something to panic about, development follows its natural course. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang so calm, Su Zhanshu was nearly driven mad with anxiety. In short, if Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't lend a hand, he wouldn't blame himself. Come in. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly perplexed, not expecting 5 well-built soldiers to enter. Without a word, they hoisted Zhao Guoqiang and rushed him out. Su Zhanshu clearly came prepared. As they reached the doorway, he bellowed. I'm Commander Su. I've got 3 stars. Make way. Chapter 8, 6th Generation Tank? Zhao Guoqiang was utterly baffled. What the hell was this? Mind your manners, you're a high-ranking officer, after all. To his surprise, Su Zhanshu turned and smiled. Ha. They boarded the vehicle and raced to the nearby military airfield, boarding the latest Stormwind fighter jet and heading straight north. Zhao Guoqiang gazed out at the sky, his expression calm, while Su Zhanshu scratched his face. I hear old Zhong's son-in-law's been giving you trouble again, huh? That little bastard always plays these useless games. He's just asking for a beating. If he dares come north, I'll have to take him out. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. He genuinely believed that statement. Don't be fooled by Su Zhanshu's cheerful demeanor. He could kill with a glare. What's one Hou Liangping? Back when the guide chain issue arose, old man Zhong was the one pushing for compromise. Su Zhanshu chased that old man for over 3 kilometers, assault rifle in hand. Zhao Guoqiang had always harbored a question. So why did you stop chasing after over 3 kilometers? Isn't your limit 30 kilometers? Su Zhanshu gave a sheepish grin. He got in the car. Zhao Guoqiang nearly choked on his laughter. The old man was genuinely endearing. Yet Zhao Guoqiang sensed something was off. Our technological gap with Eagle isn't that wide, but in recent years, our military tech has fallen way behind. They haven't even developed the most basic metal reactive weapons, yet suddenly they've come up with a 6th-generation tank. Something about this feels fishy to me. Zhao Guoqiang had been puzzling over this question for quite some time. As for that America, he could believe they'd develop a 4th-and-a-half-generation tank. But if they couldn't even solve the metal fission issues for a 5th-generation tank, how could they possibly develop a 6th-generation one? Su Zhanshu, however, didn't dwell on such details. After all, his country had genuinely developed a 6th-generation tank. Who was jealous? He wouldn't say. The aircraft touched down smoothly at the military airfield in Mo State, northern region. Every 30 meters, a soldier stood guard with a rifle. After the plane landed, several people stepped out of the passenger vehicles. These were the darlings of heaven in the eyes of ordinary people. Su Zhanshu's precious treasures, Zhao Guoqiang's bunch of little punks. If they couldn't even solve the simplest 6th-generation tank issue, how could they dare call themselves the pride of heaven? At this thought, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown slightly. Where was the chief engineer? Everyone had come to welcome them, yet Zhao Guoqiang's first words were to inquire about the chief engineer's whereabouts. Su Zhanshu dared not utter a word, glancing instead toward Yang Yi, the chief engineer of the 6th-generation tank, amidst the crowd. His gaze clearly conveyed, this time, I can't help you. Yang Yi stepped forward. Professor. Yang Yi was not yet 30. At 14, he had been a key doctoral student at Qingbei University. By age 22, he was a talent coveted by universities across America. He had once studied under Zhao Guoqiang for a year and a half. She had become Zhao Guoqiang's most devoted disciple, viewing his fundamental weapon theory as her guiding light. But now, as Zhao Guoqiang's foremost disciple, she couldn't even handle a damn 6th-generation tank. Yang Yi felt deeply frustrated. Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly. You still have the nerve to feel miserable? You've squandered 30 billion. What do you call this behavior? Publicly berated like this, Yang Yi, still just a young woman, barely held back her tears. The other researchers were too frightened to utter a word, terrified that this anger might turn on them. Zhao Guoqiang swept a cold gaze across the room. Organize the research materials immediately. Halt all ongoing experiments. Submit every single one of your experimental results. Also, where is the experimental base? Su Zhanshu quickly motioned for someone to escort Zhao Guoqiang to the experimental base. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang frowned, his expression clearly saying, You brought me here, but you're not going yourself, are you? Su Zhanshu smiled. I have a meeting here. I won't be able to accompany you right now. I'll have Yang Yi and the others go with you to resolve the issue. I should be there in half an hour at most. Zhao Guoqiang said nothing, climbing into the vehicle. All around them were special tank brand off-road vehicles. In the air, drones deployed by the elite information warfare unit were already in position. On the ground, fiber optic exploration units had deployed optical sonar systems. It was a complete 3D protection. As long as the enemy remains a weapon of this planet, there's absolutely no way they can break through this top-tier technological formation. America's slapdash contraptions are in a completely different league. By the time they reached the testing facility, Yang Yi's eyes were red from crying, looking utterly pitiful. Professor, the problem we can't overcome right now is metal fission, specifically the expansion issue. Zhao Guoqiang changed into his lab coat. All the bombs emitted thermal radiation. Even the smallest grenade emitted some thermal radiation. Prolonged exposure could cause infertility at best. Severe exposure can cause heat stroke. By then, there's no saving them, only waiting for death. Zhao Guoqiang adjusted his protective suit and entered the testing area directly. He scooped up a handful of scorched earth and discovered the chemical ratios were significantly different from what he had originally provided. Tank ammunition was meticulously calculated. How could it be tampered with so casually? Every weight adjustment throws off the tank's center of gravity, requiring extensive Euro system modifications. Adding just 2 grams could inflate R&D costs by 400 million yuan. Zhao Guoqiang was on the verge of losing his temper. Metal expansion is a natural reaction. It's because you arbitrarily altered the ammunition's composition. Moreover, after your modifications, the high ethyl tricopper content in the ammunition was noticeably reduced. Immediately restore the original formula and reapply a fresh code of condensation 17 to all expansion components. Yang Yi suddenly realized her mistake. She had applied condensate 17 incorrectly. In other words, condensate 17 was a highly specialized coating that, once applied, blocked thermal conductivity in metals. Even under scorching summer heat, it prevented thermal expansion. If applied to automobiles, even the hottest sun couldn't heat up the car's interior. The problem that had plagued them for months was solved by this single sentence. Zhao Guoqiang stood with his hands on his hips. Bunch of idiots. Call a meeting immediately. Anyone responsible gets fired. Just then, Su Zhanshu suddenly emerged again, rubbing the tank with unbridled excitement. Zhao Guoqiang warned him. Stop touching it. Su Zhanshu looked utterly righteous. It's my family's tank. I'll touch it however I want. You think you can tell me what to do? Zhao Guoqiang was stunned. Talk about using people when you need them and discarding them when you don't. Such double standards. It's not like he was begging for favors earlier. Su Zhanshu admired the 6th generation tank as if it were a work of art. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't hold back any longer. This thing just finished testing, it's still radioactive. Stop touching it. Su Zhanshu's eyes widened instantly. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 9, This is the core. Su Zhanshu quickly had someone fetch water to wash his hands, then applied a generous amount of radiation protective cream. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Yang Yi, come here alone. Once inside the command vehicle, Yang Yi immediately burst into tears, weeping with profound distress. Only those who'd endured such prolonged pressure could truly understand her anguish. For the teacher to publicly scold me like that, how humiliating. Zhao Guoqiang sighed. As my student, how could you be as dumb as a pig? Unbelievable. A 14-year-old top doctoral student from Tsinghua Peking University being scolded by his teacher as being as dumb as a pig. What about those who call themselves elites? Wouldn't that make them worse than pigs? I never thought Yang Yi would dare to talk back. If I'm a pig, what does that make you, Professor? If you're better than me, you're only marginally better than a pig. If you're worse, then you're no better than a pig. Zhao Guoqiang glared. That brat, how dare she talk back like that? Yang Yi pouted. I made a mistake, but I'm still a girl. Can't you spare your student a little face? If this keeps up, I'll end up with you syndrome. Zhao Guoqiang was utterly speechless. This little troublemaker always brought up that same thing. After some thought, Zhao Guoqiang cut to the chase. Yang Yi, don't think being my student gives you free rein. This 3 billion yuan in research funding will be deducted from your salary. Yang Yi stood up immediately, clenching her fists defiantly. What gives you the right? I barely make $1 billion a year. This would mean working for you for 30 years for free. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly perplexed. When did your annual salary drop below 100 million? Isn't your salary 2 million a year? Yang Yi retorted with righteous indignation. Right, but have I ever made 100 million? Zhao Guoqiang felt a headache coming on. How could he have been so blind to take on such a student? Get out now. After Yang Yi was sent away, Su Zhanshu entered carrying 2 meals. Zhao, dinner's ready. Seeing Su Zhanshu's demeanor, Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood he was here to ask for something again. This day was driving him crazy. Why did he always have something to ask? Just spit it out. Su Zhanshu pushed the meal across the table. Eat first. We'll talk over dinner. Why did the barrel caliber shrink after applying condensation 17? Will our original shell models still fire properly? I've made a solemn pledge to the Chief of the General Staff. They're bringing foreign guests for an inspection later. If this goes wrong, it'll be an absolute embarrassment. Zhao Guoqiang was about to lose his temper. No one mentioned foreigners were coming to inspect. Besides, how could foreigners possibly understand the secrets of our national treasure? Su Zhanshu had actually mentioned this before, but the Chief of the General Staff felt it would be rude to refuse them a look after all the gifts they'd received. Besides, with those foreigners' limited understanding, what could they possibly grasp? Zhao Guoqiang knew full well foreigners wouldn't grasp it, but he still felt resentful. With that thought, Zhao Guoqiang announced something that would shock the foreigners to death. Have them stand at least 5 feet away, that's the safety distance. In short, if they wanted to learn our advanced technology, they'd have to act like complete underlings. Just look at General Liu back in the day, wasn't that how it went? The days of tiptoeing to peek at their technology were over. Now it was our turn to hold the upper hand. Upon receiving permission, Su Zhanshu immediately rushed off excitedly to report to the Chief of the General Staff. Shortly after, the group entered the Zero experimental base, a top-secret facility simulating various battlefield scenarios. The goal? To push tanks to their absolute limits. And the tank testers weren't about to sugarcoat things, they just floored it. But after a full lap, the 6th generation tank proved remarkably resilient. Its coolant temperature remained low despite running at full throttle with all systems maxed out. If it were any other nation's tank, say, America's Abrams, it would be hauled off for major repairs in no time. As the saying goes, some tanks are pampered, while others conquer the world. The foreigners visiting today were actually an observation delegation from Europe and America. Primarily composed of American experts, they scrutinized this tank generation with astonishment. Leading the group was a big-nosed foreigner named Forb. Can your tank technology truly reach 6th generation standards? Su Zhanshu hadn't expected this idiot to ask such an impudent question. Wasn't that like pointing a finger at someone and asking if their son was biologically theirs? Zhao Guoqiang stared coldly at the foreigner. How exactly do you define a 6th generation tank? Is it based on firepower, propulsion, or some novel technology? The foreigner instantly looked awkward upon hearing this. No matter how you looked at it, defining a 6th generation tank was tricky. Frankly, America just likes to cobble together all sorts of technologies, and the resulting contraptions end up looking like a hybrid of something else. Su Zhanshu, however, wore a smug look. Serves you right for your big mouth. Zhao Guoqiang, however, was ready to give the foreigners a taste of something special. Fire a shot. Yang Yi quickly pulled out her notebook to calculate the ammunition dosage, hoping to prove she'd gotten it right for once and earn her teacher's recognition. As the tank fired its first shot at the baseline target, the coverage area reached an astonishing 37 meters. A 37-meter diameter hit the target with an accuracy of 3 to 6 centimeters. As the target reporter announced the results, everyone applauded. Only Forbes seemed oblivious, walking over to touch the model shell. That gentleman just claimed this is a 6th generation tank, he remarked, yet you're still using 4th generation tank shells? This was pure nitpicking. Zhao Guoqiang didn't waste words. The thermal radiation levels after detonation differ between 4th generation and 6th generation tank shells. How about this, would you kindly conduct a test for us? Zhao Guoqiang gave a subtle nod, and Su Zhanshu immediately motioned for the guards to drag Forb forward. The bastard froze in terror. He knew exactly what thermal radiation meant. Get me some protective gear. I can't be directly exposed to radiation. Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly. Our soldiers aren't wearing any either. They're not afraid to die. What are you afraid of? Forbes did a somersault, forcing himself free and scrambling back at top speed. This feels like a bunch of lunatics. I must warn everyone in America, never make enemies with such madmen, because when they act, they really mean business. This time he'd been thoroughly subdued. Zhao Guoqiang removed his gloves and explained the significance of the 6th generation tank to everyone. The earliest tanks appeared on battlefields as water tank-like vehicles, clumsily moving on wheels. 2nd and 3rd generation tanks prioritized protection. The 4th generation marked the true advent of infantry fighting vehicles, providing fire support. The 5th generation prioritized technology. Chapter 10, Triple Jump. The 6th generation of tanks, however, must balance all capabilities. For instance, the shockwave from the shell explosion we just witnessed could shatter the ground 7 meters below. Zhao Guoqiang waved his hand, and the soldiers on site began digging downward. The shell had loosened the soil, making it easy to excavate. Every meter down, a glass cup treated with a loosening agent was placed. Typical bombs couldn't shatter it. Yet when they reached 9 meters, the cups were shattered, meaning the blast wave could penetrate over 7 meters. Faub, however, gave a cold chuckle. This experiment proves nothing. If you were to attack a rainforest nation, such experiments would only reveal your narrow-mindedness and complacency. In the eyes of foreigners, such bombs are utterly useless, no different from 4th generation artillery shells. Zhao Guoqiang realized this stubborn foreigner was determined to see this through to the end today. Then let's fire another round and see. The tank tester readjusted the target, this time striking a multi-story building. One blast reduced the entire structure to rubble, yet Forb found it unimpressive. Yang Yi handed him a protective suit. After everyone changed, they walked straight over only to witness a scene that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The building they had just witnessed being demolished had a concrete wall 50 centimeters thick. Moreover, this concrete wall was made of special reinforced concrete, specifically designed for bridge foundations, capable of setting in just 30 minutes. Had it been a bridge foundation, that single shell would have destroyed an entire bridge. Could it be that America's Abrams tanks were stronger than concrete? Fulb scooped up a handful of concrete, only to discover it was worse than he'd feared. The concrete had been shaken loose. Shattering it would have been bad enough, but the fact that it could be loosened by shockwaves proved the destructive power of this 6th generation tank, undoubtedly the deadliest weapon in human history. Without a doubt. But Fulb pressed on regardless. What does that prove? Tanks aren't just for attacking concrete. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. You're really forcing yourself into this, aren't you? I recall your American concrete test strength is about 13 times ours. For walls around 15 centimeters thick, just blowing a hole should suffice, right? But we can not only blast through them, we can pulverize them. What does that tell you? Forbes finally fell silent. This signaled that tanks could now counter warships. And this generation of tanks has one feature that excites foreigners the most: super maneuverability. With a top speed of 195 km/h powered by super hydrogen energy, something America has never mastered. Moreover, 6th generation tanks truly eliminate the need for infantry tank coordination. A single tank functions as an independent combat unit, capable of attacking an area with seamless offense and defense. Only then did Zhao Guoqiang notice, why hadn't the chief of the general staff arrived? Su Zhenshu felt immense satisfaction seeing the foreigners at a loss. He hoped his mentor could witness this from above. The era of watching others' equipment was over. The chief dared not show up, afraid you'd berate him. Zhao Guoqiang felt both amused and exasperated. Had he really become this arrogant? Today's tour ended here. The foreigners must have been thoroughly stunned. Su Zhenshu waved for everyone to withdraw. They'd lingered too long in this place, and the protective suits were useless here. Just as he was about to board the vehicle, Fulbo suddenly halted in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, gazing at the man standing not far away, a man who loomed over him like a sword hanging over his life. Mr. Zhao, what is the name of this generation of tanks? Zhao Guoqiang replied calmly. The Huotsubing Type A tank. Forb broke out in a cold sweat, and even after getting into the vehicle, he couldn't calm down for a long time. The others finally dared to speak. Sir, what's wrong? Forb was the representative of Western scientists and the head of Western military technology. That even he reacted this way spoke volumes about how absurdly advanced the military technology on this land had become. He sighed. They're seeking revenge for decades of humiliation. Do you know who Huotsubing was? He was an incredibly arrogant young man who, before turning 20, crushed an entire nation into submission. To escape his wrath, they all fled to remote, harsh, and frigid regions. The fact that they named this generation of tanks after Huotsubing suggests they've accepted the forced reality of becoming a major power. Fu Lei felt a sharp pang in his heart. It seemed Zhao Guoqiang intended to become the new Huotsubing. But the others thought he was exaggerating. Sir, aren't you being overly anxious? Forb held up his hand, silencing them. We don't even have 5th generation tanks, yet he's already developed the 6th generation, or rather, a super 6th generation product. It seems heaven won't protect America this time. Forb felt a stabbing pain in his chest and suddenly coughed up blood. He had literally been shot to death. It was precisely during the incident involving the observation delegation that Zhong Xiuai, who hadn't been seen in a long time, finally contacted Hou Liangping. The two exchanged phone calls. Where are you now? Zhao Guoqiang is quite the character. According to our sources, he's already headed to the northern combat zone. It's time for you to make your move. Director Ho, Zhong Xiuai replied, this is a golden opportunity. It seemed Zhong Xiuai had already cleared the way for him. With the Zhong family backing me, taking down Zhao Guoqiang, the towering figure is within reach. By then, securing a position at the ministry will no longer be a dream, it'll be a smooth climb to the top. Hou Liangping also felt he could finally escape a fate like Qi Tongwei's. Exhaling deeply, Hou Liangping assured Zhong Xiuai, I will uncover the truth. Hanging up the phone, Hou Liangping finally felt exhilarated. The Zhong family had officially thrown their weight behind him. Zhong Xiuai had absolutely no way of obtaining Zhao Guoqiang's whereabouts. That meant only the Zhong family, that colossal powerhouse, could do it. Hou Liangping's current move would be a declaration of war. Moreover, the other crucial piece of information Zhong Xiuai had relayed was to urgently audit all accounts and partners of Ginggong Group. Lu Yike interjected. One of Ginggong Group's partners is Li Fumei, a woman of remarkable ambition. Starting as a mere sock vendor, she achieved a remarkable 3-tier leap in status within just 7 years. She now exclusively supplies critical metals to Ginggong Group. Her son, Li Jing, attends Ginggong University of Science and Technology, a subsidiary of Ginggong Group, and is a frequent guest at Shanshui Manor. Hou Liangping gave a cold smile. No rush. They're all fish in the same net, none will escape. Some people just love to play the smart aleck. Hou Liangping was clearly one such person. Even though Zhong Xiuai had laid everything out for him, he still insisted on showing off his own abilities. He was more impatient than Qi Tongwei and less cunning than Li Dakong. He actually believed Zhao Guoqiang had a purpose for going north. He must be planning to defect, knowing the Anti-Corruption Bureau's investigation will inevitably lead straight to him. We're heading out immediately to apprehend this traitorous scoundrel. Chapter 11, Seeking Help Online. Lu Yike, however, felt this was unwise. Our original plan never mentioned going north, and someone like Zhao Guoqiang couldn't possibly leave the country so easily. A flash of anger flickered in Hou Liangping's eyes. He couldn't understand why Lu Yike, who was usually so obedient, was suddenly so intent on opposing him today. Or was Lu Yike actually sent by Zhong Xiuai to keep tabs on him? Lu Yike was instantly speechless. Great, he was acting like a mad dog. No one dared to object anymore. Hou Liangping could finally do what he wanted. This time, he would find Zhao Guoqiang's weakness and bring him down. A brilliant future awaited him. He rushed to the airport to catch a flight, arriving at the Northern Theater Command as dusk fell. But Hou Liangping was wide awake. I believe that once we make our move, we must not give him a moment to breathe. No matter how formidable Zhao Guoqiang is, he's no match for the Zhong family. Got that? Lu Yike sighed helplessly. Why did every other sentence have to mention the Zhong family? The group headed toward the tank testing base. Upon reaching the entrance, Hou Liangping immediately presented his credentials. Anti-Corruption Bureau. The officer on patrol at the gate reached out to take the ID for inspection, but Hou Liangping abruptly pulled it back, his expression brimming with arrogance. Seeing his attitude, the officer frowned slightly. Park the car, turn off the engine, and get out. Hou Liangping glared. I told you, I'm with the Anti-Corruption Bureau. What are you still giving me a hard time for? I'm giving you a warning, move aside immediately. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences if I lose my temper. The officer gave a cold laugh. What kind of people hadn't he seen? Even if Su Zhanshu showed up, he'd still be polite to me. This guy didn't look like much, probably some honest soul, or maybe just here to stir trouble. With that thought, the officer fixed him with a stare. Hold on, I need to verify this. Hou Liangping was growing impatient. Just as he was about to shout, he noticed the guard had already driven the car over and was holding out a gold bracelet. Please come with us. We suspect you of spying on military secrets. This is a key national defense facility. Who authorized you to drive here without permission? You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used against you. Hou Liangping was thoroughly enraged. With the Zhong family backing him, how dare they refuse to show him respect? But then the soldier answered him with a takedown. Hou Liangping felt like he was about to be thrown to his death. He was tossed directly into the patrol vehicle and locked up in a secret military prison. Interrogation and investigation awaited him. Within 10 minutes of the incident, Su Zhanshu had already been informed. Yet he had more pressing matters at hand. He was inviting Zhao Guoqiang to dinner. Inviting me to dinner? Commander Su, what's the meaning of this? Zhao Guoqiang protested, though he sensed the hidden agenda behind the invitation. Su Zhanshu loved setting traps for people. Zhao Guoqiang calculated in his mind that he had to guard against him. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's expression, Su Zhanshu chuckled. Relax, it's just a simple meal. At the military base, there wasn't much good food. The simplest option was hot pot, made with vegetables grown right there, completely uncontaminated. Wash a big basinful, then add the fish and chickens we raise. Simple hot pot. The moment Su Zhanshu opened his mouth, Zhao Guoqiang quickly put down his chopsticks. Xiao, what's with you? I just wanted to talk to you about something. You don't need to be so guarded around me. Zhao Guoqiang understood. It's still about your nephew going to work at my unit, right? It really isn't appropriate. Your nephew is practically a golden child. He's doing just fine at your workplace. Su Zhanshu was puzzled. After all, he was second only to the chief of the general staff, right? Why is it so hard to get a job for my nephew? Su Zhanshu simply dragged his chair to the doorway and sat down. You're not leaving until you give me a straight answer today. Zhao Guoqiang was at a loss for words. Was this how he intended to play it? It wasn't that Zhao Guoqiang looked down on Su Zhanshu's nephew. Rather, the young man was of average ability. Moreover, having excelled academically since childhood, such individuals often couldn't handle any setbacks. Research work, however, thrives on constant setbacks and finds redemption in collapse. That's why Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't accept it. After a heated back and forth, a fierce verbal duel, the matter was finally settled. Zhao Guoqiang made his refusal unequivocally clear. After the meal, the special security detail escorted him back to the designated location to rest. Meanwhile, Hou Liangping's disappearance had Zhong Xiaoai growing increasingly anxious. It was strange. He'd only gone to check the accounts and meet with partners. Why hadn't he returned yet? No, I have to call Li Dakong. Zhong Xiaoai reasoned that if others wouldn't give him face, surely Li Dakong would? She dialed the number, but Li Dakong didn't pick up. In truth, Li Dakong had already been aware of Hou Liangping's initial moves. He had even made a special trip to Shanshui Manor to find Shi Tongwei, preparing to make his move. Two old foxes teaming up could easily outmaneuver that young pup Hou Liangping. Shi Tongwei remarked slowly. If you were Commander Zhao, would you tolerate Hou Liangping treating you this way? Li Dakong sipped his tea. That's pushing the joke a bit too far. First off, I could never become Commander Zhao. Second, if I had Commander Zhao's power, I wouldn't give Hou Liangping the time of day. The Zhong family? What's that? The old man's retired. Who could he threaten now? Besides, Hou Liangping always presents himself as a gentleman, but in reality? Not only does he refuse to help anyone, he actually mocks them. Is that the behavior of a gentleman? Compared to you, Director Qi, Hou Liangping falls short by more than just a little. Sure, you occasionally bring in some connections, but have those people ever caused you trouble? That's the honest truth, and Shi Tongwei loves to hear it. What's wrong with those connections? Once they're in, don't they all earn their stripes? So what most people need is an opportunity. Shi rubbed his chin. Aren't we being too cautious here? That woman Zhong Xiaoai knows plenty of Beijing elite playboys. If she really uses this incident to pull strings, we'll be the ones left holding the bag. Shi Tongwei had no desire to cross the Beijing elite's sons. It wasn't so much fear of their backing, but mainly because these kids were such jerks they couldn't tell the difference between the big and small kings. If they caused too much trouble, you couldn't even arrest them. It'd be like having a thorn in your side you couldn't scratch. Didn't Li Dakan understand this too? Director Qi, if Zhong Xiao AI really intends to leverage these connections, why not let her proceed? We can observe which of the Beijing elite's young masters are closely tied to her. Then we could report this matter to Commander Zhao. Wouldn't that be perfect? Chapter 12, Two Foxes. What a pair of old foxes. So they'd been deliberately hiding all along, not wanting Zhong Xiaoai to find them. The more anxious she grew, the fewer connections she could uncover. Zhong Xiaoai was already panicking. He was genuinely worried that if Zhao Guoqiang retaliated, Hou Liangping would be left with nowhere to bury his body. He also resented Hou Liangping for not following the plan he had laid out. Left with no other choice, Zhong Xiaoai had to seek out the one person she least wanted to approach. That person was none other than Dean Chen Xingxuan, who had an intense passion for foreign languages. Zhong Xiaoai's arrival left Chen Xingxuan somewhat incredulous. Goodness gracious, what wind blew you in here? Bearing the title of Little Princess, wherever she went, a crowd would fawn over her. Chen Xingxuan was no exception. Zhong Xiaoai didn't beat around the bush. Director Chen, I know you're on good terms with Li Dakong and the others. Could you do me a favor? Hou Liangping still hasn't been heard from. I'm worried something's happened to him. As long as he's okay, everything else can be worked out. Chen Xingxuan had heard rumors about their plan to target Zhao Guoqiang. But these young upstarts were being far too bold. Was Zhao Guoqiang someone they could just take on lightly? Seems this girl has finally backed down. Now she realizes everything can be negotiated. Why did she cling to her stance so stubbornly before? Chen Xingxuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I still like you guys. That stubborn, unyielding attitude back then, it was so rebellious. What kind of man is Zhao Guoqiang? We both know the answer. Knowing full well he's not someone to mess with, Hou Liangping still went after him. Is that courage from the Zhong family, or is it his own? We're not ordinary people. Hou Liangping's actions have cut off everyone's path. Whatever fate awaits him, he'll have brought it upon himself. Seeing Chen Xingxuan had no intention of helping, Zhong Xiaoai wasted no words. She pulled out her phone and called her secretary. Bring me the 14th file from my desk. Chen Xingxuan remained composed. When the document arrived, a single glance sent a chill down his spine. The Anti-Corruption Bureau had been secretly investigating him all along. And if this document were leaked, he feared he'd be left with nothing. Seeing him still hesitating, Zhong Xiaoai inwardly cursed Chen Xingxuan, that greedy old fox. I've taken care of that deputy director position for your sister. She expected this to make Chen Xingxuan grateful to the point of tears, wailing with emotion. But to her surprise, Chen Xingxuan casually replied. No need. Director Qi helped me secure a deputy director position. No wonder the old man looked down on her. Shi Tongwei really knew how to throw down the money, giving a full deputy director position on his first try. It even made Zhong Xiaoai want to get involved. But now that the words were out, Chen Xingxuan knew provoking this woman wouldn't benefit anyone. I can try to get you some information, but don't get your hopes up. Chen Xingxuan turned and went upstairs to make a call. Shi Tongwei's phone rang. Li Dakong chuckled. Let's make a bet it's definitely Zhong Xiaoai who sent someone to find you. Hearing this, Shi Tongwei pulled out his phone to check. To his surprise, it really was that joker Chen Xingxuan. This is Shi Tongwei. What's up? As soon as the call connected, Chen Xingxuan immediately lowered his voice and quietly explained Zhong Xiaoai's visit in detail. He also explained how Zhong Xiaoai had come to understand the situation. After all, knowing his sister was running for deputy director was pretty impressive. Shi Tongwei chuckled. Tell Zhong Xiaoai we don't care about that good-for-nothing Hou Liangping. We'll make him suffer. After hanging up, Chen Xingxuan had a clear plan in mind. He headed downstairs. Chen Xingxuan relayed the message almost verbatim, and Zhong Xiaoai was thoroughly displeased with what he heard. So all this crucial information, this huge bargaining chip, is all I get in return? Just confirmation he's still alive? Chen Xingxuan smiled. That's better than living in constant fear, isn't it? Zhong Xiaoai was furious, yet powerless to do anything but leave first. Chen Xingxuan triumphantly tore the document to shreds, then boiled a pot of water and slowly simmered it. At last, he could rest easy. Zhong Xiaoai returned to the car feeling utterly exhausted. Guani Yang, the secretary in the passenger seat, handed her a bottle of water. Guani Yang had already figured it out. This trip had yielded absolutely nothing. He spoke cautiously. 10 minutes earlier, Li Jing had taken 2 more girls to Shanshui Manor. Hearing this, the light that had dimmed in Zhong Xiaoai's eyes suddenly flickered back to life. If she couldn't get to Zhao Guoqiang, she'd get to the people around him. Zhong Xiaoai instructed Guani Yang to contact the search team, as only they possessed the privilege to freely enter and exit Shanshui Manor. In truth, this entire affair had been fabricated by Guani Yang. Those 2 girls had deliberately approached Li Jing. Their objective was to get close to Li Fumei, as everyone assumed there must be some subtle connection between Li Fumei and Zhao Guoqiang, perhaps even a romantic one. The search team moved in swiftly. Gao Shaoqin hadn't received any prior notice. Shi Tongwei and Li Dakong had just left. The timing was impeccable. Li Jing had been plied with alcohol by the two girls and was now snoring loudly on the bed like a dead pig. And these two girls had actually started tearing at his clothes, clearly intending to ruin Li Jing's reputation. Soon, the search team kicked the door open. "Hands behind your head, get down. Security search team." The two girls immediately screamed at the top of their lungs, accusing Li Jing of forcing himself on them. The men who entered next wore cold smiles. "Since it was forced, you must come with us for investigation. No need to put a hood on him." Previously, hoods were always placed on those brought out, yet today, for the first time ever, they failed to protect this privacy. Li Jing was also one of the prodigies. Zhao Guoqiang had brought him into Jingdong Group at such a young age precisely because of his talent, not because of any involvement with his mother. As expected, these heartless people see everything as filthy no matter when. A phone call jolted Li Fumei from her deep sleep. Dressed in expensive handmade silk, Li Fumei had maintained herself remarkably well over the years. Though nearing 50, her skin and appearance still outshone those of women in their 30s. Li Fumei picked up the phone. "What is it?" Her voice, which had carried a hint of weariness, instantly perked up. "Are you sure? When? Those bastards actually laid a hand on my son." Li Fumei nearly exploded with rage. After hanging up, she immediately called Zhao Guoqiang. Li Fumei was determined to make a big deal out of this. In truth, calling Qi Tongwei would have served the same purpose. But Li Fumei believed these people were targeting Zhao Guoqiang, so naturally she had to speak to the man himself. Besides, the other side had mobilized a search team. Chapter 13, A Student. This was truly interesting, thought Li Dekong, the old fox observing from the shadows. Zhao Guoqiang used his military connections to detain Hou Liangping. Zhong Xiaoai had arrested Li Jing under the authority of the State Security Bureau. How amusing it seemed both sides were preparing to threaten each other. But this is like both of you sitting on a seesaw, each holding a hunting rifle. If either fires, both will die. Zhong Xiaoai, that little minx daring to play games with such a seasoned fox. Utterly audacious. As they spoke, lightning streaked across the sky, followed by thunder. It seemed to foretell the storm that would soon engulf Jingzhou. At midnight, Zhao Guoqiang was already asleep. He had to rise at 3:50 a.m. daily, so he was in deep sleep by this hour. But whenever he changed locations, he always found it hard to sleep. An urgent call rang in the duty room. Not wanting to disturb her mentor, Yang Yi stayed by the phone. The phone rang, and Yang Yi immediately picked it up. "This is the duty phone. Please speak." To her surprise, it was Li Fumei on the other end. "Auntie Li, you said something happened to Li Jing?" Yang Yi immediately frowned. This junior disciple was one the master held in high regard. Becoming Zhao Guoqiang's disciple meant no chance of indulging in eating, drinking, gambling, or womanizing. If Li Jing truly had such vices, how could he possibly become Zhao Guoqiang's student? Yang Yi was deeply displeased by this situation. "Aunt Li, rest assured. I'll notify the teacher immediately." After hanging up, Yang Yi had already guessed the truth with near certainty. Earlier, Su Zhanshu's secretary had mentioned that someone trying to force their way in had been apprehended. This must be connected to the incident. Yang Yi immediately invoked her authority as chief engineer to demand Su Zhanshu conduct an urgent interrogation of Hou Liangping. But Su Zhanshu was busy with other matters, so his deputy, Ma Guoliang, took over. Ma Guoliang was no stranger. He was the old subordinate who had assisted Zhao Guoqiang at the military factory years ago. Learning from Yang Yi that Hou Liangping, that bastard, had dared to come here looking for trouble, Ma Guoliang instantly flew into a rage. Ma Guoliang stormed through the door in his physical training gear. "Get up!" Hou Liangping looked stunned. "What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you, if you lay a finger on me here, I'll file a complaint against you." Ma Guoliang landed 2 hard punches squarely on his face. "You wanted to file a complaint? I'm the boss here. Who exactly are you going to complain to?" 2 soldiers standing nearby watched Hou Liangping with smirks on their faces. He knew full well that stepping into this place was like putting one foot in the grave. Hou Liangping felt utterly helpless, but was this beating truly for nothing? He never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would resort to such crude methods against him, methods that inflicted little physical harm but maximum psychological humiliation. Ma Guoliang even had the air conditioner cranked to its coldest setting, driving the temperature straight down to freezing. They wouldn't stop until they had tortured him to death. Meanwhile, Yang Yi anxiously awaited Li Fumei's reply, hoping to secure Li Jing's release first. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang regained consciousness at that very moment. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi was so startled she dropped her phone, nearly letting it hit the floor. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqiang reacted quickly and caught it with his hand. "What the hell?" Zhao Guoqiang caught a glimpse of an incoming call on the duty phone. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Fumei's number. He looked at Yang Yi. "Why didn't you tell me there was an important call?" Yang Yi felt rather wronged. "I just wanted you to rest a little longer. Look how exhausted you've been lately. Besides me, your student, who else would care about you like this?" As she spoke, Yang Yi took out the dinner she'd ordered and heated it up, knowing Zhao Guoqiang had a habit of having a late-night snack. But Zhao Guoqiang was only concerned with why Li Fumei had called. The moment he heard Li Jing had been arrested, Zhao Guoqiang instantly realized this was Zhong Xiaoai's doing. Got it. Notify Commander Su to prepare the military aircraft immediately. I demand to be back in Jingzhou within an hour and a half. Yang Yi knew her teacher's temperament and dared not object, immediately relaying the message to Commander Su. Su Zhanshu was still discussing specific matters with someone when he heard Zhao Guoqiang was leaving. Without even changing his shoes, he rushed out in a panic. Xiao Zhao, why the rush? Tomorrow we have another group of observers who want to see our 6th generation tank. Zhao Guoqiang looked at him. The dog that bit me has tracked me down here. At those words, Su Zhanshu's facial muscles twitched. That bastard Hou Liangping again, right? Damn it. There was no choice but to urgently dispatch a plane to get Zhao Guoqiang back to Jingzhou first. Subsequently, Su Zhanshu, the big shot of the Northern Theater Command, personally ordered that anyone attempting to bail out Hou Liangping should be turned away immediately. And anyone who came to discuss bail would be sent packing immediately. This clearly showed Su Zhanshu was genuinely furious. Meanwhile, Li Jing had sobered up and received 2 hefty slaps across the face. The man who had earlier refused to let anyone put a hood over Li Jing's head had also entered. It was Du Guanquan, Zhong Xiaoai's classmate. He'd long sought to curry favor with the Zhong family, and now he finally had his chance. Speak. Why did you rape those 2 girls? Du Guanquan's mission was to force Li Jing to take the blame for a charge that wasn't too severe but also not too light. This way, they'd have options either way, and Zhao Guoqiang would have no choice but to back down. These were all clever men. Li Jing was reeling from dizziness. After drinking heavily and being beaten, he felt so disoriented he could barely make sense of the situation unfolding before him. Du Guanquan seized this opportunity. Did you covet the beauty of those 2 girls and lure them to Shanshui Manor? If you refuse to speak, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. Just then, Shi Tongwei's voice echoed from outside. I'm a classmate of Director Luo. Surely you know that? The child inside is a student of my friend. There must be some misunderstanding. Du Guanquan straightened his suit and stepped out, his expression impassive. Commissioner Qi, why are you out so late instead of sleeping at home? Things are getting pretty rough lately. You'd better be careful. The implication was clear, don't get yourself into trouble. Shi Tongwei couldn't believe this junior, several years his junior and a mere nobody, dared to speak to him like this. Li Fumei had summoned Shi Tongwei solely to buy time to prevent them from harming her child. This was also the message Zhao Guoqiang sent before boarding his flight. Shi Tongwei stared coldly at Du Guanquan. I won't beat around the bush. Get Director Luo out here. This child is exceptional, we can't let talent go to waste. Du Guanquan gave a cold laugh. We've been operating under direct orders from the highest command for 2 months now. Director Qi, surely you're aware of that? Forcibly breaching the Security Bureau's search team is a capital offense. We have the authority to shoot you dead. Understand? Shi Tongwei's hands trembled with rage, yet he was powerless. Chapter 14, Chen Qingchuan, Seeking Guidance Online. Du Guanquan watched him like this, feeling quite pleased with himself. The usually high and mighty Director Qi had been thoroughly dealt with by him. Did he dare utter a sound? Du Guanquan even opened the door, forcing him to watch as he interrogated Li Jing. Shi Tongwei gritted his teeth in frustration, yet he was powerless, this wasn't his turf. But he was certain that sooner or later, Du Guanquan would fall into his hands. Li Jing had been beaten into silence, and they overlooked a crucial fact: Li Jing's drink had been laced with a large dose of ketamine. This drug could rapidly lower blood pressure while keeping the brain hyperactive and maintaining certain sexual functions. But they had overlooked Li Jing's severe allergic reaction to this drug. Combined with the beatings, Li Jing's condition was already critical. Yet Du Guanquan persisted in interrogating him. He grabbed Li Jing by the hair. Just do as I say. If you admit you raped those 2 girls, this suffering will end. Okay? Don't force me to kill you. Seeing Li Jing unyielding to both soft and hard tactics, Du Guanquan finally prepared to deploy his trump card. He planned to crank the room temperature down to freezing, then shove a cold water hose into his pants to give him a bath. This trick never failed. Actually, if you wanted to be even more ruthless, you could use warm water instead, but that would be more likely to kill someone. Prolonged exposure to warm water could cause hypothermia, and death could come in mere seconds. Li Jing remained silent, which infuriated Du Guanquan. Just as he was about to yank the hose out, Du Guanquan was kicked in the next instant, his head smashing into the table. Who's there? Du Guanquan angrily drew his pistol. Someone actually dared to ambush him. But the figure before him was none other than Zhao Guoqiang, his face twisted with rage. Seeing Li Jing beaten into such a state, Zhao Guoqiang's heart ached. Wasn't it hard enough to cultivate a talent? A boy who couldn't even dare to date, how could he possibly commit rape? Tall and muscular, Zhao Guoqiang grabbed Du Guanquan by the hair and delivered a vicious punch. One blow sent him crashing to the ground. He grabbed the key from the wall and unlocked Li Jing's restraints. Unexpectedly, Du Guanquan scrambled back to his feet, braced himself against the wall, and pressed a pistol against Zhao Guoqiang's head. You're releasing a suspect without authorization. Stop moving, or I'll shoot you. Shi Tongwei instantly panicked. Put it down, or your entire family won't survive. Du Guanchuan, your wife teaches at Red Star Kindergarten, right? Your daughter attends experimental elementary school, correct? Zhao Guoqiang's gaze was as calm as still water as he slowly lowered his gun. He scooped up Li Jing and, just before exiting, left a parting threat. Looks like your search team needs to change their approach. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqiang arrived in time to get Li Jing to the hospital. Du Guanchuan, having been beaten, also planned to get his injuries examined and then sue Zhao Guoqiang. But when this news reached his immediate superior, Luo Rongan, it nearly gave him a heart attack. Oh no, oh no. Luo Rongan frantically changed clothes, even putting his pants on backwards, yet remained oblivious. He rushed to the hospital, his few remaining hairs damp with cold sweat. Commander Zhao. Zhao Guoqiang stood up, smiling warmly at him. Isn't this the renowned director Luo? What on earth has you in such a panic? Oh no, Zhao Guoqiang was genuinely furious this time. Luo Rongan immediately dropped to his knees. My apologies. I failed to discipline my subordinates properly. Is that young man alright? Li Fumei stood nearby, her lips drained of color, eyes filled with resentment. He's fine, barely alive, that's all. Luo Rongan slapped his forehead and shook his head repeatedly. It took me 40 years to reach this position. 40 years. But his career was probably over. Zhao Guoqiang motioned for him to rise. Kneeling here won't help. You need to consider whether your methods have been flawed. Luo Rongan knew it was too late to turn back now. Drenched in cold sweat, he found Du Guanchuan, who was bandaging his wounds. He thought his superior had come to check on him and was overjoyed. It's just a minor injury, sir. Nothing to worry about. Why did you go to the trouble of coming all the way here? Du Guanchuan was merely a team leader, several ranks below Luo Rongan. But he hadn't expected Luo Rongan had come to settle the score. Who gave you permission to lay hands on that young man? Du Guanchuan, you're finished. Startled by Luo Rongan's words, Du Guanchuan couldn't fathom how he was finished. 10 minutes later, both the inspection team and the Anti-Corruption Bureau arrived simultaneously. Du Guanchuan, still injured, was taken away for investigation. He was charged with malicious assault, nearly causing death. Chen Xingxuan, the judge presiding over the case, didn't rush to a conclusion. Instead, he waited for an opportunity to meet Zhao Guoqiang. Chief Zhao, I've finally met you in person today. Chen Xingxuan, usually laid back and carefree, was unusually serious and visibly excited today. Truthfully, Chen Xingxuan sought out Zhao Guoqiang to discuss a matter. And today, they were both at Shanshui Manor. The moment he opened his mouth, Zhao Guoqiang had already guessed what it was about. Not sure how to make a fair judgment. Chen Xingxuan immediately stood up and nodded. I humbly request your guidance, I'm truly at a loss. Zhao Guoqiang was both amused and exasperated. He wasn't a teacher, after all, why should he adopt the demeanor of a student being lectured? He motioned for Chen Xingxuan to sit back down. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang wasn't annoyed with him, Chen Xingxuan knew the matter was half done. He was just one step away from becoming a top-tier big shots confidant. Chen Xingxuan was thrilled beyond words, yet he suppressed his excitement and pulled out his documents. The situation is this: in the case of former security search team leader Du Guanchuan injuring an innocent bystander, we're having difficulty categorizing his charges. We confirmed he harmed innocent parties and engaged in vigilante justice. This constituted 2 charges, attempted murder and premeditated murder. However, his actions also met the criteria for nearly causing death. As he spoke, Chen Xingxuan observed Zhao Guoqiang's subtle shifts. What puzzled him was why this young man, significantly younger than himself, showed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Even a seasoned veteran like himself couldn't detect any change. Just how deep were this man's reserves of composure? Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. The issues you've raised boil down to this: the former determines his life or death, while the latter determines his freedom. Neither option seems particularly favorable. Chen Xingxuan immediately adopted an attentive posture, ready to listen. Just then, Ji Tongwei entered from outside. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. You're late. Ask him about this matter, he's the one in charge of these things. Chapter 15, Mountain Water Manor, My Vegetable Garden. Chen Xingxuan immediately chuckled. Seems Zhao Guoqiang wasn't about to take the fall for this one. Ji Tongwei looked equally puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? Zhao Guoqiang had already eaten a black tiger prawn and now had little appetite. You two chat. I'm going to take a stroll in the garden. The two hurriedly escorted Zhao Guoqiang to the door. Ji Tongwei tugged Chen Xingxuan's sleeve. Dean Chen, what the hell is going on? Chen Xingxuan finally exhaled in relief. He downed a large glass of red wine, then devoured several bites of the delicacies on the table. Nothing. Since Director Qi is here, I'll be closing this case. Ji Tongwei was even more confused. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Xingxuan directly ruled Du Guanchuan guilty of attempted murder. It was almost a sentence of maximum severity. Poor guy. Du Guanchuan became a sacrificial pawn in the power struggle. This story also teaches us that recognizing one's true strength is crucial. Before latching onto a powerful patron, the oath of loyalty doesn't necessarily have to cost you everything. As for Du Guanchuan, he'd never have a chance to leave that place. Ironically, the Zhong family showed no reaction whatsoever. Zhao Guoqiang, who had intended to take a stroll in the garden, encountered Gao Shaoqin head-on. "Commander, what brings you here? I was just saying I saw you come out, but in the blink of an eye, you've walked all the way here? Now I'm out of breath." Observing Gao Shaoqin's graceful charm and full figure, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but marvel. This is what a woman should be. She was infinitely more appealing than those skinny women who spent all day flexing their muscles. When women build too much muscle, they lose their soft beauty. It's all just competition among women themselves. Gao Shaoqin blushed under his gaze. "Commander, what's wrong?" Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. "Nothing. My vegetable patch looks pretty good, doesn't it?" Gao Shaoqin smiled and nodded, then quickly led Zhao Guoqiang up to the mountaintop. The mountain and water estate that the powerful and privileged scramble to get into was actually just a small vegetable patch in Zhao Guoqiang's backyard. Gao Shaoqin changed into work clothes and helped tend the vegetable patch. Zhao Guoqiang was quite pleased after all. Women as sensible as Gao Shaoqin were rare. After working for hours, they hadn't even cleared half the plot, and Gao Shaoqin was already drenched in sweat. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the scent of her perfume toward Zhao Guoqiang's nose. It carried a mature allure, like the smoothness of jade, conveying her admiration and drawing him in to explore her like a dream. Alas, Zhao Guoqiang harbored no such feelings for Gao Shaoqin. Gao Shaoqin couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. What kind of woman did this commander truly favor? What should she do? Gao Shaoqin felt she could rack her brain until it hurt and still not find an answer. Zhao Guoqiang snapped off a piece of the tomato he'd picked and offered it to Gao Shaoqin. "Try it. This is real vegetables." Gao Shaoqin smiled. "Well, I'd have to thank you, Commander. Without you, I'd never get to eat something this good." The two chatted and laughed as they finished the tomatoes. Gao Shaoqin tentatively inquired. "Commander, to be honest, there's something that's been bothering me." Zhao Guoqiang immediately guessed what it was. "Is it about Hou Liangping?" Gao Shaoqin froze in surprise. How could he possibly have guessed that? Truth is, these past few days, Zhong Xiuai had been begging people for help until she was nearly driven mad, not knowing how to rescue that idiot of a husband. In desperation, she finally turned to Gao Shaoqin, hoping she could mediate. And Gao Shaoqin was truly reliable. She actually came to help make inquiries. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. "This matter falls outside my jurisdiction. The military is the one holding him." Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin understood and didn't press further. They clearly weren't going to give me any face. Finding a moment, Gao Shaoqin relayed the news to Zhong Xiuai. Learning that Hou Liangping had been detained by military personnel, Zhong Xiuai breathed a sigh of relief. At least she knew where he was being held, which meant she could take targeted action. Guani Yang looked at Zhong Xiuai. "So who are you planning to contact now?" Zhong Xiuai shook her head, unsure herself. The only certainty was that her uncle could leverage his old school ties to get the bigwigs to show some face. Zhong Xiuai's uncle had also served in the military. One of his classmates was Dong Dushan, the former deputy chief of the army. His position was second only to the chief of the armed forces, and he had extensive connections in all circles. Dong Dushan proved very accommodating and genuinely stepped in. He flew directly to find Su Zhanshu and brought up Hou Liangping's case. "Commander Su, please do old Dong a favor, okay? Considering this young man is a first-time offender and acted too rashly, rest assured a stern reprimand will suffice. He won't dare repeat such a mistake in the future." Su Zhanshu was displeased. He hadn't expected them to enlist even someone like Dong Dushan. To be honest, the two were technically peers. But they were merely acquaintances who exchanged nods, nothing more, certainly not close associates. In other words, if even Dong Dushan knew he was detaining Hou Liangping, how would outsiders speculate about him? Thus, Zhong Xiuai and the others had made a fatal mistake. In such matters, one shouldn't rely on too many influential figures. Instead, they should have personally gone to Su Zhanshu to request Hou Liangping's release. Su Zhanshu wasn't exactly stingy. Why would he keep Hou Liangping locked up indefinitely? Besides, wouldn't he have to feed him? Now that Dong Dushan had visited, Su Zhanshu couldn't release him. Outsiders might assume he and Dong Dushan shared a close relationship, a fatal flaw in political struggles. Thus, Dong Dushan's visit was a complete failure. Yet Dong Dushan remained utterly oblivious to this problem. "Rest assured, Commander Su. Your nephew and daughter both serve in units I've overseen. I guarantee they won't face any repercussions. We're friends, after all." Su Zhanshu could no longer contain himself. "Who do you think you are? You come here demanding I release someone. Do you think I'll just let him go? Hou Liangping is a military intelligence leaker. To put it bluntly, he's a spy. Right now, the entire system is cracking down on spies. Surely you're aware of that? Until the investigation is complete, Hou Liangping's case cannot be classified, and he certainly cannot be released. Please leave." Dong Dushan's eyebrows nearly knotted together. He hadn't expected Su Zhanshu to be so disrespectful, treating him this way. Truth be told, Dong Dushan hadn't considered that his earlier words amounted to nothing less than a threat. Su Zhanshu didn't even open his mouth before cursing that was already showing considerable restraint. Dong Dushan had no reason to wade into this mess. He was retired, shouldn't he be enjoying his golden years? Just then, Dong Dushan's phone rang. It was his old commander. But the moment he answered, a torrent of curses poured out. Have you grown tired of living? Who gave you permission to involve yourself in this matter? Chapter 16, Struggle and Intrigue. Dong Dushan was utterly dumbfounded. Why was his former superior berating him the moment he opened his mouth? They were brothers in arms who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Was this really necessary? Or had Zhao Guoqiang, the quiet and unassuming man, already reached a position of absolute power? Dong Dushan rushed out, desperate to explain to his former boss. A friend asked me to inquire about this matter, not to get involved. His former boss gave a cold snort. You'd better keep it that way. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. The phone slammed shut, leaving Dong Dushan dumbfounded. His former boss wouldn't give him face, and Su Zhanshu wouldn't give him face either. What exactly was he supposed to do? Dong Dushan had gone out of his way only to be rebuffed. He slunk away, dejected. Meanwhile, Guani Yang received Dong Dushan's call, and Zhong Xiuai had already guessed the outcome. So Uncle Dong couldn't help, huh? Hearing Zhong Xiuai's words, Guani Yang nodded. Don't worry. I think we can still ask someone else about this matter. Zhong Xiao shook her head. She was already exhausted. We've already appealed to everyone we could. Things have come to this, yet they still refuse to release him. It seems Hou Liangping's mess is too big to handle. With no other options, Zhong Xiuai dragged her weary body home to seek her father's help. Her father, Zhong Wenchang, was watering the flowers. Why are you back alone? Something must have happened, otherwise you wouldn't have come home so suddenly. Zhong Wenchang said, looking at Zhong Xiuai. Tell me, what happened? Truthfully, Zhong Wenchang had already figured everything out before his daughter returned, including her leveraging Dong Dushan's connections. This made Zhong Wenchang extremely displeased. How could such a minor matter warrant invoking such powerful connections? Looking at Zhong Xiuai, Zhong Wenchang finally lost his temper. Short-sighted and impatient, what does that Hou Liangping think he is? When dealing with someone like Zhao Guoqiang, we need to seize the right moment, proceed steadily, and aim for a decisive blow. Does Hou Liangping think handling a couple of minor cases earns him entry into the Zhong family? He couldn't be more wrong. He's already stirred the hornet's nest. Zhao Guoqiang will target us next. As he spoke, Zhong Wenchang picked up his fan and tossed it to Zhong Xiuai. Remember this, from now on, make sure Hou Liangping keeps himself in line. Zhong Xiuai unfolded the fan to find a single character inscribed upon it, endure. This character was meant for her. But her father showed no intention whatsoever of rescuing Hou Liangping. It wasn't that Zhong Wenchang didn't want to save him, he simply had no way to do so. Meanwhile, Dong Dushan had already tracked down his former superior, Ouyang Barui. Commander, why are you so angry? If I've done something wrong, just tell me. Please don't let it upset you. Ouyang Barui removed his reading glasses, his eyes radiating a sense of calm. Old Dong, I don't want to put it too harshly, but you shouldn't make things look so bad either. We're military personnel. Zhao Guoqiang handles military affairs. Do you understand? The implication was clear, everyone should know whose paycheck they're on. Going against Su Zhanshu like that, isn't that just plain foolish? Cold sweat trickled down Dong Dushan's forehead. He hadn't considered all this. He thought that with his connections, he could at least get the man released. Little did he know he'd stirred up such a hornet's nest. Seeing Dong Dushan seem to have realized his mistake, Ouyang Barui didn't press further. Instead, he brought up another matter. Later, I need to visit the Jingshan Industrial Park. You'll accompany me. Once we meet, it would be best to apologize to Zhao Guoqiang in person. Dong Dushan was utterly dumbfounded. Why apologize to Zhao Guoqiang? He considered himself on par with Su Zhanshu. How could he be asked to apologize to a mere businessman? That was unthinkable. Dong Dushan was deeply displeased and utterly reluctant. But the more he resisted, the more Ouyang Barui insisted on taking him along. They couldn't risk offending Zhao Guoqiang over one Dong Dushan. So, in this world, there are no rock-solid relationships. It all came down to interests, nothing more. Moreover, Ouyang Barui had two objectives. First, to make it clear he had no involvement in this matter and avoid straining relations with Su Zhanshu. Second, he wanted Dong Dushan to make his stance clear. If his old comrade remained stubborn, then he wouldn't be held responsible. Before long, a Lincoln navigator pulled into the Jingshan Industrial Park. Zhao Guoqiang had just finished a meeting. Upon hearing Wang Hao mention Ouyang Barui's arrival, he immediately guessed his purpose. He must be here to apologize and explain the situation. Besides that, there should be someone else, right? Wang Hao looked utterly astonished. Commander, you're truly amazing. Indeed, he was accompanied by someone else, former Deputy Director Dong Dushan. Zhao Guoqiang already had a plan in mind. He instructed his staff to escort them to the reception room first. Shortly after, Zhao Guoqiang entered. Ouyang Barui immediately stood up. Mr. Dong, you've been incredibly busy lately. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. He could afford to be dismissive with others, but Ouyang Barui's respect was non-negotiable. This man commanded immense respect across all circles, and most crucially, the current chief of the general staff was his protege. Zhao Guoqiang glanced sideways at Dong Dushan. Ouyang Barui hastened to introduce him, but Zhao Guoqiang responded with a lukewarm remark. I've long heard of your reputation, sir. It's already far and wide. Ouyang Barui gave an awkward chuckle, clearly sensing Zhao Guoqiang's displeasure with his actions. Dong Dushan finally felt the weight of the pressure. This 30-year-old man's gaze was piercing, his voice sharp as a blade. For a moment, Dong Dushan was thrown into disarray. Seeing he'd achieved the desired effect, Zhao Guoqiang cut to the chase. Rest assured, gentlemen. A statesman's heart is as vast as the sea. I won't make things difficult for anyone. Dong Dushan finally exhaled in relief, his back drenched in sweat from the intense pressure. Wang Hao escorted the two men out. Zhao Guoqiang stood up and noticed a missed call on his phone. He never left his phone unattended. This call must have rung just once. It could only be one person, Zhao Ruilong. At that very moment, Zhao Ruilong was chatting with Lu Xinjian and Chen Xingchuan at Shanshui Manor. Our old man said I should make sure to mingle with all of you more. Rest assured, if Chairman Zhao comes, everything will be taken care of. There's also another matter. I heard my transport line was recently sabotaged. Are you two aware of this? Chen Xingchuan's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Ruilong had finally brought up the matter. The disruption of the transport line was also Hou Liangping's doing. And it fell squarely within Chen Xingchuan's purview. He couldn't just ignore it. Chapter 17, What a Nephew. Moreover, any impact now would spread rapidly. The speed of dissemination would determine the severity of his punishment. This was entirely beyond Chen Xingchuan's ability to resolve. But Zhao Ruilong was deeply displeased. Director Chen, you knew full well this was my transport line. Couldn't you have given me a heads up beforehand? Chen Xingchuan admitted he'd long known these supply lines belonged to Zhao Ruilong. But since Zhao hadn't paid his respects or offered tribute, why should he bother? Besides, Zhao Ruilong was notoriously arrogant and overbearing. Whether he'd give a heads up depended entirely on his mood. Lu Xinjian sensed the subtle tension between them and deliberately shifted his chair aside. It was at that very moment that Zhao Ruilong suddenly splashed wine in Chen Xingchuan's face. Do you have any idea how much my transport line is worth? It could buy your life. Zhao Ruilong swung his fist, landing a solid punch that sent blood streaming from Chen Xingchuan's nose. The scene erupted into chaos. Lu Xinjian couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed to pull the two apart. Calm down, gentlemen. It's not worth it. Chen Xingchuan might seem like a pushover who plays both sides, but when he gets hit, he won't back down. Mr. Zhao, we have no grudge between us. That's within my authority. Can't I just not handle it? Forget you, even your old man couldn't lay a finger on me. If you insist, we need to find a fair place to settle this. Chen Xingchuan wouldn't let this go, and as they shoved and pulled, Zhao Ruilong actually reached for the pistol in his bag. Zhao Ruilong's anger was understandable. The transport line was worth a staggering 1.9 billion yuan. Moreover, the seized cargo alone was worth over 1 billion yuan. Every minute the transport line was halted meant a loss of 300 yuan. Calculating it this way, a week of downtime meant at least 10 billion yuan in losses, something Zhao Ruilong couldn't accept. Just as his hand was about to reach the pistol, the door swung open. Wang Hao's suit appeared in the doorway. Leading the way was Zhao Guoqiang. Get me a vegetable salad, no junk in it. I've been eating too greasy lately. Zhao Guoqiang sat down, and all three men froze, not daring to utter a word. Wang Hao stood beside Zhao Guoqiang. Next to enter was a short man, but Lu Xinjian felt strangely familiar with him. He felt like he'd seen him somewhere before. The vegetable salad arrived. Zhao Guoqiang loosened his tie, took a few bites, and Wang Hao poured him a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. Chen Xingchuan wanted to take the initiative. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Guoqiang presented an offer he couldn't refuse. The director of Jingzhou General Hospital has retired. Haven't you been working all these years for this very position? Chen Xingchuan hastily raised his wine glass. Oh dear, I was out of line just now. My apologies. I'll start by drinking 3 cups as punishment. After downing the 3 cups, Chen Xingchuan immediately leaned in, bowing and scraping. Thank you for your guidance. Rest assured, I will handle any future cases with utmost diligence. To express my gratitude, I'll drink 3 more cups. Zhao Guoqiang calmly watched Chen Xingchuan down glass after glass. Consider this, he was a local magistrate, yet before Zhao Guoqiang, he acted like a lowly scoundrel. Once Chen Xingchuan had nearly finished his drinks, Zhao Guoqiang smiled. My apologies. Chen Xingchuan knew Zhao Guoqiang was merely apologizing on Zhao Ruilong's behalf and quickly waved his hand. We're all family, wide well on it. No hard feelings. We were just messing around, no one got hurt. I've got another case to attend to, so I'll head out now. When I have time, I'll treat you to some of our hometown's homemade liquor. Chen Xingchuan didn't want to get involved in this mess. He grabbed his bag and turned to leave. Wang Hao locked the door and stood guard at the entrance. No one was leaving. Zhao Ruilong was completely panicked, beads of sweat as big as peas forming on his forehead. Lu Xinjian also began to make his way toward the edge of the sofa, not daring to get any closer to the table. Zhao Guoqiang picked up a liquor bottle and smashed it on the floor, pointing his finger right at Zhao Ruilong's nose. Who the hell gave you that gun? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to carry a gun? The short guy beside him walked right up, pulled out the pistol, and disassembled it into a pile of parts in just 2 seconds. Lu Xinjian finally remembered this short guy had served in the army with him for a year. Later, the kid got transferred to the Divine Sword Special Forces. Who'd have thought he'd end up as Zhao Guoqiang's bodyguard now? Lu Xinjian swallowed hard. It seemed there were definite perks to hanging around with Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong felt wrong too. Uncle, you've got to let me have something to protect myself with. Zhao Guoqiang was satisfied with everything except for this good-for-nothing Zhao Ruilong. And this bastard just happened to be his own beloved nephew. Damn it, what kind of crappy script is this? Zhao Guoqiang wiped the water from his hands. Who gave you that gun? Lu Xinjian panicked. He'd procured this gun through connections. The next moment, the short man walked over, pinned Lu Xinjian to the ground, and Zhao Guoqiang kicked him viciously several times. Is this how you treat a friend? Lu Xinjian kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. We just wanted to have some fun, didn't think it would go this far. Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. Do you think you can just play around with a gun in your hands? He stomped hard on Lu Xinjian's head. Mark my words, anyone who gets my men hurt will pay dearly. Got it? And your father's lying in the hospital, yet you come out here discussing these matters with Chen Qingxuan and the others? Are you out of your mind? After being scolded, Zhao Ruilong hung his head, not daring to utter a word. At home, he feared no one, not even the old man, but this second uncle was the one exception. Zhao Ruilong couldn't explain why, but ever since childhood, he'd harbored a deep-seated fear of this second uncle. Whenever Zhao Guoqiang glared at him, he'd instantly crumble like a scared little kid. Now that he'd caused all this trouble, he'd have to rely on Zhao Guoqiang to clean up the mess. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. You're not a kid anymore. There are things you should understand by now. Don't think your father can shield you forever. If you dare do this again, I'll have you locked up. Got it? A cold sweat ran down Zhao Ruilong's back. He swallowed hard and nodded repeatedly. Second uncle, I won't dare again. I won't dare. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head and sighed softly. Lu Xinjian, come here. After getting kicked around, Lu Xinjian was as docile as could be. Wiping sweat and grime from his forehead, he stood trembling beside them. Commander, what is it? Zhao Guoqiang paused to consider. I heard your power department recently procured a new batch of electrical equipment, right? Why choose Japanese-made equipment instead of what we produce right here in our own Jingshan Industrial Park? Lu Xinjian felt awkward. This wasn't something he could decide on his own. But now that the commander had asked, he had to give an explanation. Chapter 18, Price Gouging. Truthfully, Lu Xinjian wasn't to blame for this matter, as he wasn't part of the decision-making circle. The reason for buying the Japanese-made equipment was that while their power input was low, their output power was high. The equipment at Jingshan Industrial Park, however, had high output power and consequently high energy consumption. Zhao Guoqiang burst out laughing at this nonsense. Bull! It's obvious your boss is trying to curry favor with the Zhong family and deliberately sabotaging me. Lu Xinjian was nearly scared to death, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Truthfully, Zhao Guoqiang had long known their leaders were playing political games. Given that, it was only natural for him to vent his frustration. Lu Xinjian, isn't the company you're partnering with Tokugawa Corporation? Lu Xinjian nodded. That's correct. Zhao Ruilong's fiery temper flared up again. Uncle, I know the president's son. Need me to take care of him? I can dislocate his arms and legs if you want. Zhao Guoqiang nearly choked on his anger. How could he have such an idiotic nephew? Get out! Get out of here! Zhao Ruilong, scolded into silence, stood obediently by. Zhao Guoqiang only needed to confirm the cooperating entity. This Tokugawa Corporation seemed to take pleasure in opposing him. Zhao Guoqiang stood up, looking at Lu Xinjian. We're about the same age, but your personal resume isn't weak either. Your leadership has issues, which is why their work methods always fall short. Lu Xinjian was utterly thrilled. Wasn't this an invitation for him to step up? He never imagined he'd one day earn Zhao Guoqiang's personal favor. Rest assured, I'll work diligently. Zhao Guoqiang had already exited with Wang Hao and the short man. Wang Hao lowered his voice. Sir, should we make a move to investigate Tokugawa Corporation's operations here? Zhao Guoqiang felt it was completely unnecessary to bother with such small fry. Why waste his energy? Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Have Tokugawa Munetsuna, the head of Tokugawa Corporation, come see me. Just as Zhao Guoqiang finished speaking and turned to leave, Gao Shaoqin emerged from around the corner, clearly having had a few too many drinks. Sir, how did you become two people? Gao Shaoqin felt dizzy and collapsed into Zhao Guoqiang's arms. Wang Hao tried to help, but the short man stopped him, shaking his head gently to signal him not to move. Zhao Guoqiang scooped Gao Shaoqin up and carried her to the second-floor lounge. But Gao Shaoqin seized the moment, clinging tightly to Zhao Guoqiang. My head is spinning. Please don't leave, okay? I've liked you for so long. Can you give me some kind of response? Don't let me down. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly, sensing Gao Shaoqin was overstepping. He adjusted his clothes, preparing to leave. Gao Shaoqin suddenly scrambled to her feet, feigning a fall to the floor with a pitiful expression. Go ahead then. If you don't like me, just leave me like this. Zhao Guoqiang said nothing and actually walked out. Gao Shaoqin angrily flung her high heels across the room, but then sighed. All these years, she'd longed to break through the barrier with Zhao Guoqiang. Yet she could never seem to catch his eye. Wiping away her tears, Gao Shaoqin gazed out the window with a look of hurt. All she wanted was a response. Why wouldn't this man give her one? Just then, Zhao Ruilong pushed open the door and entered. Oh my, why are you crying now? Gao Shaoqin felt a deep loathing for him. Get lost. What are you doing here? Your uncle just sent me back. He didn't do anything. What kind of rotten idea did you come up with? Zhao Ruilong looked utterly bewildered because that rotten idea was exactly what he'd suggested, having Gao Shaoqin pretend to be drunk. Didn't my uncle touch you? Oh no, could my uncle be uninterested in women? Gao Shaoqin's eyes widened, but Zhao Ruilong just laughed. He'd only been joking. For a split second, Gao Shaoqin felt murderous rage surge through her. What a complete jerk. How dare he joke about my uncle like that? She raised her hand and slapped Zhao Ruilong across the face. Zhao Ruilong was flabbergasted. Why was everyone slapping him around tonight? Gao Shaoqin brushed the dust off her skirt, stood up, and ran over to take a big gulp of water from a nearby cup. You'd better behave yourself lately. The commander's in a bad mood. Don't cause any trouble. Zhao Ruilong nodded. Gao Shaoqin stood by the windowsill, watching Zhao Guoqiang and the others get into the car. The moment he got in, Zhao Guoqiang fixed the short guy with a fierce, hawk-like glare. Lu Chao, how long have you been following me? Lu Chao froze. Sir, what have I done wrong? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. You might fool others, but you can't fool me. I'm asking you just now, when Wang Hao tried to help Gao Shaoqin up, why did you stop him? 5 hours ago, 500,000 yuan appeared in your wife's account. How do you explain that? Lu Chao immediately grew anxious. Sir, it was your nephew who told us not to get involved. Zhao Guoqiang's heart sank disappointment in Lu Chao. It was only 500,000 yuan, yet Lu Chao betrayed him. How weak-willed. How could he pass any test? Zhao Guoqiang stared at him coldly. Pack your things and leave this place. Your place is in the military, not in Jingzhou. The moment he heard he was being dismissed, Lu Chao panicked completely. Commander, please don't make me leave. I'll definitely be more careful next time. I promise not to cause you any trouble. Unfortunately, Wang Hao already had his finger on the safety button. Should Lu Chao make any further moves, he would press it immediately. At that moment, the seat would electrify, temporarily immobilizing Lu Chao. Dejected, Lu Chao stepped out of the vehicle but still saluted Zhao Guoqiang inside. He'd been grateful for Zhao Guoqiang's mentorship all this time. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head and motioned for Wang Hao to drive off. The car had already driven away, its taillights disappearing from view, yet Lu Chao was still sobbing. Zhao Guoqiang returned to the Jingshan Industrial Park and made a point of going to the special reception room. Tokugawa Munetaka, the representative of Tokugawa Corporation, had been waiting there for half a day. Upon seeing Zhao Guoqiang enter, Tokugawa Sofu immediately stood up. Chairman Zhao. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, declined to shake hands, and sat down directly. Tokugawa Sofu's heart sank, and the smile on his face became unnatural. Zhao Guoqiang paused briefly before speaking. Mr. Tokugawa, I hear you've recently secured a partnership with the power sector? Tokugawa Sofu nodded. Indeed. I'm impressed by how well informed you are. We sold them a batch of new power reserve facilities at the lowest possible price. Tokugawa Sofu had long heard of Zhao Guoqiang's iron-fisted methods. So he chose his words carefully, speaking with extreme caution. But he was mistaken. Zhao Guoqiang had no intention of inquiring about the price, he couldn't care less about it. Chapter 19, just wanted to mess with you, that's all. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's expression unchanged, Tokugawa Sofu grew anxious. If he angered this formidable figure, Tokugawa Corporation might not even survive here. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. Mr. Tokugawa, there's no need to be so tense. My concern isn't the price, but how you obtained it. Tokugawa Muntain broke out in a cold sweat, for Zhao Guoqiang had touched upon his company's most closely guarded secret. Put simply, the reason Tokugawa Corporation consistently secured the bids was because he had an exceptionally capable ace up his sleeve. And that person was none other than the top sales champion, Tang Lily. Moreover, Tang Lily was related to the deputy general manager of the power company, making winning bids a piece of cake. Of course, Zhao Guoqiang intended to use equipment to establish his dominance. Once everyone adopted Jingshan-made equipment, he could sanction anyone who refused to comply at any time. But now, Tokugawa Corporation had snatched the bid through connections. This would make others think he was easy to provoke. Therefore, Zhao Guoqiang intended to deal with him. Dechuan Zongpu's cold sweat poured even more profusely. Chairman Zhao, our actions were purely business, no other issues involved. Please don't be angry. Every company's products have their own strengths. Zhao Guoqiang was enraged by this remark. It clearly implied he was being petty. The products are fine, but the damn Japanese ones just can't be sold here. Zhao Guoqiang turned to look at Tokugawa Munenori. Wang Hao, how much did our equipment cost again? Wang Hao rattled off the figures like they were his own. Commander, we have 7 models in total. The one competing with Tokugawa Corporation is the one with the model code P70. Our price is 4.73 million yuan, while Tokugawa's quoted price is 5.09 million yuan. After discounts, there's drops to just 3.95 million yuan. Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly. Isn't this just predatory pricing? Set the price high, get into the domestic market first, and guarantee it won't threaten the position of other products. In reality, the discounted price is the true cost. By then, it'll be too late to ban their sales. It seemed the Japanese were well versed in domestic competitive tactics. Zhao Guoqiang made his decision. Mr. Tokugawa, I intend to sell this electrical equipment at cost price. What do you think? Zhao Guoqiang's cheerful demeanor made Tokugawa Munetaka suspect he was joking. Selling at cost price? How could that be possible? So Tokugawa Sofu responded with the following words. That would be a huge boon for the market. Of course it's feasible. Zhao Guoqiang immediately dropped his playful demeanor and issued an order. All P70 products would be sold at cost price just 1.8 million yuan, including taxes. Hearing this, Tokugawa Muntain was dumbfounded. Was he just messing around? Why was he getting so serious? Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of his tea. Just messing with you. That's all. Tokugawa Soho slapped his knees so hard he wrinkled his pants. If Zhao Guoqiang's plan to sell the P70 at cost price really went through, it would spell trouble for everyone. And his own company already offered the lowest market price. Any decent buyer would choose the P70. Tokugawa Sofu was utterly panicked. In your country's terms, this is smashing my bread and butter. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Exactly. I'm taking away your livelihood. How do you feel about that, sir? Tokugawa Muntain shook his head, his eyes blazing with fury, yet he was powerless to do anything. At that moment, Wang Hao delivered the final blow. If you're so capable, why don't you lower your prices? Just like your representative said earlier, it's good for the market. Tokugawa Muntain had already taken his heart medicine. Continuing this conversation felt like it would kill him with frustration. Enough talk. He'd return to the company immediately and call an all-staff meeting. His first order? Fire sales champion Tang Lily? Then terminate the partnership with Jingzhou Power Group. Better to pay the 5% penalty than sell them any equipment. This night was destined to be one of turmoil. Tokugawa Corporation was already too late, for they had incurred Zhao Guoqiang's displeasure. Bids nationwide were rejected en masse, and previously suppressed negative news resurfaced. Overnight, Tokugawa Corporation became the target of public outrage. Tokugawa Sofu was hospitalized due to the stress. Upon hearing the news, top salesperson Tang Lily immediately sought out her uncle, Fan Kehua, who worked at Jingzhou Electric Power Group. Uncle, what's really going on here? Fan Kehua pushed his glasses up, already keenly aware of the situation. Tokugawa Zongpu had mentioned going to the Jingshan Industrial Park that evening, but his actions upon returning clearly indicated pressure from the powerful figure behind the park. And the fact that Tang Lily, the top salesperson, was being fired meant that the Tokugawa representative was clearly trying to curry favor. Fan Kehua was one of those advocating for the procurement of foreign-made products and equipment. Lu Xinjian, however, stood directly opposite him. Fan Kehua shook his head. This time, even uncle won't be able to help you. The sky is about to change. Tang Lily grew even more panicked. If even her uncle was helpless, what could she possibly do? Fan Kehua was powerless too, for he himself might not survive. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, Jingzhou Power Group issued a new announcement. Tokugawa Corporation was suspected of bid rigging, and the next in line winner was Jingshan Group. With this, Fan Kehua finally understood that in the eyes of others, he was nothing more than a small-time crook. Without even needing to take direct action, Fan Kehua would pay the price for this affair. That was the gap. Tang Lily emerged from her uncle's house in a daze. She'd been fired for no apparent reason, all because she'd been the top salesperson. To her surprise, Lu Xinjian was waiting at the door. Let me point you in the right direction, gorgeous. Tang Lily froze, surprised he'd show up now. Lu Xinjian's eyes gleamed with greed. Tang Lily wore a new Chanel leather skirt, her appearance and speech exuding upper-class refinement. Especially her ample bosom, which seemed ready to burst forth, driving men wild. This woman was clearly a natural-born beauty, a goddess born with a sword. Tang Lily studied Lu Xinjian. What do you want? Lu Xinjian pulled out a job offer and handed it to her. Come work here. We're old classmates, after all. Tang Lily casually pushed the letter back. Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. Lu Xinjian looked at her in disbelief. Look closely, this is an offer from Jingshan Group. Didn't you join Tokugawa Corporation precisely because you couldn't get in here? The opportunity was right there, why didn't you seize it? Tang Lily hesitated, but Lu Xinjian had already grabbed her leg, his hands creeping upward. A wave of intense shame made Tang Lily want to slap him. But she couldn't do that, she couldn't afford to provoke Lu Xinjian. Chapter 20, The Beginning of the Nightmare. After a long while, Lu Xinjian finally felt satisfied and began adjusting his clothes. The female classmate who had once looked down on him the most was now groveling before him like a dog. Wasn't that a kind of pleasure? Tang Lily felt utterly broken. She had sold her soul for a job offer. Lu Xinjian merely smiled. I'll be at your beck and call, this stays between us. No one else can get you a job at Jingshan Group. I'll drive you home. Tang Lily dragged her weary body home, washing away her collapse with water. Early the next morning, Tang Lily changed into fresh clothes and hurried to report for duty. But Tang Lily's nightmare was only just beginning. Awaiting her were a pack of scheming, smiling wolves. Wang Hao relayed the news to Zhao Guoqiang. Commander, that woman has already started work. That bastard Lu Xinjian, what a piece of work, went and took advantage of her. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Tang Lily has messed up our plans more than once. The reason Tokugawa Corporation has become so influential here is entirely because of this woman. Don't make it too ugly. Just trip her up a few times. Wang Hao nodded. Those few stumbles sounded like an understatement, but they could easily be fatal to Tang Lily. Zhao Guoqiang had another crucial task today, negotiating a deal with foreign investors. But this deal was proving difficult. The Japanese were the counterpart, and due to technological embargoes, they could no longer produce new rapid-fire individual artillery pieces. Zhao Guoqiang had been the first to propose the technology embargo. The Japanese had attempted reverse engineering, only to see their 200 billion investment go down the drain. Ironically, the one who pocketed those 200 billion yuan was the former head of Zhao Guoqiang's technical team. This guy is a hero. This story teaches us that reverse engineering isn't something just anyone can pull off. Today, the Japanese will undoubtedly secure the rapid-fire cannon contract. Zhao Guoqiang didn't want to sell it to them, but after all, American forces are stationed on Japanese soil. So Zhao Guoqiang's real plan was to strengthen the Japanese and provoke a war between them and America. Truthfully, both sides had long been locked in a tense standoff, though they'd never actually reached the point of war. The waiting trigger was the rapid-fire cannon and the air-to-air missile codenamed Li Guang, which Jingshan Group had just confirmed for external sales. Once these two weapons were sold to the Japanese, the Americans would inevitably fire the first shot. The Li Guang air-to-air missile had already pushed missile technology to its limits, achieving a speed of Mach 65. This meant that before America's counter-missiles could react, the Li Guang missiles would already be raining down everywhere. Moreover, the Li Guang employed unpredictable super-ballistic trajectories and multiple launch systems. Thus, the Japanese could easily trade their capital city for America's in a one-for-one exchange. Zhao Guoqiang and Wang Hao had already headed to the negotiation venue, the Jingzhou Hotel. Upon their arrival, Japanese representative Tang Doli Ichiro promptly stood up. Chairman Zhao, good day. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Doli Ichiro sat down and began detailed discussions regarding the export order for the Li Guang air-to-air missile. However, Zhao Guoqiang believed the timing wasn't right, discussing it now would be pointless. Yet Fujito Rikichiro was determined to secure this order at all costs. His ambitions had outgrown the single-soldier rapid-fire cannon. Chairman Zhao, I understand your production capacity has reached its peak. And if your inventory gets too high, someone will inevitably use that against you. So why not do us a favor and sell it to us? Zhao Guoqiang had to admit, this Japanese guy had done his homework thoroughly. But he was seriously underestimating me. Just knowing all this doesn't mean I'll cooperate with them. After some consideration, Zhao Guoqiang stated his position. If you wish to purchase our air-to-air missiles, you must at least show some commitment. With your current cozy relationship with your American godfather, how can I possibly trust you with this sale? Tang Doli Ichiro immediately understood. Zhao Guoqiang was essentially demanding he sever ties with his American godfather. Though challenging, he was willing to try. Rest assured, our cooperation with America will end sooner or later. We now willingly accept your nation's leadership. Past unpleasantnesses will absolutely not recur. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. He knew the little Japanese guy wasn't lying, but he wasn't exactly eager to be led by them. It seemed the little devils would stop at nothing to obtain weapons. But if he sold out so easily, America would surely come knocking later. Sure enough, before he could finish speaking, Wang Hao received word from the American representatives. They intended to ask Zhao Guoqiang to do them a favor and host a dinner. Recalling the American representative's slender figure and exquisite features, golden hair and blue eyes, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but rub his hands together. My apologies, I must excuse myself. This was Zhao Guoqiang's tactic to make the little devils nervous. The secretary beside Tang Doriaichiro, seeing Zhao Guoqiang completely ignore him and turn to leave, instantly grew furious. Who did he think he was? Tang Doriaichiro shook his head. Zhao Guoqiang just wouldn't take the bait. There was nothing we could do. Miss Ando Qingning, we'll need your help with this matter. Tall and slender, Ando Qingning immediately stood up. She turned and stepped out to wait for Zhao Guoqiang. Once they met face to face, he'd have no reason not to be captivated by her beauty. At least that's what the little Japanese guy believed. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had already met with Ivanka, the representative from America. Chairman Zhao, I'm terribly sorry to have to pull you away during such a busy time. We heard you've been discussing some new projects with the little Japanese guy, is that right? Zhao Guoliang nodded. Your sources are remarkably well informed. Ivanka pondered for a moment. Our stance is that you may sell weapons, but we hope you'll pay a bit more attention to the delivery schedule. Zhao Guoqiang almost burst out laughing. He could sell if he wanted to, or not sell if he didn't. What did America think it was? How dare the grandson lecture the old man? If it weren't for Ivanka's beauty, would Zhao Guoqiang have even bothered to come? Yet Ivanka actually considered this a concession, and a significant one at that. Zhao Guoqiang stated his position clearly. Our sales process is entirely legal, there's nothing illegal about it. When America guarantees that our Jingshan Group's ships won't be affected by pirates, that's when we can reach a cooperation agreement. Ivanka hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to think pirates were America's doing, and hastily explained. Chapter 21, Unnecessary Explanations. Chairman Zhao, this matter truly has nothing to do with America. The rampant piracy stems entirely from environmental factors, it is not instigated by us. Zhao Guoqiang said indifferently. If they were real pirates, we wouldn't fear them. But these fake pirates are like clingy dog stickers, truly disgusting. Ivanka could only play her trump card. Chairman Zhao, if you insist on selling weapons to the Japanese, don't blame us when America likely imposes sanctions on you. Surely your company doesn't want to end up on a sanctions list? Zhao Guoqiang had intended to walk away, refusing to stoop to this woman's level. But if that's the case, Zhao Guoqiang was about to lose his temper. Go ahead and sanction me. Hurry up and do it. The tougher your sanctions, the better my weapons sell. Frankly, I'd welcome being on that sanctions list. Do you have the guts? Your country's bullets are all produced in Jingshan. Over the years, Zhao Guoqiang had gradually monopolized the bullet market. Back when Bokkuridu, the major American ammunition manufacturer, privately challenged Zhao Guoqiang. But what happened in the end? Bokkuridu not only lost his business but ended up at the mercy of foreign powers. Since then, no one has dared challenge Zhao Guoqiang's bullet business. You Americans fire 8,000 rounds per soldier annually. You always claim it's because my bullets are cheap that you do business with me, but the truth is you discovered my bullets are advanced, they extend the lifespan of your weapons, enhance accuracy, and deliver devastating power. Ivanka, we've known each other for years. There's no need to play these childish games. Ivanka felt a sense of helplessness. If Zhao Guoqiang truly cut off the bullet supply, America could very well face a coordinated attack from its enemies at any moment. What's more, Zhao Guoqiang still harbored resentment over last month's 600 million yuan bullet shipment. This was definitely not the work of pirates. Zhao Guoqiang stood up. Excuse me. Seeing him leave, Ivanka panicked instantly. Don't go. I'll agree to whatever you want, okay? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. What the hell are you promising me? If Ivanka returned like this, she'd have no explanation. Her boss wouldn't let her off, and neither would anyone else. Suddenly, Ivanka gently lifted her skirt. Zhao Guoqiang's expression instantly turned grim. Get out. Bringing this quid pro quo business here, is this how you test officials? Starting today, block Ivanka. Zhao Guoqiang turned and stormed out. Ivanka sat helplessly on the sofa, tears streaming down her face. The Japanese ghost woman Ando Miharu, who had been lingering outside, glanced inside and found Ivanka's beauty breathtakingly stunning. If Zhao Guoqiang wasn't moved by such a stunning woman, what was she worth? Ando Miharu turned and fled. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold smile. At least she had some self-awareness. After stepping outside, Zhao Guoqiang instructed Wang how to drive. In any case, maintaining this delicate balance among the three parties was paramount. Wang Hao proceeded with extreme caution. Commander, those Japanese devils show up every few days. It's incredibly disruptive. Can't we take a firm stance? Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes, conserving his energy. No. We must maintain this stance, allowing the rift between America and the Japanese devils to deepen. Sooner or later, they'll erupt into full-scale war. And the fuse to ignite that war was firmly in Zhao Guoqiang's grasp. Whenever he chose, this war could erupt at any moment. Wang Hao felt genuine admiration and respect. This was how a man should be effortlessly manipulating two nations. Yet news of Zhao Guoqiang's meeting with the Japanese had somehow leaked out. Li Dekong was the first to learn of it, as his niece worked in the news department. This is terrible. Who leaked this? Director Qi? Should you check the news? Qi Tongwei was reading the newspaper when Li Dekong's call caught him off guard. Hearing about the news, he immediately opened his computer only to find the front page headline already shocking. Jingshan Group chairman meets with Japanese military officials today, arms exports expected to reach new heights. Those words exploded like a bomb. Chi Tongwei felt a sharp pain in his head. He hung up the phone and slammed his fist on the desk in anger. Damn it, this is hitting us right in the face. Chi Tongwei knew full well that if Zhao Guoqiang found out about this, he would absolutely lose his temper. He feared Zhao Guoqiang deeply. After a moment's thought, he decided to have his trusted lieutenant, Wang Zhizhi, call Wang Hao. Boss, what should I say? Wang Zhizhi asked with a puzzled look, her gold-rimmed glasses adding an air of sophistication, though her loose work uniform couldn't quite conceal her ample curves. Chi Tongwei considered for a moment. Just tell Secretary Wang that the situation might be getting out of hand. Have him give the commander a heads up in advance. Wang Zhizhi nodded. Though Wang Hao was extremely busy, he also valued his personal life. Through Liang Lu's introduction and Wang Zhizhi's efforts, they had become boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, Wang Hao could now be considered Chi Tongwei's ally. After hearing Wang Zhizhi's words, Wang Hao glanced at Zhao Guoqiang, who had already entered the office. He turned and headed for the restroom. What a bunch of idiots. With something like this happening, you don't try to contain it? How dare you call me? Tell Chi Tongwei about this. I can't help him probe you. Have him trace it back immediately and find out who leaked it first. After hanging up, Wang Zhizhi repeated Wang Hao's words. Chi Tongwei scratched his head, feeling stumped. What should we do? Alright, give Chengdu a call and ask him to help sort this out. Wang Zhizhi nodded and immediately contacted Chengdu. 3 bumps had already formed on his shoulder. Chengdu was just one step away from promotion. He had always intended to befriend Zhao Guoqiang, this formidable figure. Too bad he wasn't worthy. But now that Chi Tongwei had reached out to him, it meant he still had a chance to climb up. No problem. Leave this to me. After hanging up, Chengdu smiled faintly. Such a minor matter, does it really require my personal involvement? Chengdu picked up another phone from the drawer and dialed a number belonging to someone named Xiao Chuang. That evening, a group of young people were eating at a street food stall, buzzing with excitement over the fortune the internet had brought them. One of the girls sipped her beer. Got it this time? We need explosive news like this. I checked, Zhao Guoqiang has almost zero negative coverage. As long as we make him our hot topic, it won't be long before our video views double and we become big internet celebrities. Then we'll strike it rich. Chapter 22, The Dream of Getting Rich. The young people raised their bottles and clinked them together. But before they could take a sip, they saw a group of men in black suits closing in. Leading them was a greasy-haired man in an orange shirt. What's the deal? Daring to grill barbecue near my place? Who's the boss here? Let me introduce myself. I'm Su Jiang, owner of Buckingham. I hear you're eager to strike it rich, huh? Su Jiang waved his hand, signaling his men to open the leather suitcase, which was filled with cash. Take whatever you want from this, he said. But I have one question, who leaked that negative news story about Chairman Zhao Guoqiang? Su Jiang's wolf in sheep's clothing demeanor silenced the young people. Even the girl who had been chatting most animatedly earlier fell quiet. Su Jiang was thoroughly pissed off. Damn it! I'm talking to you nicely, and you don't give a damn about me, huh? Take them away. The 5 young people were dragged straight into the car and driven by Su Jiang to a remote spot under a bridge. Su Jiang stroked his beard. I'll say this one last time. If you lot don't give me face, there are 5 holes here. Pick one yourselves and jump in. Hey, young lady, you're so pretty. Tell me, will you? This was the very person who had suggested using Zhao Guoqiang as leverage. The girl felt her waist go limp, a warm flow trickling between her legs. Su Jiang was stunned. Could someone really pee themselves out of fear? He was such a refined gentleman, how could he possibly wet himself? Damn it, I always try to be a good person, but you guys keep pushing me to be the bad guy. I'll say this one last time, who did this? The 4 young men realized they'd stirred up trouble. They took a step back, distancing themselves from the girl while simultaneously pointing fingers at her. Su Jiang cracked his neck. What now? They all think you did it. The girl knelt on the ground. Su Jiang beckoned for someone to bring his phone over, then pointed at the message displayed on the screen. Your name is Fong Ruoro, right? Your dad raises fish, your mom sells vegetables. Correct? Fong Ruoro felt her breath quicken. Clutching her chest, she collapsed unconscious. Su Jiang had finished his business. He pulled out his phone and called Chao Chuang. It's done. I told you I'd handle it. The kid confessed. You guys figure out what to do with her now. Fong Ruoro was subsequently thrown into jail because she hadn't truthfully stated the facts. What was actually a meeting between Zhao Guoqiang and high-ranking Japanese officials to discuss arms sales had been twisted by Fong Ruoro's few words into Zhao Guoqiang collaborating with the enemy. The news was quickly taken down, and the online storm blew over. With the matter resolved, Chi Tongwei finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Guoqiang found out about this, he'd be furious. Just as he was rubbing his eyes, Lu Xinjian rushed in. Director Qi, you know about that batch of equipment I purchased earlier? It's been destroyed. Qi Tongwei looked utterly incredulous. What nonsense are you talking about in broad daylight? That equipment was stored at the power company, wasn't it? Who destroyed it? Lu Xinjian was equally puzzled, but the shipment had indeed been damaged and it belonged to Jingshan Group. The crucial thing is that the surveillance was tampered with too, and the evidence on the ground was cleaned up thoroughly. Qi Tongwei understood someone deliberately didn't want this shipment to go through smoothly. He suggested a plan to Lu Xinjian. I'm about to head into a meeting. Go see Li.com now, he'll definitely have some advice for you. Lu Xinjian scratched his face. So Qi Tongwei was out of the picture too. No choice, he had to rush straight to Li.com. But Li.com had just gotten rid of that pest Zhao Ruilong. Why was Lu Xinjian showing up now? Zhao Ruilong noticed this too. What brings you here? Lu Xinjian stammered and couldn't explain clearly. Zhao Ruilong sensed something was off, but he had more pressing matters to attend to and couldn't be bothered. Zhao Ruilong was still holding a notebook. After getting into the car, he tossed it straight to Gao Shaoqin in the back seat. Take a look. Everything you want to know is in this notebook. Gao Shaoqin hesitated, but eventually opened it, her teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered. That. Zhao Ruilong wiped his brow with a tissue. Just so you know, I got this from Li.com. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. This girl's in medical school. Her brother sells fish. Zhao Ruilong finished speaking and glanced sideways. Gao Shaoqin was beyond furious. Thanks a lot, Mr. Zhao. Gao Shaoqin immediately made a call. 5 black stretch Mercedes pulled up outside Jingzhou Medical College. Seated in the back, she gave her bodyguards a few instructions before settling in to conserve her energy. Each bodyguard carried a briefcase containing 1 million yuan in cash. 30 bodyguards received 30 million yuan. Leading the group was Gao Shaoqin's cousin, Gao Yuan. He strode straight into the library, smiled at the girl reading, and said, I know who you are. You don't need to know who I am. Just don't go looking for your Zhao brother anymore, and all this money is yours. Gao Yuan was confident he could handle this girl. He continued puffing on his cigar. The librarian approached immediately. This is a library. Please put out your cigar. Also, you just damaged the entrance facilities. Gao Yuan waved his hand, snatched 100,000 yuan from his bodyguard's grasp, and slammed it hard against the librarian's head. Enough? You fat-eared lady. Realizing these people were trouble, the librarian scrambled to his feet and fled. Gao Yuan scanned the room. Put your phones away. Anyone who dares take a picture will pay with their life. Young lady, you're just an ordinary person. Don't even think about climbing the social ladder with your body. Got it? Brother, I'm telling you, take the 30 million and live the life you want. Okay? Though terrified, all the girl could think of was Brother Zhao's help and encouragement. Brother Zhao was an inseparable part of her life. Anyone who tried to force her away would have to step over her dead body. Gao Yuan was genuinely stunned. Could someone really resist 30 million? While Gao Yuan was handling things, Gao Shaoqin couldn't wait any longer. Furious, she stormed in, grabbed a pile of cash, and threw it at the girl. Gao Qilan, what kind of person do you think you are? You little. If I ever catch you seeing him again, I'll skin your entire family alive. Gao Shaoqin wasn't joking, she had the means to make good on her threats. But Gao Qilan wasn't easily intimidated. She stood up and asserted her authority. You're upset, huh? Zhao brother ignoring you is unbearable, isn't it? It's only natural a woman like you can't win Brother Zhao's affection. Gao Shaoqin was so enraged by this remark she could have killed someone. Just then, her phone rang. Chapter 23, My brother selling fish is just fine. The moment the phone rang, Gao Shaoqin panicked, fearing it might be Zhao Guoqiang calling. After pressing to answer, it was indeed Zhao Guoqiang's voice. You have 1 minute to repair the damaged facilities. Then get out. You're not allowed to cause trouble at this school anymore. His voice was calm, yet it carried a menacing edge. Cold sweat poured down Gao Shaoqin's back as she realized her mistake. She waved her hand, signaling Gao Yuan and the others to quickly apologize to everyone and leave immediately. Only after everyone had left did Gao Qilan's best friend dare to approach. Lan, who were those people? They were so aggressive. Gao Qilan wiped away her tears, gathered her things, and returned to her residence, where she wept bitterly. Her ordinary background wasn't her fault. Amidst the mountains, he alone shone brightly. But affection is a disease, love so deep it cuts to the bone, impossible to let go. Just as she wept, the door suddenly swung open. Someone walked in, muttering to themselves. These are the little cakes our little girl loves most, and spicy dried fish too. If you don't eat them, I'll have them all myself. Gao Qilan wiped her tears and ate a couple of dried fish bites. Zhao Guoqiang looked nothing like his former self. He'd swapped his dress shirt for casual wear, ditched his gold-rimmed glasses, and now sported a youthful, handsome look. Paired with that sun-kissed face, he was absolutely stunning. Especially that smile with her eyebrows lowered, it almost looked like she was greeting someone. Stop crying, okay? I had no idea that Crazy would come looking for you. Watching Zhao Guoqiang grow taller, I gently pressed my face against his chest, feeling his heartbeat. Out of nowhere, I'm practically making headlines. Zhao Guoqiang was furious too, his sunny aura instantly overshadowed by a murderous glare. Gao Shaoqin, you're asking for trouble. Zhao Guoqiang's woman was well protected, how could anyone find out? Seems I need to consider assigning more bodyguards to Gao Qilan. At this thought, Zhao Guoqiang still managed to smile. Hurry up and eat your cake. Today is your 21st birthday. Happy birthday. Gao Qilan was genuinely happy. Zhao Guoqiang had specially bought her a house, though he himself wouldn't be living there. At least Gao Qilan saved on accommodation costs. As she ate the cake, Gao Qilan tied her hair up and that mature, sophisticated vibe returned. I don't want you to buy me anything. The best gift is you. Zhao Guoqiang's eyes widened. He tried to push her away, but Gao Qilan had already wrapped herself around him. What exactly do you do for a living? You're always so busy. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. I'm a rich kid trying to prove myself. Gao Qilan nearly burst out laughing. A popular saying online lately was, we don't fear rich kids squandering their fortunes, we fear rich kids trying to prove themselves. Zhao Guoqiang found the remark amusing. Young people these days sure know how to have fun. Gao Qilan looked puzzled. Aren't you young too? Zhao Guoqiang silently cursed his own stupidity. Why couldn't he shake off that bureaucratic tone? Gazing at the delicate beauty before him, Zhao Guoqiang instantly felt his mind wander. He resolved to take the initiative, determined to conquer his opponent. One deep conversation after another was starting to numb Gao Qilan. After a while, the two went out to eat. The hot pot restaurant was packed today, but Gao Qilan was set on having this particular hot pot. Hold on a moment, I'll find us a table. Zhao Guoqiang walked over to the front desk to request a table. There were clearly 2 empty tables inside, why weren't they being used? The front desk staff smiled and explained. Those tables are reserved. Zhao Guoqiang scratched his face. I live nearby. Could you pack us a meal to take home? The front desk replied casually. Get in line. Zhao Guoqiang felt like snapping, but today was Gao Qilan's birthday, he didn't want to spoil anyone's mood. He figured waiting another 15 minutes wouldn't be too bad. While Zhao Guoqiang waited, those who arrived after him had already eaten. Even when empty tables became available, they weren't seated. With no other choice, he tried his best to get Gao Qilan's attention. After enduring 2 hours to finish the hot pot meal, Zhao Guoqiang drove Gao Qilan home. Why don't you come up with me? I'll be graduating soon too. When that happens, we can get married, okay? Wouldn't it be nice to get to know each other better beforehand? Zhao Guoqiang desperately wanted to go up too, but he could only take a few hours off each month, there simply wasn't enough time. Gao Qilan climbed the stairs, clutching her birthday gift, glancing back every few steps. Once certain she wouldn't turn around, Zhao Guoqiang immediately went to the backseat and changed out of his trendy clothes. He resumed his previous composed and mature appearance. He pulled out his phone. Wang Hao, I think these recent hot pot restaurants are really affecting the environment, don't you? The moment those words were spoken, every hot pot restaurant in Jingzhou shut down immediately that very night. No one knew what had happened. But from then on, anyone wanting to open a hot pot restaurant had to go through layers of approvals. And that front desk clerk would never know how much trouble her careless attitude had caused that day. Zhao Guoqiang drove this car, priced just over 100,000 yuan, into another residential complex. He transferred to another bulletproof, extended-length limousine. What was Zhao Ruilong up to? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's question, Wang Hao felt an ominous foreboding rise within him. Young Master Zhao should be drinking right about now. Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Wang Hao immediately started the car and headed straight for the nightclub Zhao Ruilong owned. Zhao Ruilong was partying with a crowd of men and women. Beside him, Su Jiang, introduced by Li Dakon's secretary, had been holding his wineglass so long his arm ached. But Zhao Ruilong remained engrossed in his own company, as if he hadn't noticed Su Jiang at all. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Guoqiang in his administrative jacket. Who the hell are you? The nearest small-time thug stood up. You've got the wrong place, asshole. Get the hell out. Hanging with tough guys sure makes you bold. Before the punk could finish his sentence, Zhao Ruilong had already closed in and pummeled him mercilessly. After the beating, Zhao Ruilong bowed respectfully. Uncle, what brings you here? Looking at this nephew who looked older than himself, Zhao Guoqiang felt his teeth itch with rage. Music and lights cut instantly. Everyone snapped to attention. If even Zhao Ruilong stood at attention, who dared disobey? Zhao Guoqiang scanned the crowd and spotted Su Jiang hiding beside Zhao Ruilong. You're Su, right? Su Jiang was nearly beside himself with excitement. He'd spent a fortune trying to get close to Zhao Ruilong, and now his efforts had finally paid off. Sir, call me Xiao Jiang. Zhao Ruilong was displeased and snapped at him. Chapter 24, The Academician of America. The implication was clear, this is my own uncle, what are you so cocky about? Su Jiang fell silent under the rebuke, but Zhao Guoqiang smiled. You have a son named Su Lei, right? Su Jiang looked utterly stunned. Even the leadership knew about his good-for-nothing son. That kid's a good-for-nothing. I never thought you'd still remember him. Su Jiang immediately poured a glass of wine and offered one to Xian'er in front of everyone. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, finding Su Jiang rather amusing. Tell your son this, his fate fears water and fish, especially those new energy fishing rods. Keep him far away from that contraption. Su Jiang treated it like an imperial decree, repeating it over and over. Zhao Guoqiang decided they were useless and dismissed them all. Zhao Ruilong tried to slip away with the others, knowing that clearing the room usually meant his uncle was about to lose his temper and he might get beaten to a pulp. But Wang Hao stepped in to block him. Young Master Zhao, where are you going? Zhao Ruilong was so furious his fingers curled like orchid petals. This Wang Hao, he'd never treated him badly before, so why was he stabbing him in the back at this critical moment? Zhao Ruilong seethed with rage, but he dared not curse in front of his own uncle. Take off your glasses. Zhao Guoqiang ordered Wang Hao to close the door, then pulled out a baton from his waist. Did you leak their information to Gao Shaoqin? How could you be so reckless? Zhao Ruilong was pinned to the table, his buttocks pounded mercilessly as he begged desperately. Uncle, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I'll never do it again, I swear I won't. After the beating was nearly finished, Zhao Guoqiang went to the bathroom to wash his face, then sat on the sofa waiting for Gao Shaoqin and Gao Yuan. Now it was time to settle the score. Gao Shaoqin and Gao Yuan knew full well that Zhao Guoqiang summoning them at this hour meant nothing good. But they steeled themselves and came anyway. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Gao Yuan. All these years, you've been pulling no shortage of shady deals, haven't you? Do you have any idea how much damage you've caused today? Do you realize how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Even Zhao Guoqiang lost his temper. Gao Yuan knelt on the ground, knowing he was as good as dead today. But Gao Shaoqin felt wronged and couldn't help but choke back tears. Compared to that little brat, she was both sensible and emotional. Why wouldn't he like her? This was just too unfair. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Gao Shaoqin and knew instantly that this woman hadn't taken it to heart at all. He ordered everyone out and stared coldly at Gao Shaoqin. You've gotten everything you could possibly want. What more do you want? Gao Shaoqin wiped away her tears. I want to stand by your side openly and honestly, not like this, not even able to be your secret lover. Zhao Guoqiang knew Gao Shaoqin's affection for him had become an obsession. But what she did today was simply too outrageous. You're judging everything by your own standards, that's your mistake. I don't want to see anything like this happen again. Otherwise, I'll lose my temper for real. Zhao Guoqiang didn't want to waste words with Gao Shaoqin. Some lessons only needed 1 or 2 warnings. The third time, he'd deliver a harsh blow guaranteed to work. After Zhao Guoqiang left, Zhao Ruilong limped in, rubbing his butt. What did my second uncle say to you? Gao Shaoqin wiped away her tears. It was all your stupid idea. Making me throw money at her to get rid of her. Now I'm a laughingstock. Even 30 million couldn't scare off one girl. Gao Shaoqin would never dare think about this again for the rest of her life. Zhao Ruilong was furious too. When I got the intel from Li Dakong, I warned you, if anything went wrong, don't blame me. Now look, how did it end up being my fault? Just then, Zhao Guoqiang returned to retrieve his glasses. So it was Li Dakong's doing all along. Zhao Ruilong immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang wasn't going to make an example of him, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Uncle, it's Dad's birthday tomorrow. Will you be coming home? Li Dakong, sitting at home, had already learned of everything. He couldn't help but curse himself as a fool. How could he have trusted Zhao Ruilong, that good for nothing? This was bad. If Zhao Guoqiang came looking for trouble, he was as good as dead. Li Dakong sat nervously at home, his head and hands trembling. Just then, Liang Lu arrived. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Li Dakong shook his head quickly, though he found it odd. What was this woman doing here? Before he could ask, he saw Liang Lu already leading Ouyang Jing out the door. Li Dakong knew women together never meant anything good. Strangely enough, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't come after him in the end. Because Zhao Guoqiang now had more important matters to attend to: a meeting with Richard, the renowned American academician. During their meeting, Richard tactfully conveyed his intentions. We wish to send students to study advanced military weaponry theory. I believe your 6th-generation tank, while nearly perfect, may still harbor flaws. These flaws must be addressed by our American scientists. Otherwise, these tanks will never be fully resolved. Was he implying that our nation lacks capable individuals? Zhao Guoqiang remained impassive. A nation incapable of developing even a 4th-generation tank now claims it can fix flaws in a 6th-generation tank? Richard, did I hear that correctly? Look at the Abrams tank, your design. Isn't it just a Leopard 2 tank with a different name? I won't even mention your tank, yet you dare stand here lecturing me about flaws. Just tell me what's the actual firing blind spot on the Abrams now? I dissected a prototype. You claimed 7 to 15 degrees, but I found it's a staggering 22 degrees. Cold sweat broke out on Richard's forehead. He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so blunt. He was undeniably correct. The optimal blind spot for a tank should be 7 to 15 degrees. But who sets the standard? If it were Zhao Guoqiang, it would be 3 to 6 degrees. The larger the firing blind spot angle, the greater the risk of ambush and the higher the tank casualty rate. The Abrams tank's casualty rate reached a staggering 46%. In contrast, the Huatsubing tank's loss rate was a mere 4%. Beyond that, the Huatsubing's firing dead angle was 32 degrees. How dare Richard nitpick others' flaws? Zhao Guoqiang stared at him coldly. Then there are the firing issues and multi-angle coordination problems. Your tanks are absolute junk. How dare you call yourself an academician after designing such garbage? After being berated point blank by Zhao Guoqiang, Richard was on the verge of tears from humiliation. He was, after all, an academician of a nation. Couldn't he have shown a little face in front of so many people? Mechanical issues? Just study them more and they'll be solved, won't they? As for all the fuss. Chapter 25, The Eldest Brother's Birthday. Thrown off by Zhao Guoqiang's disruption, Richard had completely forgotten why he was there. He'd intended to send some graduate students to study weaponry theory, but now it seemed his students wouldn't even pass Zhao Guoqiang's tests. Zhao Guoqiang wasn't being unreasonable. As long as your students can tell the difference between a light-powered tank and a hydrogen-powered tank, they're welcome to study here. Hearing this, Richard thought he must have misheard. What could possibly be difficult about distinguishing between light-powered tanks and hydrogen-powered tanks? Was he serious? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Richard instantly perked up and quickly signaled to his favorite student, Edward. Edward smiled faintly. Chairman Zhao, we don't usually joke about such matters. If I can tell them apart, would you accept me as an international student? Zhao Guoqiang nodded firmly. Edward rubbed his hands excitedly, motioning for someone to bring the images. Yet he found the two tanks barely distinguishable. Moreover, one of the tanks pictured was the latest Huatsubing A model. Zhao Guoqiang calmly sipped his tea. Edward would absolutely never be able to tell the difference between the tanks. The photovoltaic and hydrogen-powered tanks shared nearly identical designs, differing only in their energy storage panels. This was Zhao Guoqiang's groundbreaking design. Both tanks could swap out their storage panels at any time. Finally, Edward pointed to the tank on the left. To his surprise, the display revealed Zhao Guoqiang's previously phased-out Wei-Qing B-type tank. Edward believed Zhao Guoqiang must be pulling his leg. He immediately clicked on another image, only for the Huatsubing B-type tank to appear. Everyone insisted that the correct choice was the Huatsubing A-type tank. Edward felt humiliated. Chairman Zhao, you're bullying us. Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. When did I ever say that the Huatsubing Type A tank was among these two images? Edward's jaw dropped. Alright, this time he'd been completely wronged. Zhao Guoqiang truly hadn't mentioned it. Sitting down in a huff, Edward remained silent. Zhao Guoqiang glanced at them and smiled. Richard, if you still want to send students over, then don't try to pull any backdoor deals. Please go through the proper entrance exams. Otherwise, we won't accept them. Richard was furious. He had finally swallowed his pride to make this request, only to end up with this outcome. But he could do nothing about it. He could only lead his people away quietly. Zhao Guoqiang returned to his office, swiped his card to open the lounge door, and changed into a different outfit. He looked less mature now, with a touch of youthful charm. Wang Hao gave him a thumbs up. Sir, this outfit makes you look younger than I am. Zhao Guoqiang thought the kid had a funny way of speaking. If you can't give a compliment, why force it? Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. After descending the stairs, Zhao Guoqiang drove the Cavalry 1 off-road vehicle produced by Jingshan Group straight back to the Zhao family compound, preparing to celebrate his eldest brother Zhao Lichuan's birthday. The massive chassis and ample power allowed Zhao Guoqiang to cruise effortlessly along the road. A man should be a true man. This is how it should be. Advertisements for the Cavalry 1 played along the roadside. You needn't say a word, the Cavalry 1 will speak for you. The rest of the tigers and leopards were all trampled underfoot by Cavalry Unit 1. Back at the Zhao family compound, Zhao Guoqiang presented his gift, top-quality longevity peaches specially gathered from the mountains. The dew still clung to their surfaces. The Zhao family compound was bustling today, already filled to capacity with birthday well-wishers. Who didn't know the Zhao family's influence? Zhao Lichuan needed no introduction, he was already exceptional. But his younger brother, Zhao Guoqiang, was a figure everyone looked up to. Truth be told, Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled himself how had Zhao Lichuan become his elder brother. Though now retired, Zhao Lichuan was still full of vigor. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang had returned, he immediately rose to greet him. Just coming back is enough. Why did you bring gifts? Zhao Guoqiang smiled and set down the longevity peaches. Just peel off the skin, no need to wash them. Everyone should try some to soak up the essence of longevity. The housekeeper hurried to prepare them. Zhao Guoqiang surveyed the other members of the Zhao family. Everyone's here today, must all be here for Zhao Lichuan's 60th birthday. Only the most important figures sat at the main table, everyone else was seated in the side rooms. Zhao Ruilong bustled about, while Zhao Lichuan lowered his voice. Shaoqin is here. Zhao Guoqiang glanced over and saw Gao Shaoqin sitting diagonally across from him, glaring at him with a look of resentment. This woman has been getting more and more brazen lately. She used to be cautious and respectful, always addressing him as boss or leader, but now she acts like she's family. Zhao Lichuan was all for his brother marrying Gao Shaoqin. In his eyes, she was capable and sensible, the perfect partner. But Zhao Guoqiang knew exactly what kind of person Gao Shaoqin was. How could he possibly let her into the Zhao family? Just then, Zhao Lichuan brought up a matter. I hear that among all the city's development projects, the power grid is the one lagging the most. Zhao Guoqiang understood what the power company was going through lately, so he kept quiet. Unexpectedly, his cousin Zhao Lidong chimed in. Exactly. We've been having frequent blackouts lately. What the hell are they doing over there? Zhao Guoqiang smiled and looked at Zhao Lidong. So you're all trying to rub salt in my wounds, huh? Everyone knows the power group uses equipment supplied by my company, so now you're all trying to use that against me. Zhao Guoqiang understood perfectly well that their remarks were entirely aimed at him. Since the power company used his equipment, any problems would inevitably be blamed on the gear. And Zhao Lidong's remarks were clearly motivated by his failure to secure the benefits from Tokugawa Corporation. Of course, he wouldn't dare pocket the money himself. Instead, he'd channel it into kickstarting urban development projects. This way, the city would flourish and life would improve. Zhao Lidong chuckled. We never meant it that way, Big Brother has been listening all along. It's just that certain individuals at the power company have experienced a serious decline in their work ethic, resulting in a lack of initiative and an improper attitude. I think the power company needs a thorough overhaul. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. If I recall correctly, you're the only one here at the municipal level, right? Zhao Lidong had just been promoted recently, making him practically a local official. Hearing this, he immediately straightened his clothes. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang casually remarked. With such a low rank, you still have the nerve to speak up? Zhao Lidong nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why did this jerk always pick on him? Chapter 26, The Power Sector, a Hot Commodity. But out of respect for Zhao Lichuan, Zhao Lidong finally calmed down. Among all his brothers, Zhao Guoliang was the one Zhao Lichuan held in highest regard. At such a young age, he had already achieved heights most people dared not even dream of. Under Zhao Guoqiang's leadership, the Zhao family would ascend to new heights. But Zhao Lidong had come today with a purpose. Electricity had always been a coveted prize. Big brother, we've finished our meal. I'd like to speak with you privately about something. The others, sensing a private family discussion was about to take place, quickly excused themselves, saying they had other matters to attend to and left. But Zhao Guoqiang remained seated, and Zhao Lidong couldn't very well insist otherwise. Here's the thing, we don't have our own people in the power sector. I want to fill that gap. I have a subordinate named Jiang Jian. Just because Zhao Lidong doesn't have his own people doesn't mean Zhao Guoqiang doesn't. One faction of the Zhao family's influence is enough, why create so many? Zhao Lichuan merely chuckled in response, offering no clear stance. Zhao Lidong grew impatient. Brother, if our people can establish a foothold in the power sector, the Zhao family will ascend to a whole new level. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but laugh. How had someone with such limited intelligence managed to rise this far? Intrigue permeates every corner these days, why doesn't Zhao Lidong see that? The power sector is treacherous waters, every faction has planted their own people within its leadership. Breaking into this sector would require immense investment, with returns that wouldn't justify the cost. Seeing Zhao Lichuan persistently ignoring him, Zhao Lidong realized today wasn't the day to press further. He promptly stood up. Big brother, today is your birthday. I won't keep you any longer. Get some rest. After Zhao Lidong left, Zhao Guoqiang sipped his tea. I knew this guy wouldn't make it to the top. Zhao Lichuan actually regretted it too, because he realized Zhao Lidong simply wasn't cut out for leadership. He didn't know when to hold back. In so many situations, someone like that was bound to cause trouble sooner or later. But while Zhao Lichuan was willing to admit his mistakes and correct them, he would never do so in front of Zhao Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang knew his older brother's temperament and didn't press the issue. If he wanted to place someone in the power sector, why not just transfer him there directly? Zhao Lichuan nearly laughed out loud. Why did Zhao Guoqiang still seem like a child? But then again, the power sector was a cushy post. Letting Zhao Lidong retire there was more than generous enough. You handle it. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and prepared to leave, but Zhao Lichuan was displeased. You haven't been home in months, and the moment you return, you want to leave again? Do you even have any sense of family? It's my birthday today. Can't you stay a little longer? Seeing his older brother's rare display of temper, Zhao Guoqiang scratched his head. I've got things to take care of. I can't stay with you right now. Zhao Lichuan tried to say something more, but Zhao Guoqiang had already walked away. Gao Shaoqin knew her chance to shine had arrived. She immediately poured a cup of tea and approached. That's just how the boss is. Please don't take it personally, you're the guest of honor today. Would you like to watch TV? Or perhaps I could push you out for a stroll? The sun is especially lovely outside today. Zhao Lichuan couldn't understand it. Gao Shaoqin was such a wonderful woman, so why didn't his brother appreciate her? He grabbed Gao Shaoqin's hand. Don't worry. I'll help you with that Gao girl. Gao Shaoqin was suddenly overcome with emotion and bowed repeatedly. Leader, thank you so much. Zhao Lichuan was at a loss for words. At this point, why still call me boss? At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang had no idea what kind of deal they'd struck, but anything involving Gao Shaoqin was bound to be trouble. Zhao Guoqiang had an important military equipment meeting to attend that afternoon, and his head felt like it was going to explode. But life is about striving forward. He started the car and sped back to the Jingshan Industrial Park. Inside the high-level conference center of the Jingshan Industrial Park, two heads of the Equipment Bureau were already locked in a heated exchange. One was Su Qili, Su Zhanshu's nephew and Deputy Director of Equipment for the Special Forces. The other was Guang Yanan, nephew of the Deputy Minister of the Three Armed Forces. Old Su, don't talk like that. This new equipment must be handed over to our Equipment Bureau. If you want it, you can queue up for the next batch. Su Qili cut straight to the chase. Cut the crap. Who doesn't know this is the hot potato? If I don't get this equipment today, I'll sleep right here. The two men's arguing grew louder and louder until Wang Hao suddenly pushed open the door and Zhao Guoqiang walked in. Both men immediately fell silent, standing obediently by the side, not daring to utter another word. Zhao Guoqiang sat down in the seat of honor and took a sip of tea. Oh dear, did my arrival disturb you too? Su Qili quickly shook his head. Commander, our Equipment Bureau has always been the sharp edge of the sword. Without good gear, how can we fight? So when I heard the latest Type 24 rifle family was released, could we get priority access? Guang Yanan didn't beat around the bush either. Commander, we're all your people. We won't put you in a tough spot. Just give us gear for our 20,000 troops. We need to set an example for the whole army. We absolutely must roll out the Type 24 gear. Otherwise, people will think we're just bragging. The Type 24 gear has already been rolled out, arguably the most lavish equipment rollout in history. And this shows who's in charge. Zhao Guoqiang made it clear, whoever gets the new gear first is like a biological child, while those who get it later are like stepchildren. But siding with either side is problematic. Moreover, the production line for the new equipment hasn't been fully established yet, with a current weekly output of only enough gear for 10,000 people. Zhao Guoqiang was thoroughly annoyed by the two of them. Enough with the nonsense. How about each of you takes 5,000 sets? Su Qili and Guang Yanan both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't returning empty-handed, it was enough. But Guang Yanan felt something was off. Commander, is there any equipment left after distributing what we received? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. There's still over 30,000 sets left. What's the matter? The two froze in place. So they produced a total of 40,000 sets? Su Qili hurriedly pressed. What about the rest? Zhao Guoqiang pushed his teacup aside. The rest were naturally distributed to other units. What's the problem? Both men looked awkward, yet didn't know what to say. The leadership had already made their decision. How could they possibly change their minds now? Still, getting 5,000 sets of gear was pretty impressive compared to some equipment bureaus that only received 10 sets. Next came the field inspection of the equipment. Zhao Guoqiang led them into the laboratory, showing them how this gear weighed only half as much as the original equipment yet delivered 10 times the explosive power. At this level of scientific advancement, even America wouldn't be able to catch up in another 20 years. Chapter 27, Electricity Again. Everyone was stunned, staring intently at the equipment before them. They felt these devices were the true embodiment of scientific achievement. Beyond Wang Hao, his ever-present personal secretary, Zhao Guoliang commanded an extensive team of assistants. Now, another secretary had found Wang Hao. Secretary General Lu Xinjian says he has urgent business to discuss with the leader. Wang Hao looked puzzled, dismissed the person, and made a phone call to confirm. Mr. Lu, what's happened? The boss is busy right now. Please state your business directly. Lu Xinjian was already beside himself with panic, because someone was now trying to pin the blame on him. The equipment delivered earlier from Jingshan had already been sabotaged once, with several critical components missing and even the surveillance system damaged. This time it was even worse. Due to equipment instability, a short circuit had caused an explosion at a nearby water plant, leaving at least 3,000 people without normal water supply. Now Lu Xinjian was being dragged out to take the fall. Secretary Wang, please help me. I'm extremely anxious. If this isn't resolved soon, I fear they'll arrest me to take the fall. Hearing this, Wang Hao understood the urgency of the situation. I'll notify the leadership immediately. Please hold on. As the call ended, Zhao Guoqiang and the others had reached the most critical part of their discussion. Wang Hao had no choice but to interrupt them. Excuse me, sir, you have an urgent call. Everyone quickly assured him they weren't busy and urged Zhao Guoqiang to take the call first. Noticing Wang Hao's expression, Zhao Guoqiang sensed something was amiss. After stepping outside, he pressed for details. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but fly into a rage. Power. Why power again? This tiny piece of electrical equipment just wouldn't stop causing trouble. Zhao Guoqiang brought Wang Hao back to the office, his expression icy. Why was it that other departments never had so many problems, yet with the power company, issues arose constantly? He picked up the phone and summoned the general manager of the power department, Gu Haoren, immediately. Sir, how come you have time to see me today? Zhao Guoqiang stared at him coldly. I have no choice but to call you. Your power department has become quite the problem lately, with issues cropping up time and again. General Manager Gu, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Gu Haoren appeared respectful on the surface, but he harbored a rebellious streak. He didn't belong to the Zhong family faction, nor did he align with Zhao Guoqiang's camp. Instead, he was part of Zhao Guoqiang's rival forces. Gu Haoren hailed from the renowned sword weaponry and equipment group. In his eyes, Zhao Guoqiang was merely a rising star with little substance after all. Wasn't his influence solely due to his older brother Zhao Lichuan? Gu Haoren paused before speaking. I'm afraid I'm not quite following which matter you're referring to. My mind is a bit foggy. Zhao Guoqiang leaned forward across the table, staring at him. Stop pretending. Why has the Jingshan equipment malfunctioned repeatedly? Our equipment uses intelligent computing short circuits are impossible. I just had someone pull up that machine's data. Take a look yourself. Gu Haoren's heart skipped a beat. The machine malfunction was indeed sabotage he'd ordered. But the surveillance didn't catch it. Stubbornness won't help you, Zhao Guoqiang. Gu Haoren smiled. Commander, I've reviewed the data. It was caused by a short circuit. Now the residents have no water and are demanding compensation. Most of them have insurance policies. Who do you think will cover these losses? Zhao Guoqiang stood up. If Gu Haoren liked to play games, he'd play them to the end. Take a look. This is the dismissal notice for your superior, Gao Fujuan. Zhao Guoqiang's move was a masterstroke. Gao Fujuan was the most troublesome figure in the power sector. Once he was gone, Gu Haoren and his crew would be no problem at all. Before Gu Haoren arrived, Zhao Guoliang had already dismissed Gao Fujuan. Gu Haoren understood now. They never intended to engage with him in the first place. If they could dismiss his own superior outright, what did he amount to? In that moment, his heart sank to the bottom. Zhao Guoqiang stared at him coldly. Do you know how much that equipment is worth? You tampered with 7 machines in total, exceeding 50 million yuan in value. Shooting you wouldn't be too much, would it? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Gu Haoren realized they already had the evidence. Sir, this might be a misunderstanding. Can you hear me out? Zhao Guoqiang pointed toward the door. Go explain yourself to them. See if they'll listen to your story. Gu Haoren was promptly handcuffed and led away. He never imagined this case, with all its twists and turns, would ultimately land back in Zhao Guoqiang's hands. Gu Haoren received a life sentence for maliciously tampering with machine data, which had adversely affected public welfare. Moreover, as the mastermind, he was fortunate not to be executed by firing squad. The entire group was dealt with, finally creating a vacancy in the power company's leadership. Lu Xinjian was promoted to general manager to replace Gu Haoren and came specifically to see Zhao Guoqiang. Chief, now that Gu Haoren and his crew have been dealt with, who will take over as chairman of the power group? Previously, Gao Fujuan held that position. Who will it be now? Lu Xinjian was hinting at the possibility of being promoted directly. He had served as deputy general manager for several years. Zhao Guoqiang dismissed him with an extremely evasive excuse. If you become the chairman of the power group, what would Zhao Lidong do then? Zhao Guoqiang summoned Wang Hao and instructed him to issue an appointment notice for Zhao Lidong. Tell him to work hard. Only by expanding and strengthening the company can we achieve new glory. Got it? Wang Hao nodded and relayed the exact words to Zhao Lidong. He was nearly blown up with rage when he heard all this. This cousin really knows how to pick on him, doesn't he? If this kept up, Zhao Lidong was about to lose his temper. A pent-up frustration churned in Zhao Lidong's chest. Standing nearby, Su Jiang poured a cup of tea and pushed it toward him. Sir, please calm down. Could this be some kind of special arrangement by higher-ups? Zhao Lidong slammed his hand on the table. Arrangement my ass. I've just been transferred to the municipal level and now they're sending me back down? Is that how things are done? Zhao Lidong couldn't even bring himself to consider whether he could continue in this position. And the power sector? That's a cushy spot, a plum job. Not going there would be downright insane. Besides, once he was in power, he wouldn't be able to stir up trouble anyway. This was Zhao Guoqiang's arrangement to ensure his cousin wouldn't interfere with his own plans. Zhao Lidong's face darkened noticeably and Su Jiang grew cautious. Sir, if you were to join the power sector, wouldn't that give us more time to work together? Rest assured, I've secured by Zhongguo's sand quarry. I'll be able to supply all the materials the power sector needs. Zhao Lidong was nearly furious. Get lost. Chapter 28, Construction Engineering Group. He was already in a foul mood over this matter. Why was the man still twisting the knife? His career was already ruined. Why was Su Jiang still thinking about supplying materials? After getting yelled at, Su Jiang quickly backed out. He dared not say another word. If he truly angered Zhao Lidong, he'd never survive in this place. No sooner had Su Jiang reached the lobby than his phone rang. It was Uncle Tai from the construction engineering group. Uncle Tai, what's up? Chen Tai sounded as listless as ever. Su boss, you're really something now. Around Jingzhou, no one dares to cross you. Su Jiang rolled his eyes. Spit it out. What do you want? Uncle Tai paused. You've taken by Jianghua's sand quarry. Let's settle this face to face. We'll knock it out in person. After hanging up, Su Jiang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn kid. Got his ass kicked and now he's running to his parents, huh? Su Jiang said this, but he still went. Bai Jianghua stood beside Uncle Tai like a coward, not daring to utter a word. Uncle Tai pondered for a moment. I'm getting old. Back in the day, thanks to the big boss's support, I worked my way up from a lowly security guard to where I am now. Little Su, just give the sandpit back to him. We've always kept to ourselves. How are we supposed to survive if you keep this up? Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. Uncle Tai, you keep saying you were nurtured by a big leader, but you never say who that big leader was. Are you pulling my leg? Bai Jianghua couldn't take it anymore and slammed his hand on the table. Su, don't push your luck. Speak properly. Su Jiang took a sip of tea, then flung the remaining half cup into Bai Jianghua's face. I won't speak nicely. What are you going to do about it? You good for nothing, who do you think you're trying to intimidate? Uncle Tai, it's about time you retired. You've made enough money already. Why don't you just play nice? Uncle Tai chuckled. Su Jiang, I know I can't control you these days, but you should at least show me some respect. I'm the one who brought you into this business. Otherwise, you'd still be a security guard in the industrial park. When Chairman Zhao Guoqiang promoted me, you were just a lowly punk. Su Jiang was startled by Uncle Tai's sudden outburst and swallowed hard. He hung his head and thought for a long moment, unable to believe this old bastard had actually been promoted by Zhao Guoqiang. Su Jiang fell silent while Bai Jianghua smirked triumphantly. On this turf, who dared to disrespect Uncle Tai? Su Jiang pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. Old Bai, the battlefield is still yours. I'll head back first. After Su Jiang left, Uncle Tai sipped his tea, his expression calm as his thoughts drifted back over a decade. That night, he'd made some meatball dumplings, only to be interrupted by that young upstart Zhao Guoqiang. As a result, he'd ended up drinking dumpling soup during the New Year celebrations. That kid devoured every last dumpling. But after that, Zhao Guoqiang became unstoppable. With just a casual nod, district leaders scrambled to curry favor with him, propelling him into the powerful position of head of the construction engineering group. Even Zhao Lidong had to treat him with utmost courtesy. But Uncle Tai had a lingering worry even now, he still had no son. A lifelong bachelor, that was him. Bai Jianghua sliced the peeled apple into small pieces, placed them on a fork and handed it over. Godfather, it's only because of you that I've managed to survive. Uncle Tai frowned. When did I ever say I'd take you as my godson? Bai Jianghua was startled into silence, quickly shutting his mouth. Uncle Tai had little to rely on now, and he hadn't seen Zhao Guoqiang in ages. He decided to take Zhao Guoqiang's favorite meat dumplings to visit him. At the entrance, Uncle Tai hesitated. Today's guard happened to be an exceptionally hot-tempered security guard. Old man, what are you doing standing here? This isn't your playground. Get out of here now. These outer perimeter guards were mostly filling in for others. Otherwise, when would they ever get assigned to the main gate? Before Uncle Tai could respond, the guard snapped impatiently. I told you to leave. Did you hear me? Wang Hao happened to be out on an errand when he spotted a figure that looked suspiciously like Uncle Tai. Noticing no cars nearby, he wondered could he have actually walked up this long mountain road? Uncle Tai understood Zhao Guoqiang didn't want his men getting too cocky. That's why he always parked at the foot of the mountain and walked up himself. Wang Hao got out of the car. Uncle Tai, right? Come on up. The security guard hesitated, about to explain that it was just an old man wandering around nearby. But Wang Hao shot him a look that could kill, and the guard backed off. This was someone even Zhao Guoqiang treated with considerable respect. How dare this security guard be so brazen? Less than 5 minutes after the car entered, the security team leader came running over. Damn it, who was blocking that old man earlier? That's Chairman Zhao's friend. Who had the nerve to block him? Within 10 minutes, the entire security team was reassigned, sent down the mountain to guard the highway. Zhao Guoqiang was quite pleased to hear Uncle Tai had arrived. Old Sima, it's been ages, hasn't it? Uncle Tai smiled. Zhao Guoqiang seemed like a decent guy in every way, but why did he always insist on calling him Old Man Sima? Uncle Tai brought out the dumplings and had even prepared a pot. Old folks just love catching up with old friends. If you've got things to do, go ahead. Once the dumplings are cooked, have a bite. Seeing Uncle Tai like this, Zhao Guoqiang understood. Come on, is something bothering you? Uncle Tai nodded, his eyes reddening as tears welled up. I haven't done anything wrong, so why can't I have a child? Even an adopted one would do. Zhao Guoqiang felt both amused and exasperated. You've been childless for years, what's there to cry about? You were the first friend I made after coming here. That night I was so hungry, I ate your entire 2 days' wages. What were you thinking back then? Zhao Guoqiang knew Uncle Tai must have hated him then. Back in those days, everyone was poor and couldn't afford good food. To his surprise, Uncle Tai just smiled. I was pretty shocked back then you ate all those dumplings. Zhao Guoqiang gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Want a son, huh? Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Uncle Tai was so pleased by the reassurance that he headed straight home. Zhao Guoqiang, meanwhile, called Gao Shaoqin. Seeing her beloved's name light up her phone, Gao Shaoqin nearly burst with excitement, yet she knew she must keep her distance. What's up, boss? Without another word, Zhao Guoqiang instructed Gao Shaoqin to prepare a banquet that evening and to make sure Lu Xinjian was invited. Gao Shaoqin looked puzzled but complied. That evening, Zhao Guoqiang didn't show up. Instead, he gave Gao Shaoqin an assignment. Uncle Tai, would you mind if little Lu became your son? Chapter 29, Lu Xinjian, I have a father, thank you. Uncle Tai thought Lu Xinjian looked quite decent wearing glasses and acting so polite. What's wrong with that? But this time, Gao Shaoqin was in charge, and Lu Xinjian felt quite uncomfortable. Afterward, Lu Xinjian looked at Gao Shaoqin. What was that supposed to mean? Why was she making him acknowledge a father? Gao Shaoqin knew Lu Xinjian would come find her. You could have refused. Didn't you just call him godfather? Let me warn you, this old man isn't just anyone. Lu Xinjian instantly caught on. He'd long heard rumors that Zhao Guoqiang showed special favor to a certain security guard. Could this be the old man? And upon further inquiry, he discovered this was none other than the renowned Chen Tai. Lu Xinjian's grievances vanished instantly. Gao Shaoqin then brought up another matter. I heard Zhao Lidong is stepping down as your power company's chairman. He'll retire in 2 years at most. With your experience, you're perfectly qualified for the job. When the time comes, Uncle Tai can put in a good word for you. Then you'll be promoted, right? Lu Xinjian felt not just happy but somehow excited too. From then on, Lu Xinjian became exceptionally attentive, rushing to accompany Uncle Tai whenever he had a free moment. When Shi Tongwei and Li Dakong discussed this matter, both nearly burst out laughing. That move by the leadership was pretty clever, Shi Tongwei remarked, watching Li Dakong with keen interest. They knew Lu Xinjian was the type to shift allegiances with the wind, so they sent him there. Shi Tongwei said, watching Li Dakong with keen interest. Oldly, if the boss told you to go adopt a godfather, would you go? Li Dakong nearly cursed. How could Shi Tongwei bring up such nonsense? Shi Tongwei chuckled and told him to cut it out. Just kidding. The boss is invited to attend the groundbreaking ceremony for Li Jian Equipment Group later. What do you think? Li Dakong understood perfectly well that the Li Jian Equipment Group was backed by the Ning family. The Ning family was the Zhong family's real power behind the scenes. So if Zhao Guoqiang gave them a little face, the Nings would be delighted. Speaking of which, make sure Zhong Xiaowai doesn't go and cause trouble. Moments later, Li Dakong accompanied Zhao Guoqiang as they set off for the groundbreaking ceremony of the Sword Equipment Group. On the way, Li Dakong cautiously probed. Comrade Director, how should we proceed from here? I hear Sword Equipment Group will acquire your company's patent to produce the Huatsubing Type B tank. Doesn't that mean they're snatching the juiciest part right out of our hands? Zhao Guoqiang slowly opened his eyes. There's plenty of meat to go around. He's not afraid of overeating, so let him have it. Li Dakong dared not utter another word. It seemed the commander-in-chief had no intention of revealing his true stance on the matter. Better keep quiet now. Just hope too many people don't come to cause trouble later. Upon arrival, Zhao Guoqiang led Li Dakong and Wang Hao over. Li Dakong must preside over the groundbreaking ceremony. Yet none of the Ning family elders were present today, only Ning Zhonghai, in his 40s, who was nowhere near Zhao Guoqiang's level. The Ning family's intentions were clear, they hadn't planned to invite Zhao Guoqiang to this groundbreaking ceremony. It seemed to be a last-minute decision. Sure enough, after the ceremony concluded, Ning Zhonghai invited Zhao Guoqiang to his office. Chairman Zhao, I never expected you to grace us with your presence today. Of course, a friend of mine asked me to handle a matter. Zhao Guoqiang sipped his tea. That friend of yours, could it be someone surnamed Zhong? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhong Xiaoai walked over from the side, a hint of anger in her expression. Chairman Zhao, it's been a while. You remember me, right? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and gestured for Zhong Xiaoai to sit down. Just get straight to the point. Zhong Xiaoai was here regarding Hou Liangping. So much time had passed, yet Hou Liangping was still being held by Su Zhenshu. Ning Zhonghai chimed in. When someone makes a mistake, the most important thing is to give them a chance to start over. If you don't give them even one chance, isn't that robbing them of hope? Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected these two to resort to moral blackmail. But when it came to Hou Liangping, that good-for-nothing, Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't give face to anyone who tried to intercede. Zhong Xiaowai immediately grew anxious. Chairman Zhao, I advise you not to overstep. Just then, Li Dakong returned from the restroom and overheard the woman's words, immediately snapping at her. Do you know who you're talking to? How dare you? Mr. Ning, your friend seems rather unfamiliar with the rules. Ning Zhonghai laid his cards on the table. Whether my friend understands protocol is none of your concern. But is Hou Liangping's continued detention lawful? Moreover, you're destroying an aspiring ideal. I hope Chairman Zhao will do me a favor, make a call, and have him released. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing. Release him so he can come back and target me? As long as he hasn't developed dementia, he'd never do such a thing. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang repeatedly refuse, Ning Zhonghai truly couldn't hold back any longer. Chairman Zhao, you truly won't grant me this favor? If we can produce your Huatsubing Type E tanks, we can certainly produce your Huatsubing Type A tanks. Don't underestimate the Ning family's network of connections. Seeing matters had reached this point, Zhao Guoqiang decided to cut the conversation short. Go ahead and try if you think you can. Zhao Guoqiang turned and walked away. Li Dakan looked at the two men before him and thought they were as dumb as oxen. Mr. Ning, aren't you two being a bit too hasty? Li Dakan shook his head repeatedly. It seemed reincarnation truly was an art. If these two had been born into ordinary families, they'd have died 100 times over by now. Threatening Zhao Guoqiang was absolutely not the way out. What a pair of blockheads. Zhao Guoqiang, thoroughly enraged by the incident, immediately contacted Chief of General Armament Luan Haitao. Upon arriving at the General Armament Department, Zhao Guoqiang delivered a blunt ultimatum. My concessions have become capital for the Ning family's triumph. I am deeply displeased. Effective immediately, we are revoking the patent for the Huatsubing Type E tank. Anyone who dares to produce it will find themselves unable to even put food on the table. Luan Haitao, who was brewing tea, froze upon hearing this. What on earth happened to Chairman Zhao? Could you possibly explain it to me? Zhao Guoqiang refused to give him any face. If not for your sake, I would never have allowed the Ning family to produce the Huatsubing B-type tank. That's my final word. Luan Haitao was dumbfounded. How could Ning Zhonghai give away the patent he'd worked so hard to secure? Luan Haitao asked Zhao Guoqiang to wait a moment while he sought clarification. Just give me a few minutes. I need to get to the bottom of this. Luan Haitao picked up his private phone and dialed the number. Ning Zhonghai was in the middle of negotiating a deal with the Japanese. The business Zhao Guoqiang dared not touch, he was determined to pursue. Moreover, both sides had already reached an agreement. The first order was for 20 Huatsubing Type B tanks. Rest assured, everyone. Sword Equipment Group will never disappoint you. Just as he finished speaking, Luan Haitao's call came through. Chapter 30, Raging Fury. Ning Zhonghai, what the hell are you playing at? Do you have any idea how much effort I put into securing that production patent? Did you cross Zhao Guoqiang? He's now demanding the patent back. Why aren't you saying anything? Ning Zhonghai was dumbfounded. He never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would act so decisively, declaring he wouldn't allow production and now demanding the patent back so swiftly. It wasn't that he hadn't spoken, he simply hadn't processed it yet. Luan Haitao was already on the verge of losing his temper. I'm warning you, if Zhao Guoqiang takes back the tank patent, your entire group can start packing up. Don't think your Ning family can control everything. Zhao Guoqiang is no pushover either. Don't forget his brother is Zhao Lichuan. Ning Zhonghai finally realized he'd truly shot himself in the foot. Why on earth was he helping that woman Zhong Xiaoai? Especially when his group had just secured a major order with the Japanese equipment company, 20 tanks. The penalty clause amounts to a staggering 1.5 billion yuan. Not only did they fail to earn a single penny, but they ended up paying out of their own pockets. Ning Zhonghai steadied his nerves. Professor Luan, I'm your student, you can't just abandon me. Besides, my group has already signed the contract. Zhao Guoqiang didn't bring this up earlier, or later he had to choose this moment. I think he's doing this on purpose. Luan Haitao was nearly furious. At a time like this, how could he even think of blaming others? Stop talking and start thinking about how to fix this. I'm keeping Zhao Guoqiang here for now, haven't let him leave. If all else fails, you come over and apologize. Ning Zhonghai was furious. Why should he apologize to Zhao Guoqiang? 3 years ago, that man used a single gun to bring down his billion-dollar company. That debt was still unpaid. It seemed Zhao Guoqiang wasn't going to let this slide. Luan Haitao stubbornly held out for half an hour, but still couldn't wait out Ning Zhonghai, that stubborn bastard. Zhao Guoqiang wasn't in the mood to play along anymore either. I'm leaving. We can talk about this later. Luan Haitao tried to say something, but Zhao Guoqiang had already walked away. After getting into the car, Wang Hao handed him the phone. Sir, I need to report something. Gao Xiaoqin, General Manager Gao, just called. She said the inspection team inexplicably raided Shanshui Manor. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. Ning Zhonghai, so this is the extent of your abilities. Zhao Guoqiang had expected him to come after him personally, but instead he'd targeted Gao Xiaoqin. Still, how could someone that clever leave any evidence for him to use? Zhao Guoqiang merely gave Qi Tongwei a heads up. I hear the inspection team raided Shanshui Manor. Do whatever you want next, teach them a lesson. After hanging up, Qi Tongwei felt a surge of excitement. This was exactly the response he'd been waiting for from Zhao Guoqiang. The inspection team talks a good game, but they're really just here to disrupt the existing order. There weren't that many problems to begin with, let them investigate, those bastards. He handed the matter over to Su Jiang. I mean, no offense, but treat those inspection team members to a meal. Got it? Su Jiang immediately understood. Rest assured, I'll handle this perfectly for you. I'll make sure they never dare come back. Shi Tongwei smiled faintly and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Su Jiang deliberately stirred up trouble at the White King Hotel to draw the inspection team's attention. Once the inspection team arrived, Su Jiang promptly arranged a lavish banquet for them. Before they could react, Shi Tongwei ordered Cheng Du to conduct a search. This seamless sequence of moves left the inspection team utterly flustered, while their direct supervisor, Zhong Shuai, was summoned for questioning. Zhao Guoqiang watched the entire scene unfold in silence, letting his pawns battle it out on the chessboard. Ning Zhonghai had suffered a bloody defeat at Zhao Guoqiang's hands. Yet he refused to back down. After scanning the room, he ultimately decided to target the security details surrounding Zhao Guoqiang. He failed to grasp the immense danger this action would bring. Ever since the incident with Lu Chao, Zhao Guoqiang had implemented a special screening system. Any security personnel whose family members exhibited abnormal behavior would be immediately isolated for investigation. Unexpectedly, the incident involved Jia Yunfeng, the newly transferred security team leader. Wang Hao detected the system's alert status and immediately sought out Zhao Guoqiang to report the incident. Sir, this could be a test run. Zhao Guoqiang understood that Ning Zhonghai was bold enough to reach into his own security ranks, which meant his reach could extend even further. Zhao Guoqiang deliberately leaked word that he intended to hold detailed talks with 2 European equipment companies regarding the transfer of 6th-generation tank technology. He also ensured Zhong Xiaoai was the first to learn of this development. This way, Luan Haitao would be unable to interfere. Given Zhong Xiaoai's standing, it would be inappropriate for Luan Haitao to speak up. Ning Zhonghai would be led around like a fool by him. They first approached the 2 equipment companies for cooperation agreements. After being decisively rejected, they became convinced the deal was a sure thing. Ning Zhonghai looked at Zhong Xiaoai. I went out of my way to help you save your husband by severing ties with Zhao Guoqiang. Please lend your support on this matter. Zhong Xiaoai smiled. Don't worry. I remember this favor. Ning Zhonghai had one more unspoken question: could their first love be rekindled? But Zhong Xiaoai had already turned and walked away. To make the scheme more dramatic, Zhao Guoqiang deliberately leaked the information to the Japanese representative. Thus, for major players were eyeing Zhao Guoqiang's equipment technology. They were willing to invest such a huge sum just to get Ning Zhonghai to join the game. As the technology transfer meeting commenced, Zhao Guoqiang's right-hand woman, Ma Shiwan, took the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, our technology transfer encompasses the comprehensive technology of the 6th-generation tank. Our goal is to advance the scientific development of military equipment. The technology will be awarded to the highest bidder. Ma Shiwan stepped down after her speech. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang executed a flawless feign injury tactic. He transferred Ma Shiwan away from the Jingshan Industrial Park and sent all of her subordinates to the facility. With this move, Ning Zhonghai was now completely convinced. He was secretly contacting Ma Shiwan. Luan Haitao wasn't a fool. He keenly sensed something was amiss, but he couldn't reach Ning Zhonghai. Meanwhile, Ning Zhonghai had already reached an agreement with Ma Shiwan. Ms. Ma, let's finalize this deal. I'll secure the technology transfer for 90 billion yuan. When the time comes, I'll invite you to serve as my vice president. Together, we'll defeat Jingshan. What do you say? Ma Shiwan nodded. No problem. I'd be delighted to serve you. 90 billion yuan was Jingshan's absolute bottom line. Don't underestimate me just because I've been reassigned. My people are still embedded in the core operations, ensuring I get first-hand intelligence. Ning Zhonghai was thoroughly satisfied. As the conversation drew to a close, the net was about to tighten. After seeing Ma Shiwan off, he pulled out an old-fashioned phone and sent a text message. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 31, 7th Generation Tank. Zhao Guoqiang glanced at the message, smiled with satisfaction, tucked the phone away, and returned to his office. Taking advantage of the deep, quiet night, Zhao Guoqiang stood on the rooftop, surveying the scene. This vast commercial empire resembled a docile beast, currying favor with him. What truly cemented Zhao Guoqiang's standing was the company's diverse product portfolio spanning every sector. Not only electromechanical goods, but also high-tech chips and various optical and medical equipment required by hospitals. Of course, these weren't the most profitable ventures. The most crucial aspect remained weapons. Just then, Gao Shaoqin approached carrying a garment, her face radiating flattery. It's very windy out on the terrace, boss. Please be careful. Zhao Guoqiang declined the garment Gao Shaoqin offered, instead uttering words laden with meaning. Having climbed your way up from the lowest rung of society, what insights have you gained? Or rather, what's the first thing you want to do after reaching the top? Gao Shaoqin froze, somewhat baffled by Zhao Guoqiang's intent. In truth, Zhao Guoqiang knew full well that someone like Gao Shaoqin was no good. She could very well be sent by some shadowy faction. Zhao Guoqiang believed it was extremely dangerous for such individuals to move freely in and out of Jingshan. Hand over your card. Gao Shaoqin looked utterly bewildered. Only when Zhao Guoqiang snapped the card in half did she finally grasp the situation. You don't want me to visit you anymore? Gao Shaoqin instantly grew anxious, but Zhao Guoqiang remained calm as he said. Your identity and status mean you cannot enter here. Do you understand? Gao Shaoqin was promptly escorted away by security. Before Zhao Guoqiang could be alone for even a moment, Su Zhanshu appeared downstairs, looking somewhat anxious. Upon meeting, Su Zhanshu slammed his fist on the table in frustration. Mr. Zhao, are you messing with me? I find you quite peculiar. Why do you always give the good stuff to the Eastern Theater Command? Our Northern Theater faces formidable enemies. Any advanced weaponry should be prioritized for our units. Why do you keep giving it to them? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit jealous now? Look, I've already solved the 6th generation tank issue for you. Just authorize its deployment to the troops. Zhao Guoqiang remained calm and collected, but Su Zhanshu was nearly boiling over with rage. I hear you've already started working on the 7th generation tank, right? Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected this guy to be so well informed. But let me set the record straight, it's not research, but preparations for mass production. Su Zhanshu was utterly stunned. Other countries hadn't even fully equipped their 4th generation tanks yet. How could they already be working on 7th generation tanks? You're not joking, right? Chairman Zhao, when did you start quietly making such monumental strides? Zhao Guoqiang saw no need for lengthy explanations. His laboratory spoke volumes. Su Zhanshu pondered for a moment. Chairman Zhao, it seems your trapper Ning Zhonghai was planned well in advance. Zhao Guoqiang was genuinely surprised that Su Zhanshu could see through his strategy. He had been playing a grand game from the very beginning, luring that fool Ning Zhonghai into his trap. Su Zhanshu pondered for a moment. How about this, could you allocate a portion of the first batch of 7th generation tanks to me? Zhao Guoqiang detected the threat in his tone. You're threatening me? Su Zhanshu put on a pained expression. How could I threaten you? That old bastard in the Eastern Theater keeps picking on me. Every exercise makes me lose face. Anyway, you'd better agree today. Once those tanks are ready for deployment, you must give me a portion first. Otherwise, I'll eat and sleep here until you give in. Zhao Guoqiang was utterly exasperated. How could someone be so shameless? After having Wang Hao arrange lodging for Su Zhanshu, Zhao Guoqiang finally prepared to leave. By his calculations, he wouldn't spend more than a day at home this entire week. Zhao Guoqiang had Wang Hao drive him to the gate, where he passed through special biometric authentication. The famed Tiger Lying Manor was Zhao Guoqiang's home. A private road stretching over 60 kilometers stretched out before them. Zhao Guoqiang frowned in frustration. I told you, this is a private road. Just step on the gas. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly, accelerating to 120 kilometers per hour. Wang Hao's authorization only extended to reaching the estate's front gate. He parked the car steadily, opened the door, and escorted Zhao Guoqiang to the entrance. Sir, I'll head back now. If you need anything, just call me. Zhao Guoqiang patted his shoulder approvingly, slipped off his administrative jacket, and walked through the other side of the door, revealing a massive swimming pool. He dove in, swimming 2 laps headfirst. Zhao Guoqiang felt considerably more refreshed. Just as Zhao Guoqiang was recharging, his private secretary, Hou Liru, approached from the side. Chairman, please take a look. Zhao Guoqiang took it and saw it was a video call. He pressed to answer immediately, and on the other end was none other than Minyahan, the prodigal son of the wealthy dog breeder. Mr. Zhao, I heard you sold that 6th generation production line to the Ning family. Is that true or false? Zhao Guoliang nodded. Of course it's true. I've already begun production on the 7th generation tank, equipped not with conventional shells, but with laser-powered projectiles. Your sources are remarkably well informed. Minyahan perked up immediately. Then what about the tanks we ordered a few days ago? You have a new product, why didn't you tell me? A flicker of intensity crossed Zhao Guoqiang's brow, and Minyahan instantly realized he'd said the wrong thing. My apologies, I didn't mean it that way. Zhao Guoqiang paused. That fool Ning always likes to go against me, falling into every trap I set. In any case, I'll make sure he understands his IQ isn't suited for these high-stakes games. Minyahan chuckled. The old man of the Ning family is one of the few true masters in this world, capable of manipulating Europe and America at his whim. But his son is a complete waste of space. Shall I send someone over to silence him permanently? Secretary Hou Liru frowned slightly beside him. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. It's not worth it. It's just a game. I authorize you to change 40% of the order to 7th generation tanks. What does it matter if Minyahan spends money excitedly? It's insignificant. The most crucial thing is to seize the opportunity and acquire new equipment. A decade ago, these bigwigs were crazy about American gear. Now, over a decade later, they'd give anything to do arms deals with Zhao Guoqiang. After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang stood up, and Hou Liru immediately helped him wipe his body. Any new wind of change lately? Oh, Li Ru hesitated. There aren't any major risks lately, but the Ning family has been secretly contacting quite a few people. They might pose a threat to you. Additionally, the Japanese Tokugawa family has decided to restructure their military industry and hopes for your assistance. Chapter 32, The Divine. Zhao Guoqiang gently extended his hand, hooking his finger under O Lirua's chin. What did you hear just now? O Lirua immediately shook her head, indicating she hadn't heard a thing. Zhao Guoqiang returned upstairs, feeling that this large bed lacked only one person, everything else was complete. Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Ning Zhonghai's situation was utterly disastrous. That bastard, is he trying to screw me over? I just bought that 90 billion yuan production line, and he's already rolled out the 7th generation tank. Where's that damn woman surnamed Ma? Hearing this, not a single executive standing before him dared utter a word. No one wanted to provoke this mad dog of a man. Ning Zhonghai clenched his fists. I don't care about the details. Listen up. I demand a perfect solution for the tank project. 90 billion yuan can't go down the drain. And I want the latest model. I want global monopoly. Got it? Ning Zhonghai was seriously oversimplifying things. If he could monopolize the entire global market, wouldn't he be soaring to new heights? Just as he was venting his anger, Zhong Xiuai knocked on the door. Mr. Ning, I've suspected something was off about this deal from the start, but you wouldn't listen. Seeing this woman only made Ning Zhonghai angrier. I'm in a lousy mood. Don't bring this up with me. By the way, what are you here for? Zhong Xiuai hesitated, but finally brought up Hou Liangping's situation. I heard Su Zhanshu arrived last night. I thought this would be a good chance for you to talk with him. Ning Zhonghai considered it. He hadn't intended to grant this favor, but if he could team up with Su Zhanshu to stir up trouble, wouldn't that be splendid? He simply nodded. No problem. Arrange a lunch meeting. Ning Zhonghai extended the invitation to Su Zhanshu, who looked puzzled. I'm not even close with the guy. Why's he inviting me to lunch? What's he up to? Wang Hao was brewing tea, smiling as he said. If you're willing to go, you'd better hurry. The commander is busy with experiments right now and won't have time for a while. Though Wang Hao was just a secretary, he was Zhao Guoqiang's man. This guy earned his PhD at just 17, a true prodigy. Over the years, working under Zhao Guoqiang, he's gained access to many special experiments and materials. Even when a big-name research team offered him a 150 million yuan annual salary a few years back, they couldn't lure him away. In other words, if Wang Hao wanted money or fame, all he had to do was tell Zhao Guoqiang what he wanted. He could reach heights Zhao Lidong could never dream of in no time. Su Zhanshu also gave Wang Hao considerable face. Well then, he thought, I'll see what this bastard is up to. Wang Hao sipped his tea, finding the man genuinely intriguing, always spouting curses and grumbling. Su Zhanshu went straight to meet Ning Zhonghai, not wearing his military uniform, indicating this was a private meeting out of respect. Ning Zhonghai greeted him with a warm smile. Commander, please sit down. Xiao Ai, come here. As soon as Su Zhanshu sat down, Zhong Xiaoi entered carrying a bottle of liquor. This is a treasured item my father asked me to bring. Uncle Su is going to drink himself into oblivion today. Su Zhanshu gave a cold chuckle, aware that Zhong Wencheng held a high rank, though compared to himself, he was merely a colleague. He pushed his own glass aside. My blood sugar's been high lately. The doctor won't let me drink. Thanks for the kind offer, and thanks to your dad too. Zhong Xiaoi understood he clearly didn't want to stay for the meal. Still, she shot Ning Zhonghai a meaningful glance. Su Zhanshu watched the two young people showing off their skills in front of him and couldn't help but snort coldly. Well then, what business do you two have? Ning Zhonghai quickly seized the moment to explain his recent acquisition of a production line and his commitment to prioritizing supplies for the Northern Combat Cluster. Commander, rest assured. We at Sword Equipment Group are not like Jingshan. Our production capacity is substantial. We can manufacture 800 tanks annually. Our annual output is more than enough for you to gallop across the northern plains. Su Zhanshu snorted coldly. This was truly setting themselves up as a hot commodity. Ning Zhonghai continued his pitch. You've worked tirelessly these past years. Rest assured, our old man's protege is in logistics. From now on, I'll give you first-hand updates on artillery shells and the latest cannon developments. This is essentially establishing a direct partnership between us. Su Zhanshu felt this statement was the only one that sounded somewhat reasonable. After all, the surrounding combat groups were all coveted assets, but the Northern Combat Group always lagged behind. Seeing Su Zhanshu give him face and take a sip of tea, Ning Zhonghai felt certain this matter would be settled. Commander, to be perfectly honest, I do have a favor to ask. I heard you recently arrested someone named Hou Liangping, correct? And another named Lu Yike, is that correct? Su Zhanshu feigned a look of bewilderment. Really? I'm not aware of that. No one reported that to me. What's the matter? Ning Zhonghai was such an honest man that he immediately believed Su was genuinely unaware. Zhong Xiaoi's heart sank halfway. It seemed they still had no intention of releasing him. Hou Liangping, what trouble have you gotten yourself into? Even after pulling every string he could, Hou Liangping still couldn't be released. Could he really be stuck in there forever? Su Zhanshu played dumb when questioned, ate a quick meal, and left. Still, he gave Ning Zhonghai some face by promising to look into it. Zhong Xiuai was at a loss for words. Just then, the door of the private room across the way opened, and she caught a glimpse of Qi Tongwei. Zhong Xiuai waited by the door for a moment, intending to speak with Qi Tongwei. Before long, Qi Tongwei emerged with his guests. Director Qi. Qi Tongwei froze, surprised to see her there. He quickly waved to the others and separated from the group. What do you want? Zhong Xiuai paused to gather her thoughts. You're Liangping's senior. Please, could you help us? His health is fragile. He can't endure this situation. Plus, he suffers from severe rheumatism. I know he was in the wrong this time, but he's learned his lesson. Qi Tongwei had already shown this junior considerable care and issued repeated warnings, yet he still reached out to Zhao Guoqiang. Didn't he understand that Zhao Guoqiang was a colossus not to be trifled with? Knowing it was impossible, yet doing it anyway, that's like a mantis trying to stop a cart. Qi Tongwei sighed. I've already pulled strings to handle this matter. Zhong Xiaoai considered for a moment. Could I meet with Commander Zhao? Qi Tongwei's eyes widened as he shook his head hastily. You're not worthy of meeting Zhao Guoqiang. But Zhong Xiaoai wasn't without her own connections. If you refuse to help, I'll have no choice but to seek out young Master Zhao. Qi Tongwei hesitated. Since we're from the same school, I'll help him one last time. But he'd better behave himself. That's settled then. Chapter 33, Using Me as a Pawn. Zhao Ruilong was still living it up these past couple of days. With his second uncle and his father around, he could practically do whatever he wanted. But right in the middle of the day, Qi Tongwei called him over. What do you want? I demanded. You didn't dare go after my uncle, but you think I would? Qi Tongwei frowned. Young Master Zhao, let me tell you straight, this matter absolutely requires you to handle it personally. Your uncle might yell at anyone, but do you really think he'd lay a finger on you? Zhao Ruilong thought to himself, I've been dealt with by my uncle plenty of times, and he never held back. I know you're just using me as a pawn. Qi Tongwei was no fool either. He feared provoking Zhao Guoqiang, so he resorted to this underhanded tactic. He figured if Zhao Ruilong went to plead, it would be ideal if they released him. If not, he'd have done his utmost. But he never expected Zhao Ruilong to be such a coward. Anyway, you go make the trip. Later, I'll give Li Dakong a heads up. You've been eyeing that plot in the eastern suburbs, right? Rest assured, it's yours. Hearing Qi Tongwei say this, he instantly perked up. Then it's settled. Don't go back on your word. Qi Tongwei nodded, and Zhao Ruilong, bursting with excitement, set off immediately. Upon reaching the entrance of Dingshan, Zhao Ruilong first called Wang Hao to check on his uncle's whereabouts. But Zhao Guoqiang overheard the conversation and ordered him straight inside. Zhao Ruilong greeted Zhao Guoqiang with excessive deference. Uncle, you left in such a hurry the other day. Dad said you didn't get to eat a bowl of longevity noodles. Zhao Guoqiang waved him off. Cut the formalities. What do you want? Zhao Ruilong rubbed his hands together with a smile. So, I heard Hou Liangping caused you some trouble the other day, right? Zhao Guoqiang's eyes widened. Could it be that Zhong Xiaoai had gone to him? Come to think of it, he's been locked up for a few days now. Shouldn't he have had enough of that suffering by now? Zhao Guoqiang looked at Zhao Ruilong. Get some real work done. Stop running around all day. Since Commander Su is here, Wang Hao, you handle this matter. Zhao Ruilong hadn't expected his second uncle to give him such face. He hurried over to massage Zhao Ruilong's shoulders, but the smartwatch the kid was wearing just happened to ring. Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled, but when he saw the caller ID listed as second aunt, he grew even more bewildered. When did I get married? You're moonlighting as a matchmaker, huh? Zhao Ruilong swallowed hard and tried to bolt for the door. But as soon as he reached the door, the special security guards tackled him to the ground. Hey, that hurts. Zhao Guoqiang is my second uncle, and I'm his own nephew. What could I possibly do to him? Let go of me. Their grip on his shoulders felt like two iron clamps, the pain nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Zhao Ruilong was lifted off the ground by Zhao Guoqiang. Change that note for me. Cut ties with Gao Shaoqin from now on. Got it? Zhao Ruilong nodded and slunk away. However, Hou Liangping's release still needed to be relayed to Qi Tongwei. Northern Theater Command, Hou Liangping finally saw the sun again. Lu Yike stood beside him, her eyes sunken and lips pale. Are you okay? Lu Yike murmured softly, but Hou Liangping shook his head. I'm fine. It must be the Zhong family pulling strings behind the scenes that got us out. Lu Yike was utterly exasperated. What on earth was she thinking, bringing up that Zhong family now? After spending these past 2 days inside, Lu Yike finally understood, she was just an ordinary mortal. She couldn't ascend to the 9 heavens, nor could she stir up trouble in the celestial palace. Living an honest, quiet life was better than anything else. Hou Liangping was given something to eat, but for the past 2 days, it had been nothing but biscuits and water. Now, at last, he could see some hot food. However, soldiers kept watch over them throughout the meal. They couldn't let these two slip away again. After the meal, they were escorted to the airport and finally made their way home. Hou Liangping slept soundly at home for an entire day. That evening, Zhong Xiaoai returned home, her face worn with exhaustion. You're back. How did things go these past 2 days? I plan to go back to work tomorrow. Also, I don't think I can touch Zhao Guoqiang, but I know Li Dakong and Shi Tongwei are his right-hand men. Taking care of them won't be a problem. Hearing Hou Liangping say this nearly drove Zhong Xiaoai to fury. Does this big dummy still not get it? Not only could he not touch Zhao Guoqiang, but he couldn't even touch Li Dakong and Shi Tongwei, whom he just mentioned. A simple nod from them could lock him up for days. If he kept digging into their affairs like a fool, he'd be in real trouble. Hou Liangping didn't notice his wife's emotional turmoil at all. He only wanted to use this incident to climb higher, break free from the Zhong family, and connect with more powerful backers. Zhong Xiaoai paused. You work in the anti-corruption unit. What achievements have you made all these years? Nothing. My father helped you. What have you accomplished? Starting today, you're not to mention anti-corruption or anything related to it. You're to pack your things and transfer to a suburban office. Hearing this, Hou Liangping froze. You want me to work under you? Zhong Xiaoai gave a cold laugh. Is that too much to ask? If you want to keep your career alive, you'd better follow me to work obediently. Otherwise, your career ends right here. Hou Liangping knew his wife wasn't joking, and he didn't want to anger this woman. I'll agree to it, but could you give me a little time? Zhong Xiaoai looked puzzled. What kind of time? Hou Liangping thought for a moment before speaking. I only need 1 month. Let me leave my final mark on the anti-corruption work, but I promise you, I won't go after Zhao Guoqiang anymore. Zhong Xiaoai stood up. Do as you see fit. Hou Liangping, all he knows how to do is stir up trouble. Everything else? He's clueless. This guy has informants planted everywhere. That is, Hou Liangping regained his freedom. In that moment, besides sleeping, he also contacted his current partner outside and ascertained the schedules of Li Dakong and Shi Tongwei for the next 2 days. As he received the news, Zhao Guoqiang's phone lit up with an unfamiliar text message. Content: Hou Liangping has resurfaced. Investigating Li and Shi through informants. Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. You treat him like a junior, but he treats you like heir. Shi Tongwei, you're still too honest. Zhao Guoqiang pushed the phone toward Wang Hao, urging him to read it clearly. Wang Hao then backed out, frantically calling the two men and giving them a stern scolding. What the hell are you two playing at? I don't care which one of you got Hou Liangping out, he's after you again. After hanging up, Shi Tongwei sat up straight, while Liang Lu looked puzzled. Why aren't you sleeping? What's wrong? Shi Tongwei was clearly displeased. Hou Liangping started investigating me the moment he got out. Liang Lu couldn't help but snap back. And this is your good junior? Does he even care about you? Chapter 34, The Warning. Shi Tongwei frowned. Go to sleep. I'll handle this matter. He rose and walked to the study. After fiddling with his phone for a while, Shi Tongwei reclined in his chair and began to doze off. Meanwhile, a knock sounded at Hou Liangping's door. He looked puzzled. The moment he opened the door, Hou Liangping froze in place. The person standing before him was a complete stranger. But the visitor spoke with a distinct southern accent. Hello, my name is Jiang. Just one character, Tian. Zhang Tian was invited inside without hesitation. Smiling broadly, he placed a package on the table. From today onward, you're to stop doing those trivial things. Understood? Hearing this, Hou Liangping opened the package with a skeptical look. To his shock, it contained the ID cards of all his informants. He was furious beyond belief someone actually dared to target him like this. Just as he was about to explode, Zhang Tian cleared his throat. Calm down. Getting angry now won't accomplish anything. Don't forget who pulled you out of trouble. In our eyes, you're nothing but a little bug. Zhang Tian smiled wryly, stood up, and walked away. Hou Liangping, however, gazed toward the doorway with a look of disappointment. Because Zhong Xiaoai had no reason to know about any of this. And today was just a warning. It would be better if she understood. Hou Liangping, in this moment, truly doubted himself. Was he really their match? In truth, Hou Liangping was merely a pesky flea, always jumping out to bite others' ankles. Zhao Guoqiang understood perfectly well, only by crushing this flea's will could he make it give up completely. Otherwise, it would keep biting him indefinitely. With the 7th generation tank about to enter production, Zhao Guoqiang had a rare moment of free time. Late at night, he sought out Gao Qilan. Gao Qilan was genuinely pleased to see this man. I thought you'd be busy these past few days. You finally made it. Zhao Guoqiang set down his coat and walked over to Gao Qilan, who was busy in the kitchen. He pressed his face against her back. The feeling was so warm and comforting. Gao Qilan smiled. My brother's here. They should be arriving soon. Gao Qilan was nervous. She was testing Zhao Guoqiang's reaction, wanting to know if he was willing to meet her family. Zhao Guoqiang's reaction was surprisingly cooperative. That's wonderful. I've been wanting to meet your brother for a long time. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Opening it revealed brothers Gao Qiqiang and Gao Qixing. Shalan, I brought your favorite dried red fish. Don't cook so much, we'll go out to eat tomorrow. Who's this? Zhao Guoqiang stood up, smiling warmly at the brothers. After a brief introduction, Gao Qiqiang quickly wiped his hands and shook Zhao Guoqiang's. Gao Qixing, however, felt an odd sense of familiarity toward this man. He couldn't quite put his finger on what felt off. After dinner, they chatted for a while before Zhao Guoqiang found an excuse to leave. Gao Qixing followed him out. Zhao, I'm not sure if I should say this, but how long have you been dating my sister? Zhao Guoqiang also held a favorable impression of Gao Qixing, especially since he possessed a deep understanding of mechanical equipment. A while now. Why? Gao Qixing then uttered a sentence. We're ordinary people. I think you must be someone important and powerful. I hope you don't toy with my sister. We're very unfortunate we lost our parents when we were young. My older brother raised us. I hope you'll treat my sister with respect. Zhao Guoqiang patted his shoulder. Report to Jingshan tomorrow. I've seen your resume. Gao Qixing was stunned. He never imagined he could land a job at the prestigious Jingshan Industrial Park. This wasn't just climbing the social ladder, it was ascending to the ranks of the elite. Before he could say anything else, Zhao Guoqiang drove off. Gao Qixing returned to his room and asked Gao Qiqiang a question. Bro, if you had all the money in the world, what would you most want to do? Gao Qiqiang looked puzzled. What else could I do? Expand my fish stall, of course. Ideally, get everyone in the market to buy from me, drive prices down a bit, and give the neighbors a little benefit. Gao Qixing hesitated, not daring to reveal Zhao Guoqiang's identity. Going to Jingshan himself meant he'd be one step ahead of everyone else. Watching his sister scrub dishes, Gao Qixing felt this family had finally made it through. So this is what it feels like to be above others. By now, Zhao Guoqiang had switched to another vehicle, intending to return home first. In the car, he received a call from Wang how the unveiling of the 7th generation tank had already sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Zhao Guoqiang remained calm and collected. Who caused this mess this time? Alright, go gather all the representatives from various countries stationed in Jingzhou. I intend to treat them to a spectacular show today. Though Wang Hao didn't understand what Zhao Guoqiang intended to show them, he sensed it wouldn't be anything ordinary. Invitations were immediately sent to all representatives. Though it was already evening, the representatives were still astonished. Because Zhao Guoqiang intended to demonstrate the 7th generation tank. Within half an hour, everyone had gathered at the Jingshan Group's exclusive tank factory. Zhao Guoqiang addressed the representatives. First, our tanks are not for sale to the outside world. I hope you all understand my position. None of the representatives uttered a word, except for the newly appointed Japanese delegate. Gentlemen, I've just assumed this position. While I've heard of Jingshan Group's technological prowess, I wonder if Chairman Zhao might be overstating things. 6th generation tanks represent the pinnacle of human technology. If we must introduce a 7th generation, it would require a complete overhaul from the inside out. Chairman Zhao, am I not correct? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. You are correct, sir. But you'll have to see it to know, won't you? Hearing this, the Japanese representative perked up, eager to see what surprises Zhao Guoqiang might bring. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang wasted no time. He secured the door and activated all anti-surveillance devices. To everyone's surprise, this generation of tanks looked utterly bizarre. It was half the height of previous tanks, and its turret had become a completely different, stubby design. Everyone was stunned, thinking, you call this thing a tank? Zhao Guoqiang, however, was about to showcase cutting-edge science to them all. Gentlemen, you are about to witness something truly extraordinary. I hope you won't be too shocked. The Japanese representative snorted coldly, but the next moment, how had this tank transformed? It was as if someone had put the tank on a diet. Its armor was literally shedding off. Chapter 35, Your armor's falling off. Zhao Guoqiang remained calmly in control of the terminal computer in his hands. The Japanese representative actually laughed out loud. Chairman Zhao, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Would you care to see what your tank has become? If our eyes don't deceive us, your tank seems to have lost a lot of weight. The words had barely left his mouth when the entire room erupted in laughter. But the next moment, the laughter vanished. For these things were mechanical dogs equipped with folding legs. Integrating robotic dogs into weaponry had long been considered a fundamental necessity for future warfare. And now, they were witnessing robotic dogs striding into the future. This single tank was carrying 12 robotic dogs. The robotic dogs you see now carry a 300-round ammunition capacity. After exhausting that, kinetic cannons would engage, primarily utilizing light-based energy. The robotic dogs and tank began demonstrating their latest obstacle-clearing capabilities. Virtually no barrier could stop what everyone initially assumed was just a turret, but it was actually the robotic dogs. And now, the real turret finally revealed itself significantly shorter than before, resembling an unfinished gun mount. Yet its destructive power proved formidable. Zhao Guoqiang's concrete test platform was reduced to rubble with a single shot. Staring at the debris scattered across the ground, Zhao Guoqiang glared at Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt uneasy. Zhao Guoliang had specifically requested the strongest concrete, but Wang Hao had instead purchased standard bridge-grade concrete. In other words, this concrete wasn't exceptionally hard, but it was sufficient. Most nations used this type of concrete for their test platforms. The representatives from the European nations could no longer sit still and hurried over. Zhao Guoqiang cautioned them. Explosive residues are present and may emit radiation. Please exercise caution. Zhao Guoqiang issued the warning, but the group couldn't resist approaching to inspect. They discovered this shell was far more devastating than the 6th generation variant. Moreover, the concrete had been incinerated into powder during the explosion. A light crush reduced it to dust. What they had seen earlier wasn't debris at all, but powder left behind after combustion. All the representatives were stunned. If such a weapon were deployed, it would truly be an unstoppable force. Hardly anyone dared to look down on the 7th generation tank Zhao Guoqiang had mentioned anymore. Just then, the Japanese representative who had spoken earlier approached Zhao Guoqiang. I apologize for my earlier irrationality. This thing is just too powerful, isn't it? Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. What you call formidable is only part of the story. As you can see right now, what you understand isn't the whole picture. Do you understand? He quickly nodded, indicating he understood perfectly. Zhao Guoqiang then opened the tank's upper hatch, revealing only a black box inside for control. This black box utilizes our company's proprietary FR communication system. Therefore, our communications will never be severed on the battlefield. So this was an unmanned tank after all. But would such an unmanned tank really be effective? Just as the others were harboring this doubt, Wang Hao suddenly ran to the front of the tank and lay down. The Japanese representative gasped. Get out of the way. No faking injuries on the battlefield. He shouted this, but Wang Hao didn't move. The next moment, the tank rolled forward, lowered its front scoop, scooped Wang Hao up, and retreated back the way it came. Zhao Guoqiang began explaining the technology to everyone. What you just witnessed is the battlefield emergency medical function. Our tanks are fully compatible. Upon entry, it simulates an ambulance's negative pressure system. And if danger arises, the tank will immediately jettison its ammunition compartment. Zhao Guoqiang immediately simulated pressing the ammunition compartment button. Everyone noticed that the auxiliary wheels had now become the main drive wheels for the ammunition compartment. Its speed was surprisingly high, swiftly transporting Wang Hao to a location 1 kilometer away. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Wang Hao sat up straight and actually maneuvered the thing back. Good heavens, what kind of design is this? Many were stunned, having never witnessed such an innovative design. Zhao Guoqiang had achieved his objective. In his eyes, the emergence of the 7th generation tank signaled the end of global warfare. He cleared his throat. This tank currently has no official name, only the codename Mulan. Do you all understand? The representatives from various nations were already astonished, and they now understood why Zhao Guoqiang had told them from the start not to place orders with him. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly not place an order? By the time all the representatives had processed the information and were ready to seek him out, Zhao Guoqiang had already walked far away, leaving them no opportunity to do so. The delegates could only sigh at the sight of the tank, unable even to take the brochure with them. Wang Hao smiled cheerfully. Please cooperate with us, everyone. Everyone nodded, not daring to say much more. The production line for the 7th generation tank required upgrades, and many components needed coordinated manufacturing across different factories. Although the Jingshan Industrial Park could handle independent production, the manufacturing cycle was 1 day longer than anticipated. Still, it was good enough to deliver a satisfactory result. Zhao Guoqiang had just returned to his office when he found himself with a gun pressed against his waist. Don't move, or I'll shoot. Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled. Commander Su, how old are you? Playing games like this? That's a bit childish, don't you think? Commander Su chuckled and immediately stepped forward. Chairman Zhao, how could you be certain it was me? What if it had been someone else? You wouldn't have survived. Zhao Guoqiang pointed to the reflective surfaces surrounding the area, revealing his clear view behind him. Commander Su wasted no time, shoving Zhao Guoqiang into the office and demanding 200 tanks outright. Truth be told, I have a military unit about to deploy to a new battlefield, so we need this kind of equipment. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. Didn't I just approve production of the 6th generation tanks? Why do you need these now? Commander Su sighed, shedding his usual playful demeanor. Chairman Zhao, I don't wish to keep this from you, but this matter is critical. It concerns the safety of our soldiers. Moreover, the combat environment is extremely harsh, primarily desert terrain. I fear the 6th generation tanks won't perform optimally in such conditions. Zhao Guoqiang suddenly recalled Minyahan mentioning desert combat scenarios. It seemed the next global hotspot would be in the desert. And America hasn't even mobilized yet. It seems Jingshan's overseas mercenary company should start preparing. Chapter 36, Jingshan Mercenaries. Just as Zhao Guoqiang's thoughts reached this point, Commander Su patted him on the shoulder. Chairman Zhao, what are you thinking about? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, indicating he hadn't been thinking about anything in particular. Still, he couldn't let Commander Su come all this way for nothing. With that in mind, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. Given the current situation, providing you with 200 tanks is unrealistic. I can only offer up to 10 7th-generation tanks as aid, as that's the maximum available in our current inventory. You may select any other equipment you desire. Hearing this, Commander Su wore a look of triumphant cunning. You said it yourself. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang seemed to realize something. It appeared old Su hadn't come solely for the tanks he was after his Zhuruong robot. Commander Su offered no explanation, turning and dashing out. Wang Hao was accidentally bumped aside, looking thoroughly puzzled. Watching Su Zhanshu's hurried departure, Wang Hao felt puzzled. What was wrong with this guy? Before Wang Hao could say more, Zhao Guoqiang had already drafted an approval document. He's going to retrieve the Zhuruong robots. You may provide him with 100 units. Hearing this, Wang Hao finally understood. No wonder the guy was so excited. He'd be thrilled too if it were him. But it made sense. The Zhuruong robots were essentially soldier replacements, offering superior concealment on the battlefield. Looks like Commander Su hit the jackpot this time. Su Zhanshu, having secured what he wanted, departed in high spirits. But they now had more pressing matters to attend to, as Su Zhanshu's forces were about to deploy to the desert battlefield. Rumor had it that a rare type of radiation-based energy source had been discovered near the desert. Moments later, Zhao Guoqiang entered the underground communications facility, a space fully capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. Moreover, the equipment used was specially manufactured by the Jingshan Group. Under normal circumstances, this signal could not be severed. After entering, Zhao Guoqiang swiped a card. The next instant, the dim screen suddenly flashed with the Jingshan logo, then split into 6 separate panels. Zhao Guoqiang stated calmly. I hear radioactive energy sources have reappeared in the desert. I need you to cooperate with Su Zhanshu's unit and retrieve the items for me. I only require a sample. The rest is none of our concern. The figures in the 6 panels nodded and saluted. Then the image flickered and vanished. Zhao Guoqiang stretched lazily, preparing to leave. Wang Hao had been waiting outside for quite some time. Commander, please hold on. You have an interview scheduled. Word is the 6th princess sent someone personally. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. He could never refuse an interview request from the 6th princess, but why was it scheduled so early today? After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoliang accepted and made his way to the interview hall. The reporter sent by the 6th princess wasn't new to interviewing Zhao Guoqiang. After brief introductions, they quickly got down to business. The questions primarily revolved around the latest weaponry, Zhao Guoqiang's specialty. Chairman Zhao, we understand you've begun research on the 7th generation tank. Could you share specifics about this project? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. The 7th generation tank has transcended the realm of human warfare, evolving into a multi-dimensional combat system. Through the coordination of drones and robotic dogs, combined with ground reconnaissance waves and other elements, these combat units can essentially replace a modern army. 7th generation tanks no longer use gunpowder-based shells but instead employ light kinetic projectiles. When these kinetic energy projectiles reach a certain temperature, they generate a light energy explosion with 7,600 times the destructive power of gunpowder. The reporter nodded and posed the next question. Wang Hao watched the interview unfold, opened a bottle of water, and took a sip. For him, the waiting period was the most tedious part. Just as Wang Hao was deep in thought, Zhao Guoqiang's interview finally drew to a close. The reporter posed the final question. What kind of entity do you consider yourself to be? Zhao Guoqiang fell silent, unable to articulate his involvement across so many diverse industries. People's lives cannot do without Jingshan. While Zhao Guoqiang was being interviewed, Chen Xingchuan encountered a significant problem. Zhao Lidong suddenly sought him out. Director Chen, we're old acquaintances, aren't we? Back when we worked together, we were quite the team. Chen Xingchuan looked puzzled. Why was Zhao Lidong suddenly trying to cozy up to him? Besides, he'd been demoted now. What exactly are you implying? The higher-ups have made it clear we can't interfere in your affairs. Besides, you should know better than I do what's going on with the power sector. Chen Xingchuan understood power was a juicy piece of the pie that most wouldn't willingly give up. Why was Zhao Lidong approaching him? What was his real motive? Seeing Chen Xingchuan's guarded response, Zhao Lidong decided to lay his cards on the table. Don't be fooled by our shared surname. My elder brother doesn't bother with me, and my younger brother acts as if I don't exist. Anyway, that's beside the point. Transfer me to your team, and I'll give you something. Chen Xingchuan froze instantly. What kind of joke was this? His department was always under intense scrutiny. From Zhao Lidong's tone, it sounded like he was eyeing that very spot. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lidong added another sentence. Don't rush to answer me. Just take a look at what you're holding in your hands first, okay? Chen Xingchuan looked utterly bewildered. He opened the item and froze instantly, then hastily snapped it shut again.
Chen Xingchuan rubbed his chin. Old Zhao, we're in the same boat.
If you treat me like this, you won't fare much better either.
Besides, what's the meaning behind you secretly collecting this kind of thing? Zhao Lidong cut straight to the point. You need to understand one thing, if you transfer me over there, won't that give young Master Zhao an opening to meddle? Chen Xingchuan pondered this.
If Zhao Ruilong were willing to help him, everything would become incredibly simple.
But then again, would Zhao Ruilong even want to be in the same boat with him? Chen Xingchuan wasn't sure.
But the weight of what he held in his hands was too heavy. For the moment, he had no idea how to handle this ticking time bomb.
I'll think it over.
Chen Xingchuan got out of the car immediately, but Zhao Lidong just smiled faintly.
What else is there to consider? You don't really think you have a way out, do you? Do you believe those people will protect you?
Zhao Lidong found his thinking both naive and utterly ridiculous.
He ordered the driver to start the car and leave. Chapter 37, Desperate for Help. Chen Xingchuan clutched the object in his arms, utterly lost on how to proceed.
All he could do was sigh repeatedly, utterly helpless.
Guided by instinct, he braved the rain to Li Dakong's home and whispered quietly. Ouyang Jing isn't here, is she? Li Dakong frowned. Just say what you need to say. Why all the questions? Chen Xingchuan placed the item from his embrace onto the table. Li Dakong froze in place. What does this tell us? Chen Xingchuan grew anxious. My son spending abroad is wildly out of line with his income, does that make sense?
You absolutely must help me with this matter, otherwise, I'll be ruined.
Li Dakong pondered for a moment, thinking he seemed overly anxious. Could it be you're overthinking this? Relax.
Your son's been abroad for ages, no one's going after him. Besides, you're hardly a target for anyone's attacks now.
The implication was clear, had he offended someone? Chen Xingchuan wiped the rain from his forehead. To be honest, Zhao Lidong wants to transfer to my department. Li Dakong's expression darkened instantly. He definitely hasn't mentioned this to the commander. You didn't agree to it, did you? Chen Xingchuan shook his head, indicating he hadn't dared to agree. Li Dakong exhaled in relief and sat down beside him.
He knew this matter absolutely required Zhao Guoqiang's approval. After a moment's thought, Li Dakong stepped out onto the balcony and dialed Zhao Guoqiang directly.
Commander, I need to inform you of something.
Your cousin Zhao Lidong is making moves again.
Zhao Guoqiang's voice crackled with fury over the phone. What does he want now? Didn't he already transfer to the power sector? Does he have to hit rock bottom before he learns his lesson?
Li Dakong felt the words were deafening, but Zhao Lidong had proven he'd stop at nothing to climb higher.
Chief, he's approached Director Chen.
Zhao Guoqiang paused.
Even if he came to see you or Qi Tongwei, it wouldn't be acceptable.
The call abruptly ended.
Li Dakong stepped out and relayed Zhao Guoqiang's stance. Call Zhao Lidong immediately and have him come in.
Zhao Lidong was actually unsure himself. He knew that with Zhao Guoqiang involved, he couldn't be transferred so easily.
But he couldn't stay here indefinitely either. Fortunately, this matter finally reached a resolution.
After receiving Li Dakong's call, he rushed over immediately. Yet upon meeting, Li Dakong greeted him with a cheerful smile. Electricity is a matter closely tied to the people's lives.
Why don't you want to stay there?
Zhao Lidong instantly understood. It seemed his hopes were dashed once again. He paused before saying,
I'm still young.
I can't just coast through life like this forever. I want to work hard and achieve what I'm meant to accomplish.
In power, I can only shine to a limited extent. But if I work under Director Chen, it'll be different. And if I learn more foreign languages, it'll be even more different. Chen Xingchuan's face darkened. What was he implying?
Li Dakong could tell Zhao Lidong had made up his mind. He was determined to get transferred out. But the leader's stance had been crystal clear just now.
If you don't want to stay in power, then find your own way out.
Zhao Lidong immediately turned his gaze to Chen Xingchuan. After all, he couldn't just abandon him.
Chen Xingchuan was furious. Hiring someone to secretly film his son's private life? Was this the method? But who exactly was helping Zhao Lidong pull this off?
Chen Xingchuan resolved inwardly that he would get to the bottom of this matter. Just then, Zhao Lidong spoke up. If you two won't grant me this favor, then I'll have no choice but to seek help elsewhere.
With that, he stood up and started to leave.
Li Dakong had no choice but to consider compromise, but Zhao Guoqiang had set the bottom line, so he could only watch it all unfold. After stepping outside, Zhao Lidong sat down, pressing his hand to his forehead.
He hadn't expected them to genuinely refuse his request.
If that was the case, then he had no choice but to play his trump card. There was one person Zhao Lidong still hadn't utilized. Zhao Lidong sought out Zhong Wenchang.
Senior classmate, I need your help with this matter. I can't just keep muddling through at the power company forever. You know that place, what kind of future could I possibly have there? Zhong Wenchang pondered thoughtfully. Helping Zhao Lidong wasn't the issue, but what if Zhao Guoqiang found out?
This was no small matter. But then Zhao Lidong proceeded to list all the ways Zhao Guoqiang had wronged him. Basically, the man had never done him any favors. Finally, he indirectly conveyed his other intention: he would definitely support the projects Zhong Wencheng had left behind. Ultimately, both old foxes shared the same goal: to revive the old projects. Since the Jingshan Industrial Park broke ground, construction remained unfinished, with numerous sections still under expansion. Meanwhile, due to funding issues, all other projects had ground to a halt. Since Zhao Lidong had made the promise, he could naturally trust him.
Zhong Wencheng pondered for a moment.
In that case, you should go to Jinghai District. There's an old fellow from my hometown whom I've always held in high regard.
Zhao Lidong nodded repeatedly, his excitement leaving him speechless.
Early the next morning, Zhao Lidong went straight to meet this fellow villager of Zhong Wencheng's. To his surprise, the two knew each other.
I never imagined the old commander was referring to you.
Meng Dihai, we were only 2 grades apart.
Zhao Lidong was bursting with excitement. Meng Dihai nodded repeatedly.
They had attended the same high school and even played on the same basketball team back then. After a moment of friendly banter, Meng Dihai casually pulled out a document and placed it on the table.
Everything's been arranged. Start working immediately after you arrive. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me anytime, okay?
Hearing this, Zhao Lidong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He clutched the object in his hand tightly. Everything he ever wanted was finally within his grasp. This was the very foundation he'd climbed to reach.
After Zhao left, Meng Dihai couldn't help but snort coldly. Who would have thought? After all that waiting, I end up with a beggar. He's so easy to dismiss. Why abandon the lucrative power sector for this place? What was this guy thinking?
As Meng Dihai spoke, his daughter Meng Yu entered from outside.
Dad, what are you doing?
Meng Dihai shook his head, indicating it was nothing, his expression puzzled.
Where's an Xin? Why didn't he come with you? Meng Yu asked casually.
He's been busy these past couple of days and said he wouldn't be coming over for now.
Why? Meng Dihai shook his head, indicating he hadn't asked anything.
After Zhao Lidong left, the first person he contacted was Zhang Tian.
Chapter 38, Growing Stronger.
Upon hearing Zhao Lidong had been transferred over, Zhang Tian hurried to meet him. With you here, everything will fall into place. Rest assured, I've already handled matters locally.
Any issues can be resolved through our discussions.
Most projects were settled, but there was one place.
Zhao Lidong's cheerful expression suddenly froze.
He had hoped to hear Zhang Tian assure him that everything was under control, that all matters had been resolved.
What did this mean now?
Zhang Tian sensed Zhao Lidong's displeasure and quickly interjected. Rest assured, I'll resolve this matter as quickly as possible.
I promise it won't cause you any trouble, okay?
Rest assured, once I get involved, everything will quickly get back on track. I've already taken care of everything regarding that expressway.
Hearing this, Zhao Lidong finally relaxed a bit.
Solving the expressway construction issue so soon after arriving would surely please Zhong Wencheng.
Very good. It's settled then.
As they spoke, the two men clinked their teacups together. After a moment of thought, Zhang Tian suddenly spoke up.
The Gao family's activities have been quite extensive lately. As the newly appointed official, how could Zhao Lidong possibly ignore this? The Gao family, you wouldn't be referring to Gao Mingyuan, would you?
That guy's been quietly amassing wealth these past few years.
He's a few years younger than me, right? What's he been up to lately? Never mind, just tell me. Zhang Tian seized the chance to report on this rival. With Zhao Lidong backing him now, why should he fear so much?
Zhao Lidong grew angrier with every word, never imagining so many of his projects had been snatched away by Gao Mingyuan.
Isn't he trying to take credit for my work? The commander's point is that it's best if I handle everything myself. Alright, then. Have him come over here? Zhang Tian nodded and hurried off to comply.
At Shanshui Manor, Gao Mingyuan stepped out of a black sedan.
Commander Zhao, it's been a long time.
Zhao Lidong snorted coldly upon hearing this.
I really can't accept that. Who are you, exactly? And who am I?
Gao Mingyuan remained unperturbed, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as he had someone pour a bottle of apple cider vinegar. After taking a couple of sips, Gao Mingyuan's gaze shifted to Zhang Tian across from him. I thought our issues were minor matters between us, but I never imagined you'd involve the leadership.
Zhang Tian gave a cold smile but remained silent. There were only 3 people in the room. Seeing Zhang Tian ignore him, Gao Mingyuan kept quiet. Let them say whatever they want.
To my surprise, Gao Mingyuan's son, Sun Xing, had also arrived at Shanshui Manor. And this good-for-nothing immediately demanded Gao Shaoqin come over for drinks.
Get your boss over here immediately.
Don't make me repeat myself, or I'll lose my temper. The waiter had no choice but to summon the manager. The moment the manager entered, he was met with 2 resounding slaps across the face. Left with no choice, he called Gao Shaoqin. But someone like Sun Xing wasn't worthy of meeting her. But to be fair, this guy mainly wanted to show off to his buddies. If he could get Gao Shaoqin to come over with just one call, wouldn't that make him look awesome? But it seemed he'd overplayed his hand, because Gao Shaoqin wasn't giving him any face at all. Sun Xing hadn't expected Gao Shaoqin to take herself so seriously, and he instantly felt like turning on her. Then the manager returned and deliberately repeated what Gao Shaoqin had said. Our boss Gao said that bastard better never drink here again. Sun Xing licked his lips, his expression instantly hardening as he swept all the glasses onto the floor.
You got the guts to say that again?
The manager had already fled in terror, never expecting those words to carry such weight. With others joining in the commotion, Sun Xing was now completely enraged. He insisted on summoning Gao Shaoqin immediately, threatening to tear the entire Shanshui manor apart if she didn't show up today. But the commotion was too loud. There was a VIP in the private room next door. Zhao Ruilong had secured several projects these past few days, all thanks to Jiang Tian's behind-the-scenes maneuvering. He and Zhao Lidong weren't exactly close, but this was Zhao Lidong's way of indirectly currying favor with both father and son. Since there were benefits to be gained, he'd gladly take them. But speaking of which, what kind of blockbuster were they screening in the next room? Why all the racket? Zhao Ruilong opened the door and was stunned to find his archrival, Sun Xing, standing there. These two spoiled brats had crossed swords before more than once, yet neither had ever truly bested the other. Today, they met again, and the tension was palpable. So it's you, Sun Xing. How dare you show your face at Shanshui Manor for dinner? Zhao Ruilong said, gesturing for someone to bring a cup of tea while glaring coldly at him. Sun Xing sneered. Zhao Ruilong, tell me, if it weren't for your family connections, what would you have become by now? At these words, Zhao Ronglong's expression instantly hardened. Both sides glared at each other with hostility. Zhao Ruilong snorted coldly. Fine then, let's find a place to settle this. An hour later, the two gathered hundreds of people at a broken highway bridge, preparing for a fight. Zhao Ruilong sat on a chair, sunglasses on, as if oblivious to everything. Sun Xing had his men prepare a large number of machetes beforehand and was personally ready to join the fray.
However, Sun Xing's side clearly had the edge in terms of personnel quality.
The moment the fight began, both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. Zhao Ruilong hadn't anticipated the enemy charging straight at him. He frantically dodged while keeping an eye on his footing.
But the commotion was simply too loud, ultimately alerting En Changlin.
Without hesitation, En Changlin immediately dispatched men to the scene and had all the troublemakers arrested. When Meng Dihai learned that among those arrested were not only Sun Xing but also Zhao Ruilong, he was so enraged he fell ill and was hospitalized that very day. Upon receiving the news, En Changlin was so furious he wanted to curse. The incident had barely begun when he used illness as an excuse to hide away in the hospital. If he could evade responsibility like this, what use was he? He ordered them to contact their respective parents, leaving the matter entirely up to them to handle.
En Changlin nearly exploded with rage.
Sun Xing called Gao Mingyuan's secretary. Directly calling the old man himself would surely cause a confrontation.
But strangely, the secretary wouldn't pick up today. Zhao Ruilong watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but laugh. Forget it. You're just a bastard child. What do you expect them to do for you? Why don't we both just stay put and cool off for a few days? What do you say?
Hearing this, Sun Xing snorted coldly.
Who cares if I'm a bastard? I didn't see your own father come pick you up either. Zhao Ruilong sneered. My dad has trouble walking. Otherwise, he'd have been here ages ago. Unlike some people's dads, able-bodied and still refusing to show up. How pitiful. Chapter 39, Two Spoiled Rich Kids.
This round was a complete victory for Zhao Ruilong. Sun Xing was so thoroughly shut down he couldn't even speak. He never imagined Zhao Ruilong would dare speak to him like this. His teeth clenched so hard they creaked, and he wanted to take him down right then and there. News of the two being locked up, spread by Gao Shaoqin, finally reached Shi Tongwei's ears. Hearing that these two big spendthrifts had been locked up, he nearly laughed out loud.
Serves them right.
They needed a lesson to remember who's in charge.
Thought they were untouchable, did they? In my opinion, they'd been spoiled rotten by their parents. What kind of behavior is this? Shi Tongwei instructed En Changlin to handle it as he saw fit. Alright, the problem had come full circle, finally returning to square one. En Changlin's head was throbbing. If this kept up, he'd need to go to the hospital himself. Why was Gao Mingyuan so calm? His son was arrested, surely he'd show his face or at least call to check in. But up until now, not only had there been no word, they hadn't even reached a conclusion. Meng Dihai had even left the hospital midway, only to turn right back around the moment he heard the two young masters hadn't left yet. Zhao Guoqiang had nearly finished his work in the lab, having prepared his experimental material sample 0. His watch flashed, causing Zhao Guoqiang to frown. It seemed some news was coming his way. Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of water and opened his phone, where he indeed found the issue. What he hadn't anticipated was that this was a showdown between two spoiled brats. Flipping through his phone, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle. This was truly something else. But that kid Zhao Ruilong hadn't gained any advantage. He'd have to give him a good scolding later. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Guoqiang also recalled Gao Mingyuan. That guy's influence was truly vast now. Anyway, the experiment was finished. Zhao Guoqiang stood up and set off with Wang Hao, planning a surprise visit. Gao Mingyuan was completely caught off guard by Zhao Guoqiang's arrival. He hurried out of his office to greet them. Commander, how did you find the time to visit us? Of course, it's not that I don't welcome you, I welcome you with open arms. This way, please. Let's head to the office and sit down for a moment. Zhao Guoqiang paused, looking at him. I hear your son is quite talented. Gao Mingyuan felt awkward and couldn't quite find the words.
Zhao Guoqiang patted him on the shoulder.
No worries. I was just asking. Pretend you didn't hear me. Gao Mingyuan understood.
It seemed Zhao Guoqiang had come here looking for trouble. But Wan Hao genuinely looked like he was here to watch the show, convinced Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't come here looking for trouble. In other words, if Zhao Guoqiang wanted to pick a fight, he would have done so already. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang circled around and finally stopped, fixing his gaze on him.
Wang Hao, you can step outside first. Once the door closed, Zhao Guoqiang voiced his opinion. I hear Zhang Tian has recently gotten involved too. Are those projects of Zhong Wenchang still going ahead? Gao Mingyuan nodded. Not only are they launching, but they've also implemented a comprehensive ecological approach.
Most importantly, your cousin Zhao Lidong is overseeing these operations.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Who knew my cousin was so capable? To have finally secured the Zhong family's support proves he's no ordinary man. But then again, doesn't this move effectively trample both his own and Zhao Lichuan's reputation underfoot?
He sure knows how to play the game.
Gao Mingyuan pondered for a moment. Should I step in? Dealing with them is just a matter of time.
I guarantee I'll strike when they least expect it and give them a brutal fall.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered. How hard do you want them to fall?
What I mean is, don't let his project get off the ground.
Gao Mingyuan instantly understood.
Rest assured, I'll handle this matter with utmost discretion.
Gao Mingyuan proved far more capable than anticipated.
While negotiating with Zhang Tian, he simultaneously dispatched teams to clear Zhang Tian's construction site.
Moreover, he forcibly hauled away most of Zhang Tian's equipment. Gao Mingyuan's actions nearly drove Zhang Tian to his grave. I've gone this far, I think you should understand my intentions by now.
In short, stay out of those projects if you can.
Don't initiate them if you don't have to.
Zhang Tian nearly fainted from rage, leaning on the table as he glared coldly at Gao.
Explain to me, why are you doing this? Aren't you just bullying us? Gao Mingyuan rubbed his chin.
You could interpret it that way, but I'm warning you, this isn't my decision.
It's coming from above. Got it?
Zhang Tian was about to speak again when it suddenly dawned on him. He muttered to himself. So it was the higher-ups' orders.
That explains it. That explains it.
Zhang Tian said, lifting his teacup and taking a large sip.
He knew this matter was definitely orchestrated by Zhao Guoqiang's faction.
But with his construction site now impossible to restart, how could Zhao Lidong possibly let him off the hook?
Chairman Gao, please don't do this to me, okay? I'm just trying to get by too. With things turned out like this, do you really think Zhao Lidong will let the two of us off? Gao Mingyuan looked utterly unconcerned. My son even beat up Zhao Lidong's nephew. How do you expect this to end? This situation is pretty much beyond understanding, right?
Gao Mingyuan chuckled as he stared intently at Zhang Tian, utterly baffled why this guy chose to follow Zhao Lidong.
Zhang Tian remained silent. Gao Mingyuan suddenly spoke up. I get it now. It's because you're such a lowlife, right?
Hearing this, Zhang Tian nearly exploded with rage, but he quickly devised a plan.
Maybe Zhao Lidong couldn't handle him, but what about the Zhong family?
The thought struck him, and Zhang Tian blurted out a question.
What if someone exposes what your son did? Gao Mingyuan grinned.
If anyone touches my son, I'll certainly settle the score with them no matter who they are.
With that, he stood up and left.
Zhang Tian, however, quietly handed the evidence he'd gathered to Zhao Lidong and told him everything about Gao Mingyuan.
Things were about to get really interesting.
Zhao Ruilong and Sun Xing had been chatting aimlessly, but Sun Xing was suddenly whisked away by a group of men in black suits.
Zhao Ruilong chuckled. Looks like you're out of luck. You're not getting taken away to be shot, are you?
Don't worry, I'll take care of all your girls.
How about that?
Sun Xing cursed him for being a jinx, but still turned and followed the men away. However, Zhao Ruilong felt an ominous foreboding in his heart. He quickly called for someone to release him.
Ultimately, it alerted in Changlin.
I heard all your commotion earlier.
What do you think you're doing? Zhao Ruilong lowered his voice. Call my second uncle. Chapter 40, Uncle, I've been arrested again. And Changlin was nearly boiling with rage. What kind of place did he think this was? That damn bastard. If you want to find your second uncle, you can look for him after you get out.
Zhao Ruilong cleared his throat.
Mr. Ren, I'm warning you, I have extremely important business with my second uncle. You'd better not stand in my way. Got it? And Changlin gave his men a nod, signaling them to hand over the phone. He said nothing more.
He'd gotten what he wanted anyway. Time to make that call. Zhao Ruilong explained Sun Xing's arrest and sought his uncle's advice.
Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang was utterly unapologetic. What business is this of yours? Shut your filthy mouth.
Zhao Ruilong hadn't anticipated his second uncle's furious outburst. He wanted to say more, but fearing another scolding, he kept his mouth shut. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent either. Zhao Lidong certainly had the nerve to actually team up with the Zhong family against Gao Mingyuan. But to be honest, at times like this, he just wanted to sit back and watch, not wanting to get involved in anything. Sure enough, Gao Mingyuan's desperate attempts to rescue his son sparked numerous clashes between the two sides. The situation was escalating by the minute. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had undertaken another, far more crucial task. That evening, Zhao Guoqiang brought Chen Xingxuan to the riverside. "Chairman Zhao, what brings us here? I get seasick easily, but I love to study." Zhao Guoqiang looked at him and smiled. "Don't worry, you'll have plenty of chances to learn later." "How's the situation with Gao Mingyuan and the others?" Chen Xingxuan shook his head. "Gao Mingyuan is clearly struggling, but the Zhong family isn't faring much better. They've been thoroughly shaken up by him too." "Chairman Zhao, I never imagined he'd be that formidable." Zhao Guoqiang nodded. If even Chen Xingxuan found him formidable, it meant Gao Mingyuan was truly no ordinary man. Just then, the boat sent to pick them up arrived. Zhao Guoqiang led Chen Xingxuan directly aboard. Chen Xingxuan kept glancing around, curious about what exactly this place was for. Once aboard, Zhao Guoqiang took a bite of fruit and noticed Chen Xingxuan seemed slightly uneasy. "It's fine. No one here knows what we do. Just relax, okay?" Hearing this, Chen Xingxuan nodded repeatedly. Zhao Guoqiang had brought Chen Xingxuan here for an important matter. Before long, a tall, broad-shouldered foreigner approached. Chen Xingxuan recognized him instantly. Wasn't this the representative from Paris company? "Chairman Zhao, when did you start working with this company? They've always been your competitors. What's going on?" Zhao Guoqiang looked at the approaching foreigner. "Adiman, you explain it." Adiman poured a glass of red wine and pushed it over. "Some of the equipment we've recently produced at Paris has been deployed across various projects, but for some reason, Zhang Tian hasn't settled the accounts with us. So today I came to ask for your assistance. How should I handle this matter?" "Don't let Adiman's foreign accent fool you. His enunciation is exceptionally clear." Zhao Guoqiang looked at Chen Xingxuan. "Dean Chen, you're the expert in this field. How should we handle this?" Chen Xingxuan pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but shake his head. "Your situation is rather unique. Since Zhang Tian's company isn't even registered in Jingzhou, you can't resolve this locally. Instead, you'll likely need to return to your company's registered location. I gotta say, this guy's pretty ruthless. He totally screwed you over inside and out, and you couldn't do a damn thing about it. But seriously, how could you let yourself get played like that?" Hearing Chen Xingxuan say this, Adiman clenched his teeth so hard they ground together. Then he let out a long sigh. "I believe this is a trap set specifically for us. They're coming up with all sorts of excuses to fob us off. At first, I wasn't entirely sure, but after our discussion, I'm certain now. Chairman Zhao, I'd appreciate your assistance with this matter." The three clinked glasses. Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, but Chen Xingxuan understood implicitly. It seemed they intended to use this incident to eliminate Zhang Tian. However, Chen Xingxuan was also acutely aware of the immense risks involved. If they succeeded, would he even be able to keep his position? Zhao Guoqiang looked at him. "Don't let your ambition run too wild. You might not be able to control it. In any case, I understand your intentions. You must be patient." Chen Xingxuan nodded repeatedly, signaling his understanding, then picked up his wine glass and drank another cup. As the group enjoyed their drinks on the boat, a sudden flash of light cut through the night sky. Chen Xingxuan froze in panic. Wasn't that a reconnaissance drone? Adiman hadn't anticipated this either. How could a drone still fly over when he'd already brought them aboard? "Chairman Zhao, what should we do about this?" Zhao Guoqiang calmly waved toward the distant drone. Meanwhile, Shi Tongwei was propping up a sniper rifle while drinking beer. Upon seeing Zhao Guoqiang's signal, he aimed the sniper rifle at the drone and pulled the trigger. In an instant, the drone plummeted into the water. Zhao Guoqiang calmly picked up a piece of fruit. "My approach to handling things, rest assured, no one will dare disturb us." Chen Xingxuan, witnessing this method of problem solving, grew excited. Hadn't he strived his entire life for precisely this kind of power? Buoyed by the alcohol, Chen Xingxuan promised Adi Meng he would definitely resolve the issue. Before long, Chen Xingxuan was drunk beyond recognition. Zhao Guoqiang told him to rest in the cabin and let Adiman up to the ship's deck. "Rest assured, the Zhang Tian matter will be resolved. The equipment issue is no trouble at all." Adiman nodded. "Then I owe this matter entirely to you. Rest assured, operations in the desert region have confirmed that these are agents dispatched by America. Here are the detailed materials. You can hand them over to any commander at any time." Zhao Guoqiang took the USB drive and examined it carefully. Shortly after, Zhao Guoqiang disembarked and departed immediately. Only after seeing Zhao Guoqiang get into the car did Shi Tongwei stow his sniper rifle and pick up the walkie-talkie. "That's it. Stand down." Those in hiding received the message and withdrew swiftly. The USB drive Zhao Guoqiang obtained represented significant interests. Back at his base, he inserted the USB drive into a dedicated computer and quickly read all its contents.
The Americans had discovered new energy reserves in the desert region and planned to deploy troops once they secured their actual objectives.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
I wonder if the commanders-in-chief would be thrilled to receive this news. How intriguing. Chapter 41, Energy.
After copying the USB drive, Zhao Guoqiang immediately destroyed it and stored the data separately on his own computer. Seems like many would covet the energy resources near the desert, but that's of no consequence. Just as Zhao Guoqiang was pondering this, Wang Hao unexpectedly knocked and entered. Sir, I need to inform you that Miss Ivanka has arrived. As America's representative, Ivanka must have already caught wind of something. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly and shook his head, clearly signaling he didn't want to meet her.
Wang Hao then presented a reason he couldn't refuse.
Miss Ivanka stated that this matter concerns whether peace between our two sides can be maintained.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. Does this woman think too highly of herself? Well then, let the woman come. Zhao Guoqiang wanted to see for himself what this woman was thinking.
Ivanka followed Wang Hao into the reception room, where Zhao Guoqiang had already brewed a cup of tea and pushed it toward her.
Ivanka, speak your mind.
Seeing Zhao Guoqiang was prepared, Ivanka laid her cards on the table. We acknowledge there were disagreements between us before, but this is going too far. I know you've figured out the energy issue through Adamon's connections, but this move of yours is downright disrespectful. Why is it that wherever our troops appear, yours show up shortly after? Zhao Guoqiang remained calm, adding a pinch more saffron to the cup.
Seems your temper's running a bit high. Time for some gynecological care. Ivanka slammed her fist on the table and stood up. Chairman Zhao, don't push your luck.
Zhao Guoqiang calmly regarded Ivanka, offering a cold smile.
If I were bullying you, what could you possibly do about it? Ivanka, do you want to challenge me? Ivanka clenched her teeth, but no words came out.
Zhao Guoqiang shrugged his shoulders and smiled.
I understand your thoughts, Miss Ivanka. But we each serve our own masters. You have your principles, don't we have ours? Ivanka clenched her jaw.
Consider this a plea, delay your forces' arrival by 5 hours. Ivanka knew full well that 5 hours later, they would successfully secure the new energy source in the desert and retreat unhurriedly. Unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang had no intention of granting that favor.
Miss Ivanka, you're not taking this too lightly, are you? Asking me to delay the army for hours is clearly unrealistic. Before Ivanka could respond, Zhao Guoqiang presented another perspective.
Your forces enjoy plundering energy resources. Well, it just so happens we enjoy plundering your forces' energy resources.
Didn't you claim that might makes right? Ivanka knew Zhao Guoqiang was taking revenge on her.
Her lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped her. Zhao Guoqiang rose to his feet, no longer bothering with the woman.
A wave of gloom washed over Ivanka. If even Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't help her, what could she possibly do next? Wang Hao entered, extending his hand. Ivanka followed him out. Wang Hao, I want to ask what your boss really meant. Rest assured, if you can tell me his true intentions, you can have whatever you want.
It must be said, hearing such words from this stunning beauty before him was utterly suggestive. But Wang Hao wasn't a fool.
Miss Ivanka, I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you much more.
After seeing her off, Zhao Guoqiang calmly studied the contents on his computer screen. At that moment, Lu Xinjian felt like he was being roasted over a fire. Zhao Lidong had only been working here for a few days before leaving.
Should he go find Zhao Guoqiang? This time it should be my turn, right? If it still wasn't my turn, that would be a bit too much targeting me. Lu Xinjian felt uncertain. He wanted to consult someone, but didn't know whom to turn to after all. Zhao Ruilong was in no mood for it right now. And Chen Xingxuan seemed to be busy too.
In the end, he called Qi Tongwei's home.
Director Qi, I'm at a loss with this matter. What do you suggest I do now? Qi Tongwei rubbed his eyes.
Old Lu, this is no simple matter.
I advise you to stay calm. Aren't you just pushing the leader into a corner? Qi Tongwei understood Lu Xinjian's thoughts and intentions perfectly well.
In short, expecting an instant solution was nothing short of wishful thinking.
Even though the position was vacant, it wasn't Lu Xinjian's turn.
He hadn't yet reached the level where he could sway the entire situation. Just then, Qi Tongwei's other phone rang. His expression changed. This call signaled a request for help.
Hold on a moment. I've got an incoming call.
After hanging up, Qi Tongwei asked in a subdued voice.
What's going on? Gao Mingyuan kept his head down. Big brother, you really have to help me this time. Sun Xing's gotten himself into serious trouble. Qi Tongwei deeply regretted answering this call.
Zhao Guoqiang had warned him, never let him discover any truth-twisting schemes, or else he'd make them pay dearly. Now the very person who twisted the truth had come knocking.
Should he help or not? Qi Tongwei lowered his voice. First, tell me what happened. Gao Mingyuan dared not hesitate.
Sun Xing drove someone named Suingzi to her death.
Please help me, no one else can do anything about it. Qi Tongwei pondered. Truth be told, you've done a lot of good over the years, like donating to charity. We know you're not entirely bad.
But some things are predestined, overdoing them truly shortens your lifespan.
I'm afraid I can't help you with this one.
Sun Xing always stirs up trouble on a massive scale. This Suingzi affair might reach Chairman Zhao's ears.
Gao Mingyuan was devastated.
He never imagined Zhao Lidong and his crew could dig up what Sun Xing had done. With no other options, he sought out Gao Shaoqin that very night. For the sake of our shared surname, Gao, please help.
Gao Shaoqin yawned.
Gao Mingyuan immediately ordered his men to carry the items inside.
Rain poured outside, soaking the bodyguards.
One large box after another was dumped onto the floor, at least 100 million in cash.
Gao Shaoqin's expression turned disgusted at the sight of the money. Did she really need this money to get where she was now?
Gao Mingyuan waved for everyone else to leave, his gaze fixed on Gao Shaoqin.
I hope you understand me. I really had no other choice.
Gao Shaoqin knew Gao Mingyuan had extensive connections. But whether he could actually help was another matter. Still, she agreed.
Then it's settled. Gao Mingyuan turned and left.
Gao Shaoqin made a call, instructing the housekeeper to secure all the money. Sun Xing finally became the center of attention. He never imagined anyone would dare report on his affairs. The morning papers were filled with it.
Chapter 42, Dead End.
Zhao Lidong finished his porridge while reading the paper.
Oh my, how could this man not realize his time is up? Things have come to this point. Does he really have no sense? Doesn't he know to come begging us?
Secretary Wang chuckled.
Gao Mingyuan must be begging everyone for help by now.
Once he hits dead ends everywhere, he'll naturally come crawling to you.
Zhao Lidong laughed out loud. Let him not come. If he does, how could I possibly give him face? Don't worry. Gao Mingyuan would die before kneeling before me.
Sun Xing has really messed up this time. Of course, he never considered how many people are waiting to take him down after he dared to offend Zhao Ruilong. Given Changlin a heads up, Sun Xing's case absolutely cannot be handled this way.
Tell him to move fast. We have all the evidence. What else is there to investigate?
Arrest those who should be arrested.
Execute those who should be executed. Secretary Wang nodded upon hearing this.
Meanwhile, Meng Dihai remained hidden in the hospital, listening to Meng Yu speak to him.
So Sun Xing's situation has escalated significantly now, right? Meng Yu nodded. Exactly.
Sun Xing's situation has become extremely serious.
Dad, what's your take on this? Meng Dihai pondered for a moment.
My opinion doesn't matter, because this has nothing to do with us. Just don't make enemies or stir up trouble. Meng Yu sensed the situation might be more serious than he'd thought and hesitated.
I was covering that story. Meng Dihai's expression instantly changed to one of utter disbelief. You silly girl, how could you get involved in something like this?
Meng Yu felt helpless.
The deed was done, what could she do now?
Meng Dihai could no longer remain composed. If that was the case, he needed to make contact immediately. 10 minutes later, in a relatively quiet space, Meng Dihai called Chi Tongwei.
Director Chi, do you think this matter could be resolved through the leadership? Chi Tongwei understood immediately Meng Dihai must have some knowledge of the situation. Rest assured, I've already discussed this with Commander Zhao. It shouldn't be a major issue.
Meng Dihai breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Zhao Guoqiang was aware, it would be manageable. Just don't let Sun Xing slip through the cracks again. By then, Zhao Guoqiang had finished breakfast and had the table cleared.
I'm genuinely puzzled. What's going on here? Why hasn't anyone taken charge of Sun Xing's case?
Wang Hao shook his head.
Probably because they're all afraid of taking responsibility. Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. Check if Dean Chen is awake.
Wang Hao called Chen Xingxuan, who was roused by the ringing and sounded extremely irritated. He rolled over, even considering tossing the phone farther away, but it just wouldn't stop ringing.
Chen Xingxuan glanced at the screen and, recognizing Wang Hao's name, sat up abruptly. Secretary Wang, what's the matter?
Wang Hao explained the specifics, and Chen Xingxuan immediately understood it was about Sun Xing. Gao Mingyuan had certainly given him a hard time before.
Numerous problems had arisen, yet he hadn't actively addressed any of them.
It seemed this guy was beyond control now.
Please relay to the commander that I will handle this matter.
After speaking, Chen Xingxuan immediately had a boat arranged to take him away.
Regarding Sun Xing's situation, all factions were keeping a close watch. Chen Xingxuan acted swiftly, imposing the death penalty without giving Gao Mingyuan any opportunity to intervene.
Meanwhile, Gao Mingyuan sat at home, staring at Sun Xing's photo.
He finally understood. So Zhao Guoqiang, you've been playing me all along. I thought you'd lend a hand, but I never imagined you'd do this.
Zhao Guoqiang, you really are something. Using me to clear the way for your group, then striking yourself, you really are something. He sighed helplessly as he spoke. He had no idea what he would face next.
Just then, Su Jiang knocked on the door. Chairman Gao, what's gotten into you?
Gao Mingyuan looked at Su Jiang, knowing he'd come to watch the spectacle. Be careful. Your son hasn't exactly kept his hands clean either. Su Jiang stroked his beard.
You're absolutely right.
But now my son is fine, while yours is finished.
Is your company willing to sell to me?
Let me tell you straight, if Jiang Tian comes, he'll devour you whole.
Are you afraid?
Hearing this, Gao Mingyuan laughed, his expression utterly unconcerned.
With my son gone, what's the point of striving anymore?
Su Jiang gave him a light pat on the shoulder.
I know what you're thinking. You don't have to be so pessimistic. I know of a ship that can take you away.
Sell me your company cheaply, I'll give you 300 million yuan to live out your days in peace.
How about it? Gao Mingyuan froze.
His company was worth at least 80 billion yuan, and this man was offering 3 billion off the cuff.
Why pay when you could just take it? Was he being too polite? Su Jiang looked at Gao Mingyuan.
Why are you so stubborn?
Just do as I say. I think I'm offering a substantial amount. What do you think? Gao Mingyuan's eyes could practically kill someone.
Su Jiang gave an awkward chuckle.
Fine then. Since you're unwilling, there's nothing I can do. Let's leave it at that for now.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Once Jiang Tian arrives, you won't be able to take anything with you. Su Jiang finished speaking and immediately took off running. This guy was just here to take advantage.
But Su Jiang was right about one thing. With Jiang Tian's arrival, Gao Mingyuan had no chance of survival.
Jiang Tian strut in with such confidence. What leverage did Gao Mingyuan possibly have left to keep fighting him?
Chairman Gao, with things having come to this, I needn't say more, right? You'd better hand over the company to me without a fuss.
Oh, and don't change a single thing in your sales team structure.
Otherwise, I'll turn on you. Gao Mingyuan laughed. You really are a bastard. Don't you want too much? Su Jiang came earlier and said you'd definitely show up.
I didn't believe it at first, but here you are.
Spit it out. Did you two think I'd fall and then plan to divide up everything I own? Jiang Tian shook his head. I'm offering 10 million to buy your company.
Take it or leave it, that's your call.
Gao Mingyuan clenched his fists.
If I were to act now, you wouldn't stand a chance against me.
Taking your life would be a matter of mere minutes. Jiang Tian nodded. I believe you. But if you take my life, what then?
Your son wasn't killed by me. In the end, your son died by your own hand. That bastard Sun Xing just made a mess of things. Here's the contract, 10 million. I'll wire it to you shortly. Jiang Tian left with a smug look on his face. Once he swallowed this company whole, he'd have every right to stand before Zhao Guoqiang.
If not now, when? Chapter 43, What kind of credentials? The matter was stirred up by subordinates below, ultimately causing a ruckus.
Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly indifferent to the matter. After all, such trivialities only required him to grasp the general direction, no need to concern himself with the details.
But Jiang Tian soon arrived at Shanshui Manor, intending to invite Zhao Guoqiang to dinner. However, instead of Zhao Guoqiang, he ended up waiting for Meng Dihai and Li Dekong.
Seeing them arrive, he wore a puzzled expression.
Did my invitation today include both of you?
My apologies, my mind must have slipped.
Please, take a seat. Li Dekong gave a cold smile. We really can't accept such an honor. Mr. Jiang, what exactly are you doing? Hearing Li Dekong's words, Meng Dihai snorted coldly. What else could it be?
They think we're beneath them, so they're trying to bypass us and connect with the bigwigs behind our backs.
Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Tian instantly grew anxious at this. If it was a misunderstanding, it could be disastrous. Oh my, how could you think that? I'm not that kind of person.
Li Dekong had dealt with countless scoundrels like Jiang Tian. He snorted coldly and sat down beside them.
You really are something, sir. Spill it, what's the real situation here?
Jiang Tian froze for a moment, then snapped to attention. Realizing Li Dekong was asking about the matter at hand, he quickly began explaining.
Everything's settled. The company acquisition is complete. Gao Mingyuan is leaving the country tomorrow.
Li Dekong had initially felt indifferent, but upon hearing the man intended to settle abroad, his expression darkened instantly.
This shouldn't be a big deal, but doesn't something feel off? In other words, once he's overseas, how will we track him down if any issues arise? Meng Dihai immediately interjected. Rest assured, sir. We've already barred him from leaving the country. This matter is absolutely secure. Li Dekong nodded, cutting off further discussion. He fixed his gaze on Jiang Tian. Whose man are you? Are we still talking? Just remember this, it's best to keep your head down and avoid trouble. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you.
Don't be fooled by Zhao Lidong's current power. Sooner or later, he'll dig his own grave.
Jiang Tian understood.
This was a clear warning that the ship was unstable. He indicated he understood perfectly. Li Dekong and Meng Dihai wasted no further words either, turning and leaving. Jiang Tian didn't get to finish his meal, but he did become considerably more compliant.
He took over Gao Mingyuan's projects for himself.
He conveniently handed all the projects he disliked to Su Jiang. Su Jiang had initially been elated, but once the projects landed in his hands, he nearly cursed.
You're screwing me over, aren't you? You bastards want me to do the work that'll piss off the bigwigs? Su Jiang was nearly boiling over with rage. He never imagined things would come full circle like this. He wanted to lash out right then and give them hell. But anger aside, Zhao Lidong could be useful to him. Yet, was it foolish to abandon the entire ocean for a mere pond? Su Jiang couldn't figure out whether he should go along with him or not. Still, the matter hadn't caused any major trouble, so it was temporarily put to rest. After Gao Mingyuan's matter was resolved, Zhao Guoqiang's life returned to its former tranquility. Perhaps the heavens couldn't stand him. The guards clashed with someone at the gate. The intruder brandished credentials and tried to force his way in. A physical altercation nearly erupted, but Zhao Guoqiang arrived just in time. What the hell? Which department are you from? Wang Hao was furious and prepared to mobilize other units within the compound. Zhao Guoqiang stepped forward to stop him. Don't act impulsively until we figure out what's going on. Wang Hao nodded, glaring coldly at them. Unexpectedly, one of them stepped forward and greeted him. My name is Su Zhong. I'm with the inspection team. We need to inspect your industrial park. Please step aside and cooperate with our work. One Hou Liangping leaves and another Su Zhong arrives. Zhao Guoqiang sneered. Step aside, everyone. Let team leader Su come in for the inspection. At this command, everyone immediately stepped aside. Su Zhong muttered a thank you and strode in with his entourage. But soon, they conducted a surprise inspection of Zhao Guoqiang's residence and discovered a watch worth 600,000 yuan inside. Wang Hao slapped his forehead. He'd forgotten that this watch was the one Zhao Guoqiang had intended to discard. Of course, it was a limited edition watch originally priced at only tens of thousands. Over the years, its value had been inflated by speculators. And Zhao Guoqiang owned countless such watches, most of them gifts from others. Su Zhong packed the watch away, intending to question him later. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao stepped in immediately. This watch isn't a big deal. Please hand it over. At those words, Su Zhong's expression instantly darkened. What kind of international joke are you playing? This is evidence. Why should I hand it over to you? Wang Hao hadn't anticipated such stubbornness. Let me give you some advice, don't push things too far. Got it? Team leader Su, come with me. Let's sit down and have a cup of tea. Did you really think the person confronting you at the door was just an ordinary security guard? Su Zhong looked puzzled. Wasn't he? Wang Hao pulled out the personnel file and placed it on the table, giving it a light tap. Take a good look. Su Zhong swallowed hard, quickly skimming through it, but his expression changed instantly. He never imagined the contents of the file would be so unbelievable. Was this real or fake? Wang Hao smiled calmly. You tell me, is this real or fake? You're facing active duty special forces. I don't need to elaborate further, do I? Su Zhong snorted coldly. Then we'll investigate this to the very end. Hearing this, Wang Hao spoke up. I know your immediate superior's surname is He, right? I'll be sure to give him a heads up. Your workload is too heavy, you should rest. Su Zhong let out a cold laugh. A mere secretary dares to speak like this? Isn't this just talking big? Wang Hao nodded. You're absolutely right, I was talking big. Without another word, Wang Hao immediately called Lao He, Su Zhong's superior. Within 10 minutes, Su Zhong and his team suddenly received orders to withdraw immediately. Not a single person was allowed to take anything with them. Su Zhong was dumbfounded. This can't be how things are handled. We've uncovered numerous issues already, sir. Give me a chance, and I'll uncover even more problems, okay? He couldn't believe how unreasonable Su Zhong was being. Cut the nonsense. Get your people and get back here immediately. You're not handling these matters anymore. You need to rest. Chapter 44, Sick Leave. Su Zhong had no choice but to hand over everything and return. He couldn't fathom how things had come to this. After the meeting, the superior paused. Your spouse came by and briefly discussed your health condition. Rest now, this is in order. Su Zhong gave a cold smile. It seemed they had gone to such lengths to ensure he wouldn't interfere with these matters. Impressive. Su Zhong was about to say more, but He had already pushed the official notice of the mandatory order in front of him. In short, he had to be made to leave. After stepping outside, Su Zhong nearly fainted at the sight before him. After recovering at home for quite some time, he managed to track down Hou Liangping, who was now working in another department. We're in the same boat now, aren't we? What? Don't like hearing that? Hou Liangping quipped, but Su Zhong was in no mood for jokes. At this point, I won't hide it from you. Look at the state I'm in now. I don't know either. I must have offended some powerful figure. It's just been incredibly tough. Hou Liangping's life after being transferred hadn't been smooth sailing. He understood Su Zhong's meaning perfectly. Let me give you some advice. If you want to take action, don't go after Zhao Guoqiang directly. You need to find a way to target his underlings instead. I'm powerless now. I've been transferred from that position. All I can do is wish you success soon. Hearing this, Su Zhong picked up his beer and took a sip. Hou Liangping turned and walked away. All his sharp edges had been worn down. He dared not confront anyone anymore. But this was better, far preferable to inviting disaster, wasn't it? News of their meeting quickly reached Zhao Guoqiang's ears. To him, these two were insignificant. They were nowhere near his level if they thought they could take him on.
Just then, Zhao Ruilong unexpectedly pushed open the door and entered.
"Second uncle, do you have plans today? Father wants you to come back. He said he misses you."
Zhao Guoqiang frowned at Zhao Ruilong.
"Tell me straight, have you gotten into trouble these past few days? Your father wouldn't have called me unless something was seriously wrong. What happened?"
Zhao Ruilong was on the verge of tears as he hurriedly explained.
"Uncle, you have to believe me. Am I the kind of person who'd cause trouble for you?"
Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly.
"That's hardly certain. How many times have you gotten me into trouble already?"
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong awkwardly pursed his lips and dared not utter another word. Zhao Guoqiang still had a car arranged to take Zhao Ruilong home.
Upon entering the house, Zhao Lichuan was reading. "You're back. I thought you'd be delayed. I'll have the maid start cooking right away. How about making your favorite dish, stir-fried fish slices, tonight?"
Zhao Guoqiang could tell his older brother was hinting at something else.
"Brother, you're getting at something else here. Why not just say it plainly? Spit it out. What's on your mind?"
"I'll be heading back soon, got a meeting to attend." Zhao Lichuan frowned with a sense of resignation. It always felt like this with Zhao Guoqiang, he'd come home only to stay briefly before finding another excuse to dash off. "I know you don't like listening to me, but I'm still your older brother.
Even if you wanted to hear my nagging, how many more years could I keep it up? I'm approaching 70 now. It's about the Ning family."
Zhao Guoqiang nodded, knowing this matter was bound to be connected to them.
Zhao Lichuan continued. "The Ning family asked for your help.
They can't bear paying 90 billion for an empty technology transfer agreement. They want the 7th generation tank turret technology handed over." Ning Zhonghai had already finalized the deal before Zhao Guoqiang returned. Now, the most crucial factor, of course, was Zhao Lichuan's personal favor. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated they'd resort to such extreme measures to seek favors.
"Big brother, I understand your meaning, but I can't give you this favor today.
That bastard Ning Zhonghai has gotten way too big for his britches."
Without hesitation, Zhao Guoqiang refused.
This left him utterly at a loss for words.
After the meal, Zhao Guoqiang headed home.
Zhao Lichuan sighed, went back to his room, and called Ning Zhonghai.
"This time you've really pushed him too far. He won't even give me the courtesy of saving face. I can't help you with this anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourself, okay?"
Without another word, he hung up. Ning Zhonghai slumped into his chair.
"Zhao Guoqiang, are you really this heartless?" Unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't hear his own anger.
Everything came to an abrupt end, as if a full stop had been drawn. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang was preparing for the next round of experiments. He knew that the current technological race and technological warfare were critical challenges humanity must confront. Entering the lab, he opened the specimen recently transported from the desert. Bloodstains covered the exterior of the crate, a testament to the fierce competition over its contents. Zhao Guoqiang donned protective gloves, carefully extracted the contents, and found them exactly as he had anticipated. It was indeed a radioactive energy source, but these things were of little practical use. In other words, getting this thing to function properly might be harder than dreaming. Nevertheless, Zhao conducted a small-scale experiment and discovered this energy source could be applied to aerospace equipment. He immediately made a call and summoned academician Li Peizhen, the head of aerospace research.
"Academician Li, what brings you here?"
Wang Hao waited outside, looking puzzled, but Li Peizhen waved him off, signaling he didn't want to talk to him. Stepping into the lab, he looked at Zhao Guoqiang with excitement.
"I heard you found a better fuel, is that right? Is it real or fake?"
Zhao Guoqiang patted his shoulder and gestured for him to observe his experiments.
Academician Li's expression changed instantly, turning utterly shocked.
Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang discovered that the energy emitted by this source could penetrate any object except sand.
Even steel could be pierced effortlessly.
Therefore, I infer that the energy beneath the desert exceeds our wildest expectations.
Li Peizhen nodded repeatedly, feeling that this made sense.
Zhao Guoqiang produced another conclusion report.
This substance could be fully applied to aerospace technology, serving as propellant fuel for spacecraft. Li Peizhen excitedly took the report, though his hands trembled from old age. In his lifetime, he had finally witnessed progress in the aerospace industry.
Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed off to share the good news with everyone.
Zhao Guoqiang sighed softly. It seemed he could now shoulder the banner of aerospace development himself. In short, once this new fuel is rolled out, China's space program will likely leave other nations in the dust once again. There was no other way, heaven be with us. Chapter 45, The Academicians' Conference. Academician Li Peizhen was truly relentless, working through the night at his advanced age. His goal was to directly utilize this newly discovered energy source as rocket fuel. If successful, his name would be forever etched in history. For this mission, he and his student team had barely slept for 2 full nights. Meanwhile, many others were quietly striving behind the scenes, each poised to achieve distinct breakthroughs in their respective fields. The annual Academy of Sciences conference was soon to convene in Beijing. Science and technology products were everywhere. Zhao Guoqiang also arrived with his students, Yang Yi and Li Jing, intending to expose them to the scene. See? Most of the attendees today are academicians.
If you too want to pursue research in the future, you'll inevitably need to connect with these people.
You might even have questions to ask them.
Zhao Guoqiang had barely sat down when a woman on the other side spoke up.
Isn't this Chairman Zhao? I thought you wouldn't be coming today.
Come meet him, this is Chairman Zhao.
And these two must be your students?
Hearing this, several people seated behind the woman approached to shake Zhao Guoqiang's hand. However, Yang Yi noticed that her teacher seemed a bit displeased. Yang Yi tugged lightly at Zhao Guoqiang's sleeve.
Teacher, are you feeling a bit upset?
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. This woman is Zhou Chufang, she's the one behind the academic fraud scandal. Her students aren't exactly upstanding citizens either, they all hold foreign passports.
Yang Yi understood.
For someone who could even change nationalities, committing acts of betrayal would be a piece of cake. The biggest issue is that after changing nationalities, holding them accountable becomes significantly more difficult. You have to admit, these people are quite formidable. At this thought, Yang Yi paused.
Professor, what do you think people like them are after? Before Zhao Guoqiang could answer, Zhou Chufang suddenly overheard. Chairman Zhao, what does your student mean by that? We're all in research, shouldn't we show each other some courtesy? Yang Yi stepped forward directly. Then please tell us, what achievements have you made? Zhou Chufang hadn't expected this girl to come out swinging right off the bat.
Her face darkened with frustration.
To be honest, she didn't have any accomplishments to speak of. Zhou Chufang's students, lacking discretion, attempted to defend their professor. And what exactly do you do, sir?
Yang Yi smiled and adjusted her glasses. I'm Chairman Zhao's student. My research focuses on weaponry, weapon science, weapon concept studies, and gunpowder technology. I currently serve as Chief Scientific Advisor for the Northern Theater Command.
And you?
This statement effectively positioned him as the top figure in the Northern Theater's scientific community.
Yang Yi had achieved such prominence before turning 30, truly a prodigy. Compared to her, Zhao Guoqiang must be even more formidable. Otherwise, how could he possibly teach a genius?
For a moment, the people across from him fell silent. Zhao Guoqiang felt there was no need for such small talk.
The meeting is about to begin. Let's all take our seats. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chufang's student refused to let it go.
Yes, you.
What have you accomplished?
Hearing this, Li Jing looked puzzled and paused.
Look at the screen. Those 3 words alone were enough to silence all doubters.
Zhou Chufang and the students turned to the large screen before them, discovering that despite his youth, Li Jing was already a doctoral advisor. What was even more astonishing was that Li Jing specialized in radiation energy conversion. Virtually every known form of radiation energy on this planet could be harnessed through his methods. After Li Jing's modifications, it could support various scientific experiments and normal usage. A horizontal banner across the screen displayed a single line of text. Congratulations, Dr. Li Jing.
Zhou Chufang fell silent.
Originally, Zhao Guoqiang had no intention of acknowledging this woman.
But they kept pushing their luck.
Now, Zhou Chufang refused to sit there any longer. She gathered her students and simply moved to another location.
Just then, Li Peizhen and his group entered, smiling broadly at Zhao Guoqiang. Such a prime spot, why is it empty?
Zhao Guoliang said.
Sit down quickly. I saved this spot just for you. Hearing this, Li Peizhen promptly sat down. Zhao Guoqiang noticed that Li Peizhen had even brought along experimental molds. Could it be that the old man had truly made a breakthrough? Thinking this, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but smile. It must be so.
Meanwhile, Li Peizhen was focused on his experimental foundation and model.
The conference finally commenced, chaired by the eminent scientist Yang Zhongsun. Ladies and gentlemen, I needn't remind you of this year's most prominent topic in the scientific community. Our discussion today will center on radioactive energy. As he spoke, Yang Zhongsun turned his gaze toward Li Peizhen. Academician Li, please share your model.
Li Peizhen nodded, quickly stood up, and began presenting his research findings to everyone. Whether due to recent exhaustion or advancing age, Li Peizhen unexpectedly shattered the safety glass while opening the model. The next instant, radioactive energy suddenly leaked out. The venue instantly detected excessive energy leakage. A red alert sounded. Zhou Chufang, that pseudo-scholar, suddenly shouted, "Get out of the radiation zone immediately!" Everyone was startled by the scream and rushed headlong toward the exit.
Yang Yi and Li Jing also prepared to pull Zhao Guoqiang away.
But Zhao Guoqiang saw Li Peizhen, who had fallen on the stage, likely spraining his ankle. Just then, Li Peizhen's beautiful student, Morong Chanshan, was desperately pulling at her teacher. The next moment, she felt her grip slip as Zhao Guoqiang stepped in to help. Chairman Zhao, you must leave. We've already been exposed to radiation. You need to get out of here immediately. Without a word, Zhao Guoqiang picked her up, laid her flat on the table, and promptly administered radiation treatment. Simultaneously, he absorbed all the leaked energy mainly because he had changed into radiation protective clothing on his way here. That was why he could act with such composure. In contrast, those who rushed frantically toward the exits all suffered severe trampling incidents without exception. Li Peizhen was also puzzled.
I inspected the emergency glass. There was absolutely no way it should have been defective. Why did it shatter the moment I opened it? Zhao Guoqiang frowned. If that's the case, then someone must have tampered with it beforehand. But then again, who could that person be? Zhao Guoqiang felt he couldn't say for certain who was responsible. By the time the emergency response team arrived, they found the situation had been effectively contained. Instead, there were quite a few people trampled. What was worse was that Zhou Chufeng, that woman, refused to admit she was the one who shouted, and instead turned the tables, blaming Zhao Guoqiang. Chapter 46, The Pseudoscientist. Zhou Chufeng pointed her finger right at Zhao Guoqiang's nose. He must be emitting radiation. And they're conducting this research without any radiation warnings whatsoever. If we'd known, we never would have come here. Professor Yang, you absolutely must investigate this thoroughly. Hearing this, Yang Zhongshan's face turned ashen. Such a massive stampede couldn't have happened without his involvement. Zhao Guoqiang stared at Yang Zhongshan, surprised the man remained silent. Could he really believe the fault lay with him? Zhao Guoqiang paused. Didn't you learn in school what a radiation experiment entails? Then think carefully, what's the most fundamental requirement for a radiation experiment? Not a single person, neither the teacher nor the students, knew the answer. Yang Zhongshan's face turned ashen. After all, he had personally signed off on this woman's admission to become a scientist. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. You were so talkative just now. Why aren't you saying a word now? Let me tell you straight up, this radiation isn't even as strong as what comes from your phone. Just wear a little bit of clothing that offers some radiation protection and it'll block it completely. Alright, that's all. In front of everyone, Zhou Chufeng had made a complete fool of herself. Now everyone knew whether this woman was actually doing academic research. Just then, the scientific investigation team arrived, immediately presenting their credentials. We're sorry, Professor Li, but we must arrest you now. You're suspected of conducting dangerous scientific research. Li Peizhen instantly panicked, desperately trying to explain. The science investigation team made no attempt to listen, preparing to take the old man away. Li Peizhen's gaze fell on Yang Zhongshan, hoping he would intervene. But unfortunately, Yang Zhongshan remained silent. Li Peizhen's face turned an ugly shade of grim. The others acted as if they hadn't heard his plea, each going about their business. Seeing this disgraceful behavior, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. At this point, what's the point of saying more? Academician Li certainly has nothing to do with this matter. Whoever reported you, go investigate that person instead, because they provided false information. The investigation team leader frowned. Are you implying we're under suspicion? A flash of intensity shot through Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, startling the man. Yet he remained stubborn. We won't get into all that. The bottom line is we must get results. Otherwise, what if others think dangerous science is acceptable? Zhao Guoqiang looked at him like this and felt like slapping him twice across the face. Shut your filthy mouth. Zhao Guoqiang presented his credentials. At that, the scientific investigation team fell silent. They knew that if they continued arguing, their paychecks would be gone. After all, their salaries were paid by Jingshan County. Zhao Guoqiang patted Li Peizhen on the shoulder. Come with me. Zhou Chufeng wanted to hear more, but someone stopped her. With no other choice, she led her students away. Once in the car, Zhou Chufeng immediately called Ning Zhonghai. Li Peizhen had been set up. Today's experiment had leaked, and unexpectedly, the situation had escalated. On the other end of the line, Ning Zhonghai sounded like he was playing golf. I told you this would happen sooner or later. See? It's already caused problems. Don't worry about it now. I'll have someone contact Li Peizhen immediately to see if he's willing to transfer his nickel hydrogen battery technology to us. After hanging up, Ning Zhonghai immediately had someone contact Li Peizhen's company. In short, we absolutely must secure this technology. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had already brought Li Peizhen to a private office. He was curious, why would such a problem arise out of nowhere? Who touched your box? Li Peizhen stammered. Zhao Guoqiang lowered his voice. If you don't want to die a miserable death, you'll tell me the truth. Got it? Li Peizhen's lips trembled as he finally spoke the truth. A couple of days ago, a student named Lin Xiu suddenly came to see me, saying he wanted to discuss nickel hydrogen battery technology. I didn't suspect anything was wrong. But I never imagined Lin Xiu's motives were anything but pure. He actually wanted me to sabotage this experiment, claiming he'd taken 1,000,000 yuan from someone else to hand this research project over to them. Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened. So you agreed to it? You're being foolish. Tell me the truth, what did that Lin Xiu do to you? Li Peizhen knew that keeping this from Zhao Guoqiang would only make things worse. Sighing, he laid out the entire story. It turned out Lin Xiu was a scheming individual who had been using her looks to lure him in, causing the old man to lose his resolve. After successfully seducing him, she coerced Li Peizhen into changing his research focus, which led to the development of the hydrogen nickel battery. Zhao Guoqiang's expression turned icy. You've been utterly foolish, walking step by step into her trap.
Zhao Guoqiang tried to console Li Peijian, noting that scientists were often clueless when it came to matters of the heart. He pulled out his phone and dialed Wan Hao directly.
Handle this matter. I want results, period.
After hanging up, Wan Hao immediately relayed the situation to both Li Dakong and Shi Tongwei. The boss's intentions were crystal clear. You two need to handle this immediately. Li Dakong had long since mastered handling such matters. For him, handling such matters was a piece of cake. After a moment's thought, Li Dakong spoke up.
Dealing with this woman? Leave it to me.
Li Dakong immediately contacted the security bureau.
Rin Zifeng, you're my student. I don't want you to handle this matter.
In any case, the proper procedures must be followed, and the appropriate charges must be applied.
Rin Zifeng understood immediately.
Rest assured, Professor.
It's just a matter of dealing with them.
After hanging up, Rin Zifeng, who had been heading downtown, abruptly changed course and drove straight to the residence to make the arrest. That Lin Xiu, though, was quite the looker. And her pajamas were practically riding up to her waist. Lin Xiu was puzzled by Rin Zifeng's unexpected visit.
What do you want? Rin Zifeng flashed his credentials and lowered his voice. We suspect you're involved in something. Please come with us for questioning.
Hearing this, she looked utterly incredulous.
You've got the wrong guy. I'm an upstanding citizen. I've never done anything wrong. Ren Zifeng didn't waste words.
Whether you're good or bad is for us to determine.
In any case, please cooperate. If you persist in refusing to come with us, we will proceed with an arrest.
Lin Xiu had no choice but to grit his teeth.
Can I at least change clothes? You can't just take me like this. Ren Zifeng nodded, giving a subtle nod to the female officer beside him. Lin Xiu entered the dressing room under the pretense of changing clothes. Chapter 47, Guilty.
The moment he stepped inside, Lin Xiu immediately dialed a number in Japanese, of all languages.
I might have been exposed. Please proceed. Stay safe.
Before he could finish, the door burst open as a female team member entered to inspect the area.
Who were you talking to just now? Lin Xiu handed over his phone. Please check it. The female officer shook her head.
They had been monitoring Lin Xiu's movements all along, and someone inside the room must have been making a call just now. Since Lin Xiu wasn't telling the truth, she saw no point in pressing the issue. It took him a full 5 minutes to change clothes, and he even paid attention to fashion coordination.
The female team member looked at Rin Zifeng. What is this woman thinking? Doesn't she know she'll have to change into a striped uniform once we get there?
Take Lin Xiu back for an intensive interrogation. But this woman really does have some skills.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've never participated in any operation devised by anyone, nor have I been involved in any issues whatsoever.
Please don't frame an innocent person like me.
Ren Zifeng calmly watched as Lin Xiu handed her phone over to the technical department.
This is our tech department. They'll extract data based on the apps you downloaded and your call logs. You don't need to speak. We just want you to observe the process.
Lin Xiu's eyes widened in complete surprise at this turn of events. He tried to speak urgently, but Ren Zifeng gestured for him to stay silent. Please remain quiet. Lin Xiu was already panicking. If they really uncovered his investigation, everything would be ruined.
With no other choice, he could only sigh. Can I tell the truth?
I admit I received funding from the Japanese, but it was solely to complete my studies. I had no ulterior motives.
The Japanese asked me to hype up nickel hydrogen battery technology. As long as people like Li Peijian keep investing in research, a whole crowd will get stuck in nickel hydrogen battery technology. Ren Zifeng felt he didn't quite grasp the meaning and reported the research findings.
Zhao Guoqiang instantly realized this was nothing but a complete setup. Li Dakong, sitting beside him, also wore a peculiar expression.
Sir, what exactly are you implying? Zhao Guoqiang frowned. The logic is simple, you'll understand once I explain.
If we get bogged down in hydrogen-nickel battery technology, the Japanese will seize the opportunity to massively develop hydrogen battery technology.
Don't be fooled by the single character difference, the impact is 100-fold. Why is Japanese science lagging behind ours?
Precisely because they've been trapped in this battery technology for decades. They want us to pour all our resources into it, including corporate R&D.
By then, their hydrogen batteries will hit the market first and dominate it. That would be like entering an empty field. By the time the market reacts and provides feedback, those old-school academics will likely still refuse to back down. Moreover, hydrogen-nickel battery technology itself is a false proposition. It's not a viable battery technology at all. It's merely an academic concept hyped up for attention, nothing more. Anyone who actually believes in it must be out of their mind.
Cold sweat broke out on Li Dakong's back. He'd nearly fallen into someone else's trap.
Comrade, your words have left me drenched in cold sweat.
Thousands of funds in the market would be swindled away, potentially reaching trillions in scale.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. If this theory holds true, it won't just be this amount, far more capital could be swindled away by those bastards. You have to admit, those bastards' strategy is pretty damn clever. Li Dakong looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Commander, what should we do next? Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. You won't need to get involved in what comes next. Li Daqong nodded, simultaneously ordering Ren Zifeng to terminate the operation.
Zhao Guoqiang secretly had someone contact Su Jiang. He was the most suitable person for the task. Lin Xiu was released without understanding why she was let go so quickly.
Lin Xiu sensed something was amiss. But the next moment, an SUV pulled up in front of her. Su Jiang leaned out. Miss Lin, get in the car. We need to talk.
Lin Xiu turned to flee, but in the next instant, Su Jiang's men shoved her into the vehicle and drove off. Su Jiang was enjoying hot pot while Lin Xiu was suspended by her limbs, her feet pressed against ice.
This is abuse. I'm going to sue you.
Su Jiang took a couple bites of meat and chuckled.
If I were to kill you, would anyone even know?
Lin Xiu instantly lost his earlier agitation, replaced by cold calculation.
Su Jiang wasn't joking.
If he truly wanted her dead, it would take him mere minutes.
But my life is precious, you know? I haven't done anything to you, have I? Why do you want me dead?
Su Jiang gave a cold laugh at this, walked over, and poured ice-cold beer over Lin Xiu's head.
You're from Yuannan. What are you playing at pretending to be one of us? Listen to me, you bastard.
Tell me who's behind this, or I'll make you regret it.
As he spoke, Su Jiang deliberately set the alarm clock and pushed it toward Lin Xiu. We'll see. With a wave of his hand, Su Jiang and his men left. Lin Xiu was puzzled why had they left him alone.
But the next moment, Lin Xiu understood. Su Jiang had done this because this place was about to be swarmed by mosquitoes. Lin Xiu was covered in bites from head to toe, but just then, Su Lei arrived.
You little, have you made up your mind yet? Lin Xiu blared. You fools, if you've got the guts, kill me.
Su Lei smirked triumphantly, waving his hand.
His men tore off Lin Xiu's clothes and carved 2 characters into his back with a knife. Jap. Like that label?
Lin Xiu was nearly crying from the pain.
Su Lei slapped Lin Xiu's face. You've got a great physique. If I post this, what do you think your parents would say? No worries, you clearly don't care about your parents' feelings, right?
As he spoke, Su Lei snorted coldly, ordering his men to lift the oil drum and begin mixing concrete.
This barrel's empty.
Once I'm done playing with you, I'll toss you inside and cover you with concrete. I don't know what it feels like to be buried alive, but you'll find out soon enough.
Got any last words? Hurry up and say them.
Lin Xiu didn't believe Su Lei would dare take his life, but soon enough, the concrete was mixed and he was shoved inside. This time, Lin Xiu was utterly dumbfounded.
I'll tell the truth, is that not enough? It's the Akita Group. Su Lei looked utterly baffled. Selling dogs can get you into a conglomerate now?
Lin Xiu shook his head.
Even mid-tier conglomerates in Japan are massive.
They plan to sweep billions from your market with their nickel hydrogen batteries.
I'm not lying. Chapter 48, just make them stop. Su Lei chuckled, gently pinching Lin Xiu's ear. Of course I know you wouldn't dare lie.
Lin Xiu said cautiously.
Then could you make them stop?
Su Lei turned to glance at his men, his smile turning cold.
So you're scared, huh? Fine, I won't bully you anymore. Everyone, stop mixing concrete.
This young lady has been very cooperative. At his words, everyone stopped working and chuckled. Su Lei called Su Jiang to report the matter was settled. At that moment, Su Jiang was waiting outside the Jingshan Industrial Park.
Finally, the gate opened.
Wang Hao emerged and led him inside.
Secretary Wang, this place is quite spacious, isn't it? Wang Hao frowned. It's okay. Why are you asking so many questions? Su Jiang immediately shut up.
A few moments later, he finally met Zhao Guoqiang in the conference room.
Team leader, it's me, Xiao Jiang. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. Mr. Su, you have a great sense of humor. I hear your company is doing quite well across all sectors. Su Jiang nodded. All thanks to the leader's excellent guidance. The flattery was thick, but Zhao Guoqiang remained genuinely wary of him. Enough small talk. Let's get down to business. Su Jiang nodded immediately. Everything has been confirmed.
This woman is named Lin Xiu, from Yunnan. She previously received funding from the Japanese, who fathered 3 children with her, though one died.
The group funding Lin Xiu is called the Akita Group. A flash of ferocity instantly crossed Zhao Guoqiang's brow. Su Jiang murmured instinctively. I'm pretty puzzled too, why would he choose such a dog's name out of the blue? Wang Hao cleared his throat, and Su Jiang promptly shut his mouth. Zhao Guoqiang's face remained impassive, but inside, a storm was brewing. He never imagined the Akita Group would be so audacious as to openly defy him.
Put plainly, this was an attack on the scientific community. It seemed he hadn't been harsh enough with them. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Notify Li Daqong to immediately halt all domestic business operations of the Akita Group and seize all their assets. I'll wait for them to come to me. Wang Hao nodded and immediately carried out the orders. Even if Akita Group gets wind of this, they probably won't have a clue what the hell is going on. Why would this happen out of the blue? After just one night's sleep, they awoke to find all the company's business operations suspended and they had multiple factory sites worth over 220 billion yuan. Even now, the Akita group remained unaware of the specifics.
President Akita Hiroboshi dispatched his representative, Kitano Fuji, to seek an explanation from Lee Dakong.
After stepping out of the car, Kitano Fujio smoothed his clothes and looked up at the office building where Lee Dakong worked, hoping to get an answer.
Upon entering the office, Lee Dakong calmly sipped his tea. Mr. Kitano, what brings you here?
Kitano Fuji immediately conveyed Akita Hiroboshi's message and produced the proposal document.
Lee Dakong glanced at it and smiled. We operate according to the bylaws. What actions have you taken that require me to remind you? Some things can be done, while others cannot. Do I really need to teach you that? Kitano Fuji frowned. But this is downright bullying. Hearing this, Lee Dakong couldn't help but burst out laughing. Where on earth did this notion of bullying come from? We're following the rules, we're not seizing your property. What did you mean by what you just said?
By the end of his sentence, Lee Dakong's voice had reached full volume. Kitano Fuji was genuinely startled.
For a moment, he didn't know what to say.
But he had come with a mission, he couldn't just turn back now.
Please don't get so worked up. If you've seized our assets, return them to us. If you don't want us to do business here, that's fine. Once we liquidate our remaining assets, we'll withdraw immediately. Lee Dakong gave a cold laugh. Can you even leave? Kitano Fuji instantly understood, clenching his jaw in frustration. This negotiation was going nowhere. He could only return and report the news to Akita Hiroboshi. Akita Hiromichi sighed and shook his head. I never imagined they'd go this far. How utterly shameless.
I just received word that our people made a call before the incident. It seems trouble has already struck. Find a way to contact our friends and ask them to help unfreeze the assets. Kitano Fuji immediately set out to do so, but the responses he received were uniformly negative.
No one was willing to help.
The incident caused quite a stir, but anyone with eyes could see it was merely a tactic to target them, nothing more. But before the matter could be resolved, Akita Takashi, the young master of the Akita group, unexpectedly arrived.
What the hell are you doing? Who the hell is trying to shamelessly seize our property? Listen to me.
Regardless of this person's motives or how they plan to seize our assets, I will not consent to this. Ever since Zhao Guoqiang attended that science conference, our people have been targeted. This is undoubtedly connected to him.
Akita Bo Wang grew visibly tense.
Young master, please calm down. Zhao Guoqiang's power is too formidable, we can't handle him.
Akita snorted coldly. You big fool. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused the conglomerate? Enough. Shut up.
I'll handle this matter myself.
Is that clear?
After being yelled at twice, no one dared speak again. Akita Gao, seething with anger, contacted the assassin organization.
He offered a 50 million yen bounty to eliminate Zhao Guoqiang.
But no sooner had the hit organization accepted the job than Zhao Guoqiang's phone buzzed with a message. He dialed the number.
Is the information accurate?
The voice on the other end confirmed it. The information is accurate and highly reliable.
They should already be preparing to act. Should we take out that assassin organization first?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. Those little devils always think they're so tough.
No need. I want to take them on myself.
After speaking, Zhao Guoqiang shrugged his shoulders, changed into his workout clothes, and entered the gymnasium. Upon seeing Zhao Guoqiang arrive, someone immediately sounded the assembly whistle.
Assemble. Commander, at ease.
Zhao Guoqiang walked over, nodded, and took the boxing gloves from Wang Hao's hands.
I hear there's a tough guy among you today, the deadly scorpion, right? Come on, let me see just how formidable this scorpion of yours really is, okay?
Hearing this, the security chief panicked on the spot.
Sir, that scorpion kid has been training in boxing since he was a kid. What if he accidentally hurts you?
Zhao Guoqiang looked at him.
Chapter 49, Are you hoping I lose? Do you think I can't beat him, or are you hoping I lose?
The security chief immediately panicked. Zhao Guoqiang smiled and patted his shoulder.
Alright, why are you so nervous? Let me see just how formidable this so-called scorpion is, shall we?
With that, the security chief stood at attention.
Scorpion, step forward.
Hearing this, Scorpion quickly stepped forward, standing 2 meters tall and weighing 110 kilograms. Compared to him, Zhao Guoqiang looked rather frail.
Scorpion scratched his face. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I hurt you, please don't get angry. Zhao Guoqiang laughed. Go ahead. Scorpion nodded.
Everyone gathered around to watch as Zhao Guoqiang adopted a stance that was half defensive, half offensive.
Scorpion's agility was no slouch either.
Spotting a pause in Zhao Guoqiang's guard, he struck suddenly.
But he clearly underestimated Zhao Guoqiang.
His wrist was seized, and a side twist sent him crashing to the ground.
Next came a Nelson lock.
The pain was excruciating, as if his bones were snapping.
Scorpion quickly tapped the mat to signal his surrender.
The security team leader glanced at his watch, less than 50 seconds. The Scorpion was a top-tier hand-to-hand combat expert from Special Forces, subdued in just 50 seconds? The security chief thought he must have misread the time, but Wang Hao patted him on the shoulder.
Alright, stop standing around like a dummy. All these boxing techniques you've learned? They were taught by the boss, a 5-time consecutive champion. If the boss hadn't been busy developing the Jingshan Industrial Park, he'd still be reigning champion. Got it? Hearing this, everyone looked stunned. Zhao Guoqiang had already called Wang Hao. Commander, I'm here. He hurried off following Zhao Guoqiang. The two stopped at the cafeteria for a quick snack. Wang Hao asked about various fighting techniques for quite some time. But he still found it hard to grasp, and Wang Hao sighed. I'm just not cut out for this kind of training. Oh, Commander, when are we going fishing? By fishing, Wang Hao meant dealing with the Japanese devils. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. No rush. What's the hurry about dealing with the little devils? After we finish eating, take a platoon of soldiers to the Longshan Reservoir nearby. Wang Hao instantly understood Zhao Guoqiang had clearly made his preparations. I'll go right away. Zhao Guoqiang's move was designed to lure the Japanese devils. Once those fools approached the Longshan Reservoir, they'd be locked in. Half an hour later, Zhao Guoqiang's convoy set off a grand procession of 7 or 8 vehicles. Cruising drones also patrolled the skies. The assassin the Japanese had hired ranked 7th on the international hitman list. Rumored to be Poison Thorn, he was said to be untouchable, with every assassination mission ending in flawless success. Thorn calmly held a lollipop while setting up his compact drone sniper rifle. He tapped the sniper scope with practiced ease. Don't let me down. He sprinted to the next point at top speed. If he succeeded, he'd immediately retreat from this location. If he failed, he wouldn't be Poison Thorn. Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Guoqiang's car finally pulled up. Based on intelligence, he locked onto the third vehicle and fired a single shot. Thorn slipped the lollipop back into his pocket. This signaled mission accomplished. The entire vehicle had exploded, leaving no survivors. Just as he stood up, a gun pressed against his back. This is mercenary territory. Did you forget that rule? Thorn's face jerked violently as he spun around, ready to strike, only to be shot clean through. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. The vehicle hit was unmanned, no casualties. Confirming Thorn wasn't quite dead yet, they rushed him to the ambulance. The situation is under control. All clear. When he regained consciousness, he found himself restrained by someone. A man in a jacket sat before him, his face expressionless. Who are you? Let go of me. Sitting before him was none other than Zhao Guoqiang. I thought you international assassins were supposed to be so formidable. Turns out you're all just full of hot air. Zhao Guoqiang exhaled deeply and patted his head. Let's talk, shall we? Thorn glared at him. Who wants to talk with you? Let me go right now, or I'll take your life. You hear me? Zhao Guoqiang slipped on his gloves, extended his index finger, and slowly pressed it into Thorn's shoulder, a spot where a wound had been deliberately left open. The excruciating pain nearly drove the legendary assassin mad. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. Did I not press hard enough, or is the pain not intense enough for you? Soren finally couldn't take it anymore. I know what you want to ask. Yes, it was the Akita group. Zhao Guoqiang patted his large head. You're not honoring your word. They paid to hire you, yet you betrayed them. Admitted you're the one who broke your word. Song tried to wriggle out of it, but Zhao Guoqiang gave him no chance, turning and walking away. He clutched the voice recorder in his hand, ready to make an appointment. Shi Tongwei, get me a meeting with Akita Group's president, Akita Hiromasa, immediately. Hearing this, Shi Tongwei looked puzzled and hurried after him. Sir, we can handle this ourselves. Why give those Japanese bastards any face? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. You've got it wrong. We're not giving them face. We're letting them know that anyone who messes with us won't end well. Shi Tongwei nodded, understanding the situation. Akita Hiroyuki hadn't anticipated this incident escalating so dramatically. Even Shi Tongwei had personally invited him to dine at Shanshui Manor. Akita Hiromasa knew something had definitely leaked, but he still had to go. This was the greatest helplessness he'd ever faced in his life. When Akita Hiroaki arrived, he nervously scanned the surroundings, only to find that the dinner guests were just Zhao Guoqiang and himself. I'm treating you to barbecue tonight. My friend gave me an eel, and I heard you both love grilled eel, is that right? Once the eel was grilled, Zhao Guoqiang placed it on a plate and had the delivery robot bring it out. Having Zhao Guoqiang personally grill fish for him felt like Akita Hirokazu had reached the pinnacle of his life. He nervously spoke up. Chairman Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with me. I had no prior knowledge of it. Zhao Guoqiang just smiled. Why are you so nervous? It's fine, I'm not angry at all. These individuals' every move had long been monitored by special intelligence units. Had Zhao Guoqiang been displeased, he could have had them eliminated in the blink of an eye. But the fact that he spared their lives today suggests Zhao Guoqiang has other intentions. Let's talk. How about selling your consortium's assets to me? Akita Hiroboshi finally exhaled in relief. So you plan to acquire all our assets? If that's the case, then it's straightforward. Chapter 50, buying the hell out of it. Akita Hiroboshi stated the facts plainly. Currently, our industrial parks combined are valued at 220 billion. However, regrettably, this is merely the conglomerate's valuation. The actual price should be 185 billion. This figure is entirely accurate, as our consortium possesses extensive professional equipment. You may rest assured on this point. Of course, if you're willing to cooperate, we'll bundle some unfinished facilities and minor projects as a gift for you. Zhao Guoqiang smiled upon hearing this. 185 billion yuan? If he wanted to spend that much money, would he be wasting his breath on this? Zhao Guoqiang walked over and sat down, then clapped his hands. He had someone bring in the Japanese-style kneeling table used for meals. President Akita, your place should be here. Akita Hirokazu never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would make him kneel to eat. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Chairman Zhao, you must be joking with me, right? Zhao Guoqiang wore a stern expression. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Let me be frank, if I were willing to put up 100 billion to acquire your business, I wouldn't have invited you here. Let's keep this simple. I'll give you 5 billion yuan for the technology transfer fee, including the business transfer fee. Is that acceptable? President Akita nearly fainted. Was this some kind of joke? Chairman Zhao, this is outrageous. 500 million? The consortium will kill me. Zhao Guoqiang slammed his hand on the table. That's your damn problem, not mine. Bottom line, either sell it to me for 500 million, or none of you will ever walk free. I'll make sure you spend the rest of your lives behind bars. Got it? President Akita stared at the eel before him and suddenly understood. No wonder you invited me to dine on fish, so you meant for me to be the fish meat? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Seems this little Japanese guy isn't so dumb after all. Then the 500 million acquisition of the assets is settled. Akita clenched his jaw but couldn't utter a word. Finally, he sighed helplessly. I'll do my best. Zhao Guoqiang smiled and nodded, patting his shoulder. Not try your best, you absolutely must do this. Got it? If you don't understand, I'll repeat it for you, okay? President Akita dared not say another word. He removed his glasses and stepped outside. Even after getting into the car, President Akita still felt like he was in a dream. How had he gotten himself into such a mess? And now he was being threatened by Zhao Guoqiang. He knew full well the other party held the moral high ground. At that moment, Akita Gao was drinking with two women. He was displeased when President Akita suddenly barged in. Can't you see I'm drinking? Get out. Akita sighed. Please stop drinking. I have something extremely important to discuss with you. Your good times might be coming to an end. The two women were startled as well. They set down their glasses, gave an awkward smile, and immediately retreated. Akita Gao stood up, pushed his glass away, and slapped him across the face. Did you have to say that in front of my women? President Akita shook his head. I didn't mean to do this, but I had to tell you these things. We have no way out now. Zhao Guoqiang will take action soon. Young master, please come to your senses. Hearing this, Akita burst into laughter. You must be joking, right? I'm wide awake, why would I need to come to my senses? Whoever tries to take what's ours, I'll send someone to take their life. Got that? Hearing this, President Akita knew there was no room for negotiation. Yet he still tried to persuade him. Akita Takashi cut straight to the point. If he wants to buy it, I'll do him a favor, consider it an apology for what I did before. 155 billion is the absolute bottom line. As he spoke, Akita Gao took a sip of tea. Did you hear me clearly? President Akita relayed this matter to Zhao Guoqiang. I'm truly sorry. I did my best. Please give me one more chance. Zhao Guoqiang said nothing and hung up the phone. He looked at Qi Tongwei and Li Dakong sitting across from him and gave the order. Arrest them. With Director Qi personally commanding operations, all forces in Jingzhou were mobilized to arrest every asset and key executive of the Akita Group. They never imagined Zhao Guoqiang's move would come so swiftly. His approach was both steady and ruthless. Even Akita Takashi was taken away while sleeping at home. The incident caused significant repercussions, but to Zhao Guoqiang, it was nothing. Chen Xingxuan began analyzing the evidence, determined to impose the maximum penalties on the Akita Group. Moreover, Chen Xingxuan made a point of visiting him. Oh my, how did this legendary young master end up like this? Akita Gao snorted coldly. That's completely against protocol. Chen Xingxuan laid out the evidence piece by piece. You coerced women, assaulted women, and engaged in unscrupulous business practices. We have evidence for all of it. Under our laws, you might just be celebrating your 60th birthday here. Let me see, you're only 30 this year, right? With that, Chen Xingxuan prepared to leave, showing not a shred of pity. Finally, Akita Gao couldn't take it anymore. What kind of world would it be when he got out at 60? I surrender. Can we talk? How about I sell you all 500 million? Unexpectedly, Li Dakong had overheard this outside the door and walked straight over. How about 3.5 billion? Qiu Tiangao nodded. He didn't want to die here. This matter was finally settled. But as soon as Qiu Tiangao stepped outside, he bolted and reported the incident to Tian Weisheng, the big shot in charge of commerce.
Tian Weiqing had harbored resentment toward Zhao Guoqiang for some time, mainly because Zhao always managed to snatch up all the good opportunities.
Through Zhao Lichuan, Tian Weiqing directly arranged a meeting with Zhao Guoqiang.
They exchanged no pleasantries upon meeting, merely nodding and smiling before taking their seats.
Tian Weiqing spoke first. You've made so much money. How much tax are you planning to pay? Taxes are tight everywhere right now. Why not contribute a bit? Zhao Guoqiang didn't beat around the bush. I've calculated the value of my holdings at most 120 billion.
I plan to convert it to cash, roughly 110 billion. Then I'll use it to renovate and support all the villages.
Tian Weiqing gave a cold chuckle. That's not answering the question at all.
Zhao Guoqiang replied calmly.
Your hometown is also on the support list. Tian Weiqing instantly fell silent. Chapter 51, No Goods for Bad Attitude.
Zhao Guoqiang watched him calmly and smiled.
What's the matter? Weren't you just full of righteous indignation? I know you were trying to lecture me, right? I hope you understand that when lecturing others, it's best to keep it brief. Otherwise, it can easily get awkward. Like right now, for instance. Tian Weiqing snorted coldly but dared not confront Zhao Guoqiang.
He changed the subject.
I hear your export share has been declining lately. What's causing that? Could it be that your export materials are losing market share to competitors?
Zhao Guoqiang showed him no leniency whatsoever. From the sound of it, you seem quite eager for our market share to be taken over, sir. Rest assured, we've been carefully managing both the import-export ratio and shipment volumes.
With that, Zhao Guoqiang stood up and walked out. Tian Weiqing frowned, never having spoken to Zhao Guoqiang before. He really couldn't fathom what Zhao Guoqiang was up to.
After Zhao Guoqiang exited, Hou Liru called.
Sir, will you be returning tonight?
The pool water has been changed, and a master chef is preparing your dinner. Additionally, you have a meeting tonight with Kelly, the arms dealer from America.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. That Kelly wasn't someone to be trifled with.
Every time she came to see him, she was always looking to buy new equipment.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. He decided to handle it according to standard protocol.
After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang returned home.
Hou Liru helped send over his clean clothes. Moments later, Kelly arrived at the door. Hello, Mr. Zhao.
A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling warmly at Kelly.
Miss Kelly, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please, have a seat. Kelly hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so gentlemanly, he even pulled out a chair for her.
After he sat down, he suddenly posed a question.
Here's what I've been thinking. We've been working together for quite some time now. Would it be possible to switch our payment method to gold? Kelly paused briefly before nodding immediately. Zhao Guoqiang instantly looked a bit displeased.
This woman was likely an imposter. The real Kelly would never address him as Mr. Zhao, but always as Chairman Zhao.
Moreover, Kelly would never ask him to pull out a chair for her.
Zhao Guoqiang knew full well this woman was an imposter, but he wanted to see what she was up to.
Kelly, what brings you here this time?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's question, Kelly quickly stated her purpose. Mr. Zhao, we request that you share the shipment details with us. Your consistent secrecy regarding the voyage is difficult for us to accept.
Zhao Guoqiang was blunt. I do this to protect cargo confidentiality. I told you this beforehand, did you forget? Kelly was about to say more when the waiter arrived with the food. Chef Zhuzi stood silently beside them.
Zhao Guoqiang pointed to the dishes on the table.
These are some of our best Sichuan dishes. Try them, they're carefully prepared by Chef He. Kelly nodded, picked up a small portion with her fork and tasted it. It was quite good.
Zhao Guoqiang dismissed everyone and closed the blinds.
Kelly, do you remember when we first held hands? Kelly suddenly stood up and deliberately moved closer, adopting an affectionate manner. What's up, honey? Trying to remind me of something?
Zhao Guoqiang pulled Kelly along as if they were dancing. But mid-step, he executed a takedown, pinning Kelly to a chair specially modified with an automatic locking mechanism.
In an instant, Kelly was stunned. What are you doing?
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle.
Nothing at all. I just want to watch you, you imposter.
The real Kelly wouldn't call me Mr. Zhao, she certainly wouldn't eat Sichuan cuisine, and she absolutely wouldn't act all cozy with me because Kelly has a husband.
How dare you impersonate her without getting your facts straight? The imposter panicked instantly, and Zhao Guoqiang relished watching this unfold.
Lighting a cigarette beside him, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up.
Tell me the truth. Who are you, and what brings you here? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's demand, the imposter clenched his jaw. If you lay a finger on me, our people will kill you.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
I won't touch a finger of yours. I'll touch your entire body. Press the safety button. At 20 seconds, someone will burst in and take the person away.
What awaited this imposter would be a fate worse than death. Zhao Guoqiang opened his computer and initiated a video call with the real Kelly.
I just had dinner with a fake version of you, one who looked exactly like you. I could barely tell the difference. Aren't you playing a bit too big this time?
Kelly feigned incomprehension, her expression utterly incredulous.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh.
Not long ago, your misguided remarks caused our partnership to collapse.
You secretly found someone like this, intending to swindle the cargo we just shipped out, right? Kelly, is this really worth it? Hearing this, Kelly gasped in shock. Chairman Zhao, this must be a misunderstanding. Please believe me.
Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly.
Kelly, you don't need to explain to me.
Starting today, you won't be able to purchase our weapons.
Kelly tried to say something more, but the call had already been hung up. How could he have figured it out? I was so careful.
Kelly stared at the screen in utter helplessness, letting out a long sigh. Since Zhao Guoqiang refuses to cooperate, we'll activate Plan B and take his life. The moment Kelly finished speaking, she noticed her assistant behind her hadn't uttered a word. She turned around in surprise, only to find a bullet piercing her forehead the next instant.
Katie's eyes filled with resentment as her head slumped lifelessly.
The assassin approached the computer and copied all its contents. Before leaving, he planted 3 grenades. Amidst the sky-reaching flames, everything vanished. This incident, which everyone thought would end there, unexpectedly became a talking point thanks to Ning Zhanghai.
I told you so. Zhao Guoqiang must be an arms dealer. He actually contacted American arms dealers. Looks like his good days are over.
If Zhao Guoqiang wants to play this game, I'll make him pay dearly. Ning Zhanghai chose a time to lure Zhao Guoqiang out. Accompanying him was Hou Lian, a specialist in investigating arms dealers. After they sat down, Ning Zhanghai boasted. Rest assured, our partnership will be flawless. He'll play along.
Chapter 52, such a blusterer? Ouyang nodded. Then we'll be relying on you, Mr. Ning.
We've been investigating this case for quite some time. Plus, just hours ago, my colleague reported that Kelly was murdered, and the crime scene was nearly destroyed. Ning Zhanghai looked utterly incredulous.
What kind of business is this? Why would it involve murder? Hou Liang frowned.
Ning Zhanghai instantly realized he'd said the wrong thing and forced out an awkward chuckle. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang pushed open the door and walked in from outside.
Mr. Ning, what a pleasant surprise, you're actually treating me to dinner today. Mr. Ning, you're being too polite. Ning Zhanghai smiled.
Of course. It's only right to treat Chairman Zhao to dinner.
That transfer agreement you sold me for 90 billion last time? I just sold it for 108 billion today. That netted me 18 billion yuan, so I'm treating you to dinner. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing.
He heard that even 72 billion yuan hadn't been enough to close the deal, yet here Ning was bragging about it now. Once seated, Ning Zhanghai signaled for the waitstaff to bring the dishes.
However, Zhao Guoqiang found Hou Liang, seated diagonally across from him, quite intriguing.
The guy must be mixed-race, deep-set eyes, high-nose bridge. Midway through the meal, Ning Zhanghai suddenly excused himself to take a call and left.
Hou Liang smiled and stood up. Chairman Zhao, do you recognize me? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, indicating he didn't.
Hou Liang paused before continuing. I'm the general manager of Greenwater Group. Today, I'd like to discuss matters related to weaponry materials with you.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
Greenwater Group doesn't sell water, they sell gun barrels.
Moreover, their barrels are the best in the world, cooling quickly, resistant to deformation, made from simple materials, and requiring low maintenance costs. You could say they combine every advantage under one roof. Unfortunately, sales are restricted every year.
Observing Hou Liang's demeanor, Zhao Guoqiang had already figured out the gist of it.
How do you intend to proceed with this discussion? Hou Liang pressed on. Well, I hear you know Kelly, right? I want to collaborate with this woman.
If you can help transport the goods, both Kelly and I are willing to pay you freight costs and commission.
Rest assured, this money will be deposited into your account completely above board, okay?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered the lingering doubts in his mind until everything suddenly clicked into place.
If I refuse now, will you have to send a bunch of people in? Hearing this, Hou Liang's lips curled upward.
He knew Zhao Guoqiang was up to something.
Clearing his throat, he watched as several plainclothes officers in suits burst through the doorway. Hou Liang continued. How do you intend to handle this matter? Will you cooperate or not? Zhao Guoqiang exhaled a long breath, lifted his glass, took a sip of liquor, and smashed it directly onto the floor. Have you forgotten this is my turf? My home turf.
Immediately, a group of armed men, fully equipped with rifles and bearing no insignia on their uniforms, burst into the room.
Ouyang Liang looked utterly stunned and quickly pulled out his credentials. I'm here on official investigation orders. What do you think you're doing?
Zhao Guoqiang raised his hand, and both he and his team were pinned down.
You think a few of you can pull tricks on me? Too bad you're all too green. Think I'm a fool? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Hou Liang's lips trembled as he tried to explain. But Zhao Guoqiang didn't give him the chance, ordering his men to take them away immediately.
Ning Zhanghai had intended to watch Zhao Guoliang squirm, but unexpectedly, Hou Liang was the one who got taken away. Just as he moved closer, he spotted Zhao Guoqiang emerging. He quickly turned his head to the side, feigning ignorance. Ning Zhanghai timed it, figuring they should be gone by now. He slowly turned his head, only to find Zhao Guoqiang grinning and staring right at him. Chairman Zhao, you gave me quite a scare. Zhao Guoqiang patted his shoulder. This kid sure knows how to play the underdog.
Mr. Ning, we're old acquaintances. Playing these games with me is a bit much, don't you think?
Before Ning Zhonghai could respond, Zhao Guoqiang slapped him hard across the face, his gaze fixed on him.
Who do you think you are, trying to take me on? What makes you think you're anything special?
Ning Zhonghai, stung by the blow, snapped back.
How dare you hit me? You're targeting me? Do you even know my grandfather was a founding hero?
You teamed up with others to swindle me out of 90 billion yuan.
Have we settled that score yet?
Zhao Guoqiang pulled a compact pistol from his coat and pressed it against Ning Zhonghai's head.
One more word from you. Ning Zhonghai finally calmed down.
He knew he was no match for Zhao Guoqiang, but he couldn't help feeling disgusted. After being publicly slapped, Ning Zhonghai dared say nothing more, watching only as Zhao Guoqiang strode away. Returning home, Ning Zhonghai collapsed onto the sofa, utterly baffled. Why had this happened? Hou Liang had bragged so much to him, yet in the end, he'd been thoroughly outmaneuvered.
Just as I was feeling annoyed, the phone rang. Who could it be?
A hoarse voice came through the phone.
You good-for-nothing brat. I hear you've been causing trouble for Zhao Guoqiang again, haven't you? Even your old man couldn't take him on. What makes you think you can? Don't give me any more nonsense. Get your ass back here immediately. Got it? You've provoked Zhao Guoqiang. Someone will definitely use you as a sacrificial offering. Bottom line, get your ass back home immediately. You're not leaving the house for the next 2 weeks.
Ning Zhonghai wanted to protest, but judging by the old man's tone, it seemed someone had set their sights on him. He didn't dare dwell on it. Grabbing his suit, he scrambled out the door. Zhao Guoqiang had already transferred Hou Liang to another department. He knew he couldn't do anything to him mainly because it wasn't worth the trouble. Next, he would be negotiating a much bigger deal. So there was no need to pursue the matter further. Zhao Guoqiang deliberately took the group's helicopter to the mountaintop, where a secret villa was hidden within the mountains. Wang Hao gave a brief report on the situation. Chairman, they're reportedly procuring equipment for an entire army corps today. When will these people ever change their habit of wearing cloth patches on their heads? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Why all the talk? I'll handle the business negotiations shortly. You wait here by the helicopter.
Wang Hao nodded promptly.
Once the helicopter came to a stop, Zhao Guoqiang stepped out directly. He greeted his friend Jatra standing opposite him.
So you know our products are pretty good now? That's why you flew all the way over this time? Jatla chuckled. Chairman Zhao, stop teasing me. Just name your price, okay?
Zhao Guoqiang led Jiatra into the secret villa atop the mountain.
After they sat down, he specially brewed a cup of tea for him. Why the sudden need to expand the army? Chapter 53, The Big Order. Jatla pondered.
If we don't expand the army, we're stuck.
The pressure is immense right now. So I'm prepared to stick with the previous price. Could you provide us with higher standard equipment? Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood. Seems this guy wants a bit more than he bargained for.
Your previous equipment purchase was 3.5 billion. Now, equivalent quality would cost 3.2 billion. But if you want higher grade gear, it'll likely be 4.5 billion. We have a wide range of weapons available now, with new models being released almost daily. I strongly advise you to think this through carefully.
Jiatra stated directly. No need to think about it. We want 4th generation weapons. Is that acceptable?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected him to be so stingy now.
Why not just add a few billion more and upgrade to better weapons? But every family has its own set of problems, and these things are understandable.
With that thought, Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Since you've made your decision, we'll seal the deal.
Rest assured, I'll ensure you get the absolute best weapons. But you don't even have satellites. Shouldn't you consider acquiring some? Jatra shook his head with a smile. No need. Your satellites are sufficient for us.
Besides, launching our own would require dedicated personnel to manage them. We'd rather not deal with that hassle. Zhao Guoqiang appreciated people like Jatra. They were refreshingly straightforward. After more small talk, Jatra wanted to see the equipment Zhao Guoqiang had mentioned. They walked to the elevator and descended directly into the mountain base. Beneath the villa lay a critical weapons exhibition. Wang Hao handled the explanations while Zhao Guoqiang sat beside him. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification.
Jatra was being targeted.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned and turned to look at Jiatra. His heart tightened. How could this guy still be so careless after coming here so many times? Zhao Guoqiang thought for a moment before dialing Qi Tongwei. Take care of this matter. Make sure those tails stop following him. Got it? Qi Tongwei nodded, hung up, and began deploying his people. The individuals assigned to monitor Jiatra weren't from any special department. They were actually a few journalists. They believed all the weapons Jiatra had purchased were supplied by Zhao Guoqiang. But Jiatella, wanting to save face, claimed he designed and manufactured them himself, which is why the reporters kept their attention on him. Just then, as the reporters were eating instant noodles while waiting for Jiatra to emerge, a knock sounded on the car window.
Please cooperate, gentlemen.
Show me your credentials and step out of the vehicle with your hands on your heads.
I warn you, I have the authority to open fire. Please cooperate, okay? The journalists dared not move, quickly exiting the vehicle and handing over their credentials.
After confirming everything was in order, they were transferred to another vehicle and driven away from the scene.
Above all, they couldn't let Jiatra get scared off.
It must be said, these reporters had nerves of steel. Anyone else in their place would likely have been killed in a matter of minutes.
Once inside the station, the journalist still tried to explain. We were just gathering footage, we had no ulterior motives. But now you're arresting us, that's wrong. Release us immediately or we'll file a complaint.
Hearing this, the officer who had been writing something looked up.
What's this about? The reporters fell silent and Chengdu asked again. I asked you what this is. What's wrong? Why can't you speak now?
Chengdu watched as he skillfully disassembled the object and laid it before him.
My friend the reporter, since you don't know what this is, shall I tell you?
This is called a telephoto lens. It essentially extends your shooting distance, and you guys use this thing to secretly photograph people's private moments. Hearing this, the reporter froze, completely unprepared for Chengdu's response. He tried to explain, but Chengdu wouldn't listen.
Enough talk.
We'll investigate this thoroughly.
You'll face the consequences you deserve. Hearing Chengdu's words, the reporter's expression darkened considerably. This matter was finally brought to a close.
Over the past couple of days, Lu Xinjian had been keeping a low profile. Though he hadn't secured the position he desired, he had at least managed to climb one rung higher. But the new chairman, Fang Yu, kept going against him.
He couldn't take it anymore. Chairman Fang, he said, why are you always picking on me? Are you deliberately looking for reasons to criticize me? Hearing this, Fang Yu smiled calmly. Mr. Lu, how can you say that? You were the one who advocated using Jingshan Group's equipment, correct? Now that the equipment is showing excessive wear and tear, which conflicts with our planning, shouldn't you be the one to negotiate with Jingshan Group?
Lu Xinjian frowned at this.
There shouldn't be any issues with the equipment, how could it possibly suffer excessive wear?
Besides, Zhao Guoqiang's designs are flawless. Even if something were to go wrong, it would only happen after years of high-speed operation.
Why was it failing now? Lu Xinjian immediately voiced his opinion. Since you believe the equipment is faulty, let the manufacturer resolve the issue.
Arguing here serves no purpose. Fang Yu smiled, pulled out a document, and handed it to him.
We've decided to transfer you to the branch office.
Lu Xinji immediately grew anxious.
Are you kidding me? This is just a backdoor way of exiling me. Fang Yu nodded, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Exactly. I intend to exile you. Any objections?
I know you're close with Zhao Guoqiang and the others, but that doesn't mean you can call the shots.
Just go quietly and don't cause any trouble. Lu Xinjian gave a cold laugh.
If that's how you feel, don't blame me for what happens.
Fang Yu looked at Lu Xinjian with a smug expression. Why would I blame you? Getting rid of you means one less headache. I should be thanking you. After stepping outside, Lu Xinjian immediately called Li Dekong.
After finishing the call, he discovered his belongings had already been packed up and left right at the door. Curious, Lu Xinjian kicked the belongings everywhere.
Don't get too cocky, do you really think anyone's easy to mess with?
At that moment, Fang Yu was engrossed in reading, having finally managed to get rid of Lu Xinjian.
He truly hoped Lu Xinjian wouldn't return.
But fate had other plans.
Fang Yu had overlooked one crucial detail. He hadn't yet gauged Li Dekong's stance on the matter.
Just then, Li Dekong's call came through.
Who gave you permission to reassign Lu Xinjian? Chapter 54. Do you understand the power behind the scenes? Fang Yu froze for a moment. Sir, what's going on? Didn't you say personnel appointments were entirely up to me? Why are you suddenly bringing this up now?
Li Dekong hadn't expected this guy to actually talk back, which only made him angrier.
I'm asking who authorized you to transfer Lu Xinjian. This was the first time Li Dekong had ever been this furious.
He never imagined that Fang Yu, this blockhead, could botch such a good hand.
Removing Lu Xinjian, wasn't that clearly an attempt to switch to another company's equipment?
And Zhao Guoqiang hated other companies' equipment the most, because most of it used his original parts. Moreover, in many critical areas, they'd replaced everything with other brands, resulting in quality that couldn't compare to his own. Yet when problems arose, he was the one who had to take the blame. What kind of sweet deal was that? That's why Zhao Guoqiang was absolutely furious about this situation. Li Dekong was even less eager to see Zhao Guoqiang lose his temper over this, but he couldn't fathom why this fool was picking a fight with him. Fang Yu paused briefly before speaking up. Senior leader, please don't be angry. This matter is indeed my fault, I didn't consider it thoroughly enough. Senior leader, I plan to transfer Lu Xinjian to another branch.
I mean, no offense. Li Dekong spoke earnestly. Fang Yu, do you even know who Lu Xinjian is? You actually dared to touch him?
Your nerve is beyond ordinary. If you keep this up, you won't just lose your position as chairman of the power group, you might end up paying dearly for it.
Understand? Fang Yu was utterly flustered, never expecting the situation to escalate this far. Li Dakong paused.
Before word of this leaks out, tear up that damn transfer order immediately and smooth things over with Lu Xinjian. With that, the call ended abruptly. Fang Yu stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
He quickly tracked down Lu Xinjian. I've decided to let this matter rest for now. There's no need to dwell on it, don't you agree? Lu Xinjian smiled. Was that your boss calling? Let me be honest with you, now that you're scared, it might be too late. Do you really think everyone else is stupid and only you're the smart one? If you want me back, fine. But first, go pick up all the stuff you kicked to pieces and restore the office to its original state. And who the hell put that stinking in that office? Lu Xinjian didn't want to think about it, but the more he did, the angrier he got. His office had just been cleared out, yet Fang Yu had already placed his classmate Li Yaya in there. And Li Yaya was the one who led the mockery against Lu Xinjian. Fang Yu hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Old Lu were both mature adults. It's just an office, right? I'll arrange a new one for you. How about the one right across from mine?
Lu Xinjian snorted coldly.
That office has been mine since I first joined the power company. I don't want to move.
Hearing this, Fang Yu could only make a concession to his classmate. Hurry up and swap the offices for him.
Lu Xinjian watched Li Yaya come out. That fox-like stench has ruined my office.
Li Yaya had intended to retort, but found herself inexplicably stepping outside.
Lu Xinjian was deliberately picking a fight. What are you looking at? That fox-like stench. Persuaded by Fang Yu, Li Yaya quickly gathered her things and left.
After that, everyone knew Lu Xinjian had powerful connections, while Fang Yu clearly didn't. The fact that Lu Xinjian hadn't even moved from his spot before being invited back spoke volumes. But barely 2 days later, Fang Yu was unexpectedly transferred out. This time, Lu Xinjian had truly climbed to the top. Though he didn't become chairman, he continued overseeing most operations as general manager. In other words, Lu Xinjian had finally made it to the top. His first target was Li Yaya. He transferred her to a more remote, isolated location. Li Yaya was furious, but Fang Yu dared not request his own transfer. We're classmates, after all. What's the harm in helping me out once? Fang Yu looked utterly helpless. Sis, if I could transfer you out, would I even be wasting my breath talking to you? I'm truly helpless now. Please forgive me. If I had any way, I'd definitely transfer you out. Li Yaya was furious. Just as they were talking, someone wearing a black hat unexpectedly walked over. Fang Yu looked puzzled. Who was this? The man immediately stepped forward, grasped his hand, and beamed with delight. Ah, you must be Chairman Fang. I'm the village chief here, just call me Li Yutian. Li Yaya finally introduced them. This is my older brother, Li Yutian. Fang Yu smiled. Who knew your family had an official in it? Li Yaya pursed her lips. What could she do? She'd become this way now. Who could possibly control her? It was during this casual chat that Li Yutian pulled Li Yaya aside. I spent so much money to get you into that position, and now you've fallen back down? What happened? Li Yaya pouted as she explained the situation, and Li Yutian understood the gist. So that's how it is. Don't worry, I'll treat someone to a meal, and this matter will be sorted out for sure. Li Yutian promptly arranged a meeting with Lu Xinjian. Look, we've become acquainted through conflict. Let's consider today our introduction. Mr. Lu, let's have a drink. Rest assured, if you ever need anything in the future, just come find me, okay? Lu Xinjian, eating crab, smiled calmly.
I'm not much of a drinker. Sit down.
Li Yutian felt a bit embarrassed, but he pushed on regardless.
Mr. Lu, you're joking. You can't just stand there watching me hold this glass, can you? Li Yutian was essentially challenging him to a drinking contest. If Lu refused, he'd remain standing. Lu would eventually give him face. But today was strange. Lu Xinjian stubbornly refused to give face.
Suddenly, the door kicked open, startling everyone. A young redhead walked in, brandishing a baseball bat and pointing it at Lu Xinjian.
You don't know when to quit, do you? Do you know where the Mang in Mang village comes from? When my father offers you a toast, you drink it. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive today. You hear me? Li Yutian glared and promptly kicked the bastard out.
But the corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he smiled and tried to persuade Lu Xinjian.
You see, we become acquainted through conflict. Once we clear up this misunderstanding, everything will be fine, right? As for my sister's situation, what do you suggest we do? Chapter 55, Su Zhong, Mr. Lu, what do you say?
Lu Xinjian dabbed the wine splashed on his face with a napkin.
Fine. So your whole family is ganging up on me, huh? How impressive.
Lu Xinjian glared at him, then turned and walked out.
Li Yutian smirked triumphantly. Seems this guy isn't so tough after all. I thought he was something special. Li Yutian sat down and ordered another lobster.
Only after eating and drinking his fill did he write down a name for the tab, then turned and headed home. But before he even reached the village entrance, he spotted Su Zhong's car.
Mr. Su, what are you doing here?
To his surprise, Lu Xinjian stepped out of Su Zhong's car.
Village chief Li, we meet again. Li Yutian's eye twitched.
He hadn't expected Lu Xinjian to know Su Zhong too.
Lu Xinjian patted Su Zhong on the shoulder.
Anyway, you handle this and I'll be on my way.
Li Yutian was utterly stunned.
He hadn't expected the other party to have such a trump card. Just as he was about to speak, Su Zhong yanked him up and slapped him twice across the face.
Su Zhong gave a cold laugh. You ing bastard, you like picking fights, don't you? I was just about to meet friends for mahjong, and you come here looking for a fight, huh?
After getting beaten up by Su Zhong, Li Yutian still had to call Lu Xinjian to apologize. Lu Xinjian snorted coldly, hung up the phone, and turned back to listen to Zhao Guoqiang speak. Tonight they gathered at Shanshui Manor, and Zhao Guoqiang had only one purpose.
You all speak up. Which foreign companies are acting particularly arrogant these days? In short, if foreign companies have their own technology, we naturally can't bully them.
But if they're bragging about themselves, we absolutely must teach them a lesson.
Got it? Lu Xinjian nodded. Commander, Jingshan's technology has always been top-notch. It's just that certain people are messing things up.
Take Fang Yu, for instance. I know him personally.
He's always been hyping up foreign technology.
Li Dakong, who was present, frowned upon hearing this, instantly feeling awkward.
Shi Tongwei blurted out. I recall that individual is one of your people, isn't he?
Li Dakong was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Guoqiang turned his head slightly to look at him.
Who knew you had so many capable people working for you? Li Dakong nearly trembled with fright.
But Zhao Guoqiang didn't take it to heart. Once the core principle was established, the rest would fall into place. Zhao Guoqiang stretched lazily and sought opinions from others.
2 academicians were also dining with them today.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong was talking to Gao Shaoqin.
Listen, my uncle's got a lot on his plate right now. If anyone asks you for help, you need to turn them down. Gao Shaoqin smiled. So if I don't turn them down, I might end up responsible? Zhao Ruilong nodded. Pretty much. Just don't intercede on anyone's behalf. Gao Shaoqin nodded.
The person asking her for a favor today wasn't an outsider, it was her cousin, Gao Wenshao. It was mainly about that matter with Tokugawa Corporation, and Gao Wenshao often handled such deals, acting as an intermediary.
The main reason is that Tokugawa Corporation still wants to stay in business here.
Plus, the new Shinmi project is about to open for bidding. We really can't afford to give up on it. That's why we're willing to spend $1 million to get Gao Wenshao to handle this. But after Zhao Ruilong's words, Gao Shaoqin truly lost her resolve. This matter might be difficult to handle.
Zhao Ruilong pondered for a moment. Then let me suggest another approach.
If you're determined to pursue this, go speak with Li Dakong privately.
If he supports you, it's no problem. If he doesn't, then it's bad news.
Gao Shaoqin nodded, planning to wait for Li Dakong to emerge for a private conversation.
But who knows which damned snitch reported these people? The anti-corruption unit actually showed up at Shanshui Manor at this moment. A group of officers stormed straight inside. Hands off the table. Don't touch anything on it. I'm Liu Yaping, the new head of the anti-corruption unit. How much did this meal cost?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected these people to have such a long nose. After a moment's thought, he spoke up.
What exactly do you mean by that, sir? Team Leader Liu, have you got the wrong person? Why is the anti-corruption unit targeting me?
Zhao Guoqiang was astonished.
Was he really embezzling tens of millions? Besides, what exactly was the meaning behind them showing up at his doorstep now? Liu Yaping looked at Zhao Guoqiang. You're different.
You're the chief executive of both the Jingshan Industrial Park and Jingshan Group. Zhao Guoqiang, explain this. Your income bears no reasonable relation to this meal.
Who footed the bill? Li Dakong hurried over. Liu, let's talk this out calmly. There's no need to make a scene like this, right? Rest assured, whatever you need us to do, we'll cooperate fully. Okay? Liu Yaping gave a cold laugh. Cut the crap. You hear me?
Li Dakong's lips trembled, but he found himself at a loss for words. He hadn't expected Liu Yaping to be so uncooperative, leaving him thoroughly displeased. Twice he tried to speak up, but Liu Yaping's attitude left him speechless for a long while.
Liu Yaping fixed his gaze on Zhao Guoqiang.
Chairman Zhao, if you can't explain this, we'll have to gather evidence and take you in for questioning.
Shi Tongwei cleared his throat. Team Leader Liu, is this really necessary? You know full well who reported this. But if you think you can push us aside to protect your livelihood, that's unrealistic. Liu Yaping sneered coldly. Then let's see if I can take you all down. Take them all away.
Hearing this, Lu Xinjian wanted to erupt in anger, but it was utterly futile.
Zhao Guoqiang cleared his throat. Enough already. What's there to argue about?
Since they want us to go investigate, let's just go now. With Zhao Guoqiang having spoken, no one dared to say another word. Everyone hurriedly set off together. But Liu Yaping had clearly underestimated Shi Tongwei and Zhao Guoqiang. The convoy had barely reached the main road when it was suddenly blocked by a group of unidentified vehicles.
Hou Liangping frowned. You unidentified vehicles, move aside immediately. Otherwise, I have the right to open fire. Worse still, the drivers got out, turned and walked away, locking their vehicles behind them. Hou Liangping knew this had to be Zhao Guoqiang's doing. Remote control tactics, huh? Fine, let's see how far this goes. Hou Liangping ordered everyone else out of the vehicles, leaving only Zhao Guoqiang and his group behind.
He then locked the doors, trapping them inside. Just then, Hou Liangping received a call from his superior.
You idiot! I received a report. Are you abusing people? I don't care about the details. Halt all operations immediately and report back to headquarters for investigation. Do you hear me? Chapter 56, Suspension and Investigation.
Hou Liangping hadn't expected even his team leader to call him directly. When he looked back, he saw that a colleague had already helped open the door. Zhao Guoqiang wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Hou Liangping, I'll remember this. Hou Liangping opened his mouth to protest, but Zhao Guoqiang and the others had already risen and left.
Back at the unit, Hou Liangping was swiftly suspended for abusing an interrogation subject. If Zhao Guoqiang had wanted to deal with him, there would likely have been a crowd gathered outside his apartment every day. But Zhao Guoqiang had already pushed the incident to the back of his mind, because someone had asked him to handle a more important matter.
Shi Tongwei looked at him.
Commander, regarding Ding Yizhen, headquarters has stated that he planned an energy development project and several land development schemes, but now all these ventures have run into trouble. Headquarters wants him apprehended immediately, but our current resources are severely stretched.
Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his chin. They only come to us when trouble arises. You never see them around when things are going smoothly. What a bunch.
At this thought, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly spoke up.
By the way, has Ding Yizhen touched on any projects related to the Jingshan Industrial Zone? Shi Tongwei gave a bitter smile. He feared the answer was already obvious. Zhao Guoqiang knew that bastard must have abused his power to commit all sorts of misdeeds, and he couldn't help but frown. After careful consideration, Zhao Guoqiang decided this matter couldn't be left unaddressed. Shi Tongwei grew tense.
Sir, what exactly are you suggesting?
Zhao Guoqiang looked at him.
What I mean is, I'll handle this matter. You don't need to concern yourself with it for now.
In any case, Ding Yizhen will return. Shi Tongwei nodded, then stepped out and called Li Dakong. I really underestimated you.
I didn't expect you to be so capable. You've already figured out the boss's intentions. The boss said he'll handle this matter and told me not to worry about it.
Li Dakong chuckled and nodded. That's the right attitude.
But there's something I need to tell you. That young woman Gao Qilan seems to be under a lot of pressure.
It looks like she might be thinking about breaking up. Shi Tongwei was taken aback.
Ever since Gao Yuan caused a scene last time, everyone knew about it.
Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't made a big deal out of it.
In short, no one dared to gossip about it.
Li Dakong pondered for a moment. The boss is swamped right now.
He probably hasn't had time to focus on this girl, or maybe there are other reasons.
Either way, let's not get involved for now.
After a few more casual words, they hung up. Gao Qilan, meanwhile, was at a loss for how to broach the subject. She sensed her boyfriend was hiding something from her. Especially after she secretly photographed his watch while Zhao Guoqiang slept, an imported timepiece worth 5 or 60,000 yuan. But Zhao Guoqiang only drove a beat-up car worth around 10,000 yuan. How could he possibly afford such an expensive watch? So Gao Qilan felt this relationship had already changed somewhat. Lost in these thoughts, Gao Qilan spotted her older brother Gao Qiqiang approaching.
Lun, the car's here. When should we leave? Gao Qilan exhaled deeply. Let's wait a bit longer. He hasn't replied yet, probably busy. Plus, my teacher asked me to stop by. Big brother, wait here for me. Gao Qiqiang nodded.
Gao Qilan turned and left, heading back to the school.
Teacher Guohaotian was reviewing papers. Miss Gao, you're here. Please sit down. Guohaotian's eyes held a hint of greed as he scrutinized the girl radiating youthful vitality.
He slid a glass of water over to her.
Have a drink first. Your thesis has numerous issues. I'm afraid your graduation might be delayed. Gao Qilan's expression darkened instantly. Delaying her graduation would mean her already struggling family would have to spend even more money. Professor Guo, I wrote my thesis entirely according to your research topic. There absolutely cannot be any problems. Professor Guo, I can't afford to delay my graduation.
Gu Haotian smiled and gave Gao Qilan a light pat on the shoulder.
Don't worry, I've got this under control. But you'll have to pay something, right?
Gao Qilan was puzzled but suddenly realized what he meant and quickly placed her bank card on the table. This is money I earned from my part-time job. It's not much, but it should be enough to buy you a high-end fishing rod.
I heard you enjoy fishing. Gu Haotian's expression darkened considerably. Are you mocking me? Gao, you know what I mean, right? Gao Qilan genuinely hadn't considered that possibility until Guo Haotian started getting handsy and locked the door.
Only then did she realize what was happening.
What are you doing? Gu Haotian gripped Gao Qilan's clothes tightly. Stop playing innocent with me. What's the big deal if I have my way with you? Don't move or you'll never graduate in this lifetime.
A chill ran down Gao Qilan's spine, yet she still struggled wildly with all her might.
Unexpectedly, Gua Haotian was kicked in the groin during the chaotic struggle. Ouch!
The pain made him instantly crouch on the ground.
Gao Qilan adjusted her clothes and sprinted out for her life. By the time she reached the exit, other teachers had arrived and chaos erupted. Some gossipy student had the nerve to post about the incident on the school's confession wall.
Worse still, they twisted the truth, claiming Gao Qilan had seduced Gua Haotian.
A whole crowd jumped on the bandwagon, making the situation escalate wildly. Zhao Guoqiang didn't hear about it until the next day. He dropped everything and rushed over as quickly as possible. But seeing Gao Qilan huddled in the corner like a pitiful lamb nearly broke his heart. Gao Qiqian's face was etched with worry.
Xiao Zhao, don't worry. The doctor said my sister might just be traumatized.
She'll recover with time. Zhao Guoqiang clenched his jaw. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll contact the hospital. There's nothing urgent these next couple days, so don't leave just yet. Before Gao Qiqiang could respond, the man had already walked away.
After leaving, Zhao Guoqiang went straight to the school, but the principal's words infuriated him.
To protect the school's reputation and honor, we've already mediated between the two parties. This whole thing was a complete misunderstanding.
But as Gao's boyfriend, you should be especially mindful of her feelings. So please don't bring this matter to the school again for now. As he spoke, the principal handed over a card. It contained 30,000 yuan sent by teacher Guo's family. Don't let this escalate, he urged, or it will be awkward for everyone involved. Zhao Guoqiang picked up the card and tossed it straight into the trash can.
Chapter 57, I'll see this through to the end. A few thousand yuan can buy a girl's innocence, right? Zhao Guoqiang committed the principal's name to memory, Gui Yud. He turned and walked away. At that moment, Gua Haotian emerged from the side and looked at Gui Yud. Big brother, won't this cause problems? Gui Yud shook his head. What could possibly go wrong?
Gao Qilan lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her brother. Don't worry, this boyfriend isn't exactly a tough guy. Gui Yud said, sitting back down to continue sipping his tea, completely unconcerned about the matter.
Zhao Guoqiang called Shi Tongwei. Attempted rape and they won't file a case? What the hell is going on? Shi Tongwei instantly broke out in a cold sweat, baffled by Zhao Guoqiang's accusation. Even after Zhao made it clear, she was nearly furious. Those damn bastards down there. Rest assured, I'll personally oversee this case from start to finish. Unfortunately, the call had already been hung up. Shi Tongwei had no choice but to personally oversee the matter. With things having escalated to this point, his subordinates were still trying to cover it up with nonsense. Shi Tongwei completely lost his temper. He immediately dismissed his subordinates and ordered them to resolve the matter immediately and suppress public opinion. Gu Haotian was in class when he was suddenly taken away. Even at the police station, he still refused to budge. I don't know anything. That girl suddenly started undressing and insisted on graduating. I had no idea. She even demanded I give her 10,000 yuan every month to be my mistress. I'm a teacher, how could I possibly do something like that? Just as Gua Haotian was speaking, Shi Tongwei burst in from outside. Zhao Guoqiang had already lost his temper. Repeat what you just said. Gua Haotian didn't notice that Shi Tongwei was wearing different clothes from the others. He repeated his statement. Shi Tongwei slammed the table in rage, pointing his finger right at Gua Haotian's nose. It was you who attempted rape. Shi Tongwei paused to consider. But for someone like you, I have a better way. Before Gua Haotian could say anything, he was released in a flurry of confusion, leaving him somewhat puzzled. By the time he got home, his luggage had already been packed. Gui Yud kept his head down. You should leave for abroad immediately. This place has no room for you anymore. I underestimated that girl's capabilities. Her connections are too powerful. Gua Haotian felt as if he were in a dream, yet his brother still threw his luggage out and forced him out as well. The next day, however, someone discovered Gua Haotian's luggage near the trash heap, already ransacked and in disarray. And this incident, unbelievably, drew further attention until Gui Yud made a call to his aunt overseas in front of everyone. Only after confirming his aunt had met with Gua Haotian did the matter finally die down. Afterward, Gui Yud made another call. This time his cousin answered. Cousin, is auntie feeling better mentally? The cousin on the other end nodded. Much worse than before. Her mental state is terrible. Mom just mentioned Haotian came over. Is that true? But I haven't seen him at all. Did you guys get it wrong? Gui Yud exhaled a long breath. No mistake. It must have been a misunderstanding. You go ahead with your work. After hanging up, Gui Yud sank back in his chair and stared silently out the window. He picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. An hour later, someone discovered Gui Yud dead in his office from a heart attack. A week later, the president and all key leadership of Jingzhou Medical University were replaced. By then, Gao Qilan had already returned to the small town of Jinghai with her brother, Gao Qiqiang.
Her mood had been terrible lately. All she could do was help selfish. Beyond that, she had no idea what else she could contribute. Zhao Guoqiang remained busy these past few days, but now he had an even more important research project to focus on.
Zhao Guoqiang deliberately attended a doctoral seminar at Qingbei University.
Standing at the lectern, the auditorium felt completely silent.
What we'll discuss today is a revolutionary weapon that will change the course of warfare.
I urge everyone to listen carefully.
Many students chuckled, for Qingbei University's weapons program was already world-renowned.
Though these youngsters were young, most had seen top-tier weaponry firsthand.
They found Zhao Guoqiang's words somewhat exaggerated, didn't they?
Zhao Guoqiang paused before continuing.
First, do you all know what a revolutionary weapon is?
Zhao Guoqiang activated the projection panel behind him. Instantly, a massive conceptual weapon materialized before their eyes. Students who had been dismissive moments ago now leaned forward over their desks, straining to see every detail.
Zhao Guoqiang then made an adjustment. The image flickered and transformed into text.
Human science has not reached its ultimate frontier, but weapon development has become the endpoint. Humanity can no longer wage any large-scale wars.
However, there is one point you should all note. What kind of war will we face next?
I'll give you a hint. Current heavy metal research should focus on alloys.
Everyone immediately understood.
Zhao Guoqiang must be referring to alloyed machines.
Professor Zhao, could you explain how we should interpret this?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled and immediately played a video, a weapon prototype recently submitted by academician Li Shusha's team. It bore a striking resemblance to the single-soldier robots featured in certain Banda films.
Moreover, it almost entirely adopted the 3-3-3 attack formation.
One main robot equipped with 3 smaller robots formed a unique combat unit.
Everyone was stunned. Zhao Guoqiang continued showing them images and videos, deepening their understanding of the alloy mecha.
In other words, the pinnacle of human weaponry can never be reached, it only grows stronger, with no ultimate limit. But now, on Blue Star, I reign supreme.
In my deathbed delirium, I sat up in shock. The mighty powers are none other than myself.
Zhao Guoqiang then elaborated on the diverse combat styles these mechs could execute. He astonished every one of the more intelligent individuals present. Unfortunately, just as the lesson was reaching its climax, Zhao Guoqiang rose and departed.
Yang Yi followed behind him. Professor, could you possibly teach another session next time?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. I have my own matters to attend to. Yang Yi sighed.
All these doctoral students rushed back just to attend your class.
Can't you really spare one more session?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
I'm afraid not. This lecture will have to stand for now. Follow my outline. When you teach it, they'll understand.
Yang Yi looked disappointed, but she still saw her teacher off. After Zhao Guoqiang left, he changed clothes in the RV, restoring his usual dashing appearance. He had serious business to attend to today.
Chapter 58, Such a Small Order.
Prince Minyahan had arrived from abroad, and the two planned to go out for some fun today. Zhao Guoqiang still drove a black armored sedan. After parking, he headed straight for the yacht. To his surprise, Prince Minyahan had someone else seated beside him. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown slightly. He hadn't mentioned bringing anyone else along today.
Spotting Zhao Guoqiang, Prince Minyahan waved eagerly.
Chairman Zhao, allow me to introduce you to Choi Sang-hee. He's also a friend of mine, so I thought it would be good for you two to meet today.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold smile. I understand this friend of yours is the head of the Choi conglomerate, correct? I hear your Choi group has recently ventured into the military industry as well, right?
Hearing this, Choi Sang-hee smiled, holding a premium cigar in his hand. Seems like nothing we do escapes the eyes of others.
Pretty much. Our conglomerate has indeed been dabbling in some defense industry matters. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle at this. Then let me take a wild guess, you're not here today to place an order with me, are you? Cui Shangxi hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so straightforward, momentarily at a loss for words.
Zhao Guoqiang understood perfectly well that someone like Cui Shangxi never came with legitimate business.
What else could they be after besides weapons?
Cui Shangxi raised his wine glass with a smile. Chairman Zhao, let's cut to the chase. What price are you prepared to offer? We're looking at a substantial order here.
Minyahan grinned without a word, and Zhao Guoqiang suddenly realized, was this guy here to mess with him?
At this thought, Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly.
So, how much merchandise are you planning to take?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's question, Cui Shangxi gestured with his hands.
I want 50,000 Type 22 automatic rifles.
Zhao Guoqiang slapped his forehead.
Was this the big deal the gentleman had mentioned? Minyahan nearly burst out laughing. The Type 22 automatic rifle was already obsolete in many countries. Why on earth was Cui Shangxi buying this thing? Of course, they lacked resources. That was understandable. But honestly, this request was like saying, I'm big, just deal with it.
Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's reaction, Choi Sang-hee felt an unexpected urge to console him. I know this order is huge for you, but rest assured, I'll give you the chance to produce it. Just make sure you deliver within my specified time frame.
Zhao Guoqiang cut him off abruptly. Sir, you've got it all wrong. We don't take such small orders. Cui Shanxi's face twitched violently. What did he mean by small order? This order was huge, yet he dared call it small. Gritting his teeth, Cui Shanxi's expression turned icy. Surely you're not saying this just to save face? After all, producing tens of thousands of rifles isn't something just any factory can handle. Zhao Guoqiang casually tossed the brochure onto the table. Currently, our nation maintains an army of 5 million troops. Jingshan Industrial Park houses 37 military facilities capable of producing various defense equipment. In other words, our daily production capacity can equip an entire heavy army group. In 3 days, we could produce enough for an entire heavy army group. If you have such small orders again, sir, would you mind finding a smaller factory? Cui Shanxi's lips trembled, but he dared not utter a word. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's expression, Mingyahan spoke up from the side. You two are both friends I invited here. There's no need for this commotion, right? Mr. Cui, I've told you before your order is too small. They simply can't handle it, and it's not worth setting up a dedicated production line just for you. You'd be better off contacting Ning Zhonghai. Cui Shangxi snorted coldly. Zhao Guoqiang stood up and walked straight into the cabin with Mingyahan, where a crowd had already gathered. At the head was the madam. Gentlemen, my name is Huang Suizue. We'll be serving you both tonight. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, his expression satisfied. Just then, a gunshot rang out from outside, causing Zhao Guoqiang's expression to darken. What's going on? Mingyahan was utterly taken aback. This was his ship, how could gunfire erupt here? When everyone emerged, Su Zhong was in the midst of cursing at Mad Donkey. Donkey, these are the people you brought? I'm warning you, if you cause any trouble today, I'll skin you alive. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Lower the speedboat. Minu Han tensed instantly at the command. Chairman Zhao, we don't need to leave by speedboat just yet. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. That guy who ran off, he seems interesting. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Once aboard the speedboat, Zhao Guoqiang pulled down his sun visor and slammed the throttle twice. In the next instant, the speedboat shot forward like a bullet. The man in the water clearly anticipated this move and swam a short distance before climbing onto another 6-stroke speedboat. The two chased each other across the vast sea. Zhao Guoqiang deliberately slowed down. With his high horsepower boat, he could catch up in the blink of an eye. But he didn't do that. Instead, he waited quietly, eager to see what kind of surprise the other guy would give him. But as the kid kept running, he actually ran out of gas. Worse still, he jumped back into the sea again, leaving Zhao Guoqiang stunned. He switched the speed to drift mode. Zhao Guoqiang followed behind, opened a can of beer, and watched while sipping it. Bro, did you know swimming's not allowed in the sea? This guy was quite the character. I just love swimming in the ocean, what the hell business is it of yours? Zhao Guoqiang didn't rush him, just tossed him another beer can. If you're tired, just get out. Don't worry, I don't hold grudges, okay? Too bad the other guy didn't buy it. He kept swimming forward until the beer can floated faster than him before he finally stopped. He picked up the beer, took a couple of swigs, then tossed it right back onto the boat. You guys make me drink beer that costs tens of thousands a bottle, and this is what you give me, something that costs a few dozen? Zhao Guoqiang frowned. Who told you that nonsense? When have we ever drunk such expensive beer? Also, what's your name? Don't worry, they won't find their way here. I can tell you've had special training. You must have at least studied armed prisoner transport, right? I want you to tell me the truth. Before he could finish, Mingyahan and the others were already chasing after them in their boat. The other party left a message. My name is Xin, Chairman Zhao. With that, he dived straight into the fish farm. Zhao Guoqiang knew this was an abandoned area and quickly drew the pistol from the yacht, firing 2 shots. Chapter 59, Lackeys. Mingyahan and his crew finally caught up, looking tense. How'd it go? Didn't let him get away, did you? Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. No, there's no undertow. He's already been swept away. I fired just now to stop him from struggling. Mingyahan flashed his high-intensity torch twice. Just then, Su Zhong's head popped up from the side. Sir, let me handle this, okay? You guys report back. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. Plus, we just fired shots. Luckily there's a large factory nearby, otherwise, we'd have been discovered easily. Zhao Guoqiang exchanged a meaningful glance with Su Zhong before leading Mingyahan and the others back. And Xin waited until everyone had left before climbing out of the fish raft, limping as she hailed a taxi. But he overlooked one crucial detail. Mad Donkey didn't believe he was dead and was searching everywhere for his whereabouts. While Xin was getting bandaged at the hospital, he noticed something odd about the ointment applied earlier. Doctor, this medicine feels hot and warm. The doctor removed his mask, revealing his face. All anesthetics feel like that. Xin tried to say something else, but her eyes rolled back and she fell asleep. Soon after, she was carried into a vehicle and whisked away in a daze. When Xin opened his eyes again, he looked around in utter bewilderment, finding himself in a vast, empty hall. Just as she was puzzling over it, Zhao Guoqiang unexpectedly returned. Stop struggling. This is my home. Even if you manage to escape, you won't be able to leave this place. An Xin frowned. Zhao Guoqiang? The owner of the Jingshan Industrial Park? Tell me the truth. Why did you bring me here? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle, walked over, and gently patted his big head. Well, what else could I possibly want with you? I know you're currently undercover, but what exactly are you investigating as an undercover agent in Sujiang? I'm giving you a chance. Starting today, you'll follow me. Whatever you want to investigate, I'll help you uncover it. What do you say? Hearing this, an Xin lowered his head. Chairman Zhao, what makes you think I'd follow you? Just because you can offer me a way out? Without another word, Zhao Guoqiang drew his knife, pressing it against an Xin's throat, poised to strike. This time, an Xin lost her composure. She shook her head frantically, begging him to stop. Zhao Guoqiang knew full well that everyone feared death. But he and an Xin were cut from the same cloth, people with justice in their hearts. After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoqiang spoke. Starting today, you'll be one of my secretaries. I'll have Wang Hao train you. In short, I'll handle the matter with Su Jiang for you. Also, why were you investigating him? An Xin sighed. We discovered that Chen Tai from the construction engineering group and Su Jiang have some kind of financial dealings. Plus, the construction engineering group has been landing bigger and bigger projects lately. We really want to know what they're up to in all this. That's why I went undercover. What were you two doing on the boat earlier? Zhao Guoqiang patted his head. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Keep your mouth shut or you'll end up with a headache. Got it? Zhao Guoqiang stepped outside and immediately called Uncle Tai. I hear you've been acting too flashy lately? People are starting to notice you. What good is making all that money? Playing it safe is what matters most. Got it? Uncle Tai nodded. Rest assured, sir. I'll always remember your words. I heard you chased after a youngster tonight? Is that right? Zhao Guoqiang frowned. What business is that of yours? It's none of your business. Don't ask. After hanging up, Uncle Tai stared blankly at the dial tone. For him, this whole situation was quite complicated. Uncle Tai turned to look at Su Jiang across from him. I told you to keep a low profile, but you wouldn't listen. Now even the commander's calling me out. Su Jiang rubbed his eyebrows and gave an awkward smile. Uncle Tai, you can't blame me for this. The damage is already done. What good would it do to blame me now? Besides, when are you going to hand over that big chair at the construction group to me? No sooner had Su Jiang finished speaking than Cheng Cheng, standing beside him, raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. You bastard! How dare you say that? Su Jiang tried to retaliate, but Cheng Cheng glared at him. Touch me once, and I'll tell everyone I was Zhao Guoqiang's first love. Touch me. Su Jiang really didn't dare say another word, just rubbing his beard. You bastards all have powerful connections, but I don't. You're all so great. Su Jiang left. Uncle Tai glanced at Cheng Cheng. When will you tell the commander about that child? Cheng Cheng shook her head. I don't know. But this guy's been plotting to seize power for ages. Why haven't you taken precautions? In Uncle Tai's eyes, what was Su Jiang? Nothing more than a foolish old fool. If he wanted to take action himself, he could deal with him in minutes. At this thought, Uncle Tai frowned slightly. Su Jiang had managed to bypass him and make contact with Zhao Guoqiang tonight. But he was also deeply curious, how on earth could someone like Su Jiang possibly connect with Minyahan? It was truly beyond comprehension. Seems this kid won't take long to plot a coup. I'll need to cultivate another power base. Cheng Cheng spoke up. You should rest. I need to go home and take care of the children. With that, Cheng Cheng turned and left. At the doorway, Cheng Cheng spotted the familiar roses again and, enraged, kicked them away. What gives you the right to send me flowers? Cheng Cheng composed herself and returned home, where her daughter was drawing. But the picture was of her father, only the face remained unfinished. Cheng Cheng's mind was filled with memories of Zhao Guoqiang. How could it have happened that one time? Cheng Cheng couldn't help but shake her head. Just then, the phone rang. Why are you calling me again? Li Hongwei chuckled on the other end. What's up? I've been chasing you for so long, could you at least give me a smile? Even a dog that licks your boots gets a reward sometimes. Just let me hold your hand. Heard the old man threw a fit, right? When are you gonna give me 2 of your projects? Cheng Cheng nearly laughed herself silly. Listen up, you two are trash at construction. No matter how many projects I give you, you'll still screw them up. Stop overthinking it. I've got connections. You can't mess with me, got it? Blocking the number once more, Cheng Cheng carried the steaming porridge out to her daughter. Meanwhile, Mad Donkey stared at Su Jiang. Boss, I really don't know what that kid's background is. He definitely wasn't swept away by the undercurrent. Could it be that someone's protecting him? Su Jiang sighed. It's all your fault for messing up. How could you let someone like that slip through? If the prince finds out, we're both dead. Got it? Chapter 60, My Underling. Mad Donkey looked frantic. What can we do now? Things have already escalated this far. What if he really finds someone to turn us in? Su Jiang sneered coldly. Relax. I've already had someone look into this guy.
Once we find out who he is, he won't get away.
Mad Donkey nodded.
Soon after, Su Jiang indeed uncovered some information about an XIN. But it would have been better not to investigate at all.
An XIN's background made Su Jiang realize he was even more untouchable. It seemed everyone had powerful connections except him. Forget this matter. Don't pursue this person anymore. Got it or not? Mad Donkey nodded quickly, signaling he understood. Su Jiang turned and walked away. But Mad Donkey couldn't shake the feeling that an XIN must be someone special, otherwise, why would the boss be so afraid of her? At that moment, Oli Ru was feeding an XIN. Let me remind you, I only give you 1 meal a day. If you don't like this one, you'll go hungry for the next 24 hours. Got it? An XIN had been about to argue back, but at those words, she instantly fell silent. Then give me more food. While eating, Oli Ru accidentally dropped her spoon. As she bent down to pick it up, she noticed an XIN staring intently at her. The next moment, Oli Ru realized what was happening and quickly covered her chest. Stop staring at me. Seeing her about to leave, an XIN immediately grew anxious. This isn't my fault. You exposed yourself by accident, how can you blame me? After explaining for a while, it was a pity that this woman didn't pay any attention to her. An XIN could only grunt. Go get Chairman Zhao over here. I'm willing to talk to him. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Guoqiang walked over, wearing a swimsuit and grinning at him. Why don't you just be my little sidekick? Come on, I'll take you swimming. An XIN resolved to deal with him in the water. Following Zhao Guoqiang straight into the pool, an XIN vanished without a trace the moment Zhao Guoqiang dove in. Just as an XIN was puzzled, he realized Zhao Guoqiang had already swum far away. No way, you're that fast? After diving in and swimming 2 laps, an XIN watched Zhao Guoqiang. Everyone says you're a tough guy, a big shot, but why do I feel like you don't have any airs about you at all? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and patted his shoulder. My people always compliment me like that. I hear you were raised by An Changlin and Meng Dihai together, right? Starting today, you're my secretary. Got it? Before an XIN could react, Zhao Guoqiang had already stood up and left. Wang Hao approached and handed the equipment to an XIN. This gear is yours. You must ensure it remains secure and undamaged at all times except during special operations. If any issues arise, inform me in advance. Don't bother the higher-ups over trivial matters. Got it? An XIN tried to joke around, but the other person just gave him a cold stare. An XIN nodded. Got it. Wang Hao led him to rest. At that moment, Oli Ru pressed Zhao Guoqiang's shoulder with one hand, while her other hand slipped restlessly beneath his clothes. Zhao Guoqiang cleared his throat. What are you trying to do? Oli Ru's face flushed crimson. Nothing. Why won't you even look at me? Just then, Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang, giving him the perfect excuse to dismiss her. Zhao Guoqiang picked up the phone and spoke. What's going on? Is there news about Ding Yizhen? The voice on the other end nodded. We've discovered he has connections to the Yi family. Should we inform them about this? Zhao Guoqiang snapped. What about the Yi family? What good would informing them do? In any case, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. I'll personally explain the situation to the Yi family. Hearing this, the other party quickly nodded. In truth, she was Zhao Guoqiang's operative, Shadow. Shadow had maintained single-line contact with Zhao Guoqiang, eliminating numerous talents and tracking down Ding Yizhen's whereabouts. After the call was hung up, Zhao Guoqiang dialed the commissioner of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. Director Lin, if I can help you catch Ding Yizhen, what's in it for me? Of course, you should understand what kind of reward I'm talking about, right? Lin Guodong narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Everyone says that when something can't be resolved, they inevitably come to you, Zhao Guoqiang. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I think there's real truth to that. Chairman Zhao, rest assured I won't let the Anti-Corruption Bureau come after you again. How does that sound? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. That's not what I want. Take your time thinking it over. I'll secure control of Ding Yizhen first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Guoqiang issued the arrest order to Shadow. At that moment, Ding Yizhen was struggling badly at the restaurant, but the guy had connections. He'd secretly been flirting with the female manager of the restaurant. If not for his age, he could have easily won her over, securing a brighter future for himself. Just as Ding Yizhen was about to head to the movies with the manager, he sensed someone watching him. Ding Yizhen spoke up. Let's skip the movie and go home first, okay? Manager Du Lin's didn't think much of it. Okay. Once they got home, Ding Yizhen knocked Du Lin's unconscious. He ransacked the place for valuables, grabbed a change of clothes, and slipped out quietly. But before he could get far, he ran straight into Phantom. Who are you? Phantom smiled. Your surname is Ding, right? I'm here to escort you home. Cease resistance. Ding Yizhen gave a cold laugh and suddenly drew his pistol. Unfortunately, he was a split second too slow. Phantom had already flicked out a needle.
In other words, it was a precision tungsten steel bullet as thin as a needle. The next moment, Ding Yizhen collapsed to the ground. He was fully conscious, yet unable to speak or move. He watched helplessly as they loaded him onto a plane to be sent back to China. Hours later, Zhao Guoqiang stared at Ding Yizhen before raising his hand and slapping him across the face. You put in effort for the Jingshan Industrial Park back then, but what did you deliver to me? I gave you 2 billion yuan, and this is what you built for me? Ding Yizhen was stunned by the blow. Chairman Zhao, I was wrong. That 2 billion wasn't all for me. I admit the Jingshan Industrial Park design had flaws, it was unreasonable, but the real problem wasn't mine. The younger generation of the Yi family was involved too. Zhao Guoqiang slapped him again. You dare bring up the Yi family? Would they do something so despicable? As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang picked up the phone and spoke quietly to the other end. Mr. Yi, did you hear that? Ding Yizhen is shifting the blame onto your side. How do you propose we handle this? Ding Yizhen was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 61, The Yi Family. Ding Yizhen never imagined Zhao Guoqiang had been on the phone the entire time. Panic instantly overwhelmed him. Zhao Guoqiang's words had successfully enraged the person on the other end. Chairman Zhao, please slap that smug face of his for me. What does this have to do with the Yi family? When the Jingshan Industrial Park was being built, we knew nothing about it. Ding Yizhen orchestrated the entire thing himself, and now he actually wants to pin the blame on our family. Zhao Guoqiang stared at Ding Yizhen, his expression cold and indifferent. Just tell the truth now, will you? Ding Yizhen couldn't hold out any longer and quickly nodded. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell you everything, okay? The Jingshan Industrial Park project was entirely my doing back then. But I did it to boost Jingzhou City's influence. I truly had no other intentions. Don't you trust me? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang hung up the phone first and stared silently at Ding Yizhen. I don't doubt you, but there's one thing you might have to take the fall for. Tell me, was the Jingshan Senior Care Center, under the Jingshan Industrial Park, built by you? Ding Yizhen instantly understood the center was completely substandard. Why was Zhao Guoqiang bringing this up now? Ding Yizhen was panicking beyond measure, but unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang only gave him a cold, dismissive smile. Fine. No more beating around the bush. You handle this yourself. Zhao Guoqiang intended to let him stew in his own thoughts for a while. With that, Zhao Guoqiang stood up and left, not bothering to engage further. Upon exiting, he spotted an Xin and Wang Hao conversing and cleared his throat. Have someone keep an eye on him. Ding Yizhen has crucial information. Got it? Wang Hao hurried to comply. An Xin followed Zhao Guoqiang over, and as they reached the corner, an Xin suddenly spoke up. Chairman Zhao, may I ask you a question? By doing this, are you covering for someone? Zhao Guoqiang looked at an Xin and spoke slowly. This isn't covering up. It's a necessary measure. Understand? An Xin looked thoughtful. Zhao Guoqiang didn't waste any more words. He knew full well that the current situation was far from straightforward. Ding Yizhen had thrown the Jingshan nursing home into utter chaos, leaving many residents unable to receive proper care. The higher-ups were likely already initiating accountability measures, so everyone involved must be held accountable. With Ding Yizhen's return, some people were losing sleep. Among them was Hou Liangping from the Power Group. He knew full well that most of the power projects Ding Yizhen had overseen were ones he had collaborated on. Now, these projects were all experiencing problems to varying degrees. This is bad news. What on earth should he do? Hou Liangping was so flustered he couldn't find the words, panic gripping him. It was at this very moment that Hou Liangping suddenly remembered something. He needed to find Lu Xinjian. But his timing was poor. He discovered Tang Lily was there too, and it seemed something had happened between them. But since he was here to ask for a favor, he might as well pretend he hadn't seen anything. Mr. Lu, Ding Yizhen is back. That guy actually survived out there. With his godfather backing him and powerful connections like Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Ruilong, Lu Xinjian remained completely unfazed. Even if something went wrong, he knew he wouldn't be held accountable after all. He hadn't been heavily involved in this project. Seeing his attitude, Hou Liangping couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Mr. Lu, you really have a remarkable memory. If you recall, weren't you the one who spearheaded this whole affair? Lu Xinjian gave a cold chuckle. You're absolutely right, I did spearhead these matters back then. So what? Did I oversee the project? So if something goes wrong and you want to hold me accountable, you're out of luck. Hou Liangping quickly pleaded for mercy. Mr. Lu, please help me out. If this keeps going, I'm truly finished. Seeing his pitiful state, Lu Xinjian gave a cold chuckle. Alright, we're colleagues. How could I just stand by and watch you sink into this mess? But you need to make sure Ding Yizhen dies soon. That's the only way to shut him up. I get it now. But how do I make Ding Yizhen die? Lu Xinjian decided to cut to the chase. As long as he's alive, everyone's on edge. Only when he's dead will everyone be safe. Go find the person you need to cooperate with. Hou Liangping understood and hurried off to do as instructed. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang looked at an Xin.
So you're saying they absolutely must be punished for this? Let me be frank with you, they'll likely sacrifice a scapegoat. By then, it'll be too late to do anything. How will you handle that?
So I advise you not to rush into things.
Wait and see who makes the first move. Got it? And Xin seemed to grasp only part of it, finding the advice profound and enigmatic.
Zhao Guoqiang patted her shoulder.
Sure enough,
that very night, poison gas was released into the room where Ding Yizhen was staying.
Zhao Guoqiang received the news and immediately ordered an investigation to begin. Shortly thereafter, Wang Hao approached with the findings. Commander, we've thoroughly investigated.
This toxic gas is a military-grade insecticide currently in use, and it has been refined. It was manufactured within our industrial park, likely packaged last month.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Looks like they finally couldn't hold back any longer.
Zhao Guoqiang quickly zeroed in on Zhu Liqiang as a potential link to these incidents and brought him to the Jingshan Industrial Park.
Mr. Zhu, I'd like to treat you to hot pot today. Do you enjoy mutton? Zhu Liqiang nodded repeatedly. I'm truly flattered. I never expected you to treat me to dinner. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. We're friends. What's a meal between friends? I recall you studied science, right? I'd like to ask, just how difficult is this gas extraction process?
Zhu Liqiang, completely unprepared, revealed the crucial details of gas extraction, unable to stop himself. By the end, Zhao Guoqiang was staring at him coldly.
I have something very important to discuss with you.
Zhu Liqiang looked puzzled.
What aspect exactly?
Zhao Guoqiang paused to consider before speaking.
Ding Yizhen has been apprehended.
He nearly met with disaster.
Who do you think orchestrated this?
Cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhu Liqiang's forehead. He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to ask so directly. Zhao Guoqiang merely patted his shoulder.
Some people admit everything willingly, and then everything is easy to handle.
But when someone refuses to admit it, they only end up hurting themselves in the end.
You agree, right? Zhu Liqiang was too nervous to speak, but upon reflection, Zhao Guoqiang's words held truth. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. How much did you meddle in Ding Yizhen's affairs? How much do you know? Spill it. Chapter 62, an Xin, am I not cooperating? Zhao Guoqiang then summoned an Xin. This matter is yours to handle. Make sure it's done flawlessly. An Xin nodded, her gaze coldly fixed on the man standing beside her.
Unexpectedly, after their earlier smooth discussion, Zhu Liqiang suddenly received a phone call.
After that, he became exceptionally uncooperative. He even started sabotaging things outright. An Xin was puzzled. What the hell are you doing? Hearing this, Zhu Liqiang gave a cold laugh. Not cooperating? An Xin, did I say I wasn't cooperating? With no other choice, an Xin had to tell Zhao Guoqiang about the matter.
After learning about it, Zhao Guoqiang smiled.
I understand the situation. No need to be so tense. Looks like this guy has some powerful connections. Don't worry.
I'm curious to see just how powerful his backer really is.
Zhao Guoqiang concluded Zhu Liqiang's backer must be someone like Ding Yizhen, so this matter would be easily handled.
Zhao Guoqiang reached out to the Yi family directly.
Mr. Yi, I may need to take some action in the next couple of days.
I hope you'll do me a favor and make things easier for me when the time comes.
Mr. Yi smiled. No problem. As long as it's for the greater good, I'll support it.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded, cutting straight to the point.
To everyone's surprise, Zhao Guoqiang had actually apprehended Yi Xiaochuan, the nephew of Mr. Yi. He was taken to the security office at Jingshan Industrial Park that very night. Yi Xiaochuan frowned. Don't you know who I am? You dare arrest me? Have you lost your mind?
Zhao Guoqiang stared at him coldly.
I'm not crazy. I just want to see what tricks you're playing. Rest assured, I'll give you a way out.
The other man tried to say more, but Zhao Guoqiang didn't give him the chance.
Yi Xiaochuan was placed under temporary house arrest.
Zhao Guoqiang then sought out Zhu Liqiang. The two were separated only by a glass door.
Yi Xiaochuan could clearly hear their conversation.
Zhao Guoqiang paused to consider before speaking.
Zhu Liqiang, what's your take on this situation?
I know your backers must have called you earlier, which is why you're so brazen.
Otherwise, you'd have panicked by now, right? Hearing this, Zhu Liqiang laughed.
Chairman Zhao, I know you have connections everywhere, but you're no match for the Yi family. Besides, this whole thing was arranged by Yi Xiaochuan. Zhao Guoqiang turned his head slightly toward the glass wall. Behind it, Yi Xiaochuan was already furious.
You bastard! How dare you say that? What does this have to do with me?
Then, Zhao Guoqiang brought Ding Yizhen over. This time, Yi Xiaochuan was left speechless. Zhao Guoqiang stood outside the glass wall, locking eyes with him. For a moment, Yi Xiaochuan gritted his teeth in fury. The matter was finally settled, and most of the issues had been clarified.
An Xin looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, so this is basically what happened, right? It was actually young Master Yi who meddled in this, right?
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
Pretty much. That's the gist of it. With the Yi family's influence, no one dared to go too far. But I have a meeting to attend shortly. I need to go and clear things up for them. And Xin smiled. You call that a misunderstanding?
Shortly after, Zhao Guoqiang drove to Zhao Lichuan's home, where Yi Laozong sat on the sofa, his face clouded with worry. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang finally return, Zhao Lichuan quickly spoke up.
You're finally back. Sit down. Let's figure out how to handle this. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. The solution has already been decided. Does General Manager Yi still have any thoughts on this matter?
Ye's face darkened, but he couldn't bring himself to voice his thoughts on the matter. He had intended to ask Zhao Lichuan for assistance, but now it seemed unlikely Zhao would help him.
Yi sighed deeply. In that case, I won't linger here any longer.
Just as Yi was about to leave, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly spoke up.
Rest assured, I've already intervened on this matter.
Whether the higher-ups will grant favor, however, is another matter. Looking at the young man before him, Yi suddenly felt a faint sense of dread toward Zhao Guoqiang. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what made Zhao Guoqiang so unsettling. He nodded in agreement.
After the man left, Zhao Guoqiang glanced at the items on the table, curiosity piqued. Who sent these?
Zhao Lichuan sat down and spoke calmly.
Mr. Yi brought them. By the way, do you have dinner plans tonight?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected General Manager Yi to be so generous, bringing him a collection-grade Longjing tea.
But Longjing tea is always best when fresh. What use is a vintage one?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, indicating he had no plans.
Zhao Lichuan smiled. Perfect. There's something I need you to handle tonight. We'll go out for dinner together. Afterward, change your clothes, don't wear something so old-fashioned, okay?
Zhao Guoqiang sensed his elder brother might have ulterior motives, but he didn't want to pry. He simply nodded in agreement.
That evening, Zhao Ruilong arrived at Shanshui Manor carrying a bottle of fine wine.
Upon seeing his uncle dressed surprisingly youthful that day, he couldn't help but tease him. If you dress like this every day, it'd be perfect, you look so much younger. Zhao Guoqiang shot him a glare, and Zhao Ruilong immediately shut up. But then, the popular star Yang Mi walked in. Accompanying her was Gao Shaoqin.
Zhao Guoqiang was even more baffled. What on earth was the theme of this gathering today? What kind of meal are we having here?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang say this, Gao Shaoqin smiled. Today, of course, is to introduce you to a potential match.
Yang Mi, please sit down.
Zhao Guoqiang froze instantly.
What does that mean? The match they're setting him up with is Yang Mi? No wonder Zhao Lichuan insisted I dress up. But what difference does it make in this situation?
Zhao Guoqiang forced a greeting.
But why did Gao Shaoqin look so radiant when she smiled today? Besides, Gao Shaoqin's appearance was a bit too unusual, wasn't it?
Zhao Ruilong noticed his uncle's confusion and tugged at his sleeve. Don't get them mixed up, this is Gao Xiaofeng, the younger sister of CEO Gao Shaoqin.
Zhao Guoqiang remembered they were twins. No wonder.
Yang Mi studied Zhao Guoqiang, her eyes brimming with admiration.
Zhao Lichuan smiled. You two are young, you should have plenty to talk about.
Don't be so reserved. The meal was neither too salty nor too bland. After the meal, Zhao Guoqiang took Yang Mi for a stroll in the garden.
May I ask you something? Who arranged this blind date?
Of course, I am at the age where settling down makes sense, but as for celebrities,
I've never considered it. Yang Mi remained silent. Chapter 63, The Blind Date is Yang Mi.
Seeing Yang Mi like this, Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. Why had she suddenly stopped talking?
He couldn't help but ask again. If something's bothering you, just say so. What's wrong? Yang Mi seemed a bit shy.
I've heard you're quite accomplished.
To be honest, if I hadn't known Sister Xiaofeng, we probably wouldn't have met. But maybe it was all meant to be. Chairman Zhao, would you be willing to give our relationship a try?
Zhao Guoqiang recalled the words Gao Qiqiang had shared with him.
He knew there was no possibility between him and Gao Qilan now.
At the very least, Gao Qilan would never consider marrying him again, especially with his older brother pressing him so relentlessly. Otherwise, why not give it a shot? In short, Zhao Guoqiang had no intention of getting serious with Yang Mi. He just needed her as a shield, nothing more. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang like this, Yang Mi was still quite pleased. That evening, the two went for a walk by the river, though Yang Mi seemed particularly curious about Gao Xiaofeng.
Chairman Zhao, what kind of work does Sister Xiaofeng do?
Zhao Guoqiang froze.
You didn't even know what kind of work she does, yet you dared to go on a blind date with her? Shanshui Manor is half owned by Gao Xiaofeng. Yang Mi nodded thoughtfully.
They continued their stroll along the riverbank, but Zhao Guoqiang knew full well that Yang Mi's demeanor might be an act. He suspected she was calculating how to win his attention. In any case, the blind date was lukewarm at best. Zhao Guoqiang simply drove her back home. Only as he prepared to leave did he realize that the residential complex across the way was Cheng Cheng's home. Zhao Guoqiang casually walked over. Unexpectedly, Cheng Cheng was just returning with a box of fruit. Spotting Zhao Guoqiang, she turned and tried to run.
Stop! Why are you running? Cheng Cheng snorted coldly. I'm out for a walk to stay fit. What's the problem?
Zhao Guoqiang quickened his pace and stared at Cheng Cheng. Well, this walk of yours seems pretty unusual.
By the way, after we broke up, how did you end up at the construction engineering group?
Cheng Chang remained silent, recalling the yearning she'd felt when she and Zhao Guoqiang first started dating. But now, none of that exists anymore. They'd both come from the same factory, and after they split up, Cheng Chang had a daughter.
By then, Uncle Tai had already been promoted.
They simply made Cheng Chang the company's vice president, so she could still help out.
Cheng Chang finally spoke. You're not exactly short on women. Why come looking for me? If there's nothing, I'm heading home. My husband's waiting.
Zhao Guoqiang glanced up and saw men's clothes hanging out to dry on every floor of the building. No matter which floor she lived on, it was clear Cheng Chang was married. In that case, he could only step back and let her go home. But Zhao Guoqiang had no idea Cheng Chang's parents had arrived these past few days.
So the clothes hanging out to dry belonged to Cheng Chang's father.
Zhao Guoqiang stretched lazily, about to head back, when he unexpectedly bumped into a guy with yellow hair.
What's up? I've been watching you for a while. Why are you bothering that person?
Zhao Guoqiang studied the blonde-haired guy closely and couldn't help but chuckle.
I was just passing by. What's the problem? You mean Cheng Chang from earlier? The punk nodded. She's my girl. Stay away from her. If I catch you bothering her again, I'll break your legs. Remember my name, Li Hongwei from Mangsuan.
Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly stunned.
Had he really sunk this low? He actually likes that yellow-haired guy? Li Hongwei glared coldly at Zhao Guoqiang. Don't give me any of that. Bottom line, she's my girl.
Touch her, and I'll make you regret it.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, refusing to believe it.
Unexpectedly, Li Hongwei prepared to attack. Perhaps because he had 4 men with him, he felt overconfident. The next moment, Zhao Guoqiang seized his wrist and kicked him flat on his back. Taking down an opponent in one move was a skill Zhao Guoqiang had honed over years of training. The others fell silent, their faces tense with fear.
Seeing their reaction, Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Well, all quiet now?
If you want to play, I'll play along. But then that deadbeat Li Hongwei actually called the cops.
Once inside the station, Zhao Guoqiang was almost impressed. This kid didn't seem like someone who'd ever been in trouble before.
The one handling this case was Chao Chuang.
Spill it. What the hell are you guys up to? What's this little game you're playing?
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. I know you, Chao Chuang.
Don't you remember me?
Chao Chuang strained to recall, then suddenly remembered.
Chairman Zhao, what brings you here? It's been years since we last met. How have you been? Back then, I was just coasting along in the security department.
If not for your advice, I never would have made it to where I am today. I'll treat you to a meal sometime.
Li Hongwei froze. How did these two even know each other? Could you two please consider my feelings? Chao Chuang frowned, glaring at Li Hongwei. Bro, what the hell are you doing? Do you even know who Chairman Zhao is? You actually got physical with him? Li Hongwei was always playing video games, how would he know who this man was? Shut up. Anyway, you better watch your step, got it?
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
It's fine. Let's put this matter aside for now. We haven't seen each other in so long, don't we deserve to grab a drink somewhere?
Chao Chuang was deeply grateful for Zhao Guoqiang's help back then and immediately invited him to the dumpling restaurant across the street.
After sitting down, they took a couple of sips. Zhao Guoqiang voiced his thoughts. How are you feeling these days? Oh, and Zhao Lidong hasn't come looking for you, has he?
Chao Chuang's expression shifted uncomfortably. Zhao Guoqiang warned him. And Changlin and Meng Dihai are decent people, but Zhao Lidong is the exception. Don't let the fact that he's my cousin cloud your judgment. We need to keep this matter separate. Chao Chuang poured a glass of wine and pushed it across the table. Mr. Zhao, I understand your point, but things have come to this.
You saw it yourself. That's just how things are now. Isn't everyone muddling through like this? Zhao Guoqiang frowned. He didn't like everyone just muddling through like this. Just transfer Chao Chuang.
The industrial park needs a security manager.
Starting today, I'm transferring you there. Chao Chuang looked utterly astonished. This meant he was getting promoted.
Who didn't know that after becoming security manager, he'd come back at least on par with Changlin?
Chao Chuang was overjoyed. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. No need to get so worked up. We'll finalize this tomorrow, just report for duty as scheduled. By the way, how is Sha Ruijin doing? Chapter 64, Sha Ruijin, demoted.
Chao Chuang seemed hesitant, but he spoke up anyway.
His situation isn't looking good.
He got pushed out and transferred over to Jinghai now. At that moment, Sha Ruijin was chatting with Zhao Lidong and others.
So, shall we finalize the matter regarding the expressway?
Zhao Lidong pondered for a moment.
Since you've said it, let's proceed with that for now. We'll outline the expressway plan first, but specifics will depend on actual conditions.
Sha Ruijin nodded. He knew full well that everything now hinged on Zhao Lidong's decisions. If he dared to defy Zhao's orders, the worst possible outcome awaited him. Even after the meeting ended, Sha Ruijin sat silently in the car, his thoughts in utter disarray. For some reason, Sha Ruijin couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Lidong and his group weren't up to anything good. Just then, a car pulled up beside his own. Zhao Ruijin turned his head in surprise, only to recognize Zhao Guoqiang.
Chairman Zhao?
Sheriqin looked utterly astonished, quickly rolling down his window to greet him. Zhao Guoqiang pointed toward the nearby tea shop, clearly indicating, let's go to that tea shop up ahead. Soon after, Zhao Chuang, Zhao Ruijin, and the others gathered together. Looking at Zhao Guoqiang, Zhao Ruijin smiled.
Chairman Zhao, it's been ages since we last met. How have you been lately?
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. His life was just that endless tasks every day. Zhao Guoqiang looked at him. Why are you still working so late?
Have you been swamped with tasks lately?
Zhao Ruijin paused to consider, then explained the situation. Everything had to be arranged by Zhao Lidong. Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled.
Why would Big Brother do this? And what the hell was going on anyway?
Why on earth would Zhao Lidong be sent to a prime location like Jinghai? Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened further. Zhao Ruijin, however, smiled and said,
actually, the expressway project is a good thing. It's just that certain people have overly ambitious motives. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood.
It seemed there was more to these words than met the eye. But Zhao Ruijin wasn't exactly having an easy time of it now, since he'd been acting as Zhao Lidong's right-hand man all along. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
How about I see if I can get Meng Dihai to assist you? What do you think?
Zhao Ruijin nodded.
Meng Dihai is decent enough.
He doesn't care for Zhao Lidong either. To be honest, he's your cousin. This isn't something I should be saying.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned.
It seemed Zhao Lidong must have aligned himself with someone else, otherwise, how could he obtain Zhao Ruijin so thoroughly?
Moreover, Zhao Lidong was now truly resorting to any means necessary to climb the ladder.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
Then let's move quickly. I'll have Meng Dihai assist you.
Whatever comes up, you two should discuss it together. Shortly after, Meng Dihai received word that he would be working alongside Zhao Ruijin, while Zhao Lidong was once again shuffled to another position. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lidong seemed ready to turn hostile.
We share the same surname, we're family, yet he seems determined to target me. What kind of nonsense is this?
This must be Big Brother's doing.
Otherwise, how could Zhao Guoqiang dare treat me like this?
Zhao Lidong fumed, but Secretary Wang brought up another matter.
I've heard the port might be reopening soon.
Jinghai has always had a port, but over the years, its development hasn't been particularly promising, so few ships dock here.
Mostly just local fishing boats dock here, generating pretty mediocre profits. But now they're reopening the port? What's the real reason behind this? Everyone knows Qinghai's port isn't profitable. Don't tell me there's no problem with this. I'll find a way to look into it. That's all for now.
Secretary Zhao was dismissed, and Zhao Lidong immediately called Zhao Lichuan. Big brother, I've always followed your lead, but lately I've run into some trouble. Out of the blue, my position changed again.
Plus, the project I'm leading might be in trouble too.
Big brother, who do you think is most likely behind this?
Zhao Lichuan laughed. So you're accusing me of orchestrating this?
Zhao Lidong panicked instantly and hurried to explain.
Brother, as you know, I'd never accuse you of anything.
I just feel like it's incredibly difficult to get anything accomplished.
It's as if someone is constantly watching me, deliberately creating obstacles and setbacks. Zhao Lichuan gave a cold snort.
Let me be clear, the plan to convert Jinghai Port into a military base, don't let this leak out.
Got it?
Zhao Lidong looked thoughtful, then quickly assured him he wouldn't breathe a word. Zhao Lichuan said nothing more, merely exchanging a few casual words with him.
After hanging up, Zhao Lidong understood. Preparing a military port?
That could only be the handiwork of that good little brother of his.
There was no doubt about it. Zhao Guoqiang's influence was clearly growing stronger.
Zhao Lidong resolved to find a way to derail this military port project. Later, Zhao Lidong unexpectedly contacted Liu Tian.
I know that port land belongs to you.
Under no circumstances can you allow the military port to occupy your property.
Is that clear?
Liu Tian looked panicked. But it's a military port.
If I block their construction, won't they come after me?
Hearing this, Zhao Lidong instantly lost his temper, pointing his finger right at Liu Tian's nose.
You're such an idiot. Just say the villagers all oppose it. Who can do anything to you then? If I have to teach you these things, then I don't see any point in you continuing as village chief. You agree, right?
Shaken by the threat, Liu Tian was terrified and quickly promised he'd handle the situation. But the military port development project is absolutely crucial.
And Zhao Guoqiang has now entrusted this development task to Li Fumei.
Sisterly, just go ahead and handle this matter. Rest assured, no one will cause you trouble.
Li Fumei nodded. Rest assured, Chairman. If anyone dares cause trouble, they'll certainly think twice.
After a moment's thought, Li Fumei changed the subject.
Chairman, how has Li Jing been lately? I haven't seen him in several days.
Zhao Guoqiang suddenly recalled that Li Jing had been busy with the development of the new aerospace carrier.
But this matter is still classified, so I can't disclose it to Li Fumei. Once he's done with these busy days, I'll have him come back and spend a couple of days with you, okay?
Li Fumei nodded in agreement.
Zhao Guoqiang saw her off. Chapter 65, The Moon Palace Aerospace Mothership. After Li Fumei drove away, Zhao Guoqiang returned to the large RD laboratory. He sat in his chair, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, Li Jing approached. Professor, how come you have time to visit today? We just finished 2 research projects. Yang Yi held a piece of bread, eating while calculating something. Professor, in 7 hours, the aerospace mothership will take flight. We plan to name it the Palace of the Moon. Zhao Guoqiang nodded with satisfaction. The Guanghan Palace aerospace carrier is currently the primary research objective for all military forces. In short, the American military has been researching it for decades, but they still haven't cracked the engine technology. In any case, we must prioritize completing this project. You two have worked hard, how about I give you both some time off when it's done? Zhao Guoqiang smiled. He turned and approached the internal workshop, scrutinizing every detail meticulously to ensure no issues arose. It appeared that within a few hours, the Sky Sea mothership would be ready for normal flight operations. Zhao Guoqiang waited quietly for that moment. Across the vast ocean in America, they received a peculiar signal unlike any previously encountered. Their team of scientists was puzzled by this signal. After recording it, they discovered it was a pre-launch transmission. But strangely, no launch had been announced anywhere recently. This situation was highly unusual. General Bradley, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of America, studied the signal diagrams in silence. Don't tell me this signal most likely originates from the place I least want to hear about. At this remark, the intelligence officers fell silent, and Bradley instantly grew furious. Why do they always manage to develop such unique weapons? Yet we still haven't developed a single decent weapon. Are we just that incompetent? Bradley was already losing his temper, and the intelligence officers could only stand there and take the scolding. Watching their demeanor, Bradley frowned. I'll deal with you properly later. Immediately send a message to Representative Ivanka. She must investigate whether the Jingshan Industrial Park has unveiled another heavy weapon. Ivanka, who had been preparing to rest, sat up abruptly upon receiving the message. Zhao Guoqiang's students seem to have been involved in a special project recently, but I still haven't received any updates. Could there really be a problem? Ivanka instantly tensed up. This was no joke. If she didn't get the information in time, it would make her country look like a laughingstock. With that thought, Ivanka immediately prepared to contact Wang Hao, but unexpectedly, Wang Hao had already reached out. Miss Ivanka, Chairman Zhao has granted you permission to observe, but you may not bring any recording devices. Ivanka nodded. Rest assured, I've always strictly followed every rule. There won't be any problems. A special vehicle arrived shortly, and Ivanka followed it inside. However, once inside the tunnel, Ivanka realized she had completely lost her sense of direction. After driving a while longer through the tunnel, the vehicle finally came to a stop. Staring at the massive model of the space carrier before her, Ivanka was utterly speechless. Didn't you say you'd never research this thing? How come you've developed it now? Wang Hao smiled but said nothing. Ivanka couldn't believe Zhao Guoqiang had secretly built the entire model behind her back. Just as Ivanka was pondering this, Wang Hao unexpectedly corrected her. This isn't a model. It's a projection. If you want to see the real thing, you'll have plenty of opportunity to do so. Ivanka looked utterly bewildered, sensing something increasingly off about his words. Once they arrived at the site, Zhao Guoqiang cheerfully demonstrated everything to everyone. Distinguished delegates, what you're about to witness is the Guanghan Palace Aerospace Mothership. No filming allowed. The representatives were all stunned. Many suspected Zhao Guoqiang was deceiving them. Hadn't they agreed not to pursue such research? Why was he secretly developing it now? Zhao Guoqiang offered no response. The delegates grumbled among themselves for a moment before falling silent. Immediately after, Zhao Guoqiang announced the experiment would proceed to the test flight phase. In truth, everyone understood Zhao Guoqiang's words were merely meant to offer reassurance. The test flight phase had undoubtedly already concluded. Zhao Guoliang probably just spared their feelings by not telling the truth. To everyone's astonishment, the flames emitted during the aerospace carrier's takeoff were practically negligible. Even fighter jets patrolling at low altitude might not detect it. Moreover, its speed and direction of travel left everyone utterly baffled. It could hover like a helicopter and perform designated evasive maneuvers. Countless nations still hadn't mastered such technology, yet Zhao Guoqiang had already integrated all these capabilities into the aerospace carrier. Representatives from nations like Ivanka's couldn't stop gaping in astonishment. After completing the demonstration, Zhao Guoqiang even specially invited them aboard the aerospace carrier. However, one representative proved uncooperative, surreptitiously bringing a recording device. Please hand it over. Our systems have detected recording waves emanating from your person. We request your cooperation, otherwise, you may not be permitted to board. The soldier in charge of security explained twice, but the individual insisted they had nothing. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. No problem. We should trust them. If they say they don't have it, then they certainly don't. The
The soldier quickly stepped back, while Zhao Guoqiang prepared to keep a close eye on this individual. Once aboard the ship, he activated a special button. Just as the individual prepared to take another covert photo, the button was pressed and an intense beam of light assaulted their eyes. The next moment, the man was sprawled on the deck, wailing incessantly.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned. I knew you were using something like glasses to take secret photos.
Everyone, our spacecraft comes equipped with anti-surveillance features. I only activated the most basic level. If I'd set it to maximum, it would have essentially blinded him. Taking advantage of the man's incapacitation, Zhao Guoqiang had him transported to the medical bay. Moments later, the howling ceased. In less than 3 minutes, the representative re-emerged and resumed the demonstration with everyone.
Ivanka was stunned. What did you see in there just now? The other person hesitated.
Then don't tell Chairman Zhao, they won't let me say. I felt a very gentle, continuous light baking sensation. My eyes quickly felt comfortable, and after that, everything was fine.
Ivanka had her answer. Special light wave therapy. Chapter 66, Black Technology. Ivanka never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would deploy such advanced technology aboard the aerospace mothership. Moreover, these were technologies America could never hope to master. Ivanka suddenly sensed Zhao Guoqiang's intentions were far from simple. He might be waiting for her to make a certain response. After a moment's hesitation, Ivanka sought out Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, she began cautiously, I've been wondering, you're not just showing us these things for the sake of showing them, are you? Zhao Guoqiang regarded Ivanka with keen interest. You're only partially correct, but close enough. This left Ivanka even more perplexed. Hadn't she guessed correctly? Zhao Guoqiang should only be here to show these things. What else could he be thinking?
Zhao Guoqiang never spelled it out, leaving Ivanka thoroughly puzzled. It wasn't until Zhao Guoqiang set up a basic cruise that Ivanka suddenly understood. I truly hadn't realized you were thinking along these lines, sir. Chairman Zhao, the main reason you had us tour these facilities was to showcase your capabilities, correct? Zhao Guoqiang nodded at Ivanka with satisfaction. While that was part of his intention, it wasn't the whole story. We've already developed the aerospace carrier. We know America's most urgent need right now is aerospace carrier research. I believe it's time for your military to witness it firsthand. Zhao Guoqiang remained perfectly composed. Ivanka was somewhat incredulous, never expecting the space carrier to launch from here. Meanwhile, the Air Force had already received the signal and dispatched 15 of the latest Hunter God fighters. These fighters were assigned to provide escort. Zhao Guoqiang also activated the electromagnetic shield, making it far more difficult for anyone to intercept communications between the aircraft and the space carrier. Moreover, the 15 fighters and the space carrier had formed a formidable protective shield. With this setup, those harboring ulterior motives would likely find no opportunity. True to its reputation, the aerospace carrier's speed was extraordinary. After flying for a short while, it had already approached the fleet of American warships. Ivanka could even clearly see what the soldiers were doing. But strangely, why did they show no signs of alert? Zhao Guoqiang demonstrated to everyone. The reason no alerts were triggered was that the airspace carrier emitted a signal designed to make them believe we were merely nearby vessels, nothing more. Ivanka was utterly amazed by this technology. Frankly, the America of old might have dismissed such technology as insignificant, but the America of today was entirely different. Acquiring Zhao Guoqiang's technology in the short term would undoubtedly restore it to its place among the world's great powers. Zhao Guoqiang, however, felt nothing special about the warships below. I told you I treat you all to something big. There are living pods nearby with food and drink. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Zhao Guoqiang turned and walked away, leaving the others standing there in a daze. Ivanka frowned in thought, then suddenly realized Zhao Guoqiang's target was most likely Yanchuan Military Port, the facility that had reaped the greatest profits for America over the years. If it really was this place, then things would be truly dire. Yanchuan Military Port generates at least hundreds of billions in profits annually. If Zhao Guoqiang set his sights on it, seizing it would be a matter of minutes. Ivanka frantically searched the map and discovered Yanchuan Military Port was indeed located near their current heading. But the other delegates were merely spectators, paying no attention to this woman's actions. Ivanka knew full well these delegates would be delighted if something happened to her. She hurried back to her room, changed into a beige dress, and emerged. After locating Zhao Guoqiang and locking the door from the inside, Ivanka stared at him with disbelief. Chairman Zhao, what exactly do you want? America hasn't been utterly defeated, you can't treat it as inferior. Zhao Guoqiang pushed a cup of tea toward her. Could you drink tea like this aboard your aircraft carrier? Having served aboard an aircraft carrier herself, Ivanka knew full well that drinking tea on such a vessel was practically a pipe dream. But why was the aerospace carrier so stable? And the tea shows no sign of spilling. Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. I just wanted you to see the gap between us. Understand? Ivanka, I think you should be well aware of what Yanchuan Military Port means to us. Ivanka deliberately pulled her skirt open a crack. As long as you abandon this idea, you can have whatever you want, okay? As she spoke, Ivanka deliberately leaned in close, even placing a black card on the table.
The black card bore a fierce dragon emblem. Zhao Guoqiang recognized it instantly, the renowned dragon card issued by Pigeon Bank. Simply possessing such a card was already an extraordinary feat.
Rumor had it each card held $100 million.
It seemed Ivanka was attempting to bribe him. Ivanka, we're both mature adults. This tactic is a bit too crude, don't you think?
Hearing this, Ivanka's eyes already showed a pleading look. Chairman Zhao, if Yinchuan military port falls, it will inevitably trigger war.
I know you've always opposed war, so please do me this favor, don't take it away, okay?
Zhao Guoqiang heard these words and gently brushed Ivanka's cheek with the back of his hand.
You're making this far too simple, aren't you?
Perhaps, as you say, trouble at Yinchuan military port could spark conflict. But if I don't show you the might of the aerospace mothership now, you might not take me seriously. Ivanka lowered her head, at a loss for words.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Rest assured, I can delay my visit to the naval base. But I have no interest in women like you, those who reek of cheese.
In Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, women of this sort were utterly beneath his notice.
Seeing Zhao Guoqiang about to leave, Ivanka tried to plead. But in the next moment, he was already far away. Ivanka pressed her forehead, feeling utterly defeated. Outside, an XIN was eating lobster.
To be honest, the provisions on this space carrier were truly extraordinary.
Wang Hao, why aren't you eating? An XIN was curious. Wasn't this food delicious? Unexpectedly, Wang Hao was only drinking a cup of coffee. I need to watch my figure. Eating too much of this stuff will make me gain weight. Feeling utterly useless, an XIN decided to order 2 more steaks.
Before an XIN could even get her hands on the steaks, she noticed Ivanka walking away dejectedly.
Something felt off. An XIN noticed Ivanka had just come out of Zhao Guoqiang's room. Could it be that the two of them had something going on? An XIN immediately gave chase and called out to her. Chapter 67, Yinchuan Military Port. Ivanka looked puzzled. What's wrong, an XIN? Seeing Ivanka's expression, an XIN made up a flimsy excuse. Your zipper's open. But Ivanka suddenly sensed an opportunity. Perhaps she could coax more information out of an XIN. Could you fix it for me?
As she spoke, Ivanka pushed open the door and stepped inside.
An XIN hurried over to help. The door locked behind them the moment she entered. Ivanka immediately leaned in, her hand sliding around an XIN's neck.
How long have you and Chairman Zhao been involved?
How much input do you have in Chairman Zhao's major decisions? Unaccustomed to this, an XIN immediately pushed the woman away. What are you doing? I'm warning you, this place is covered in smart surveillance. Even if no one's watching, the robots will alert us.
Ivanka walked over, poured a glass of water, and handed it to an XIN, a hint of sadness in her expression. If Yinchuan military port falls, my status as a representative will be lost forever.
I might be imprisoned indefinitely.
I refuse to accept this fate.
An XIN laughed.
Everyone says your country is the land of freedom, but this is taking it a bit too far.
Just losing a military port, and they want to lock you up? You haven't fared too well since coming to this country. Ivanka could only plead. An XIN, I know you're a good person. Please help me this once? An XIN firmly refused.
I'm truly sorry, but I'm afraid I can't agree to this.
As an XIN turned to leave, Ivanka offered herself up. It seemed a bit rude to refuse such an opportunity, didn't it? But an XIN didn't dare overstep. She simply gave it a couple of rubs and called it quits. As she turned to leave, Ivanka's eyes were filled with disappointment.
When an XIN emerged, she found Wang Hao standing at the doorway, smiling warmly at her.
Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to get your coffee?
Wang Hao chuckled.
Who would have thought that foreign babe would take a liking to you? Why didn't you just go all the way and get it over with? Hearing Wang Hao say that, an XIN was utterly speechless. How could she possibly like that kind of girl?
The two turned and walked away as they spoke. By now, Zhao Guoqiang had completed all preparations. The aerospace carrier had arrived near Yinchuan military port.
But Zhao Guoqiang didn't issue an immediate warning.
Instead, he kept cruising back and forth, driving the commander of the Yinchuan military port in America to the brink of panic.
What the hell is that thing trying to do? Send a message immediately, ordering it to halt. Otherwise, we might shoot it down. But after a long wait with no response, they immediately initiated missile lock-on.
Zhao Guoqiang held a glass of red wine in his hand, quietly observing the view outside. He thought the scenery here was quite pleasant. The operator of the aerospace carrier approached. Chairman Zhao, they've initiated missile lock-on.
Should we retaliate?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, utterly confident in his product. Their missiles were nothing but a rabble.
Sure enough, after the countdown, the missiles launched. But the moment they entered the launch range, they detonated automatically.
Everyone was stunned, utterly baffled by what had just happened. Zhao Guoqiang watched the towering flames erupting outside the window and smiled faintly.
Let them try. The operator immediately launched a Sky-Axe air-to-space missile. By the time Yinchuan military port realized it, it was too late.
They scrambled to activate their defensive missiles, but tragically, before they could even ascend, they were knocked down by electromagnetic interference.
Everyone held their breath. If this air-to-surface missile detonated, it would obliterate half the naval base within seconds. Moreover, many of America's aging aircraft carriers were docked here.
The missile closed in on the ground. With only 20 meters remaining, everyone resigned themselves to their fate. At 10 meters, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly spoke.
Stop.
The operator immediately pressed the stop button, and the space missile indeed halted, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone on the America retreated immediately, but the missile unexpectedly launched itself again. It circled around and returned to the space aircraft carrier. This spectacle truly opened everyone's eyes. They had never imagined the space carrier possessed such formidable capabilities. Terror washed over every face. This was nothing short of a top-tier dimensional strike.
Zhao Guoqiang wore a faint, amused smile. He relished the feeling of toying with these people.
After all, in their eyes, Mike made the boss.
Now, could he be considered the boss?
The operator inspected the missile, confirmed it was in perfect working order, and reloaded it into the launch bay.
The entire process took just 20 seconds. America was in shock.
This meant Zhao Guoqiang had invented a controllable missile. In other words, the missile truly possessed life in his hands, like a cunning fish poised to deliver a fatal strike to its hunter at any moment. It proved the saying, the most skilled hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Beyond shock, words failed them. After accomplishing all this, Zhao Guoqiang even had the aerospace carrier hover mid-air, inviting most of the delegates out for tea. The anti-aircraft guns on the ground dared not fire another shot. They had tried before. The moment they attempted counterfire, Zhao Guoqiang would command the space aircraft carrier to generate a powerful electromagnetic superwave. The shells would be affected, their temperature dropping, making subsequent firings extremely difficult. It must be said, everyone was stunned.
Everyone, what are your thoughts on this batch of products manufactured in Jingshan?
Everyone was utterly astonished.
Chairman Zhao, could we establish cooperation with our nation?
Rest assured, we at Free Gaul will maintain the closest ties with you. Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly and pushed the tea over.
I understand your feelings, but please don't think it's that simple. This technology requires an unbreakable bond for transfer. Otherwise, don't even entertain the thought. With that, Zhao Guoqiang issued the return command. The entire journey of over 1,000 kilometers took just 17 minutes. Everyone was stunned once more. The speed of the aerospace mothership was simply beyond belief.
After Zhao Guoqiang departed the space aircraft carrier, all the representatives were nearly beside themselves with excitement. The moment he opened his phone, he saw a message from Zhao Ruilong. He called back, curious to see what Zhao Ruilong wanted.
Got nothing better to do these days? Why'd you suddenly think to call me?
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong chuckled.
Uncle, I'm waiting for you at the tea house. Can we talk in person? Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled, but he went anyway.
Chapter 68, Shipping Fish via Military Port. Zhao Ruilong was brewing tea when he saw Zhao Guoqiang arrive. He quickly poured him a cup of top-grade Longjing.
Uncle, please try this Longjing, it's quite exceptional.
They just delivered it today.
Zhao Guoqiang lifted the cup, gently inhaling its aroma.
He sensed a richer fragrance than ordinary Longjing. It also carried a hint of the fresh, green fragrance of tea leaves.
In that moment, Zhao Guoqiang understood. You must have used the latest technology, right?
Zhao Ruilong nodded repeatedly.
Uncle, nothing escapes your keen eye. This uses space cooling technology. Tea processed with this new method preserves the aroma to the greatest extent possible. The only problem is the cost. Using this technology once costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. This tea is more expensive than diamonds.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled and pushed the tea away.
Now, what brings you here today?
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong rubbed his hands together.
Uncle, it seems nothing escapes your notice. Since that's the case, I'll be direct. I heard you secured the Yinchuan military port, is that correct? I'd like to secure exclusive usage rights for the port. Rest assured, the price is negotiable.
Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled.
Had Zhao Ruilong finally gotten his act together?
That kid's only interested in chasing girls and drinking.
Now he's suddenly eyeing a military port? Something's off. Are you even my nephew? My nephew shouldn't be thinking about these things.
Zhao Ruilong chuckled, rubbing his hands together.
Uncle, you know what you said. I just hadn't woken up before. Now I've opened my eyes to the world.
So rest assured.
Zhao Guoqiang lifted his teacup and took a sip. The fragrant aroma filled his nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. So what do you plan to do with the military port?
Zhao Ruilong rubbed his hands together excitedly. What else could it be? I plan to use the military port to transport seafood.
For a moment, Zhao Guoqiang froze. What kind of international joke was this?
Rubbing his chin, Zhao Guoqiang stared in utter disbelief.
You know what kind of port that is, right? It's a military port. You want to use it to transport seafood? You're just asking for people to talk, aren't you? Cut the nonsense.
Bottom line, if you want to use the military port, you'll need a legitimate reason. Zhao Ruilong hadn't expected his second uncle to deny him access to the military port, especially since he was requesting it on behalf of the company. He wanted to say more, but Zhao Guoqiang had already turned and walked away. Zhao Ruilong sighed helplessly, watching his uncle disappear into the distance. For a moment, Zhao Ruilong thought his uncle was being a bit unreasonable. What's wrong with transporting seafood? It's still a lucrative business. He muttered under his breath, but promptly clamped his mouth shut. Meanwhile, America was in an uproar. Zhao Guoqiang's technology was growing increasingly formidable, and they had completely lost control. Even Ivanka had initiated a remote conference call. America's chief of the armed forces, Mons, surveyed the assembled crowd. This is disastrous. Zhao Guoqiang is threatening us. Everyone agreed, and a look of sorrow crossed Ivanka's face. Even if he is threatening us, what can we do? We have no means to retaliate. Mendez found this utterly terrifying. It signaled Zhao Guoqiang's technology had reached a new level. No counterattack meant no balance of power. Zhao Guoqiang was truly formidable. Ivanka proceeded to recount everything she had witnessed, leaving the others in a state of continued shock. That said, Ivanka had her own unique perspective on these matters. I believe Zhao Guoqiang's ultimate goal remains reclaiming Yanchuan port. Since we may have deployed certain forces during previous negotiations, he's likely seeking revenge now. Recalling the past, America deliberately sent fighter jets to drop bombs while others were negotiating. Many innocent lives were lost in the explosions. Using such hegemonic pressure, they forced other representatives to reluctantly sign the agreement granting use of the Yanchuan military port. Yet from start to finish, Zhao Guoqiang and his team never signed a single agreement. Yet America has now introduced a 52% approval threshold. Once the number of supporters reached 52%, the votes of others became meaningless. Thus, that year, Zhao Guoqiang witnessed Yanchuan military port fall into American hands. Now, the tables had turned. If Zhao Guoqiang wished, he could attack this very place at any moment. Mons was already gripped by fear. If they went to war with Zhao Guoqiang over the military port ambush, the losses would far outweigh any gains. The problem was Zhao Guoqiang's cunning tactics. He knew you'd be beaten, everyone would see it, yet you'd have no way to seek redress. If you tried to complain about it, the outcome might backfire. It must be said, Zhao Guoqiang's maneuver was truly astonishing to all. Mons pondered for a moment. Since Zhao Guoqiang sought to reclaim the naval base, they had no choice but to negotiate. In any case, the military port won't be handed over to him easily. Even more infuriating was the actual commander of the naval base, Adelaide. He deployed over 30,000 troops, and what was the result? The enemy flew in, casually launched missiles. We couldn't intercept them, couldn't even hit them. Beyond sheer frustration, there's almost nothing else we can do. Utterly devastating. Adelaide roared. I hope we can make a decision soon at the very least. We can't let that bastard enjoy the entire naval base like this. Mons sighed. We've all considered that, but haven't you noticed the problem? Do you think this is what we want to see? Adelaide furiously ripped off his insignia and slammed it onto the table. I request to deploy the Black Hawk Assault Team. I'm sending men to raid Zhao Guoqiang's transport ship. With that, he turned and stormed out. Ivanka panicked instantly. Absolutely not. Are all of you just standing around watching? Quickly stop him. If Zhao Guoqiang's transport ship is attacked, he'll definitely send more weapons next time. This time, even heaven won't protect America. Amidst their heated commotion, Shuriken, with Zhao Guoqiang's intervention, successfully hooked a high-ranking official from the Jinghai faction. Zhao Lidong's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. You've been promoted, sir. We must offer our congratulations. Sha Ruijin smiled. No need for formalities. We'll all rise in rank sooner or later, wouldn't you agree? We'll still be working together in the future, so I hope you'll lend me a hand when the time comes. Zhao Lidong was nearly furious. He hadn't expected Sha Ruijin to climb the ladder so quickly. To avoid further humiliation, he could only nod in agreement. Sha Ruijin's first order of business upon taking office was, naturally, to investigate the Jinghai port affair. This port operates year-round, yet it can't even cover its most basic expenses annually. Have you noticed this issue? Chapter 69, Assassination. Has the port group chairman arrived yet? You're truly problematic. With such a prime position entrusted to you, how did things deteriorate to this state? The port group chairman was silenced by the shouting, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Yet his eyes involuntarily drifted toward Zhao Lidong. Sha Ruijin seized the moment to speak. What are you looking at him for? What decisions could he possibly influence? Zhao Lidong was nearly boiling with rage, never expecting such a harsh remark. But he could only grit his teeth, unable to utter a single word. Guo Mingsheng, chairman of the port group, now felt like he was being roasted over a fire. He wasn't sure how long Sha Ruijin could hold on to his position here. If he could be certain, then naturally he could afford to antagonize him at any time. Unfortunately, Sha Ruijin was now using the port group as leverage, and Gui was starting to feel the pressure. Guo Mingsheng's face was tense. Sha Ruijin, however, pointed his finger right at Guo Mingsheng's nose.
I know you people have opinions about my work, but have you ever considered the consequences of pushing things this far? To put it bluntly, you've already caused a major disaster. The port group is running a deficit of over 3 million annually. Where is that money coming from? Guoqiang, overcome by panic, felt his breathing quicken and collapsed on the spot. Seeing this, everyone assumed Sha Ruijin's speech had concluded. Zhao Lidong stood up immediately, walked over to him, and lowered his voice. Look at this mess. How did things get so out of hand? On his very first day in office, he's already caused someone to faint. Who knows what else might happen next? What do you think? Zhao Lidong smirked triumphantly and turned to leave. Sha Ruijin suspected Guoqiang was faking it, but he couldn't press the issue now. Moments later, Secretary Wang arrived at the hospital. Spotting Guoqiang feigning sleep, he grabbed an ice pack and slipped it under his clothes. All right, I'm here. Guoqiang was about to snap, but upon recognizing Secretary Wang, he finally exhaled in relief. I was wondering who it could be. It's you. What's going on? Secretary Wang smiled. Your fainting act was quite convincing, but Sherry Jean didn't let anyone off the hook. He kept talking for another half hour. Let's talk, he said. Here's what I think. If the port group runs into trouble, who do you think will be implicated? Guoqiang immediately panicked. Secretary Wang, this can't be blamed on me. The port group hands out millions every year for our meals and entertainment. You can't just kick us to the curb at this critical moment. Secretary Wang frowned. Who said that? What I mean is, now that things have come to this, you need to find a way to prevent the situation from escalating further. Got it? People need to at least know how to handle things tactfully, you understand? Of course, what I mean is it's best to resolve this once and for all, so he never brings it up again. Guoqiang swallowed hard, seeming to grasp the gist. But to put it another way, Secretary Wang's words were far from ordinary, they carried profound meaning. On the surface, he was offering advice, but behind the scenes, he was instructing him to eliminate Sha Ruijin. But he hadn't said it outright. Even if something went wrong, what would it have to do with him? This move was truly ruthless. Not only was he being used as a pawn, but he'd also have to clean up their mess afterward. Guoqiang desperately wanted to curse him out, but Secretary Wang was far too powerful. A single curse could spell disaster. Secretary Wang, if I understand you correctly, I should start making moves right away, correct? Secretary Wang smiled. Rest assured, there won't be any issues. After saying this, Secretary Wang kept smiling and staring at Guoqiang, who looked puzzled. Why was she staring at him like that? Secretary Wang's expression shifted to one of impatience, and Guoqiang instantly understood. Sorry, look at me, I'm such a scatterbrain. Here's a card. Take it. Secretary Wang smiled faintly, tucked the card away, and turned to leave. But Guoqiang still felt uneasy about the whole thing. He couldn't help but exhale a long sigh. Unless he resolved the serious issues plaguing the Shuriken Port Group, he would inevitably be discovered. It seemed the most fitting outcome was his death. With that thought, Guoqiang immediately dialed the hitman's number discreetly. I don't care about the details. You act immediately and make sure this matter is resolved. We'll stick to the usual arrangement. I'll transfer 500,000 to your card. Hanging up the phone, Guoqiang finally exhaled deeply. At that moment, Sha Ruijin remained utterly unaware of the impending disaster looming over him. After finishing his instructions, he prepared to head to the port group. Just as they were about to arrive, the driver suddenly noticed a SUV tailing them. That car is strange. Why is it following us? Hearing this, Sha Ruijin frowned and glanced back, only to notice something amiss with the vehicle. Having dealt with license plates before, Sha Ruijin knew that the number plate on this SUV was unlikely to be genuine. It's a fake plate, find a way to shake them off. Saying this, Sherry Qin immediately called Zhao Guoqiang. We might be under surveillance. That car has been tailing us the whole time. Zhao Guoqiang instantly realized someone must find Sha Ruijin a thorn in their side. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Report your location now, and I'll send backup. Sha Ruijin relayed their location, and Zhao Guoqiang promptly dispatched a helicopter. The assassin drove the SUV but never found a suitable opportunity. Just as he hesitated about waiting for the next chance, a helicopter appeared overhead. Listen up, you in the SUV. Pull over immediately and get out of the vehicle. Place your hands on your head. If you fail to cooperate, you will bear full responsibility for any consequences. Unexpectedly, this forced the assassin to charge directly toward Sha Ruijin's vehicle. In an instant, the helicopter opened fire. They knew that if the SUV made it to the car, it would likely ram Sha Ruijin's vehicle off the road. Moreover, the SUV's front bumper was clearly reinforced. Under these circumstances, if the front bumper rammed through, the people inside would be in grave danger. With no other option, the special forces on the helicopter requested permission. Chairman Zhao, we request permission to open fire. Zhao Guoqiang frowned, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond control. I authorize you to fire. The next second, the approaching SUV was riddled with bullets. The helicopter immediately intercepted the SUV and dragged the assassin out.
Shahryar finally let out a sigh of relief, his clothes damp with cold sweat. So you couldn't keep your cool after all. Sha Ruijin was indeed a man of great ambition. Even at this critical juncture, he refused to halt the vehicle. He pressed on to the port group. Chapter 70, The Man Behind the Scenes. The assassins were a man and a woman. The man had been killed in the crash, but the woman remained unharmed. Bring them back. Zhao Guoqiang watched coldly. Miss, in your line of work, things aren't looking too good these days, are they? I'm asking who ordered you to do this. The assassin shook his head frantically in terror, never having imagined anyone could be more ruthless and vicious than himself. Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. I'll ask you one more time who orchestrated this? Seeing the assassin still wouldn't speak, Zhao Guoqiang took out a fish and placed it before him. He tossed a porcelain shard into the water. The fish immediately began to contort, but within seconds, it returned to normal. Yet, despite this repeated torture, the fish stubbornly survived for a full hour. Cold sweat poured down the female assassin's face as Zhao Guoqiang produced a second porcelain shard. This is what awaits you next. What do you say? Are you going to cooperate or not? The female assassin remained silent. Zhao Guoliang pressed the shard against her skin. Her eyes rolled back instantly. Her entire nervous system must have been overwhelmed by the intense shock. Nerve pain is what humans find most unbearable, but this porcelain shard produced a different effect. A gentle touch on the skin felt like exposed nerves being caressed. It was a fusion of itch, pain, and numbness. The female assassin finally couldn't take it anymore. Stop torturing me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. The person who ordered us to kill, we don't know them personally. It's always been one-way communication, but this individual has a very thick nasal accent. Zhao Guoqiang immediately ordered a technical analysis. The conclusion matched his suspicions perfectly. It was indeed someone from the port group. 10 minutes later, Zhao Chuang and his team suddenly apprehended Guo Mingsheng. Dragged into a secret room, Guo Mingsheng hadn't even processed his defeat before it happened. Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. What are you still standing there for? Guo Mingsheng nervously swallowed. Chairman Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Chuang suddenly bellowed. Why are you wasting time with all this nonsense? Admitted, did you order the hit on Sha Ruijin? Guo Mingsheng was already panicking from the shock. Zhao Guoqiang paid no heed, slapping him across the face. The port group loses between 3 and 4.7 million yuan annually, with most of the funds traceable to specific expenditures. Tell me where this money went. Guo Mingsheng hesitated, but Zhao Chuang immediately produced a porcelain shard and pressed it against his body. Within 10 seconds, he couldn't hold out any longer and shook his head frantically. Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. Who? Guo Mingsheng opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Zhao Guoqiang understood. It seemed Guo Mingsheng couldn't reveal that person's identity. Lock him up. Send someone else to take control of the port group. An hour later, security personnel from Jingshan suddenly arrived at the port group's entrance. Tan Acehan, the port group's deputy general manager, looked puzzled. Who are you? Do you realize the port group is a critical facility? Leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Unexpectedly, these people completely ignored his words. Tan Acehan instantly lost his temper. I said get out. Do you hear me? No sooner had he finished speaking than a pistol was pressed against his head. Rumors had long swirled that Jinghai Port was to be converted into a military base. I never imagined it would start so soon. Tan Acehan dared not utter a word, obediently crouching to the side. All other personnel from the port group were removed, and no ships were permitted to dock for the time being. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was going on? Secretary Wang received the news and was instantly overcome by a sense of foreboding. He hurried to find Zhao Lidong. This is bad. The port has been taken over by Jingshan's people. It looks like their next move will likely be to implement a screening process for the port. Zhao Lidong looked utterly incredulous. What? How could this happen so fast? His face was etched with disbelief. After pondering it over and over, he suddenly realized something. Something's off. This doesn't feel right at all. Call Guo Mingsheng immediately. Secretary Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead and dialed the number, but Guo Mingsheng didn't pick up. Zhao Lidong hung up immediately. No need to call anymore. Looks like something big is about to happen. Sha Ruijin must have teamed up with Zhao Guoqiang, otherwise, how could things have escalated like this? Zhao Lidong knew he'd definitely stirred up trouble. He immediately called Zhao Lichuan. After all, with Zhao Lichuan's backing, who would dare cross him? But he underestimated Zhao Guoqiang, who had no intention of seeking trouble with him at all. Meanwhile, Sha Ruijin and the port group had already thoroughly audited most of the port's accounts. Guo Mingsheng was finished this time. The port affair could finally be put to rest, something Zhao Guoqiang truly hadn't anticipated. Such a small port had caused so much trouble, truly lamentable. In the end, Guo Mingsheng was the only one who took the fall for the entire affair. Zhao Ruilong stretched lazily, and the actress Zhao Wei leaned in beside him. Mr. Zhao, when will you fulfill your promise to me? I'm pregnant now, you can't leave me and the baby homeless.
Zhao Ruilong chuckled.
I said I'd get you 10 million first.
Get rid of this kid first. We're still young, we haven't had our fill of fun yet.
Zhao Wei wasn't falling for that.
Zhao Ruilong, what do you mean by that? Looks like you're trying to make me blow this whole thing up, huh?
Zhao Ruilong raised his hand and delivered a hard slap across his face.
You bastard, you want to rebel? Either way, you're getting rid of this kid whether you want to or not.
Little did he know, Zhao Wei had secretly recorded the entire scene on his phone and now presented the evidence to Zhao Lichuan. Grandfather, this is how Zhao Ruilong treats me.
He deceived me. Zhao Lichuan was furious.
Call Guoqiang immediately and tell him to come back so I can beat the hell out of that bastard.
Zhao Lichuan was so enraged he went straight to the hospital. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Guoqiang rushed back.
Seeing Zhao Wei before him, he snorted coldly.
How could you go to the old man about something like this? Zhao Wei retorted defiantly. Should I have told you instead?
Zhao Guoqiang saw right through him. This Zhao Wei was clearly a gold digger.
No matter what you give her, she won't let it go. Might as well show her what she's dealing with.
An XIN, call Zhao Ruilong right now and tell him to get his ass back here. Within 20 minutes, Zhao Ruilong rushed back.
Why did uncle call me back so urgently?
Without a word, Zhao Guoqiang pinned him to the ground and beat him senseless. Zhao Wei froze in shock and rushed to stop him.
Stop hitting him. You'll kill him if you keep it up.
I don't want anything else just for Zhao Ruilong to marry me. Zhao Ruilong opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Chapter 71, Calling Someone a Dog.
Zhao Ruilong felt a dull ache in his chest.
I really can't hold on much longer. Quick, call an ambulance.
With that, he collapsed face first onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhao Wei was stunned.
Chairman Zhao, this is your own nephew. How can you bear to do this to him now? Good heavens, what on earth was I seeing?
Zhao Guoqiang's clenched fist closed in step by step. Zhao Wei instantly sensed something was terribly wrong and took off running. In any case, if he stopped even for a moment, there was a high chance he'd be beaten to death.
Watching the figure disappear into the distance, Zhao Guoqiang let out a cold, hollow laugh. Get up. That woman won't be coming after you again.
If she dares show her face, just give her some money.
Got it?
Zhao Ruilong scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth with a tissue.
He couldn't help but sigh.
Uncle, I've got to say, your trick was pretty damn effective. That woman's been harassing me for days, driving me crazy.
Talk about being ungrateful. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Zhao Ruilong with disappointment. How could he have such a nephew? Cut the nonsense. You nearly gave your father a heart attack.
I'm warning you, if anything happens to him, I'll never forgive you.
Got it?
Zhao Ruilong gave an awkward smile and hurried off to the hospital with Zhao Guoqiang.
Upon arrival, they found Zhao Lichuan's condition relatively stable, nothing life-threatening, but it had certainly been close.
If something had happened, it would have been a real disaster. Zhao Guoqiang sat by Zhao Lichuan's bedside for a while, his mind filled with memories of his older brother cooking meals and doing laundry for him. Truth be told, Zhao Lichuan had always treated him fairly well, handling many matters for him. It was just unfortunate that he had to deal with Zhao Ruilong, that top-tier wastrel.
Otherwise, things probably wouldn't have escalated to this point.
As Zhao Guoqiang pondered this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong was chatting and laughing with a young nurse nearby. Turning his head, Zhao Ruilong caught Zhao Guoqiang staring at him and immediately fell silent.
Uncle. Zhao Guoqiang sneered. You still remember I'm your second uncle? Your father is in that state, and you're here chatting with a nurse? Have you lost your mind?
Zhao Guoqiang pulled Zhao Ruilong aside to give him some important advice.
There's something I need to tell you. Regarding the military port, you better be extra careful, got it? Just don't touch what you're not supposed to touch, and you'll be fine.
It seemed his second uncle tacitly approved of his business at the military port.
At this thought, Zhao Ruilong felt an even greater surge of excitement.
Zhao Guoqiang looked at him. That said, there's one more thing you must remember. From now on, don't bring any women home, and never let a situation like today's happen again.
Got it? Zhao Ruilong nodded quickly.
Zhao Guoqiang had said all he needed to and was about to leave when Zhao Ruilong suddenly leaned in with another matter.
Second uncle, do you remember Chen Tai's goddaughter?
Zhao Guoqiang froze.
How did he know about this?
Without another word, he dragged the brat into a corner, fists clenched in warning. If this bastard dared to spout nonsense, he'd get a solid punch.
Spill it. How did you find out? Zhao Ruilong chuckled. Well, mind your own business.
I heard that sister's doing pretty well for herself now.
Seems like she's got a kid with someone.
But back then, the fuss you two caused was quite the spectacle. Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened as memories of the past flashed through his mind. Truth be told, that slightly crazy era back then was truly something to be deeply regretted. Zhao Guoqiang still remembered that night when he went to the factory. It had been exactly 3 months.
Chen Shooting wore a work uniform, but her lower half was a skirt.
She helped him tidy up his bed, and then, well, things happened. Zhao Guoqiang instinctively felt that all of this was more like a dream.
Unbelievable. Uncle, what's wrong?
Seeing Zhao Guoqiang silent for so long, Zhao Ruilong thought his uncle might be unwell. Little did he know, uncle was simply savoring the moment.
I've savored it enough.
Zhao Guoqiang sighed softly.
Why are you asking so many questions?
In any case, no one asked you about these matters, so don't go blabbing about them.
Got it?
Zhao Ruilong nodded and dared not utter another word. But Zhao Guoqiang still felt a pang of curiosity. He hadn't seen Chen shooting since that night.
He'd heard she'd gone off to study far away.
Where did you hear that? Seeing his second uncle had calmed down, Zhao Ruilong breathed a sigh of relief and briefly recounted what he'd heard from others, mostly about Chen shooting. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
Whoever asks you about this stuff, don't go blabbing. If you do, I'll deal with you. With that threat, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Ruilong feeling rather annoyed. But since he was already far away, no amount of resentment would change anything. Truthfully, Zhao Ruilong's irritation wasn't solely from the threat. It stemmed mainly from having something left unsaid.
No choice, Zhao Ruilong had to find the young nurse here. Listen, I didn't finish that story earlier.
Let me continue for you.
Zhao Guoqiang sat in the car, thought it over, and decided he should go meet her. He found Chen Shooting's number and dialed it, surprised to find she was still awake.
What made you call me?
You're a top-tier figure now, countries tremble at the sound of your name.
Not feeling well? Why aren't you saying anything?
Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking.
Chen Shooting, where are you? I want to see you.
Chen Shooting found this odd, but she still gave him her home address. Less than half an hour later, Zhao Guoqiang drove over, parked downstairs, and sure enough, Chen Shooting came down. The moment they met, Zhao Guoqiang noticed that Chen Shooting no longer had that youthful awkwardness about her.
Instead, she radiated a mature aura. It's been so long, but you haven't changed a bit, still as handsome as ever. Zhao Guoqiang smiled and nodded. You've grown much prettier and more mature too.
Just then, a little boy dashed out of the room and threw himself into Chen Shooting's arms. Zhao Guoqiang felt the child was the spitting image of her.
Is this your son? Chen Shooting nodded. By Xiaochang, say uncle.
Zhao Guoqiang crouched down and gently stroked the child's hair. He found the little fellow's chubby face and lively eyes quite adorable and couldn't help but smile.
Chen Shooting pointed toward the room. Come in and sit down. I'm divorced. Chapter 72, is she hinting at me?
Zhao Guoqiang froze, surprised that Chen Shooting had actually invited him inside.
For a moment, he didn't know what to say.
Faced with her warm invitation, he hesitated briefly before stepping inside. This was a 3-story villa. The interior decor was understated yet luxurious, though the materials weren't particularly dazzling. They were the kind of simple yet expensive items. Chen Shooting poured a bowl of sweet soup and brought it over.
I just finished making it. Have a bowl first. Why did you suddenly decide to look me up?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. I only heard about it from Zhao Ruilong.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have known you were back in town. Chen Shooting nodded. Things remain the same, but people have changed. I just visited Dad this afternoon.
Thanks to your influence, he's living quite comfortably now.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
Bai Xiaochang stood in the doorway watching them. Chen Shooting hurried to soothe the child to sleep. She also prepared the little one's things. Zhao Guoqiang gently pressed his face against Chen Shooting's back.
After you seduced me, why did you run away? Chen Shooting smiled. Once I'd had my fill of fun, I had to get out of there. Otherwise, you'd definitely have made me marry you, right?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Chen Shooting to think that way, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. But to be honest, since this woman left, something had been missing in Zhao Guoqiang's life. Before Chen Shooting could say anything, she felt Zhao Guoqiang's hands growing restless on her. They had no choice but to turn off the lights, afraid the child might wake up. But this feeling was undeniably thrilling. Chen Shooting desperately covered her mouth, trying to muffle the sounds in her throat.
Zhao Guoqiang, however, found it incredibly smooth.
By the time they returned to the living room, drenched in sweat, Chen Shooting was tidying her hair. We should go see my dad tomorrow when we have time.
I hear he's become quite formidable now. With Dad backing me up, I won't be afraid of you bullying me anymore. Zhao Guoqiang nodded. When have I ever bullied you? They shared a smile. Zhao Guoqiang understood it wouldn't be right to stay the night here.
Besides, the old dream had already been revisited.
He might as well turn and leave first.
After Zhao Guoqiang returned, Chen Shooting's smile lingered in his mind. Just then, new problems arose for Sha Ruijin. The port group matter had been successfully resolved. But other complications awaited Sha Ruijin, and it must be said that the pressure he now faced was intensely severe. Sha Ruijin had finally been promoted to the upper echelons of Jinghai, only to discover to his astonishment that almost none of his superiors listened to him. His secretary, Zhang Zhe, bought him a bowl of wontons. Sir, please eat something first. You'll still be like this if you keep working non-stop.
Sha Ruijin nodded, lifted the bowl, took a sip, and couldn't help but sigh. Zhang, what kind of situation is this? I'm now a high-ranking official in Jinghai City, yet look around, does anyone take me seriously? Zhang Zhe frowned. You're right. I also think these people are being outrageous.
During your meeting today, 2 of them were even playing with their phones below. They clearly didn't hold you in any regard. It seems they have significant grievances regarding personnel adjustments.
Sha Ruijin thought, what difference does it make if they have grievances?
These matters aren't within my control. Besides, given the current situation, Sha Ruijin was well aware that those who disobeyed him were likely pawns sent by certain individuals. Take Zhao Lidong, for instance.
Speaking of which, has he been causing trouble again lately?
Zhang Zhe shook his head. He's been surprisingly quiet these past couple of days.
But I ran into his secretary this morning.
Seemed like he was in a rush to discuss something about the expressway, but I didn't manage to get any specifics.
Sha Ruijin nodded.
In any case, this matter had nothing to do with him. Still, to be safe, he should give Zhao Guoqiang a heads up. And so, many spent that night in sleepless restlessness. Early the next morning, a gathering of influential figures assembled at the Jinghai City Conference Center. Sha Ruijin and Zhao Lidong sat on chairs flanking each other. It resembled the dividing line between Chu and Han, and their attire, one in a black jacket, the other in a white shirt, seemed to make a statement to everyone present. Zhao Lidong remained unchanged, his eyes slightly narrowed as he rested them, while Sha Ruijin toyed with his Parker fountain pen. And Chang Lin and Meng Dihai entered, chatting and laughing, but halted immediately upon stepping inside. Exchanging a glance, Meng Dihai walked directly over and sat down beside Sha Ruijin. But at that very moment, Chang Lin unexpectedly chose the opposite direction, walking over to stand beside Secretary Wang. Meng Dihai's face twitched, but he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. Sha Ruijin smiled and exhaled a long breath. Zhao Lidong's expression, however, remained as calm as still water. In truth, Meng Dihai not choosing to align with him was perfectly normal. In the eyes of others, he might not amount to much. With this thought, Zhao Lidong felt somewhat relieved. Meanwhile, Chang Lin and Secretary Wang appeared to be discussing something. Just then, Sha Ruijin spoke up.
The main topic we need to discuss today is whether to prioritize developing the expressway or the port.
Everyone, please share your views on this. Developing highways would make transportation more convenient for everyone, but economic growth would be very slow.
Port development, however, is quite different. Within a year, we could secure funding equivalent to building a secondary highway. This clearly demonstrates that the latter option is more conducive to economic development.
But the funds we have now are only enough for one project.
If we pursue both simultaneously, the financial burden would be too great.
Thus, Sarijin advocates for port development while Zhao Lidong supports highway expansion. This divergence in views has caused everyone to align their positions based on their respective relationships and interests.
In the ensuing turmoil, everyone prepared for battle.
Sherikan's position was clearly weaker, as he knew many people's homes lay near the planned expressway. In other words, if this expressway were built, their commute home would be shortened by at least half an hour.
How could that not be considered a convenience?
But what caught Sha Ruijin most off guard was Zhao Lidong actually deploying his subordinate Geng Jihui to attack him.
In my opinion, developing the port is unnecessary. Even if it were developed, what difference would it make?
Economic growth depends primarily on land value.
Without a highway, how much worth would your land hold? So building the expressway is the most practical and fundamental solution. Wouldn't you all agree?
The others nodded in agreement.
Chapter 73, Why are you here?
Sha Ruijin, however, smiled calmly.
Geng Jihui made a valid point, but have you all considered this? Without a port, how much revenue could the expressway alone generate for us? Our city lacks any pillar industries. You haven't forgotten that, have you?
Therefore, I believe developing the port is inevitable.
Everyone should give this some thought.
For a moment, everyone fell silent on the matter. Sha Ruijin hadn't anticipated that even after Meng Dihai joined his camp, he remained as silent as Su Huang entering Cao Cao's camp. He remained utterly silent.
In that instant, Sha Ruijin understood, Meng Dihai must have something to hide.
In other words, Meng Yuhai was working under Zhao Lidong's command. Given that, it was only natural for him to remain silent.
Alright, what's there to argue about?
Developing the port requires at least 2 billion in cash.
Can we even come up with that?
That's why I say we should just leave this matter alone for now.
What's the point of all this fuss? Zhao Lidong was actually preparing to unilaterally end the meeting.
Sha Ruijin was utterly dumbfounded.
Could he really play this game? Faced with Zhao Lidong's behavior, Sha Ruijin's face turned ashen. The meeting isn't over yet. How can you just pack up and leave? Zhao Lidong acted as if he hadn't heard, turning to leave.
The very next moment, the door burst open. Zhao Guoqiang stormed in from outside, his face as dark as thunder, followed closely by Wang Haoan and Xian. Those who had been preparing to follow Zhao Lidong out all froze in their tracks, scrambling back to their seats without a word. After all, crossing Zhao Guoqiang was trouble. I trust everyone here knows who truly holds the power in this city. Sha Ruijin has been here for some time now, yet it seems you all show little regard for his opinions. Hearing this, the group grew flustered and shook their heads hastily.
Zhao Guoqiang paid no heed.
Everyone except in Changlin, I want your resignation letters or transfer requests submitted before sunset today.
The only response I want to hear is yes, sir. Is that clear? Faced with Zhao Guoqiang's overwhelming forcefulness, even Zhao Lidong was stunned. Wasn't this like signing his own death warrant? No one had anticipated Zhao Guoqiang would actually order everyone to get lost. It seemed the ultimate destination was still the port. Zhao Guoqiang gave them a cold, sweeping glance. As long as you all understand the situation, that's sufficient.
Zhao Guoqiang sat silently beside them as Sha Ruijin continued the meeting.
I trust you've all heard clearly?
Then please keep this in mind moving forward. Sarajin began detailing the various advantages of the port and the economic prospects once it was developed.
Throughout this, Zhao Lidong looked as though he'd swallowed a fly. His expression was utterly grim.
Zhao Guoqiang pretended not to notice, not uttering a single word. And so, a considerable amount of time passed.
After the meeting concluded, Zhao Guoqiang finally followed Sha Ruijin out. Sha Ruijin smiled. Clearly, these people didn't understand geography. Only by developing the Jinghai port could they secure control over the Yinchuan military port.
The two were mutually reinforcing. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Sha Ruijin to have such foresight, even eyeing the Yinchuan military port. But talking with such a sharp mind was effortless.
Zhao Guoqiang was quite satisfied with Sha Ruijin's attitude.
Rest assured, whatever you wish to do, proceed freely. Sha Ruijin, now confident, nodded and prepared to see Zhao Guoqiang off. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang's car pulled out but stopped by the roadside.
And Xin looked puzzled.
Sir, why did you stop here?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. Of course, we're waiting for someone.
Zhao Lidong should be out soon. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Lidong's car emerged.
Wang Hao immediately gave chase. At the next intersection, he instinctively turned and drove straight to the riverbank.
Once the car came to a stop, Zhao Lidong pointed his finger right at Zhao Guoqiang.
Don't think having your big brother backing you gives you the right to treat me like this. Do you even know what this highway represents?
You're up high, but you should think about us down here.
If you don't fix the highway issue, how am I supposed to climb up?
Zhao Guoqiang stared at him.
How you climb is your business. How I do things is mine.
But if you stir up those people against Sha Ruijin again, don't blame me for not giving you face. Zhao Lidong was struck dumb, utterly stunned that Zhao Guoqiang dared speak to him like this.
His lips trembled for a long moment, yet no words came out.
It seemed Zhao Lichuan's earlier words had merely been meant to soothe his emotions. With that thought, he decided to let the matter drop. Zhao Guoqiang had achieved his goal to issue a warning. Since the goal was achieved, there was no need to waste words here. Zhao Guoqiang got into his car and drove away.
Zhao Lidong was so furious his teeth itched. Just then, material supplier by Zhang Guo called. Sir, when will you be arriving? I'm already at the hotel. Rest assured, we'll just have a simple home-cooked meal tonight, nothing fancy.
Hearing this, Zhao Lidong smiled faintly.
You remind me we have a dinner today, right? Once they met, Bai Jianghua immediately had the dishes served.
Besides the Along fish, there was king crab and imported elephant trunk clams.
Zhao Lidong nodded with a smile. This is too extravagant.
If I'd known you were treating me to such a feast, I wouldn't have come. I'd hate for people to think I'm up to no good.
Bai Jianghua straightened his back.
This is just our everyday fare, nothing more than a couple extra seafood dishes.
Who dares say you're wrong? They'd be targeting you personally. Rest assured, we'll never let anyone slander you like that. Zhao Lidong nodded. Before we even eat, let me be blunt, your materials probably won't sell. Forget about the highway project.
Bai Jianghua felt a twinge of displeasure, though his expression betrayed nothing.
No big deal.
It's just the expressway project.
You met my ex-wife, right? Chen Shooting. She was already pregnant when she married me. Then do you know whose child was in Chen Shooting's womb?
Zhao Lidong shook his head. Secretary Wang suddenly approached. Sir, the car parked earlier isn't properly positioned. I'm concerned it might inconvenience people, so I'll go move it.
Zhao Lidong nodded. Secretary Wang closed the door. Only then did Bai Jianghua speak up.
The child in Chen Shooting's womb is Zhao Guoqiang's. The night before she left for school, that woman did something unsavory with Zhao Guoqiang. Not long after starting school, she discovered she was pregnant and immediately turned to Chen Tai, begging him to let her keep the child. The two had met again last night. Chapter 74, You're asking for it. Zhao Lidong stared in utter disbelief. He never imagined Zhao Guoqiang could be so reckless. Zhao Lidong stared intently.
Is what you're saying true or false? There can't be any problem, right? Seeing Zhao Lidong still doubting him, Bai Jianghua produced the evidence. This is my DNA and the child's. Figure out a way to deal with this woman, and everything will be settled.
Bai Jianghua wanted Zhao Lidong to see that he could absolutely handle this situation. Zhao Lidong responded with a few non-committal remarks, essentially saying as long as the matter didn't trace back to him, it would be fine.
After dinner, Bai Jianghua went straight to the door. Your place is really nice. Looks like Uncle Tai bought this for you. I'm just curious, what's your relationship with him? Why is the old man so generous with his money for you?
Chen Shooting instantly grew flustered.
Bai Jianghua, you bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xiaocheng stood beside Bai Jianghua, watching his parents start another argument.
The child was too scared to utter a sound. Bai Jianghua, however, took hold of Bai Xiaocheng's hand.
How has your mom's new husband been treating you?
Before Xiaocheng could answer, Chen Shooting shoved him back into his room. When she came back downstairs, Chen Shooting could no longer contain herself and roared in fury.
Bai Jianghua, you're a complete and utter bastard. Do you even know what you're saying?
You're the biggest scumbag in the entire world. I'm warning you, say what needs to be said, but don't say what shouldn't be said in front of my son.
Bai Jianghua nodded, but only with a cold sneer.
Taking advantage of Chen Shooting's distraction, Bai Jianghua suddenly seized her, his voice dripping with venom.
Why were you so eager to leave me? We just finalized the divorce yesterday, and you slept with that bastard last night, didn't you? You really couldn't wait, could you? You cheap.
Chen Shooting instantly lost her temper.
Bai Jianghua hadn't lived with her for years, how dare he say such things? He'd tricked her into marriage, but what was it really for? Just to get close to Chen Tai. You just wanted dad to help you, you Bai bastard. You're nothing but scum. You used me, and now you're shifting all the blame onto me? Are you even human?
Let me tell you straight, who I choose to sleep with is my own business.
You have no say in it. If you want to keep this up, I'll see it through to the end.
Hearing this, a flash of viciousness crossed Bai Jianghua's expression. He clamped his hand tightly around Chen Shooting's throat. Only when she was on the verge of suffocation did he release his grip, then delivered a hard slap across her face.
Don't you dare touch anyone I've discarded. After delivering this vicious threat, Bai Jianghua turned and walked away.
Chen Shooting collapsed onto the ground in despair.
Just then, an XIN arrived to deliver something. Sis Chen, what happened?
She shook her head and took the items from an XIN's hands.
But an XIN immediately noticed a deep gash on Chen Shooting's face. Who hit you?
No matter how many times an XIN asked, Chen Shooting refused to say a word.
Frowning, an XIN cut to the chase.
She went straight to Zhao Guoqiang to report the incident.
Sister Chen got beaten up pretty badly.
I saw a black Mercedes parked here.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned. You come back first. I'll handle this.
After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang immediately called Su Jiang.
Go investigate immediately.
Have that black sedan bring this person over here. Su Jiang was in the midst of an intimate moment with his partner when he heard this, and he shifted his jaw slightly.
Boss, rest assured. I'll handle this properly. He hung up the phone.
Su Jiang cupped the woman's face and kissed her passionately.
You really are my lucky charm. The boss wants me to handle something. With that, Su Jiang immediately rounded up his crew. Follow me now to take over Lao Bai's turf.
The large group set off immediately.
Su Jiang's actions were indeed ruthless. He thoroughly cleaned out Bai Jianghua's entire territory.
His goal was to make Bai Jianghua mourn his losses. By the time Bai Jianghua got the news, it was too late. His turf had been completely wrecked. He rushed back to see the damage, his teeth itching with rage.
You're messing with me, huh? Strangely, after finishing his work, Su Jiang vanished.
Just as Bai Jianghua was about to call his men, the driver suddenly whacked him over the head. Blood instantly streamed down Bai Jianghua's forehead, obscuring his vision. He tried to wipe it away twice, but still couldn't see clearly and fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, he saw Su Lei drinking AD calcium as he walked toward him.
Bai Jianghua. I've been itching to take over your sandpit for ages. So you finally decided to show your face, huh? I thought you'd gone and turned into a ing turtle. With that, he delivered a vicious kick. Bai Jianghua doubled over in pain. Just then, Su Jiang appeared and stepped between Su Lei and his father. What's going on? We're respectable businessmen, how can we resort to violence? Old Bai, you're being so well behaved, aren't you? Bai Jianghua was dragged away, his hands hoisted up. Su Jiang snapped a photo and sent it directly to Wang Hao.
Upon seeing it, Zhao Guoqiang rushed over with his men.
He slapped Bai Jianghua's face. You think you're so tough, huh?
Bai Jianghua was in too much pain to speak, and before Zhao Guoqiang arrived, Su Jiang had already beaten him mercilessly.
Let's talk this out. What exactly did I do to offend you guys?
Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly.
I hear you laid hands on Chen Shooting, right? You know what? In this world, you pay for every mistake you make.
At this point, Zhao Guoqiang turned his gaze to Su Jiang.
This matter is yours to handle. Understood?
Su Jiang saw the murderous intent in Zhao Guoqiang's eyes.
Rest assured, sir. I'll handle this properly. After seeing Zhao Guoqiang off, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his boss was finally ready to put him to work. Son, your old man is truly happy today. Old Bai, after all these years of open and covert rivalry between us, isn't it time to draw a line under it?
Bai Jianghua, dazed and confused, was doused with a bucket of cold water, jolting him fully awake.
I'm Zhao Lidong's man. If you don't want to die, Su Jiang, you'd better not touch me. Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. Zhao Lidong, is it? What's he got? In front of the big boss, he'll have to behave himself. Su Jiang punched by Jiang Boy in the gut, then ordered his men to dig a large pit. Shortly after, Su Jiang watched as the pit was filled in, then stomped on it several times. He even spat in disgust. Why all the nonsense? Just get it done. Pulling out his phone, Su Jiang sent Zhao Guoqiang a text with just 2 characters, done. He exhaled in relief. Chapter 75, The X's, 2. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. If this could be handled, then everything else would fall into place. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang was holding an ice pack to soothe Chen Shooting's swollen eye. It was clear Chen Shooting was in bad shape. Her face bore severe injuries, and Zhao Guoqiang could only offer comfort. Unexpectedly, Chen Shooting's phone rang the next moment. Where are you going? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled, but Chen Shooting's next words stunned him. I'm going to my dad's place. It's Dad's birthday today. Aren't you going? Zhao Guoqiang instantly felt awkward. Should he go or not? Chen Shooting watched his hesitation and found it odd. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Since Chen Shooting had already said that, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't argue further and could only drive over. At the headquarters of the construction engineering group, Chen Tai had dismissed everyone except Cheng Cheng. Sit down. No one else should be coming now. We'll have a light meal soon. I remember you like my hand-pulled noodles, right? Just as he spoke, Chen Shooting pushed open the door and entered. Zhao Guoqiang followed closely behind. A flicker of displeasure crossed Cheng Cheng's eyes. Oh, so she followed the smell here. Hearing Cheng Cheng's remark, Chen Shooting was puzzled. Why did this woman always pick on her? Cheng Cheng, what do you mean by that? Every time I show up, you can't resist throwing in a couple of sarcastic remarks. What exactly are you trying to do? Cheng Cheng snorted coldly. How could I dare to have a problem with you? Isn't this just a normal reaction? And you expect me to show no reaction at all? Left speechless by the retort, Chen Shooting gritted her teeth. Uncle Tai chuckled. Enough, what are you two bickering about? I didn't expect Guoqiang to be here today. Zhao Guoqiang lifted the red fish in his hand. A friend dropped these earlier. He specially brought 2 over. I got you one for your birthday. Eating red fish brings good luck and prosperity. Zhao Guoqiang dared not look at the 2 women. Chen Tai really is something else. He's got some serious skills, managing to bring these 2 girls together. Zhao Guoqiang suddenly felt like life was just this kind of thing. Prepare the fish and salt it. Unexpectedly, Cheng Cheng walked in and even closed the door behind her. What was that about? Bringing a woman here just to rub it in my face? Zhao Guoqiang quickly shook his head, intending to explain the situation. But before he could open his mouth, the woman lashed out at him again. Rest assured, ever since I resolved to leave you, I've had no other thoughts. Even if you're trying to provoke me, it doesn't affect me. That's it. No need to say more. With that, Cheng Cheng pushed open the door and left, leaving Zhao Guoqiang utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on here? These 2 women were both as crazy as each other. Soon, the meal was ready, and everyone sat down together. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. It feels like this is the first time the 4 of us have sat down to eat together. You were the first to leave back then, and after that, our factory just spiraled out of control. Uncle Tai said, glancing at Chen Shooting. Then he turned to look at Cheng Cheng. Then you came along. Whatever success we've achieved today, we owe it all to Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang raised his glass. Today is your birthday. Let's not dwell on those matters. First, let's have a drink. The wine today was brewed by Uncle Tai himself. The taste was refreshingly sweet, but the alcohol hit hard. Zhao Guoqiang rarely drank, yet before he knew it, he had too much. Massaging his temples, he drifted off in the guest room only to discover Cheng Cheng was there too. So the 2 ended up sleeping together. Thankfully, neither had taken off their clothes. When Cheng Cheng opened her eyes, she found Zhao Guoqiang's hand wrapped around her waist. Furious, she slapped him across the face. What are you doing? Why did you come sleep in my room? Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his eyes and noticed that Cheng Cheng's photos were indeed displayed in this guest room. Don't move around, and don't disturb me. I'm going back to sleep. After being snapped at, she actually calmed down considerably and didn't dare say another word. But what she loved most was the scent on Zhao Guoqiang's body, an indescribable obsession. Especially this particular scent when it filled her nose, it felt incredibly comforting. Zhao Guoqiang's sleep grew deeper, while Cheng Cheng recalled how they had once been together. They had once envisioned a beautiful future together. Who could have imagined Zhao Guoqiang would end up like this? Just then, Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang. Cheng Cheng couldn't wake him, so she pressed the answer button for him. On the other end was Luo Yuanzhou, Commander-in-Chief of the Western Theater Command. Chairman Zhao, when can you deliver the experimental results for the zero material you promised? My team is completely stumped. They simply can't make headway with this material. Also, your Huatsubing Type A tanks have been deployed to my frontline assault units, but their feedback isn't great. See if you can swap them out for 7th generation tanks? After rattling off a long list of demands, the call automatically disconnected. Primarily because the system failed to recognize Zhao Guoqiang's voice, causing the call to disconnect. Chengqing gently stroked Zhao Guoqiang's hair. My daughter keeps asking where her dad is. Should I tell her? You're so mean. You made me have this child, and now you're running away, aren't you? Zhao Guoqiang slept fitfully. Chengqing gently pressed her face against Zhao Guoqiang's chest and fell asleep like that. When Zhao Guoqiang finally woke up, his chest was already numb from being pressed against. What the hell are you doing? He tried to push her away, only to find Chengqing fast asleep. Zhao Guoqiang could only move his hand as gently as possible. He carefully moved Chengqing onto the pillow. But seeing those red lips, Zhao Guoqiang hesitated for a moment before pressing his own lips against hers. The next moment, Chengqing woke up and slapped him across the face. Zhao Guoqiang emerged, clutching half his face. You're really fierce. It was just a kiss like you'd lose a piece of flesh. Chengqing fumed. You think you can take advantage of me? You better believe I'll strangle you today. Zhao Guoqiang checked the bruise in the mirror. It wasn't too bad. Upon arriving at the tea house, they found Uncle Tai already sipping tea. Your birthday's over, but you're still the boss. Sit down. He poured a cup of tea and handed it to Zhao Guoqiang. Uncle Tai noticed Zhao Guoqiang's face. What happened? Your face looks troubled. Are you okay? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Nothing's wrong. Where's Chen Shooting? Just as he asked, Chen Shooting entered with Bai Xiaocheng in tow. I went to pick up the kids. Want to join me for a hot pot tonight? Zhao Guoqiang figured he had nothing better to do, so why not go? After saying goodbye to Uncle Tai, the three of them left together. Uncle Tai chuckled. They really look like a family of three. Wait, no, this kid is yours. Chapter 76, A Provocation. No sooner had they stepped outside than Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang. Looks like the hot pot plans would have to wait. You guys go ahead. Bai Xiaocheng watched Zhao Guoqiang's retreating figure, then looked up at her mother. Mom, who is that? Chen Shooting frowned slightly. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Bai Xiaocheng nodded, daring not to say more. Zhao Guoqiang drove straight back, only to receive another call from Luo Yuanzhou, the commander-in-chief of the Western Theater Command. Mr. Zhao, you finally picked up. I've been waiting for this call so long the flowers have nearly wilted. Can you help me out? Zhao Guoqiang understood perfectly. Luo Yuanzhou had seen the 7th generation tank and been utterly stunned. That was why he set his mind on demanding it from Zhao. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Guoqiang replied. The 7th generation tank isn't currently in your unit's inventory. Of course, what I mean is, perhaps you'll be included in future allocations. Luo Yuanzhou wasn't thrilled. You're being too unreasonable, buddy. Why are we always left out? At least give us some face and let us get some equipment. So far, you've been giving all the good stuff to others. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, surprised by Luo Yuanzhou's unexpected pout. I've already reviewed the experimental equipment for Project Zero. Rest assured, I'll have it sorted for you before tonight. Oh, and I heard the Western Theater Command just got a batch of imported drones. Could I borrow one to test? Hearing this, Luo Yuanzhou froze. Wasn't the fighter jet produced at the Jingshan Industrial Park supposed to be the most advanced? Why was he coming here to ask me for one? Just as he was puzzling over this, Zhao Guoqiang casually added. Mainly because we don't have such low-grade targets. Well, Zhao Guoqiang's reasoning was actually quite simple. He planned to use the Western Theater Command's fighter jets as targets. Luo Yuanzhou nearly choked on his own blood, but he quickly regained his composure. Enough talk. First, help me sort out the Zero material. We'll discuss the rest later. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, hung up the phone, and headed straight for the lab only to find a group of academicians staring at the material in stunned silence. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang arrive, they all hurried over. Chairman Zhao, this material is truly extraordinary. We'd greatly appreciate your help examining it. We've studied it extensively but still can't determine its exact properties. Moreover, we've discovered that material Zero doesn't seem to behave like a conventional metal. The speaker was academician Du Hongmei. Zhao Guoqiang casually placed the material into a freezer set at 296 degrees Celsius and let it sit. He then removed it and swiftly immersed it in another chemical oil solution. When Zhao Guoqiang retrieved sample Zero once more, he merely gave it a gentle twist with pliers and instantly achieved the desired lightning-shaped form. All the academicians were stunned by Zhao Guoqiang's violent actions. Was such brutality really necessary for such a precious material? Academician Du Hongmei nervously snatched the material away. Chairman Zhao, this material is extremely valuable. Why are you being so rough with it? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang smiled and replied. Academician Du Hongmei, this isn't about me being rough. This material itself has inherent instability factors. What we're seeing here is precisely why you experimenters love to dictate procedures to students based on your own preconceived notions. But which of your experiments has ever matched the fundamental conditions? After Zhao Guoqiang said this, everyone fell silent. In reality, material Zero requires molecular decomposition at freezing temperatures or even colder. Once the temperature rises, it will undergo recombination, and everything will be manageable then.
In other words, this extreme molecular compound can only be used under relatively stable temperatures. Beyond that range, it becomes completely unusable. Moreover, regardless of its intended application, it carries a high risk of causing short circuits or even worse consequences. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seemed Material Zero was far more formidable than anyone had imagined. With the zero material issue finally resolved, Zhao Guoqiang saw no point in lingering. After exiting, he immediately had someone contact Wang Hao. Luo Yuanzhou would surely send us some old model fighters. We'd use those for an experiment. What's the situation at Yinchuan military port? And XIN immediately produced the collected intelligence. Commander, according to our latest investigation, the situation at Yinchuan military port is not looking good, as domestic sentiment in America has shifted significantly. The previous commander resigned due to the backlash, and his replacement is named Ralbu. Word is this guy has some pretty unusual connections, and he's known as a hardliner who's vowed to retaliate against us. Zhao Guoqiang perked up. I didn't expect him to be such a hardliner. I must admit, I'm genuinely curious about this Ralbu fellow. Zhao Guoqiang murmured with a faint smile, wondering what kind of surprises this Ralbu might bring. At that moment, Luo Erbu had already disembarked from the aircraft at Yinchuan military port, his gaze piercing like flames. Look at you, useless bunch. Facing the enemy's provocation, you choose to remain silent? Don't you realize they'll think we're cowards? I never imagined the soldiers of our great American nation would be so cowardly. You're nothing but a bunch of wimps. After glaring and ranting his fill, Ralbu deliberately posed for the media to capture several profile shots. Only then did he stride purposefully toward the command center. The media followed him the entire way, seemingly intent on capturing these heroic moments. But when Zhao Guoqiang arrived in the aerospace carrier, where was he? Seated in his office, Ralbu began issuing orders. Effective immediately, Yinchuan military port is placed on level 1 alert. Be prepared to respond to any military attack or invasion at any time. Should any force dare invade at this time, we will strike them down without hesitation. All military personnel at Yinchuan military port will operate on a 24-hour combat schedule. After the media left, they went into full-blown hype mode. They proclaimed Luo Erbu the most hardline figure seen in a century. They believed he was Zhao Guoqiang's nemesis, and in the media's eyes, Luo Erbu was certain to defeat Zhao Guoqiang. Thus, this incident had already gained significant traction in America. Zhao Guoqiang read the message sent by an XIN, laughing so hard his stomach ached. What on earth is this guy thinking? He can't seriously believe shouting a couple of slogans will intimidate us. And XIN was equally puzzled. Everyone else would at least do something before taking the stage. This guy just gets up there to brag? Chapter 77, Scare the Out of Him. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. I don't think this guy has any real power. He just assumes we won't take military action against him anymore. At the very least, Zhao Guoqiang thought some kind of military action should be taken, right? But this big brother hasn't made a move at all. If this keeps up, he might really get his ass kicked. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang noticed an airborne alert. And XIN assumed it must be Luo Erbu's doing. To her surprise, Zhao Guoqiang identified the flight path as originating from the west. Rest assured, it absolutely wasn't him. That guy doesn't have the guts for something like this. It's Luo Yuanzhou sending us some old-school fighter jets. How amusing. Zhao Guoqiang replied calmly. Order them immediately. Have these old fighters circle around us twice. And XIN found it odd these planes weren't even carrying bombs. Was it really necessary to intimidate him? Zhao Guoqiang, however, wore a mysterious smile. I'm not trying to scare him, I'm trying to scare the hell out of him. Hearing this, an XIN instantly understood. She immediately had someone send an alert to the Air Force. The aircraft that had been preparing to land turned around once more and headed toward Yinchuan military port. Now came the tense moment for Luo Erbu. Zhao Guoqiang's speed truly caught them off guard. Before Ralbu could finish his inflammatory remarks, the planes had already arrived much sooner than anyone anticipated. For a moment, the media interpreted this as a provocation, urging Ralbu to seize the opportunity. Even the U.S. Secretary of Defense called. Ralbu, I hear Zhao Guoqiang has sent a plane to provoke me. Don't be afraid, fight him to the end. I believe you will become a hero of America. The U.S. will be your strongest backing. If he dares to come, you'll fight him to the end, okay? Ralbu reluctantly agreed. Rest assured, I will fight him until the very last moment. After hanging up, the Deputy Chief of Staff interjected. Sir, should we take action now? Luo Erbu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What action are you talking about? We haven't yet discerned the enemy's operational intent. I suggest we hold our position for now. As the old saying goes, stillness overcomes motion. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Was that really the meaning of stillness overcomes motion? But it does seem rather intriguing. The real problem was the aircraft continuously circling above Yinchuan military port. One pass could be a misunderstanding, but two? Even worse, the fighter jets were cruising around, flexing their muscles for good measure. The message was crystal clear: my muscles are rock hard. Care to test them? And while these fighters seemed outdated to Zhao Guoqiang, they were comparable to America's own F-37s. These fighters were dubbed the Jingwei. They could execute multiple Cobra maneuvers and perform precision surgical strikes. This alone demonstrated the immense threat these aircraft posed. Ralbu had already forgotten his own boastful words, leaving many media outlets stunned. The Jingwei fighter circled overhead dozens of times before finally flapping its wings and departing, as if it had merely stopped for a bathroom break. What was even more humiliating was that the Jingwei fighter dropped a wooden bomb. The bomb landed vertically at the entrance of Ralbu's office. They never imagined Zhao Guoqiang could control everything with such precision. In an instant, public opinion erupted once more. The situation had finally become a spectacle. Amidst all the commotion, no one knew what to do. Zhao Guoqiang listened to the pilot's report, laughing until his sides ached. Chairman Zhao, wasn't that wooden bomb a brilliant drop? I knew they'd never dare fire the first shot, so I decided to play a little joke on them. Besides, even if this were a real war, they'd never dare make the first move. Zhao Guoqiang patted the young pilot on the shoulder. Well done. You've certainly shown them what we're capable of. But I doubt Luo Erbu will let this slide. Personally, I think it won't be long before they try the same old tricks again. So get ready to fly another mission and scare the hell out of him. Zhao Guoqiang and the others laughed heartily, and the Air Force even awarded the pilot a commendation. But when the news broke, domestic netizens seemed indifferent. Over the years, Zhao Guoqiang had led the military industry to break through the siege and launched a relentless assault on other established defense contractors. With just a few products, he's crushed these established companies beyond recovery. Now, any news about him barely registers. People would rather see which celebrity cheated on their spouse. In the eyes of netizens, they've already become a major power. Since that's the case, they might as well continue down this lonely path. Besides, even if given the chance to turn against them, would they dare? Take the Japanese, for instance. They once dared to invade someone else's territory over a single casualty. But just the other day, we shot down one of their high-end fighter jets. Did they dare utter a single word? The Japanese representative nervously urged Zhao Guoqiang not to act impulsively, publicly claiming it was all a misunderstanding. That's the power of strength. Netizens felt that on this path of great powers, everyone was getting deeper and deeper into the dark, with no turning back. What Zhao Guoqiang never expected was that Luo Erbu turned out to be a complete fool. This fool actually called me. Chairman Zhao, what exactly do you mean? Sending fighter jets to circle over my head? Are you trying to cause trouble? I warn you, Yanchuan military port belongs to us. If you want to take it, you'll pay every single price. Zhao Guoqiang felt his threats were as empty as a child saying, I'll bring my big brother tomorrow to beat you up. But who knows what tomorrow might bring? Hearing these words, Zhao Guoliang found it rather amusing. Mr. Ralbu, I know you're itching to fight me to the death. But consider this, I have dozens of missiles locked onto your position. Should I strike, you'll have no chance to resist. I insist you guarantee the safe passage of all our vessels, even the smallest fishing boats. As long as they fly our national flag, you must ensure their safety. Even a minor incident like a fishing boat collision could trigger a missile launch. I hope you understand my meaning. Luo Erbu hadn't realized he was a simpleton himself, but Zhao Guoqiang was even more of a fool. He couldn't help but swallow hard. They never imagined their opponent would be so formidable, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chapter 78, Powerful and Unbeatable. After a long silence, Luo Erbu spoke. If we were to go to war, do you think you could withstand our empire? I believe your excellency should look to the long term rather than squabble with us. What do you think of my suggestion? Zhao Guoqiang felt a bit sick of it all. This guy's words sounded more like a child playing house. If you had the guts, you would have acted long ago. Thugs like you, what on this planet is off limits to you? Yet you alone dare not easily lay a finger on us. Am I right? Once you believed that tanks, planes, and cannons gave you free rein to bully other nations. Now that I have planes and cannons too, why are you teaming up with other countries to accuse me of being a hegemonic power? Bottom line, you just don't have the strength. No matter how you slice it, you're simply inadequate. Zhao Guoqiang's scathing rebuke left Luo Erbu drenched in cold sweat. He desperately wanted to declare war right then and there. But bluffing is deadly. Declaring war is one thing. But who will bear the consequences afterward? Luo Erbu could utter those two words with ease, but the consequences? He couldn't bear them. Zhao Guoqiang stared at him for a long while, thinking the man had been driven to silence by sheer anger. After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. You're okay, right? If I've really pissed you off to death, you won't sue me, will you? He was fine until this very moment. Luo Erbu's eyes rolled back and he genuinely passed out. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, finding the guy genuinely amusing, and hung up the phone. The hospital at Yanchuan military port had barely a moment's peace all night. It was a constant commotion, never ceasing for a moment. Everyone knew what this signified. By dawn, after hours of emergency treatment, he finally succumbed. Thus, His Excellency Liu Erbu, the 5th commander of Yanchuan military port, died of sheer frustration.
Early the next morning, Prince Minyahan called Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, would you be so kind as to share with me what you discussed last night? What method did you employ to actually drive someone to their death? You've rendered the planet's most notorious gang completely helpless. You're truly my idol.
Zhao Guoqiang, who had been a bit groggy, burst out laughing at this outburst. He cracked his neck, stood up, and poured himself a glass of water.
Prince Minyahan, you're too kind.
Honestly, I didn't do anything special, they brought this upon themselves.
If they want to keep fighting me, I'm all for it. I've got a mountain of gear just waiting to be used up in battle.
Prince Minyahan, clutching the woman in his arms, nearly laughed himself silly. But mid-laugh, he suddenly remembered he had serious business to attend to and quickly spoke up. By the way, Chairman Zhao, I have something very important to discuss with you.
Remember that batch of weapons I ordered from you recently? Well, it's baffling, the moment they arrived on our soil, they blew up. Zhao Guoqiang nearly dropped his water glass.
He set the cup down, his eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity.
Are you suggesting someone was targeting your weapons?
Prince Minyahan pursed his lips. I'm not entirely sure, but at least for now, that's how it feels. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
It was actually quite normal for Prince Minyahan to feel this way. Incidents where entire sets of weapons and equipment were detonated out of the blue weren't uncommon. But happening now? That's highly unusual. It seems America has finally decided to make us their enemy. They must have mistaken Minyahan for their lackey.
Poor dog rich guy, he nearly blew up all his equipment. Prince Minyahan, rest assured I will personally handle this matter. Zhao Guoqiang spoke with a deep, penetrating gaze. It wasn't so much that he would intervene, but rather that he would track down the organization responsible for detonating the bomb and eliminate them. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang turned around and saw Hou Liru dressing.
I told you I don't need you to sleep with me. Why did you ignore my words? Hou Liru lowered her head. I'm sorry.
Hou Liru wore a beige silk pajama set shorts paired with a crop top. Her short hair further accentuated her delicate features. Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly blocked the door with his hand.
It's your birthday soon. Here's your gift.
Hou Liru paused, a flicker of delight crossing her eyes.
She quickly took the gift and said thank you.
Then she walked out. Zhao Guoqiang slept fitfully, unsure if anything had happened last night. But he was clearly displeased with Hou Liru's habit of always crawling into his bed.
That little brat. After muttering this, Zhao Guoqiang changed clothes and went downstairs for breakfast. Halfway through breakfast, Vice Commander Long Dui of the Three Armies called. Chairman Zhao, you certainly have a hearty appetite. What are you enjoying?
Zhao Guoqiang found Long Dui's words amusing. Just having some breakfast, sipping porridge.
Calling this early, I assume you have business to discuss?
Long Dui paused briefly before speaking.
I'd like to discuss something briefly with you. How does that sound? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled at this. He'd never imagined Long Dui would seek him out for a chat.
But then he suddenly remembered what Prince Minyahan had told him.
Right. There's something I need your help with.
Prince Minyahan purchased a shipment of arms last month, but it was blown up the moment it entered the port.
The timing was too perfect. I need you to deploy the special forces to eliminate this threat.
Ideally, bring the leader back to me.
Long Dui smiled. No problem. Who would dare disobey Chairman Zhao?
After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang noticed Hou Liru had already changed her clothes. She looked somewhat more feminine now, no longer as cold and distant as before.
You should have your own life.
There's no need to revolve around me all day.
I don't want to touch you. Save your body for your man.
Zhao Guoqiang finished speaking, stood up, and left. Hou Liru remained silent, quietly tidying up. Meanwhile, Long Dui had already ordered the Lone Wolf Special Forces to launch their operation. They had discovered that the person responsible for the weapons explosion was indeed highly skilled, hiding near Prince Minyahan's residence. In other words, if they wanted to know what kind of underwear Prince Minyahan wore this morning, they'd have every detail.
If they told him that, who knew how terrified Prince Minyahan would be? The Lone Wolf Special Forces had already commenced their operation. Chapter 79, Special Forces Decapitation.
The sun had barely risen when the Special Forces entered a courtyard. The assault team carefully cut the fuse left at the entrance and quietly stormed inside.
Ravka, still asleep in bed, was abruptly yanked awake. Talk. What do you know? Faced with interrogation, Lathia even tried to bluff his way out.
But he clearly underestimated others' intelligence and overestimated his own. Before he could utter a word, a punch sent him crashing to the floor. Meanwhile, Prince Minyahan was sipping tea, basking in the sunlight, feeling utterly content. The next moment, the Lone Wolf Special Forces burst in, bringing him face to face with the very man who had blown up his billion-dollar operation. You certainly have quite the appetite, and bringing so many beauties to keep you company impressive.
Seems we still can't match your skill at choosing your next incarnation.
Only when he saw their credentials did Prince Minyahan realize this must be Zhao Guoqiang's doing. I spoke with Chairman Zhao just an hour ago.
I never imagined you'd resolve matters so swiftly. The Lone Wolf Special Forces truly live up to their reputation. Rest assured, I won't let your help go unrewarded. Here's 10 million, you can split it among yourselves anytime. You take the money, you take the trouble, this was just a small job. They took the card and left the man behind. The Lone Wolf Special Forces unit departed with their man. But just as the Lone Wolf Special Forces were about to board the helicopter, Long Dui's call came through. Half the money up front, no nonsense. I don't care how you split it among yourselves, just hand over the cash. Captain Yang Wei was nearly spitting blood with rage. He'd risked his life for this money, why should he give a chunk away? But Yang Wei wasn't about to argue. You could at least give us a break. You're demanding 5 million right off the bat. Long Dui froze in shock. So Prince Minyahan had actually given 10 million? Yang Wei wanted to slap himself. How could he have blurted that out? No choice, Long Dui split the deal right then and there, taking half the 5 million. Afterward, Long Dui summoned his secretary. He divided the money into 174 portions and had them transferred to the families of the martyrs, telling them it was a holiday gift and insisting they accept it. The secretary nodded. Long Dui turned his face, gazing at the enormous wall of martyrs. For a long time, he couldn't speak, letting out only a deep sigh. Yang Wei and the others each kept 20,000 yuan, while the remainder was also transferred to the families of their comrades. Meanwhile, Prince Minyahan looked at the Ravka before him and smiled. You bastard, do you have any idea what you've done to me? That one bomb of yours blew me out of the water by hundreds of millions. Only now did Laffy feel fear. He never imagined the buyer would be Prince Minyahan. And Prince Minyahan was notorious as a tyrant. His approach to resolving issues was always straightforward, the severity of the punishment determined by the magnitude of the offense. You could say he was ruthless as hell. Before Laffia could say anything else, the smell of hot oil reached his nose. He turned his head to glance downstairs and saw the bodyguards boiling a pot of hot oil. Prince Minyahan spoke. I never imagined you'd be a spy for America. They killed my father, did you think I'd forget that? Without another word, he ordered the bodyguards to drag him downstairs and toss him into the oil cauldron to fry him until crispy. Prince Minyahan's gaze was deep and piercing. For him, this was far from over. Almost simultaneously, the American representative stationed in the desert called. The sun is truly splendid today. What culinary delights are you preparing? This morning I discovered one of our contacts is unreachable. Have you seen him? Prince Minyahan gave a cold chuckle upon hearing this. If you're curious, I suggest you look among the traitors. Nothing to discuss. I'll hang up now. I need to speak with Chairman Zhao. We still have numerous projects to review. The American representative grew visibly anxious. Prince, I warn you, stop doing arms deals with Zhao Guoqiang. Otherwise, I'll make you understand the fear of death. Hearing such words, Prince Minyahan burst out laughing. I'm so scared, why don't you just kill me right now? Rest assured, if you kill me, Zhao Guoqiang won't let you off. So you'd better guarantee my safety. The American representative was so furious he threw his phone to the ground. Prince Minyahan merely chuckled, turned off the phone, and then jumped into the swimming pool. Meanwhile, Long Dui had already informed Zhao Guoqiang of the mission's success. Chairman Zhao, my special forces live up to their reputation, don't they? Zhao Guoqiang nodded approvingly. They're truly formidable, far more capable than I ever imagined. Long Dui smiled. Good to know you appreciate it. Additionally, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled at this. What do you wish to discuss? Long Dui lowered his voice. When will the special forces equipment be upgraded? If it is, will you prioritize us? Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of his coffee. I'll consider this matter. I'll give you my answer when the time comes. The call ended, and Long Dui said nothing more. At precisely the same moment, American officials were already discussing differing stances regarding Zhao Guoqiang's situation. Most believed Zhao Guoqiang had become too arrogant. If this continued, he would become uncontrollable. Many advocated for military action to teach him a lesson, but Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated that America's chief of staff disagreed. He believed he still had a trump card up his sleeve. So he issued an order directing Ivanka to locate Hou Liangping. Staring at the beauty before him, Hou Liangping momentarily lost his words. Ivanka smiled. You don't need to be so stiff. Since we're here, why don't we just talk about whatever comes to mind? Hou Liangping was actually feeling quite nervous around America's appearance. After all, she was a top-tier beauty. Besides his own wife, who else had he ever touched in his life? Truthfully, Hou Liangping might have even regretted it because Zhong Xiuai was overbearing in every way. If given another chance, he wouldn't make that choice again. Besides, Liang Lu and Qi Tongwei weren't like him and Zhong Xiuai. And Liang Lu's assertiveness only showed when dealing with others. Toward Qi Tongwei, she was 100% submissive. Too bad all he could do was envy his senior classmate. Ivanka thought for a moment before speaking. I know you must be frustrated, because you believe Zhao Guoqiang is involved in corruption. Why not investigate? Chapter 80, Give me a surprise. Hearing Ivanka say such a thing, Hou Liangping nearly burst out laughing. It seems you really don't understand our situation. Let me be honest with you, our society is deeply rooted in personal connections. It's not about how much ability you have, it's about how much you can leverage. Never mind. Why am I even telling you this? You wouldn't understand anyway. But Ivanka pushed the milk across the table. Coffee tastes better with milk and sugar. If coffee is bitter and life is bitter, what hope is there for the future? Rest assured, we'll find a way to help you. And when the time comes, we'll make them pay, especially Zhao Guoqiang. Hou Liangping pondered thoughtfully, finding this woman truly intriguing. But the most stunning thing was Ivanka's beauty. The woman Zhao Guoqiang had dismissed was, to Hou Liangping, nothing short of a heavenly beauty. If he could win her over, he'd have something to brag about for the rest of his life. But Hou Liangping didn't have the guts. He had the desire but not the courage. He knew full well that if he made a move, the Zhong family would make him pay with his life. Ivanka interacted with Zhao Guoqiang, completely unaware that someone nearby was watching the entire scene. Shortly after, this person sent a message to Zhao Guoqiang's phone, the very photo of their meeting. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. Who knew Hou Liangping was such a smooth operator? Impressive. So you two are teaming up to take me down, huh? At this thought, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown slightly. He understood clearly that America wasn't his match on the main battlefield and would inevitably try to flank him from the side. But they had clearly underestimated him. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang had already realized that this was practically the perfect opportunity. In other words, seizing the Yinchuan military port at this moment would be an extremely logical move. Without delay, Zhao Guoqiang summoned Wang Hao and laid out his plan. Wang Hao, given the current situation, I think you might need to help me with something. Hearing this, Wang Hao looked puzzled. How do you envision me assisting you with this? Zhao Guoqiang paused to consider. Contact the American side and inform them about the Yinchuan military port. We intend to intervene now. Ask them when they're willing to hand over the port to us. Wang Hao promptly set out to handle it. Zhao Guoqiang, meanwhile, had others keep an eye on Hou Liangping and Ivanka. He sensed something fishy was definitely going on between these two. But the two of them seemed to have vanished. Zhao Guoqiang, however, had no intention of wasting his energy on them and began focusing on his own tasks. But unexpectedly, Hou Liangping took the one step he absolutely shouldn't have. He actually sought out Sha Ruijin. It's been a long time since we last met. Regarding Zhao Guoqiang's affairs, I believe you must know more than I do. Please tell me, what agreements have you reached with Zhao Guoqiang? Sha Ruijin grew visibly displeased at these words. Are you implying that we made some improper agreements between us? Or are you implying I'd been up to something with Zhao Guoqiang? Hou Liangping froze in surprise, not expecting the man to react so fiercely. He cleared his throat awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I'm saying if you know anything about Zhao Guoqiang's situation, please tell me immediately, because we're currently investigating him. Sha Ruijin suddenly smiled. I see, Hou Liangping. Looks like you're using this as an excuse to make a big deal out of it, right? Hou Liangping instantly frowned. Watch your words. If you dare to spout nonsense again, don't blame me for losing my temper. Seeing Hou Liangping's growing irritation, Sha Ruijin gave a cold snort. I thought you were quite the formidable figure, but it seems you're nothing special after all. Since you enjoy arguing with me, we can keep at it. I couldn't care less. Hou Liangping was speechless for a moment, mostly because he was a bit annoyed. Sha Ruijin, however, offered only a cold smile. Seems I've hit a nerve, huh? I advise you not to antagonize Chairman Zhao. Otherwise, you'll be the one regretting it. Got it? Hearing Sha Ruijin's words, a flicker of fear crossed Hou Liangping's eyes. He never wanted to live like that again, imprisoned by Su Zhanshu. Seeing him remain silent, Sha Ruijin paused. Fine. If you can leverage your connections to force my cooperation, you're welcome to use them anytime. Hou Liangping hadn't expected Sha Ruijin to say that. Before long, Hou Liangping emerged, sighing. He then relayed the matter to Ivanka. To his surprise, Ivanka directed him to a nearby hotel. Hou Liangping didn't think much of it and ordered a cup of coffee upon arrival. Sipping his coffee, he sat quietly. Hou Liangping felt like he'd overlooked something important. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Yet the coffee seemed laced with sleeping pills. After just a few sips, his head began to spin violently. Hou Liangping rubbed his eyes, utterly exhausted. The next moment, he slumped face down on the table. Soon after, someone carried him to a luggage cart, secured him with restraints. They were taken to the Holiday Inn on the 36th floor. Ivanka had been asleep inside for quite some time. They were placed together, and it was enough to expose her shoulder. After snapping a photo, she tucked them both in and slipped out. In her dream, Ivanka had successfully neutralized Zhao Guoqiang, her efforts rendering all his defenses futile. Hou Liangping also dreamed of triumphantly reaching the summit, compelling Zhong Wenchang to obediently follow his lead. Unfortunately, these dreams were far too absurd, destined to shatter upon waking. Sure enough, both awoke groggily, their clothes in disarray. Worse still, Ivanka's skirt had been pulled off. Hou Liangping, what have you done? Ivanka's eyes widened in fury. She never imagined this hypocritical bastard could be such a beast. It was utterly shameless. Hou Liangping, too, was utterly taken aback by the turn of events. He stammered for a long while, yet couldn't utter a single word of explanation. Then, as both of them recovered from their shock, the door swung open. Zhao Guoqiang walked in from outside, his gaze cold as he looked at them. "Well, are you too satisfied with the surprise I gave you?" Ivanka nearly fainted from anger, never imagining Zhao Guoqiang had orchestrated all this specifically against her. "Zhao Guoqiang, what exactly are you trying to do?" Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. "Nothing at all. I just want to make you look like fools. You two have done such a despicable thing. If I were to expose this, can you imagine how others would view you?" The pair panicked instantly. Hou Liangping actually knelt down. Chapter 81, Too Late for Regrets. Zhao Guoqiang stared coldly at Hou Liangping kneeling on the ground. Once he was so arrogant, how could he now kneel before me? But Zhao Guoqiang didn't mock him, it simply wasn't necessary. Hou Liangping was now utterly terrified. He knew full well that if the Zhong family discovered what he'd done, Zhong Xiaoai wouldn't let him off. He still depended on them. Seeing Hou Liangping like this, Ivanka's eyes also flashed with disgust. "Do you even act like a man? How could you kneel before him?" Hou Liangping ignored her, his voice reduced to pleading. "I'm sorry, Chairman Zhao. Everything that happened before was my fault. Please, spare me. I know what this means. Please, give me a way out." Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh, settling into his chair with his legs crossed. He relished this feeling. He intended to toy with Hou Liangping like a puppet. Since Hou seemed to relish the thrill, Zhao was more than happy to oblige. Wondered if Hou Liangping was feeling the thrill right now. Zhao Guoqiang watched the two men, his expression dripping with contempt. He hadn't expected Ivanka to remain so unflappable. Mistakes between men and women were normal, but you couldn't go too far. Out of line. Spill it. What else did you do with Shaoruwei Jin? What else did you discuss? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Hou Liangping finally snapped to attention. So this was why he'd been targeted. After a pause, he could only speak up. "Chairman, I had no ulterior motives in approaching Sherry-chin. My original plan was to target you, but I changed my mind. I dare not go against you anymore." Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly, never expecting Hou Liangping to be such a coward. Yet his gaze drifted to the woman beside Hou Liangping. "Ivanka, you are truly breathtakingly beautiful. But you've misjudged my resolve to deal with you." Ivanka seethed with fury, her teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. But she quickly regained her composure, unsure of what Zhao Guoqiang might do to her. After some thought, she realized she couldn't compromise on matters of interest. "Chairman Zhao, since you've already torn off the mask of civility, don't blame us for what comes next." Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly astonished. He never expected this woman to speak such words. "Tell your commander-in-chief back at Yanchuan military port I'm taking it. Anyone who tries to stop me will regret it. Got that?" Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh, no longer bothering to acknowledge the woman. For a moment, both men were rendered speechless by Zhao Guoqiang's attitude. After Zhao Guoqiang turned and left, Hou Liangping sighed. "I told you so, crossing him won't end well for us." Ivanka stared at him coldly. "At least I didn't kneel before him. Unlike you, I still have some backbone left." Hou Liangping no longer cared. He understood that opposing Zhao Guoqiang was futile, so he resolved to defect to Zhao's side. So Hou Liangping sought out Qi Tongwei and revealed his intentions. "Senior classmate, I've always felt detached from certain aspects of life. But it wasn't until later that I realized I was nothing more than a small toy in someone else's hands. I intend to abandon my former ideals. Living with purpose is what truly matters." Qi Tongwei found it amusing. "You've always looked down on me, a guy from the countryside. Why are you suddenly telling me this today? Could it be you're playing the victim card with me?" Hou Liangping shook his head. "I was wrong before. I've come to realize that continuing like this benefits no one. In that case, we should act sooner rather than later. I'm prepared to divorce Zhong Xiaoai. Once divorced, he could finally break free from her. Then he could follow Zhao Guoqiang. Anything would be better than her. Besides, that woman's oppression was simply too much to bear." Qi Tongwei understood that feeling and patted his shoulder. "Since you've made up your mind, so be it. Later, you'll come with me to Shanshui Manor. We've got a gathering there shortly. Remember, don't show up with your old attitude. If you do, no one will be able to help you." Hou Liangping finally behaved himself. When he met Zhao Guoqiang at Shanshui Manor, he was no longer the same person he had been before. Zhao Guoqiang looked at him and smiled. To pledge allegiance, one must present a token of loyalty. Hou Liangping hesitated briefly before quickly pulling out his divorce certificate and placing it on the table. "Chairman Zhao, would this suffice?" Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Li Dekong and Chen Qingxuan both breathed a sigh of relief. This signified that the fellow had now become one of their own. After the meal, everyone sat down for tea. Zhao Guoqiang also voiced a thought. "After careful consideration, I believe Jinghai needs our own people there. Shaoruwei Jin is struggling to handle matters effectively. The others lowered their heads, remaining silent. Seeing their expressions, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle. Relax, I didn't say any of you were going to Jinghai. Look at yourselves. Hou Liangping, I intend to send you to Jinghai. Hearing this, Hou Liangping immediately nodded, feeling considerably relieved. It seemed Zhao Guoqiang feared the Zhong family would settle scores with him. Staying here would only lead to trouble sooner or later. Better to leave here and go to Jinghai. Besides, Zhong Xiuai definitely wouldn't let this go, no need to overthink that. So sending Hou Liangping away was a win-win for everyone. Seeing the matter settled, Chen Xingchuan finally dared to speak up. Jinghai is a place where hidden talents abound, but rest assured it's full of our own people. There's no need to fear. His words were reassuring, but his expression betrayed something else entirely. Hou Liangping didn't dwell on it. After finishing his tea, he went to find Sha Ruijin. By this time, Zhang Wenchang was seething with rage. Hou Liangping, what does he think he is? Could he have gotten this far without our family? Now he's sucking up to Zhao Guoqiang? He's lost his mind. Contact Zhao Guoqiang immediately and bring Zhao Lichuan along too. This old man wants to see what they think they're pulling. Zhang Wenchang still had some clout. No one dared ignore his call. When Zhao Lichuan got the news, he was puzzled for a moment. Why was that old bastard suddenly contacting him? Then he heard Zhao Guoqiang had been contacted too, and suddenly everything clicked into place. So the two brothers rode together in one car. As they neared their destination, Zhao Lichuan suddenly spoke up. That old man is bound to lose his temper. After all, my fine son-in-law has joined your ranks. You'd better be prepared to shoulder more responsibility. Zhao Guoqiang sneered. I'll certainly take on more responsibility. Chapter 82, Demanding an Explanation. Seeing the Zhao brothers had arrived, Zhang Wenchang dismissed everyone else. He deliberately brewed a pot of tea and stared coldly toward the doorway. Zhao Lichuan and Zhao Guoqiang, completely oblivious to the old man's impending outburst, pushed open the door and greeted him warmly. Teacher Zhong, how have you been feeling lately? Though Zhao Lichuan and Zhang Wenchang weren't on the same level, proper respect was still due. Zhang Wenchang gave a cold smile, his brow carrying an air of arrogance, the look of someone who had achieved success too young. Frankly, this kind of person deserved a harsh lesson from society. His gaze swept over Zhao Guoqiang, and he offered only two cold words. Sit. Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Lichuan sat down together. Zhang Wenchang poured tea for both of them and pushed the cups over. I hear you promoted Hou Liangping to a top-tier official in Jinghai City these past few days. That seems rather hasty, doesn't it? As far as I know, Hou Liangping doesn't have the capability for that yet. Besides, after you promote him, others will be watching. If any problems arise, how will you handle it? Zhao Guoqiang cut in before the old man could finish. You don't need to spell it out. I understand your meaning perfectly well. You just don't want Hou Liangping in that city-level leadership position, right? Zhao Lichuan tugged lightly at his sleeve, signaling Zhao Guoqiang to tone down his bluntness. At least spare this old man some face. But unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang not only refused to give face but stated bluntly. In your eyes, did Hou Liangping leave you because he couldn't get any tangible benefits? Frankly speaking, Hou Liangping's departure was entirely normal. It would have been unreasonable for him to stay. Hearing this, the conversation was getting more and more absurd. Zhao Lichuan quickly interjected. Professor Zhong, where's Xiao AI? Zhang Wenchang gave a cold chuckle. Old Zhao, no need to interrupt. Let Chairman Zhao explain himself clearly. Today, I'm here to listen attentively to his guidance. Zhao Guoqiang sneered. Mr. Zhong, there's no need for this. You know exactly what I mean. You just don't want to admit it, am I right? Zhang Wencheng's teeth clenched so hard they rattled, yet he still managed to force a smile. Zhao Guoqiang pressed on relentlessly. If Hou Liangping had gained anything from you, then leaving would be betrayal. But he gained nothing instead, he wasted years of his youth and life. Do you think that's fair? I must admit, you successfully trained Hou Liangping into a vicious dog. He's been relentlessly attacking me, but so what? I've got plenty of bones to throw his way. Seeing her father at a disadvantage, Zhong Xiuai, who had been hiding in her room, finally couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the door open to come out. Chairman Zhao, from the sound of your words, it seems our family is the one who owes Hou Liangping an apology. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly, feeling that this woman's appearance was entirely a mistake. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking. You needn't put it that way. Surely you understand better than I do. Some things are better left unsaid. Zhong Xiaoai's face drained of color with anger. Zhao Lichuan made no move to intervene this time, knowing it was necessary for this woman to understand that there's always someone stronger. Zhao Guoqiang was ruthless, deliberately targeting her deepest fears. But beyond her anger, Zhong Xiuai felt even greater resentment toward Zhao Guoqiang. Perhaps Hou Liangping was nothing more than a pet in their eyes. Now Zhao Guoqiang had essentially snatched away this pet. How could that possibly make her happy? But just as Zhong Xiaoai frowned, Zhang Wenchang spoke up to interrupt. Enough. I called you brothers here today with no ulterior motives. There's no need for us to argue like this. Things are already what they are. What good would all this arguing do? He exhaled deeply before continuing.
Hou Liangping, no matter where he is now, he was once my son-in-law.
But I want you to remember one thing, Hou Liangping isn't particularly capable.
Don't entrust him with important matters.
Zhao Guoqiang understood the implication. Hou Liangping mustn't be allowed to rise. Though bluntly stated, the meaning was clear. If Hou Liangping were to gain influence, the Zhong family would suffer the most.
Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Lichuan then chatted about other topics. In any case, there was no need to push things too far with the old man. After all, he was a tutor to the emperor.
The conversation drew to a close.
Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Lichuan prepared to leave.
As they departed, Zhong Xiaoi offered no further words.
Zhang Wencheng saw them off, his face ashen.
Son, do you understand? Once we take one wrong step, we can't afford to take a second. If every step is wrong, do you know what the outcome will be?
That would be utterly hopeless, so we can't afford to make mistakes that are too outrageous or make us look like fools.
As he spoke, Zhong Wencheng rubbed his chin. Find an opportunity to mend things with Zhao Guoqiang, got it? Zhong Xiaoi reluctantly nodded. But judging from today's conversation, Zhao Guoqiang really was extraordinary. He could even manipulate various emotions, something Zhong Xiaoi herself lacked. After much deliberation, Zhong Xiaoi resolved to reconcile with Zhao Guoqiang. After all, the Zhong family's current situation was far from promising.
Besides, Ning Zhanghai had always maintained a distant yet connected relationship with the Zhong family.
In other words, there was no guarantee this guy wouldn't abandon her one day. That night, Zhong Xiaoi matured.
The next day, she went straight to Zhao Guoqiang's office and used her connections to suppress Zhao Lidong.
This move genuinely surprised Zhao Guoqiang. I didn't realize your connections were so solid. Zhong Xiaoi smiled calmly. Who doesn't have a few classmates and friends?
Don't even mention suppressing him. If you ask me to halt all his projects and focus entirely on developing the port, that wouldn't be a problem either. But speaking of which, I took my father's words to heart yesterday.
Did you?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Zhong Xiaoi to pull this again. It was the last thing he wanted to hear. But since she'd come to him personally, he couldn't very well refuse her request. I've taken teacher Zhong's words to heart.
I've got it figured out. As for Hou Liangping's situation, you needn't worry too much.
Hearing this, Zhong Xiaoi finally let out a sigh of relief. But she suddenly realized Zhao Guoqiang seemed quite charming, handsome, and radiating an air of sophistication even while seated. Besides, now that she was divorced, Zhong Xiaoi thought that pursuing a relationship with Zhao Guoqiang might actually be a good option.
A powerful alliance would surely prevent the Ning family from looking down on her again.
Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Wang Hao entered carrying a cup of coffee.
Chapter 83, Sha Ruijin's Worries.
Zhao Guoqiang observed Zhong Xiaoi's demeanor and sensed there might be more to her intentions. He added an extra sugar cube to her coffee. But he said nothing.
Hou Liangping had already taken office.
He felt fairly confident about Jinghai City's commercial landscape, especially since tangible progress had already been made. He resolved to work diligently, believing that nothing would prove too difficult.
Zhao Guoqiang was pleased to have sent Hou Liangping, such a capable talent, to Hou Liangping.
He understood Hou Liangping's significant value.
Moreover, Hou Liangping was an old classmate to many people here, making his arrival an excellent strategic move.
Yet Sha Ruijin was now deeply troubled, having faced pressure from the Ning family.
Hou Liangping smiled.
Just the other day I warned you, and now within 2 days we're on the same side.
Truly, you never know what life will bring. I hear the Ning family has sent people to take over the port, is that right?
Sha Ruijin nodded. Hou Liangping was stunned. That port was dual use, serving both military and civilian purposes.
Isn't that tantamount to making an international joke? How could such a port be contracted out so easily? Sha Ruijin sighed. The Ning family has its own connections, you know.
Have you heard of Red Bean Capital?
The winning bidder was Red Bean Capital, whose owner is Ning Zhanghai's maternal uncle.
Additionally, the military port was contracted by another major military supplier, Shingrong Capital.
You've probably heard of them, right?
Hou Liangping instantly recalled investigating Shingrong Capital himself before. Their books were a complete mess, and last time, he'd been scolded by Zhong Wencheng right in the middle of the investigation.
Looks like these capital firms have some serious issues. So what should we do next? Should we address this issue or not?
Sha Ruijin pondered for a moment. Either way, both these capital firms are connected to the Ning family.
If we take action, we won't just lose our heads, we'll lose everything. Hou Liangping adopted his usual single-minded approach.
We can't just let them run wild like this. The port handles billions in annual turnover.
They could siphon off any amount, and no one would notice. It's impossible to trace. I believe we absolutely cannot let them control the port with such impunity.
Seeing Hou Liangping's expression, Sha Ruijin actually smiled. Your attitude is quite interesting, but seriously, this is a tough nut to crack.
I've already planned to speak with Chairman Zhao. If that doesn't work, we'll just have to invite the Red Bean Capital people to dinner.
Zhao Guoqiang remained completely unaware of the situation. Xia Ruijin, in a flurry of activity, managed to bring both the President and Secretary General of Hongdou Capital to the meeting. President Luo Hong and Secretary General Li Aigua sized up Xia Ruijin.
Fame doesn't do you justice, you're truly extraordinary. Might I ask what today's topic is called?
Li Aigua remarked with a hint of humor. Xia Ruijin, however, frowned slightly. Actually, the port has already been put up for tender. We were genuinely unaware of this matter. We intend to reclaim the port and convert it into state-owned assets, so we hope we can discuss this further. Upon hearing this, the old woman Luo Hong merely smiled. In her eyes, only someone far more formidable than these two before her would be worthy of discussing this matter.
Luo Hong pondered for a moment before casually adding, I have this quirk when eating, I like to drink a bit of apple cider vinegar. Would you mind getting me a bottle?
Oh, and I prefer it slightly chilled.
Xia Ruijin's expression darkened. It seemed this group was dismissing him as a fool. Hou Liangping didn't want to make Xia Ruijin look too bad, so he volunteered.
Unexpectedly, Li Aigua quipped. Oh my, what an honor for us two to fetch apple cider vinegar for you two high-ranking officials. But personally, I'm not fond of apple cider vinegar. I prefer herbal infusions.
Hou Liangping remained unfazed and turned to fetch it.
But Xia Ruijin's attitude had shifted from his earlier affability to a half-hearted chatter with the two men. In Xia Ruijin's eyes, these two were nothing short of complete idiots.
If you have money, just live your wealthy life. Why get entangled in power struggles?
Besides, the port business was serious, no laughing matter. But Xia Ruijin kept these thoughts to himself, never voicing them aloud. Just then, Hou Liangping walked in carrying drinks and promptly set them on the table. Xia Ruijin poured him some apple cider vinegar and repeated what he'd just said. We plan to reclaim the port.
Rest assured, the 25% late fees will be handled by the enterprise we take over.
The port hasn't done anything, yet it's been hit with a 25% penalty that's over 700 million yuan.
You could say it's the perfect example of getting something for nothing, couldn't you?
But then Luo Hong pulled another stunt.
Taking several hundred million from you like this, I feel almost embarrassed.
Xia Ruijin maintained his smiling facade.
But the next moment, Luo Hong made an even more unreasonable demand.
Then we demand the other small port, the one at the river mouth, be handed over to us.
If you agree, we can sign the contract right now.
Hou Liangping froze, then quickly tugged at Xia Ruijin's sleeve.
We need to discuss this first.
The estuary port handles large industrial vessels, it's the lifeline of Jinghai's industry.
Once Hongdou Capital achieves complete monopoly, that port will be utterly compromised.
Jinghai City's industry would fall under Hongdou Capital's control. The apple cider vinegar in his hand was no longer a beverage. Xia Ruijin had set it aside.
Luo Hong smiled. Look, my glass isn't even full yet.
Why did you stop? Xia Ruijin frowned slightly and said. We'll swallow the loss of over 700 million yuan, but you can't be so unreasonable.
Constantly demanding concessions, is this how a company should behave? With that, Xia Ruijin slammed the bottle of apple cider vinegar onto the floor. Li Aigua could tell Xia Ruijin was genuinely furious.
He quickly stood up, ready to smooth things over. After all, it wouldn't do them any good to cross Sheriqin.
Why are you still angry? We can talk this out.
But before he could finish, Sheriqin stepped in to block him.
There's nothing to talk about.
You guys have no respect for people. Luo Hong hadn't expected Xia Ruijin to publicly tear off the mask of civility. Xia Ruijin turned and walked out. Hou Liangping smiled faintly. He'd negotiated with businessmen countless times, but this was his first time dealing with such an idiot. The moment he heard himself called an idiot, Luo Hong slammed his fist on the table.
We're the ones calling the shots now.
Red Bean Capital makes the decisions.
How dare you insult people? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 84, How much capital?
Just then, the door swung open. Luo Hong assumed Xia Ruijin had returned and prepared to deliver a cutting remark. But to her surprise, it was Zhao Guoqiang who walked in.
Is this a good time? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Luo Hong and Li Aigua couldn't help but frown.
But before they could speak, Zhao Guoqiang walked over to Luo Hong and picked up another bottle of apple cider vinegar. I hear you're quite fond of apple cider vinegar.
What a coincidence, I absolutely detest it. Red Bean Capital must have made a killing these past few years, right? I wonder how you guys allocate all that money each year. Luo Hong's expression darkened slightly, but she promptly offered an extremely official-sounding reason. That's confidential corporate information. I can't disclose it. Zhao Guoqiang immediately laughed. How convenient, no comment is the perfect excuse. But you're really taking us for fools, aren't you?
Luo Hong looked puzzled.
She had never considered Zhao Guoqiang and his group fools. Why would he say that? Zhao Guoqiang didn't hesitate. Let's be honest. I know exactly what's going on here. Since you guys like to play games, let's play a big one.
Zhao Guoqiang waved his hand, and the waiter rolled in 2 boxes of apple cider vinegar. He ordered them all opened. The room was soon filled with a vinegar scent so potent it felt like it could make your teeth fall out. Zhao Guoqiang just chuckled and said, You have 1 minute to decide. Either you drink all this apple cider vinegar or I'll make you regret it.
Luo Hong stood up. You don't seriously think I'm easily intimidated, do you? Just because you're from Jingshan Group, you think you can ride roughshod over me? How laughable. Absolutely laughable. Chairman Zhao, since you're willing to fight us to the bitter end, let's see how far you can take it. Let's see who cracks first.
Luo Hong sat back down, her eyes fixed on him as if she could devour him. Zhao Guoqiang, however, had the waiter bring him a bowl of noodles.
Eating his fish soup noodles, Zhao Guoqiang remained perfectly calm. Luo Hong, however, grew increasingly tense, unsure what tricks Zhao Guoqiang might pull. What if Zhao Guoqiang really pulled a ruthless move? Just then, Luo Hong's phone rang.
She quickly answered it, but the next moment, her expression changed completely. The phone fell to the floor. Luo Hong reached out, grabbed a bottle of apple cider vinegar, and downed it in one gulp. All traces of her wealthy lady persona vanished. Li Aigua could guess what had happened just by thinking about it. He hurried over, trying to smooth things over. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang just smiled and said, I heard you like herbal tea. I had some prepared for you too. The waiter then wheeled in another cart full of herbal teas. Li Aigua was on the verge of tears. Chairman Zhao, even if I love it, I couldn't possibly drink this much. Zhao Guoqiang merely replied coldly. Drink or not? The two men obediently drank the beverages Zhao Guoqiang had prepared for them. They must have been regretting it bitterly by now, never expecting Zhao Guoqiang to be such a ruthless character. A kick slammed against the steel door. Before long, and Shanglin appeared at the door with his men. Luo Hong instantly realized her chance today was truly gone. Please, give me one more chance? Chairman Zhao, I didn't mean to antagonize everyone. I was just trying to secure some benefits for the group. Zhao Guoqiang slammed his chopsticks down. Over 700 million in benefits isn't enough? How much more do you want? The next moment, Luo Hong was taken away by Shanglin's men. What awaited Luo Hong was a clanging prison sentence for embezzlement. Li Aigua was utterly stunned by Zhao Guoqiang's move, swallowing hard. Chairman Zhao, I haven't done anything. He hurriedly declared his innocence, terrified of being dragged down with him. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Rest assured, no one will implicate you. Li Aigua turned to leave, but Hou Liangping blocked his path. Didn't you say I wasn't involved? Zhao Guoqiang stood up. Right now, there's probably no one left at Red Bean Capital who can take charge. How about you become their leader? Li Aigua instantly understood Zhao Guoqiang's intention to back him and quickly nodded. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. Excellent. Starting today, you are the president of Red Bean Capital. Li Aigua was thrilled. He had almost reached retirement age, yet unexpectedly found himself climbing upward. His excitement was palpable. Zhao Guoqiang gave him a warm smile and patted his shoulder. Do your best. Red Bean Capital is a major enterprise, it's the perfect place for your growth. Once the matter was settled, Ning Zhonghai quickly received the news. He stared in disbelief, never imagining that Hongdou Capital could be taken down so swiftly. In other words, Zhao Guoqiang's methods proved far more formidable than he'd imagined. Even Luo Hong had been dealt with. For a moment, Ning Zhonghai found himself worrying about his uncle's Xingrong Capital. After all, part of that port belonged to Xingrong Capital. Ning Zhonghai immediately called his uncle to inquire. Uncle, I don't care what you're doing right now. Listen to me and figure something out. You need to get out of the country. I don't have time to explain everything to you right now. Uncle Lubiwu was taken aback by his nephew's tone. Dahai, what exactly do you mean? Why are you suddenly telling me to leave? Ning Zhonghai had no time to explain. Don't ask so many questions. Figure out a way to leave immediately. If you delay any longer, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Sure enough, before the call ended, the door swung open. Lubiwu looked utterly bewildered. Who are you? How did you get into my house? Lu Yike produced the arrest warrant. We're from the investigation team. Please come with us. We have serious suspicions that you've abused your authority. Lubiwu suddenly realized why Ning Zhonghai had called him to leave immediately. He tried to protest that he had connections, but before the words could leave his mouth, he was stopped and shoved into the car. Lubiwu was devastated. He never imagined he'd end up like this. The news of Lubiwu's sudden imprisonment sent shockwaves through Ning Zhonghai. Crucially, the person arresting his uncle was Lu Yike, meaning the investigation team had finally moved against his uncle. Ning Zhonghai knew he was in the wrong this time, mainly because of the mess caused by that rotten port. Left with no other choice, he sought out Zhao Guoqiang with a bottle of aged poor tea. Chairman Zhao, whatever unpleasantness has transpired between us, can we put it behind us now? I understand the recent events have left you deeply dissatisfied. Of course, let's put all that behind us now. Just help me get my uncle released, do whatever you want with the others. Zhao Guoqiang never imagined that the renowned Ning Zhonghai would come begging him. But he was too late. The man had already been sentenced. Chapter 85, Too Late. The moment he heard this, Ning Zhonghai grew frantic. Interrogations after arrest have a set time frame.
This hasn't even reached that point. How could he possibly have been sentenced already?
I seriously doubt you followed the absolute rules and regulations.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled.
Then you'll have to ask Qin Xingxuan about that, because this matter has nothing to do with me.
Ning Zhonghai knew he'd made a mistake coming here today.
Zhao Guoqiang would never help him. He angrily picked up his things and turned to leave.
Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. Wait, why are you leaving already? Didn't you say you wanted to have tea with me? Don't rush off like that.
Ning Zhonghai stormed off in a huff, hopping into a car and leaving without a second glance at Zhao Guoqiang.
He was practically ready to go down with Zhao Guoqiang. This guy was just too much.
At any rate, this matter was finally settled, and Jinghai Port could finally get back on track for normal development. However, Gao Qicheng seized the opportunity of the port's rise to acquire a vessel dedicated to fish transportation. This single vessel brought him at least over 1 million yuan in income. Thus, Gao Qicheng's influence grew steadily, and he became somewhat of a local figure near the port. Little did he know that all of this was orchestrated by Zhao Guoqiang, primarily to ensure Gao Qilan could live a better life. Ivanka had been feeling quite miserable these past few days, utterly unprepared for the schemes Zhao Guoqiang had been orchestrating. Moreover, Zhao Guoyan's actions toward her were nothing but a series of carefully laid traps. So Ivanka took a bolder step. She planned to persuade Ning Zhonghai. After leaving the hotel together, Ivanka waited until they were seated in the car before speaking. This matter will require a great deal of effort on your part. Suffice it to say, if it isn't handled properly, I'll find myself in serious trouble. Ning Zhonghai was in high spirits. How could he not be, with such a stunning beauty by his side? Rest assured, with me handling this, there won't be any issues. Ivanka breathed a sigh of relief. Just buy us 2 months. Ning Zhonghai thought this shouldn't be a problem after all. Stalling for 2 months was simple enough.
Rest assured, I've got this covered.
Ivanka was satisfied with that, but news of the two leaving the hotel together and getting into the same car still reached Zhao Guoqiang's ears.
How interesting. Looks like those two have been colluding for quite some time now, huh?
Wang Hao speculated that based on their recent meetings, it must have been about half a month. Chairman, I suspect they've been together for some time.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Understood. For now, you needn't concern yourself with this matter.
Just as Zhao Guoqiang spoke, a message arrived. They actually want to delay the Yanchuan military port negotiations by 2 months.
Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood this must be that woman's doing. He pondered for a moment. Wang Hao, they've declared war on us now.
If we don't draw our swords soon, they'll think we're idiots, complete fools.
Wang Hao was furious too. He never imagined Ivanka would stoop to such tactics. This was outright bullying.
Zhao Guoqiang wasted no time.
Notify the construction engineering group. Have Cheng Cheng come over.
Zhao Guoqiang specifically requested Cheng Cheng by name.
In Uncle Tai's eyes, this must mean the couple's relationship was improving, right?
As Cheng Cheng was leaving, he specifically reminded her.
You two don't have any grudges that last overnight. Don't forget it was Chairman Zhao who saved your life back then. Otherwise, would you be where you are today? Cheng Cheng pouted.
I know he dug me out of that snowdrift, but I can't keep dwelling on it forever.
I've already given you a daughter. What more do you want from me? Uncle Tai chuckled, signaling he'd take note and never bring it up again.
Let Cheng Cheng handle it herself. Soon after, Cheng Cheng appeared at the Jingshan Industrial Park because Zhao Guoqiang mentioned a major deal he needed to discuss with the construction engineering group. Cheng Cheng also wanted to know what Zhao Guoqiang was really up to.
Before long, led by Wang Hao, Cheng Cheng entered Zhao Guoqiang's office.
Cheng Cheng pouted at Zhao Guoqiang.
What's the point of bringing me here? You didn't just want to chat, did you? Zhao Guoqiang placed the proposal directly on the desk, turned to pour tea, and then came Cheng Cheng's shriek. Brother Chang, you're not joking with me, right? Is this real or fake? This feels like I'm dreaming. My goodness, you're actually going to build an island? Brother Chang, you're sure you're not pulling my leg?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't heard Cheng Cheng call him that in years.
He chuckled and walked over. We plan to build a 77-kilometer circular road outside Yanchuan military port. The width will be about 50 meters. Interested? Cheng Cheng was absolutely hooked, poring over the proposal non-stop.
This was a golden opportunity falling right into his lap. Besides, Zhao Guoqiang had laid out everything clearly in the proposal. There was no reason Cheng Cheng wouldn't grasp it. By the time he finished reading, Cheng Cheng was utterly stunned. Securing this project would guarantee the company's profitability for the next decade. But then Zhao Guoqiang changed the subject.
Tell me honestly, what's going on with your daughter? Cheng Cheng's expression instantly changed as she handed the proposal back to Zhao Guoqiang. It's none of your business.
No matter how he pressed her, Cheng Cheng refused to discuss the child, and Zhao Guoqiang couldn't bring himself to ask further.
He handed the proposal and contract back to Cheng Cheng. Alright, handle this matter yourselves. Just make sure it's done quickly. Oh, and do you have a reef-building vessel? Before he could finish, he was already gone. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he closed the door.
After stepping out, Xingqiang was excited to take the child out for a big meal. After all, this meant she would receive a commission worth tens of millions.
Moreover, the most crucial factor was that naval vessels would undoubtedly be stationed near Yanchuan military port to assist with navigation.
So this job was straightforward. It all came down to the cost of reef construction. Thinking of this, Xingqiang couldn't be happier and hurried to report the news to Uncle Tai.
While some rejoiced, others fretted.
America was now in a panic. They couldn't fathom how Zhao Guoqiang could be so audacious. He was actually preparing to establish a ring-shaped reef around Yanchuan military port. Once that was done, Zhao Guoqiang would hold all the cards. And they couldn't stop him. America was filled with regret. Why had they spent hundreds of billions building this island reef in the first place? Now look, they could take it back any time they pleased.
It's unbearably painful. Upon receiving the news, Ivanka was furious.
She had agreed to buy her time, yet how had things turned out like this?
Chapter 86, Artificial Reef.
Ning Zhonghai kept ignoring her calls. She had no idea what that guy was up to.
In any case, Ivanka was furious.
If this kept up, she'd have to confront Ning Zhonghai. After 2 failed attempts, Ning Zhonghai finally answered the third call, though his tone was decidedly unfriendly.
I'm in the middle of a business meeting. Why are you constantly calling? Spit it out, what do you want?
She never expected Ning Zhonghai to treat her like this.
Ivanka paused, then spoke up. Cut the crap. First, explain clearly what's going on.
Why did Zhao Guoqiang suddenly decide to build reefs?
Do you have any idea how crucial Yanchuan naval base is to us? But now Zhao Guoqiang wants to seize it back. Do you understand what that means? It means our warships will have nowhere to go. What exactly is he trying to accomplish?
Ning Zhonghai has actually received word about this, but he hasn't paid much attention to it. Ivanka only gave verbal assurances about securing benefits for herself, but everyone knows such promises are worthless.
Ivanka seems to have caught on, and this guy doesn't even bother hiding it. Ning Zhonghai, I promised you benefits. Can you buy me some time now?
Ning Zhonghai held the phone far from his ear, let out a cold laugh, and hung up. This was truly disastrous. With no other options left, Ivanka had no choice but to make her final decision: resign. If this continued, who knew what might happen?
At this moment, Zhao Guoqiang was Ivanka's greatest adversary.
But Zhao Guoqiang was also currently searching for a very special filler material.
2 academicians stood before him, being berated point blank.
I told you this material must be completely safe. It's for the ocean, to protect fish.
Why didn't you 2 understand? Safety and stability are also non-negotiable. Did neither of you pay attention when I explained this? In short, your proposal is flawed. I've given you 1 hour.
If I don't have a concrete plan by then, you 2 can go home and sell sweet potatoes. After being scolded, the 2 dared not utter another word and slunk away.
Honestly, this kind of task was simply beyond their capabilities. Moreover, the deadline was extremely tight, absolutely not something ordinary people could handle.
The 2 academicians turned to leave. Just then, Yang Yi and Li Jing happened to approach them. Both kept their heads down, looking dejected yet somewhat curious.
What's going on? What happened to the 2 professors?
The 2 sighed and shook their heads, saying nothing more. Yang Yi felt baffled and led Li Jing straight into the room.
Professor, we've brought the results you requested earlier. Would you like to take a look?
Zhao Guoqiang nearly forgot he'd prepared some additional materials and quickly fetched them. Reviewing the data, Zhao Guoqiang found most of the figures aligned with current requirements.
You 2 know about the island construction project, right?
What are your thoughts? Li Jing felt this was his weak point. He shook his head, indicating he had no opinion, and turned to look at his senior classmate, Yang Yi.
Yang Yi pushed her glasses up. Professor, we understand your point.
But to be honest, given the current situation, we truly don't have a better design solution.
Moreover, whatever we place there must be foam-like, with rapid filling properties. Otherwise, the materials will be swept away by the undercurrents almost immediately, and all our efforts will be wasted. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. I'm concerned about that too. If we can't solve the issues of the undercurrents and buoyancy, then everything we've done will be useless.
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Yang Yi suddenly seemed to have an idea.
Teacher, what if we use a freezing agent? Zhao Guoqiang thought this method seemed promising. Ice freezing agents were indeed well suited for use in seawater.
But the most critical issue is the technical challenge. Producing enough of it in a short time frame is impossible.
Moreover, the required quantity is simply enormous.
Keeping up with demand would be a real challenge. Just as they were pondering this, Ivanka's report came back. To their surprise, headquarters had not approved her resignation. They even claimed to have enlisted the aid of America's most powerful X-corporation. Meanwhile, Ivanka was already in talks with X-corporation's president, Amiral.
Your concerns are entirely unnecessary.
Zhao Guoqiang absolutely has no means to construct the reefs. And if he dares to build, we will immediately dispatch warships to the distant seas to detonate explosives.
The resulting undercurrents will sweep away their machinery and personnel alike. I have numerous ways to deal with Zhao Guoqiang.
If he wants to play games, I'll gladly see it through to the end. Amelier's eyes brimmed with confidence.
Yet Ivanka felt uneasy, sensing something was off about this plan. Besides, Zhao Guoqiang is no ordinary man.
If he truly sets his mind on accomplishing something, he could likely resolve it in the blink of an eye.
At this thought, Ivanka couldn't help but sigh.
I hope you're not being overly optimistic.
Are you certain that location isn't suitable for constructing an island? Amelie nodded. That location is best suited for building islands by leveraging all our existing islands.
If Zhao Guoqiang wants to draw a circle around the small islands, it's like he could fly to the moon with his eyes closed.
Ivanka finally exhaled in relief. As long as Zhao Guoqiang didn't achieve his goal, that was enough. Seeing Ivanka's expression, Amelie smiled too.
There was no need to deal with Zhao Guoqiang so casually. After hanging up, Amelie specifically submitted a report to the Chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, stating that Zhao Guoqiang would absolutely be unable to construct it. If he could, her company would go out of business. Moreover, Amelie confidently asserted that not only did Zhao Guoqiang lack the capability to construct artificial islands, but before long, he would likely seek her cooperation because she possessed the world's finest island building machinery. After comparing technology and science across multiple fronts, Zhao Guoqiang would inevitably bow to him. Amir was overconfident. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang had already been in Lab 0 for over 2 hours.
An Xin looked puzzled and turned to Wang Hao beside her. Is this normal behavior for the commander? Wang Hao shook his head while munching on a biscuit. This issue must be seriously serious. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't be acting like this. This is going to be tough. Who knows what America is up to? Chapter 87, Zero Breakthrough. An Xin nudged him. How long have you been with the leader? Have you noticed anything unusual about him lately? Hearing an Xin's question, Wang Hao shook his head, indicating he hadn't noticed anything unusual about Zhao Guoqiang lately. But commander's always been like this. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Besides, Lab 0 hasn't been activated in ages.
Actually, I've been suspicious about something too. I feel like something's off. Just as Wang Hao spoke, an Xin was about to press for more details when Zhao Guoqiang opened the door. I'm getting hungry.
Have the cafeteria prepare dinner immediately.
Also, the lab is temporarily closed.
No one is allowed inside, not even the King of Kings himself.
With that, Zhao Guoqiang left with Wang Hao. Watching them walk away, an Xin quietly pushed the door open and slipped back inside.
This guy had discovered a glitch in the door mechanism. As long as it was restarted within 5 seconds of closing, it wouldn't lock permanently.
The moment she stepped inside, an Xin was stunned by the sight before her.
Never in her life had she seen so many bizarre contraptions.
They all looked like they belonged in some kind of scientific lab. An Xin approached one machine and lightly touched its control panel.
The next moment, the machine's display suddenly lit up. She immediately pulled out her phone to snap a photo, but the lights abruptly went out.
Just as an Xin was puzzled, a voice came from above. Did you forget the no photography rule? An Xin turned around to find Wang Hao staring at her, microphone in hand. She could only approach with a forced smile to explain, but Wang Hao paid her no mind. What on earth had Zhao Guoqiang brought over? An Xin scratched his head, not daring to say a word. After being led away by Wang Hao, he received a stern warning. Looks like you're still not behaving yourself, kid. Once you get back, copy out the confidentiality regulations twice more. Mark my words, if you dare cause trouble, I'll make you regret it. Wang Hao snatched Zhao Guoqiang's phone and walked away.
For a moment, he couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. Zhao Guoqiang sat down to eat, his mind still preoccupied with matters concerning the island reefs. Unexpectedly, Ivanka sent him a message.
This woman really was something else.
Zhao Guoqiang opened his phone and sent her a direct message.
Ivanka's call came through almost immediately. Chairman Zhao, I bet you're thinking about how to break through our technological barriers right now, aren't you? I think you're oversimplifying things.
If technological barriers could be breached so easily, everyone would be a scientist. If you abandon these reckless ideas now and partner with us on the latest project regarding the Yinchuan military port, we'll offer you a respectable deal.
Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood Ivanka's simple meaning.
They were likely preparing to exchange the latest weaponry technology for Yinchuan military port.
But then again, weren't they oversimplifying things? The Yinchuan military port has been built right to our doorstep. How could we let them construct this thing here so easily?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't directly deployed troops, merely reclaiming it was already a significant achievement.
Yet these greedy bastards still dared to covet the weapon technology. Zhao Guoqiang was truly furious enough to laugh.
After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. I think you're a decent person, but sometimes you like to chase unrealistic dreams like what you're doing now.
Ivanka, you need to understand, it's not you who control everything now, it's us. Got that? Before Ivanka could respond, Zhao Guoqiang began to sneer coldly. If you think you can trade Yinchuan military port for technology, you're dreaming. Even if you offered your entire territory, it still wouldn't be enough.
The call ended, leaving Ivanka frozen in place.
What the hell is going on?
At that very moment, Ivanka decided to play her trump card. Grabbing an envelope at random, she drove straight to Ning Zhonghai.
Mr. Ning, you're a tough nut to crack. If I hadn't mentioned the photos, would you still refuse to let me in? Rest assured, I understand the logic.
But if you don't want the contents of those photos to become public, you'd better cooperate with me. Ning Zhonghai's expression darkened instantly. Ivanka was threatening him with their photos. It seemed Ivanka had no other options, otherwise she wouldn't have resorted to this tactic.
We can discuss this seated.
Why resort to such measures?
Hearing this, Ivanka gave a cold laugh. How else could I proceed? You won't even answer my calls now.
This is cutting off the supply at the source.
Ning Zhonghai glared angrily, yet seemed powerless to do anything but seethe.
After a long pause, Ning Zhonghai spoke.
Just tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? Ivanka smiled faintly. What I want you to do is simple. You just need to decide whether you'll do it. You know the big star Yang Mi, right?
This woman previously met Zhao Guoqiang once under our arrangement, meaning the two could easily develop that kind of relationship.
I plan to use Yang Mi to break through Zhao Guoqiang.
Once that happens, Zhao Guoqiang will surely comply without resistance. Ning Zhonghai hesitated, finding this woman's plan downright reckless.
But then again, if Zhao Guoqiang were that easy to manipulate, wouldn't anyone be able to control him?
After careful consideration, Ning Zhonghai spoke up.
Will Yang Mi cooperate with this plan? If she has no interest in that sort of thing, wouldn't we be forcing her? Ivanka smiled. If Yang Mi won't cooperate, we can always find someone else who will. Don't you agree? After all, we're in this together now. Ning Zhonghai nodded, not daring to say more. After all, Ivanka was a madwoman.
After exchanging a few casual words, they arranged to meet Yang Mi that very evening. Fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. Crucially, Yang Mi wore a dress with black lace trim, adding an extra touch of allure. Ning Zhonghai couldn't take his eyes off her. Yang Mi cleared her throat awkwardly several times before Ning Zhonghai snapped back to reality with a smile.
Miss Yang, I assume someone has already discussed the general details with you? Yang Mi nodded. Miss Ivanka explained everything to me in detail.
Ning Zhonghai stood up and gently stroked Yang Mi's head. If you can handle Zhao Guoqiang, I'll promote you to an even more powerful position.
Chapter 88, Playing Tricks. Yang Mi instantly realized Ivanka was practically useless. Her real power lay in relying on Ning Zhonghai right before her.
With a smile, Yang Mi immediately drew closer to Ning Zhonghai, her eyes softening with a hint of allure. They both smiled. After all, they were both seasoned players.
Playing games? Put.
Yang Mi then voiced her most pressing concern. If Zhao Guoqiang's people get involved, I won't stand a chance against him. I hope you can help me take care of the people around him. Besides, I think it should be easy to create opportunities for Zhao Guoqiang and me to be alone.
Don't worry, I'll figure something out.
As they spoke, Ivanka suddenly entered. The two had to release each other for the moment, but Ivanka sensed an air of excitement lingering in the room. Ivanka picked up her car keys. I have business to attend to and must leave first.
You two sit down and talk at length. Remember, this matter is of utmost importance.
With that, Ivanka left, closing the door firmly behind her. Neither said anything more, just sat in their chairs and smiled.
An hour later, they emerged from the hotel. Yang Mi deliberately wore sunglasses, seemingly trying to hide her face.
But as the saying goes, the more you try to cover it up, the worse it looks. Yang Mi was facing exactly that problem right now. After getting into the car, Ning Zhonghai was still savoring the feeling of being with Yang Mi. He couldn't help but think he'd truly lived a life of luxury. As Ning Zhonghai pondered this, a sudden thought struck him. Yang Mi hadn't mentioned a specific time for action.
Worse still, Ivanka hadn't allowed them to contact each other privately.
Hope you get lucky. With that, Ning Zhonghai casually picked up the phone beside him and began scrolling through today's news.
In his eyes, dealing with Zhao Guoqiang from here on out was naturally Yang Mi's responsibility. And Yang Mi was indeed a pro.
After getting in the car, she touched up her makeup and headed straight to Zhao Lichuan's house. Teacher Zhao, this is the Jingshan Industrial tea I promised you last time. Please try it and see if the flavor suits your taste. Zhao Lichuan felt this girl Yang Mi was truly exceptional, a perfect match for his younger brother. He just couldn't fathom what his brother was thinking, wondering why he didn't like this woman. Honestly, she seemed to be growing more and more impressive. Have you been in touch with Guoqiang lately? Hearing Zhao Lichuan's sudden question, Yang Mi lowered her head in a coy gesture and shook her head softly.
Zhao Lichuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Zhao Guoqiang seemed a bit unreasonable. How could he ignore such a wonderful woman? Seems like this guy needs a good talking to. He's being far too stubborn.
Zhao Lichuan let out a long, exasperated sigh. That good-for-nothing brat was beyond the pale.
Noticing Zhao Lichuan's slight irritation, Yang Mi quickly defended Zhao Guoqiang.
To Zhao Lichuan, however, this was a clear sign of affection for her younger brother.
Zhao Lichuan smiled. Young Yang, do you still have feelings for Guoqiang? Yang Mi nodded.
Zhao Lichuan then continued. Well, since you both still have feelings for each other, this matter becomes much simpler.
Why don't you two just make things official? What do you think?
Don't worry, Guoqiang will be back soon.
That little rascal must be swamped lately, otherwise, how could he possibly ignore you? The door creaked open. Zhao Lichuan snorted coldly. He knew it had to be Zhao Guoqiang returning. Sure enough, Zhao Guoqiang appeared. Zhao Lichuan's face darkened. Come sit down for a moment. I need to talk to you. You're just like this, too strange. You can't always choose to avoid things. Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. What am I avoiding? But when he saw Yang Mi sitting across from Zhao Lichuan, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly understood. It seemed everything was connected to this woman. Zhao Guoqiang stared coldly at Yang Mi. I didn't expect you'd have time to come here. Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan grew even angrier. How could he not speak politely to the young lady? He gave Zhao Guoqiang a thorough scolding, and in the end, with no other choice, he had to obey his older brother and escort Yang Mi home. But Yang Mi was indeed quite skilled. She deliberately employed a delaying tactic with Zhao Guoqiang, refusing to let him escort her upstairs while putting on an act of genuine affection. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Guoqiang thought Yang Mi was actually quite decent. She clearly had skills. Just as they were parting, Yang Mi suddenly said, I almost forgot I have an event tomorrow. Could you come? Just do me a favor. Zhao Guoqiang thought for a moment and nodded. If my schedule permits, I'll be there. You should go up now. After seeing her off, Zhao Guoqiang immediately had his team check Yang Mi's travel records and the places she'd visited earlier. They quickly found Yang Mi's hotel check-in record, which also included a male companion. Though he didn't know who this man accompanying her was, he was certain Yang Mi was up to no good. So Zhao Guoqiang resolved to see exactly what tricks this woman was playing on him. The next morning, Zhao Guoqiang proactively called Yang Mi. I'm free today. When does that event you mentioned start? Yang Mi hadn't expected such a surprise to come so suddenly. Are you coming over right now? I'll tell you the location, hurry over. Zhao Guoqiang changed into a fresh outfit, looking clean and crisp. Soon after, Zhao Guoqiang drove to the scene where Yang Mi was attending an event. But Yang Mi deliberately exchanged glances with others, pretending to argue. To her surprise, Zhao Guoqiang didn't plan to play the hero. Yang Mi was nearly speechless. What was this guy playing at? After all, the person arguing with her was hired by Yang Mi herself. Surely he wouldn't actually slap her in front of everyone? As the standoff continued, Zhao Guoqiang walked over. What's going on? What's happening between you two? Yang Mi was on the verge of snapping at him. Couldn't he see the predicament she was in? Zhao Guoqiang, however, wore an amused smile as he watched the two. In any case, Zhao Guoqiang knew full well that these two were dreaming if they thought they could pull off any tricks. Yang Mi endured the awkwardness until the entire program concluded. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang approached her again. I didn't quite notice what happened to you earlier. Are you okay? Should I go confront him now? Yang Mi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Zhao Guoqiang hadn't caught on to her scheme. But she failed to notice the playful glint in his eyes. Yang Mi put on a composed front. Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go grab a bite, something delicious. Chapter 89, Too Obvious. Zhao Guoqiang readily agreed, and the two headed straight to a nearby 4-star restaurant. Upon entering, Zhao Guoqiang noticed the seat Yang Mi had chosen for him placed him in a blind spot, completely blocking his view of anyone behind him. Moreover, it seemed Yang Mi had already made all her preparations. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but sneer coldly. If this woman had everything planned out, then he'd play alone. When the drinks arrived, Zhao Guoqiang took just one sip before feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He slowly leaned back and slumped into his chair. Yang Mi smirked triumphantly. So he thought he was so formidable? Now he was completely at her mercy. She quickly waved to her assistant waiting nearby, signaling them to lift Zhao Guoqiang and carry him upstairs. The young assistant seemed inexperienced with such situations. Sis, are we really going through with this? What if he wakes up and finds out we did this? Won't he kill me? Yang Mi was nearly driven mad by this assistant's constant fussing. Why are you spouting all this nonsense? Shut your filthy mouth. Are you trying to force me to deal with you? The assistant immediately shut up, not daring to utter another word, terrified Yang Mi would lose her temper and make an example of her. Yang Mi snorted coldly, thinking this assistant really did love to blab. Close the door and get out. The assistant had no choice but to comply. Once he was gone, Yang Mi sat down and lit a cigarette. Finally, she could relax. With Zhao Guoqiang around, she had to play the lady. What a drag. Once the cigarette was nearly finished, Yang Mi shared the good news with Ning Zhonghai. She even took photos of Zhao Guoqiang. Ning Zhonghai was stunned. He never expected Yang Mi to be so ruthless. She'd actually taken him down. Amidst his excitement, he urged Yang Mi to hurry up and get things done. After all, delaying things could lead to complications. Yang Mi snorted coldly and reached out to tear Zhao Guoqiang's clothes off. But before she could tear them open, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly struck her with a knife hand strike, knocking her unconscious. Zhao Guoqiang climbed to his feet with a cold smile and opened the door. An Xin and Wang Hao entered and looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Commander, what should we do with this woman? Zhao Guoqiang didn't respond. Instead, he picked up Yang Mi's phone.
He discovered the recent contact had been deleted. They were certainly discreet about their business. Strip her naked, then invite reporters over to take pictures. Hearing this, Wang Hao nodded, realizing it would be awkward for him to do it himself. Instead, he had the female staff member accompanying them help strip her clothes off, then called a group of people over to take photos. After all, once Yang Ni's photos were taken, they could be leaked in a matter of minutes. It must be said, this was a truly massive gamble. By the time Yang Mi woke up, the photos and scandal had already spread like wildfire across the entire world.
Zhao Guoqiang's move had utterly crushed this woman.
Yang Mi hadn't anticipated the impact on her company. After all, the entire business relied on her earnings. Most crucially, her film contracts and advertising deals had never faltered.
But today's incident meant the astronomical penalty fees could practically kill her.
Yang Mi had no clue what had happened, but Zhao Guoqiang slipping through her fingers like this was utterly unreasonable. Fuming, Yang Mi called Zhao Guoqiang, demanding to know exactly what was going on. To her surprise, after picking up the phone, Zhao Guoqiang only gave a cold laugh.
Why the sudden urge to call me? Oh, and how did those photos turn out? Did you enjoy looking at them?
Yang Mi held back her rage and cursed inwardly.
You shameless bastard. How could you be so despicable? Do you realize what you're doing is practically destroying me? Zhao Guoqiang, I intended to date you. Why are you treating me like this? You're nothing but a complete jerk.
Zhao Guoqiang snorted coldly. He hadn't expected this woman to actually dare to curse him out, but it didn't matter.
You think you're so great, huh? Truth is, I know exactly how to deal with someone like you. I could take you down in a heartbeat. Too bad you think you're so special. Yang Mi, you went to such lengths to get close to me. Wasn't it all for this? Who do you think you're fooling? But I know you can't hold out much longer now, right? You said you wanted me to help you with something? Yang Mi didn't hesitate when she heard this. They're demanding an exorbitant penalty fee from me now, you know that, right? I don't have that kind of money. Please help me. Can you make them stop chasing me for this money? Don't worry. Once I get through this crisis, I'll never bother you again.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
This woman was quite something, but was she oversimplifying things?
Once you're caught up in a power struggle, how could you possibly extricate yourself so easily?
I know who sent you. Tell that person right now, I won't let this go.
I'll dig until I find the truth.
Zhao Guoqiang hung up the phone. He had no patience for Yang Mi's nonsense right now.
Besides, Zhao Guoqiang was focused solely on resolving the technical issues quickly, otherwise, he might run out of time. Entering Lab 0, Zhao Guoqiang immediately began the experimental phase. Every other lab had refused him, insisting they were powerless to help. Now, Zhao Guoqiang had to seize this last chance.
If he couldn't make it work, the reef creation project would be scrapped.
After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoqiang added the experimental materials.
The reaction that erupted the next instant sent a thrill of excitement through him.
Pouring the prepared mixture into the water, everything unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The expansion was complete, and Zhao Guoqiang breathed a sigh of relief. I told you this ratio was absolutely perfect. Zhao Guoqiang declared, immediately ordering production to begin according to the formula. In short, everything had to happen quickly. If it was delayed any longer, who knew what might happen? News of Zhao Guoqiang's sudden breakthrough had already spread like wildfire.
Ivanka had also received the news and quickly called Amelie. We're in trouble. Things have taken a turn for the worst.
Zhao Guoqiang seems to have developed a filling material. Hearing this, Amelie merely chuckled.
Are you kidding me? Zhao Guoqiang doesn't have that kind of capability. You're overthinking this. There's absolutely no way that could be true.
In her eyes, if she hadn't been able to figure it out after all this time, how could Zhao Guoqiang possibly discover it so easily?
Amelie dismissed the matter entirely.
Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had not only developed the material but had already begun production. He dispatched it directly to the vicinity of Yantuan military port. Fighters circled endlessly in the sky, as if to remind America. Chapter 90, Drawing a Circle.
Ivanka never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would strike so ruthlessly, even arranging for the television broadcast. Moreover, this new material could construct twice the volume of an equal area with just 1 ton.
It was nearly impossible to stop, especially with the military lurking nearby, eager for America to make its move. This incident was causing quite a stir, but an even more significant matter was unfolding. Shi Tongwei was now facing a headache, as Su Jiang had become entangled in a certain affair.
Su Jiang, what the hell are you playing at? Haven't you just stirred up trouble? Su Jian looked equally troubled, nodding repeatedly to Shi Tongwei.
Sir, I admit I handled this poorly, but I never imagined it would come to your attention. I never imagined they'd actually dare to report it up the chain of command. At these words, Shi Tongwei nearly lost his temper.
You bastard! What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean you didn't expect them to report it?
Let me tell you straight, they're accusing you of forcibly demolishing buildings.
How do you plan to explain this?
I'm warning you, this matter might be beyond my control to suppress.
If it escalates too far, you'll likely face consequences too. Su Jiang was already panicking. Truthfully, it wasn't a major issue, just some minor misconduct by his subordinates during the demolition process. That was all. He hadn't ordered them to do anything else. How did this escalate out of nowhere?
Seeing Su Zhong's state, Shi Tongwei frowned, clearly displeased.
Let me be blunt, the trouble you've stirred up is too deep now. No one can save you. Got it? At those words, Su Zhong instantly tensed up. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing.
Leader, I've deeply realized my mistake.
This can't just be left like this. If you can help me out, I'll never forget your kindness, boss.
Tongwei sensed he couldn't contain this situation himself.
Might as well send him to Li Dakong. Su Zhong was surprisingly gullible. He actually took that nonsense and went to see Li Dakong.
When they met, Li Dakong's expression was beyond unpleasant.
So you're here because Director Qi sent you, is that it?
Su Zhong nodded and restated his problem.
To his surprise, Li Dakong offered a rather lofty justification. Alright, just keep this matter in mind. What good does overthinking it do?
After dismissing him reluctantly, Li Dakong picked up the phone and dialed Shi Tongwei.
You're being downright inconsiderate. This is practically setting me up to fail. Do you have any idea what he said when he came? He actually asked me to handle this mess. I wasn't even involved. Why should I have to clean up his mess? You're going to be the death of me, you know? Just go ahead and drive me to my grave. Shi Tongwei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Realizing his mistake, he quickly cleared his throat twice. Don't get so worked up. This whole thing was Su Zhong's doing.
Don't worry, that kid won't be coming after us anytime soon.
Li Dakong pondered for a moment. Let's skip the small talk.
I heard the leader hasn't been in a good mood lately, and it seems like there's an unresolved issue.
Should we find a time to talk with the leader? Shi Tongwei hesitated. Easy for you to say. What do we have to talk about with him now? Besides, even if we wanted to talk, it probably wouldn't be that simple right now. Either way, whatever we discuss won't be easy. For a moment, Li Dakong agreed Shi Tongwei had a point. What could they possibly discuss now? Zhao Guoqiang was clearly in a foul mood. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang unexpectedly appeared at the kindergarten.
Under the guise of a philanthropist, he entered the premises and spotted the little girl playing in the corner.
Little girl, do you recognize me? What are you playing with here?
This little girl bore a strong resemblance to Jingshan, though her face was a bit rounder. Zhao Guoqiang sat down on the ground, preparing to play with the little girl.
But then, the little girl turned and ran away. Little girl, why are you running away? Just as he was about to chase after her, the teacher stepped in to stop him. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhao. This child is a bit shy around strangers.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, indicating it was no problem.
Can the child's mother pick her up on time every day? What time does she usually come?
Hearing this, the teacher looked puzzled.
Zhao Guoqiang quickly made up an excuse. Unexpectedly, the teacher's response nearly left Zhao Guoqiang speechless.
Someone helps pick her up every day, but I heard it's not this little girl's father.
By the way, why do you ask?
Just as Zhao Guoqiang was pondering this, Li Hongwei unexpectedly walked in carrying snacks, leaving the teacher looking utterly bewildered.
We're in the middle of class. Could you please take your things and leave quickly? Don't disrupt our class, okay?
Li Hongwei said smugly.
So I'm disturbing you, what's the big deal? You're just a kindergarten teacher. Stop bothering me, got it? I'm here to see the child. Get out of my way.
Zhao Guoqiang caught the teacher, who nearly stumbled, and shoved Li Hongwei aside.
What's that supposed to mean? Does your child attend this school too? Li Hongwei nodded and pointed to Qingqing's daughter. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing. Since when was she his daughter? Look at your face, do you even resemble this child? Please don't disgust people here. You're just making a fool of yourself, okay?
Li Hongwei opened his mouth but said nothing. Instead, he opened all the snacks and handed them to the children. Zhao Guoqiang was furious and reached out to punch him. But just as he did, Li Hongwei left the snacks behind and took off running. Zhao Guoqiang stayed until nearly dismissal time when he spotted Chengcheng arriving to pick up her child.
What are you doing here? Quit your executive job to become a kindergarten teacher?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
Chengcheng got into the car with her daughter, ready to leave.
Zhao Guoqiang slammed on the gas, cutting her off.
Let's talk. What's going on with this child? I checked, this child is from a single-parent family. You didn't log in. What do you mean by mentioning the child's father? If this child has any connection to me, you'd better tell me proactively. Don't make things unnecessarily complicated. Chengcheng looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Bottom line, this has nothing to do with you.
Now get back to where you came from and do what you're supposed to do.
Chengcheng drove off smugly.
Zhao Guoqiang pulled over and sat there for a long while.
This woman is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 91, Su Zhong's intervention.
It must be said that after Chengcheng left, Zhao Guoqiang still harbored considerable doubts about the incident. And just as the two parted ways, another car had witnessed their entire conversation, and the person inside was none other than Su Jiang. Su Jiang also owned a construction company, and he was puzzled as to why his firm hadn't won the bid. Carrying this question, he had originally intended to find Chang and ask for clarification. But who could have imagined that Chang would come to pick up her child? Thus, Su Jiang witnessed the entire scene. Su Jiang keenly sensed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. He sought out Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai, what exactly is going on here? I hope you can explain it to me clearly. Rest assured, I'm just asking broadly, I have absolutely no ulterior motives. Uncle Tai glanced at Su Jiang with a complex expression. He hadn't expected this troublemaker to uncover the truth. But keeping quiet might not be an option. After all, Su Jiang's influence was considerable now, and the kid was adept at navigating all sides. Su Jiang, you've made quite a name for yourself. What good does knowing all this really do you? Besides, I know what you're thinking. But these matters have nothing to do with you. I'll give you some advice, it's best you don't get involved. Otherwise, you might be the one who ends up suffering. Su Jiang gave a cold chuckle, surprised that Uncle Tai would speak so bluntly. Uncle Tai, we've been through thick and thin together. Your warnings won't sway me. For profit, I'll sacrifice everything. I beg you, old man, tell me the truth. What really happened with Chang? And that project was originally mine, but Chang snatched it away. Then today, the boss visited Chang's child's kindergarten. I know there's definitely something going on between them, right? Uncle Tai hadn't anticipated this bastard figuring everything out. He couldn't help but snort coldly, and Su Jiang knew he'd guessed correctly. But Su Jiang didn't show too much excitement, he just smiled indifferently. Since Uncle Tai enjoys playing along, I'll see this game through to the end. Otherwise, people might think I can't handle it. With that thought, Su Jiang looked at Uncle Tai. Don't worry, if I get a bite to eat, you get a bite too. We're both hustlers out here, no need to make things ugly, right? Uncle Tai was deeply displeased by Su Jiang's words. But clearly, Uncle Tai was powerless to change any of this. There are some things I can only warn you about once. But if you know the gravity of the situation and still recklessly push forward, no one can save you. Remember this, Zhao Guoqiang will always be the boss. You'll always be just another underling among his many underlings. Got it? In short, I'm warning you, don't make things too ugly. Otherwise, none of us will be able to handle the fallout. Uncle Tai issued 2 warnings in succession, but in Su Jiang's eyes, these were meaningless words. He simply didn't care. Uncle Tai, if you're so eager to lecture me, why not focus on your own affairs instead? You don't even have a son. Doesn't Lu Xinjian ever come to see you? Uncle Tai gave a cold laugh, picked up the tea beside him, and flung it straight at Su Jiang. Su Jiang hadn't expected Uncle Tai to throw tea at him. Furious, he could barely react. But to Uncle Tai's astonishment, Su Jiang just grinned back at him. Well done. Su Jiang said before turning and walking away. Uncle Tai was so furious he smashed the cup on the floor. Su Jiang had truly become a force to be reckoned with now he dared speak to him like that. What a bloody bastard. Uncle Tai regretted it deeply. Back in the day, Su Jiang was just a small-time punk. If he hadn't taken the kid under his wing and started him out as a security guard, would he have made it to where he is today? That bastard had actually turned around and bitten the hand that fed him. Uncle Tai was so furious his hands were trembling. Just then, Chang pushed open the door and noticed something was terribly wrong with Uncle Tai. What happened? How did he end up like this? Chang knew nothing about Su Jiang's visit. How had things turned out like this? Uncle Tai was seething with rage. Don't even get me started. That bastard Su Jiang showed up earlier. You know what that son of a said to me? He said he saw you talking to Zhao Guoqiang and asked whose child it was. I don't think it'll be long before Su Jiang comes after you. Looks like I'm getting too old and useless. Chang instantly understood Uncle Tai's meaning. It was simple, he was afraid Chang would abandon him again. Chang sighed. We weathered the toughest times together. I wouldn't abandon you to partner with a complete stranger. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I'll always be your goddaughter. Alright, don't be upset anymore. After Chang soothed him, Uncle Tai let it go. But the most critical issue was that Su Jiang had actually tracked down the teacher of Ching's child. Teacher, we should discuss things properly. Rest assured, I'm not here to cause trouble. I've brought you a gift, please accept it, okay? One of Su Jiang's henchmen chimed in. Boss, didn't you say we shouldn't give gifts lightly? At that remark, Su Jiang flicked his wrist and delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. He was nearly boiling with rage. How could this henchman be so stupid? Rubbing his stinging cheek, Su Jiang glared at the teacher. Teacher Li, you'd better do me a favor and cooperate. Otherwise, I really do get angry easily. I'm asking you one last time, tell me the truth. Whose child is that girl? Did you hear me? If you don't give me a straight answer, I'll make you regret it. Teacher Li's eyes rolled back in terror, nearly fainting on the spot. Su Jiang quickly slapped Teacher Xiao Li's face, snapping him back to consciousness. You still haven't told me the truth. I can't let you pass out yet. If you don't cooperate, I'll really lose my temper. Got it? Teacher Xiao Li felt helpless. Logically, this shouldn't be disclosed, but please don't hurt me. I'll tell you everything. The form said single-parent family, and the father's section was never filled out.
I have no idea who it was.
The previous person was a philanthropist who invested in us. He had nothing to do with our class.
Teacher Shaoli was trembling with fear. Seeing this, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Teacher Shaoli genuinely didn't know.
Su Jiang rubbed his chin, his gaze fixed on Teacher Shaoli.
Chapter 92, Paying Respect to the Boss.
I know you might genuinely be unaware of these matters, but let me give you some advice. You'd better keep your ears open about this business.
Got it? If you don't play nice, I could take you out anytime. Got it?
After delivering this threat, Su Jiang felt no need to torment Teacher Li further.
After all, why pick on someone? But Teacher Shaoli was undeniably attractive.
Su Jiang snatched the phone and coldly ordered,
"Unlock it." Teacher Li dared not resist and immediately complied.
Su Jiang glanced at it twice, found nothing amiss, and promptly scanned his own contact information, adding a note. After finishing, Su Jiang leaned close to Teacher Li's ear and whispered softly,
"I really like you. From now on, you'll just have to behave yourself. I'll make sure no one bullies you, okay?
Just remember this, if your boyfriend dares to come looking for you, I'll chop off his legs. And if you dare to delete me, I'll chop off his legs too." We'll never know what trouble Teacher Shaoli's boyfriend actually caused. Left with no choice, Teacher Shaoli could only nod in agreement.
Once Su Jiang and his crew finally left, Teacher Li immediately grabbed her phone to call the police.
But the thought of her boyfriend possibly having his legs chopped off made her grit her teeth and reconsider.
After stepping outside, Su Jiang realized he couldn't just let things slide. He knew he had to make a move.
He dashed to a nearby flower shop and tossed down 20,000 yuan without a word. Starting today, you'll deliver a bouquet to this address every single day.
Got it? Every single day. And all you need to do is say good morning. Hear me? If you can't handle it, I'll have someone handle you. Got it? The shop owner nodded frantically in fear. After all, these guys clearly weren't pushovers.
After settling the matter, Su Jiang strode out with his men, but even seated in the car, he still felt something wasn't quite right. He pondered carefully.
"Boss, this is all I can do for you."
Just then, another thought struck Su Jiang. He'd seen a little boy pushing that girl earlier today. Damn it, he felt his blood boil.
"Let's go." Su Jiang drove straight to the boy's house.
Facing such a group, the parents were too scared to utter a word.
Su Jiang surveyed the family. "I hear your child has a bit of a bully problem. Seems your parenting methods must be quite unique, right? Let's talk."
"I hear your child got physical today, right?"
Hearing this, most parents would have tensed up.
But unexpectedly, the boy suddenly pointed his finger right at Su Jiang's nose.
"So what if I did? My mom says if you don't like something, you should hit it." Su Jiang looked utterly astonished. "I knew there was something wrong with your family. See? I've uncovered the problem. Why do you two keep doing this kind of thing?"
As he spoke, Su Jiang gently tugged the man's clothes, pinned him to the ground, and landed a hard punch. The little boy immediately picked up the toy gun from the ground, ready to attack Su Jiang, but the next moment, the bodyguard snatched it away and snapped it in half.
Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. "Don't worry, I've got a spotless reputation. I'd never lay a finger on a child.
But I'd appreciate it if you'd stop being such a jerk.
I don't hit children, but I will hit their fathers. Got that?" With that, Su Jiang struck again, beating the man into silence.
After subduing him, Su Jiang threatened, "If I ever find out you dare bully that girl again, I'll make sure your entire family dies."
Got that? And you little brat. You can act tough now, but once you turn 18, I'll chop you into mincemeat and feed you to the fish in the river. Su Jiang's intimidating demeanor completely cowed the entire family.
Not a single one of them dared utter another word. Su Jiang strode away with his men, head held high.
This incident was finally put to rest, and Zhao Guoqiang remained completely unaware of all the trouble Su Jiang had been stirring behind his back.
Early the next morning, Changcheng discovered the flowers left at the doorstep, assuming they were another gift from Li Hongwei. She followed her usual routine, picking up the flowers and tossing them into the trash bin by the door.
After Changcheng drove away, the florist would rush over, retrieve the flowers, repackage them, and sell them to the next customer. Sometimes, if no one bought them, the flowers would be returned to Changcheng.
Zhao Guoqiang seemed unusually low-spirited today because he discovered something. A company he had previously contacted was suddenly unreachable. In other words, this company was also a force opposing America. If something were to happen to this company, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Guoqiang pondered this and immediately instructed Wan how to attempt contact once more. Unfortunately, there was still no response from the other side.
Zhao Guoqiang considered the possibility that this might be a deliberate move by the American side.
Perhaps they had long known about this organization's connection to him. They likely intended to use this incident to assert their authority and force a showdown with him. They were determined to get to the bottom of the Yinchuan military port matter. Unexpectedly, the phone suddenly picked up.
"Commander, someone's picked up."
Without a word, Zhao Guoqiang snatched the phone. "This is the coffee shop.
May I take your order? We have green coffee available." It was a code phrase. The other party replied with obvious effort. My evil neighbor won't let me drink coffee. After uttering those words, the line went dead. It seemed the caller had hung up. Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened considerably. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Clenching his fists, he was furious. Zhao Guoqiang immediately called Ivanka. Come to my place immediately. Ivanka was stunned, completely unprepared for Zhao Guoqiang summoning her so abruptly. Full of anticipation, she arrived directly at the Jingshan Industrial Park. Seeing security personnel standing at attention everywhere, Ivanka instantly felt a surge of satisfaction. But Zhao Guoqiang led Ivanka straight to his office. As soon as they sat down, he suddenly pinned her against the wall. You shouldn't have touched this organization, you know? What I mean is, you guys went way too far this time. I want to know whose idea this was. You better give me an answer today and make it clear. Got it? Ivanka was utterly terrified by Zhao Guoqiang's demeanor. Chapter 93, Terrified. Ivanka spoke cautiously. Chairman Zhao, I have no idea what's going on. Could you please give me a clue? We have no grudges against each other. You don't need to treat me like this, okay? Chairman Zhao, I beg you, let go. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Only upon hearing these words did Zhao Guoqiang slowly release his grip. Ivanka collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Ivanka had never seen Zhao Guoqiang like this before. She was deeply curious what on earth was going on. Zhao Guoqiang said coldly. What's going on with Ivanka? I don't need to explain further, do I? This morning, an organization that should have greeted me as usual vanished without a trace. I know this is undoubtedly your doing. Go back and tell that bastard Amiral, if he wants to play this game to the end, I will play it to the end with him. In short, whoever makes me suffer won't get off easy either. Got it? Hearing this, Ivanka nodded repeatedly, indicating he had heard and understood everything clearly. Zhao Guoqiang slapped Ivanka's face hard. Ivanka was so terrified she was nearly scared to death. Unable to hold back, she burst into tears and quickly covered her mouth with a handkerchief, afraid of provoking Zhao Guoqiang's displeasure. After struggling to escape, Ivanka was utterly enraged. She never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would treat her this way. She called Amelie to get to the bottom of it. You lunatic, what the hell did you come up with? He seemed half asleep, looking utterly bewildered. What happened? Why are you so worked up? Hearing this, Ivanka gave a cold laugh. I never thought you'd have the nerve to ask me that, you know? I just went through a life or death situation. I was almost killed by someone. Anyway, what exactly have you been doing behind my back? Don't you really have any idea? I'm asking you, is that organization with the codename W you're doing? Amelie vaguely recalled something and quickly checked the logs. Sure enough, it was their doing. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. He hadn't anticipated this matter would cause such a huge problem. Amelie let out a long sigh, looking utterly bewildered. What exactly happened? Did Zhao Guoqiang come looking for you? Ivanka nodded. Yes. Zhao Guoqiang demanded to know exactly why, and he choked me so hard. Do you understand what that means? It means he's already decided to kill me. He wants to kill me. Do you understand? It was clear Ivanka was now utterly panicked. Amelie could only try her best to comfort her. You're understandably tense, but since this has already happened, I need you to stay calm, okay? Don't worry. We haven't uncovered the specifics about that organization yet. Once we have results, I'll contact you proactively. Trust me. With that, the call abruptly ended. Ivanka was nearly furious, repeatedly demanding to know why. Unfortunately, the other party couldn't hear her voice, so she had no choice but to hang up. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had already deployed the Dragon Tooth Special Forces to resolve the situation swiftly. For him, if this situation dragged on any longer, it would be absolutely disastrous. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang soon received an email from an anonymous hacker. Don't bother wondering who I am. Just know I'm here to negotiate. Withdraw your ships deployed near Yanchuan military port immediately. Otherwise, we will launch a cyber attack on your systems. Zhao Guoqiang was at a loss for words. He took his device and, maintaining the same network connection, he walked straight into the computer lab. Zhao Guoqiang repositioned the computer and connected a special cable. After a moment's thought, he plugged the cable into the supercomputer's port in the lab. The computer flashed twice, then began rapidly pinpointing the hacker's exact location. It must be said, Zhao Guoqiang's skills were truly formidable. In mere moments, he had pinpointed the opponent's location, a location the hacker likely never imagined. Zhao Guoqiang then assigned another mission to the Dragon Fang Special Forces. Please head to this location first. Capture this young man and bring him back. After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang waited in silence. The Dragon's Tooth Special Forces were puzzled. What kind of game was this? Nevertheless, they followed their standard procedure, quietly approaching the residential building and launching a sudden strike. In the blink of an eye, the hacker was apprehended only to discover he was a mere 15-year-old boy. Holy crap, you're only 15 and you dare to be a hacker? You're incredibly smart though. Have you finished your homework? The kid was completely frozen in shock. The team members casually helped him pick up his backpack and suggested he find another place to continue his work. A few hours later, the boy was brought before Zhao Guoqiang. I hear you're pretty cocky. Are you any good at fighting? You actually sent me a message? I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Could you send me that anonymous message again? Hearing this, panic flashed across the child's face, while Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled faintly. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. Just hand over what I'm looking for, and I promise not to make things difficult for you, okay? Zhao Guoqiang pulled out the child's school records and discovered the little guy's name was Jiabuli. I don't want to have to repeat myself. Jabri could only comply, but to Zhao Guoqiang's surprise, the kid was using the most basic hacking algorithm. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing. So this kid was this clueless? He'd thought he was something special, but apparently, his skills were nothing special at all. This is hilarious. Be honest, what the hell is this nonsense you've cooked up? Hearing this, Jiabuli argued back. I'm a hacker. Of course I'm threatening your existence. Zhao Guoqiang patted Jiabuli on the shoulder. Well, if you're a hacker, then what am I? I'll have to show you what I'm made of. As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang clicked once. The page instantly transformed into a bank transfer interface. Zhao Guoqiang deliberately transferred 10 million yuan out of his own account. But to his utter astonishment, the amount in the recipient's account had ballooned to 100 million. Jabri had intended to mock him, but upon seeing the figure jump to 100 million, he was utterly stunned. How did you do that? You're amazing. Teach me, I'll learn from you earnestly, okay? Chapter 94, Stupid Beyond Belief. Zhao Guoqiang smacked him on the head. He knew these jerks were up to no good. Could something like this really be learned so easily? Enough. If you want to learn this, you must be eager to rot in jail. Zhao Guoqiang cut to the chase, ordering his men to take the boy away. After a meal, they sent him back. For a moment, Jiabu remembered this man, though he still felt disappointed that he hadn't taught him. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang watched the boy eat from the surveillance room. And Xin looked puzzled. Sir, why are you doing this? I don't see anything unusual about this kid. Zhao Guoqiang looked at him. You can't say that. This kid is no ordinary fellow. He's not telling me the truth. He hasn't clarified who instructed him to leak that information, so I'm going to draw out that curiosity lurking in his mind. And Xin looked puzzled. So if I understand you correctly, you won't be trying to trick him? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, neither denying nor confirming, simply nodding in acknowledgement. What's the big deal? I think it's perfectly normal. I'm just trying to teach the kid a lesson. And Xin was thoroughly impressed. She hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be someone who combined kindness with authority. It was undeniably somewhat interesting. Staring at Zhao Guoqiang, and Xin was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, Zhao Guoqiang played another card, instructing an Xin to take the cookies to Jiabuli. When he saw an Xin, Jiabuli was actually a bit pleased after all, he wanted the cookies too. And Xin pushed the cookies toward him. Hey kid, let me ask you something. How much does it cost to send a text like the ones you guys send? I want you to send me one too. Jabri looked puzzled. How did you even know those things cost money? Hearing this, an Xin smiled faintly, thinking the kid was talking nonsense. If it weren't paid, would he even bother? Cut the nonsense. Just tell me what you think about this. After a moment's thought, Jabri spoke up. What's the big deal? I saw it in a group chat. It was just a way to earn some pocket money. I didn't expect you guys to catch me. And Xin looked puzzled. So you don't actually know how to hack? As she spoke, an Xin snatched the cookie back. Jabri looked puzzled. How could this guy turn on him so quickly? And Xin didn't even bother with small talk. She thought this kid might know something, but it turned out he was just a phony. Jabri couldn't help but pout, wanting to speak up several times. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had located the group and successfully pinpointed the group owner's position. Seems like this was another little trick Amber had pulled off. Fine. If he wanted to play games, he'd play along until the end. Interesting. Then I'll show you what I'm made of. Zhao Guoqiang spoke as he prepared to take action, copying out a complete set of malicious code. He released the code and initiated the botnet attack. Before long, several group members reported issues with their devices, including the group owners. Before they could speak, the next moment saw them pinned down on the table, and a video was recorded. Zhao Guoqiang packaged these videos and sent them directly to Amaral. He then called him. Well, Mr. Amalir, do you like the gift I sent you? Amelie was nearly boiling with rage. What the hell do you think you're doing? Zhao Guoqiang, I'm warning you, don't push things too far. You should know I'm not someone to mess with. If you keep this up, I'll really lose my temper. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and snorted coldly. Don't give me that. What exactly can you do if you turn on me? I get it, you're just trying to scare me, right? The Yanchuan military port operation is a done deal. Our materials will arrive tonight. Then I'll draw a circle around the island for you.
As soon as Zhao Guoqiang finished speaking, Amelie tried to say something, but the call had already been hung up. Fuming, he was momentarily at a loss. His only immediate solution was to scatter numerous floating fishing nets in the vicinity. Any approaching vessel would inevitably have its engine tangled in them. But that was only a temporary fix. Soon after, Zhao Guoqiang deployed a specially designed vessel to sweep all the nets and floating debris into its garbage hold. That very night, island construction commenced. While Zhao Guoqiang was undertaking this grand project, Gao Qilan hadn't seen him in quite some time. For a moment, she felt uneasy, wondering what Zhao Guoqiang was up to. What the hell? He hasn't come to see me in so long. Could he have really forgotten about me? Gao Qilan sat by the window, lost in thought. Just then, Gao Qixing approached. What's gotten into you? Why are you spacing out like this? Today's a holiday. Even if you want to zone out, couldn't you pick another day? Gao Qilan finally snapped out of it, quickly nodding as she looked at her second brother. Soon after, Gao Qiquang returned, and the family sat down to eat. But the family wasn't exactly bustling with activity at that moment. Gao Qichuan sensed something was off. Don't overthink it. If things get too tough, I'll give you some money to go out and have fun. Some things just can't be forced, you understand? Of course, if it works out, that'd be great. But if it doesn't, you can't force it. You agree, right? Gao Qilan couldn't help but sigh. I know what you mean, but I really can't accept this. I haven't done anything wrong, and I shouldn't be punished like this. Big brother, don't you agree? Gao Qishang didn't know how to explain it either, and they awkwardly finished the meal. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Gao Qishang opened it to find a tall woman with short hair standing there. Who might you be? The woman smiled. I'm not here for you. Gao Qilan, does she live here? Hearing this, Gao Qilan hurried over, staring at the person before her with a puzzled expression. That's me. Who are you looking for? Upon hearing this, Cheng Cheng scrutinized her carefully. He had to admit the girl was quite attractive, definitely passable. But this girl sure has some nerve. Cheng Cheng paused. I heard you're dating someone. Would you mind going for a walk with me? Gao Qilan nodded. Gao Qishang desperately wanted to stop his sister, but unfortunately, Gao Qilan still went out. As for why Cheng Cheng sought out Gao Qilan, it was mainly because she'd heard it from Su Jiang. Truthfully, Cheng Cheng felt a bit resentful. Why did Zhao Guoqiang have a new lover? Chapter 95. Consider this a warning. Gao Qilan followed Cheng Cheng to the rooftop, turned on the faucet, and watered the flowers she'd planted. What's on your mind? Go ahead. Cheng Cheng smiled at this, admiring the girl's courage. Honestly, I feel like you're no ordinary girl. You didn't even know who Zhao Guoqiang was, yet you ended up with him. Tell me what exactly brought the two of you together? Of course, I'm just curious, nothing more. Be honest with me. It's best not to hold anything back. Gao Qilan, having no other choice, decided to lay it all out clearly. Cheng Cheng smiled. He understood the messy nature of these affairs. Don't worry, I said I had no ulterior motives. But since things have come to this, I still need to warn you, hanging around with Zhao Guoqiang isn't simple. I hope you can keep a certain distance from Zhao Guoqiang. Don't let things happen that shouldn't happen, okay? Gao Qilan found Cheng Cheng's words confusing. What did she mean by things that shouldn't happen? What had she done that was inappropriate? She hadn't provoked anyone, so why was this happening to her? Gao Qilan felt she really couldn't make sense of it. Seeing Gao Qilan's emotions starting to unravel, Cheng Cheng cut short the conversation and turned to leave without another word. Only when they reached the ground floor did Su Jiang finally speak up. Want me to step in and handle this? Don't worry, I've got plenty of experience dealing with girls like her. It'll be done in no time. Besides, this family doesn't have much clout. They won't cause any trouble. Hearing this, Cheng Cheng let out a long sigh of relief. Shut your mouth. This has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. If I find out you've crossed the line, don't blame me for turning on you. Got it? After being told off like that, Su Jiang dared not utter another word. He could only nod and put the matter aside for now. Driving back, Su Jiang still felt uneasy. After all, if Zhao Guoqiang found out they'd visited Gao Qilan, it could easily lead to major trouble. He decided to call the new henchman he'd just recruited. Xiaolong, Xiuhu, I need to discuss something crucial with you too. There's this guy named Gao Qishan, he needs a warning, but don't cause any trouble. The two looked utterly stunned, never expecting Su Jiang to be provoked by Gao Qishan. They nodded in agreement. After hanging up, they immediately relayed the message to Gao Qishan, warning him to be extra careful. Su Jiang was already furious. Gao Qishan was puzzled. He hadn't crossed someone like Su Jiang, so why was he being warned? He thought Su Jiang was acting crazy and decided to brush it off. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang remained intensely occupied. After all, the deployment of filler materials had commenced that very night. Zhao Guoqiang maintained constant surveillance and ordered the Air Force to stand by for coordination, determined not to let America slip away. An XIN pondered for a moment before speaking up. Sir, I mean no disrespect, but I'm just curious, what if they withdraw their warships and then turn around to bomb us? Wang Hao smiled.
Don't worry about that, NXIN. The leadership has already considered every possibility. If they dare to come back and bomb us, it would be an act of war. Got it?
In any case, they wouldn't be foolish enough to launch an attack at this critical juncture.
Even if they wanted to retaliate, they'd only resort to underhanded tactics. And XIN nodded thoughtfully, seeming to grasp the meaning yet not quite fully. Watching her expression, Wang Hao nearly burst out laughing. Zhao Guoqiang corrected Wang Hao. What's so funny?
Explain this matter clearly to him. Since he's curious, you should help clear up his doubts. Hearing this, Wang Hao nodded and briefly outlined the situation to help an XAN grasp the gist. But just as the two were chatting idly, they never expected the American warship to open fire. Fortunately, the shells landed beside the supply ship without causing any casualties. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected them to be such cowards. He'd thought they might stir up some real trouble. Turns out they're nothing special after all. They thought they were so formidable. If they wanted to play, then he'd certainly play along. He immediately issued the order for the Air Force to drop 2 bombs, showing them what real ferocity looked like. The order was relayed, and the Air Force launched its bombing run immediately. In an instant, severe explosions erupted near Yinchuan military port. Yet Zhao Guoqiang didn't order a retreat. Instead, he continued to watch them with a predatory gaze. Amelie seemed completely unprepared. Zhao Guoqiang had suddenly made his move. He tried to persuade some generals to join him in battle. Unexpectedly, these commanders were remarkably united in their stance. They promptly held a press conference, publicly declaring, "The severe explosion occurred due to improper handling of our warship. There was no situation as described by outsiders. Please refrain from making wild speculations." Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated these guys would end with that statement. Pretty impressive. But Zhao Guoqiang directly called the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States. Interesting. What are your thoughts on the Yinchuan naval base incident? The other party's breathing grew heavy, clearly provoked by the remark, while Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly composed. I know you're furious right now, but this is the price you pay for messing with that organization. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so swiftly. Rest assured, I'll keep coming after you. In short, I'll make you pay dearly. Or did you think I was just sitting around doing nothing? The call abruptly ended with a loud shout. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. So this is all they've got? That very night, Zhao Guoqiang contacted the Navy again, dispatching a warship to the area. He knew full well that America wouldn't dare make a move. The next step was to make it clear to the outside world that he was taking this matter extremely seriously. For a time, everyone held differing views on the matter. After all, the situation was simply too unbelievable. With no other options, they tried again to mobilize Ivanka, hoping to leverage Ning Zhonghai's connections to pressure Zhao Guoqiang from above. Unexpectedly, this time Ning Zhonghai flatly refused to help, rejecting the request quite bluntly. Enough is enough. You're always so greedy. When will it ever end? If you keep this up, not even the heavens themselves could save you. Chapter 96, Pressure Fails. Ning Zhonghai's tone was decidedly unfriendly. He simply couldn't fathom why Ivanka hadn't offered him any benefits whatsoever up to this point. How dare she keep coming to him for favors? Ivanka spoke with solemn earnestness. Rest assured, if you do your utmost to help me this time, no matter what happens, I will resolve it for you. What do you say? I hope you won't haggle with me anymore. If you keep this up and delay everything, your existence will truly become meaningless. Ning Zhonghai's temper flared instantly. He slammed his fist on the table and erupted into a furious tirade over the phone. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? Do you think you're so great? You're living in a fantasy world. I'm warning you, this matter ends here. You'd better stop right now. Don't you dare abuse my connections anymore, got it? And your Thai country is headed for collapse sooner or later. What's the point of you wasting my time here? After being berated like that, Ivanka couldn't utter a word. Her lips trembled for a long moment before she finally sighed in resignation. Ning Zhonghai, you're ruthless. Ning Zhonghai snorted coldly and hung up. Let the woman say whatever she wanted. Ning Zhonghai didn't dwell on the matter too much. After all, Ivanka was just spouting hot air. Anyone could do that. How ridiculous. Any sane person knows they should focus on doing something productive. But Ning Zhonghai's thoughts were far deeper than they imagined. He immediately contacted Zhong Wencheng. Given the current situation, this is a real mess. I want you to stay out of it, got that? Besides, America can no longer handle these matters. I think it's best for you to stay out of it. Besides, the ship Ivanka is on is definitely going to sink. With that, Ning Zhonghai hung up the phone. Zhong Wencheng quickly caught on. Ning Zhonghai was telling him to spread the word, warning everyone not to help Ivanka. So he muddled through and got it done. Before long, Ivanka discovered that no matter which friend she turned to for help, they would ultimately kick her out. Ivanka remained clueless about what was happening until she encountered Su Jiang. In truth, Ivanka had already contacted Su Jiang earlier. Please help me with this matter. If I can't handle it properly, I'll have to leave. If it gets that bad, everything will be over.
Su Jiang, however, wasn't so easily swayed. His focus was entirely on Ivanka, smiling as he stroked her leg. Don't worry, I've got this covered. Besides, back then it was just some hugging and cuddling, nothing too extreme. You know, my heart's been itching like a kitten scratching. Anyway, you can't keep teasing me without giving me any sweetness. Ivanka instantly frowned, surprised Su Jiang had such thoughts. She turned to leave, but the next moment, Su Jiang's words made her reconsider. You can leave now. Open the door and stride out with purpose. But think about what happens after you're gone. What I mean is, once you're gone, guess what unexpected situations might unfold? Hearing this, Ivanka was momentarily speechless, her eyes reflecting an incredibly complex expression. Ivanka was utterly flustered, swallowing hard. You're taking advantage of me. Do you even realize that? Su Jiang, we've known each other for quite some time. Is this really how you have to treat me? Su Jiang stepped forward and thrust his hand inside. A surge of anger welled up inside Ivanka. But faced with Su Jiang's assault, Ivanka couldn't muster any resistance. In the end, he dragged her along and forced himself on her. Afterward, Su Jiang smoked a cigarette with satisfaction. I can't help you with this matter. But I can point you in the right direction. Resolve the port matter quickly, and hand over the port immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to help you. Hearing this, Ivanka was dumbfounded. So all this time, Su Jiang had been preparing her for this? You're deceiving me, aren't you? Su Jiang gave a cold chuckle. Miss Ivanka, you can't put it that way. Between us, is deception even a topic worth discussing? What I mean is, we've always gotten along well in every way, and we're practically old friends. Why go and do something like this when we could just draw a line under it? I get it, you must hate me right now. But let me be honest, hating me won't change anything. I'm the kind of person people tend to hold grudges against. With that, Su Jiang stretched lazily. Miss Ivanka, in short, you can handle everything however you see fit. Su Jiang smugly assumed Ivanka couldn't do anything to him. Sure enough, Ivanka stormed off in fury, unable to utter a word. Even more smug, he knew this little girl was no match for him. After she was gone, Su Jiang pulled out his phone and called Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, everything's taken care of. Rest assured, Ivanka's not that sharp. I had her wrapped around my finger in no time. But to be honest, that woman Ivanka was a real handful. It took me half a day of scheming to finally deal with her. Hou Guoqiang understood exactly what Su Jiang had done, but since Ivanka wasn't one of their own, it didn't matter. Su Jiang, I didn't expect you to move so fast. Rest assured, I've got this one covered. After hanging up, Su Jiang felt even more exhilarated, sensing his meteoric rise was just around the corner. Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his forehead and glanced at another foreign woman nearby. So you're saying you've replaced Ivanka as the new representative for America, right? The woman nodded. Chairman Zhao, my name is Chloe. We'll be working together from now on. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly, finding this woman intriguing. She actually proposed working with him. You're not joking, are you? You actually want to work with me? Chloe nodded. I'm certainly not as foolish as Ivanka to oppose you. Rest assured, I'm a reasonable person. Going against you would be the most irrational move possible. That's why I'm prepared to work with you. When would be a suitable time to begin our collaboration? Zhao Guoqiang paused, acknowledging Chloe's intelligence. After all, she wasn't just anyone. Let's call it a day for today's visit. I've got it covered. Chapter 97, You're fired. Zhao Guoqiang continued. If anything comes up, I'll contact you. But our current plan remains unchanged. Understood? Hearing this, Chloe nodded but dared not say another word before turning and walking away. After stepping outside, Wang Hao cautioned Chloe. Miss Chloe, things have reached this point. I hope you understand Chairman Zhao's temper isn't the best. I urge you to follow through with what you just said, not go against Chairman Zhao. Is that clear? Hearing this, Chloe frowned slightly. Thank you for the reminder. Chloe left immediately after exiting the building. However, while still in the car, she reported the day's events in detail to her superior back in America. She also shared her analysis of Zhao Guoqiang, noting that he seemed exceptionally difficult to deal with. Confronting him would likely demand significant effort. Therefore, Chloe's advice was clear: avoid antagonizing him if possible. After a brief pause, the voice on the other end of the line spoke. You handle this matter as you see fit. Keep me updated if anything comes up. That's all for now. Hearing this, Chloe nodded and drove her car to the bar entrance, waiting quietly as time slowly passed. 2 hours later, Chloe finally saw the person she was waiting for. She opened the car door immediately. Get in. We need to talk. Looking at Chloe before her, Ivanka was visibly drunk, and today had been anything but friendly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ivanka gave a cold snort. Speak up. What do you want? Chloe shook her head. I don't really want to do anything. I just want to have a quick chat with you. You've been fired. Starting today, you have 2 days left, meaning you'll be forcibly evicted in roughly 46 hours. Of course, everything here must be handed over to me. Rest assured, I'll handle it better than you ever could.
Hearing this, Ivanka pointed her finger at Chloe's nose.
I know this is all you're doing, right?
You deliberately set me up to ruin me, that's why you orchestrated all this.
I never imagined you could be so malicious. I'm ready to fight you right now.
Hearing this, Chloe gave a cold laugh.
But Ivanka had no choice but to hand over all her documents and walk away. Unexpectedly, Chloe intended to use Ivanka.
I'm truly sorry, but I must use you as a token of loyalty.
Rest assured, everyone will worship you as a hero. You'll thank me later.
With that, she flashed her headlights twice. In the next instant, someone burst out of the alley and stabbed Ivanka 3 times in the stomach.
Ivanka collapsed instantly, bleeding to death. News of this quickly reached Zhao Guoqiang's ears. Wang Hao hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the incident. After much deliberation, he decided to inform Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman, we've encountered a minor complication that may require your involvement.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled.
What did he mean by needing his involvement? What exactly had happened? Wang Hao didn't hesitate, laying out the entire incident involving Ivanka in meticulous detail, including her drinking at the bar. Zhao Guoqiang also felt this incident seemed unrelated, and someone like Ivanka wouldn't offend others. Then why on earth would something happen to her? Zhao Guoqiang couldn't make heads or tails of it. What was really going on?
Just as Zhao Guoqiang was pondering this, Chloe unexpectedly called to arrange another visit. Zhao Guoqiang agreed without much thought, completely unaware that Chloe's true motive was to establish a connection with him. In other words, only by getting close to Zhao Guoqiang would the rest of the plan become truly manageable. Otherwise, everything would be incredibly difficult to handle. Zhao Guoqiang understood that Ivanka's death here, given her unique status, was far from simple. America would undoubtedly seek negotiations with him over this matter. So Zhao Guoqiang summoned Wang Hao. Take care of this matter.
Make sure no one finds it suspicious. Got it? Wang Hao nodded and immediately set out to handle it.
Zhao Guoqiang found the whole situation peculiar.
How had things escalated to this point out of nowhere? News of Ivanka's death sent shockwaves through the city. Besides Su Jiang, Ning Zhonghai was also on edge. Both had connections to this woman, though Su Jiang's anxiety stemmed from fearing Zhao Guoqiang would henceforth ignore him.
Ning Zhonghai's anxiety stemmed from the chaos this situation would inevitably unleash. He had no desire for another direct confrontation with Zhao Guoqiang.
Unexpectedly, news of Ivanka's death also reached Li Dakong's ears. It seemed Director Qi must be in agony right now.
After all, such a major incident had erupted on his turf. No one could be more devastated than him. I'd like to see him myself, to find out what's on his mind now. With that, Li Dakong immediately rushed over. Pushing open the door, he found Qi Tongwei in the midst of a tirade.
Hours have passed. You couldn't even handle the time I gave you? I'm genuinely baffled. What the hell are you lot up to? If this matter still isn't resolved, you're all going back to your posts.
One thing's for sure, I won't let you coast through your days like this.
After being yelled at, everyone slunk out with their heads hanging low. Li Dakong smiled. Director Qi, what's gotten into you? Out of nowhere, why all this yelling? Did someone up top put pressure on you? Qi Tongwei looked utterly defeated. Don't even mention it.
They've been pressuring me repeatedly to wrap this up quickly.
What can I do?
Besides, the higher-ups are constantly watching me, demanding I crack this case immediately.
What can I do? Li Dakong paused. I understand your predicament, but this case can't be rushed. Since headquarters isn't pressuring you, why not take your time solving it?
I've heard Chairman Zhao is paying close attention to this case too.
So if you're going to solve it, you'd better be extra careful. Otherwise, you could be in serious trouble. Qi Tongwei instantly tensed up.
He feared that if this matter wasn't handled properly and Zhao Guoqiang got dragged into it, things would get really messy. Just then, Zhao Ruilong actually got into a conflict with someone over a minor traffic incident.
Chapter 98, I'm damn well Zhao Xiao.
It wasn't a big deal, just a minor scrape between two cars, and Zhao Ruilong hadn't even noticed.
The other driver got out and immediately started yelling, asking if Zhao Ruilong didn't have eyes in his head?
Zhao Ruilong already had a notoriously bad temper.
Hearing this, he couldn't hold back any longer. He pinned the other guy to the ground and beat him senseless. And so, both parties ended up in the police station. Zhao Ruilong was brought back, still cursing under his breath. After all, he'd been kicked in the back while being pulled away. You're really getting cocky, kid. You don't even know who I am around here. Looks like your time here is almost up.
Don't worry, I'll have plenty of time to play with you later. Mark my words, I remember that sneak attack kick you gave me. As he spoke, Zhao Ruilong fixed the other man with a cold stare. His opponent was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with thinning hair and a rather unsavory demeanor. I wouldn't dare kick you, I'd kick you to death.
Mark my words, I've seen plenty of scum like you. No matter where you're from, I'll make you pay someday. Zhao Ruilong nearly burst out laughing. This kid clearly didn't recognize him and he actually wanted to teach him a lesson?
Just then, the door opened.
Qi Tongwei walked in and looked at Zhao Ruilong.
You really know how to stir up trouble.
Don't you realize how bad things are right now? What do you two plan to do about this?
Hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately spoke up.
I don't want to do anything? We just need to resolve this. Shi Tongwei nodded. Then arrest both of them.
Charge them with gathering a crowd to cause trouble and submit them for trial immediately. You two will each get at least 3 months. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong chuckled.
No problem.
I'm so overweight, with high blood sugar and high blood lipids, plus I'm on the verge of high blood pressure.
I was actually looking for a place to lose some weight. I hear the food over there is terrible, right? Well, I guess I'm in luck.
Zhao Ruilong was thrilled beyond measure, while the middle-aged man was already panicking. He never imagined things would escalate to this point, facing 3 months himself. Shi Tongwei wasted no time, immediately ordering the paperwork to be processed, preparing to lock both men up. He already had enough on his plate today. Why did Zhao Ruilong keep picking fights with him? Seems this kid really needs a lesson. Shi Tongwei was furious. Seeing the officers actually approaching to arrest him, the middle-aged man panicked and shook his head frantically. Don't do this. If you take me away, who's going to pay my mortgage? My wife demands thousands every month to support the kids. If you lock me up, we'll be eating air. Don't arrest me. This whole mess is his doing. What's it got to do with me? Hearing this, Shi Tongwei gave a cold snort. Don't you know assault is illegal? You know the law yet you still break it? Cut the nonsense. Didn't you think about the consequences when you started hitting him? Just come with us quietly. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Got it? The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground and began wailing uncontrollably. Zhao Ruilong was so enraged he burst into laughter. Hey, buddy, Zhao Ruilong said. You just kicked me, and now you're acting like this? Are you out of your mind? Now you're crouching here crying? Should I start crying too? The middle-aged man sobbed so hard he could barely catch his breath, as if he'd faced the greatest threat of his life. Shi Tongwei couldn't help but shake his head. He turned and walked out, paying them no further attention. At that moment, Zhao Ruilong was released. It seemed this whole incident had been nothing more than a scare tactic. Li Dakong smiled. Well, Director Chi's matter is resolved. Shi Tongwei sighed. I feel like I owe Zhao Ruilong. Why do I keep having to help him out for no reason? He just keeps finding reasons to pick fights with me. What kind of nonsense is this? Just then, Zhao Ruilong emerged from inside, slapped Shi Tongwei on the back, and asked for a cigarette. Puffing smoke, Zhao Ruilong grinned. Of course, I mean no harm. The kid's actually pretty interesting. Don't give him a hard time, just let him fix my car. Shi Tongwei couldn't help but roll his eyes. You want him to fix your car? You must be dreaming. With that penny-pinching attitude of his, how could he possibly fix your car? You're dreaming. Zhao Ruilong pursed his lips and continued puffing away, only then noticing Li Dakong's presence. What's going on with you two? Isn't this work time? Why are you two sneaking around together? Spill it. What are you two scheming? Let me in on the secret. Hearing Zhao Ruilong's words, Shi Tongwei couldn't help but snort coldly. Big brother Zhao, this has nothing to do with you. Could you please stop prying? Anyway, I've handled things for you. You should head back now. Try to cause less trouble in the future. If your second uncle finds out you've gotten into trouble again, do you think he'll let you off easy? Zhao Yunlong chuckled. It won't come to that. Did you really have to spread the word? Please don't tell my second uncle he'd break my legs if he found out. But seriously, you two teaming up? What kind of big deal is this? Spill it. Li Dakong chuckled and gave a rough outline of the incident. To his surprise, Zhao Ruilong seemed genuinely shocked. So Ivanka's dead. I heard last night about someone stabbed near the bar. Do you know who owns that place? Su Jiang owns it. Go find him. That guy knows the underground scene inside out. He'll definitely spill the beans. The words jolted Shi Tongwei awake. How could he have forgotten about Su Jiang? Without another word, Shi Tongwei immediately went to find him. But Zhao Ruilong knew things couldn't be that simple, so he tagged along for the ride. The visit from such high-level figures left Su Jiang somewhat speechless. I never expected you two to show up. Please, have a seat. What wind blew you both here? Shi Tongwei wasted no time, slamming Ivanka's file onto the table. Su Jiang, what do you suggest we do about this? Su Jiang looked puzzled as he picked up the file. His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Shi Tongwei to seek him out over this very matter. After a moment's thought, Su Jiang replied calmly. This woman did indeed die in the alley behind my bar. She was stabbed 3 times, a truly gruesome death. Chapter 99, The Underground Emperor. Su Jiang spoke, then promptly had someone bring over the freshly brewed tea. Please, don't stand on ceremony. Have some tea. But young Master Zhao is also here today to show his respect. That's something I hadn't anticipated. You two must stay for dinner before leaving, okay? Zhao Ruilong shook his head at this. Cut the nonsense. I know you're the underground emperor. So how do we handle this? What I mean is, could you lend a hand? With Zhao Ruilong himself speaking up, Su Jiang couldn't very well refuse. As you put it, what help could I possibly need?
To be perfectly honest, I do have some information on this case. The killer goes by Huang Mao, that's his nickname, though his real name seems to be Mao Yujun.
If you two want to crack this case, don't worry, I'll give him a call and have him come over. Su Jiang turned and walked away, but Chi Tongwei was clearly displeased, letting out a cold snort. Seems like this guy knows everything, but he just won't tell us.
Unbelievable. What the hell is that kid thinking? Overhearing this, Zhao Ruilong didn't overthink it. He picked up a pastry and handed it to Chi Tongwei. Try this.
They say the pastries here are made by a top master, they really are delicious. But let me tell you, this Su Jiang isn't someone to mess with. He's been hustling on this street for ages and apparently has some connections. So for handling this kind of problem, he's absolutely the man for the job. If he doesn't help, just blame him for this mess, he'll figure something out.
Chi Tongwei nodded, understanding the situation. The two chatted idly for a while longer.
At that moment, Su Jiang was on the phone with yellow hair.
Did you handle last night's business cleanly? Do you even realize they're already knocking on my door, trying to use me as their entry point? Bottom line, you need to get here immediately. I'll have some cash ready for you. Take it and get the hell out of here. Don't ever come back. Got it?
Hearing this, Huang Mao froze.
He never imagined his actions would be discovered so quickly. For a moment, Huang Mao was terrified out of his wits.
Bro, I was just momentarily out of my mind when I took this job. You gotta put in a good word for me, don't let him take me away.
Su Jiang nodded. Don't worry. I've got a solid reputation, I'd stick my neck out for a brother, you know that. Get over here fast. Get out tonight, the farther the better. If you ever want to come back, that'll be up to your own luck.
After hanging up, Su Jiang summoned his henchman.
That guy won't let this slide. Keep an eye on him. If anything looks off, grab him immediately.
Remember, Director Chi specifically requested this man.
The henchman set off immediately. Su Jiang waited a moment.
Su Jiang hurried back to the private room and reported that he had handled everything.
Hearing this, Chi Tongwei was visibly relieved and pleased. My deepest gratitude. Without your assistance, this would have been an arduous task indeed. Su Jiang smiled and nodded. You're too kind.
It was simply within my capabilities. Just then, yellow hair was ready to leave, his girlfriend looking puzzled.
Your big brother doesn't seem like a good sort. Be careful, don't let him sweet talk you. Huang Mao shrugged it off. Fine. My brother could fool anyone but not me. Besides, I saved his life back in the day.
His girlfriend continued packing while speaking.
Yeah, you saved his life.
I thought you must have used some special method, but turns out you just took a kick for him.
You call that saving someone's life?
The blonde-haired guy cursed under his breath.
What does a woman know about this? I'm warning you, this has nothing to do with you.
Stop spouting nonsense here, or else, you'll see what happens. Shouted at like that, the girl didn't dare say more and quickly handed the packed belongings to yellow hair.
When will you be back?
The blonde-haired man said nothing, took the items, and hailed a taxi to leave. The moment he stepped outside, he sensed something was off. Su Jiang's henchmen seemed to be lurking nearby.
Without hesitation, he walked over and greeted them.
Unexpectedly, they merely smiled back at him. Before he could react, a sack was forced over his head and he was dragged away. Yellow hair tried to struggle, but it was all for naught. When he came to, Su Jiang and Chi Tongwei were staring right at him.
Kid, we've been looking everywhere for you. So you killed someone and ran off, huh? Do you even know who you killed? That was a representative of America. You're in deep trouble now. Let's get moving. Chi Tongwei didn't waste words, ordering his men to take the kid away. After they left, Zhao Ruilong looked at Su Jiang and gave a cold smile. Never would have guessed you had some skills up your sleeve. Su Jiang gave an awkward smile.
Young Master Zhao, please don't joke with me.
You know exactly who I am. Compared to yours, my little tricks are nothing. Rest assured, someone will definitely handle this matter.
Zhao Ruilong nodded, saying nothing more, and prepared to leave.
Meanwhile, news of Ivanka's situation reached Zhao Guoqiang's ears. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. He hadn't anticipated this incident would unravel into such a tangled web. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This situation was truly absurd. Interesting. Has the military port matter been resolved? Wang Hao shook his head, indicating that no response had been received so far. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown, feeling this matter was indeed a bit out of the ordinary. Alright, I understand. I've got it. Looks like Chi Tongwei intends to wrap this up with that. Have someone bring Chloe over. Wang Hao nodded and immediately went to relay the message.
Chloe truly hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to move so swiftly. She had only just helped resolve one issue.
Now Zhao Guoqiang was already preparing to humiliate her.
Excited, Chloe hurried over and greeted Zhao Guoqiang upon meeting him. Chairman Zhao, you requested my presence suddenly.
Is there something specific you need? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. I called you here to discuss something regarding the military port.
Chloe, I'm sure you're aware that woman has met with an accident.
What are your thoughts on this matter?
Hearing this, Chloe paused to consider. What happened to Ivanka was entirely her own fault.
It has nothing to do with you, right? Regarding the military port matter, we hope to resolve it through mutual discussion with you, rather than letting things escalate into an unpleasant confrontation.
Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes slightly.
Chapter 100, Joint Custody. This statement was quite explicit.
It seemed this woman had her own strategic insights. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment before asking.
So when you say joint custody, what aspects are you referring to? Chloe didn't hesitate.
This naval port is currently restricted to military vessels only. We propose modifications that would allow some of your warships access, while neither side would be permitted to bring in any large vessels.
What are your thoughts on this arrangement?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment, finding the idea rather intriguing. Both sides have troops stationed here.
What if others get greedy and try to follow suit? To be perfectly honest, some already have.
With that, Zhao Guoqiang slammed a document onto the table, catching Chloe off guard. She opened the file casually, but her expression changed instantly.
Chloe had never imagined the Japanese would dare to get involved too. In other words, they're essentially stabbing us in the back.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
Pretty much.
Their actions are far quicker than you'd imagine. They move with remarkable speed.
What's your take on this?
Chloe's brow furrowed deeply. It seemed the little bastard was deliberately looking for trouble.
She said no more.
Chloe rose to take her leave, while Zhao Guoqiang prepared to sit back and watch the show.
The conflict between these two sides was bound to be anything but simple.
Upon returning, Chloe immediately reported the incident to higher-ups.
I think those little devils are bullying us. Do they really think we have no way to fight back? It seems we need to teach them a lesson. Chloe's thinking was admittedly a bit extreme, but surprisingly, the higher-ups agreed with this woman's proposal.
Thus, a new round of problems emerged, and the most unexpected trouble struck at this critical juncture. The Japanese warship was suddenly hit by artillery fire and sank quickly. Zhao Guoqiang received the news.
Go fetch the Japanese representative immediately and tell him we did this.
Upon hearing this, Wan Hao visibly froze for a moment before nodding and immediately carrying out the order. Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes slightly. He too wanted to see how this situation would unfold. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, the Japanese representative Fujiyama Yoshimi unexpectedly called a press conference.
We have confirmed that this incident has absolutely no connection to anyone else. Moreover, the situation is absolutely nothing like the rumors suggest. Please do not believe the nonsense spread by others. Rumors stop at the wise. It is definitely not what you imagine. After Fujiyama Yoshimi urgently stepped in to clarify the situation, she withdrew. Yet she truly hadn't anticipated that it would end up like this. Fujiyama was utterly baffled. What on earth had gone wrong?
A perfectly good warship was sunk, and nearly all the crew members on board were wiped out. Crucially, Zhao Guoqiang's newly researched Kunpeng-class cruiser was patrolling nearby. It was hard to rule out his involvement in this incident. After some thought, Fujiyama Kiyomi decided to confront Zhao Guoqiang directly, just in case he was indeed behind this.
Fujiyama Kiyomi found Zhao Guoqiang, smiled, and voiced her thoughts. Chairman Zhao, regarding the warship sinking, I'm sure you've heard the rumors as well? What are your thoughts on this matter?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
I've heard the rumors. We did it. Fujiyama Yoshimi was left speechless, completely unprepared for Zhao Guoqiang's unexpected maneuver. If she'd already shaken her head, why admit it? Fujiyama Yoshimi was indeed formidable, suppressing the anger welling up inside her.
Chairman Zhao, this matter is of great importance.
I hope you're not joking, okay? I'll repeat my question. How much do you actually know about this situation?
Rest assured, we just wanted to tell you that we've investigated this matter thoroughly, and it truly has nothing to do with you. Zhao Guoqiang just smiled. Seems you've got plenty of free time on your hands, trying to test me like this.
Well then, how about I return the favor with a little joke of my own? Fujiyama Yoshimi looked utterly bewildered. She never expected Zhao Guoqiang would immediately dispatch personnel to deploy drones to search for enemy drones within a fixed perimeter. They successfully located the enemy drone within the cloud cover and shot it down. The burst of flames crashed heavily to the ground, and Fujiyama Yoshimi's expression darkened as if she'd swallowed a fly.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
My apologies, I couldn't resist.
Fujiyama Yoshimi stared at Zhao Guoqiang across the table. I'm sorry, I'm not in the best mood.
Let's just leave this matter for now. With that, she turned and walked away.
Zhao Guoqiang suddenly found it amusing. He hadn't expected this woman to be so interesting. He thought she was about to throw a huge tantrum. But she just walked off like that. Zhao Guoqiang said nothing more, instead ordering his men to retrieve the wreckage of the Japanese drone. Examining the chip inside the wreckage, Zhao Guoqiang knew someone must be secretly supplying them. We've had them under blockade for so long, how could they still have chips? It seems someone deliberately sold our chips to the Japanese.
Chairman, how should we handle this matter?
Wan Hao spoke as he removed the chip and placed it into a separate box.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned. I understand.
You needn't concern yourself with this matter.
Wang Hao nodded and turned to leave.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment, equally curious about who possessed such influence. Book a table for me at Shanshui Manor for lunch today and have Ning Zhanghai join us.
Wang Hao nodded.
By noon, Ning Zhanghai was growing restless. He couldn't fathom why Zhao Guoqiang had invited him.
Something felt off. But he couldn't refuse Zhao Guoqiang's face, so he steeled himself and went.
When they met, Ning Zhanghai and Zhao Guoqiang shook hands like old friends. But then Zhao Guoqiang smiled and uttered something that left Ning Zhanghai utterly stunned. I've discovered the Japanese are using your chips.
Cold sweat broke out all over Ning Zhanghai's face. You can't just say things like that. Are you kidding me? How could they have been using my chips all along?
Zhao Guoqiang paused. If you don't believe me, I suggest you start researching this immediately. Ning Zhanghai immediately reached for his phone to make inquiries, but Zhao Guoqiang snatched it away.
I'll ask you one more time, are you collaborating with the Japanese?
Zhao Guoqiang could tell Ning Zhanghai was definitely up to something. And this guy's problem was no small matter.
Cold sweat beaded on Ning Zhanghai's forehead. I haven't collaborated. Chapter 101, Collaboration with the Japanese.
Seeing Ning Zhanghai stubbornly deny everything even in this dire situation, Zhao Guoqiang felt thoroughly displeased. At the very least, he should tell the truth.
Besides, no one was going to come after him now. So who was he putting on this act for? Why don't you think about it carefully?
Zhao Guoqiang had already sat back down, picking up a shrimp and taking a bite. His expression was calm, yet tinged with a hint of ruthlessness.
If today's matter wasn't cleared up, things absolutely wouldn't end like this.
Ning Zhanghai hadn't even considered that Zhao Guoqiang might know who had leaked the news about his collaboration with the Japanese. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt.
Someone was clearly trying to frame him. As he pondered, Zhao Guoqiang picked up a shrimp and took a bite.
Just then, Ning Zhanghai spoke.
This dinner you invited me to is a trap, isn't it? Just tell me, what did I ever do to offend you? Why are you treating me like this?
Between us, you really don't need to go all out to destroy me like this.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, wiped his hands with a napkin, and stood up.
Mark my words, today, it's not me trying to kill you, you're the one walking into your own death.
Got that?
This matter could have been simple, but you insisted on complicating it.
So if you don't die, who will?
Ning Zhanghai slumped into a chair while Zhao Guoqiang called in Fujita Yoshimi, the representative of the Japanese company. The moment they met, Ning Zhanghai knew he was in deep trouble. But upon reflection, it all made sense.
Zhao Guoqiang, I never expected you to come after me. You really are formidable. Zhao Guoqiang responded with a cold laugh. Taking you down is only natural. If I didn't, that would be the problem. Got it? All you need to do is tell me, have you done anything you shouldn't have?
Ning Zhanghai had no choice but to admit it. I partnered with someone to start a chip company, but we didn't engage in anything too extreme.
Zhao Guoqiang, can you spare me?
Zhao Guoqiang walked over, pulled out all the photos, and slammed them down on the table for him to see clearly.
For a split second, Ning Zhanghai froze as if electrocuted.
He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to take this matter so seriously. He swallowed hard, his panic intensifying.
Seeing his reaction, Zhao Guoqiang only gave a cold smile. I knew you were no good for anything, but now you expect me to foot the bill for your mess? Do you think that's fair?
I don't care what you're thinking or what you're considering.
Bottom line, you must resolve this matter.
Ning Zhanghai had no choice but to spill everything about the chip company and immediately halt shipments.
Fujita Yoshimi stared at Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, this is outrageous. You summoned me only to witness your own rupture. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. What did you think I called you here for? Fujita Yoshimi hesitated, wanting to say more, but the words wouldn't come out.
Ning Zhanghai had been utterly defeated, sitting silently beside them, looking rather pitiful.
But what good does pity do now? Besides, if pity were useful, everyone would be raking in fortunes with it.
Zhao Guoqiang, however, simply dismissed Ning Zhanghai and turned his calm gaze toward Fujita Yoshimi.
Let's cut the small talk between us.
I can offer you a fair price for the chips, but you'd better not try any tricks.
Fujita Yoshimi hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be willing to cooperate. You're not joking, are you?
The words practically slipped out before she could stop them.
Realizing her slip, Fujita Yoshimi quickly forced an awkward smile. Sorry, I just didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Chairman Zhao, is this real or fake? You once said you'd never do chip business with us. Why the change of heart now?
Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking.
Because I've recently come to understand one thing, blockades may not always succeed, but cooperation will always be more solid. Given that, wouldn't it be better for both sides to be completely transparent and pursue full cooperation openly? Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Fujita Yoshimi nodded.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Currently, most of our chips are distributed through win-win. Rest assured, for high-end enterprises, if you need chips, I can offer you a fair price. But doing so might look bad, as certain parties are watching my every move. Therefore, I might need to add a slight premium.
10 million per batch. Fujita Yoshimi's expression changed instantly. Currently, there really aren't many chips with strong compatibility.
But surely not this many.
Moreover, a normal batch of chips only costs around 3.7 million. How could Zhao Guoqiang just blurt out a price of 10 million? For a split second, Fujita Kaori considered rejecting Zhao Guoqiang. After all, this price was somewhat outrageous.
Zhao Guoqiang, however, wore an expression of utter indifference.
No problem. If you find the price unsuitable, you're free to walk away from this deal. Wouldn't you agree? Kamiko Fujita clenched her jaw. Chairman Zhao, I hope you won't overstep.
Zhao Guoqiang slammed his hand on the table and stood up, pointing at her coldly.
I warn you, this isn't me overstepping.
It's you guys courting disaster.
This is the bottom line. Take it or leave it.
Zhao Guoqiang turned to leave.
Fujita Kaori knew full well that once this opportunity passed, it might truly be gone forever. With no other choice, Fujita Kayami abandoned her partnership with Ning Zhonghai and instead collaborated with Zhao Guoqiang.
She even offered a price 3 times higher than the market rate.
In reality, Zhao Guoqiang had already monopolized the entire market.
If anyone dared to sell chips to the Japanese, he would cut off their supply.
Many had defied him before, but hadn't they all been brought to heel in the end?
Thus, punishment may not be the solution, but it certainly marks the beginning of resolving trouble. Zhao Guoqiang's maneuver not only dealt the Japanese a severe blow but also made them understand he was not someone to be trifled with.
Once this matter was resolved, Fujita Yoshimi reported the details to upper management.
Ning Zhonghai had been detained for investigation, and our chips wouldn't be available at such low prices anymore. Zhao Guoqiang raised the price to 10 million per batch. Market value was only 3 million.
Chapter 102, as outrageous as it gets.
Fujita Yoshimi awaited the higher-ups' response, as the situation remained highly uncertain. In other words, the situation was far too complicated at this stage. Meanwhile, Ning Zhonghai, ever resourceful, managed to track down Chen Xingxuan.
Dean Chen, I need your help with this matter. Rest assured, I won't let you help for nothing, okay? All you need to do is help me this once. I'll do my utmost to smooth your path from here on out.
Dean Chen, don't forget, if it weren't for my old man promoting you, you wouldn't be where you are today. Chen Xingxuan smiled as he studied Ning Zhonghai, fully aware that this fellow had run out of options. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged his own grandfather into this.
Chen Xingxuan pondered for a moment. I know you're facing difficulties right now. But I'm facing difficulties too. Who would want to cooperate with us?
I'm truly in a difficult position myself.
Please don't push me too hard.
Also, your situation has already been reported to higher-ups, so we're fully aware of the details. Of course, if you feel we've been unfair to you in any way, I hope you'll point it out promptly. Rest assured, we'll handle this matter accordingly. My dealings with your old man are between us, they have nothing to do with you.
Understand? Hearing this, Ning Zhonghai's heart sank. He never imagined Chen Xingxuan would turn his back so quickly.
He recalled how, in the past, Chen had always addressed him as Mr. Ning whenever they met.
How could things have changed so drastically?
Ning Zhonghai simply couldn't fathom it, nor could he make sense of it. All he could do was sigh helplessly. Ning Zhonghai truly couldn't fathom how things had come to this. Just as Ning Zhonghai was pondering this, Chen Xingxuan cleared his throat. I hear you have 2 mistresses outside who specifically manage your accounts and company affairs.
How do you explain that? Hearing this, Ning Zhonghai gave a cold laugh, instantly enraged. Chen Xingxuan, have you lost your mind? Don't you know these 2 women?
One is Li Fongfong, the other is Ning Yutong.
You seriously don't know these women? Go ahead and tell Zhao Guoqiang and the others, see if anyone believes you.
Chen Xingxuan felt a twinge of awkwardness, surprised this guy dared speak to him like that. Clearing his throat again, he pressed on.
Cut the nonsense and stop beating around the bush. Answer my questions honestly, got it?
Seeing Chen Xingxuan's tone, it seemed he truly intended to turn his back on him. Ning Zhonghai chuckled and lowered his voice.
I know what you're thinking.
Since you, Chen Xingxuan, are ready to turn your back on me, don't blame me for what comes next. We'll both go down together if we must. You agree, right? At these words, Chen Xingxuan's expression shifted uncomfortably.
What are you talking about? What's there to settle between us? Just then, Hou Liangping walked in from outside.
His expression smug, as if he'd never imagined his former boss could survive his investigation. Hou Liangping sat down immediately. Seeing his reinforcements arrive, Chen Xingxuan immediately fell silent, ceding the floor to Hou Liangping. Looking at the man before him, Hou Liangping paused before speaking.
Ning Zhonghai, I demand you tell me the truth. What matters have you been involved in lately?
Beyond the projects you've collaborated on with the Japanese, what else have you been involved in?
You only need to tell the truth. Do you understand?
After careful thought, Ning Zhonghai pointed his finger at Hou Liangping's nose.
Now that you mention it, I do recall something. When I was in the chip business, I gave you a heads up. Have you forgotten? I doubt your memory is that bad.
Hou Liangping merely smiled, showing no sign of panic. He knew this bastard would inevitably try to turn the tables on him, but it didn't matter. Seeing Hou Liangping so unflappable, Ning Zhonghai suddenly felt uneasy.
Could this guy really be planning to take him down?
Ning Zhanghai's mind began racing through worst-case scenarios. If this were true, everything would be ruined. Just as he was pondering this, Hou Liangping smiled.
Rest assured, Hou Liangping said. They sent me to assist you. You just need to cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't blame me.
Hearing this, Ning Zhanghai grew even more tense, unsure what this cooperation entailed. Hou Liangping gave a cold chuckle. I need you to disclose all the company's business dealings from the past 6 months.
I'm warning you, don't try to pull any nonsense with us. Got it?
After Ning Zhanghai's incident, Zhao Guoqiang's phone nearly blew up with calls mostly from people Ning's family had brought in to help. To be perfectly honest, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't taken this matter seriously at all. To him, Ning Zhanghai was nothing more than a minor figure utterly incapable of provoking his anger. After finishing his explanation, Zhao Lichuan's call came through again.
I don't care what you're doing right now. I want you here immediately.
Zhao Guoqiang was equally puzzled.
Why was Zhao Lichuan suddenly demanding this? Could it be that the Nings had gone to plead with Zhao Lichuan?
Without dwelling on it, Zhao Guoqiang rushed back immediately. Upon meeting, Zhao Lichuan frowned.
You went after the Ning family without consulting me first? Don't you know you can't just act on a whim like this?
Zhao Guoqiang was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected the Nings to be so bold. I truly didn't expect them to end up seeking your help. But rest assured, I've already assigned Chen Xingxuan to handle the Ning Zhanghai matter. Zhao Lichuan frowned. This matter troubled him most.
Sit down first. You understand that the Ning family must not be touched, right? If you go after them, you'll disrupt the balance. Many will see you as a thorn in their side. What then? Let me give you some advice. Some things must be done in moderation.
Don't make it too ugly, or when the time comes to wrap things up, none of us will be able to clean up the mess. Zhao Guoqiang understood Zhao Lichuan's meaning, but specific situations required specific handling. Besides, given the current situation, Zhao Lichuan was likely just acting as a mediator, nothing more.
If that's the case, why all the fuss?
With that thought, Zhao Guoqiang spoke decisively. Brother, I'll handle this matter myself.
Rest assured.
Zhao Lichuan suddenly fell silent for a moment, then pulled out his phone and slammed it down on the table.
Take a look yourself. Guess what happened?
Zhao Guoqiang glanced at the text message and was stunned to find it was about Zhao Ruilong.
Chapter 103, Threat.
Zhao Lichuan sighed softly.
Ruilong is my only son.
I hope you can help me handle this matter properly. Zhao Guoqiang was at a loss now, for this was highly likely the work of the Ning family as well. In other words, this turn of events was something Zhao Guoqiang had never anticipated. But now that it had come to this, the problem was far too complicated. First, Chen Xingxuan and his team have already begun their operation, and Hou Liangping is assisting them as a support member, meaning numerous people are already monitoring the situation. Whether this matter can be handled successfully or not, it remains a major problem. Zhao Guoqiang never imagined things would escalate to this point, sighing helplessly.
The question was, if this continued to escalate, what then? After much deliberation, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up.
Brother, let me handle this matter.
Before Zhao Lichuan could respond, Zhao Guoqiang stood up and walked away.
Zhao Lichuan's calls for him fell on deaf ears. For Zhao Guoqiang, the situation was complex and troublesome. The main issue was that Zhao Ruilong had already been implicated, and he had no idea who else might get dragged into it next. Zhao Guoqiang only hoped that the others dragged into this mess wouldn't turn out like Zhao Ruilong with real skeletons in their closets that others could use against them. After getting into the car, Wang Hao looked puzzled.
Boss, where are we headed now? Zhao Guoqiang paused. Call Qi Tongwei and the others.
Before long, Qi Tongwei, Li Dakong, and Xiao Ruijin all gathered at Shanshui Manor. Zhao Guoqiang laid out the entire situation. Hearing that Zhao Guoqiang had summoned them all because of Zhao Ruilong, a hint of displeasure flickered across their faces. After all, they were here for Zhao Guoqiang's sake, not Zhao Ruilong's. Though they thought this privately, none dared voice it openly. After some consideration, Xiao Ruijin spoke up. Since Ning Zhanghai's arrest triggered this incident involving Zhao Ruilong, it suggests they've already gathered substantial evidence against him. They clearly came prepared.
Commander, I suggest we eliminate both of the Ning family's henchmen immediately.
Otherwise, this situation will be difficult to handle.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered the Ning family's henchmen, one named Li Biwu, the other Shi Changlin.
These two were no ordinary figures. One controlled Jinghai's purse strings, while the other determined its investments and returns. In essence, the Ning family had everything firmly under their control.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered. Since the enemy had already drawn their swords, could he still hide? There was no hiding now. He had to act immediately, starting with Li Biwu.
Li Biwu had just finished a meeting and was dining in the restaurant when news of Zhao Ruilong's arrest reached him. Li Biwu never imagined in his wildest dreams that the Ning family would dare to touch Zhao Guoqiang.
But then again, what exactly was Zhao Guoqiang relying on? What the hell was going on? No sooner had Li Biwu finished speaking than investigators from the bureau appeared before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Why are you here looking for me? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? What exactly do you want? Without further ado, they immediately took Li Biwu away. Little did he know that Su Jiang had already played a crucial role. Su Jiang had revealed everything about the other party they're spending at the White Gold Hotel and the girl they favored most. Armed with this information, the investigation team was ready to pry the truth out of Li Biwu. If Li Biwu cracked, the Ning family's money bag would be in jeopardy. Should trouble arise, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Thus began this covert battle. Zhao Guoqiang's side hadn't suffered any casualties yet. However, another of the Ning family's henchmen, Shi Changlin, had also been apprehended. This wasn't Zhao Guoqiang's doing, though. Shi Changlin had accidentally hit someone while driving on the road. Unexpectedly, the driver fled the scene. Shi Changlin's arrest sent shockwaves through the Ning family. They hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this point, prompting the head of the Ning family to seek reconciliation. To Zhao Guoqiang's great surprise, the person who came was Ning Zhonghai's sister, Ning Lily. Upon meeting, Ning Lily cut straight to the point. Let's cut to the chase. Things have come to this point, and I believe you understand the situation. There's no need for you to keep pressuring my brother to release the person. Our Ning family will handle this matter with you. How can things possibly be resolved if you keep making such a fuss? Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Ning Lily to speak like this. He gave a cold snort. Seems you don't plan on letting your brother walk out alive either. You should at least try to win me over. Hearing this, Ning Lily's expression darkened considerably. Zhao Guoqiang, I am your senior after all. Whatever happened between us, I hope you won't let it affect this matter. Release my brother first. Otherwise, many things will become very difficult to handle. Give me this face, and I'll handle Zhao Ruilong's situation for you. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang didn't waste words. Do I need you to handle Zhao Ruilong's affairs? Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of tea, calmly observing the person before him. A long silence ensued, as if the very air had frozen in that moment. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. I think you know what's at stake. If we choose not to handle Zhao Ruilong's matter. As for how far this matter will go, well, that depends entirely on his own fate. Ning Lily never imagined Zhao Guoqiang could be so stubborn. Things were on the verge of escalating. But reason told her that turning against Zhao Guoqiang would bring no benefits whatsoever. In fact, it was highly likely he'd turn the tables and deal her a crushing blow. Ning Lily paused. Zhao Guoqiang, I'm warning you once, all your projects require the support of our Ning family. Otherwise, the higher-ups won't give you any face either. Zhao Guoqiang remained unconcerned. At that moment, Ning Lily turned on her phone and let Zhao Guoqiang see her speaking with the higher-up. It turned out that Ning Lily's arrival had also stirred up someone else. He Dingyun, Li Biwu's father-in-law. He Dingyun was the real heavyweight, the one who could truly sway the situation. Having overheard most of their conversation, He Dingyun understood Zhao Guoqiang's intentions. Zhao Guoqiang, this is He Dingyun. Would it be convenient for us to speak privately? If you're available, come to Qingyun Mountain. Rest assured, I'll provide you with a reasonable explanation and a proper resolution. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected He Dingyun to say this, so he agreed on the spot, mainly wanting to see what He Dingyun would say. Chapter 104, He Dingyun. Zhao Guoqiang drove to the vicinity of Qingyun Mountain and then hiked the rest of the way up. Upon meeting, Zhao Guoqiang greeted He Dingyun, who was brewing tea. Mr. He. He Dingyun smiled. You finally made it. I was beginning to think I couldn't persuade you to come. Sit down. I wanted to ask, has the matter with Zhao Ruilong been resolved? Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood the implication. This was clearly signaling that he could intervene regarding Zhao Ruilong. Of course, this didn't mean he'd help resolve the issue. It meant that with a single word, Zhao Ruilong's fate could be decided. Zhao Guoqiang looked at He Dingyun. He Dingyun spoke calmly. The Ning family's actions weren't your doing. They deliberately provoked you. Besides, I warned you long ago, never engage with the Nings on their terms. Why wouldn't you listen? Had you heeded my words back then, this current situation could have been avoided. Guoqiang, you're a man with great promise. There's no need to ruin everything by turning against the Nings like this. Trust me, this situation is entirely unnecessary. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang's expression immediately darkened. It seemed He Dingyun had resolved to help, and he understood this matter was far from simple. Whether Zhao Guoqiang granted him this favor or not, He Dingyun was determined to act. He needed to show everyone that he kept his word. Otherwise, wouldn't others start to disregard him? Zhao Guoqiang understood He Dingyun's meaning, but unfortunately, at this point, it wasn't a matter of whether he could understand or not. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Teacher He, since we've come to this point, I'll be completely honest with you. As things stand now, many of these issues aren't something I've caused, they're deliberately stirring up trouble. If you intend to insist on saving face, then I'm afraid I truly cannot grant you that today. Zhao Guoqiang chose to lay his cards on the table outright. For a moment, He Dingyun's expression darkened noticeably. But deep down, He Dingyun felt Zhao Guoqiang had no reason to turn against him. After a pause, he said, Guoqiang, just because I haven't spoken up doesn't mean I haven't been paying attention or that I wasn't involved in the chip matter. I know what's going on, and so do the Japanese.
So I hope you won't use this as a reason to keep investigating.
In short, things have escalated to this point.
I hope you understand the gravity of the situation.
What do you think, Guoqiang?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled, then shook his head, signaling he wouldn't budge on this matter. He never imagined that after exhausting every conciliatory approach, Zhao Guoqiang would still maintain such an attitude.
In an instant, He Dingyun's face turned pale with rage. Zhao Guoqiang didn't waste another word on him, rising to leave.
He Dingyun picked up his cup and slammed it hard onto the floor. His furious expression seemed to scream for Zhao Guoqiang to come back so he could tear him limb from limb. But soon, He Dingyun regained his composure, for he had a better way to deal with the situation. Zhao Guoqiang, you really are formidable. Rest assured, if I can't handle someone like you, who do you think I could possibly manage? It seems the time has come for Jingshan Industrial Park to change hands. After speaking, He Dingyun immediately called his other confidants.
This matter simply couldn't be left unresolved.
With He Dingyun personally making the calls, things moved swiftly.
The matter of the Jingshan Industrial Park was promptly put on the agenda. One processing email after another was sent to the Jingshan Industrial Park.
It was clear they were either trying to annoy Zhao Guoqiang or preparing to use these minor issues to bring him down. It must be said, He Dingyun was indeed formidable. Zhao Guoqiang wasted no time, dispatching Wang Hao to check on his dim-witted nephew.
Wang Hao was actually quite reluctant, but what could he do?
His boss had sent him. Upon arriving, Wang Hao found Zhao Ruilong in a poor state. The guy seemed to be in real pain.
Wang Hao, you finally came. Please help me, okay? I really can't endure this life anymore. Get me out of here. Where's my second uncle? Seeing Zhao Ruilong's wretched state, Wang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words.
After a pause, he finally spoke. Young Master Long, you've really gotten yourself into trouble this time, and it's not a small one either.
Word about your secret investment has already spread. Everyone has strong opinions about this. Tell me, how did you manage to turn things into this mess?
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong nearly burst into tears. He never imagined such a minor matter would land him in this predicament. Truth be told, Zhao Ruilong lacked foresight.
He knew something shouldn't be done, yet he did it anyway. Wang Hao couldn't do much about it.
After all, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't said anything to him personally, so he couldn't make any promises to Zhao Guoqiang either. Young Master Long, things have come to this. I think you should understand the situation by now. What I mean is, the commander isn't pleased.
You've caused quite a mess. How do you propose we handle this? Zhao Ruilong immediately panicked. He knew his second uncle's temper well. Once he was displeased, any issue would be blown out of proportion.
But he was utterly helpless now. Even thinking about leaving this place was nothing but a pipe dream.
Zhao Ruilong felt like dying. He couldn't help but wonder how he'd ended up in this mess.
Wang Hao considered the situation, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ruilong. Alright, it's too late for regrets now.
At least no one asked you anything they shouldn't have. But I'm warning you, if anyone questions you, think carefully before answering. Got it?
With that, Wang Hao signaled to someone nearby. Zhao Ruilong was still in a daze when the person approached and led him straight back to the interrogation room. Before he could say anything, the other person handed him a cup of water. After he finished drinking, they walked out together. Zhao Ruilong looked puzzled but complied. After finishing the water, he followed along in a daze. Before long, he spotted Wang Hao waiting for him at the door. Zhao Ruilong hurried after him. Wang Hao paused briefly before saying, "Let's head back first. If the leadership has any further matters, you can address them then.
Once we're back, keep your head down. Don't cross the boss under any circumstances. Got it?"
Zhao Ruilong looked puzzled. Did he really need to go against his second uncle? He felt baffled, but he followed anyway. The moment they entered the office, Zhao Ruilong understood why Wang Hao had warned him. Because standing in the office were others, currently being berated by Zhao Guoqiang, who was pointing his finger right in their faces.
Chapter 105, Yelling Right in Their Faces.
A group of people were being berated, finger pointed right at their faces. None of them had any idea what was going on, yet they were being berated in a daze. Once the scolding subsided, he began nitpicking over other issues. Only after Zhao Guoqiang had mostly finished handling the situation did Zhao Ruilong cautiously call out, "Second uncle."
"Second uncle, I'm back." Zhao Guoqiang frowned. "You're back."
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Zhao Ruilong quickly nodded. Zhao Guoqiang watched him and gave a cold snort.
"Do you have any idea how much effort it took to get you out of there? Why couldn't you stick to any other business?
You had to go and partner with someone to open a bar or some such nonsense. Now look, they've got you by the scruff of the neck and won't let go."
Zhao Ruilong panicked for a moment, fearing his second uncle might abandon him. Zhao Guoqiang didn't say much more. After all, Zhao Ruilong was back now, and the next step was to fight back. "Enough. What good does blaming you do? Let's leave this matter for now."
After dismissing Zhao Ruilong, Zhao Guoqiang called He Dingyun.
"I never imagined you'd be so willing to be the Ning family's lackey."
He Dingyun had assumed Zhao Guoqiang was calling to apologize, and for a moment, he felt rather smug. He even put the call on speakerphone, only to be met with those words. A sharp pain shot through He Dingyun's chest, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kill Zhao Guoqiang on the spot. "You bastard, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean, lackey?" Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. "Mr. He, why the rush? I wasn't talking about you. Why get so worked up? Of course, if you weren't the Ning family's lackey, why would you be so tense and anxious?" Zhao Guoqiang's words cut like a knife, stabbing deep into the other man's heart. For a moment, He Dingyun was so furious his eyes nearly rolled back in his head. Zhao Guoqiang, don't push your luck. Let's talk this out calmly. Is it really necessary to treat me like this? Zhao Guoqiang, I'm warning you straight up, if you're looking for a fight, I'm ready to take you on. Let's see who comes out on top. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and immediately announced that the Jingshan Industrial Park would cease operations effective immediately. Existing orders would still be delivered on schedule, but all new orders would be suspended. This move was akin to cutting off one's arm to save the body. After all, a single day of shutdown at Jingshan Industrial Park would mean losses reaching 100 million yuan. But his point was clear, cracking down on He Dingyun wasn't just empty talk. Besides, this guy was simply too arrogant, showing utter contempt for everyone. Given that, a tit-for-tat response was only natural. The abrupt shutdown of the thriving industrial park stunned many, as no one had anticipated Zhao Guoqiang's facility would ever close. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang seemed to have carefully considered this decision. There was absolutely no possibility of reopening it. Su Zhanshu and his team immediately began escalating the matter to higher authorities. After all, with the Jingshan Industrial Park shut down, no one could handle the military-related projects. He Dingyun, too, had never anticipated that Zhao Guoqiang's simple decision to shut down the industrial park would cause him such immense trouble. Late at night, he received a call. "Starting today, you are temporarily relieved of all responsibilities. This is the end. You will step down from your position immediately. Under no circumstances are you to interfere in anything further." Do you have any idea how furious Su Zhanshu and the others are? Su Zhanshu nearly dispatched special forces to eliminate you. You've really overstepped this time and blown it completely. What business did you have picking a fight with Zhao Guoqiang? Hearing this, cold sweat broke out all over He Dingyun's face. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. How had a perfectly normal situation turned into this? He Dingyun grew increasingly tense and flustered. After all, the damage was already done. But just as He Dingyun was panicking, a new problem arose. An investigation had been launched against him. You have the right to remain silent. However, anything you say may be recorded and played in court. Do you understand? Of course, I know your position. Unfortunately, you are currently under investigation. I hope you won't get too upset, okay? He Dingyun's eyes blazed with fury as he stared at Hou Liangping. Enough already. Your family to the Zhongs. Do you really need to push me to the brink? Hou Liangping smiled. That's not quite accurate. I'm no longer part of their family, and I have no connection to them now. In a moment, I'll clarify everything with you alongside Director Chen. He Dingyun looked puzzled. Which Dean Chen? Just as he pondered this, it suddenly clicked. Could it be Chen Qingchuan? That jerk was my underdog back in school. He always lost to me in every way. Now that he's become dean, does he think he's all that? Anyway, I'm not going along with you guys. Hearing this, Hou Liangping wasted no words. Take him away immediately. A short while later, He Dingyun was brought to a dedicated interrogation room. Chen Qingchuan remained silent, flipping through a magazine non-stop. He Dingyun was nearly panicking. But he still had to put on a brave face, maintaining an air of nonchalance. When Chen Qingchuan finished reading, he closed the book and smiled warmly. "Old classmate," he said, "it's been years since we last met, hasn't it? Never imagined someone who once stood so high would fall so hard today. Seems things haven't been going so well for you lately. Let's have a little chat. The charges on this paper, do you admit to them or not?" At Chen Qingchuan's words, He Dingyun's face paled instantly. "What do you mean? I've barely stepped inside, and you're already pinning charges on me? Let me remind you, if I hadn't helped you establish yourself back then, would you even be where you are today?" Chen Qingchuan picked his ear with his finger and gave a cold chuckle. "Seems you don't think much of me. Let me be clear, I'm here today primarily to help you. This lack of honesty, is it because you don't hold me in high regard? Fine. Look down on me all you want, that's your prerogative. But if I don't help you today, you might spend the rest of your life locked up. Ever considered that?" He Dingyun looked utterly stunned. Could things really have gotten this bad for him? Chen Qingchuan chuckled. This time, he'd stumbled right into his own trap. With that settled, what was there left to discuss? Chapter 106, Why did you provoke him? He Dingyun was truly screwed this time. He never imagined that the one who'd decome for him would be Chen Qingchuan. He couldn't fathom how things had spiraled to this point. He Dingyun felt utterly doomed. Chen Qingchuan tapped the table. "Did you hear my question just now? I'm warning you, listen carefully. Did you understand every single thing I asked?" Shouted at like that, he dared not speak carelessly and kept his head down. While Chen Xingchuan conducted the interrogation inside, Hou Liangping kept Zhao Guoqiang company outside.
They'd gotten to the bottom of almost everything.
He Dingyun hadn't been very cooperative at first, but he'd mellowed considerably by now. Chairman Zhao, I believe he Dingyun must know quite a bit about this matter.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a faint smile. I just happened to be out for a stroll. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives.
I mainly wanted to see if he's showing any remorse. Hearing this, Hou Liangping nodded. Zhao Guoqiang turned and found a spot where Chen Xingchuan's superior, Wen Chao, was seated. Upon hearing Zhao had arrived, Wen hurried over.
Chairman Zhao, rest assured. We can handle minor matters like this ourselves. Why would we need to trouble you to come over? Wen Chao said, deliberately pouring a cup of tea and pushing it over.
Zhao Guoqiang could tell, though, that this guy probably had something to discuss with him.
Wen Chao, just get to the point. Have you run into any difficulties lately?
Wen Chao gave an awkward smile upon hearing this, seemingly unsure where to begin. Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled.
What was wrong with this guy?
Wen Chao was a relative of Zhao Lichu and his sister-in-law's younger brother from her family, so their connection wasn't too distant. Zhao Guoqiang actually had a fairly good impression of him. So Wen Chao decided to be honest. Chairman Zhao, to be perfectly honest, this matter is indeed quite difficult. We've uncovered a case where someone is suspected of transferring assets, but we can't proceed with the investigation because the other countries simply won't cooperate. We were hoping to leverage your connections to at least get this matter resolved. It's simply unacceptable to keep dragging this out indefinitely. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't realized this was the issue at hand, but he had to admit it was indeed tricky under the current circumstances. Rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to resolve this matter for you.
Wen Chao nodded in agreement. Just then, Chen Xingchuan suddenly appeared. What a lunatic! This guy actually shifts the blame onto others. How can that be justified? If you ask me, lunatics like that should be dragged out and shot. I'm utterly appalled.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang looked equally puzzled.
What's going on? You've been questioning him for ages and haven't gotten anything out of him? Chen Xingchuan gave an awkward chuckle before nodding. Honestly, I didn't get anything useful out of him.
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Chen Xingchuan's interrogation methods to be so utterly useless. He pushed open the door and walked straight in.
Sign here.
Seeing Zhao Guoqiang arrive, He Dingyun maintained his usual attitude. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang forced him to sign, threatening dire consequences if he refused. To his surprise, He Dingyun gave a cold laugh, pushed the papers away, and refused to sign no matter what.
Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened.
He summoned Chen Xingchuan. You and Hou Liangping handle this matter. In any case, this guy really doesn't know how to take a hint. Hearing this, the two understood immediately and promptly classified He Dingyun's case. He Dingyun never imagined that his careless actions would land him a sentence of several decades. Panic seized him then and there, but no one paid him any mind. Regret now was too late, there was little he could do. Zhao Guoqiang specifically summoned Zhao Ruilong. Using the Shanshui manner as an example, let me be blunt, this time, someone deliberately set you up. Got it? In short, if this happens again, you'd better be extra careful. Getting targeted by others now would cause you serious trouble. Zhao Ruilong nodded quickly, though he was just as flustered. Uncle, I won't hide it from you, I never imagined things would turn out like this. Rest assured, uncle. From now on, whatever happens, I'll consult you first. Zhao Guoqiang nodded upon hearing this and said nothing more. Just then, Gao Shaoqin walked over carrying a fruit platter. What are you two discussing? You've had quite a lot on your plate these past few days. How's everything going? Zhao Ruilong remained silent, and Zhao Guoqiang said nothing either. Gao Shaoqin scratched her face and didn't press further. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly remembered something. He quickly asked Zhao Ruilong to wait a moment and pulled Gao Shaoqin aside. I heard Gao Yuliang came looking for you, right? Gao Shaoqin looked puzzled, seemingly unsure what Zhao Guoqiang meant by bringing this up. Before she could process it, Zhao Guoqiang added. I mean, no offense. I just want to learn more about Gao Yuliang from you. With that, Zhao Guoqiang turned and left. Truthfully, he too was curious why Gao Yuliang had been staying out of things lately. Could it be that he truly had let go of everything? Meanwhile, while Zhao Guoqiang was preoccupied, Gao Qilan successfully secured a position at Jingshan Hospital, a subsidiary of Jingshan Group, through the application process. For Gao Qilan, working at the hospital felt like her destiny. Before Gao Qilan could even get familiar with the work, a hospital director unexpectedly sought her out. Don't worry, he said. Now that you're here, you won't feel pressured anymore. Little Gao, I hear you have 2 older brothers at home, right? You must work even harder, then you can't let your brothers outshine you, right? As he spoke, the director patted her shoulder. Gao Qilan didn't think much of it, assuming he was simply encouraging her. But then the director changed the subject. Little Gao, I don't mean to be pushy, but I just wanted to chat with you, have a casual conversation. I was wondering if we transferred you to the secretary position and doubled your monthly salary, would you be interested? Hearing this, Gao Qilan's face lit up with disbelief.
He'd never imagined earning double his current salary. But then again, what kind of secretary position was this? Why was it so lucrative? Gao Qilan was intrigued. Dean, what exactly are you getting at? Could you please just come out and say it plainly? The dean smiled and locked the door. What I mean is, starting today, you'll do as I say. No one will ever know about our arrangement. As long as you play along, everything will be fine. Of course, all you need to do is help me resolve a few minor issues. As he spoke, his hands began to roam. Gao Qilan froze in shock, so this was what the dean meant. Chapter 107, Looking for Trouble. Gao Qilan struggled desperately to break free, but the dean's strength was overwhelming. He tore her blouse to shreds. Quick-witted, Gao Qilan shoved the director aside and spun to flee. Before she could escape, the dean grabbed her shirt again and slammed her against the wall. Are you playing innocent with me? I'm warning you today, you'll agree whether you want to or not. Got that? If you want your pay, I can triple it. But if you don't play nice, I can fire you anytime, make you leave. Got it? Gao Qilan was momentarily stunned. This was her first time encountering such a situation, and she had no idea how to respond. Seeing the girl like this, the director's interest was piqued again, eager to take advantage. Unfortunately for him, before he could get his hands on her, Gao Qilan bit down hard on his hand. The incident eventually became common knowledge, though the director claimed Gao Qilan had threatened him. Nevertheless, Wang Hao learned of the incident and discreetly informed Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman, please don't worry. I've already gathered the basic facts. It was Wang Hongbin, the director of the branch hospital, who did this. And this guy has a history of such behavior. Should we consider transferring Wang Hongbin? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang replied calmly. All these years, sheltered under the group's umbrella, these people must have made a fortune off the back of the organization, wouldn't you agree? Well, if they've been lining their pockets all this time, that speaks volumes. Seems these people are quite a handful. Frankly, do they not hold me in any regard at all? Zhao Guoqiang was genuinely surprised by this development. He never imagined these people would pull off so many schemes behind the group's back. Wang Hao interjected. Leader, since they've already gone this far, there's no need to give them any more face. In my opinion, we should deal with them now. If we uncover one issue and investigate it thoroughly, we can definitely stop them. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. He felt that such measures were merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Punishing them wouldn't solve anything. After some thought, Zhao Guoqiang said, here's what you'll do, gather all these deans together. Tell them to put whatever matters they have today on hold. They must come and have this meal with me. Wang Hao nodded and immediately set out to gather everyone. All 5 deans were present, though they were puzzled. Why would Zhao Guoqiang suddenly summon them out of the blue? What was he up to? One of the deans discreetly approached Wang Hao. Secretary Wang, I'm genuinely curious, why did the leader suddenly summon us all? What's this about? Could it be he has something important to tell us? Wang Hao smiled and replied with just 3 words, I don't know. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, the other person dared not say anything more. After all, if you could avoid offending anyone, you definitely shouldn't offend Wang Hao. With no other choice, the 5 of them could only enter the private room obediently as Zhao Guoqiang had planned, waiting with lingering doubts. But they still couldn't figure out what Zhao Guoqiang was up to all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Wang Hongbin sat there looking supremely composed, sipping from a cup of Longjing tea while occasionally offering his insights on matters of state. He seemed to have truly transcended the mundane, as if he had cast off all worldly concerns. But everyone knew exactly what he was like. Just then, Wang Hongbin looked up and saw Zhao Guoqiang had arrived. He promptly set his cup of Longjing tea back on the table and approached with utmost deference to greet him. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, motioning for everyone to sit down and signaling the waitstaff to begin serving. Everyone looked puzzled, unsure of Zhao Guoqiang's intentions, but they didn't dare ask and simply followed his lead. Within moments, Zhao Guoqiang smiled and spoke. I called you all here today mainly to chat. Have you all been quite busy lately? Hearing this, the others were baffled. Starting the meeting this way out of the blue clearly meant something was up. Zhao Guoqiang's expression turned icy as he glanced at Wang Hongbin sitting beside him. Dean Wang, I've heard some things today. Are you all right? Wang Hongbin, flattered by the apparent concern, immediately shook his head to assure him he was fine. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. Wang Hongbin hadn't expected Zhao to take this matter so seriously. Yet something about his reaction felt off, leaving Wang Hongbin momentarily at a loss for words. It's fine, sit down. This isn't a public criticism session targeting you. Standing like that makes everyone think I'm difficult to get along with. Wang Hongbin gave an awkward smile and sat down immediately. Zhao Guoqiang calmly looked around at the others. What are your thoughts on this matter? Let's have a brief discussion. Everyone, please share your views. Wang Hongbin was actually screwed over by a college graduate who just started working. What are your thoughts on this? At these words, Hou Liangping, the director of the general hospital, was the first to react. It was now abundantly clear that Zhao Guoqiang had come specifically to address this incident. For a moment, Guoqiang didn't know how to respond, feeling slightly uneasy inside.
After a moment's pause, Guoqiang spoke up.
There must be more to this story. A greenhorn college girl wouldn't have learned such underhanded tricks.
The other directors all chuckled, seemingly disagreeing with this view. After all, some young people these days truly were as venomous as snakes and scorpions.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a light cough, picked up his tea, and took a sip. Consider this: if punishment is warranted, how should it be administered? Guoqiang caught himself he was speaking hypothetically.
But Zhao Guoqiang's gaze fixed on Wang Hongbin, so Guoqiang wisely kept quiet and quietly ate his meal.
Wang Hongbin felt uneasy under that scrutiny.
He was just a young man, likely making an inadvertent mistake.
Giving him another chance seemed the right thing to do, didn't it?
As he spoke, Wang Hongbin felt rather magnanimous about himself. Yet in Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, his behavior was nothing more than crocodile tears. Guoqiang, however, offered a faint smile. He could see that Wang Hongbin had reached his limit. He had successfully angered Zhao Guoqiang. In other words, if Zhao Guoqiang turned on him, Wang Hongbin wouldn't fare well either. This time, Wang Hongbin had unwittingly stirred up a major storm. Zhao Guoqiang suddenly slammed his teacup onto the floor and shouted angrily.
What have you done? Chapter 108, does apologizing help?
Wang Hongbin was startled, while Guoqiang kept eating, knowing full well it had nothing to do with him, best not to get involved. Wang Hongbin stammered for a moment, initially assuming Zhao Guoqiang had acted unintentionally. But seeing the fury on his face, it was clear this was no accident.
Chairman, why are you suddenly so furious? What happened?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected this bastard to still be playing dumb here, so he decided to lay it out plainly.
I've heard some things.
Wang Hongbin, you've been up to no good lately.
I recall your daughter should be in college now, right?
Yet you've done such despicable things to a girl nearly her age.
Are you even human? Even though she begged for mercy, why did you keep pushing her? Why did you threaten her job? This is outrageous. I demand that every one of you tell me the truth. Have any of you ever abused your position at work to bully others?
Zhao Guoqiang dabbed the tea stains from his hands with a tissue and continued.
No need to rush with your answers. In a moment, I'll have someone bring you paper and pen. Write down everything whether you have done such things or not. Is that clear? With that, Zhao Guoqiang turned and walked away.
Moments later, Wang Hao entered with a waiter, leaving the paper and pens for them. For a moment, Wang Hongbin's heart skipped a beat, while Guoqiang tossed the paper and pen aside.
If you've got nothing to hide, why are you freaking out like this?
Look at this mess you've caused. We're all suffering because of you.
Tell me, is what you did right? Hearing this, Wang Hongbin couldn't help but frown. Shut up. What does this have to do with you? I'm warning you, if you keep causing trouble, I'll make you regret it. Got it?
Guoqiang sneered coldly, knowing full well Wang Hongbin wouldn't last much longer. In Zhao Guoqiang's eyes, this guy was already a dead man walking. It seemed that keeping himself clean had its advantages. At least he wasn't being singled out for a private dressing down like the others. With that thought, Guoqiang stretched lazily and wrote no such situation on the paper. Then he casually sat down beside them, sipping his tea with an air of detached amusement. His classmate and colleague, however, seemed to be trying to be clever.
Guoqiang immediately reminded him. If it exists, write it down. If it doesn't, write that. Don't make any mistakes. After all, you can fool anyone but Chairman Zhao. Remember that? Back then, someone tried to deceive Chairman Zhao. What was the outcome? You all remember, right?
The entire room flinched at his words, swallowing hard.
Guoqiang smiled faintly, leaving the rest unsaid. After all, these people needed to keep their wits about them. Seeing Guoqiang's expression, everyone was baffled as to how things had escalated to this point, though ultimately the blame still fell squarely on that jerk Wang Hongbin. Once everyone had finished writing on the papers, Wang Hao walked in and took them away. Almost immediately, police officers opened the door and let everyone away except Guoqiang. Moments later, Zhao Guoqiang returned and looked at Guoqiang.
You were always my top pick back then, and you still are today. So today, I'm entrusting this girl named Gao Qilan to you. Make sure she becomes a doctor who saves lives and treats the wounded.
Understand?
Guoqiang immediately nodded, assuring Zhao Guoqiang that he could rest assured this matter was in his capable hands.
Chairman, rest assured. Nothing like this will ever happen again. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, saying nothing more.
Deep down, Zhao Guoqiang understood that things had already reached this point.
So Wang Hongbin was sent straight in.
He couldn't for the life of him understand how he'd gotten himself into such a huge mess when he'd been perfectly fine before.
Meanwhile, news of Wang Hongbin's situation spread throughout the hospital, creating a polarized reaction.
He was already detained. Subsequently, Gao Qilan was transferred to the general hospital, prompting some to venture the bold speculation that her background might be far from ordinary.
The matter finally came to a close.
Zhao Guoqiang had acted swiftly, resolving the situation without allowing public opinion to escalate too much.
After the matter was settled, Zhao Lichuan personally called to inquire. I didn't expect you to handle this so quickly. But I think you did the right thing. Of course, if something like this happens again, you must prevent it. Incompetent subordinates can easily set you up for trouble. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, his curiosity piqued. Brother, why did you suddenly call me? And why bring this up now? Zhao Lichuan paused to consider. I heard you've been quite busy these past few days. I don't have anything urgent to discuss, just wanted to catch up with you first. Also, there's another matter I'd like to briefly discuss with you. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected his older brother to want to have another heart-to-heart with him, which left him feeling rather puzzled. But then again, his brother had been seeking these heart-to-heart talks with him more and more often lately. So Zhao Guoqiang patiently urged his brother to get to the point quickly, since he had a meeting to attend shortly. Zhao Lichuan sighed softly. I'll say it again, don't make too many enemies. Otherwise, if something happens to you, everyone will rush to tear down the wall you built. Zhao Guoqiang shrugged it off. After all, with his current standing, who would dare to make a move? Still, he offered some reassurance in response to his brother's words. Zhao Guoqiang assured Zhao Lichuan that no matter what problems arose, he would actively address them. After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang didn't bother to inquire further about the situation. News of Zhao Guoqiang's reprimand of Wang Hongbin reached Su Zhong's ears. Su Zhong quickly had his people verify Gao Qilan's identity and ordered Gao Qixian to be brought to him. Su Zhong sat in a private room at the White King Hotel, singing an old song. Gao Qixian had made a bit of money lately and was now considered a small contractor. But upon hearing that the big shot Su Zhong wanted to see him, he still felt a bit nervous as he followed his henchman inside. As soon as he saw Gao Qixian arrive, Su Zhang set down the microphone, walked over, and pulled him close. Brother Gao, it's been ages. Still selling fish? Gao Qixian shook his head hastily. I'm out of that business now. I've started my own little construction projects, helping people with building work. Su Zhong nodded, then changed the subject. So when did you get to know the top brass? Chapter 109, What a Smooth Operator. Hearing this, Gao Qixian looked puzzled. Why did Su Zhong suddenly change the subject? For a moment, Gao Qixian couldn't fathom what he was getting at. Mr. Su, I'm not quite following your point. Could you be more direct? Seeing Gao Qixian still looking perplexed, Su Zhong chuckled and slapped him on the shoulder. Honestly, I never expected you to keep playing dumb at this stage. Rest assured, I know about this matter, and others will find out too. But rest assured, no one else will know. Just tell me the truth, what exactly happened. Gao Qixian grew even more confused. He couldn't fathom what Su Zhong was really after. Hadn't he summoned him here just to pick a fight? For a moment, Gao Qixian grew even more flustered. Could it really be that Su Zhang had summoned him just for idle chatter? Mr. Su, just get to the point. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, sometimes I just can't follow what you're saying. Rest assured, whatever it is, as long as you can say it, I'll do my best to make it happen, okay? Deep down, Gao Qixian knew the truth. He suspected he'd snatched a project from Su Zhong, but Su Zhong wouldn't stoop to bothering with such small fry. Su Zhang mainly wanted to build connections through Zhao Guoqiang's network to establish an information network. That way, no matter what happened, he could guarantee the project's success. That was Su Zhong's true objective. Otherwise, what possible reason could he have for summoning Gao Qixian? Observing Su Zhong's demeanor, Gao Qixian suddenly felt uneasy. He couldn't fathom why Su Zhong was speaking so cryptically. In his nervousness, Gao Qixian reached for a beer to toast Su Zhong, but his trembling hand accidentally smashed the bottle. The clatter of the bottle hitting the floor drew the attention of the bodyguards outside, who immediately burst in, weapons drawn. Witnessing this, Gao Qixian froze in terror. He hadn't anticipated Su Zhong had even stationed men at the entrance. Su Zhong's expression darkened when he saw the bodyguards enter. What the hell are you lot doing? Can't you see I'm talking to someone? Why did you barge in like that? This doesn't concern you, get out now. I didn't call for you. No one else is coming in. Got it? After scolding them, Su Zhong still wore a smile as he looked at Gao Qixian. Hey, Gao, don't worry. Things have come to this point. Whatever you need to say between us, just say it straight up. Hiding it from me won't do you any good. When did you get to know the big boss? Don't tell me you have no idea what kind of relationship you have with him. Hearing this, Gao Qixian hesitated, as if he still wanted to claim ignorance. But Su Zhong kept pressing him. Reluctantly, Gao Qixian finally spilled everything he needed to say. To his surprise, Su Zhong remained deeply dissatisfied. I see it now, you never intended to tell me the truth, did you? You're taking this way too far, kid. What could you possibly be hiding from me? I'm warning you, your sister's case has leaders handling it. She knows these leaders, yet you, her own brother, don't? Do you understand what that means? Gao Qixian couldn't make heads or tails of Su Zhong's subconscious revelation. It means your sister has powerful connections. Can I meet her? Gao Qixian shook his head, seeing no need for it, but Su Zhong kept pressing. Gao Qixian simply stopped talking. If Su Zhong wanted to get to the bottom of this, what else was there for him to say? He turned to leave, but Su Zhong cleared his throat and had men block the doorway. No matter how patient Gao Qixian was, his temper flared at that moment. Su Zhang, what exactly are you playing at? Having your men block my exit, what do you think you're doing?
Su Jiang paused before speaking. I don't think you're very smart, and you're not exactly giving me face.
You come to my place and still don't give me face? Are you looking for trouble?
Gao Qixiang hadn't expected Su Jiang to turn on him like this. He tried to say something, but before he could, a hard slap landed squarely across his face. Remember this, whatever I want to know, I will find out. Rest assured you couldn't secure that port deal, right? I'll step in and handle it for you. After the slap came the carrot. Su Jiang took Gao Qixiang straight to Jiang Tianyi, the woman who controlled the port. Jiang Tianyi was Jiang Tian's sister. After her brother's downfall, she'd taken full control of the business. But she had no intention of giving Su Jiang the courtesy he sought. What an unexpected guest. What brings you suddenly to the port? Su Jiang smiled calmly and replied. What else could I be here for? Naturally, I came to have a brief chat with you. This is a friend of mine. I hear he had a deal lined up, but you snatched it away from him, right? Jiang Tianyi, dressed in a red skirt, certainly exuded a certain charm. Su, you and I have always kept to our own corners. Don't push things too far. Besides, this guy doesn't meet the qualifications they require. It's only natural he couldn't land the deal. Hearing this, Su Jiang took a drag on his cigarette. Lao Gao, step outside for now. I need to speak privately with Ms. Zhong. Once everyone had left, Su Jiang flicked his cigarette onto the ground. Jiang Tianyi, did I give you too much leeway? Do you have any idea what kind of bull you were spouting just now? The nonsense you spouted could have gotten you killed multiple times. Let me put it this way, we're both in the construction business. I know exactly what tricks you've pulled. Don't try to pull any with me. Lao Gao has powerful connections. Jiang Tianyi suddenly understood. So Su Jiang was just someone else's lapdog after all. She couldn't help but chuckle. I never imagined even your renowned Su Jiang would have to kowtow to someone else. That truly surprised me. Care to tell me why you chose to kowtow to someone? And who exactly is this person you're groveling to? Su Jiang replied calmly. Chairman Zhao Guoqiang. Jiang Tianyi was about to laugh, but suddenly stopped. She had also heard some rumors recently. Could it be that things were unfolding exactly as she suspected? Gao Qixiang might actually know Zhao Guoqiang, or someone close to him. For a moment, Jiang Tianyi's expression turned utterly incredulous, her face taut with tension. Su Jiang stood up and gently patted Jiang Tianyi's shoulder. You decide what to do. Chapter 110, Why are you apologizing to me? Jiang Tianyi panicked instantly and hurriedly had Gao Qixiang escorted out. She spoke kindly and poured tea, while Su Jiang stood by grinning. Gao Qixiang was puzzled. Jiang Tianyi had berated him relentlessly back then, and even now she wasn't exactly friendly. Why had her attitude changed so drastically today? For a moment, he was completely baffled. But since she was now willing to speak to him reasonably, there was no need to cause her trouble. After the two emerged, Jiang Tianyi spoke up. Let's keep in touch more often about future matters. Rest assured, I can absolutely handle anything concerning the port. Gao Qixiang looked puzzled at her words, but Jiang Tianyi just smiled warmly. What I mean is, if the people behind you can help me, then we can certainly achieve mutual benefits. Gao Qixiang was still trying to figure it out when Su Jiang yanked him away. Gao Qixiang was left utterly bewildered. For a moment, he couldn't make heads or tails of what was going on. News of Gao Qixiang's recent meteoric rise quickly reached Zhao Guoqiang's ears. And Xian looked at him. Aren't you even curious how a fishmonger suddenly became a boss? And what happened in between? What kind of connection formed? Are you really not the least bit curious? How can you stay so calm? Hearing an Xian speak, Zhao Guoqiang smiled. Some things can't be resolved just because you care about them, understand? I'll be honest with you, based on the current situation, this problem isn't simple. Gao Qixiang must have teamed up with certain people. We shouldn't meddle in the specifics, it's his own business, got it? Hearing this, an Xian nodded and decided not to press further. But deep down, an Xian began investigating Gao Qixiang. He was convinced there was something fishy about this guy. As for what exactly was wrong, that was hard to say. Just then, Zhao Lichuan called, leaving Gao Qixiang puzzled. Why was he calling so often lately? After answering, Zhao Lichuan had only one demand: get home immediately. The sooner, the better. Gao Qixiang was puzzled. Why the sudden urgency? Without pausing to think, he rushed straight home. Zhao Qixiang was baffled. What on earth had happened? When Zhao Qixiang finally arrived home, he discovered Meng Dihai was already there. Looking up, he caught sight of Meng Yu sitting on the sofa. Why are you here? An Xian asked instinctively. Meng Dihai cleared his throat. Meng Yu, this is Chairman Zhao, you've met him before. An Xian instantly understood. They clearly had business to discuss, so she shouldn't linger and disturb them. Meng Yu saw an Xian about to leave and tried to speak, but realized he was already walking away. Zhao Guoqiang looked genuinely puzzled. He couldn't quite figure it out. What was Zhao Lichuan trying to accomplish by bringing this father and daughter here?
Brother, you called me back in such a hurry just because we have guests at home? Zhao Lichuan chuckled. Don't talk nonsense. I intended to introduce you to a friend. This young lady is Meng Yu. She works at the television station as a reporter. Dihai has been working under me for a long time, so we're old acquaintances. We thought it would be good for you young people to get to know each other. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected this to be a matchmaking scheme. But the idea of Meng Dihai becoming his father-in-law? It seemed utterly absurd. Zhao Guoqiang wanted to refuse, but since they were already here, it wouldn't be right to be too rude. Seeing Zhao Guoliang say little, Zhao Lichuan promptly suggested they take a stroll in the garden to chat more. Dihai, come upstairs with me. I have the latest Icelandic black tea. Shall we try it together? Meng Dihai nodded, glancing back at Meng Yu as if to signal her. Zhao Guoqiang gestured behind him. Come on, I'll show you around the garden. Are you and an Xin quite close? Meng Yu nodded. We grew up together. An Xin's parents died on a mission, so she's always lived with us. By the way, why did you ask about that? Zhao Guoqiang pondered briefly before offering a casual response. They entered the garden, where Zhao Guoliang deliberately led Meng Yu to sit by the water for a while. More importantly, it was about certain circumstances. Their conversation went quite well, though Meng Yu tended to ask all sorts of questions, many of which were overly classified for Zhao Guoqiang to share freely. What was more, the little girl's inquiries were often quite baffling. But as they sat downstairs, the two old men watched from upstairs. I think Xiaoyu is quite a good girl. My brother Guoqiang has never found a suitable match. If these two could get together, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Meng Dihai desperately hoped Zhao Lichuan's earlier words would come true. If he could latch onto the Zhao family's influence, everything he wanted to accomplish in the future would become incredibly easy. But then again, the Zhao family probably had their own reservations about him. Meng Dihai inquired with great caution. Actually, I also have something I'd like to discuss with you. Of course, if the two were to marry, would Meng Yu insist on keeping her job, or would she support Chairman Zhao? Zhao Lichuan understood the implication. This was clearly asking for his endorsement. We've known each other for years, just say what's on your mind. No need for all these roundabout ways. Rest assured, if these two can make it work, Meng Yu's future will be limitless. But I hear there's a young man named Yang Jian who's always hovering around Meng Yu. Is that true? Meng Dihai hadn't expected Zhao Lichuan, at his advanced age, to be so well informed about such details. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. But he actually disliked this young man Yang Jian too, because the kid was all talk. After a moment's thought, Meng Dihai replied. Rest assured, Yang Jian won't bother Meng Yu anymore. Zhao Lichuan nodded. That would be best. After all, someone like Yang Jian is simply unsuitable. With that, Zhao Lichuan pushed the tea across the table. Meng Dihai instantly understood. Thus, Yang Jian, who should have been transferred to serve as deputy director at the power group, was unexpectedly kicked over to the environmental protection group. Yang Jian couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. He deliberately waited until Meng Dihai finished work before seeking him out. Director Meng, what's going on here? Why did they suddenly send me back? And to the environmental protection group? Isn't that like telling me to go pick up trash? Meng Dihai remained impassive. There are only distinctions in work, not distinctions of nobility or lowliness. Do you understand? Chapter 111, Looking for Trouble? Hearing Meng Dihai's words, Yang Jian instantly grew displeased. What the hell is this nonsense? Why was he suddenly spouting this nonsense to brush him off? If that was the reason, Yang Jian absolutely couldn't accept it. Yang Jian was furious. He couldn't fathom it. Hadn't Meng Dihai once held such high hopes for him? Why was he being pulled back now? It felt like gaining something only to lose it again. Director Meng, what's going on here? This feels like you're targeting me. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Meng Dihai remained impassive. In any case, this matter was beyond his control. Speaking of which, Yang Jian has been constantly pestering Meng Yuji lately, which could potentially ruin my plans. Keeping Yang Jian around is inherently risky. Meng Dihai let out a long sigh. I understand your concerns, but things have come to this point. You can't keep looking at me like that, got it? Let me repeat, arguing with me about work matters is pointless. In short, you'd better just follow orders. Whatever problems arise, you'd better handle them quietly. Otherwise, no one will be able to help you. Got it? Meng Dihai's cold-hearted demeanor deeply displeased Yang Jian, but he wasn't stupid. For a split second, Yang Jian suddenly understood. I get it now. You're using me as a sacrificial pawn, right? Commissioner Meng, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. I'm truly amazed. I've considered countless possibilities, but I never dreamed you'd handle me this way. I know you're formidable, but I'm no pushover either. Since Meng Yu doesn't want to be with me anymore, why don't you let her explain herself clearly? Meng Dihai hadn't expected this guy to be so stubborn. For a moment, he felt thoroughly annoyed. He couldn't fathom why this usually obedient young man kept butting heads with him lately. Still, Meng Dihai didn't press the matter further. He simply told him to do as he pleased.
Yang Jian, equally impulsive, actually submitted his resignation letter. Meng Dihai didn't hesitate and approved it on the spot. By the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late.
Yang Jian never imagined he'd become such a laughingstock. At this point, who could he blame?
This matter should have been closed, but unfortunately, Gao Shaoqin's perspective on it was the most significant. So during work hours, Gao Shaoqin suddenly approached Meng Yu.
You're quite beautiful. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gao Shaoqin. You should know me, right? Hearing this, Meng Yu nodded, though he found it odd. What was this woman here for?
Gao Shaoqin wasted no time, immediately taking Meng Yu to a nearby coffee shop.
Once seated, she got straight to the point. Truthfully, I didn't call you out here for any other reason. I just wanted to talk to you alone.
I heard you and Chairman Zhao are dating, is that right?
Let me be blunt, I've always had feelings for Mr. Zhao.
If you don't back off now, I have ways to make you regret this. And I won't stop at you, I won't spare your father either.
I hear you have someone you like.
If that's the case, you should be with the person you love instead of trying to steal a man from me.
I'm laying down the law here.
If you really want to mess with me, bring it on any time. But I advise you, young lady, not to waste your breath.
Got it? Gao Shaoqin's attitude was genuinely intimidating.
Meng Yu never imagined this woman would come after her. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Meng Yu suddenly received a call from the station manager. Meng Yu, I know you've been swamped with work lately.
Rest assured, I'll handle this matter. Why don't you take 2 days off? Hearing this, Meng Yu panicked.
She never imagined the station manager would be under this woman's control. Director, I haven't been working excessively hard lately. I've only been handling a few routine cases.
Why are you asking me to stop?
The station manager offered no further explanation before hanging up. Gao Shaoqin, meanwhile, wore a victorious smile. She relished seeing Meng Yu defeated like this.
But Gao Shaoqin miscalculated. This girl was someone who absolutely refused to admit defeat. Ms. Gao, there's no personal grudge between us.
But since you enjoy playing this game, I believe I should accept the challenge.
I shouldn't keep dodging anymore. Regarding Chairman Zhao's case, I won't back down an inch. If you want to fight me to the end, go ahead and try.
Meng Yu glared as she returned to her workplace.
The station director was assigning tasks to everyone.
It turned out they had distributed all of Meng Yu's work among others and planned to put her on extended leave.
Remarkably, the station director showed no remorse whatsoever.
Meng Yu followed the station director into the office, her voice trembling with anger.
Director, doesn't this amount to bowing to certain forces?
The station director chuckled upon hearing this.
Let me tell you something, he said. Life isn't always as simple as it seems. Some things are far more difficult to handle than you could ever imagine. Life is a continuous process of learning compromise.
One day, you'll admire your own resilience.
But without real power, everything you do is just empty fantasy. Meng Yu, I have high hopes for you. After this incident, I hope you'll adjust your mindset. After all, you have to consider everyone's livelihoods, don't you?
Meng Yu was furious. She never expected the station manager to say something like that.
Wasn't this tantamount to admitting defeat to Gao Shaoqin?
Meng Yu could accept being bested by someone younger, but she would never tolerate being defeated by an old woman like Gao Shaoqin. Since you've chosen Gao Shaoqin's side, so be it.
I, Meng Yu, will never concede defeat. The station manager couldn't help but shake his head. Watching Meng Yu's retreating figure, he couldn't help but chuckle. I told you, you're just a little girl. Why must you always oppose others? Now look at you, you had to beat yourself to a pulp just to feel satisfied, didn't you?
The station manager picked up the phone and dialed Gao Shaoqin. Once the call connected, he delivered the good news. Rest assured, everything's taken care of. That girl won't be able to stir up much trouble. Gao Shaoqin nodded and headed straight for Zhao Lichuan's home. After all, if Zhao Lichuan could be appeased, all the problems would cease to be problems.
Chapter 112, The Veteran.
Zhao Lichuan always read the newspaper first thing in the morning, but he never imagined Gao Shaoqin would show up today. Zhao Lichuan looked utterly puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Gao Shaoqin would come to his place so early. What was she up to?
What on earth happened? Why do I sense something's off with your mood?
Gao Shaoqin tried her best to act as if nothing was wrong, but a woman's emotions are usually written all over her face.
Zhao Lichuan smiled.
Though confined to a wheelchair, his legs were injured, not his eyes. To Zhao Lichuan, any flicker of emotion in the girl before him was instantly detected, and he captured it with remarkable precision. After a moment's thought, Zhao Lichuan handed her a cup of tea.
Gao Shaoqin felt a pang of injustice. She had done everything perfectly, why did it end like this? Gao Shaoqin felt deeply resentful.
After all, Zhao Guoqiang had already developed a certain intimate connection with her.
Under these circumstances, how could she possibly lose to some young girl? It was utterly unacceptable.
Commander, this situation is deeply unfair to me. At the very least, you should have informed me beforehand. But no one told me this was happening, and that little brat was so arrogant toward me. That attitude was just unbearable. Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew full well Gao Shaoqin was behind the whole thing, but now she was playing the victim. That said, having someone like Gao Shaoqin around could solve many problems effortlessly. Moreover, Zhao Lichuan held her in high regard. After much deliberation, Zhao Lichuan decided to try and reason with her. If Gao Shaoqin truly couldn't understand his perspective, then there would be no point in further discussion.
Shaoqin, some things aren't that simple. Can you grasp that?
Honestly, at this point, you should know your own feelings.
Of course, what I mean is that sometimes people need to learn to compromise.
The situation between you and Guoqiang has dragged on far too long. But you can't let this issue keep tearing you two apart. It's unfair to everyone involved. Rest assured, we'll handle the Shanshui Manor matter thoroughly.
Shi Tongwei will help secure the land for you as soon as possible. Gao Shaoqin fell silent upon hearing this. So they thought she was some beggar, huh?
She came here to vent her grievances, not to be treated like a beggar. For a moment, Gao Shaoqin couldn't utter a word, her heart boiling with frustration. Zhao Lichuan could see the fire burning within Gao Shaoqin, though she deliberately avoided bringing up the matter. Moreover, Zhao Lichuan enthusiastically urged Gao Shaoqin to drink her tea quickly, adding that it wouldn't taste good once it got cold.
Gao Shaoqin felt utterly speechless. Even if Zhao Guoqiang wanted to introduce a girlfriend, shouldn't he at least ask her permission first? It seems you have no intention of supporting me.
Frankly, had I known this would be the outcome, I never would have come here. Gao Shaoqin adopted a hurt expression, stood up, and turned to leave. But Zhao Lichuan stopped her, speaking earnestly. Truthfully, I shouldn't have said too much, but at this point, I have no choice. The situation between you and Guoqiang needs to be resolved. If you two keep this up, I can't predict what might happen, but I'm certain it won't be good.
You know exactly what kind of person Guoqiang is. So let's just end this matter here. Understand? Gao Shaoqin nodded. It seemed even Zhao Lichuan wasn't on her side. The last shred of goodwill he might have had for her was surely gone now. At this thought, Gao Shaoqin couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Perhaps this was the outcome she deserved. Gao Shaoqin immediately drove back. However, instead of going home, she sought out Shi Tongwei to vent her frustration about the incident. But Shi Tongwei, lacking a certain sensitivity, failed to grasp the magnitude of the situation. Moreover, Gao Shaoqin's schemes were simply too malicious. Director Qi, don't you think Meng Dihai and his people have gone too far? I just feel so uncomfortable about this. I feel like they deliberately tried to push their daughter onto Chairman Zhao, but how could Chairman Zhao possibly accept a woman like that? Hearing this, Shi Tongwei was also puzzled. How could Zhao Guoqiang possibly be with Meng Dihai's daughter? Moreover, there was significant friction between Shi Tongwei and Meng Dihai. If the two were to become a couple, Meng Dihai would surely seek revenge against him. Shi Tongwei dared not think further. It all felt like a nightmare closing in on him. For a moment, Shi Tongwei couldn't help but frown. If that were truly the case, it would be absolutely dreadful. Gao Shaoqin was indeed formidable. Somehow she'd gotten hold of this information and was actually planning to team up with Shi Tongwei to suppress Meng Dihai. Shi Tongwei immediately signaled his support. Rest assured, Ms. Gao. I'll handle this matter personally. I guarantee you'll receive a satisfactory resolution. Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But she was deeply concerned. If this matter couldn't be resolved on time, the consequences would undoubtedly be extremely complicated. Director Qi, I'm telling you this now, if it fails, don't blame me when the chips are down. Shi Tongwei nodded. After seeing Gao Shaoqin off, he immediately summoned the relevant personnel and had them bring Meng Dihai along as well. Meng Dihai looked puzzled, utterly baffled as to why Shi Tongwei would summon him. After much deliberation, he went anyway. But the moment they met, Shi Tongwei's palpable hostility nearly knocked Meng Dihai off his feet. And the moment they met, Shi Tongwei's words were nothing short of vile. I've noticed the problems in Jinghai City lately are extremely serious. I don't know if certain people are incapable of solving them, but I think if you don't have the ability to handle these issues, you should step down immediately. Besides, this whole mess is making everyone look bad. Do you really think that's appropriate? So, if you want to be smart, you'd better avoid embarrassing yourself sooner rather than later, right? Chapter 113, Director Qi, you're on. Meng Dihai understood the moment I spoke. It seemed today's meeting was specifically targeted at him. But what puzzled him even more was why Shi Tongwei was targeting him so relentlessly he never crossed him. This matter was truly baffling. Shi Tongwei showed no urgency, simply gazing at him leisurely until his opponent ran out of words. Only then did Shi Tongwei speak with a smile. Old Meng, I know you've been working hard lately, but hard work isn't an excuse, right? Currently, your jurisdiction has the most cases. Why haven't you resolved them properly? So this is a matter of capability. If you can't handle it, you must step aside and let someone more capable take over. Do you understand? By this point, Meng Dihai understood completely. This was a direct order to step down from his position. Yet Meng Dihai chose to ignore the implication. He knew full well that if he actually followed through as suggested, his own collapse would only just be beginning. Meng Dihai replied with a smile. I fully understand and acknowledge your criticism. Rest assured, I have this matter under control. No matter what, I will not allow it to escalate.
Additionally, regarding these various situations, I will address them thoroughly. Please rest assured, sir. Hearing this, it seemed Meng Dihai wasn't entirely foolish after all.
But why was this guy still acting like this? Shi Tongwei felt that merely letting Meng Dihai know his capabilities wasn't enough.
He needed to make him understand just how formidable his methods truly were.
Thus, Shi Tongwei made an even bolder decision: removal from office. He would have Chang Lin take over the position.
Meng Dihai never anticipated things would escalate to this point. A few words had already cost him his position. He tried to protest, but no chance was given.
The matter was settled.
Meng Dihai walked out dejectedly, utterly bewildered by the outcome that had befallen him.
For a moment, Meng Dihai couldn't help but laugh. He never imagined he would sink to this level.
It was precisely at this moment that Chang Lin approached from a short distance away. When their eyes met, both seemed somewhat awkward. But Meng Dihai was a seasoned veteran of the underworld. He handled such situations with ease.
Meng Dihai stood up.
Olden, I know you've been my right-hand man all these years.
You've had to put up with a lot.
Rest assured, from now on, no one will ever make you play second fiddle again.
It's fine. Our friendship isn't tainted by this matter. I believe you're innocent. Keep up the good work. No matter what, I'll always have faith in you. And Chang Lin tried to say something more, but Meng Dihai had already left.
News of this development soon reached Sha Ruijin's ears. Sha Ruijin found the situation highly peculiar.
Why would Meng Dihai be dismissed out of the blue?
Logically speaking, this situation was highly unusual, utterly without warning.
Even if Meng Dihai had done something wrong, dismissal seemed entirely unnecessary.
This matter seemed far from trivial.
Interesting. If that's the case, things are getting rather complicated.
Sharing this, Sha Ruijin promptly reported the matter to Zhao Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly astonished.
He never imagined Shi Tongwei would make such a major personnel move behind his back. What was this guy thinking lately? Zhao Guoqiang mentioned Meng Dihai's situation during the call, just as an XIN approached. But she didn't seem to have any questions. Zhao Guoqiang didn't read too much into it.
Just then, Chloe, the representative from America, called. Chairman Zhao, I believe we need to have a serious talk.
Of course, what I mean is regarding the Yanchuan military port matter. You can't possibly be doing this, can you? I can't help but feel you're deliberately targeting us. Please give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I won't be able to account for this to anyone.
I hope Chairman Zhao won't make things so awkward.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang was taken aback. How did this woman dare speak to him like this? Regarding the Yanchuan military port, Zhao Guoqiang knew full well it wasn't a simple matter.
If he wanted to rush its resolution, it would likely have to be put on the back burner. But then again, if the military port's island construction project were to be blocked, Zhao Guoqiang would be somewhat displeased.
Just tell me, what exactly do you mean? I'll do my best to accommodate your wishes, okay?
Hearing this, Chloe proceeded to reveal something that stunned even Zhao Guoqiang. We intend to lease the military port to you.
The annual rent is 45 billion. What do you think? Zhao Guoqiang was stunned. This woman really knew her math. Was she showing off her skills? Chairman Zhao, what exactly are you implying? I'm not showing off my math skills.
In any case, Chairman Zhao, you must be mentally prepared for this matter. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang was utterly speechless.
This woman wasn't mentally challenged, but how could she act more foolish than someone who was? Chloe, I believe you understand this situation perfectly well. In other words, you should be fully aware of the circumstances. If I have to spend money to resolve the Yanchuan military port issue, I'm not joking, this situation will become incredibly complicated. In other words, what you want to achieve is practically impossible. If I mobilize the military, it could reach the incident area in mere minutes. Then tell me, who do you think would have the upper hand? Chloe understood Zhao Guoqiang's meaning. He clearly had no intention of cooperating with her.
In that case, there was no need for further discussion.
Chairman Zhao, aren't you afraid of reigniting war?
I implore you to carefully consider what kind of situation would unfold if hostilities were to resume. Chairman Zhao, please give this matter your utmost consideration.
Zhao Guoqiang never imagined he'd be warned by someone like Chloe.
Without hesitation, he hung up the phone and immediately notified Yan Dinghua, the commander of the Southern Theater Command. I think you should send out some warships to have a little chat with them.
Rest assured, they absolutely won't attack us first. Just seize the opportunity to give them a scare. Yan Dinghua chuckled upon hearing this. Chairman Zhao, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, she's just a young woman. What if you scare her? I never would have guessed you were such a prude. Chapter 114, Sudden. But Yan Dinghua wasn't stupid.
Chairman Zhao, I understand this situation is tricky.
Rest assured, I've got this completely covered. But what about future equipment? How should we handle that?
Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected Yan Dinghua to play such a game with him, but it didn't matter. Since he wanted it, he'd grant the promise.
Rest assured, whatever equipment you need going forward, I'll make sure it's prioritized for you. How does that sound? Yang Dingwa perked up instantly, replying with a hearty, great cooperation.
After hanging up, Yang Dingwei immediately called his trusted lieutenant, Kong Yulin, ordering him to deploy all warships out of port.
Kong Yulin was puzzled. Why this sudden move? But Yang Dingwa was already impatient. Why are you asking so many questions? Just do it, got it? No hesitation. Your job is to handle this as quickly as possible. Kong Yulin nodded. Got it. Since you've given the order, if anything goes wrong, you'll handle it. Kong Yulin hung up and immediately followed orders, dispatching the reorganized troops once more.
Almost no one in America had anticipated that Zhao Guoqiang would actually follow through on his word and dispatch warships. Most crucially, minutes later, the Southern Theater Command abruptly announced a major development, the commencement of military exercises. Yanchuan Military Port was designated a key exercise zone, accompanied by a warning demanding nearby residents evacuate immediately. Otherwise, they would bear full responsibility for any consequences. This development sent Chloe and the chief of the General Staff of the American Armed Forces into a panic. Hardly anyone had anticipated Zhao Guoqiang and his faction could stir up such a massive commotion.
In other words, wasn't this tantamount to signing their own death warrant?
Chloe still hadn't grasped the sheer power Zhao Guoqiang wielded. Once unleashed, this was nothing short of a direct warning to her. But with events having unfolded thus far, Chloe understood clearly that continuing this chaos would surely bring no good outcome.
So she decided to consult Yang Dingwa first.
Chloe went straight to the command headquarters of the Southern Theater, where Yang Dingwa was bent over a table, intently studying a map.
To Yang Dingwa, the map on the table was no ordinary document. Every marked location held immense significance.
Of course, the reason Yang Dingwa was so engrossed in the table was entirely because of someone about to arrive. Just then, the secretary ushered someone into the room. Yang Dingwa lifted his head to glance at Chloe as she entered, uttering only a casual remark.
Have a seat. No need for formalities. May I ask what your position is? Chloe hadn't expected Yang Dingwei to address her this way. Mr. Yang, don't you remember me?
I was the inspector who handled the negotiations for the batch of warships you purchased back then.
Yang Dingwa smiled. Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget this woman?
Yang Dingwei gave a cold chuckle, his eyes filled with contempt.
How could I possibly forget you? To be honest, I find you utterly ridiculous. Of course, I've forgotten everything about that incident back then. My memory isn't particularly sharp. I recall you forcibly boarded my warship for inspection, correct? And back then, I was too young. I didn't even issue an attack order against you.
But times have changed.
I'm a seasoned veteran now. Rest assured, I've forgotten all those unpleasantries. Don't take it to heart. By the way, would you like some tea?
Hearing this, Chloe realized that even if the most exquisite delicacies were offered, she couldn't bring herself to eat them.
It all came back to that one phrase.
I'm truly sorry. I never imagined this would cause you so much trouble. But rest assured, whatever the issue, I'll handle it to the best of my ability, okay?
Hearing Chloe's words, Yang Dingwei gave a cold chuckle.
I don't care how you handle it, nor what tricks you pull next.
I've got my own plans. So tell me, are you trying to block our military exercises?
Too bad our ruler slipped a bit, landing squarely over Yanchuan Military Port.
What do you suggest we do about that?
Chloe pondered for a moment, then walked over and repositioned the ruler.
Rest assured, sir. From now on, we will never obstruct any missile weapons you purchase. And I guarantee absolutely no one will be able to interfere with this matter. It's completely secure.
Yang Dingwa never imagined this woman's final promise would be such a useless piece of junk.
He couldn't help but laugh, then coldly remarked.
It seems you've taken me for a lowlife. Of course, perhaps you're not fully informed, but I hope you don't overstep your bounds.
But getting back to the point, do you really insist on playing these pointless games with me?
Chloe froze instantly, utterly stunned that Yang Dingwa was prepared to make this real.
For a moment, Chloe's eyes widened in disbelief. If he was serious, what could she possibly do?
Her eyes widened as she seemed to be thinking about not letting this escalate too far.
But it was too late. Yang Dingwa had already made up his mind. He picked up the walkie-talkie and began speaking into it. Begin immediately. Our exercise will show the Yanchuan military port. If anyone dares to come out, they'll regret it.
In truth, this strategy had been entirely Zhao Guoqiang's idea from conception to execution. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang had personally selected the most suitable location on the map for them to conduct their military exercises. So it wasn't Yang Dingwa who drew the lines on the map, it was Zhao Guoqiang. From the very beginning, Chloe had failed to grasp the true nature of the problem. The situation had become incredibly chaotic and complex. Chloe now watched helplessly as artillery shells landed near Yanchuan military port, utterly powerless to intervene. On multiple occasions, Chloe had wanted to intervene, but she was powerless to do anything. Helpless, Chloe watched it all unfold before her eyes. Some shells appeared to be targeting the warships within Yanchuan military port, with shrapnel already striking the outer hulls of the vessels.
Many personnel evacuated urgently, deeply concerned that this would trigger an all-out war. Zhao Guoqiang soon received a call. Are you sure you have to play this game? If this escalates, do you know what will happen? This is going too far. Chapter 115, Are you threatening me? Zhao Guoqiang recognized the voice immediately. It must be Beyonce, the Commander-in-Chief of America. I've said it before, the military exercises won't stop. What good does it do to try persuading me now? Besides, I've repeatedly addressed the matter of Yanchuan military port with you. Yet you've consistently treated me as if I were invisible. Since you're willing to play this game, why should I extend you any courtesy? Bianca hadn't anticipated such a humiliating rebuff. For a moment, anger was all she could muster. After a moment's thought, Beyonce spoke up. I hope you won't push things too far. You should be well aware of what's at stake next. Should this escalate into war between our nations, you alone will bear the responsibility for all that follows. Zhao Guoqiang laughed, his expression utterly unconcerned. Go ahead and keep this war going if you've got the guts. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't be bothered with Beyonce. All she could do was get angry. The military exercises lasted 12 hours. By dawn, the warships withdrew to port, and fishing boats resumed their normal operations. Everything seemed to return to calm. No one knew what had transpired, no one understood what had actually happened that night. Only those who had lived through that night understood the true horror of it all. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't left the lab all night, intensifying his development of the aerospace combat armor. Yang Yi was exhausted beyond endurance. She had nearly dozed off twice while sitting there, but seeing her teacher still awake, she forced herself to stay alert. Perhaps her teacher was also contemplating certain issues, but what exactly was he thinking? Yang Yi approached and looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Professor, you haven't stopped all night. What exactly are you researching? Why do I feel like I can't understand what you're working on anymore? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang smiled and carefully completed the experiment in his hands. In truth, Zhao Guoqiang understood all too well. The war that could erupt at any moment demanded the ultimate sacrifice. If he couldn't firmly grasp the critical situation, he would inevitably become someone else's prey. Zhao Guoqiang spoke earnestly. Yang Yi, there are things I need to make clear to you. In other words, given the current situation, everything is far from straightforward. Let me be frank, some scenarios might unfold as you imagine, but others will undoubtedly be far more complex than you anticipate. In short, you must remember that whatever we research must meet the military's needs. Otherwise, when war comes, no one will be able to help them or help us. Yang Yi seemed to grasp a little, yet appeared utterly lost. Li Jing had already completed the preliminary experiments and synthesized the specialized steel armor required for the aerospace combat suit. Professor, is this the type of specialized steel armor you envisioned? Zhao Guoqiang examined it closely and found all specifications met the aerospace combat armor's requirements. Moreover, this steel armor was essentially just an outer shell. Zhao Guoqiang was truly at his limit. He decided to sleep for an hour before heading to the meeting. Returning upstairs, Zhao Guoqiang took a shower, lay down on the bed, and immediately fell asleep. The special space capsule he had designed allowed him to recover from a full night's exhaustion with just 1 hour of sleep. Zhao Guoqiang had already fallen asleep. Moments later, Yang Yi and Li Jingkai entered and slipped into the other two pods. Soon, both were fast asleep. It must be said, this sensation of sleep was truly peculiar. Before long, both were fast asleep. Zhao Guoqiang was awakened by his alarm after exactly 1 hour. He climbed out, glanced around. He headed straight to the conference room. After everyone gathered, Zhao Guoqiang greeted them. You all arrived quite early. Seems like you all got a good night's rest last night. The others looked at Zhao Guoqiang, smiled, and nodded. Zhao Guoqiang wasted no time, sitting down and exchanging a few brief words with them. Honestly, last night's drill was quite impressive. Though I wasn't there in person, I still saw Junwei's performance excellent. Did you know Commander Yang was present? No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Dinghua, looking energetic and alert, walked in from outside. Though approaching 60, he still appeared remarkably youthful. Approaching and taking a seat, Yang Dinghua greeted Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, I hear you didn't go home to sleep last night. Your car was parked outside the whole time. Come on, tell us, were you secretly working on something behind our backs? Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly at this, insisting he'd never conduct research behind their backs. Despite his reassurance, the others remained skeptical, insisting he bring out whatever it was to show them. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Well, you asked for it. Since you want to see it, I'll bring it out shortly. But I plan to reveal it later during the meeting. That's final. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang still intended to keep them in suspense, the group grew even more displeased, pressing him to show the item immediately. Zhao Guoqiang stubbornly refused to give them the satisfaction, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Time ticked by second. Everyone was nearly asleep. Suddenly, Zhao Guoqiang's students, Yang Yi and Li Jing, entered carrying a small model. They placed it on the table, leaving everyone puzzled. What are you doing bringing a toy here? What kind of meeting is this? Do you two even know? Yang Dinghua nodded in agreement. We're talking about a meeting at our level here.
Bringing this thing shows you don't hold the others in much regard.
Yang Yi paused, then spoke up.
This was my teacher's arrangement.
I'm just delivering it. I hope everyone will study it carefully. Hearing this, young Dinghua was the first to react.
He never imagined Zhao Guoqiang's once jokingly mentioned concept would actually be designed by him. Yang Dinghua stared intently at the object before him.
The others looked utterly bewildered, wondering why he seemed so peculiar. Just as curiosity piqued, they noticed Zhao Guoqiang had already unfolded a large blueprint.
The moment they saw the contents of the blueprint, every face in the room froze in shock.
The aerospace battle armor was real. Zhao Guoqiang began explaining to everyone.
As you can all see, what you hold now is a scaled model of the aerospace combat armor, a 1/55 scale replica. This represents the new frontier of future warfare, true steel warriors, the genuine replacements for human soldiers.
Chapter 116, Earth-Shattering Design.
No sooner had Zhao Guoqiang spoken these words than someone unexpectedly chuckled. The sound was neither loud nor soft, yet it managed to ruffle many feathers.
Frankly, what was so amusing about this? Besides, wasn't it perfectly normal for someone to present their design? To actually laugh at someone's design, what kind of mindset does that person have?
Zhao Guoqiang paused, turning to look at the one who had laughed. He was one of his own men, yet Zhao felt strangely familiar with this face.
Yang Dinghua couldn't help but frown. Bidok, what are you laughing at? Could you even design something like what Chairman Zhao has created? How dare you laugh here? After all these years, have you ever produced a single decent design? Bidok's background was anything but ordinary. He'd been recruited externally at a hefty salary.
Bidok had always been a talent coveted by major conglomerates, primarily because he understood mechanical engineering better than Zhou. But ever since Zhao Guoqiang made a name for himself with Jingshan Group, people like Bidok haven't been in high demand anymore.
And his coming here today was clearly to pick a fight, otherwise, why would he even show up? Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened considerably. Mr. Bidok, since you find our design lacking, perhaps you could tell us what would you design instead?
Hearing this, Bidok gave a cold laugh, as if nothing was beyond his design capabilities. Since Chairman Zhao wishes to know, I'll be frank. Regarding mecha design, I began my work a full decade ago. However, at that time, our focus was on rescue missions, not offensive capabilities. It wasn't until later that I refined the design, leading to the second model of the robot.
Yang Yi felt a bit annoyed. This was clearly Zhao Guoqiang's solo mecha launch event. Why was Bidok suddenly crashing the party? Moreover, Bidok had always been quite confrontational toward others. It must be said that Bidok's designs were truly baffling. It wasn't that people envied him, but rather that they genuinely felt his designs were like taking off your pants to fart, just creating unnecessary trouble. After all, it was explicitly stated this was a mecha launch event, yet he insisted on unveiling a healing-type mecha. That was literally like taking off your pants to fart. I think you're just desperate for attention, aren't you? Hearing Yang Yi's words, Bidok remained thick-skinned, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing, wearing a look of utter indifference.
Deep down, Bidok knew that if this conference went off without a hitch, his battle armor would become an overnight sensation. Unless Zhao Guoqiang deemed the event a failure, in which case he'd be trapped on all fronts. You've got to hand it to the bastard, his schemes were truly intricate. But while he could deceive anyone else, he couldn't fool Zhao Guoqiang, for Zhao had already figured everything out. Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking. I understand the specific concerns you all have at present, for instance, the issues with standard mecha we're currently encountering. As Professor Bidok mentioned earlier, his research focuses on mecha designs entirely distinct from ours. I hope everyone can first familiarize themselves with our mecha designs, but I ask that you pay close attention to our original design philosophy. Zhao Guoqiang deliberately played a model animation, never expecting even Bidok would plagiarize it.
Yang Yi couldn't hold back any longer.
She slammed her hand on the table and turned to look at Yang Dinghua. After all, he was her own uncle. She couldn't possibly side with an outsider. Yang Dinghua was utterly speechless regarding this Bidok. He couldn't fathom who had invited this bastard in the first place. What's more, ever since Bidok took the stage, he'd been spouting nonsense nonstop. This kid was clearly off his rocker. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang stepped in to mediate. Bidok, today we're discussing mecha technology, not child's play, and certainly not a time for reckless jokes. I hope you understand. If you brought your battle armor today, I suggest we test it on the designated combat platform. Rest assured, I'll share the results with everyone regardless of the outcome. A flicker of excitement suddenly crossed Bidok's face, as if Zhao Guoqiang had fallen right into his trap.
Yang Dinghua's expression darkened.
While he'd initiated this meeting, he hadn't invited Bidok. He had no clue which idiot had invited someone like Bidok. What else could such a person come for but trouble?
Unfortunately, the bastard was already here. If they didn't let him vent, who knew what kind of slander he'd spread about them later? Considering this, Yang Dinghua surmised Zhao Guoqiang likely intended to teach him a lesson. But it didn't matter.
Even if he couldn't discipline Bidok himself, he could still lend a hand.
With that thought, Yang Dinghua nodded in agreement.
Yang Yi had no idea what her uncle was thinking, but she was stunned to see him nodding in agreement to the duel.
For a moment, Yang Yi was so angry she wanted to ask her uncle what on earth he was thinking. But Beidou wore a mocking smile. Dr. Yang Yi, this attitude won't help you. What matters most is whether the contraption you design can win next. Got it? Of course, if you really can't beat me, you can always learn from my work. After all, I'm a generous person and won't hold it against you. Hearing this, Yang Yi grew even angrier. Who would want to learn his worthless contraptions? But unfortunately, she couldn't voice these thoughts. Beyond fuming, she could do little else. Beidou paid her no mind. He immediately took his model to the professional arena. However, Beidou's design was genuinely intriguing. The moment it was deployed on the field, everyone witnessed a living, breathing mecha come to life. Moreover, its movements were exceptionally impressive. Everyone was stunned, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Who would have thought that Yang Yi would actually help Zhao Guoqiang bring his mech to life? Now everyone's attention was completely captivated, because Zhao Guoqiang's design clearly outshone the rest. Did you see that? Now that's a real mecha design packed with mechanical elements and style. Look at this now, that's a real piece of work. After all, some people only know how to design toys. This is the kind of thing you actually use in battle. If only I could take a picture, I'd love to capture this for posterity. The crowd chattered non-stop, and Beidou was nearly boiling over with rage. Chapter 117, Xingtian Battle Armor. Seeing the grim expression on Beidou's face, Yang Yi couldn't have been happier. But Zhao Guoqiang cleared his throat, and everyone fell silent. Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking. Attention! Our battle armor's codename is Xingtian. I'll now demonstrate its performance at level 1 kinetic energy. Of course, our system's maximum level is 8. After speaking, Zhao Guoqiang sat down and sipped his tea calmly, showing no sign of urgency. He knew full well that once he made his move, the other party would have no chance. Beidou chose to sit beside Zhao Guoqiang, wearing an expression of utter indifference. This is merely a game. There's no need to invest so much emotion. After all, who wins or loses doesn't really matter, right? Chairman Zhao? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. It seemed this fellow already knew he wasn't Zhao Guoqiang's match. But was it a bit too late to say that now? Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking. You're oversimplifying things. No problem. Since everyone is so confident in their designs, we should definitely showcase them. Hearing this, Beidou suddenly felt an ominous foreboding, though he couldn't voice it in front of so many people. So Beidou waited quietly for an opportunity. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang issued the attack command. The Xingtian battle armor slowly advanced forward. Its speed, however, surprised Beidou. I didn't expect your battle armor to be so slow. I'll have to show you just how fast mine can go. No sooner had he spoken than Beidou's armor suddenly accelerated, crashing violently into the enemy. But he never imagined that as the speed increased, the battle armor's condition deteriorated, even exhibiting slight vibrations. Bedrock's face was etched with utter disbelief. For a moment, he had no idea what was happening. It wasn't until the Xingtian mech charged forward, knocking his own mech to the ground and delivering a brutal finishing blow, that Beidou finally understood. I see now. So you were waiting for me right here. Zhao Guoqiang, you really are something else. I never imagined you could be this ruthless. Zhao Guoqiang smiled coldly. This isn't me being vicious, nor is it me looking for trouble. It's because you have no understanding of your own mech. Zhao Guoqiang defeated Beidou in just 3 seconds. Beidou was beyond embarrassed at that moment. He never imagined things would come to this. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Beidou awkwardly made his exit. He hadn't anticipated things turning out this way either, and for a moment, he was utterly at a loss for words. It all felt like a terrible nightmare. So Beidou turned and walked away. I knew if he stayed any longer, the crowd's verbal attacks would tear him apart. Seeing Beidou like this, young Dingwa couldn't help but laugh. I thought he was a dragon, but turns out he's just a worm. How amusing. So what if you're so powerful? What good does it do? Everyone burst into laughter, and Yang Dingwa began seriously discussing Zhao Guoqiang's mecha issues. After all, this was a new product launched by the Jingshan Industrial Park. Such matters demanded thorough examination, and Zhao Guoqiang seemed quite willing to explain it to everyone. Everyone paid close attention as Zhao Guoqiang demonstrated the latest mecha technology. Beyond attack and camouflage, the mecha could also carry out stealth and assassination missions. Essentially, it could accomplish most tasks beyond human capability, offering humanity a world of boundless possibilities. Everyone found it utterly astonishing. This combat suit truly delivered a breathtaking revelation. At that very moment, Bedrock emerged, utterly dejected. He never imagined things would reach this point. For a moment, Beidou was utterly speechless. How could he have suffered such a crushing defeat? It made no sense. Why did his battle armor appear so powerful? His own creation had been meticulously engineered, yet it still couldn't match Zhao Guoqiang's in power. Beidou couldn't wrap his head around it. Sitting on the ground in a daze for a moment, he suddenly wondered if Zhao Guoqiang's mech had employed electromagnetic interference. He resolved to return and conduct that experiment. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was immediately captured.
Panic washed over Beiduk's face as he begged for another chance.
I beg you, please give me another chance. I swear I can deliver the best battle armor to you.
I'm truly sorry I underestimated them. I never imagined their machines would be equipped with such advanced combat technology. Beidou pleaded, but to his surprise, Su Jiang merely smiled.
Beidou, you've been pulling my leg quite a bit. Cut it out, kid. Why do you keep trying to deceive me?
Hearing this, Beidou froze, too nervous to speak.
Su Jiang produced the IOU. You'd better remember you owe me over 10 million. That gambling debt will be repaid sooner or later.
You'd be wise to cooperate fully.
Got it?
Su Jiang dismissed him the moment he returned, watching Beiduk's disheveled state with a cold smirk.
One of his henchmen chimed in. Boss, what use is keeping this guy around? I don't think he's any good. Su Jiang puffed on his cigar, thinking to himself that this underling would always remain just that, an underling. You're such a fool. Do you have any idea how capable this guy is? The stuff he's researching rivals Chairman Zhao's work, that alone proves his worth. Truth is, he doesn't owe me gambling debts. He's caught in the net I've spun around him. I want him trapped under my control, obediently at my mercy. In short, disobedience is absolutely unacceptable. I want him to fall right into my hands, got it? Hearing Su Jiang say this, the younger brother understood. If Beidou could develop it, they could completely redesign it and sell the patent again. That would be a substantial sum. Moreover, he could still approach Zhao Guoqiang with the original patent for collaboration.
By then, that high-ranking official would surely be at his beck and call. It must be said, Su Jiang had thought everything through and planned it all perfectly. Su Jiang smiled as he had his driver start the car. Watching Su Jiang's taillights fade into the distance, Beidou could only return to further refine his mecha. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang and his team had nearly completed their mecha research.
Gentlemen, do you see any areas needing refinement on this mech? Everyone shook their heads. Yan Dinghua also deemed it near perfect, requiring virtually no modifications. Chapter 118, Taking Su Jiang to Task.
Zhao Guoqiang decided to let everyone take a break.
Everyone, take a break. Next, we'll discuss other matters concerning the mecha.
After everyone had left, Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of water and specifically sent an XIN to fetch someone.
Go find Su Jiang for me. I have something very important to discuss with him. Hearing this, an XIN looked puzzled, unsure of the meaning.
Nevertheless, she complied. Su Jiang had almost left when he unexpectedly received the call, momentarily flustered. Rest assured, sir.
I'll handle this immediately. I'm in the car right now. I'll be there immediately. Please hold on a moment, boss.
After hanging up, Su Jiang felt a wave of tension wash over him. He had no idea why Zhao Guoqiang was summoning him. Thinking it over, something felt terribly off, but what exactly was it? Strange. Why would Chairman Zhao suddenly call me? Su Jiang couldn't make sense of it. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Could it be that Zhao Guoqiang really had something important to discuss with him? The thought sent a chill down his spine. If that were the case, it would be terrifying. With a heavy heart, Su Jiang went to meet Zhao Guoqiang. But the moment they met, Zhao Guoqiang gave him a warning shot. I hear you've been planning to strike out on your own lately, right? Well, that's quite something. When exactly did you start preparing for this? Hearing this, Su Jiang quickly shook his head. Let's talk this out. I haven't thought that far ahead. Boss, I'm not that ambitious. Who's been spreading nonsense about me? This is completely unfair to an honest guy like me. Zhao Guoqiang found Su Jiang's response rather amusing. This guy really could spin a yarn. Zhao Guoqiang paused. Su Jiang, I know what you're implying, but you need to make yourself clear. If you upset me, things won't go smoothly. The remark startled him. For a moment, Su Jiang grew tense, utterly bewildered by how things had escalated to this point. As Zhao Guoqiang rose and walked away, Su Jiang sat frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Just then, Wang Hao brought over a bottle of water and handed it to him. Think this through carefully. No matter who you are or what your position is, you absolutely must not neglect your responsibilities. What did the boss just tell you? Figure it out for yourself. Got it? Su Jiang swallowed hard at these words and nodded repeatedly. He truly hadn't expected things to reach this point. It all felt like a dream. Su Jiang remained frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. After Wang Hao emerged, he followed Zhao Guoqiang to the Southern Theater Command headquarters. They were to hand over the mecha prototype to Southern Command and had plans for it to perform the most fundamental tasks. You can think of this as a test, but I hope you understand how extraordinarily significant this mech is to us. Please ensure every single detail is prepared. Yang Dinghua urged, his eyes brimming with earnestness. He could only hope these young men would live up to expectations. Under everyone's expectant gaze, the mech finally began its mountain terrain testing. However, Zhao Guoqiang slept through the entire process. And the engineer aboard the mech was none other than Yang Yi. Every time a command was issued, it was the most nerve-wracking moment, fearing that the dynamic command might fail. But the situation proved far more complex than anticipated. A light rain had even begun to fall. Yang Yi had no idea how long the rain would last, but the mech's movements were flawlessly precise, executing nearly every command to perfection. The rain finally came to an end, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone found the whole incident utterly unbelievable. At this point, everything seemed to be under control. It wasn't until the applause that brought Zhao Guoqiang back to his senses. The test is over, right? I just had a dream where the mechs were dispatched on a mission far away. If that's the case, pack it up and hand it over to the Lone Wolf Special Forces immediately. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang say this, Yang Dinghua's eyes widened in shock as he slammed his fist on the table. Zhao, what the hell are you playing at? Didn't you promise to hand this stuff over to us? The Lone Wolf Special Forces belong to the Western Theater Command. They're completely outside our jurisdiction. What kind of international joke is this? I refuse to agree to this. You'll have to figure it out yourself. If you hand it over to the Lone Wolf Special Forces, I'll stop you dead in your tracks before you step out the door. Zhao Guoqiang was left speechless, utterly stunned that his counterpart would actually step in to block him. Commander Yang, I pressed, can you please stop interfering? This isn't a joke. Besides, you can see the situation right now, can't you? The Lone Wolf Special Forces are counting on this specialized equipment. At this, Yang Dinghua lost his composure entirely. He pointed at Zhao Guoqiang's nose, unable to utter a word for a long while. But this situation was genuinely unsettling. After all, they'd completed all the testing. Surely it should belong to them by now? Why hand them over to other special forces now? So other special forces units are the favorites, while we're treated like stepchildren, huh? This thought filled Yang Dinghua with fury. He immediately ordered Zhao Guoqiang dragged into his office. With so many people present earlier, Yang Dinghua couldn't afford to lose his temper. But now, alone with Zhao Guoqiang in the office, holding back his anger would be truly unacceptable. Mr. Zhao, tell me straight, what exactly is your intention here? I'll be frank with you, you must give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for losing my temper. Zhao Guoqiang smiled upon hearing this and proceeded to recount his earlier conversation with the Lone Wolf Special Forces. In truth, the Lone Wolf Special Forces didn't take this matter seriously at all. In other words, the Lone Wolf Special Forces had their own unique perspective on such matters. They hoped to utilize machines to assist in their missions, rather than relying entirely on them, a perspective entirely different from Yang Dinghua's. But Yang Dinghua had strong opinions about this very matter. It must be said that from this moment onward, everything seemed to take on a different flavor. Zhao Guoqiang frowned and let out a soft sigh. I know your Southern Theater Command Special Forces need weapons too, but I'll make a special allocation for you next time. Is that acceptable? You can't just snatch them from others. Chapter 119, Special Forces, a bunch of madmen. Yang Dinghua, however, couldn't care less. If Zhao Guoqiang dared to refuse, he'd have him detained immediately. In short, Yang Dinghua was determined to keep this thing today, leaving Zhao Guoqiang utterly speechless. Fine then. Since you insist on keeping it, I suppose I can't take it back. But think carefully, when Su Zhanshu comes looking for trouble, you'll have no one to blame but yourself. Hearing this, Yang Dinghua looked puzzled. Why would Su Zhanshu come after him? Besides, he hadn't stolen anything from the Northern Theater Command. This was truly baffling. Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, instead wearing a smug grin, seemingly content to let Yang Dinghua puzzle it out himself. After a tense standoff, Zhao Guoqiang finally left as he'd intended. Yang Dinghua knew better than to provoke Su Zhanshu. However, Zhao Guoqiang had promised that if any new products emerged, he would be the first to receive them. Otherwise, Yang Dinghua would never have let him go. After Zhao Guoqiang departed, Yang Dinghua pondered the matter in his car. Truthfully, he'd long anticipated that commanders from every theater would seek him out regarding mecha allocation. But the mecha situation was far too complex. It wasn't something anyone could simply demand. Zhao Guoqiang had already done his utmost. Who would receive them and who wouldn't was now up to fate. After returning, Zhao Guoqiang planned to expand the production line. He would increase output of the newly developed mecha, ensuring at least one prototype reached every theater. Meanwhile, Vidok found himself facing a difficult problem. He couldn't secure better research materials. The moment he heard this, Su Jiang grew frantic. Are you kidding me? I've prepared all this stuff for you, and you tell me some of it's unusable? Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? I'm warning you, every single piece of equipment is right here. You must replicate it exactly according to the original blueprints. Otherwise, I'll make you pay dearly. You got that? Su Jiang was furious, while Vidok looked utterly helpless and defeated. Mr. Su, it's not that I'm not trying. The materials you provided are simply subpar. Why didn't you consult me when purchasing these foreign components? Frankly, it's not that you chose poorly, these materials simply aren't meant for this application. Do you even understand how mechs operate in combat? Vidok still tried to reason with Su Jiang and his group of savages. But the next moment, a gun pressed against his temple silenced him completely. Su Jiang wasted no words. Get to work on this immediately. Remember, I want amphibious mechs not just for combat.
Got it? What kind of attitude is that? Talking back to me like that?
After being yelled at by Su Jiang, Bidok became much more compliant.
Bidok genuinely couldn't understand why Su Jiang couldn't respect his ideas.
After all, he was the actual designer here. Beyond wearing an expression of utter exasperation, Bidok could do nothing else.
He might as well let this matter rest for now.
As for the substandard materials, there was nothing he could do about that either. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had finished most of his tasks and planned to rest for the afternoon, leaving any remaining matters for the next day. But suddenly, Zhao Guoqiang remembered Cheng Cheng's child. He couldn't shake the feeling that the little girl bore a striking resemblance to himself. So Zhao Guoqiang hurried over, only to discover to his surprise that the girl had transferred schools.
Principal, when did that girl transfer? The principal wasn't quite sure.
It's been quite some time since she transferred.
Are you all right?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Just then, he spotted someone at the street corner. You've been staring at me for quite some time.
What do you want?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's question, the person quickened their pace and approached him.
Nothing important, really. I just wanted to chat. I'm just a nobody, not like you big shots. Here's the thing, I'd like to have a quick chat with you. Would that be convenient?
Zhao Guoqiang nodded, and the two headed to a nearby coffee shop.
Once seated, the young man didn't order anything. Sorry, we don't allow smoking here.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang tried to persuade him.
They probably think you shouldn't be smoking here. Look at that fat guy behind you.
He's smoking his cigar right there, completely ignoring the no smoking sign on the table. So he simply pulled out a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. If the waiter dared to stop him, he wouldn't be held responsible for losing his temper.
My name is Yang Jian. Chairman Zhao, you may not recognize me, but you should know Meng Yu and Meng Dihai, right? To be honest, I've known Meng Yu for a long time. We were planning to be together, but then something like this happened with you. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly stunned upon hearing this. So this meant he was the third wheel in their relationship?
Zhao Guoqiang suppressed his anger and listened on as Yang Jian sighed softly. Of course, I understand Meng Dihai wants the best for his daughter, but they've ruined my career prospects. I was supposed to take a high-level position at the power group, but now I've been reassigned to the environmental protection group, starting from the bottom.
Honestly, I'm truly bitter about this. I don't understand how things escalated to this point. I always thought Mr. Meng trusted me. Chairman Zhao, I mean no offense. I just don't want you to be kept in the dark.
If you like Meng Yu, then consider these words merely my venting to you.
Then I must report Meng Dihai to you.
The air froze the moment those words left his mouth.
Zhao Guoqiang never imagined Yang Jian would dare to do such a thing. Meng Dihai hasn't done anything wrong. A man like him shouldn't be targeted like this. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's prolonged silence, Yang Jian held his tongue. Chairman Zhao, let's leave it at that for now. I've said all I needed to say.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on your situation. Yang Jian smiled and walked away.
Zhao Guoqiang was also puzzled. How could someone like Meng Dihai possibly sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor gains? But now he had no choice but to believe it, because Meng Dihai had indeed done such a thing. Zhao Guoqiang found this whole affair truly hard to swallow.
What on earth is going on here? Meng Yu, you little minx, you're no ordinary girl.
Zhao Guoqiang felt he didn't know this girl well enough yet, so he decided to pay a visit to Meng Yu's workplace first.
At least then, there wouldn't be anything he couldn't understand.
With that thought, he set off immediately.
Chapter 120, Incognito Visit.
Zhao Guoqiang made his rounds and arrived directly at Meng Yu's workplace.
But the little minx didn't seem to be out today.
Zhao Guoqiang looked around. Unexpectedly, he ran into another familiar face, Gao Xiaofeng.
Chairman Zhao, what brings you here? It's been ages since we last met. What made you think of coming today?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled, explaining he was just taking a casual stroll and was curious about what Gao Xiaofeng was doing here.
Hearing this, Gao Xiaofeng smiled.
I had something important to do. I needed to get some x-rays taken. It wasn't a big deal, and I'm all done now.
If you'd like to look around, I could show you around. How about it? There are quite a few interesting things here.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded in agreement. However, Zhao Guoqiang's visit to the TV station was secretly reported to Meng Yu by Yang Jian, who had been following him the entire time.
Over the phone, Yang Jian was very direct. I know I'm not good enough for you, and you don't need to keep emphasizing that. I understand everything in my heart. I get it all. But the way your father's treating me, it's really not right. We're friends, after all. Could you please talk to Director Meng and tell him to cut me some slack? Hearing this, Meng Yu couldn't help but frown. Can you speak properly? When did my father ever mess with you? Yang Jian didn't want to explain further.
After all, he'd already made such a mess of himself. Explaining more would only invite others to gawk at the spectacle.
Meng Yu thought for a moment. Don't worry. I'll have a serious talk with my dad. If anything comes up, I'll give you a heads up. Meng Yu hung up and hurried back to the TV station.
But to his surprise, the moment he arrived, he saw Gao Xiaofeng and Zhao Guoqiang chatting and laughing together. Meng Yu instantly felt annoyed she hadn't expected to return so soon. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang spotted her.
Meng Yu, what are you standing there for? Come over here.
Hearing this, Meng Yu hurried over to greet them. But her mood was decidedly sour. Zhao Guoqiang sensed something was off, but he'd come today specifically to clear things up with Meng Yu. What Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated was that Meng Yu didn't seem to place much importance on the matter.
And for a moment, Zhao Guoqiang didn't know what else to say.
Yet he absolutely had to bring up the matter concerning Yang Jian. It felt like they had taken things too far.
Zhao Guoqiang went straight to Meng Dihai and laid out the entire situation. I think it's really not right for you guys to keep this from me. No matter what, things shouldn't be handled this way, don't you agree?
It was a perfectly good thing, yet you turned it into this mess.
Don't you think that's wrong? Hearing this, Meng Dihai felt a moment of awkwardness. He tried to explain, but Zhao Guoqiang wasn't interested in listening. Zhao Guoqiang pointed his finger right at Meng Dihai. That's all I can tell you. Whether you get it or not is another matter entirely. Anyway, I've made my position perfectly clear to you. Got it? With that, Zhao Guoqiang turned and walked away. Meng Dihai's face darkened to the extreme. Yang Jian, I never imagined you'd go and complain to Zhao Guoqiang. Do you have any idea how much this hurts me? A flash of ferocity flickered in Meng Dihai's eyes. He never imagined Yang Jian would turn against him like this. Well, if Yang Jian wanted to play this game to the bitter end, then he would certainly see it through. So, Meng Dihai reached out to some old contacts regarding this matter, determined to make Yang Jian pay the price. In other words, he wanted Yang Jian to be permanently stuck in the Environmental Protection Department, preferably never transferred out for the rest of his life. Sha Ruijin, being Zhao Guoqiang's man, quickly got the details. He had intended to discuss it with Meng Dihai, but unexpectedly, Li Dakong advised him otherwise. Meng Dihai is a tough nut to crack. You don't need to say much. Those with intent won't be deterred, and those without won't be swayed. Got it? Sha Ruijin smiled. Who knew you'd picked up this approach? I recall you never spoke like this before. Li Dakong nodded calmly. Mark my words, regarding Chairman Zhao's affairs, stay out of it if you can. Don't get involved if you don't have to. If you really get yourself into trouble, no one will be able to protect you. As Sha Ruijin spoke, another thought suddenly occurred to him. There's one more thing I need to tell you. It's not a major issue, but you need to keep an eye on a man named Gao Qiqiang. This guy is no ordinary character. Li Dakong didn't elaborate on exactly how complicated, merely giving him a knowing look. Sha Ruijin nodded, indicating he understood. Given the situation had reached this point, the details were anything but simple. After all the twists and turns, the matter ultimately circled back to the mastermind, Zhao Lichuan. I warned Meng Dihai repeatedly. How could he be so careless? I told him not to be reckless in his pursuit of glory, not to let Guoqiang spot any issues. How did this fool still let the problem surface? Tell me, wasn't all my effort wasted? For a moment, Zhao Lichuan was utterly speechless at Meng Dihai's incompetence. Everything had been meticulously prepared for him, yet he still managed to botch the entire operation? Zhao Lichuan sighed. Yet regarding Zhao Guoqiang's actions, he remained perplexed. What exactly did his younger brother want? Or had he had a plan all along? After pondering for a moment, Zhao Lichuan picked up the phone and dialed directly, intending to inquire about Zhao Guoqiang's specific situation. Unexpectedly, this inquiry revealed several details he hadn't known. Zhao Lichuan's face was filled with disbelief. Good heavens, was this real or not? Zhao Lichuan was overcome with excitement. He first sought out Chen Tai and met Cheng Cheng. This girl was truly extraordinary, tall and beautiful, quite impressive. Cheng Cheng looked puzzled, feeling a sense of familiarity toward this man, yet unable to place him. Uncle Tai smiled and said, Cheng Cheng, you probably don't know this leader. Let me introduce you, this is Chairman Zhao's older brother. Zhao Lichuan nodded cheerfully, gesturing for Cheng Cheng to sit down and chat. No need to be so formal, young lady. Don't feel awkward, just call me big brother, like Guoqiang does. We'd like to speak privately for a moment. Uncle Tai immediately caught on. Look at me, I completely forgot about something else. You two go ahead and chat. I'll be right back. After Zhao Lichuan and the others left, he adopted a serious tone. Cheng Cheng, I heard you and Guoqiang were together at one point, right? But you never registered a marriage with any man. How did you suddenly end up with a child? Chapter 121, Where did the child come from? Cheng Cheng hadn't expected Zhao Lichuan to be so direct. For a moment, her expression darkened. This kind of question would be more appropriate coming from Zhao Guoqiang. Coming from Zhao Lichuan, however, felt somewhat out of line. Still, Cheng Cheng didn't respond harshly. After all, this wasn't just any ordinary person. Zhao Lichuan's background was quite extraordinary. You must be joking. That's my private life. I'd rather not discuss it. Zhao Lichuan nodded. You have a point. But you must tell me about this child. And what exactly happened between you and Guoqiang? Rest assured, no one else will ever get involved in this matter. Got it? Cheng Chang was momentarily at a loss for words, finding Zhao Lichuan's sudden line of questioning utterly absurd.
Besides, to be precise, Zhao Lichuan had come here primarily to get Zhao Guoqiang to resolve the issue quickly. Even if Cheng Chang isn't suitable, Zhao Lichuan must still vet the situation. After all, Zhao Lichuan suspects this child is highly likely to be Zhao Guoqiang's.
Cheng Chang said indifferently.
You really needn't concern yourself with this matter.
We're all adults here, we'll handle our own issues.
Zhao Lichuan was about to say more, but Cheng Chang had already turned and walked away.
Not long after, Uncle Tai entered from outside. Sir, I'm truly sorry. Cheng Chang has this stubborn streak, stubborn as a mule. Please don't be upset.
If there's anything specific you'd like to know, please tell me.
I'll see if I can assist.
Hearing Uncle Tai's words, Zhao Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Truthfully, I don't mean any harm. I just want to know, is Ching Ching's child my brother's? Uncle Tai nodded. Zhao Lichuan finally exhaled in relief upon receiving the answer he sought.
He immediately sent someone to fetch the child. Cheng Chang hadn't expected Zhao Lichuan to be so urgent. Her child was taken away while still at kindergarten.
Zhao Lichuan doted on this little girl immensely.
After all, he had only one son of his own, and this child represented the continuation of the Zhao family line. He cradled the little girl in his arms, carefully peeling a lychee and feeding it to her.
Cheng Chang felt a bit nervous, unsure of what to say. Tai Shu, however, wore a look of deep satisfaction. It seemed his goddaughter had finally pulled through.
Moreover, Zhao Lichuan seemed to hold Cheng Chang in high regard. Thinking this, Uncle Tai turned to look at Cheng Chang, his thoughts growing slightly complex. Cheng Chang scratched her head.
Zhao Lichuan smiled.
Sit down, young lady.
Standing like that makes us seem so distant. What's this child's name? Does she have the Zhao surname? Uncle Tai quickly changed the subject. Cheng Chang had quite the temper. What if she said something Zhao Lichuan didn't like?
Zhao Lichuan, distracted by the interruption, forgot what he had been about to say. Cheng Chang didn't say much either. After all, Uncle Tai had everything under control. Lately, Chloe Ko, the representative from America, hadn't stopped at all because they'd revived the three-way strategy.
That meant reuniting with Little Days and also bringing in White 3.
This would create a massive unified alliance capable of encircling and blocking Zhao Guoqiang at any moment, including restricting arms exports. While they wouldn't openly clash with Zhao Guoqiang, the covert actions they could take behind the scenes were practically limitless. Xiaori, like Bai San, dispatched their own representative to address this matter. When the two sides met, Bai San's representative reeked of curry, a truly unpleasant smell, but Chloe couldn't really say much about it. Zhao Guoqiang has been growing increasingly arrogant lately. I hope you two can offer some advice on how to handle him.
Kato Takoryu, the representative sent by Zayarizi, shook his head.
Zhao Guoqiang has imposed a unilateral trade system on us. He's essentially got a stranglehold on our bulk commodities, and our exports have been in a straight line of decline these past years. Zhao Guoqiang's tactics are ruthless. Our export trade used to account for a full 30% of tax revenue, but in recent years, it hasn't even reached 10%.
Chloe was taken aback.
She hadn't realized Little Days had been raking in so much from exports. It seemed she had been far too conservative. Bai San listened to their conversation but found he couldn't interject at all. After all, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't imported anything from him. Even the finest spices were sourced from other nations' countries that strongly backed Zhao Guoqiang.
In other words, if they weren't buying from the little brother, why would they go out of their way to purchase Bai San's goods?
So as long as Zhao Guoqiang wasn't completely insane, he wouldn't do something that absurd and ridiculous.
Chloe paused.
In short, Zhao Guoqiang has already begun researching new combat weapons.
I believe we must adopt certain strategies.
We must cease purchasing his weapons and impose sanctions against him.
Kato Takaryu agreed upon hearing this. Anything that could make Zhao Guoqiang uncomfortable would be ideal.
Thus, the three parties formed a sanctions alliance. When Zhao Guoqiang received the news, he was dumbfounded. What the hell were these people playing at? Even Wang Hao found himself caught between laughter and tears.
Commander, I'm genuinely baffled. What the hell are they playing at? We're hardly buying their products anymore. Who exactly is he sanctioning?
Zhao Guoqiang was equally perplexed. Why suddenly resort to sanctions out of the blue? Besides, imposing sanctions on themselves only to then increase purchasing power, that just doesn't make any sense. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. You'll see. The fact they've pulled Bai San into this shows their alliance is definitely not going to end well. I suspect they've stockpiled a bunch of weapons themselves, though exactly what kind is anyone's guess. Maybe he's trying to sell his weapons to these two suckers. It'll come down to who's smarter, Xiaori or Bai San. After finishing his thoughts, Zhao Guoqiang headed off to a meeting, leaving Wang Hao to keep a close watch.
Sure enough, the two fell for it again.
Bai San was slightly better off, having been duped so many times, he'd grown numb to it.
But Little Day couldn't handle it.
Already living paycheck to paycheck, he shelled out the same amount again for the worst weapons. Talk about shooting himself in the foot. He'd intended to undermine everyone else, but after circling around, he realized he couldn't afford to undermine anyone. In the end, he only undermined himself.
After inspecting the weapons, Kato Takaya realized something was terribly wrong. Weren't we supposed to get the latest weapons? Their gear had laser guidance and cutting-edge light-powered technology, so why were we stuck with outdated drive systems? This won't do. They're blatantly taking advantage of us. Chapter 122, Treating Me Like a Scapegoat. Kato Garon was furious about this. To make matters worse, Chloe wasn't answering his calls, so Kato contacted the Grand Emperor at Little Sun. After meeting, Kato Takaya brought up the weapons issue. We're allies now. Given that, it's even more unacceptable to screw over an ally, right? But that woman Chloe completely disregarded us, supplying only the worst weapons. She exploited every loophole in the contract. Amelika, the Grand Emperor of Little Japan, Pravis, responded indifferently upon hearing this. Perhaps there was a mix-up during loading. In any case, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. We're all united against Zhao Guoqiang. Don't dwell on this. Resolving the Zhao Guoqiang issue justifies any sacrifice, wouldn't you agree? Kato Takaya nearly lost his temper at this. So they were setting him up to take the fall. This was simply unacceptable. I'm truly sorry, but I cannot accept this explanation, nor can I submit to it. We request Mr. Pravis to mediate, replace all weapons with the latest generation models. Regarding pricing, the previously agreed upon terms must remain unchanged, not a single cent more. Xiaori was as naive as ever. People set a trap for him, and he walked right into it. He just didn't get it. It must be said, Pravis clearly favored Chloe, and this matter wasn't even Chloe's research to begin with. It was developed by this entire group of Chloe's. It's a shame Kato Takaya still hasn't caught on. All this talk about sanctioning Zhao Guoqiang is just making things easier for others. It's pretty frustrating, to say the least. As for Kato Takaya, he finds this whole affair utterly baffling. At the very least, Pravis should be speaking up for himself, otherwise, it would be downright awkward. Kato Takaya was thoroughly displeased with this situation, desperate for a swift resolution. At the very least, he wanted that woman Chloe to step forward. Otherwise, this matter would certainly not be resolved so easily. Pravis just kept muddling through, leaving Kato Takaya with no words to say in the end. Kato Takaya simply withdrew, regretting his own reckless actions. When the news reached Zhao Guoqiang, he found this whole maneuver even more baffling. Why does this little bastard keep doing things that hurt others without benefiting himself? What the hell is he playing at? He knew full well this was something he shouldn't do, yet he went ahead with it anyway. Was there a hole in his brain? Zhao Guoqiang was utterly speechless over this whole affair. We're not quite sure what the hell is going on here. Sir, to be honest, we're just as confused. Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his hands together, already having his suspicions. It seemed they were trying to form an alliance to take him down, but he never expected Chloe to stab him in the back. But this sort of thing was hardly surprising. Anyone who trusted Chloe was probably not quite right in the head. Zhao Guoqiang stood up, carefully considering how he should respond if such a situation arose again. Just then, Kato Takaya unexpectedly came to visit. Zhao Guoqiang found it rather peculiar, but since the invitation had been extended, he naturally had to receive him. After entering, Kato Takaya exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries. To Zhao Guoqiang, however, the man didn't seem polite at all. He acted as if he were returning to his own home. Chairman Zhao, it's been quite some time. I've come today simply to have a brief chat with you. Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes slightly. Go ahead. I'm curious to see what you have to say. Kato Gaolong smiled and handed over the documents. Wang Hao merely glanced at them before freezing in place. Sir, have you made a mistake? This isn't a charity center. We don't provide support to others. Kato Takaya looked somewhat embarrassed. We've already depleted all our savings, including emergency reserves, so we desperately need you to mobilize the funds. A 500 billion loan, we can repay it quickly. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. A 500 billion loan? That's no small sum. Of course it's possible, but what collateral do you have to offer? Jingshan Group isn't a charity center. You must have collateral before we can lend you anything. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Got it? A flicker of disappointment crossed Kato Takaya's face. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Guoqiang would be so difficult to deal with. Before this, he had held immense expectations for Zhao Guoqiang. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang was well aware of the situation, especially the current circumstances. Kato Gaolong had dared to ask Zhao Guoqiang for a loan primarily because he was certain Zhao would lend him the money. He believed this would help Zhao Guoqiang resist America. Therefore, he saw no reason not to provide the funds. Moreover, the other party had no intention of repaying the loan. Zhao Guoqiang remained remarkably calm about the matter. If someone wanted to borrow money, they naturally had to follow the proper procedures. However, Kato Takaya seemed oblivious to the situation, still failing to discuss collateral for the loan. Zhao Guoqiang didn't beat around the bush. In that case, I'll state my purpose plainly. I hope our cooperation can be long-term, so I've decided to have you transfer your land and labor rights to us. Of course, by land, I primarily mean the expropriation rights, the kind that can be used as collateral. Everything else is unnecessary. Wang Hao was stunned by Zhao Guoqiang's apparent generosity. In other words, the two things Zhao Guoqiang demanded were essentially useless. If things turned sour, he wouldn't get anything back, and even then, it would likely require a lawsuit to reclaim them. Wang Hao thought Zhao Guoqiang must have been half asleep to say such things. But unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang had already made up his mind. To his surprise, Kato Gaolong had indeed taken the bait. This matter requires no consultation with anyone else. I can agree to it immediately. Our deadline is 3 months. What do you think of this arrangement? 3 months seems about right. My company can certainly come up with 500 billion. But I won't be involved in the rest of the process.
So, after Zhao hastily signed the contract, Kato Takari bowed repeatedly, chattering away.
Once he was gone, Wang Hao couldn't help but ask. Chairman, aren't you being a bit too careless? Xiao Ri isn't exactly trustworthy. Isn't this just digging a hole for you? I don't think this is very reliable. Chapter 123, Who said I borrowed?
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
You can't put it that way.
Little Life may not have much to offer, but their people aren't exactly top-notch either.
Don't worry. You've heard the saying, you can't get blood from a stone, right?
Wang Hao looked puzzled, not quite grasping Zhao Guoqiang's meaning. But since Zhao Guoqiang had already said it, he might as well listen. Zhao Guoqiang actually got up to go find Chloe. Chairman, this is a critical time. It wouldn't be wise to suddenly go see Chloe.
Besides, something feels off. I don't think we need to see Chloe. Wang Hao knew full well that Chloe's arrival would change everything.
Regardless of the outcome, it would be an extraordinary situation.
Moreover, if Zhao Guoqiang went to see Chloe, it would mean he was prepared to back down. At that point, wouldn't that woman's tail be in the air? It must be said, Zhao Guoqiang's actions were truly a bit out of line. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's demeanor, Wang Hao momentarily didn't know how to respond. Zhao Guoqiang, however, seemed remarkably relaxed. Alright, things have come to this. No need to make a scene. Anyway, today I'll teach you a trick. If you master it, you'll definitely succeed in the future. Got it? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang say this, Wang Hao grew even more puzzled. Could it be he already had a plan in mind?
Zhao Guoqiang didn't dwell on it much, deciding to proceed with his own plan to deal with Xiao Ri. So Zhao Guoqiang decided to invite Chloe out.
And he chose the city's finest, most upscale hotel, the Top Mountain Hotel.
Chloe, upon receiving the invitation, was puzzled. Zhao Guoqiang had never been swayed by her beauty before. Why was he suddenly asking her to come now? What the hell was Zhao Guoqiang up to? Chloe couldn't make heads or tails of it. She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhao Guoqiang was after her specifically, and his intentions seemed rather obvious. With that thought, Chloe decided to see what Zhao Guoqiang was up to. If she could strike a deal with him while she was at it, that would be a pretty sweet deal. So Chloe set off promptly and tracked Zhao Guoqiang down. Not only that, but Chloe had dressed up in a stunning outfit, a pretty little dress paired with heels. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't said he wanted to do anything with this woman, had he? Chloe approached Zhao Guoqiang proactively, opening her arms wide. Honestly, if you had such thoughts, you should have expressed them sooner. Zhao Guoqiang gave an awkward chuckle. I don't have all those thoughts. I called you here for business. Chloe looked puzzled. So all her effort with her outfit today was for nothing? For a moment, Chloe felt a twinge of disappointment, but she still wanted to hear what Zhao Guoqiang had to say. Spit it out. What exactly do you want? Don't tell me you just wanted to chat. Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. How could that be? I called you here because I have something important to discuss with you. Here's the situation, my company is in a bind. I need 60 billion yuan for a bridge loan. The loan period is 3 months, with interest at the current highest market rate. I'll use certain rights I've acquired from Zhao as collateral. Hearing this, Chloe's face was filled with disbelief. You're not joking, are you? How could Chairman Zhao possibly be short on cash? You're not just pulling my leg, are you? You own such a massive industrial park in Jingshan, it's hard to imagine you'd need to borrow from me. Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled. To be perfectly honest, it's not that I want to borrow from you, it's that Little Day wants to borrow from me. But I really can't come up with that much money right now. So I hope you can understand this situation. Chloe's mind worked quickly. After careful consideration, she felt Zhao Guoqiang absolutely couldn't be pulling her leg. But then again, this price was indeed steep. In other words, if she secured the corresponding rights, she could continue to enslave Little Days. Even if Little Days wanted to rebel, did they have the means to do so? At this thought, Chloe finally exhaled in relief. Yet upon deeper reflection, she realized this might not be so straightforward. First, Zhao Guoqiang coming to borrow money was fundamentally against her principles. Second, if she lent him the money, what if Zhao Guoqiang never paid her back? Chloe could think of so many things in such a short time. Clearly, she was no ordinary person. After much deliberation, Chloe finally made up her mind. Things had come to this point anyway. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. You absolutely won't screw me over in our partnership, right? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. The next day, Chloe proactively applied for a 600 billion loan on his behalf. She even tacked on a hefty interest rate, but Zhao Guoqiang seemed utterly unconcerned. But Chloe and the loan officer had already formed a partnership. They were classmates and they planned to short Zhao Guoqiang's entire portfolio. By then, what power would Zhao Guoqiang have left to challenge her? But Zhao Guoliang wasn't a fool. He could see right through such an obvious trap. He was merely playing a game called playing dumb to catch the tiger. Anyone who fell for it would be the real fool. After signing the cooperation agreement, Zhao Guoqiang deliberately shook hands with the American representative. In short, the matter was settled once and for all. But let's be clear, Zhao Guoqiang was no fool, and certainly no idiot. He knew full well that he had to ensure every penny of the 600 billion they were currently offering came through. After struggling to hold on for 2 days, all the funds finally came through. Zhao Guoqiang promptly turned off his phone and headed straight to meet Prince Minyahan. After waiting for a long time, Kato Takeria never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would suddenly take a break. This left him furious for a moment. Prepare the car immediately. I'm heading to the Jingshan Industrial Park to meet Chairman Zhao in person. I must get to the bottom of this. His behavior was highly unusual. Kato Takeria could only hope Zhao Guoqiang would keep his word and not toy with him. But the outcome unfolded in the worst possible way. By the time he arrived outside the industrial park, he learned Zhao Guoqiang had flown abroad 2 days prior. For a moment, he felt betrayed. How could this be? I handed over everything I had pledged as collateral to him. Why wouldn't he give me the money? I won't accept this excuse. Get Zhao Guoqiang out here immediately, or I'm not leaving. Got that? Chapter 124, The Entire Facility. Kato Gaolong couldn't bear to imagine the barrage of accusations awaiting him back home. He could practically feel the palpable hostility radiating from everyone around him. For a moment, Kato Takeria nearly collapsed on the spot. He ordered someone to fetch him a chair, but to his surprise, moments later, someone brought him a tent and food instead. Secretary Wang said you'll need these things. Be careful not to damage them, got it? Hearing this, Kato Takeria nearly choked on his own blood in rage. It meant his strategy held no leverage over the other party. Left with no choice, Kato Gaolong had to rethink his approach and find someone who could help him. And the person he chose was surprisingly fitting Zhao Ruweilong. In fact, Kato Takeria had been dining regularly at Gao Xiaoqin's Shanshui Manor, and it was through Gao Xiaoqin's introduction that he had met Zhao Ruweilong. Since then, their collaboration had proceeded relatively smoothly. Kato Takeria deliberately arranged a meeting with Zhao Ruweilong, his face etched with urgency. Mr. Zhao, this matter, perhaps only you can help me now. I beg you, please assist me. Zhao Ruweilong looked puzzled. He was just a playboy, how could he possibly help? Tell me what's going on first. If it's something I can handle, I'll help you. But first, you need to explain clearly what exactly happened. Otherwise, how would I even know how to contact you? Right? Kato Takeria paused, then explained the situation. Hearing that his second uncle had secured a large sum of money and then fled abroad, Zhao Ruweilong instantly understood. It seemed his uncle was deliberately trying to swindle this sucker. But this Kato Jaryu really was a big sucker. How dare he partner with his own uncle? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? In other words, Zhao Guoqiang was already a tough nut to crack, and this sucker had the nerve to team up with him. With that thought, Zhao Ruweilong scratched his face and spoke up. This is a normal business deal between you two. What good does it do to come to me now? Besides, when you were discussing these matters, you didn't come to me. What the hell is your game? Kato Takeria hadn't expected Zhao Ruweilong to shut him down with that reasoning. For a moment, he was completely at a loss for words. Besides, now that things had come to this, the situation was quite complicated. Zhao Ruweilong felt like playing a little game too. Alright, I don't mean any harm. Since it's already happened, let's have a proper talk. Let me be honest with you. Given the current situation, you must understand why my uncle went abroad. Maybe he really didn't have the money to lend you. Kato Gaolong panicked instantly. If he can't lend me the money, then don't take our collateral rights. I demand Chairman Zhao return these items to me. Rest assured, once they're returned, I'll gladly pay 300 million in compensation. Zhao Ruweilong hadn't expected him to be so generous. With a slight smile, he immediately nodded. Not bad. You really know how to get things done. Rest assured, I'll have someone deliver these items with just a phone call. But since Mr. Gao has been busy all this time, you can't very well let him go to all that trouble for nothing. Kato Gaolong hadn't expected Zhao Ruweilong to also secure benefits for Gao Xiaoqin. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. But to reclaim his authority, Kato Gaolong agreed. I'm willing to give Mr. Gao 10 million yuan as compensation. Zhao Ruweilong pushed his wine glass away with a cold snort. Do you take us for beggars? Is this all you're offering? Do you think we're only worth this much? Hearing this, Kato Gaolong grew tense and quickly backtracked, offering to increase the reward to 50 million. Zhao Ruweilong frowned, thinking even 50 million seemed insufficient. But he knew that if he pressed further, Kato Gaolong wouldn't give him any leeway. So he simply agreed. Every penny counted. Zhao Ruweilong made a call and issued a direct order to Wang Hao. I don't care what you're doing right now, get over here immediately.
Also, did my uncle hand you something? I want that thing back. Though Zhao Ruilong didn't spell it out, Wang Hao understood perfectly and nodded immediately. I'll be right over. What happens after I hand it over to you?
Zhao Ruilong thought for a moment, deciding there was nothing else to discuss.
That's all for now. Just bring me the item first.
We'll discuss the rest later.
Wang Hao hung up and hurried over to deliver the item. For a moment, Kato Gaolong couldn't quite believe it. Could Zhao Ruilong really pull this off?
But when Wang Hao actually arrived with the item shortly after, Kato Gaolong became thoroughly convinced of Zhao Ruilong's capabilities. Once the goods were in his hands, Kato Takayuki promptly handed over the check as agreed.
Kato Takayuki extended his hand. Young Master Zhao, we truly owe this to you. Let's leave it at that for now. With that, Kato turned and walked away.
Wang Hao smiled.
Who would have thought he'd dare trust even you? Zhao Ruilong stared at the check. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sneer. Why couldn't I trust him? You shouldn't put it so harshly. Rest assured, even if he wanted to cause trouble, he couldn't return this quickly. Kato Jaryu took the item, but he didn't realize it was only part of the whole. The other part had already been in Chloe's hands. Otherwise, how could Zhao Guoqiang have gotten the money? Chloe hadn't informed Kato Gaolong of this matter.
So nearly everyone remained in the dark.
At this moment, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't have been more carefree.
He felt that whatever problems were bound to surface had already done so.
Prince Minyahan smiled.
Chairman Zhao, I never imagined you'd be so formidable, managing to completely outmaneuver them.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. Remember, dealing with them is simple, no need for complicated schemes. The key is that guy's stupidity. Otherwise, it might not have worked. With these 60 billion yuan, I need to develop something special. Tell me what kind of weapon would be most reliable. Prince Minyahan suddenly grew anxious. Chairman Zhao, you asked for my opinion. Personally, I think you should develop a light energy missile. What do you think?
Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly.
Laser missiles? That's a massive undertaking. Besides, it's completely impractical to release it now, no country can afford it.
Prince Minyahan pondered for a moment, intending to suggest another option to Zhao Guoqiang.
Just then, Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang. Oh wow, did they finally catch on? Chapter 125, Realization.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly.
So what if they figured it out? The money's in my hands now. Don't worry.
He pressed to answer the call, and Chloe was already on the verge of losing her temper.
Chairman Zhao, what the hell are you playing at? You're trying to kill me. You're going to ruin me. That's 600 billion in cash. Do you realize if something goes wrong, I'm finished? Hearing the woman's frantic voice, Zhao Guoqiang felt surprisingly calm. Why are you so flustered? I had you inspect everything thoroughly back then. Now that something's gone wrong, is it really appropriate for you to come to me? Don't worry, I've thought it through.
Aside from the rights I pledged to you, you're basically not losing out.
Or is it that you simply don't want to fall out with little Days?
Hearing this, Chloe finally snapped out of it. She'd been played. And she'd been completely led around by the nose.
Zhao Guoqiang, I never imagined you were this much more cunning than I thought. Chloe never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would pull such a move. It was like he kicked her straight into a raging inferno. Escaping now would be no easy feat. Moreover, Zhao Guoqiang's move was essentially a death sentence for himself. He'd only been after a tiny bit of profit, but now look, he'd lost everything. Moreover, since Zhao Guoliang hadn't lent the money to Kato Gaolong, their alliance would suffer the most from this outcome. For a moment, Zhao Guoqiang's actions left them feeling utterly helpless. But Chloe dared not confront him openly. She couldn't very well let Xia Rizi foot the bill. If that happened, how could they ever face each other again? After a moment's thought, Chloe cautiously spoke up. Chairman Zhao, I implore you to give me this favor. There's no need to escalate matters to this point. Rest assured, we will never be your adversaries in the future.
Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, not uttering a single word.
Chloe looked puzzled. Why was there no response at all? Finally, she hung up the phone in resignation. Chloe knew deep down. Trying to get the money back now would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Well then, each to their own. Don't blame me for looking out for myself. So Chloe proactively contacted Kato Takaryu and laid everything out honestly. Kato Takaryu was stunned. He had unwittingly transferred his authority away. The worst part was that there was no way to get it back. He never imagined things would come to this. Chloe pondered for a moment. The losses were simply too great, she couldn't accept them. She hung up the phone, forcibly reclaiming all of Little Day's rights and demanding substantial interest payments. After the incident erupted, Bai San immediately withdrew from the alliance. What was the point of tagging along with these two brainless fools? All this mess nearly caused a major disaster. Bai San was absolutely terrified by the whole incident. Zhao Guoqiang was having a blast abroad and showed no signs of returning, leaving Chloe powerless to seek retribution. Through Minyahan's introduction, Zhao Guoqiang met another arms dealer. Chairman Zhao, I know you're standing.
Rest assured, I would never sell weapons to just anyone.
If we can collaborate, you won't lose out.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. But speaking of which, this person Mingyahan introduced seems quite formidable himself. Zhao Guoqiang excused himself to use the restroom. Upon returning, he immediately sent the information to Wang Hao and instructed him to investigate thoroughly.
Moments later, Wang Hao called back. Chairman, I've looked into it. This man is Harry Wen, CEO of an American civilian military equipment company.
Primarily manufactures small-caliber firearms, nothing too problematic.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded.
He intends to collaborate with us, but since it's a small manufacturer, there's no need for that.
They won't be able to supply much anyway. Any updates on my older brother lately? Wang Hao pondered for a moment.
Zhao Lichuan had indeed been unusually quiet lately, which was odd. Nothing particularly unusual lately, except he keeps visiting Cheng Cheng, the vice president of the construction engineering group.
Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. What could Zhao Lichuan possibly want with Cheng Cheng? He couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that Cheng Cheng has something going on? Zhao Guoqiang didn't dwell on it further.
He instructed Wang how to send him all the accumulated matters and didn't pursue the subject any deeper. After finishing the call, Zhao Guoqiang emerged from the restroom and looked at Harry Wen.
Your factory is simply too small. I won't partner with such a tiny operation.
After all, our production volume is massive, you might not be able to handle it.
Harry Wen immediately glanced at Prince Mingyahan standing nearby.
After all, Prince Mingyahan was also involved in this matter. Chairman Zhao, we can explore this further.
We don't have to commit to a partnership right after our first meeting, correct?
Zhao Guoqiang could tell that Mingyahan was also keen to make money from this deal. After some thought, Zhao Guoqiang stated his conditions. We'll collaborate if you can guarantee an annual minimum consumption of 7 tons, roughly 6 billion yuan. If you can't meet that volume, you'll have to handle the goods yourself.
Understood? Harrison nodded eagerly.
As long as Zhao agreed, that was sufficient. Both parties swiftly signed the contract. With Mingyahan's backing, there was no need to worry about all the messy details. In short, Zhao Guoqiang had made his rounds and conveniently settled this major matter. After playing around for a while, he figured Xiao Ri and the others should have finished their business by now.
Only then did Zhao Guoqiang board a plane and return.
No sooner had he returned than Kato Tokoryu unexpectedly showed up at his door.
Chairman Zhao, I find your actions utterly unacceptable. This has deeply hurt my feelings. I've invested heavily in this matter and expect a satisfactory resolution from you. Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly composed. Then what kind of response do you require? Before Kato Tokoryu could speak, Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. I know exactly what you were thinking at the start. Now that you can't handle it, you're begging for mercy. It's too late for that, understand? Remember this, if you ever try to play these games with me again, I still have the means to make you regret it. Got it? Kato Tokoryu tried to say something, but Zhao Guoqiang had already risen and walked away. There was absolutely no need to waste words on someone like him. After all, Chloe had undoubtedly abandoned him at the critical moment too. So in the end, it was their own alliance that wasn't solid enough. Who else could they blame? Unexpectedly, upon hearing Zhao Guoqiang had returned, Zhao Lichuan immediately called him back. Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled, but Zhao Lichuan was clearly flustered. Chapter 126, The Head That Got Screwed. The moment Zhao Guoqiang arrived, Zhao Lichuan delivered a lukewarm remark. Your friend's been here for a while now. You two should have a good chat. Zhao Lichuan said this while picking up his teacup. The implication was clear, I've already got the gist of this matter. The main issue isn't with you. If things don't work out, we'll have to show him the door. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Kato Garon with a puzzled expression, seemingly unsure why this guy was here. Interesting. What brings you here? Spill it, what's your situation? At this, Kato Takayuki immediately stood up and began recounting Chloe's situation. I think you've made things rather ugly, Your Excellency. I hope you can offer us an explanation at the very least, spare us all this embarrassment. Please tell us the truth, why did you do this? Your actions have deeply hurt our feelings. Zhao Guoqiang remained perfectly calm, showing no sign of urgency. Since you say I've hurt your feelings, then tell me, why didn't you guys make any financial plans? May I interpret this as meaning you never made any economic plans at all, solely to swindle me out of this sum of money? And you never intended to repay it in the first place. Am I correct? Hearing this, Kato Tokoryu was utterly taken aback that Zhao Guoqiang knew everything, though he had never spoken up about it before. Zhao Guoqiang watched him, a cold smile spreading across his face. Seems you have nothing to explain, right? I know exactly what you're up to. If you want to play this game to the end, I'm more than willing to see it through. Got that? Besides, you were allies before. I never got involved in your alliance affairs. But you tried to swindle money out of me. Now that you've failed, you come looking for me. Do you really think I'm some kind of sucker? Zhao Guoqiang's barrage of words left him stunned, momentarily unable to respond. But the rights he'd surrendered were worth far more than 60 billion yuan.
This move could easily brand him a traitor in everyone's eyes. If this continued, even his death wouldn't resolve the situation. Kato Jaryu was already feeling the pressure. Zhao Lichuan paused before speaking. Alright, I understand the situation between the two of you. It's just a matter of money, right? Honestly, this kind of thing is quite normal. Guoqiang, Kato Takaryu isn't exactly an outsider. He helped me resolve a water conservancy issue before. He's an expert in that field. See if he can assist with this matter? With Zhao Lichuan speaking up for him, Zhao Guoqiang instantly understood his elder brother's meaning. In other words, Zhao Lichuan wouldn't be able to help either, but this opportunity was perfectly suited. Zhao Guoqiang quickly grasped his elder brother's meaning and didn't waste words. Then I'll follow your lead, big brother. I'll send someone to contact Chloe immediately. What do you think? The moment he heard they were contacting Chloe again, Kato Gaolong grew tense as hell, terrified he'd get screwed over once more. Zhao Lichuan, however, laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Once bitten by a snake, you fear even a rope for 10 years. Rest assured, absolutely no issues will arise. We guarantee it. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing. He immediately called Chloe and laid everything out honestly. Zhao Guoqiang arranged to meet Chloe under the pretext of business discussions. Upon meeting, Zhao Guoqiang got straight to the point and presented a technology transfer agreement. This technology transfer is worth roughly 80 billion. I have 10 copies in total, and I plan to transfer them all. Essentially, it's a standard aerospace carrier. If you find it suitable, let's collaborate. Hand 600 billion yuan to Kato Gaolong and give the remaining 200 billion to me. Chloe thought she must have misheard, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Chairman Zhao, you're not joking, are you? This technology isn't outdated, is it? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. It seemed the other party was already intimidated. After a moment's thought, Zhao Guoqiang pushed the documents across the table, urging them to examine them closely. Kato Takaryu would understand these matters better. Let me take a look for you. Saying this, Kato Takaryu immediately unfolded the documents. After a glance, he realized Zhao Guoqiang hadn't deceived him this time. Chairman Zhao, you're a real pal. This stuff is the real deal, absolutely no issues. Hearing this, Chloe couldn't believe her ears for a moment. Wasn't this like manna from heaven? While Zhao Guoqiang was indeed quite cunning, after all, 600 billion yuan was to be handed over to Kato Gaolong. Even if he were to deceive her, how much could he really get away with? With that thought, Chloe didn't hesitate for long. Since Chairman Zhao is giving us such face, let's proceed with the partnership. Chloe excitedly gathered all the documents, immediately backing them up and instructing technicians to scan and review them. Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly composed, letting them do as they pleased. Zhao Lichuan, meanwhile, remained as composed as ever, saying nothing. Soon, the results were verified once more. Nothing was amiss. Chloe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chairman Zhao, I never imagined you would be so gracious as to actually provide us with this material. Thank you. He promptly raised his wine glass. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and raised his own glass. I told you there wouldn't be any problems. Transfer those 600 billion yuan as soon as possible. He can't hold on much longer. Chloe nodded. Kato Jaryu was satisfied. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Lichuan headed straight back. In the car, both of them burst out laughing. See? Dealing with these clueless foreigners is actually pretty simple. There aren't that many complications. The key is whether you can handle them. And these people clearly underestimated us. By the way, what exactly is going on with those transfer agreements? Zhao Lichuan was deeply worried that Zhao Guoqiang had handed over the genuine transfer agreement. If that were the case, wouldn't it spell disaster? Zhao Guoqiang, however, smiled calmly. Relax. How could I possibly transfer those things to them? Those documents were indeed for the transfer of technology for the aerospace mothership, but we never conducted a technical appraisal. In other words, without that certification, the transfer agreement is just a blank piece of paper utterly useless. Even if Chloe and her team dared to apply for technical certification, it wouldn't matter, they couldn't build it even with the blueprints. This was Zhao Guoqiang's greatest confidence. The brothers exchanged a knowing smile, radiating the confidence of strategists in command. Chapter 127, Another Fat Lamb. Zhao Guoqiang had intended to simply send Zhao Lichuan back, but unexpectedly, Zhao Lichuan stopped him. You're the only one in a hurry to leave. Why not stay and chat with me? It's been ages since we last talked, hasn't it? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled, unsure why Zhao Lichuan would suddenly say this. Yet he felt it might be awkward to just drive back. He decided to park the car and accompany Zhao Lichuan inside. Zhao Lichuan even brought out his treasured tea leaves, brewing a pot as he planned to have a simple chat with Zhao Guoqiang. This behavior puzzled Zhao Guoqiang, but since it was his elder brother, he didn't press for answers. Guoqiang, our Zhao family is doing reasonably well now, but you really need to be careful most of the time. After all, there are far too many people watching you. Those people would love nothing more than to see you fall from the mountaintop, smashed to smithereens. You must be cautious in everything you do.
There's no need to be overly arrogant. Of course, what I mean is that someone might try to harm you.
Zhao Guoqiang suddenly understood. No wonder his eldest brother had summoned him, it was to warn him about these very things.
Truthfully, Zhao Guoqiang understood all this well enough.
Unfortunately, having come this far, he could do little about it. Besides, those who challenged him only wanted to drag him off the mountaintop and watch him shatter into pieces. But alas, these men had grand designs that crumbled when put into action.
Zhao Guoqiang would make them pay dearly.
Just then, Zhao Ruilong came running over.
Have you all heard?
Stocks have been going crazy these past 2 days.
What's going on? These stocks are killing me.
Zhao Ruilong said, pulling out the order form in his hand and placing it on the table for the two to examine closely.
Zhao Lichuan frowned. You're always playing with this stuff. Don't you know most stocks are scams?
No one can control them, and no one can win big.
Yet so many people just love this kind of thing. Have you been gambling away a lot of money lately?
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong gave an awkward smile and nodded. Seeing his son so hopeless, Zhao Lichuan couldn't fathom what was going on.
Why was this guy such a mess?
Sighing, Zhao Lichuan refrained from saying more. After all, Zhao Guoqiang was still present. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang picked up on Zhao Lichuan's unspoken meaning.
Ruilong, your father is getting on in years. You can't keep doing things like this.
Losing over 2 million on stocks, that's no small sum. I know you've made some money in business, but this is unacceptable.
But this stock, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before.
Zhao Guoqiang was about to continue when he suddenly noticed something odd about the stock's name, Heavy Industries.
The more Zhao Guoqiang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Wasn't this stock also from America?
Zhao Guoqiang quickly pulled out his phone and searched Heavy Industries thoroughly. Sure enough, he found the problem. Whenever Heavy Industries opened for trading, it would inevitably cause everyone to be astonished. And within days, Heavy Industries would face trouble again due to some reported issues. This would drive the stock price down again. This pattern repeated endlessly, like a scheduled harvest.
Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened considerably. Brother, if you've got nothing else to do, go get some rest.
I'll chat with Ruilong for a bit.
Zhao Lichuan nodded and had someone escort him back. Zhao Ruilong sensed his uncle had other intentions and quickly approached. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?
Zhao Guoqiang laid out all the issues he'd uncovered. After all, this situation was too bizarre, it couldn't possibly be true.
This Heavy Industries has problems, serious ones.
I suspect they came here specifically to manipulate the stock.
If that's the case, we absolutely cannot let them walk away with the profits. Got it?
Zhao Ruilong slapped his thigh. He'd always thought his own trading skills were lacking, never imagining this was the real issue.
Uncle, what should we do now? Should we launch an investigation immediately?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
A direct investigation would likely backfire. The best approach now is to summon Heavy Industries representatives to clarify the specifics.
Zhao Guoqiang patted Zhao Ruilong on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll handle this. You focus on withdrawing all your money from the stocks.
Stop playing around with them.
Zhao Ruilong nodded and set about following his uncle's instructions.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned.
It seemed Heavy Industries had someone pulling the strings behind the scenes.
He dialed Li Dakong's number.
This is Zhao Guoqiang.
Immediately question Ouyang Jing about Heavy Industries. I suspect their stocks are problematic.
Make sure to investigate this as soon as possible. After hanging up, Li Dakong felt puzzled. Why would Zhao Guoqiang suddenly bring this up out of the blue? Ouyang Jing, who happened to be nearby, looked equally puzzled.
What's going on? Why investigate this company out of the blue? Or has it gotten into some kind of trouble? Li Dakong shook his head. I don't know.
But if even the chairman is getting involved, it must be a significant matter.
What about this company? Are their documents complete?
Ouyang Jing had only casually noticed the company's name before and knew little else about it. Beyond that, Ouyang Jing hadn't looked into the specifics, let alone anything else. Since Zhao Guoqiang took the initiative to look into it, it must mean something seriously wrong. In my opinion, the chairman is genuinely anxious this time.
He probably wants to get to the bottom of everything.
You should call and find out what's really going on with Harry Group.
Li Dakong didn't go to sleep but kept waiting for news.
He understood clearly that Zhao Guoqiang's insistence on resolving this matter so late at night was proof enough of its gravity.
But then again, why would Heavy Industries have crossed Zhao Guoqiang?
Li Dakong couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he decided to stop thinking about it altogether.
After waiting over an hour, the call finally came through. Ouyang Jing was indeed impressive, she'd actually managed to uncover the truth.
This company, however, was essentially a shell operation. There were definitely issues.
Moreover, it had a history of numerous problems, not just stock-related issues. Something definitely seemed off. Li Dakong pondered for a moment.
Given the circumstances, he immediately called Chi Tongwei, instructing him to deploy personnel to closely monitor the executives of Heavy Industries and prevent them from leaving or entering the country.
I'll notify the chairman immediately. Chapter 128, Stock Bandits. Shi Tongwei was stunned when he received the call. Is there really such a big problem with that company's stock? Old Li, you're not pulling my leg, are you? If there's such a problem, why were they allowed to release the shares? Li Dakong was speechless. What does this have to do with me? I don't handle stocks. I'm just relaying the order, immediately prohibit their entry and exit. They absolutely cannot be allowed to leave. Otherwise, the trouble could get serious. If the chairman blows his top, neither of us will be able to explain it. Got it? Upon hearing this, Shi Tongwei nodded, signaling he understood. He quickly made a call, instructing personnel to immediately secure the situation. Under no circumstances were they to be allowed to leave. Harry Heavy Industries never imagined they'd cross a behemoth like Zhao Guoqiang. Before they knew it, their entire team was barred from leaving or entering the country. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. The next day, Li Dakong personally summoned the representatives, intending to get to the bottom of the matter. Unexpectedly, Harry Heavy Industries sent only their overseas representative, Liang Yifan. Upon meeting, Liang Yifan attempted to justify their actions with the data he held. Rest assured, we won't cause any trouble. All our data is complete and can withstand any inspection. I've brought all the relevant figures with me today. You can review these figures. I assure you, everything is in order. Li Dakong took the data, glanced through it casually, and then set it aside. Impressive. You must have gotten the news last night, right? Otherwise, how could you have prepared all this data so quickly? Hearing this, Liang Yifan's face flushed with embarrassment, looking somewhat awkward. Li Dakong glanced at the pile of useless text and chuckled. Let me be frank, this stuff isn't particularly useful to me. Because what we want isn't this nonsense. Got it? I suspect you've been deliberately shorting the stock market. Otherwise, why would your stocks always hover in limbo? I'm acting as your advisor now. If the stock commissioner arrives, he'll have to take you somewhere for questioning. Got it? Liang Yifan understood. This was a warning he needed to cooperate. For a moment, Liang Yifan felt a bit tense too. I understand your meaning, but all our paperwork is in order. Li Dakong frowned. If everything's in order, I won't waste any more words. Take your things and leave. Someone will contact you later. Liang Yifan tried to say something more, but he was already being ushered out. After stepping outside, Liang Yifan sensed something was off, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. With no other choice, Liang Yifan reported the matter to his big boss, sensing the situation was slipping beyond his control. His boss, however, insisted that everything had been taken care of and there was absolutely no way problems could arise. He told Liang Yifan to relax. Yet Liang Yifan still sensed something was amiss. Soon, a stock commission official arrived and issued a hefty fine. But this hefty fine was actually Zhao Guoqiang's decision. This is non-compliant. You haven't even launched an investigation, how can you issue a fine? The stock specialist offered no explanation, leaving Liang Yifan no choice but to immediately call his boss. We've hit a major snag. You need to handle this personally. You can't pass the buck anymore. Boss Kate heard this and was momentarily puzzled. Don't they know this violates the rules? Why did they suddenly issue the fine? Hold on, I'll make some calls to get to the bottom of this. After saying this, Kate promptly contacted Zhao Ruilong, intending to clarify the situation with him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong wasn't entirely clear on the matter either, and he only mentioned that his second uncle was furious. Kate instantly realized this matter was connected to Zhao Guoqiang. She immediately booked a flight to find him. She also contacted Prince Minyahan, hoping he could mediate the situation. Soon, Zhao Guoqiang heard about the situation. He was genuinely surprised by this woman's capabilities, never imagined she was such a big boss. How come you, a member of the royal family, willingly let yourself be bossed around by her? Prince Minyahan chuckled. We've worked together before, so I suppose she thought of me at this critical moment. Of course, I have absolutely no connection to this company's stock, don't get the wrong idea. Handle this professionally. Keep personal feelings out of it. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and hung up the phone. Moments later, Kate had arrived. Kate didn't mince words, showing little respect for Zhao Guoqiang. Our paperwork and all aspects are in order. Why the sudden penalty? Please provide a reason, Your Excellency. Otherwise, it's hard to convince anyone. This matter simply cannot be left unresolved. If necessary, we will escalate this to higher authorities. Justice ultimately resides in the hearts of the people. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. He hadn't expected this young lady to come flaunting her cultural knowledge at him, even quoting "justice lies in the hearts of the people." Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. Kate, since you brought it up, let's cut the nonsense. You know full well what's wrong with your stock company. So, you'd better stop beating around the bush. Just pay the 40 billion yuan fine honestly and voluntarily hand over an additional 300 billion yuan. That will settle this matter. Kate looked utterly stunned. Are you kidding me? With the fine included, I'd have to fork over at least 400 billion yuan. This is extortion. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Then I am bullying you. What are you going to do about it?
If Zhao Guoqiang wanted to, he could make Kate and her team pay dearly in no time. It all depended on his whim. Kate still didn't seem to grasp it. Could she really stand up to anyone? Could she stand up to Zhao Guoqiang? Kate's face turned ashen in an instant. Wasn't Zhao Guoqiang essentially bullying her? Impossible. This payment is an unjust debt. I absolutely won't hand it over. If it comes down to it, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. I believe there will be a proper venue to clarify this matter. Zhao Guoqiang had longed to hear those words, and now Kate had actually said them to him. So Zhao Guoqiang cut to the chase. Since we can't come to an agreement, you can leave now. That's final. He picked up his bag and turned to leave. Zhao Guoqiang immediately called Qi Tongwei. Get ready to move in immediately. No need to show any mercy. Got it? Seize the equipment and arrest them. Chapter 129, Regretting It to the Core. Upon receiving the news, Qi Tongwei immediately instructed in Changlin to handle the matter. All equipment was seized, and everyone involved was taken away for questioning. Kate never imagined things would escalate to this point. For a moment, she didn't even know where to start begging for mercy. This was a disaster of epic proportions. With no other options, Kate had no choice but to seek out Zhao Ruilong. We did love each other once, after all. Help me out. If the company goes under, I'm finished. Just this once, anything is possible. Also, how did my company's affairs get leaked? At these words, Zhao Ruilong immediately showed his displeasure. So you're implying I leaked your company's information, right? Kate remained silent, seemingly confirming the implication, leaving Zhao Ruilong thoroughly displeased. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ruilong spoke up. When I first gave you a chance, why didn't you seize it? Now that things have blown up, you finally realize the problem. Where were you when you should have acted? Let me be blunt, you've made this mess so big that no one can help you now. I'm afraid your company really is doomed. That was the last thing Kate wanted to hear. Losing the company meant her own complete ruin, no way out. This absolutely cannot happen. I must save the company, and I must defeat your uncle. Zhao Ruilong felt like he'd just heard a joke. Was she here to make a fool of herself? If Zhao Guoqiang were so easily defeated, how could he have dominated the field all this time? It was utterly ridiculous. But since Kate believed she had the ability to handle everything herself, why bother offering so much advice? Seeing Zhao Ruilong's lack of cooperation, Kate saw no point in further discussion. Alright then, I'll be going. Zhao Ruilong nodded and saw Kate off. The situation felt increasingly complicated. Once she was gone, Zhao Ruilong immediately called Meng Dihai. I heard that batch of equipment was handed over to you for disposal, the Harry Heavy Industries equipment. Given our relationship, you wouldn't possibly have entrusted it to someone else, right? Meng Dihai frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Ruilong really knew how to get things done. How had he gotten wind of this so quickly? But then again, Zhao Guoqiang hadn't specified how to handle these items. If he really had given them to him, Zhao Guoqiang probably wouldn't have objected. Meng Dihai paused. We haven't finalized a specific solution yet. Please consider this matter. Chairman Zhao has sent word that we'll notify you. Hearing Meng Dihai's response, Zhao Ruilong felt extremely displeased. He hadn't expected that, after all this back and forth, he'd still have to defer to his uncle. He found it baffling. Why did Meng Dihai insist on complicating such a simple matter? Handing over the equipment directly to him would be far better than anything else. If his second uncle had to get involved, that would be a real headache. After pondering briefly, Zhao Ruilong didn't hesitate. He immediately called in Changlin, intending to retrieve the equipment. But to his surprise, Changlin had already promised the equipment to Cheng Chang. You called too late. I've already promised it to someone else. If you'd called earlier, this equipment would have been yours. What a pity. Zhao Ruilong was baffled. Why was everyone going out of their way to oppose him today? Had these people lost their minds? Zhao Ruilong was thoroughly displeased. This situation was pushing him to the brink of losing his temper. But then again, if turning on someone worked, who would care about saving face? Zhao Ruilong could only call Cheng Chang to arrange retrieving the equipment. Such a large shipment was more than she could handle. Kate hadn't expected others to start dividing up her equipment already. She was furious, but there was no way to get it back. She wanted to surrender, but Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't give her that chance. And Changlin had everything prepared and intended to report the situation to Zhao Guoqiang personally, but unexpectedly, he couldn't even get through the door. With no other choice, he handed the documents over to Qi Tongwei. Qi Tongwei pushed the documents away, his eyes flashing with hostility. We've been partners for years now. What do you think you're doing, taking these files straight to the boss? I don't think that's how people should act. Don't forget who's been supporting you all this time. Got it? Caught off guard by the sudden outburst, Changlin panicked. He hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Qi Tongwei gave a cold laugh. Let's leave this matter at that for now. I'll pretend it never happened. But if it happens again, I won't hesitate to turn on you. Got it? Changlin nodded and hurried out, terrified he'd truly angered the other man. Shi Tongwei took the documents directly to Zhao Guoqiang, intending to clarify the situation.
Hao watched him. Interesting. What the hell are you playing at? Wasn't Changlin supposed to be investigating this? Why are you bringing the evidence now? What kind of game are you playing? Shi Tongwei gave an awkward smile.
Wang Hao instantly understood, patting him on the shoulder.
Who'd have thought, Director Qi?
You're quite the strategist.
Taking credit for someone else's work and making it your own, huh? You're quite the operator.
Even though he'd been seen through, Shi Tongwei remained unflustered. Wang Hao saw no point in stopping him further and stepped aside, clearing a path for Shi Tongwei to meet Zhao Guoqiang. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang was chatting with Su Zhenshu, Yan Dinghua, and others, mainly about a recent shipment of equipment that had arrived.
Just as they were talking, Shi Tongwei walked in.
Sir, all the documents are right here.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded and ended the call. Any other issues discovered?
Shi Tongwei shook his head, indicating no other issues. Nothing else, but there's one thing: we've confiscated nearly 500 billion yuan.
How should we handle this money?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Well, those 500 billion yuan naturally need to be returned to those who suffered losses.
It wouldn't be right for us to keep it.
We'll prop up the stock market again, let everyone make their profits, and then withdraw our funds.
Got it?
Hearing this, Shi Tongwei nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so generous toward these people. With that much money, if applied elsewhere, who knows how much good it could do. But Zhao Guoqiang understood this principle, taking from the people and using it for the people. At the very least, he couldn't make things too bad, he had to leave them something.
Otherwise, if everyone stopped playing the stock market, what then? That would be the real disaster. Shi Tongwei nodded thoughtfully. Now I understand what you mean.
Also, young Master Zhao mentioned he wants that batch of equipment.
Could we see if we can transfer it to him at a lower price? Chapter 130, Shearing the Sheep.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
He can't utilize this equipment anyway. Selling it to another company? You don't need to explain that to me. Got it? Shi Tongwei nodded, feeling it was best not to ask about most things. Without further discussion, he dismissed Shi Tongwei. After Shi Tongwei left, Li Dakong cautioned him.
Zhao Ruilong is begging everyone for help, insisting this matter be resolved. Be careful. I suspect it won't be long before he comes looking for you.
Be extra cautious. If anything goes wrong, notify me immediately.
Also, several companies seem to be preparing to withdraw their investments.
Should you monitor this situation?
Li Dakong hung up after speaking.
Shi Tongwei looked puzzled. Why would they all want to withdraw investments?
It made no sense whatsoever.
Wouldn't they be the ones suffering losses by pulling out?
The thought made Shi Tongwei frown.
It felt like some kind of signal. Meanwhile, after handling the Harry Heavy Industries matter, Zhao Guoqiang discovered that quite a few people had begun imitating his approach. It seemed everyone wanted to cash in on this situation. This made Zhao Guoqiang extremely displeased. He immediately issued a notice: under no circumstances would he let them stir up trouble so easily. Kate, however, still refused to let it go. Kate did the one thing she absolutely shouldn't have done: she sought out Chloe, intending to have her step in and resolve the situation. That probably won't work, Chloe murmured. Zhao Guoqiang doesn't want to give me face. Even if I went, he definitely wouldn't give me a warm welcome.
Kate gritted her teeth, her eyes practically shooting daggers.
You know what? I've lost billions. Seriously, that kind of money could let me do so many things. This situation is unbearable. I have to fight back. Hearing this, Chloe pondered. Fighting back was certainly possible, the key was how to do it. Getting lost in wild speculation? That definitely won't work. You just want to deal with Zhao Guoqiang, right? It's simple, not nearly as complicated as you're making it out to be. Do you know what Zhao Guoqiang fears most right now? He's terrified of people turning against him. I think you should approach that big shot who backed Ding Yijin before. Chloe sure had some rotten ideas. What kind of advice was that? And most importantly, if this rotten idea were actually carried out, it would be like uprooting an entire network. Chloe knows full well that many oppose her, and aren't these very people the main opposition? Go find this person, he'll be more than happy to cooperate with you. Kate had been hesitating, but the thought of losing billions instantly ignited her anger. Without further ado, Kate immediately followed the instructions given. She promptly contacted Ding Yijin's former financial backer. After meeting, Kate tactfully conveyed her intentions. The other party shook his head. If you want to take on Zhao Guoqiang, you need to understand how tough this guy is. Not just anyone can mess with him. Let me give you some advice: if you're looking for a fight, pick your moment. Don't just charge in blindly like this. Hearing this, Kate was deeply displeased. She never imagined things would turn out this way. She couldn't fathom how things had spiraled into this mess. There was nothing to be done. Kate's desire for revenge was completely gone. After handling the Harry Heavy Industries matter, Zhao Guoqiang's main daily struggle was still dealing with Zhao Lichuan's endless nitpicking. He couldn't fathom what Zhao Lichuan was up to, but the constant repetition of trivial matters was driving him to distraction. With no other choice, Zhao Guoqiang had to slip away to escape.
If this continued, he'd be driven to distraction. But as soon as he stepped out, he ran into Gao Qilan.
What are you doing here? Gao Qilan was holding freshly bought groceries and a takeout box of roast goose. I just got off work. Haven't seen you in ages. You haven't forgotten about me, have you?
Zhao Guoqiang scratched his head awkwardly. Truth be told, he'd been wanting to seek out Gao Qixiang for a while, but Gao Qixiang had once begged him not to.
Gao Qilan smiled. My place is just up ahead. If you're free, why not join me for dinner? Zhao Guoqiang didn't mind.
He had nothing else to do anyway, so he decided to tag along. The place was quite cozy. Gao Qixiang had bought it with 300,000 yuan. As they ate, neither knew what to say. Midway through the meal, Gao Qilan approached Zhao Guoqiang. I know you're busy, but if something comes up, just tell me beforehand.
There's no need to keep everything from me. Got it? Zhao Guoqiang nodded and continued eating. Gao Qilan seized the moment to speak. I know what my brother and the others are thinking, but what happens between us is up to us, right? Wasn't it you who helped smooth things over for me earlier? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled, unsure what specific issues the young woman was referring to. After careful thought, he began to recall something. You wouldn't be referring to that incident involving your dean, would you? Whatever I can do to help, I'll do. That goes without saying. I think if you put in some effort, you could become a vice dean, right? Gao Qilan chuckled. She was still just an intern. How could she possibly become dean? After the meal was nearly finished, Zhao Guoqiang sat on the balcony. Not knowing what else to say, he decided it was best to just leave. Zhao Guoqiang walked away, unaware that someone nearby had spotted him. Zhao Ruilong looked utterly bewildered. He never expected to run into his second uncle here. No way, I'm your second uncle. What the hell are you playing at? Zhao Ruilong promptly relayed the situation to Zhao Lichuan. Upon learning of Zhao Guoqiang's situation, Zhao Lichuan was instantly energized. He promptly instructed Zhao Ruilong to gather detailed information about the girl. Zhao Ruilong sprang into action. Gao Qilan heard the knock and looked equally puzzled. Opening the door, she realized she'd never seen this person before. Who are you looking for? Zhao Ruilong smiled and walked straight in. My name is Zhao Ruilong. The gentleman who dined with you earlier is my second uncle. My father is Zhao Lichuan. If you're available tomorrow, he'd like to invite you to Shanshui Manor for a meal. Nothing more to it. Gao Qilan looked at Zhao Ruilong with a puzzled expression. She really couldn't fathom what this guy was up to. Well, since he'd already mentioned Shanshui Manor, she might as well go take a look. The next day at noon, Gao Qilan arrived early. After waiting quite a while, Zhao Lichuan and the others finally showed up. Sizing up the young woman before him, Zhao Lichuan looked thoroughly pleased. Don't stand on ceremony. Have a seat. Chapter 131, The Little Days Rebellion. Zhao Lichuan's eyes still sparkled with approval when he saw Gao Qilan. He kept asking questions left and right, seemingly wanting to learn more about her family background. Gao Qilan was thrown off balance by Zhao Lichuan's demeanor. Zhao Ruilong quickly interjected from the side. Dad, this is our first meeting. Why are you so eager to ask all these questions? Don't mind him, he's just anxious to resolve things for my second uncle. Hearing this, Gao Qilan instantly understood. What was the point of saying all that? It's just about helping Zhao Guoqiang keep an eye on things, nothing more. Gao Qilan thought for a moment before speaking plainly. I understand what you mean. But it seems you haven't informed him. You can't just focus on me in this matter, you need to consider him too. With that, Gao Qilan looked for an excuse to leave. After all, this meal was getting rather pointless. Unexpectedly, just then, Gao Shaoqin walked in. The previous unpleasant incident had left both of them feeling awkward, and now they were meeting again. Gao Shaoqin hadn't expected Zhao Lichuan and the others to invite Gao Qilan. Her expression darkened momentarily, but she couldn't very well make a scene. So she forced a smile and pressed on. Please sit down. We specifically arranged this dinner for you today. Zhao Lichuan couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Shaoqin's reaction. Still, as long as these two didn't start arguing in front of him, everything would be fine. Zhao Lichuan chuckled. The subsequent questions he asked were much more restrained, no longer bombarding her with inquiries about everything under the sun like before. Zhao Lichuan's attitude made Gao Shaoqin feel very uncomfortable. It seemed he didn't consider her one of his own. After leaving, Gao Shaoqin sent Zhao Guoqiang a message, planning to tattle. After all, if Zhao Guoqiang got wind of this, he'd surely mention some key details. But Zhao Guoqiang was unusually busy at that moment. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. That said, given the current situation, it seemed Xiao had made full preparations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act this way. Yang Dinghua nodded during the video call. Exactly. Given the current situation, Little Days must have made thorough preparations. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly. Personally, I don't feel comfortable with Xiao Ri's current situation. As Yang Dinghua spoke, his gaze shifted to the control console opposite him, and his expression darkened further. What the hell is Little Day up to? For the past half hour, the Japanese warships had been circling the waters. Strangely, they hadn't notified anyone in advance. Their maneuvers seemed deliberately provocative, circling the area without revealing their ultimate objective. Yang Dinghua felt a surge of irritation, itching to take immediate action. However, part of the launch code for the ultimate missile was held by Zhao Guoqiang. That was why Yang Dinghua had called primarily to seek Zhao Guoqiang's counsel. What if things went wrong? Zhao Guoqiang understood the gravity of the situation. Alright, I'll make contact now and see what they're saying. Rest assured, I'll call you back within 10 minutes at the latest. Yang Dinghua nodded. After hanging up, Yang Dinghua's expression remained grim as he turned to his chief of staff, Li Xing. Keep a close watch on the Japanese. I suspect their intentions aren't pure. They're prowling like wolves, waiting to strike. But it's truly baffling. Does he really think we won't act? Li Xing interjected. I don't think the little Japanese have thought that far ahead. Otherwise, they would have sailed right into our waters. We just reconnoitered the situation this time. The little Japanese are making a big show of force. Besides deploying an aircraft carrier, they've even sent 3 battleships and 5 cruisers. Such a battle group is absolutely a threat. Yang Dinghua didn't care about any of that. Immediately order our fleet to set sail and proceed to the incident area. Simultaneously, notify fishermen to avoid fishing in this region as much as possible. Otherwise, I fear there may be trouble. Upon hearing Yang Dinghua's words, Li Xing nodded reassuringly. The Japanese warship was still lingering nearby. Zhao Guoqiang summoned Kato Takaria directly and stared at him coldly. I hear your warships have been acting quite boldly lately. Explain yourself. Why this sudden change of tactics? If you can't provide a clear explanation today, we'll have to discuss this in a different manner. Is that clear? Hearing this, Kato Takaria frowned slightly. Chairman Zhao, the warship incident has nothing to do with me. I have no control over them. Besides, I have no authority to intervene in naval affairs. Perhaps it's all a misunderstanding. What did Kato Takaria say? But Zhao Guoqiang found this excuse hard to swallow. Seriously, this guy was treating him like a fool. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Since you lot enjoy this little game of fighting us, I'm perfectly happy to fight back. Zhao Guoqiang spoke calmly before activating the missile launch button. Today, he intended to make them understand, he never joked around. Once he acted, he would make them pay dearly. Kato Jaryu was certain Zhao Guoliang wouldn't launch missiles so easily, otherwise, he'd never be able to explain it to anyone. But this time, he had clearly underestimated Zhao Guoqiang, who had already made his preparations. The missile had completed its self-check. 10 minutes passed. Yang Dinghua received no response from Zhao Guoqiang, but instead awaited the missile launch order. Simultaneously, warships arrived near the incident area, with numerous fishing boats also attempting to keep pace. The scene stretched endlessly, vast and imposing. The commander of the Japanese vessel hadn't anticipated that warships would actually be dispatched. Commander Kitano Tora immediately ordered a retreat. We're forcing them to miss their target. We're immediately withdrawing to our own waters. Do not engage them under any circumstances. The Japanese ships were now retreating at full speed toward their own waters. This turn of events was truly unexpected. Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled too. What kind of game were these little devils playing? They'd made such a big fuss, charging over, only to suddenly retreat now? Kato Takaria chuckled. Chairman Zhao, I imagine your warship encountered some malfunction, causing you to stray into our waters. There's no need for such tension, right? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang sensed a deliberate provocation and rose slowly. What if that missile had exploded and sunk your warship in your own waters? What would you have done then? Tell me. Chapter 132, Destroyed. Kato Takaria froze upon hearing this, but quickly regained his composure. Chairman Zhao, you have a sense of humor. I find your suggestion utterly preposterous. Besides, sinking our own warship in our waters would constitute an act of war. You wouldn't do that, would you? You people always like to talk about moral high ground, so you would never sink our warship in our waters. Kato Takaria spoke with an air of smug satisfaction. Zhao Guoqiang despised this very attitude most of all. But since this bastard enjoyed talking this way, he would certainly show him what he was capable of. Zhao Guoqiang calmly issued the attack order. Once again, both warships and missiles surged toward the Japanese fleet. In an instant, towering explosions and blinding fire engulfed the area, throwing everything into chaos. Kitano Tora never imagined that ships would actually be blown up. Damn it! What the hell is going on? All warships, counterattack immediately. Kitano Tora was utterly panicked. If they didn't seize this chance to counterattack now, everything would be ruined. Unfortunately, Kitano Tora's counterattack was nowhere near as swift as Zhao Guoqiang's team. Worst of all, Zhao Guoqiang wasn't just moving at breakneck speed, he'd launched missiles directly at Kitano Tora's command ship. Yang Dinghua also dispatched warships to advance directly. Since they were willing to come onto his territory, why couldn't he go onto theirs? Thus, the vast counterattack force advanced directly. This time, they had truly overplayed their hand. Xiao Ri never imagined Zhao Guoqiang and his men would not only dare to counterattack but would even dare to send warships.
The command ship was instantly sunk by explosions.
Other warships swarmed in, unleashing relentless waves of fire.
Within moments, half of Xiao Rizi's fleet lay in ruins. Our side only suffered a scrape from a shell that grazed the hull, chipping some paint.
Kato Takaria never imagined Zhao Guoqiang and his men would actually pull this off.
By the time he received the report, it was already too late.
Zhao Guoqiang, are you kidding me? You actually fired the missiles?
Zhao Guoqiang could tell he was genuinely panicking now, otherwise he'd never have addressed him by full name like this. Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly composed, offering only a cold smile.
I think you should discuss this with Yang Dinghua. What do you say? Yang Dinghua was in high spirits now.
It seemed that as long as he gave that little bastard a good beating, his mood would never falter.
Kato Garon's body went limp. He couldn't get up for a long time. This was an act of war.
What you've done violates the Peace Act.
This is an act of war. Do you even realize that?
I believe you will face criminal charges, Zhao Guoqiang.
Your days of arrogance are numbered. Zhao Guoqiang remained utterly composed as Kato Jaryu stormed off in a rage.
Only after Kato Jaryu returned did they grasp the full extent of the fleet's casualties, and by then, the entire force had already entered their own territorial waters. Worse still, the warships sent by Zhao Guoqiang and Yang Dinghua had also charged directly into their own waters.
For the time being, the Xiaoda's faction couldn't respond to this incident. After all, they'd already suffered a major loss. Did they really want to embarrass themselves further?
The only option now was to find a suitable solution.
Moreover, until that solution was reached, the incident absolutely could not be explained to the public.
Thus, Dragon Nation flooded the media with reports, yet Little Days offered no response whatsoever.
Yang Dinghua felt elated. I must call Chairman Zhao. After all these years of holding back, I can finally redeem myself. Zhao Guoqiang laughed upon receiving the call. Kato Jaryu just came by and ranted about this mess. Looks like he's genuinely worried about it now. I've already seen the results via satellite.
Withdraw your warships immediately and publicly declare we were merely navigating our own territorial waters. If any Japanese aircraft dares to fly over, record it immediately no matter what type of aircraft it is.
Got it? Yang Dinghua paused for a moment before nodding. Rest assured, this will be handled flawlessly.
After Zhao Guoqiang hung up the phone with satisfaction, he had an even more important matter to attend to. Zhao Guoqiang contacted his friend Princess Sophia directly.
Princess Sophia looked puzzled. You're contacting me at this hour? Don't tell me you need me to solve another problem? Let me warn you, your latest move is way too big. I might not be able to handle it. The authorities are already furious about this. Zhao Guoqiang didn't elaborate. So you're unwilling to help with this favor?
Hearing this, Princess Sophia stomped her foot in frustration. Could you at least try a little harder to persuade me?
You're really not giving me any face here. Princess Sophia could only express her grievance. She had no other words. But what else could Zhao Guoqiang possibly want from her? First, tell me exactly what you want me to do. You have to give me time to consider it. Besides, if I can't handle it, won't you have to find another solution?
Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and spoke.
Anything I can conceive, you can accomplish. It's simple, just make a gesture. Don't let them actually judge us for war crimes.
Sophia paused, then smiled. So by your logic, it seems you're afraid of war crimes too.
Zhao Guoqiang shrugged indifferently. If you say so, then so be it. Just don't forget to handle this matter properly for me. When I have time, I'll treat you to a meal.
With that, Zhao Guoqiang fell silent. Sophia brushed her hair back. She felt Zhao Guoqiang was always like this. He'd never ask her for anything more than necessary. But then again, Zhao Guoqiang must have thought this through carefully before acting. Princess Sophia pondered briefly before immediately calling her people. Mr. Casa, you no longer need to handle Zhao Guoqiang's case.
Do not treat this as a war crime. Is that clear?
Mr. Casa froze upon hearing this.
Your Highness, you must be joking.
Zhao Guoqiang and his forces have already launched missile strikes. By all accounts, they have committed war crimes. If we don't convict them of war crimes, others will perceive us as biased.
Even if we wanted to show favoritism, we couldn't do it this way. People wouldn't accept it. Unexpectedly, Casa would speak to her like this. In an instant, Princess Sophia's expression darkened considerably.
I'm still not sure if this man is truly on our side.
Casa, you've been rather insubordinate lately. I advise you to think this through. Got it? Chapter 133. Do you dare pass sentence? Besides, this is Zhao Guoqiang we're talking about. He dares plead guilty. Do you dare sentence him?
Casa was rendered speechless by this retort.
Princess Sophia wasn't joking. If Zhao Guoqiang dared to plead guilty, would he really have the guts to hand down the sentence? Besides, if Zhao Guoqiang's actions were deemed war crimes, what if he stirred up trouble again tomorrow? Moreover, Prince Minyahan and the others would surely speak up. If Zhao Guoqiang's actions were deemed war crimes, then shouldn't Prince Minyahan and the others have been arrested long ago?
Fearing that such a move would not only fail to convince others but could easily be used against him, Princess Sophia had already pointed her toward a clear path.
Casa, I don't know what's gotten into you lately. Why are you being so disobedient? In any case, just do your job properly. If things get messy, you know what the consequences will be, right? Casa fell silent. He understood all too well. Making Zhao Guoqiang bear war crimes? That's harder than climbing to the heavens. There's no other way. This matter must be left as it is. After Kasha hung up the phone, he looked despondent, at a loss for words. But with matters having reached this point, there was little he could do. He let out a long, heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Kato Takaria had already received word of the fleet's ambush. He never imagined things would turn out this way. Kato Koryu was furious. Over 1,000 of our men, including commanders, have fallen. This cannot be swept under the rug. They must pay the price. To invade our waters and attack this is an outright act of war. I will bring charges of war crimes against Commander Casa. I will not let Zhao Guoqiang off the hook. I will seize this opportunity to take his life. From start to finish, Zhao Guoqiang had played him like a fiddle. Kato Takaria felt like a laughingstock, toying with him back and forth. Now that he finally had a chance to strike back, he couldn't let it slip away. Zhao Guoqiang would pay the full price. After organizing all the documents, he sent them all to Casa. Kato Takaria also declared that he would pursue this matter to the very end. Casa sighed. Let me give you some advice. You might need to find someone else to handle this. While I'd love to prosecute Zhao Guoqiang for war crimes, I'm afraid that's beyond my authority. Hearing this, Kato Takaria looked puzzled. Commander Casa, this is the perfect opportunity. What exactly do you mean? Are you unwilling to proceed? If Zhao Guoqiang were convicted of war crimes, he'd face certain death and no one would stand to defend him. We must seize this chance. Kato Takaria proved himself no better than a bird of prey, having completely forgotten Zhao Guoqiang's past assistance. And this guy was really kicking him while he was down. Casa had already discussed the matter extensively with Sophia. There was absolutely no way he would handle this situation the way Little Day wanted. Besides, if we handle this matter, we'll offend more than just a few people. After careful consideration, Casa didn't hide anything. Kato Takaria, I'm afraid I can't help you with this matter. In other words, do you really think we can convict Zhao Guoqiang of war crimes? Kato Jaryu was stunned by this statement. So that's where the problem lies, Kato Takaria thought, his anger boiling over. Commander Casa, Zhao Guoqiang has never taken you seriously. Why not seize this chance to deal with him? Besides, we can take him down any time if we seize this chance. But if we let it slip, it'll be gone forever. Hearing this, Casa shook his head. If you have any sense, you'd better clarify the situation immediately. This is the last piece of advice I can offer you. Hearing this, Kato Jaryu's heart sank once more. This time, it sank completely. In other words, if he persisted, not only would he be unable to resolve the situation, but he would likely face further retaliation from Zhao Guoqiang. It seemed he would never be Zhao Guoqiang's match. That night, Kato Gaolong immediately called the Imperial Household Agency and explained the situation. In short, this time the military would bear the responsibility alone. Under no circumstances could Zhao Guoqiang be blamed. Half an hour later, the Little Day's side released a clarification report. Zhao Guoqiang was chatting idly with Sophia when Wang Hao hurriedly knocked on the door and brought in the report. Chairman, the Japanese side has released their clarification report. They claim the incident was entirely caused by a naval operational error. They insist it has absolutely nothing to do with us and are asking others to stop spreading rumors. Zhao Guoqiang smiled upon hearing this. That's more like it. Seems there are smart people at Little Days after all. Princess Sophia curled her lip. I don't care about all that. I contributed to this matter, remember that. Wang Hao pretended not to hear a word and quickly turned his head away. To his surprise, Sophia actually shooed Wang Hao away, leaving Zhao Guoqiang looking utterly bewildered. What the hell are you doing? Sophia, however, grinned and leaned in close. Why are you asking so many questions? Of course we're reliving old memories. Don't run away. Before she could finish, Zhao Guoqiang had already reached the doorway. Princess Sophia rushed forward. Unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang didn't even look back as he fled. Princess Sophia stomped her feet in frustration, utterly helpless. Pointing at Zhao Guoqiang. You'd better watch your step. If I catch you again, I won't let you off the hook, you hear me? Anyway, the matter was settled, and Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't give this woman another chance. When Zhao Guoqiang emerged, he found Wang Hao grinning at him. Boss, your little adventure ended so quickly? Zhao Guoqiang was utterly speechless. Stop spouting nonsense. What good could I possibly have? Don't listen to that woman's nonsense. Get out of here. Has anything unexpected happened with the Little Days? They're not exactly behaving themselves lately. I suspect they'll find a reason to cause trouble sooner or later. Anyway, if Little Days does cause trouble, we'll have to seize the chance and give them a proper beating. Wang Hao nodded, feeling he had a plan in mind. But then again, the Little Days are probably keeping a low profile right now. If they wanted to cause trouble, it wouldn't be that easy. Commander, do you think Little Days might be planning something else? If they do, should we prepare defenses in advance? I have a feeling the troublemakers aren't staying quiet. If all else fails, we should take proactive measures to guard against them. Chapter 134, 3 Weapons. Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, so Wang Hao shut his mouth. He knew full well that if he spoke up again, Zhao Guoqiang probably wouldn't even acknowledge him. Better to keep quiet and obey. Zhao Guoqiang understood perfectly well that little Day would behave for a while, but what came after that was anyone's guess. In other words, Xiaori's lessons were being taught in entirely different ways. If he didn't step in, Xiaori would eventually cause chaos. As soon as Zhao Guoqiang returned home, he summoned Yang Yi immediately. Have you thoroughly researched the topics I assigned you recently? It's time to unveil the national defense weapons. Arrange a briefing tomorrow, invite all the delegates, and inform them we're about to deploy these systems. Yang Yi looked utterly stunned, completely unprepared for her teacher to have already planned this. Professor, are you absolutely certain? This isn't something to be taken lightly. Besides, if this thing is actually rolled out and something goes wrong, I'm afraid it won't be easy to clean up the mess. Zhao Guoqiang looked at Yang Yi, wondering why she seemed so unlike his student. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold snort. I feel like you're not quite my student anymore. At the very least, that bold, go-getter spirit you used to have is gone. Got it? Frankly speaking, given the current situation, the biggest problem is deterring those little rascals. If we go to war, there's nothing worth fighting over in that godforsaken place, just a few scraps of land. What good would it do us to take it? So it's better to hold off for now. I'll figure out what to do with it later. Hearing this, Yang Yi nodded and immediately set to work. Early the next morning, new developments emerged. Jingshan Industrial Park unexpectedly invited all representatives again to observe new weapons. This time, it was organized by Yi Guoqiang, the chief of the general staff of the 3 armed forces. You're Zhao Guoqiang, I'm Yi Guoqiang, together we're 2 powerhouses. A true alliance of the strong. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled at his words and nodded in full agreement. Yi Guoqiang wasted no time getting to the point. Chairman Zhao, this meeting was clearly yours to host, yet you've let me take the credit. It seems you're quite confident in this matter. Rest assured, I've got this covered. Zhao Guoqiang nodded, sensing that Yi Guoqiang might indeed be overthinking things. But then again, overthinking wasn't necessarily a bad thing after all, more thought meant more action. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. The most crucial thing was still waiting for the representative from Xiaorizi. Yi Guoqiang slapped his forehead. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have almost forgotten. The Little Day's representative has changed, it's no longer Kato to carry you. That guy had already returned home, but on the way back, there was a plane crash, no survivors. The new representative is now Matsuo Ichiban. But I hear this guy is a staunch opponent of yours. As he spoke, a hint of meaning flashed across Yi Guoqiang's face. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't care less. There were plenty of people opposed to him, why should he bother with 1 or 2 more? Besides, given the current situation, Little Days couldn't stir up much trouble anyway. Don't worry, we'll shake him up in a moment. Yi Guoqiang nodded, seeming equally eager for Zhao Guoqiang's next move. Before long, the representatives from various nations reappeared, and Zhao Guoqiang was finally ready to unveil his weapon. But today, the one appearing as the presenter was none other than Princess Sophia. Ladies and gentlemen, Chairman Zhao has entrusted me with explaining all the weapons today. If you have any questions, ask now. After this time, this princess won't be at your service. Hearing this, everyone was utterly astonished, completely unaware of when Princess Sophia had aligned herself with Zhao Guoqiang. The first weapon unveiled was the all-ocean satellite, designed primarily for maritime operations. Should any threat appear within the satellite's surveillance range, the military would immediately activate the satellite's onboard laser cannons. A single shot could obliterate not just small warships, but even aircraft carriers. This weapon is strictly for defense, never for offensive use. However, there is one stipulation: if anyone deliberately approaches, the weapon will be activated. Princess Sophia finished speaking, her gaze lingering meaningfully on the silent Matsuo Ichiban beside her. Everyone understood that today's meeting was entirely aimed at Xiaori. Whether Matsuo Ichiban grasped the meaning was another matter entirely. Next, everyone witnessed the second weapon. The second weapon was what truly shocked everyone. Zhao Guoqiang had already deployed his latest research, an oceanic robot, into the deep sea. This meant Zhao Guoqiang's control over the oceans would gradually strengthen. At this, Matsuo Ichiban could no longer sit still. Chairman Zhao, may I ask why you chose this course of action? And might I suggest this action seems somewhat unreasonable? Zhao Guoqiang looked over calmly and gave a cold smile. Such remarks are rather displeasing. What do you mean by unreasonable? We deployed robots into the deep sea to carry out missions, not to invade others' territories like certain people. Is that wrong? All representatives nodded in agreement, finding no fault with Zhao Guoqiang's actions. Matsuo Ichiban's face darkened as if he'd swallowed a fly. For a moment, he was utterly at a loss for words. Zhao Guoqiang motioned for Princess Sophia to continue. Once deployed in the deep sea, these ocean robots form an extremely effective barrier. Moreover, energy replenishment and maintenance would be specially secured. Warships could resolve issues and even undertake special development projects in the sea area. Each robot carries a lightweight short-range electromagnetic attack system. Hearing this, all the delegates wore expressions of envy.
Zhao Guoqiang, however, remained utterly indifferent. Next, the third weapon was unveiled, a land-based naval cannon. All delegates were stunned.
Chloe couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness Princess Sophia, could you explain what a land-based naval cannon is?" Princess Sophia smiled.
A land-based air cannon refers to transferring the medium-range missile cannons equipped on aircraft to land-based platforms, which can cover the entire territory of Xiarizi.
At this, all the delegates wore expressions of eager anticipation, seemingly eager to see what kind of capabilities Matsuo Ichiban possessed.
Unexpectedly, the Japanese man said nothing, merely closing his eyes in silent contemplation.
Zhao Guoqiang rose slowly.
His silence did not mean he would remain quiet. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Guoqiang spoke calmly.
Chapter 135, Total War.
Our primary goal is to ensure our neighbors behave themselves.
However, these weapons will not be used for major assaults or attacks.
We hope everyone understands, our nation deeply cherishes peace.
Yet should anyone deliberately provoke conflict, we will not shy away from confrontation, we will fight to the end.
Additionally, recent events should be known to all, especially to those present today. On my behalf, I request that you instruct your commanders, should such incidents recur, we will crush them without hesitation.
Matsuo Ichiban rose to his feet. So that's what you meant, Your Excellency.
I thought this was merely a routine weapons briefing, but it seems you have deeper intentions.
It appears you fear us little days, eh? The representatives couldn't help but laugh. This guy seems a bit off. Fear of the little days? Where did you get that idea?
Besides, with all the weapons Zhao Guoqiang has developed and deployed in the military, how could little days possibly stand a chance? Zhao Guoqiang and his team were utterly speechless. This little guy really knows how to stir things up.
It seemed he deliberately chose this moment to address them. Zhao Guoqiang didn't even need to speak. Princess Sophia naturally stepped in to assist. Representative Matsuo, I believe you must be mistaken. Perhaps you aren't fully aware of the current situation, correct? In that case, I'll respond on behalf of Chairman Zhao.
It seems you haven't grasped the situation at all.
Chairman Zhao's purpose for convening today's meeting was to educate everyone about weapons, not to announce plans to attack anyone. That you can't even distinguish such a basic point is frankly laughable. Matsuo was mercilessly mocked by all the representatives.
Then Princess Sophia mocked him as well.
For a moment, he was utterly speechless. He opened his mouth, then obediently closed it again. Before anyone could say another word, the man unexpectedly rose and departed.
Seeing the little days representative gone, Zhao Guoqiang smiled.
Ladies and gentlemen, since our guest prefers not to hear our discussion, let's conclude today's meeting here. Thank you, Princess Sophia, for your assistance. Sophia even performed a formal court curtsy. All the delegates left in a hurry. As long as Zhao Guoqiang wasn't targeting her, that was enough.
Getting to watch the spectacle was a bonus, especially when it involved Little Day.
That was the best show of all.
After Zhao Guoqiang returned, to his surprise, Gao Qilan was waiting for him at the door.
I couldn't get in, so I had to wait here for you.
Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled.
He'd never told Gao Qilan where he was. How had she found him?
Gao Qilan sat in the car and explained the situation in detail.
Xiao Bu told me. Zhao Guoqiang nodded. I knew it. How did you suddenly find out about this place? I didn't mean to keep it from you, but knowing too much might not be good for you. What did my brother talk to you about?
Gao Qilan tactfully indicated that Zhao Lichuan had explained everything to her in detail, and she had a firm grasp of the basic situation.
Zhao Guoqiang felt utterly mortified. He never imagined Zhao Lichuan could be such a troublemaker. But then again, what could be done at this point? Besides, Zhao Lichuan was likely just finding new ways to pressure him into marrying quickly. But then again, how could something as weighty as marriage be decided so easily?
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment.
I mean, no offense, but what do you think of my brother as a person? Also, what do you think of our family? Before Gao Qilan could respond, Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang. General E, what's up? E Guoqiang chuckled. Nothing much. Just wanted to check if you're back yet. Also, I've got something I'd like to briefly discuss with you.
Actually, your brother mentioned this matter to me a long time ago, but I never found the right opportunity.
I have a niece.
As soon as Zhao Guoqiang heard this, he immediately hung up the phone. He knew full well this was yet another attempt to set him up on a blind date. This big brother really puts me in a tough spot. Why is he always trying to arrange marriages for me?
Gao Qilan pondered thoughtfully.
She wasn't stupid, she could naturally guess some things.
That said, Gao Qilan didn't delve deeper into the matter with Zhao Guoqiang.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong was discussing a business partnership with a Japanese entrepreneur.
You need to understand that our Dragon Nation's technology is far superior to yours right now. This isn't me partnering with you, it's you partnering with me, got it? The Japanese entrepreneur was a woman named Tanaka Mei. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, this matter will be handled flawlessly. When can we expect delivery? Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly upon hearing this. Well, that naturally depends on your attitude, wouldn't you agree?
Zhao Ruilong extended his hand, and the other party showed no intention of refusing.
After the night was over, Tanaka Mei returned to her residence. She prepared to execute every plan against Zhao Ruilong.
Compared to your uncle, you're truly lacking. If it were your uncle, he'd never fall for such a trick.
Zhao Ruilong, you'd better brace yourself for a crushing defeat.
Tanaka Mei placed a massive order, which would consume a significant portion of production resources. By the time Zhao Ruilong realized what was happening, it would be too late. It's a pity that with connections like Zhao Guoqiang, he can't accomplish anything significant. Zhao Ruilong returned triumphantly, but Zhao Lichuan was deeply displeased.
I hear you've been leveraging connections to secure production? Do you realize collaborating with that little upstart is like trying to skin a tiger? This is far too risky. If something goes wrong, who will bear the consequences?
Order those production units to halt immediately. No more manufacturing this nonsense.
Got it?
Zhao Lichuan was already losing his temper, but Zhao Ruilong paid no heed.
Why are you getting so worked up? I'm doing this for the good of our family. Isn't it better to focus on building our business? Zhao Lichuan's face darkened instantly. You good for nothing. What kind of business could you possibly build? You know what the consequences would be if you mess this up. Your second uncle might get dragged into it too. Bottom line, I absolutely refuse to agree to this.
Zhao Ruilong hadn't expected his father to say such things. His anger flared, and he swept everything within reach onto the floor. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang poked his head out of the kitchen, holding a large bowl of noodles.
Big nephew, you've got quite the temper. Chapter 136, The Hot-Tempered Nephew.
Zhao Ruilong froze upon hearing this. He hadn't expected his second uncle to return so quickly and couldn't help but give an awkward smile.
Uncle, you're back. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Ruilong's expression. Of course I'm back to keep your father company for the night.
Heard you've been making quite a splash lately, kid.
Zhao Lichuan's expression darkened noticeably.
Zhao Ruilong had no idea what the brothers had discussed. But judging by their expressions, both seemed deeply displeased. Instantly, Zhao Ruilong grew intensely nervous and flustered. Zhao Guoqiang was an outside help Zhao Lichuan had invited back. Zhao Lichuan knew his son well enough to realize that if the stakes were high enough, Zhao Ruilong might actually take desperate measures.
Your second uncle is back. You two should discuss things properly. I'm getting old. I'm going to rest now. With that, Zhao Lichuan turned and walked away.
Zhao Ruilong was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Guoqiang had just finished his noodles and was wiping his mouth with a paper towel.
Zhao Ruilong hurriedly poured him a cup of black tea and brought it over. Second uncle, this deal was exceptionally smooth, and everyone showed me great respect.
Rest assured, following your guidance, once I earn money from this, I'll definitely set aside a portion for charitable causes.
That's all thanks to your teachings. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Ruilong, he said, your father and I aren't worried about you making money. But before you make it, you need to use your head. Think carefully, do those people truly want you to profit? Zhao Guoqiang didn't put it too harshly. If they wanted Zhao Ruilong to profit, they must have some ulterior motive. Unfortunately, that motive simply didn't exist. So the truth became glaringly obvious.
Zhao Guoqiang shot him a cold stare. Tomorrow, find an excuse to replace all the goods they supplied. I don't care how you do it, just make sure you substitute their best products with the worst possible sources.
Got it?
Zhao Guoqiang didn't spell it out explicitly, but Zhao Ruilong had already sensed something was amiss.
Since his second uncle had spoken, he had no choice but to comply.
Zhao Ruilong nodded repeatedly. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. Let's see what tricks the little guy has up his sleeve. Just as Zhao Guoqiang finished speaking, the phone rang. To his surprise, it was Hou Liangping calling. This is Zhao Guoqiang.
What's going on?
Hou Liangping sounded tense, clearly having encountered some issue.
Sir, is this a good time to talk?
The situation I need to report is extremely complex, and we must make a decision immediately.
Otherwise, things will become exceptionally difficult. I've confirmed it, the company collaborating with young Master Zhao is a shell company.
Moreover, most of the orders placed by Little Days are for military-grade mechanical components requiring extremely high precision.
Their factory currently has ample production capacity, yet they're not utilizing it.
It appears they intend to monopolize all our production lines. Once that happens, we won't be able to produce any systematic components, and their objective will be achieved.
Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected these bastards to be so devious. These guys are going to be tough to deal with. After pondering, Zhao Guoqiang voiced his thoughts. Since they're targeting us, we can't just sit back and wait for disaster. They've surely already begun reporting on the heads of various companies. I know Ruilong must have connected with them through connections. Call your colleagues and tell them if they hear anything about Ruilong, they need to call me immediately.
Hou Liangping nodded and hung up.
Lu Yike emerged, drying her hair. What's going on?
You guys have been acting all mysterious lately.
What's really happening?
Hou Liangping shook his head.
It's complicated. I can't explain it all right now. Just keep an eye out these next couple days. If you hear anything about Zhao Ruilong, suppress it immediately. A storm was brewing, and unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong had been swept up in it. Upon hearing the news, Lu Yike's face fell in utter disbelief. I get it now. There must be a mole inside. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Hou Liangping couldn't say for certain either, but he sensed someone had deliberately orchestrated this. With no time for further discussion, Hou Liangping turned and left. For Hou Liangping, the situation was proving both troublesome and complicated. Meanwhile, the old fox Li Dakong had also caught wind of the situation. But Li Dakong was smart, he didn't rush to ask around for information. These people were utterly foolish. What kind of information could possibly be so intriguing at a time like this? Anyone who started digging around would be pinned down in no time. It was beyond words. Li Dakong studied the newspaper, carefully analyzing the details about Zhao Ruilong. It seemed inevitable that a showdown between Longhua and Xia Rizi was brewing. Zhao Guoqiang's decision to encircle the Yanchuan military port was likely tied to this very matter. That evening, Chloe, the representative from America, appeared at Zhao Guoqiang's private villa. The two talked for a full hour before Chloe finally turned and left. 2 hours later, the troops at Yanchuan military port suddenly received orders to withdraw, retreating all the way to an island 1,200 kilometers to the south. Not only that, but while the military situation was unfolding, numerous American companies were quietly preparing to halt operations. Flights to other countries suddenly became completely booked. Xiao Rizi's top brass immediately convened an emergency meeting. However, the meeting concluded in just 10 minutes, followed by a nationwide lockdown prohibiting anyone from leaving. When this news reached Zhao Guoqiang, he realized Little Japan had likely guessed his intentions. They were truly laughable. What good was guessing my intentions? If they had the ability to thwart my plan, that would be impressive. Besides, they couldn't possibly think that was my only trick up my sleeve. Zhao Guoqiang found it laughable. There was no need to be polite when dealing with the likes of Little Days. But then again, Zhao Guoqiang pondered. Xiao Rizi's sudden move must mean he had a big backer. If that was the case, then Prince Minyahan was still available. So Zhao Guoqiang decided to reach out to him. Prince Minyahan looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you say you and Little Days were about to go to war? How come you still have time to call me? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for battle? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Preparing for war doesn't have to be rushed, he said. I need your help. Arrest Little Days conglomerate, they're the masterminds. Chapter 137, The Great Reshuffle of Order. Prince Minyahan found this puzzling. The war was being waged by Little Days, not the conglomerate. Why arrest them? After some thought, Prince Minyahan still spoke up to advise. Chairman Zhao, why arrest the consortium? They shouldn't influence the battle outcome, right? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. If there's no money in a war, do you think it can even continue? Let me be frank, this whole affair is likely orchestrated by the consortium. Otherwise, how could Little Days have mobilized such massive preparations? We've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. We're eager to seize this chance for a decisive battle against the Little Days. But unfortunately, if we strike now, many of them will surely seek asylum and escape. I plan to wait a little longer until their asylum options vanish, then launch our attack. Prince Minyahan's face twitched violently. Truthfully, he hadn't anticipated this man's plans being so ruthlessly calculated. That said, Zhao Guoqiang's approach did effectively contain all potential risks. The rebels were quite fanatical. If they weren't eradicated completely, it wouldn't be long before they returned once more. Therefore, Zhao Guoqiang's strategy was indeed necessary. After brief consideration, Prince Minyahan decided to agree to Zhao Guoqiang's terms. Let's make one thing clear, if your mecha research succeeds, please equip some of my troops first. We desperately need this kind of technology right now. Moreover, the American forces have been stationed right on my border. Do you know what it feels like to sleep with wolves watching? Zhao Guoqiang understood he couldn't resolve Prince Minyahan's border issue, but developing the mecha? That was a breeze. Zhao Guoqiang agreed immediately. Then it's settled. We'll resolve these matters as quickly as possible. After hanging up, Prince Minyahan immediately summoned his trusted generals. Chairman Zhao just called me. A batch of mechs will be delivered soon, but before that, we must pay attention to one thing, the Japanese conglomerates. From what I understand, the most formidable among the Japanese conglomerates is the Saito Group. Find a way to handle this. Arrest them and seize control of all Saito Group funds. Prevent any outflows. Proceed with utmost caution. The commander nodded and immediately withdrew, dispatching all special forces overseas. Saito Tsuneyoshi, head of the Saito conglomerate, had no idea a blade was being pressed against his throat. Saito Tsuneyoshi found it somewhat peculiar that negative news about Little Japan had suddenly surged in recent days. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. It seemed someone was preparing to make a move. Zhao Guoqiang, why don't you show me just how formidable your methods are? If I were to secretly fund Little Days equipment purchases, would you have any means to stop me?
Just then, Special Forces soldiers quietly infiltrated the estate, beginning to sweep through the security guards. However, though these guards were also retired Special Forces soldiers, they were clearly inferior. They offered little meaningful resistance before being swiftly taken down. Chaos erupted throughout the estate as numerous guards pressed the emergency buttons on their watches after being attacked. Before Saito Yoshihisa could react, someone opened the door and urgently escorted him to the safe house. "We need to get out of here fast. No time to waste." Saito Yoshiyuki frowned, still wanting to take the computer with him, but unfortunately, there was no chance for that now. The Special Forces suddenly kicked the door open and stormed in. "Hands behind your head, get down on your knees. Don't move. We are Prince Minyahan's Special Forces. You are under arrest for war crimes. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in court." Saito Tsuneyoshi's expression darkened considerably. After being let out, he discovered his entire family had been bound and loaded into the vehicle. An hour later, the plane landed at Prince Minyahan's special military base. Prince Minyahan wore a white suit, flanked by a tall, beautiful woman. Spotting the arrival, Prince Minyahan approached to greet them. "You look as energetic as ever, Your Excellency. Let's go inside and talk." Saito Yoshikazu gave a cold smile. "What do you want me to go in for? I know this is illegal detention. If my American godfather finds out, he'll send someone to rescue me." Prince Minyahan found this remark amusing. He leaned close to Sato's ear and motioned for him to follow the direction of his finger. The next moment, the old Japanese man's expression abruptly changed. For a moment, the old Japanese man felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, unable to suppress a gulp. America's representative was actually right here? Could it be he was the one who wanted to capture me? Prince Minyahan said nothing, merely patting the old man's shoulder. For a moment, the old man was terrified. He tried to speak several times, but only managed to open his mouth, daring not to utter another word. It seemed America had decided to abandon him. Prince Minyahan activated the video call. "Chairman Zhao, I brought this man to you. You two can talk at length." With that, the prince turned and left. Zhao Guoqiang pushed the documents aside and gave a cold smile. "Old Saito, it's been years since we last met. Back then, your consortium was poised to seize control of the Jingshan Industrial Park. Yet now, how did you end up behind bars?" Saito was furious, never expecting Zhao Guoqiang to be the mastermind behind it all. "You couldn't defeat me fairly, so you resorted to these underhanded tactics, didn't you? Zhao Guoqiang, your tactics are truly despicable." Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. "Don't put it that way. This isn't about my methods being despicable. Got it? Saito Yoshiyuki, how much funding have you actually committed to support Little Days in their war against us? You'd better come clean about it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. And your family is in our custody. You'd better not touch that money again. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning on you." Saito Moriyoshi hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so blunt. He glared at him in fury. "Zhao Guoqiang, I believe you're targeting me personally. You'll pay a price for this." Zhao Guoqiang wore an expression of utter indifference. "Do you think I'm afraid now? Even if I pay the price, I'll take your life first. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, when I open my mouth, you won't get a chance." Saito Yoshiyuki was startled. Has he uncovered everything? Chapter 138, 60 trillion in funds. Zhao Guoqiang found his nervousness utterly amusing. "I knew you'd be panicking. No need to pretend you don't care. We've known each other for years, right? How much capital is involved in total? How much did you personally contribute? I expect you to explain everything clearly." Saito Yashiyori bowed his head. "Since I have no way out, I might as well tell you everything. But I demand you guarantee my family's safety. They must not suffer any harm whatsoever. Otherwise, I will unleash every ounce of power I possess to exact revenge. I never intended to get involved in this affair. It was Yoshihiko Kato, Chief of Staff of the Imperial Japanese Army, who persuaded me to invest. He promised that if I contributed 600 billion yen, I would be entrusted with post-war reconstruction efforts, and I would be the one to distribute all the spoils. As you know, that's how things work in Japan. The zaibatsu and major conglomerates hold the real power. We've only just reached an agreement. No funds have been mobilized yet. You can rest assured on this point. I can guarantee it." Zhao Guoqiang heard this and gave a cold laugh. "Rest assured, my intelligence surpasses your expectations. I know not only that you haven't touched the funds, but also that you merely marked the documents as read without signing them." Saito Yoshiyuki's expression darkened noticeably. This meant Zhao Guoqiang had already planted someone close to him, and this person was definitely no ordinary figure. For a moment, he was so flustered he couldn't speak. Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled at his reaction. "No need to be so tense. You must understand that tension serves no purpose. Got it?" Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Saito Tsuneyoshi's thoughts grew even more chaotic. But if Zhao Guoliang could control the funds in time, what could he possibly do? Zhao Guoqiang's methods proved far more formidable than anyone had imagined. The situation quickly grew complicated. Xiaorizi's side also noticed the collective disappearance of the Saito group, yet they had no clue where this group had vanished to. There was no choice. Xiaorizi knew they might have overstepped this time.
Thus, Tanaka-Mei was dispatched once more to plead with Zhao Guoqiang.
Chairman Zhao, there must have been some misunderstanding earlier.
Rest assured, this matter will absolutely not escalate. All order has been restored to normal and there will be no war. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Interesting. Then may I ask if it's because you're out of money that you've become like this? Tanaka-Mei's face darkened, momentarily at a loss for words.
But if Zhao Guoqiang could say such things, he must have intervened in certain matters.
Tanaka-Mei's expression darkened further.
I never imagined Chairman Zhao was so formidable.
I truly admire you.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. Well, since you're here, perhaps we should discuss matters that need discussing.
What do you say?
What I mean is, we need to talk about guns and ammunition. Zhao Guoqiang's meaning was straightforward. Since you've kept me on edge for so long, and everyone else along with me, don't you owe us some kind of compensation? Besides, you've left everyone feeling pretty pissed off. Don't you feel even a shred of guilt or remorse about that? So Zhao Guoqiang directly handed over a written agreement, letting Tanaka-Mei see it clearly for himself.
In an instant, Tanaka-Mei was stunned.
Zhao Guoqiang was actually demanding reparations of 6.4 billion.
Surely you're joking? A 6.4 billion yuan indemnity? We absolutely cannot accept that.
Besides, we never went to war.
You suddenly present such an enormous indemnity demand. Isn't this just a joke?
Chairman Zhao, you seem to be joking more and more lately. We hope you'll take our relationship seriously. This indemnity is simply impossible for us to pay.
Zhao Guoqiang cut straight to the chase, exposing Tanaka's earlier trap.
Don't think I'm unaware of what you've been up to with Zhao Ruilong.
I'm warning you, until I decide to let this slide, you'd better behave. Go back and tell that old Japanese bastard Kato to cough up the money cleanly and smoothly. Then everything will be fine. Otherwise, if I turn against you, no one will be able to handle it. Got that? Tanaka-Mei's face turned an ugly shade of grim at these words. It was clear Zhao Guoqiang was issuing a stark warning. But now that things had come to this, what could be done? Before long, Tanaka left.
That same afternoon, the 6.4 billion yuan compensation was reduced to 6 billion yuan, and the deal was struck. Zhao Guoqiang summoned Zhao Ruilong again. I've handled this matter for you, but if it happens again, don't blame me for turning on you.
Got it?
Zhao Ruilong hadn't expected his second uncle to be so formidable and praised him repeatedly. But Zhao Guoqiang clearly wasn't swayed by such flattery. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment. Since things had come to this, Zhao Ruilong would inevitably face further targeting at some point. After careful consideration, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. Be extra careful. I suspect someone's watching you. I know you're considering starting your own business now, but be extra cautious. If someone sets a trap and you're unaware, you'll just walk right into it, won't you? Zhao Ruilong gave an awkward chuckle, acknowledging his uncle's point. But after a moment's thought, he continued.
I've been picking up some information lately. Changcheng has a lot of people fawning over her now. Second uncle, is there something going on between the two of you?
Zhao Ruilong didn't spell it out directly, because lately Changcheng had been accepting favors from certain people, mostly in Zhao Guoqiang's name. Of course, these weren't bribes, they were collaborations. Changcheng didn't seem overly concerned about it either, merely stating she knew Zhao Guoqiang and hadn't done anything too extreme. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly.
I understand. I'll handle this matter. You don't need to concern yourself.
Zhao Ruilong nodded, then remembered something about Gao Shaoqin.
Ms. Gao meant no offense.
She just wanted to remind you to take care of your health and invite you over for soup sometime.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned. I understand.
From now on, keep your distance from Gao Shaoqin.
That woman won't teach you anything worthwhile.
Zhao Ruilong nodded and stepped out of his uncle's office. With nothing else to do, Zhao Ruilong pondered how to arrange more interactions between his second uncle and Gao Shaoqin. Besides, if Gao Shaoqin knew he was secretly helping her, she'd have to remember him for any future favors. Just then, Su Jiang unexpectedly called. Zhao Ruilong was puzzled.
Chapter 139, Who do you want to inspect? Su Jiang sounded somewhat anxious.
Young Master Zhao, this situation is no simple matter. I just got the details from someone else. Apparently, someone is plotting against Chairman Zhao again, and it seems to involve the power group.
I suspect Lu Xinjian has someone on his tail.
Zhao Ruilong's expression darkened instantly.
Damn it, these people never stop. Assemble the construction group.
After hanging up, Su Jiang smiled, his smug expression suggesting he was deliberately luring Zhao Ruilong into a trap. Before long, Su Jiang and Zhao Ruilong appeared inside the construction group headquarters.
Uncle Tai's expression darkened. Changcheng sat quietly nearby. Lu Xinjian, utterly pathetic, knelt on the ground, sobbing and sniveling.
Zhao Ruilong was thoroughly impressed. What's there to cry about? He demanded. If you have something to say, just say it.
Is this really necessary? Spit it out, what's really going on? Lu Xinjian wiped away his feigned tears. He was quite skilled at pretending to cry. Godfather, I've been set up. I never imagined anyone would dare target my power group. This has blown way out of proportion. I beg you all to help me out. If something really happens to me, won't it reflect badly on all of you? Su Jiang stepped in to smooth things over. He was a pro at this sort of thing. Uncle Tai, I think he's already shown remorse. There's no need to keep holding his little mistake against him, right? Tell us exactly what happened. Who dared to cross you? Lu Xinjian thought for a moment and outlined the situation. Truthfully, Lu Xinjian had essentially taken control of the power group, though he sometimes struggled to reign in certain partner organizations. So he mustered his courage and kicked some of those partners out. While this seemed like a good move for him, he never expected that many of the subsequent partners were actually sent by the very people he had expelled. This created a major rift between the two sides. Lu Xinjian was reported for allegedly abusing his authority to place his own people within the power sector's core operations. Uncle Tai took a sip of tea. So did you actually arrange it or not? You're being far too careless in your work. Lu Xinjian sighed in exasperation. I only placed 2 people there. I never imagined it would cause such a commotion. Don't you think this is clearly targeting me? In short, the situation escalated significantly, and the problem became quite complicated. Uncle Tai's face turned an unusual shade of grim, as if Lu Xinjian were a colossal fool. You knew it was a trap, yet you still jumped right in. What kind of person are you? Uncle Tai gave him a proper scolding, but then turned his head and saw Su Jiang sitting beside him. Su, what do you think we should do about this? Su Jiang froze for a moment, then inwardly cursed Uncle Tai as a sly old fox. After some thought, Su Jiang understood perfectly well. Uncle Tai definitely couldn't assign Chengcheng to handle this. Besides, her status was too sensitive. She was Zhao Guoqiang's woman. Besides, Zhao Ruilong was Zhao Guoqiang's nephew. No one could afford to mess with him. So Uncle Tai had no choice but to pin the blame squarely on himself. At this thought, Su Jiang couldn't help but scratch his face. Uncle Tai, rest assured I understand all this perfectly well. Chairman Lu, could you please tell us who persuaded you to do this? Moments later, Lu Xinjian seemed like a different person, reverting to his usual high and mighty demeanor. Lu Xinjian handed the phone number to Su Jiang, his expression tinged with disdain. You must take care of him for me. Make him understand that I'm not someone to be trifled with. Su Jiang smiled. No problem. But speaking of which, what's in it for me? Hearing this, Lu Xinjian's expression darkened. They hadn't even started working together yet, and already he was demanding a reward? But he understood Su Jiang, the guy was all about profit. After a moment's thought, Lu Xinjian spoke up. Whatever benefits you want, I'll try my best to give them to you. Su Jiang smiled, his expression turning smug. That's fantastic. It's settled then. I'll handle your problem, and you help my son get his career off the ground. The two sealed the deal. Without further ado, Su Jiang led his crew straight to confront the troublemakers. The man in question was Tang Shuncheng, a friend of Zhang Tian. Seeing strangers barging in, Tang Shuncheng was puzzled. Brother, I haven't done anything to you, have I? What's with barging into my place like this? I think we can talk this out. It'd be a shame to make things awkward. Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. I'm here about Lu Xinjian. Spill it. Why did you pick on that guy? Tang Xuancheng's expression changed, but before he could speak, Su Jiang delivered a vicious punch. Su Jiang staggered back 2 steps. Who the hell do you think you are, living in the same complex as me? Beat him up. Tang Shuncheng was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly. Golden stars danced before his eyes. He genuinely couldn't fathom why Su Jiang had attacked him. When the beating was nearly over, Su Jiang left with a threatening warning. Listen up. If I hear you haven't apologized to Lu Xinjian by tomorrow, I won't let this go. And you're withdrawing every single complaint you filed against him. Got it? Su Jiang strode away with his men, leaving Tang Shuncheng to scramble to his feet. Lu Xinjian, you bastard, how dare you send people to mess with me? Far from backing down, Tang Shuncheng handed his report to Su Zhong of the investigation team once more. He recounted the entire situation, hoping Su Zhong would take his side. The situation was chaotic and complicated. After seeing Tang Shuncheng off, Su Zhong called Zhao Guoqiang. Your people are getting way too cocky. How dare they go to someone's home and start a fight? That's going too far. Zhao Guoqiang paused, confirming it was Su Zhong on the line, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Team leader Su, what exactly are you implying? When did I ever send anyone to cause trouble at someone's home? Su Zhong took a sip of tea. What are you thinking? No one went to my house to cause trouble, they went to someone else's. How should we handle this? To be honest, this situation is very bad. It's become quite complicated. Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes slightly. After grasping the situation, he said thank you and hung up. Wang Hao, I have a task for you. Go find Tang Shuncheng from Datang Equipment Group immediately. I need to discuss something with him. Hurry up. Wang Hao nodded and set off immediately.
But when Tang Shuncheng received the news, he felt like he'd gotten himself into serious trouble and just wanted to get out of Jingzhou as quickly as possible.
Chapter 140, Throwing Money at the Problem. Tang Shuncheng frantically changed clothes, adopting a Ding-Asian-style escape.
He didn't even dare bid farewell to his family, racing straight toward the airport. He knew stopping meant certain death no matter what, he couldn't linger to meet his end.
Tang Shuncheng was truly terrified. He never imagined that behind Lu Xinjian stood such a powerful figure as Zhao Guoqiang. He just wanted to get away as fast as possible, to live somewhere where no one knew him. All he wanted was to be spared. Tang Shuncheng was frantic to escape, terrified that stopping for even a moment would spell disaster. But as soon as he reached the airport, he sensed someone watching him. Panic gripped Tang Shuncheng. He tried to detour through another entrance, only to be detained before boarding. Relax. We're just here to talk. If you've got nothing to hide, what are you afraid of? Tang Shuncheng couldn't help but swallow hard. I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm not afraid of you coming for me. Though he dared to speak boldly, panic gripped Tang Shuncheng's heart. For a moment, he had no idea what these people wanted. An hour later, Tang Shuncheng was brought to a private room at Shanshui Manor. As a prominent figure in these parts, he had visited Shanshui Manor several times before. Scrutinizing the furnishings around him, Tang Shuncheng found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang entered with a cheerful smile, having someone serve him a cup of tea. Seeing such an important figure, Tang Shuncheng grew even more flustered. Chairman Zhao, was it you who requested my presence? Zhao Guoqiang nodded, sat down, and couldn't help but smile at the visibly uneasy man. You seem rather flustered. I know about the Lu Xinjian matter, it wasn't your intention. But let's be clear, this isn't a simple affair. Speak. What do you intend to do about Lu Xinjian? Tang Shuncheng's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees. Chairman, I was wrong. I beg you, please spare me. I truly understand my mistake. I'll never dare to do it again. Please give me this chance. Zhao Guoqiang was left speechless, both amused and exasperated. He helped the man up and said solemnly, I have no ulterior motives, nor do I wish to bully you. But there's one thing I must make clear. Your actions against Lu Xinjian could easily disrupt the entire power grid. That's the last thing you should do. Moreover, the power group has finally entered a phase of healthy development. If you meddle again and throw the entire power system into chaos once more, you'll be responsible for a huge mess. I know Su Jiang beat you up, but unfortunately, he won't be able to apologize. I gave him a beating too, and he's on his way to the hospital now. This card holds 1 billion yuan and a contract worth 50 billion. If you have no objections, take these and go home quietly. From now on, we're friends. Got it? Tang Shuncheng froze in shock. He never expected Zhao Guoqiang to actually throw money around like this. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. What? Think it's too little? Tang Shuncheng shook his head hastily. No, how could I possibly think it's too little? It just feels like a dream. Chairman, I'm truly grateful to you. Otherwise, I might not have been able to resolve this. Zhao Guoqiang patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. From now on, if you need anything, just contact Uncle Tai. As long as it's not murder or arson, he'll help you. Besides, Lu Xinjian will give you all the big contracts from the power group. We're all friends here, why push things to such extremes? Oh, and team leader Su will be here soon. Just then, Su Zhong entered from outside. Chairman Zhao, if you're picking up the tab today, I'll definitely order a few extra dishes. Our humble household can't afford to eat and drink like this. Bring me some stir-fried pork intestines and a bottle of Mao Tai. Zhao Guoqiang saw right through him. This guy was here to take advantage. But what's a little eating and drinking? As long as Su Zhong could help resolve his issues, the cost of food and drink was insignificant. At that moment, Tang Shuncheng suddenly realized that the man before him, Su Zhong, must be the one who had betrayed him. But Tang Shuncheng also knew full well that dealing with Su Zhong was no different from dealing with Zhao Guoqiang. In fact, it could very well bring about his own demise. Therefore, playing it safe was his best bet. With this realization, Tang Shuncheng dared not harbor any further resistance. After all, he had given what was demanded and apologized where necessary. What else was there to cling to? He might as well have a few drinks with Zhao Guoqiang and Su Zhong, clearing up all the necessary explanations. Drunk and disoriented, Tang Shuncheng was personally escorted home by Wang Hao. Zhao Guoqiang took Su Zhong upstairs to soak their feet and watch some TV. Su Zhong, however, saw through it. I suspect you didn't invite me up here just to watch TV, sir. What's the real purpose? Zhao Guoqiang closed his eyes to rest. Only after Su Zhong pressed him several times did he speak. Why are you so curious? To be honest, many people are still watching me. Of course, it's not that I look down on them, but I just don't think they're useful to me. If similar situations arise in the future, I'd appreciate your help keeping an eye on things so I don't get taken for a ride. Su Zhong felt both flattered and intimidated. You're Chairman Zhao. Hearing you say that really startles me. Zhao Guoqiang scoffed. Who could possibly intimidate you, right? But to be honest, this isn't a simple matter. I suspect someone's been secretly investigating me. I know the difference between you and Hou Liangping is brains. Su Zhong's heart skipped a beat. Suspect me? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. What are you talking about? Why would I suspect you? I suspect someone else, and I believe this person has serious issues. Very serious ones. Just then, Gao Shaoqin entered, having specially arranged for someone to bring in some fruit. After they sat down, both sides chatted idly for a while. Gao Shaoqin looked at Su Zhong. Come by more often when you have time. We're all friends here eating and drinking together. How could I possibly charge you for that? Su Zhong smiled. I don't earn much, and I don't have any side income. If I were to spend money here, you'd really be doing me a favor. With my salary, just being able to eat noodles here every day is pretty good. Gao Shaoqin smiled. You really are too polite. Chairman Zhao suggested this: come over for meals whenever you have time, and bring your family for special occasions too. No strings attached. It's just a small gesture from the chairman. Su Zhong smiled and accepted the meal card. After confirming its value, he transferred 20,000 yuan to Zhao Guoqiang. No free lunch, I'll take this card home and impress my wife. Chapter 141, A Wake-Up Call. After seeing Su Zhong off, Gao Shaoqin turned back. Zhao Guoqiang was still sitting where he'd been. For a moment, Gao Shaoqin didn't know what to say, sensing Zhao Guoqiang seemed somewhat displeased. Chairman, you don't seem to be in the best mood. Did what happened earlier affect you? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head and turned to look at Gao Shaoqin. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that people like Su Zhong, don't you think their lives must be exhausting? They don't indulge in pleasure, nor do they consider other matters. I just feel like he seems to live a much more exhausting life than we do. Gao Shaoqin smiled at his words, unsure how to respond. But she sensed Zhao Guoqiang might have a point after all. His level of achievement was beyond what ordinary people could ever reach. Suddenly, Gao Shaoqin sensed something was off. Zhao Guoqiang clearly wasn't talking about Su Zhong. The implication was clear: he was using this incident to admonish her. Gao Shaoqin swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled. I sense you're a bit flustered. No need to panic. Just remember who tells you what to do. Otherwise, if you listen to everything everyone says, won't you just end up living a terribly exhausting life? Gao Shaoqin nodded thoughtfully, yet still felt Zhao Guoqiang was hinting at something deeper. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqiang didn't linger long before leaving. Otherwise, Gao Shaoqin would have been nervous to death. After Zhao Guoqiang left, Gao Shaoqin reflected on his words. Essentially, he was reminding her that moderate desires were acceptable, but they shouldn't become excessive. For a moment, Gao Shaoqin felt utterly flustered. Even after Zhao Guoqiang had left, Gao Shaoqin remained deeply unsettled, as if the entire encounter had been a dream. Zhao Guoqiang was always like this: he gently prod people from all angles, but if someone refused to give him face, well, that was their own fault. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Gao Shaoqin sat silently, unsure what to say. On his way back, Zhao Guoqiang received a call from Li Dekong. Chief, I have a situation to report. I attended a meeting today and learned some truly shocking news. Li Fumei is highly likely to be investigated, and someone should be coming down to talk with her within the next couple of days. I think this means certain people are planning to take action against us. These people are really something. With so many scoundrels out there, they choose to target us. What on earth are they thinking? Zhao Guoqiang pondered thoughtfully. Don't worry about it. If they want to investigate, let them have their fill. There's nothing we can do about it anyway. But then again, what they're likely investigating is Li Fumei's collaboration with us. It's no wonder someone like Li Fumei, with no background whatsoever, managed to leap 8 ranks in status within a mere decade. From an ordinary female worker at a steel mill, she somehow ended up as a top-tier big shot supplying premium materials to military enterprises. Could an ordinary person achieve that? So it's perfectly normal for people to suspect Li Fumei. But if anyone tries to take action against her, that would be abnormal. At this moment, Li Fumei had already sought out Uncle Tai, seemingly hoping the old man could help devise a strategy. Uncle Tai, we used to work in the same factory. You showed me the way back then, which is why I am where I am today. Don't you think their actions against me this time are a bit sudden? Uncle Tai pondered. Little Li, we have the commander-in-chief backing us. What is there to fear? Rest assured, the commander won't stand by and let anything happen to you. Even if they want to investigate, they'll have to get past him first. Truth is, these people are after the commander. Got it? Hearing this, Li Fumei instantly understood. He hadn't anticipated Uncle Tai's perspective at all. But to be fair, Zhao Guoqiang had been making quite a splash lately, drawing a lot of attention. Li Fumei pondered. Rumors keep swirling that the chairman and I have something shady going on, but they don't know that I was the one who took the initiative to help the chairman root out the traitor in the factory. That's why he trusted me with important responsibilities. How did it get twisted into this in their mouths? That incident back then was also something Zhao Guoqiang had pushed for. If those traitors hadn't been purged, the factory would have suffered severe damage. But only by infiltrating the enemy's ranks could we truly gauge their strength. Li Fumei rose through the ranks because of this mission, and she even suffered a knife wound in the process.
It's a shame those people have forgotten Li Fumei's contributions, assuming she and Zhao Guoqiang were definitely in cahoots. They never paused to consider how old Li Fumei really was.
Uncle Tai took a sip of tea. Rest assured, I've already discussed this matter with Li Dekong. There won't be any problems. Li Fumei, who hadn't heard Uncle Tai's words, nodded in relief.
Meanwhile, the investigation team was seated in old Huang's office. Su Zhong was among those assigned to accompany them.
These comrades have traveled a long way.
Rest assured, we'll cooperate fully on every aspect of your work.
Right, Xiao Su? I almost forgot this is my student, Su Zhong.
He's honest, hardworking, and exceptionally resilient. If you need any assistance, just have Su Zhong accompany you. Old Huang said this, but his eyes betrayed a hint of malice. This old man had spent his entire life mastering the art of scheming.
He's a master strategist.
Su Zhong, oblivious to this, poured tea for the two visitors. The lead investigator was He Kellen, the point man of the inquiry team.
His two assistants were Guoqiang and Li Xiaohong.
He Kellen listened to old Huang's words, smiling all the while. Rest assured, whatever comes up, we'll definitely need your help.
Of course, we'll also need this comrade's full cooperation.
Su Zhong nodded with a smile, but unexpectedly, Li Xiaohong pulled out a photograph and slid it across the table.
Could you explain this to us? Old Huang remained as calm as ever, showing no sign of urgency.
He seemed intent on observing how Su Zhong would handle the situation. The photograph turned out to be the card Zhao Guoqiang had given him at Shanshui Manor.
How had it ended up in their possession?
After Su Zhong had taken the card back, he'd simply stored it away as a keepsake. To him, it was useless. Though worth over 20,000 yuan, enough for 4 or 5 meals at Shanshui Manor, his salary couldn't possibly afford such luxury.
So he'd rather enshrine it as a money god. Li Xiaohong wouldn't let it go. Explain this properly. Chapter 142, A Backstab.
Su Zhong paused, but old Huang spoke first. Xiao Su, whatever you have to say, you must explain it clearly to them.
We have nothing to hide. We absolutely won't fear anyone's scrutiny, right?
Of course, you must cooperate fully with them.
Got it?
Su Zhong sensed his mentor had changed, no longer the unconditional supporter he once was. After a moment's thought, Su Zhong smiled and replied.
Rest assured, teacher. I'll cooperate fully with everyone. Please tell me, besides this matter, what else requires my cooperation? Should I share the exact times I visited Shanshui Manor?
He Kellen gently nudged Guoqiang. He immediately caught on, pulling out his notebook and instructing Su Zhong to explain everything clearly.
He also coaxed Su Zhong into shifting blame onto Zhao Guoqiang. While you were eating, did Zhao Guoqiang constantly try to win you over, asking you to do favors for him? Did Zhao Guoqiang promise you money or other benefits?
Su Zhong was baffled.
Wasn't this supposed to be just gathering information? This felt like a full-blown interrogation.
For a moment, Su Zhong's face darkened. But old Huang seized the opportunity, claiming stomach pain, and went to fetch medicine. Once the man was gone, Su Zhong responded coolly.
I understand. You're just doing your job. But let me be clear, I'm doing this to clear my name. We can't chase after baseless rumors. Otherwise, people will talk behind our backs. Wouldn't you agree?
The three men exchanged awkward smiles. Su Zhong felt that the idea of these three men trying to take him down was nothing short of a fairy tale. After a moment's thought, Su Zhong spoke up. The situation you described never happened. And regarding what you wanted to know, I've already cooperated as much as possible. Beyond that, I hope you won't resort to standard interrogation tactics against me.
I'm holding back my temper right now. Isn't that showing you all considerable face?
He Kellen placed his cigarette on the table and pointed his finger at Su Zhong's nose.
I'm warning you to watch your language. Is that clear?
Otherwise, we reserve the right to subject you to secondary processing.
This is a warning whether you hear it or not. Su Zhong picked up his tea and responded calmly.
Whether I cooperate or not is my business. Whether you question me or not is yours. But trying to pin this on me is unrealistic.
We're friends.
He gave me a card, I transferred the money back, and I have the transaction records. It's my legitimate income.
Zhao Guoqiang, this man is no ordinary person. The three of you alone won't stand a chance against him. Li Xiaohong sneered.
You needn't concern yourself with this matter. We'll handle it ourselves. Hearing this, Su Zhong gave a cold chuckle. He stood up to leave, only to find old Huang grinning at the doorway.
Leaving so soon? Stay a while longer, I'm preparing chicken soup for you. Why the rush? Don't you adore the soup I make?
Su Zhong hadn't expected his teacher to be so ruthless to stoop to such lengths just to bring down Zhao Guoqiang.
I haven't been in the mood for chicken soup lately. Thank you for your kindness. With that, Su Zhong turned and walked out.
Master Huang remained silent for a long while, his gaze fixed on Su Zhong's retreating figure. Once Su Zhong stepped outside, he immediately called Li Dekong and recounted what had just transpired.
My teacher has completely pushed me over the edge. What happens next is up to you. I'll be requesting time off in the next couple of days. After that, I won't be meddling in other matters anymore. You should understand where I stand on this, right?
Li Dakong was soaking his feet, watching the steam rise from the basin as he pulled his pajama top up. Rest assured, Li Dakong replied. No matter how formidable he is, he's no match for us.
He hung up. Li Dakong began plotting his next moves. Such a minor matter wasn't worth bothering Zhao Guoqiang with.
Meanwhile, He Kellen and his team had already prepared to interrogate Li Fumei. That very night, they stormed into Li Fumei's home, an operation even Shi Tongwei hadn't been briefed on. But to everyone's utter shock, the moment they burst in, they all froze. Zhao Ruilong was sleeping right beside Li Fumei. Young Master Zhao, I never knew you had such a taste for the finer things in life. Zhao Ruilong heard this, sat up abruptly, and rubbed his eyes. Beside him, Li Fumei stood in her nightgown, her face ashen.
Isn't this a bit irregular? Since I've already agreed to help you handle the matter, why did you have to come here?
Hearing this, He Kellen chuckled.
Apologies, Ms. Li. We were eager to restore your reputation. What if someone spread rumors about you? That's why we came over overnight.
We hope you'll cooperate to resolve everything that needs settling.
What do you say? Li Fumei's expression darkened to its absolute limit. Fine. Step outside first. I need to get dressed.
He Kellen and the others remained frozen in place.
Zhao Ruilong suddenly exploded. I told you to get out. Do you hear me?
You're like flies, any crack you find, you try to squeeze through.
You've already pissed me off enough. Get the hell out of here now.
If I lose my temper, you'll regret it.
After being yelled at, He Kellen could do nothing.
After all, given Zhao Ruilong's status, he couldn't confront him. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to lead his men out first. Zhao Ruilong's cold gaze fixed on the doorway, his mind already set on retribution.
Don't worry.
I'll handle this matter myself. Li Fumei gently patted Zhao Ruilong's hand before turning and walking out. Moments later, Li Fumei was taken away before she could even change her clothes. Zhao Ruilong spent hours inquiring through intermediaries but received no news. He had no choice but to take the risk and contact his second uncle.
Second uncle, they've already taken her away. They came in full force. What do you suggest we do about this?
Zhao Guoqiang was having his housekeeper Li Ru massage his feet. He'd been utterly exhausted these past few days.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened considerably.
We agreed to move tomorrow, yet they struck early. It seems they no longer trust a word we say. This time, they're targeting us directly.
Don't worry. Your second uncle will handle everything. They won't be able to pull off anything.
After speaking, Zhao Guoqiang immediately stood up and called Shi Tongwei.
He instructed Hou Liangping to persuade his former superior, urging them to calm down.
Otherwise, when things came to a head, it would be an ugly mess for everyone involved.
Shi Tongwei nodded. Rest assured, I'll handle it immediately. Chapter 143, Not Very Friendly.
Shi Tongwei called Hou Liangping and relayed Zhao Guoqiang's message.
Hou Liangping pondered for a moment. I doubt even I could make a difference. You know what nickname He Kellen has? They call him Oil and Salt. Don't work on him, he won't listen to a word anyone says. He's just hell-bent on churning out results. Of course, I'm willing to give it a shot. As for the outcome, well, that's anyone's guess. Hearing this, Shi Tongwei nodded.
Hou Liangping had already guessed where they might be headed.
Driving there, they indeed encountered He Kellen and his team. Seeing Hou Liangping before him, He Kellen couldn't help but frown.
You're no longer one of us, after all, you're now a big shot in Jinghai.
We can't hold a candle to you. Hou Liangping smiled. We've known each other for so long, is there really any need for such formalities?
Of course. I came here to observe your work.
Isn't oversight part of our principles? You can't exactly kick me out.
He Kellen hadn't expected this young man to play by the book with him. With no other choice, he let Hou Liangping follow inside. Li Fumei stood by, expression calm.
Seeing Hou Liangping arrive, Li Fumei remained composed.
Li Xiaohong spotted Hou Liangping and blurted out instinctively.
Master, why are you here? Guoqiang snorted. Our old master?
He's long gone, who knows where. He's a big shot in this area now, nothing like the master who taught us back then.
Why are you trying to cozy up to him?
Hearing this, Hou Liangping couldn't help but frown.
How can you be so ungrateful, kid? If it weren't for your master here, where would you be scraping by? Now you're playing by the book with me? Fine. Let's talk this out properly today. You barged into someone's home late at night and dragged them out. Is that reasonable? Is that by the book? He Kellen hadn't expected Hou Liangping to take the lead like this.
Before he could respond, Hou Liangping pressed on. You two sides had already communicated earlier. Surely the fundamental issues were settled.
So why resort to this kind of thing? Frankly speaking, you just lack confidence in yourselves. You know you don't have a solid grasp on this case, right?
Frankly, you've played this game too far, and now you've brought trouble upon yourselves. Hou Liangping stared at them coldly as he spoke. Since you insist on playing high-stakes games, let me tell you straight, Li Fumei's company has always supplied perfectly legitimate specialized consumables. If you could find any issues with Li Fumei, you'd definitely be able to take down Zhao Guoqiang.
But unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang isn't giving you that chance. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone burst in. Su Zhong stood outside. Sorry to interrupt, but this property is now ours. We've already purchased the title. We were planning to clear everyone out tomorrow, but we couldn't wait. We'd like to have everyone vacate today. Your cooperation would be appreciated. He Liang's face darkened, but he couldn't vent his anger. He glared angrily. Meanwhile, Su Zhong remained outside, instructing his men to keep shouting. They would keep it up until the occupants came out. Li Fumei was a completely different person from earlier. You should know whose turf this is by now, Su Zhong declared. With tensions running high, Helen's expression darkened considerably. He could only bellow at Su Zhong. What are you yelling about? We're leaving right now. Shut your mouth and stop interfering. Su Zhong smiled faintly at this. Sorry to disappoint you, but I thought you lot couldn't talk. Seems you've got mouths after all. Li Xiaohong and Guoqiang grew agitated at the remark, but Helen stopped them. Don't get worked up. Truth will out. We'll settle this sooner or later. After saying this, Liang returned Li Fumei's belongings to her. That's all for today, but we'll meet again another time. Li Fumei gave a cold laugh. I agree we'll meet again, but it won't be like this. Li Fumei strode out with an air of superiority. Su Zhong waved his hand, signaling for the room to be cleared immediately. Hou Liangping, having observed the scene, smiled. See what I mean? Some people just aren't cut out to be mentors. Look how embarrassing this turned out. Helen dared not utter a word. The matter was temporarily settled. After Hou Liangping returned, he recounted the incident to Zhao Guoqiang. Learning of Su Zhong's stubbornness, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought Su Zhong's little tricks actually fooled them? After some thought, Zhao Guoqiang voiced his true feelings. Helen and his crew won't let this go easily. You need to prepare thoroughly for their potential counterattack at any moment. I'll do my best to hold them off and prevent Helen's group from causing trouble. Hou Liangping pondered for a moment. Chairman, I'm quite familiar with Liang's methods. But their current tactics feel off. I suspect someone's backing them. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. What on earth was this backer thinking? Logically speaking, I haven't offended anyone in a long time. It shouldn't have escalated to this point. What you've pointed out hits the nail on the head. Keep an eye on this and find out who's backing him. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's response, Hou Liangping immediately agreed. Chairman, rest assured. I'll get to the bottom of this. Even if they're formidable, they're no match for us. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and hung up the phone. A vague sense of foreboding settled in his heart. That said, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't intervene directly at this stage. Doing so would be tantamount to confessing guilt without provocation. Therefore, the best course of action for Zhao Guoqiang was to wait, not to strike first. What Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated was that his restraint would be met with outright disrespect. He never imagined old Huang would actually come to Shanshui Manor for dinner. Cao Shaoqin was also puzzled. She hadn't been particularly close with old Huang and his circle, so why was this old man suddenly dining here? Cao Shaoqin was thoroughly puzzled. Mr. Huang noticed her confusion and smiled. What's the matter? Is it strange to see an old man like me here? I understand you all think I'm old, so you have some reservations about me. There's absolutely no need for that. I'm just here to have a meal. No need to overthink it, got it? Cao Shaoqin smiled and nodded. Chapter 144. This is a declaration of war. Old Huang specifically ordered several dishes, as if he were genuinely here to dine. But the old man actually planned to invite Su Zhong to join them for the meal. I know you're quite familiar with Su Zhong. Bring him along. Rest assured, I have no ulterior motives, just a chance for everyone to chat and share a meal. Tell Zhao Guoqiang not to read too much into it. Got it? Also, it would be best if your chairman Zhao could join us. I have something I need to discuss with him. He should come as early as possible. Cao Shaoqin's expression darkened. It felt like this old man wasn't just showing up on purpose. There seemed to be a hint of targeting her. But then again, this old man wasn't someone to mess with, and after all, old Huang was practically on the same level as Zhao Lichuan. Cao Shaoqin had no choice but to call Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman, you'll have to come this time. The situation is tricky. Old Huang is here and specifically requested your presence. He also mentioned bringing Su Zhong along. That's all he said. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Looks like this old man is determined to take us on. No problem. Just call Su Zhong and let him know. Whether he comes or not is his own business. Don't push it. Got it? Cao Shaoqin keenly sensed Zhao Guoqiang's own considerable reservations about this old man. Unexpectedly, Elder Huang lingered over his meal for quite some time. By the time Zhao Guoqiang prepared to host his clients, he discovered old Huang was still there. Under these circumstances, not giving him a heads up would be downright rude. Zhao Guoqiang approached and greeted old Huang. You certainly have a hearty appetite. Enjoyed the meal, I see. Old Huang noticed Zhao Guoqiang was deliberately playing dumb. Chairman Zhao, I thought you didn't need to eat. Look at you here.
Seems they didn't notify you properly earlier. Zhao Guoqiang dismissed everyone else, pulled out a chair, sat down, and said calmly, "It's best not to drag other issues into our personal grievances. Otherwise, if things get messy, no one will be able to clean up the mess. Wouldn't you agree?" "Of course, what I mean is if both sides refuse to back down, that would truly be going too far." "Wouldn't you agree?" Huang Lao listened, his expression still tinged with that hint of ruthlessness, and gave a cold laugh. "Guoqiang, when I worked with your elder brother, he often praised you. But I can't help feeling he might have exaggerated a bit. I understand you believe this incident involves me. My explanations likely won't change your mind, but I urge you to take your own issues seriously. It's not that we have to uncover any issues, but it's best for you to keep things clean and avoid giving us any reason to find fault." Huang Lao spoke, then brought over the red wine, poured a glass, and pushed it across the table. "What I mean is, young people need to gain experience. As the saying goes, when you get hit, you'd better stand at attention. Otherwise, what's the point of getting hit?" Zhao Guoqiang understood. The old man had been talking for ages, essentially urging him to accept punishment, not only to endure it but to greet it with a smile. Seems like the old man was dreaming a bit too big. But old Huang forgot one thing: Zhao Guoqiang wasn't someone to be trifled with. "It seems I've been too kind to you, sir, giving you the impression that I'm easy to push around." Old Huang froze, stunned by Zhao Guoqiang's retort. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Zhao Guoqiang laid everything out in the open. "Mr. Huang," Zhao Guoqiang continued, "I've pondered this long and hard, yet I can't fathom how I've offended you. Yet you've been pressing me relentlessly. And frankly, from what I can see, you've been causing us no end of trouble lately." Hearing this, Huang Lao's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to snap like this. Just as he was about to explain, Zhao Guoqiang slammed his hand on the table. "Rest assured, I've seen your methods. But you haven't seen mine yet. If you want to play games, then we'll play. Rest assured, I'll make sure He Kellen can't back down. When the time comes, I'll find a way to take control of this situation." As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang rose to his feet, his gaze growing even more fierce. Truly, he never imagined Zhao Guoqiang would be so difficult to deal with. It was baffling. Where did Zhao Guoqiang get such confidence? After Zhao Guoqiang left, Huang Lao couldn't continue either. He called He Kellen and gave him a thorough dressing down. "You're utterly incompetent. I gave you such favorable conditions, yet you still couldn't resolve this? Everything that needed handling was taken care of for you. Yet look at you, still unable to get the job done. How can anyone trust you with important responsibilities if this keeps up? In short, I won't tolerate things reaching this point. If you can't handle it now, I don't think you need to consider your future prospects. Zhao Guoqiang will definitely make you submit completely. Is that clear?" He Kellen was furious after being scolded. But he genuinely couldn't fathom what had triggered this old man to fly off the handle like this. For the moment, all He Kellen could do was seethe with anger. With no other choice, He Kellen had to regroup. This time, he was actually preparing to provoke Zhao Ruilong. He couldn't fathom what had possessed him to dare provoke Zhao Ruilong. Zhao Ruilong had been preparing to go drinking with the others. Upon receiving the news, he was already seething with pent-up anger. After all, last night, while he was sound asleep, someone had snatched the woman beside him away. How unbearable that feeling was. Zhao Ruilong arrived at the scene, grinning at He Kellen. "Go ahead," he said. "Ask whatever you want. I'll cooperate. No problem. Whatever you can ask, I'll definitely answer. Okay?" He Kellen produced a piece of evidence and slid it across the table. "Then we'd appreciate it if young Master Zhao could explain what happened with Li Jing." Zhao Ruilong paused. "Li Jing was my second uncle's student. Did he do something wrong?" Guoqiang produced another report and slammed it down on the table. "Straighten up your attitude. Looks like we need to spell it out for you, or you'll keep playing dumb." Li Xiaohong interjected. "Li Fumei and you are essentially husband and wife, yet you've never publicly acknowledged Li Jing as your child. Moreover, Li Fumei and you have another daughter named Zhao Tiantian studying abroad, correct? So your entire family has been playing games with us. Did Zhao Guoqiang use his position to create opportunities for you? Mind you, I'm asking for a sequence, not a choice. You must answer every single question I ask." Chapter 145, he raised his hand. Zhao Ruilong stubbed out his cigarette and took a sip of water. "Well, I never expected you lot to be so sharp. You've even dug up these details. Seems I underestimated you after all. What happened between me and Li Fumei was also a mistake. It started because we both drank too much and ended up sleeping together. But my second uncle didn't know about it at the time. It wasn't until later, when my son Li Jing was born, that similar situations arose. Let me guess, whoever told you this must have quite the network. More complex than I imagined, right? I don't know who spilled the beans, but whoever did isn't exactly a saint. Have you considered how embarrassing it would be if you got this wrong?" He Kellen stared at him. "We already have all the facts. As long as we ask you, there won't be any problems. Got that? Answer our questions honestly and clearly, and we won't make things difficult for you."
Besides, you understand that you're not our target this time, right? He Liang's words sounded noble and righteous. But if Zhao Ruilong wasn't the target, why investigate him? Truth be told, he couldn't cover up this lie anymore. And Kellen didn't seem interested in prolonging the conversation with Zhao Ruilong, he just wanted to pressure him into spilling what he needed to hear. For He Liang, obtaining the information he sought was sufficient, the rest held little interest. So He Liang resorted to his usual tactics, continuing to press the issue. Just tell us what we need to hear, and we won't make things difficult for you. We're all busy, let's not complicate things for each other. Zhao Ruilong let out a laugh. Oh my, you're quite the big shot, aren't you? It seems like I'm the one with the problem here, right? Zhao Ruilong grabbed a cup and smashed it on the floor. You want to investigate? Fine. Today, I'll cooperate with you. But if you can't find any problems, I'll turn on you. Taking advantage of their distraction, Zhao Ruilong yanked Guoqiang to the ground and beat him senseless. At the same time, he targeted He Kellen, who was completely unprepared. Shi Tongwei was busy in a meeting at the time, but news reached him quickly. He Liang and his crew had actually been beaten up. Is this real or fake? And which hero pulled this stunt? I can't shake the feeling you're pulling my leg here. Seeing Shi Tongwei didn't believe it, Nang Dihai even chuckled. You really shouldn't doubt it, that's exactly what happened. They arrested Zhao Ruilong and were preparing to torture him for a confession. But unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong didn't put up with them at all. He just went ahead and beat them up. Now things are getting pretty messy. Shi Tongwei chuckled. Alright, I've got the update. I'll go check it out. After hanging up, Shi Tongwei headed straight there. After all, how could he miss out on such a spectacle? Meanwhile, He Kellen and the others had been taken to a designated location and were spilling everything. Zhao Ruilong showed no urgency, simply sitting quietly nearby, waiting. Shi Tongwei arrived as soon as he got the news. I'm swamped here, and you guys come causing trouble? The moment He Kellen saw Shi Tongwei arrive, he immediately stood up, ready to lodge a complaint. Unexpectedly, Shi Tongwei asked him to wait a moment. Why? We're the victims here. Why are we being blamed? Wait a moment. Director Chi, this can't be how things are handled. Shi Tongwei acted as if he hadn't heard. He Liang dithered for a while, then dared not say anything more, though he was clearly annoyed. Shi Tongwei walked over and looked at Zhao Ruilong. Young Master Zhao, you've really gone too far this time. How could you resort to physical violence? Zhao Ruilong remained silent. Shi Tongwei smiled and signed the document directly. Only when Zhao Ruilong saw the signature did a faint smile finally appear on his face. Why didn't you just do this sooner? I was waiting for your signature. Go ask them now. As Zhao Ruilong turned to leave, he waved deliberately. You lot can carry on with your interrogation. I'm heading back. No point wasting my breath on the likes of you. Seeing Zhao Ruilong strut out so confidently, He Kellen was overcome with emotion. Shi Tongwei, what the hell are you playing at? Isn't this just letting that bastard off the hook? Shi Tongwei heard the commotion and came out. Who's yelling over here? What's there to shout about? The paperwork is in order, and he has a lawyer's guarantee. Why wouldn't I release him? What kind of scene are you making here? You tell me what kind of scene this is. Seeing Shi Tongwei seemingly determined to speak on the other party's behalf, He Liang's face turned crimson with rage in an instant. Twice he tried to spit out a threat, but both times he swallowed it back. Shi Tongwei gave a cold, mocking laugh. No problem, we welcome all suggestions here. Besides, this isn't like your place where no one's allowed to speak up, got that? He Kellen clenched his fists in frustration, but there was nothing he could do, especially since they had indeed come to blows. He Liang never imagined things would escalate to this point. Zhao Ruilong simply walked away with his head held high. Meanwhile, old Huang, upon learning this fool had botched things again, was furious enough to explode. I'm baffled, he snapped. Why can't you handle even this minor task? Could you explain how your brain is wired? Hearing Huang Lao speak like this, he was momentarily at a loss for words. He Liang felt utterly helpless. Dealing with Zhao Ruilong in such unfamiliar territory was already difficult enough. And old Huang always shifted the blame onto him, which was true, he couldn't argue with that. But with Huang Lao in such a rage, he couldn't really say much. Seeing He Liang's helpless expression, Huang Lao snorted coldly. Just wait, he said. I'll find you a capable assistant. Mark my words, if you screw up again, don't blame me for really dealing with you. He Liang nodded hastily, his nerves taut, dreading another outburst from his mentor. Mr. Huang was indeed formidable. In truth, he had already devised a plan. Since none of the paths were viable, he would choose the one that was even more treacherous. By then, he wouldn't believe anyone could stand in his way. So Master Huang made up his mind and immediately began preparations, starting with Zhao Lidong. But he hadn't counted on Zhao Lichuan calling before he could make his move. Old friend, I heard you came over here. Why didn't you give me a call? Don't you consider me, old Zhao, a friend anymore? Chapter 146, Old Zhao's Face. Huang Lao couldn't help but give an awkward laugh, surprised that Zhao Lichuan would say such a thing.
Truth be told, he had already guessed that Zhao Lichuan's call must have other motives. Moreover, it seemed Zhao Lichuan had prepared himself to intervene in this matter. It must be said that Zhao Lichuan's intervention had completely derailed all of old Huang's plans. But Zhao Lichuan's face was something he absolutely couldn't refuse. With that thought, old Huang smiled and said, "As you say, we're old partners. If I don't give anyone face, I'll give it to you. Of course, things have been chaotic lately. You know how it is, times aren't what they used to be. I hope you understand." Hearing Huang Lao's words, Zhao Lichuan's expression clearly darkened. Truth be told, anyone with half a brain could see through Huang Lao's words. This was already a major snub to Zhao Lichuan. Given this, Zhao Lichuan naturally had to arrange a meeting with this old friend. "Let's find a place to talk properly. Rest assured, we'll get to the nitty-gritty of this matter. Hurry over, I'm waiting for you." Old Huang was about to refuse when Zhao Lichuan abruptly ended the call. In an instant, old Huang's expression darkened to its most grim. "Zhao Lichuan, what exactly are you trying to do?" Old Huang couldn't fathom it. Given Zhao Lichuan's current stance, this was clearly a case of pushing things to the bitter end. But he couldn't refuse. After all, Zhao Lichuan's face, if he truly refused, the backlash would be unstoppable. With that thought, Huang sighed in resignation and made his way to the meeting. Upon his arrival, he discovered Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Ruilong were already present. Soon after, Zhao Lidong arrived as well. At that moment, nearly all the wealthiest and most influential members of the Zhao family had gathered. Huang Lao's expression darkened. He truly didn't know what to say, while Zhao Lichuan beamed at him. "Sit down, old friend. Your expression makes it seem like I'm mistreating you." Old Huang gave an awkward smile. "Not at all, old Zhao. It's been years since we last met. I never imagined your Zhao family would produce so many talented individuals." Zhao Ruilong gave a cold snort. "Who could possibly match your power? You arrest whoever you want, investigate whoever you please. We have no choice but to cooperate. Who would dare cross you?" Old Huang's expression turned slightly awkward, thinking Zhao Ruilong must be joking with him. But deep down, Huang Lao knew better than anyone whether Zhao Ruilong was joking or not. Zhao Lichuan shot Zhao Ruilong a look and snapped. "You good for nothing. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this any of your business? Shut your mouth. Dare to speak nonsense again, and I'll make you regret it." Why did it feel to old Huang that this didn't quite sound like a reprimand of Zhao Ruilong? Just then, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. "We should support your work that will never change. But Ike and his crew are like mad dogs, they bite at everything they see. If this continues, it might tarnish your reputation." Hearing Zhao Guoqiang speak thus, old Huang's expression darkened. He realized he'd been recklessly seeking glory. Even Zhao Lichuan had been roused, a clear indication of the Zhao family's stance on this matter. For a moment, old Huang was so flustered he couldn't speak. Zhao Lichuan's purpose this time was straightforward, to issue a warning. If Elder Huang remained stubbornly obstinate, Zhao Lichuan would have no qualms about seizing this opportunity to crush him completely. Originally, everyone kept to their own affairs without interfering. Yet old Huang chose this moment to stir trouble. Given that, who would tolerate him? After a pause, Zhao Guoqiang brought up the matter concerning Li Fumei. "To be perfectly honest, this Li Fumei does have some connection to our Zhao family. We sincerely hope you'll show leniency in this matter. We will cooperate fully with the investigation into Li Fumei. But to be honest, we're still unclear exactly what aspect of her has drawn such attention." In truth, old Huang had already grasped the gravity of his mistake. He provoked the one person he shouldn't have. Li Fumei, a divorced woman, shared an unpredictable connection with Zhao Ruilong. This explains how Li Fumei rose from a factory worker to become a major figure supplying special materials to military enterprises. It all made sense, considering Zhao Lichuan was effectively her father-in-law. For the time being, old Huang dared not stir up any more trouble. "Old Zhao, I truly didn't mean any harm. I never imagined this situation would be so complicated. I'm truly sorry. Let's just leave this matter at that for now." Only then did Zhao Lichuan finally crack a smile. "Don't misunderstand me, I have no ulterior motives. I'm simply supporting your work. Whatever you do, just keep striving." Huang nodded, but dared not say another word. After sipping his tea, old Huang found a casual excuse and turned to leave. Zhao Lichuan narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that old Huang had grown considerably more formidable than before. He used to be quite reckless, but at least he's managed to curb that temper, now no small feat. I think all of us family members could learn a thing or two from old Huang's temperament. But speaking of which, Guoqiang, has he caused any trouble for your company? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. After all, his enterprise was no easy target to shake. Zhao Ruilong interjected. "Does he really think he can bring down my uncle's company? That's nothing but a pipe dream." Zhao Ruilong wore utter disdain, not even acknowledging the old man's presence. Yet this attitude earned him a stern reprimand from Zhao Lichuan. "Young man, I've told you time and again, never underestimate anyone. Do you know why old Huang has managed to survive all these years?" Zhao Guoqiang understood this point well. The main reason was that old Huan was no ordinary man. The people backing him were exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, everything old Huang had attempted would have been crushed long ago. How could he have survived to this day? So old Huang had considerable backing. It was only after encountering the Zhao family that he became completely outmatched. Zhao Lichuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Guoqiang, I believe you handle this matter with more maturity than they do. Moving forward, remember to take charge of as many situations related to this aspect as possible. Zhao Guoqiang nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Lichuan turned his gaze to Zhao Lidong, seated not far away. I hear things have been going well for you lately. No issues, right? Zhao Lidong offered a forced smile. Thanks for your concern, big brother. Chapter 147, Dealing with the Little Guy. Zhao Lidong knew full well that Zhao Lichuan's questions were merely a warning, not genuine concern. After a moment's thought, he decided to save face where necessary. Other than that, nothing much. Zhao Lichuan turned his gaze to his own son, that utterly good-for-nothing child. Ruweilong, you must learn from your uncles in every aspect. They have more experience. Don't ever try to handle things on your own without consulting them. Got it? Zhao Ruweilong gave an awkward smile but nodded nonetheless. Zhao Guoqiang stood up and picked up a piece of fruit. I'll head back now. I've got other matters to attend to, and my business can't be delayed any longer. Zhao Lichuan opened his mouth to speak, but instead gave a wry smile and nodded. His hesitant expression hinted at something amiss, but Zhao Ruweilong knew it wasn't necessary to spell things out. After stepping outside, Zhao Guoqiang briefly pondered Li Fumei's situation. She had undoubtedly been stopped. Even if they wanted to investigate further, it wouldn't be that simple. And now, the best part was not having to worry about Li Fumei's situation anymore. Admittedly, this development would give Zhao Guoqiang some breathing room later on. But then again, there was another matter to contend with. Xiao Rizi had recently launched a new mechanical conglomerate, seemingly intent on a decisive showdown. This new conglomerate was no ordinary player. Rumor had it they aimed to dominate the global machinery market. Even its name was decidedly extraordinary. Zhao Guoqiang examined Little Day's precision machinery. While it was indeed well made in every aspect, that didn't mean it could challenge his own. Besides price wars, what else could they possibly do? Zhao Guoqiang didn't dwell on it much, already having a pretty good idea of the situation. But he never imagined that Daishima machinery would deliver such a huge surprise. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't paid much attention at first, but who would have guessed that Daishima machinery would adopt a strategy of price cuts and perpetual after-sales support? Li Fumei, coincidentally affected by this, failed to launch a coordinated attack against Oshima machinery in a timely manner. Li Fumei had been waiting for a long time. Chairman, you're finally back. Oshima machinery is likely to gain the upper hand. What should we do about this? Moreover, I suspect their entry was coordinated with He Kellen and his group. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. It was unacceptable for Xiao Ri to be so persistently insubordinate. If he dared to jump out and cause trouble every other day, wouldn't that mean anyone could defy him in the long run? Moreover, Xiao Ri seemed increasingly unable to discern the chairman's true intentions. After pondering, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown. Don't worry about it for now. I'll handle the matter concerning Xiao Rizi myself. Since they want to play, we might as well play it out to the end. Li Fumei didn't quite grasp Zhao Guoqiang's meaning, sensing he seemed to have made preparations in some regard. But Zhao Guoqiang had been constantly influenced by He Keilang and the others. When exactly had he found the time to act? Just as she was pondering this, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. Stop overthinking it. I need to keep an eye on things. Crucially, don't lower the prices lately. Just keep selling at the normal rates, got it? Li Fumei was dumbfounded. Something about his words felt off. If they continued selling at normal prices, they'd inevitably be crushed by Xia Rizi's aggressive pricing. Wouldn't that mean losing the entire market? But Zhao Guoqiang wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. So what did he really mean? The problem was, Li Fumei dared not ask Zhao Guoqiang. After all, if he got angry, this situation would become quite difficult to handle. Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking. Don't overthink it. Just do as I say. Li Fumei nodded thoughtfully. Zhao Guoqiang's strategy was straightforward: get all the companies to place large orders. After all, their production lines were limited. By preventing them from expanding into other markets, he would effectively tie them down here. If he refused to settle the accounts, their companies would instantly face the risk of collapse. Besides, it was just a matter of paying a little deposit. What was that really? Zhao Guoqiang's tactics against Xia Rizi were child's play. The only question was how long Xia Rizi could hold out. Only now did Zhao Guoqiang finally leverage his entire network. For any machinery-related suppliers, he immediately placed massive orders. Wang Hao, notify Lu Xinjian to place large orders immediately. The down payments will be covered by our Jingshan group. Inform Hou Liangping, Xia Ruijin, and Li Dakong they must secure the 2 billion yuan order at all costs. Wang Hao nodded and set off to carry out the orders. Zhao Guoqiang's move was ruthlessly effective. Word quickly reached the Xiao family. They weren't sure if it was unusual for various groups to suddenly purchase so many machines. At this stage, no one bothered to conduct actual field research. Everyone continued plodding along in the dark, which gave Zhao Guoqiang a crucial window of opportunity. Sha Ruijin had also been waiting for this chance for a long time. He looked at Hou Liangping. It seemed that Xiao Rizi had finally pushed the chairman over the edge.
We're planning to secure a 2 billion yuan order. If we can get more, that'd be even better. Figure out a way to notify Su Jiang. Hou Liangping nodded and relayed the message to Su Jiang.
He must be aware of the situation and ideally secure a few more major orders as well. Thus, the campaign to encircle Xia Rizi was fully launched. Sakura, president of Oshima Machinery, wondered why they weren't expanding production lines for such a massive order.
If this continued, they wouldn't be able to supply all the goods, and wouldn't that damage the company's reputation?
With this individual's involvement, the situation began shifting in a different direction.
Sakura's tactics were truly extraordinary.
He planned to place another large order with Jingshan Group, then rebrand it as his own product to earn a small profit margin.
These profits weren't the main goal. What they sought was to complete their strategic layout. With sufficient market share, anyone attempting to push them out would face significant hurdles.
Even Zhao Guoqiang likely couldn't dislodge them so easily.
It must be said, Sakura's tactics were truly formidable.
But he was underestimating his opponent Zhao Guoqiang.
After securing the order, Zhao Guoqiang was stunned. What the hell is this kid playing at?
We just placed an order, ready to tie up their production line, and now he's returned the deposit.
What kind of move is this? Chapter 148, Begging for Mercy. Zhao Guoqiang was left both amused and exasperated. If that's the case, hadn't he done nothing yet severely hampered Little Japan's production capacity? And Little Japan probably hasn't even realized it yet. Sakura was indeed one of the few truly intelligent individuals, and top tier at that. His brilliance meant he had no idea how formidable the trap Zhao Guoqiang had set for him was. He fancied himself capable of challenging Zhao Guoqiang's business empire, but in reality, he was nothing more than a mere puppet. Zhao Guoqiang kept pushing major corporations to expand their equipment capacity. But in reality, he'd already made arrangements. Everyone was united in purpose to squeeze the little Japanese out. Sakura even went out of his way to lease 2 additional production lines. Full steam ahead, ready for a major push. But he never imagined the sudden halt to the 700 million yuan equipment order from the power group. Sakura, caught completely off guard, rushed to seek out Lu Xingjian. Mr. Lu, I need to know what's going on here. Lu Xingjian calmly rubbed a pair of walnuts in his hands, completely ignoring the pressing question. Sakura quickly realized something was terribly wrong. Mr. Lu, you'll pay a price for this. Don't forget our contract, it's legally binding. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you? Lu Xingjian responded with a calm smile. If you put it that way, I might actually be scared. But aren't you underestimating me? At least bring me something decent. Look at what you sent me, private label goods. How am I supposed to cooperate with you like this? The wiring layout and mechanical components are identical to those from the Jingshan Industrial Park. Just slapping a label on it, and you expect to pocket hundreds of millions from me? Hearing this, Sakura's expression darkened considerably. How had he figured out she'd bought counterfeit goods? Lu Xingjian calmly sipped his tea, his expression tinged with contempt. This fool probably still hasn't caught on. But that's fine. What's the difference between toying with him and toying with a simpleton? With no response forthcoming, Lu Xingjian saw no point in further discussion. That's all I have to say. I can't be bothered with your nonsense. Hearing this, Sakura was already frantic. Mr. Lu, our partnership can't be halted. I can prioritize allocating some of our own production for your use. Rest assured, I guarantee absolutely no issues will arise. Lu Xingjian paused. You've already breached our contract. You still want to work with us? That's nothing short of a fairy tale. I'd rather destroy every single order than give you another one. Rest assured, the others feel exactly the same way. As Lu Xingjian finished speaking, a trace of mocking amusement flickered in his eyes. In that instant, Sakura was utterly stunned. This meant that her private label business wasn't just his secret, others knew about it too. Mr. Lu, we can talk this out. There's no need to make things this difficult, right? This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it without hesitation. Lu Xingjian glanced at the golf club membership card Sakura offered, then pushed it back. He dared not accept such a thing, nor could he. This was a matter of strategy. If Zhao Guoqiang found out about this, it wouldn't end well. There was no need to push things this far. For a moment, Xiao Ri was flustered beyond measure. He never imagined he'd be played so badly. If this continued, it would be the death of him. He had no choice but to seek out Zhao Guoqiang. After all, he was likely the only one who could help him now. But Zhao Guoqiang had turned off his phone, lying quietly on the bed, enjoying a massage. After running around in circles, Xia Rizi had truly run out of options.
He could only surrender completely, hoping everyone would honor the prior agreement and take the equipment away. Moreover, Matsukawa Itaka, the powerful figure backing Sakura, had arrived. Matsukawa Kadu had even brought a pile of gifts to visit Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman Zhao, we sincerely apologize. It was our oversight to allow President Sakuragi to enter this market. We now realize the impact this has had on your operations and are truly sorry. We humbly request your consideration in retrieving our equipment. Otherwise, our workers may not even receive their wages. Please give us another chance, Chairman Zhao. After all, these workers have families to support. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled calmly. Would you care to take a look at this first? Matsukawa Kado looked puzzled. He knew Zhao Guoqiang wasn't someone to mess with. He'd heard about it before, but he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. The report detailed his foreign properties and various income streams. Zhao Guoliang wasn't about to be morally blackmailed. Besides, thinking he could take me down with such underhanded tactics? That's nothing short of wishful thinking. Zhao Guoqiang paused. With your assets alone, sir, you could easily cover not just the workers' wages, but 10 years' worth of salaries for each of them and still have plenty left over. Put simply, even if you refuse to pay the workers, you have no right to morally blackmail me here. Song Chuanji was taken aback by Zhao Guoqiang's words, feeling utterly awkward for a moment. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. No need to look so flustered. Truth be told, the moment you decided to enter this market and compete with me, this outcome was inevitable. I wanted you to see that with just a few simple moves, I can send you all spiraling into ruin. I'm sure certain investors are behind this, aren't they? Your casual entry into the market was nothing more than testing my stance. Well, now you know my stance. What are your thoughts on that? Song Chuanjiao's face darkened to the extreme. So Zhao Guoqiang knew everything, understood everything. He was merely toying with me, using me to his advantage. That was all. For a moment, Song Chuanjiao's expression darkened to the extreme. Chairman Zhao, this is nothing short of mocking me. Have you forgotten that a significant portion of your vital energy resources must still pass through our hands for import? Since you show no mercy, I see no need to continue this charade. Our port will not permit you to ship those goods through. Zhao Guoqiang nearly burst out laughing at this. He was partnering with American merchants, not him. What good would all his talk do anyway? Chapter 149, Who do you think you are? Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of tea. Who knew you were such a troublemaker, sir? But whatever. If you like to play games, then play on. I should remind you that even without those goods, I can overcome any obstacle. You may leave now. Song Chuanjiao's face darkened with fury. He stormed out, immediately calling his contacts at the port to ensure Zhao Guoqiang's cargo never passed through again. Zhao Guoqiang knew full well that the American merchants were merely doing business in Zhao, nothing more. He had falsely claimed the goods were shipped from America. But none of that mattered. Zhao Guoqiang intended to seize this opportunity. As for how the other side wanted to play this game, he would simply play along to the end. His business partner, Kalevish, unexpectedly received the news and couldn't help but feel puzzled. He immediately called Matsukawa Yada. Mr. Matsukawa, please tell me what kind of game you're playing? Kalevish was deeply dissatisfied. How could the business deal with Zhao Guoqiang go wrong like this? Matsukawa Itaka clearly hadn't anticipated this matter involving Kalevish. My deepest apologies. I hadn't realized your business would be affected as well. Before he could finish, Kalevish erupted. You fool! Do you have any idea how much business you've cost me? Let me put it this way, Zhao Guoqiang has now refused to cooperate with me. Which means you've completely ruined my business. Hearing this, Song Chuanjiao's face turned an unnatural shade of grim. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Matsukawa Kato tried to explain, but the other party wouldn't give him the chance. After all that nonsense, Kalevish had only made one point clear. Let me be blunt, if Zhao Guoqiang's business suffers, it won't just be you and me facing trouble, plenty of others will come looking for us. In short, the trouble you've stirred up this time is far too serious. Hearing this, Song Chuanjiao panicked completely. After hanging up, Kalevish immediately filed a complaint with the Chamber of Commerce. After all, his business had been ruined, he couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. The butterfly effect of this incident was spreading violently outward. Moreover, standing behind Kalevish was the military might of America. This meant everyone's side income depended on transporting these special materials. Kalevish understood perfectly well that this was all thanks to Zhao Guoqiang's favor. Ever since the Yanchuan military port incident was resolved, Zhao Guoqiang had secured new shipping routes. Zhao Guoqiang could easily maintain his own fleet, importing goods from abroad at lower prices and higher quality. If that happened, it would be the small-time operators who suffered. This infuriated Kalevish to no end. Even the merchant guilds were affected to varying degrees. If Kalevish were to withdraw from the guild alliance, it would spell complete disaster. The market was thrown into turmoil overnight, and Little Life finally faced backlash. Once materials stopped being unloaded at Zhao port, new problems emerged. The port had largely depended on Kalavish, who, in a fit of anger, relocated it near the Yanchuan military port established by Zhao Guoqiang. As a result, Zhao port lost its revenue stream and its business plummeted dramatically overnight. The impact on the Songchuan family was devastating. Coupled with being expelled from the merchant guild, the Songchuan family couldn't withstand the pressure for long. They couldn't hold out for long. With no other options, Songchuan Jiao had no choice but to leave with his entire family. Yet Zhao Guoqiang remained unsatisfied, determined to press forward. Kalawish saw this coming and made a special visit to Zhao Guoqiang. "Chairman Zhao, what exactly are you up to? It seems you're preparing to take action against Zhao. Rest assured, if you're prepared, I'll do everything in my power to cooperate." Zhao Guoqiang smiled. "Very good. You're one of the few intelligent people among them. I enjoy working with smart individuals like you. I plan to start by targeting their financial situation. In short, I intend to ensure Little Days never gets back on its feet." Kalavish chuckled. "Our objectives align. Since Chairman Zhao has made his decision, I'll do everything in my power to cooperate and bring Little Life to its knees as soon as possible." Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his chin. "So tell me, what benefits do you want?" Kalavish chuckled and hastily waved his hands, insisting he was only here to help, not for personal gain. Zhao Guoqiang wasn't a fool. How could he genuinely be helping him out of kindness? "Never mind. Just tell me straight, how much do you want? If it's reasonable, I'll agree." Kalavish thought nervously for a moment. "Well, since Chairman Zhao has put it that way, I'll settle for a 20% profit share." Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. "No problem. A 20% profit share is still possible. Then you handle the first half, and I'll take care of the second." Kalavish nodded and immediately set out to carry out Zhao Guoqiang's instructions. But he didn't press Zhao Guoqiang on what would happen if he didn't join in the second half. But Zhao Guoqiang couldn't tell him the truth anyway. For now, he'd let the two of them fight each other. Whether the plan succeeded was another matter entirely. Kalavish dutifully played the role of the vanguard. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang was preparing to send Su Jiang to handle a more crucial matter for him. Su Jiang hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to summon him at all. He felt both honored and a bit overwhelmed. "Chairman Zhao, what might you need me for?" "Rest assured, whatever you need me for, I'll handle it diligently. Just tell me, what exactly do you require of me?" Zhao Guoqiang smiled. "Su Jiang, are you familiar with the situation in Zhao?" Su Jiang had spent some time in those circles earlier in his career and was fairly well informed about the situation there. Zhao Guoqiang continued. "Excellent. You need to handle this matter immediately. Head over to Little Days and consolidate their underground operations. If necessary, you'll assist me in striking at other Shaori Dei locations. In short, the time to deal with Shaori Dei has come." Su Jiang hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to entrust him with such a major task. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhao, I will see this through. But won't Little Days react to this?" "Rest assured, whatever response they mount, I'll be ready to meet them head-on. I have two sworn brothers who are influential leaders within Little Days. Rest assured, this will be handled flawlessly. I'll make it look absolutely perfect for you." Zhao Guoqiang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 150, External Forces. Zhao Guoqiang dispatched Su Jiang, but the Little Days faction was indeed no pushover. Moreover, the Little Days faction had always been guarding against Zhao Guoqiang's moves. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang merely offered certain support and directly dispatched Su Jiang. Su Jiang even brought along his son, Su Lei, and Gao Qiqiang. "This time, things might get messy. You'd better do as I say, got it?" The two immediately nodded. They dared not disobey Su Jiang's orders. Besides, Su Jiang had promised them beforehand that this trip was all about striking it rich. Su Jiang also discreetly contacted his two trusted brothers, who pledged their full support. Su Jiang had it all figured out. He'd get to work the moment they arrived. Beyond that, Zhao Guoqiang provided the most crucial assistance. Through a special intelligence network, he gave Su Jiang and his team detailed information about the Shuko Group, the largest underground organization in Zhao. Upon arrival, Su Jiang's group launched their assault immediately. They first eliminated the Shuko Group's top figures, then launched further assaults targeting other mid-level operatives. It must be said, Su Jiang's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. With Zhao Guoqiang's assistance, the Shuko Group was laid bare before Su Jiang in no time. Once the operation was nearly complete, Su Jiang found a moment to call back. "Chairman Zhao, the job's nearly done. The Shuko Group's been slaughtered mercilessly here. They've been convinced all along that someone else was responsible. They've gone berserk attacking others and probably won't last much longer." Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Only when they were sufficiently chaotic would there be an opportunity to seize their assets. Moreover, with Kalavish overseeing Zhao civilian security, the chaos had reached its peak. Despite daily patrols, the situation showed no improvement, with attacks erupting everywhere. Panic swept through Little Days, forcing some businesses to halt operations. This further exacerbated the already difficult circumstances in Zhao.
Xiao Rizi's leadership was utterly helpless. They couldn't fathom why chaos had erupted so suddenly, nor could they stem its relentless tide. They weren't even sure what exactly the Shuko group had gone through. Meanwhile, Su Jiang and Kalevish had already met. Mr. Kalevish, Chairman Zhao has made it clear to me we're partners now. In every aspect, I'll need your support. We've already taken care of Little Days. What do you say we move forward? Kalevish chuckled. What else could it be? Seizing control of Little Days, of course. Otherwise, why would we be here playing along? But there's one more thing I should warn you about in advance. Little Days has already sent people to investigate discreetly. You'd better be careful not to let them catch wind of anything. Su Jiang hadn't expected Little Sun to move so swiftly. He smiled faintly. Don't worry. With Chairman Zhao here, they won't be able to stir up much trouble. But there's something I need to discuss with you. The current situation doesn't look quite right. Hearing Su Jiang say this, Kalevish looked puzzled. What nonsense are you talking about? We've got everything under control. What's wrong? Su Jiang scratched his face. Aren't there supposed to be 3 pillars supporting little life? I haven't seen any other pillars emerge yet. Kalevish chuckled. Xiaori's 3 pillars are the underground watermouth group, the military bigwigs on land, and the financial tycoons who truly control the situation. Still, Su Jiang knowing all this was truly remarkable. Most people don't even know what the 3 pillars of Little Japan really are. Looks like you're pretty sharp, kid. But let me tell you, these 3 pillars pack serious power. If we run into them, we'd better be extra careful, got it? Su Jiang gave a faint smile. Their 3 pillars won't have the chance to meet us again. Before Kalevish could react, Su Jiang had already burst into laughter. At that moment, the assassination squad dispatched by Zhao Guoqiang had already quietly taken control of the leaders of the 3 horses. Zhao Guoqiang stared at them coldly. We had no grudge against you originally, but that's no longer the case. You want Zhao to regain the military initiative, but that means sacrificing the interests of our dragon nation. Do you really think I'd allow that to happen? Therefore, eliminating all of you is the only way to protect everyone. As Zhao Guoqiang spoke, a faint smile touched his lips, a smile that felt more like that of a demon. But for Zhao Guoqiang was indeed a nightmare at that moment. Before these men could even react, their throats were already slit. With that, Zhao had absolutely no chance to resist him again. Zhao Guoqiang felt the matter was sufficiently settled and ordered everyone to return. After all, lingering with Zhao was pointless. The remaining troubles were left entirely to Kalevish. Zhao Guoqiang was confident he could handle it. But Zhao Guoqiang's shrewdness lay in making Kalevish take the fall. Once Su Jiang and the others had departed, Kalevish would become the thorn in Little Day's side. Unfortunately, Kalevish remained completely oblivious. He continued to move about with his usual high profile, though he often felt like he was being watched. Kalevish dismissed it as nothing until one day, a gun was suddenly pointed at him. Who are you? Before Kalevish could finish his sentence, he was shot dead. An American dying on Little Day's turf was major news. But Little Day proved resourceful, attributing the death to the earlier incident involving Su Jiang and his crew. Unfortunately, no one believed it, demanding that Little Days provide a satisfactory explanation immediately. For a time, Little Days found themselves struggling to cope. They too were unaware of who had actually killed Kalevish. Xiao Rizi found itself embroiled in a confrontation with the Americans. Relations between the two sides deteriorated further. At this moment, Zhao Guoqiang called Yang Dinghua. Commander Yang, it's your turn to step up now. Stop just watching the show. At this critical moment, don't you need to shock them? Yang Dinghua smiled. After the deed is done, sweep away the dust and hide both merit and fame. Chairman Zhao, aren't you being a bit too cautious? After all, this achievement is entirely your doing. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. That's not quite right. This is everyone's achievement, not just mine. Wouldn't you agree? Yang Dinghua nodded with a smile, then turned to prepare for the joint military exercises. Chapter 151, Little Day's Concerns. Yang Dinghua's orders finally reached the frontline troops. The Little Days faction was struggling to cope with this situation. They were baffled why had Dragon Nation suddenly turned hostile. Besides, even if the Dragon Nation intended to turn hostile, it shouldn't have happened so quickly. The Little Days were genuinely baffled. Who had they offended? Moreover, with their economy in continuous decline, the Little Days had no better solutions. Meanwhile, Prince Minyahan had also invited numerous guests in the name of the royal family. Prince Minyahan surveyed the prominent merchants seated before him. It's been quite a challenge to arrange this meeting with all of you. But since you've come today, I assure you it won't be in vain. Let's have a proper discussion. I have a matter that could make each of you wealthy. What are your thoughts? The merchants looked puzzled, wondering what on earth Prince Minyahan was up to. Besides, even if they were summoned in the name of the royal family, this seemed rather excessive. Prince Minyahan could see the skepticism in their eyes. After a brief pause, Prince Minyahan spoke up. As you've likely heard, the economy has recently suffered a collective collapse. Don't you gentlemen possess any means to address this?
The merchants exchanged glances.
Your Highness, what exactly do you mean by that? Why is it that we find ourselves rather confused? Or are you perhaps planning to share some information with us?
Prince Minyahan paused again before continuing.
Truth be told, you all know what the collapse of the small days signifies. It's just that you haven't made your move yet, correct?
If you wish to take action regarding this matter, you must cooperate with me.
What do you all think?
No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the merchants, Amelia, rose to her feet.
Your Highness, I believe you may not fully grasp our capabilities. As you mentioned, those issues simply don't exist.
Of course, what we mean is that we hope you understand the situation.
To cooperate with you, we need to have a clear understanding of risk mitigation.
And since Your Highness hasn't provided us with proper safeguards, I see no point in continuing this discussion.
That's all. Prince Minyahan nodded. Amelia turned and began walking toward the exit.
But before she had gone far, she suddenly raised her hands and retreated backward. Everyone froze in shock, utterly unprepared for the fact that Prince Minyahan had actually stationed troops outside.
Seeing everyone's fear, Prince Minyahan gave a cold smile. Did you think I was the one pulling the strings in this business? Let me tell you straight, this isn't something I can handle. Who among you still wants to leave? Feel free to try. But if anything goes wrong, don't blame me. Got it?
The last sentence was practically a shout, sending a chill through everyone present.
Prince Minyahan repeated his earlier warning, but Amelia couldn't escape.
She was dispatched with a single shot. Zhao Guoqiang sat quietly at his computer, relishing the spectacle.
To truly leave Shaori in limbo, he needed these merchants' cooperation.
The Little Days had already discussed this matter at length.
If we keep debating like this, we'll likely get nowhere. We should collaborate with the Dragon Nation as soon as possible.
Hearing this suggestion, the others' expressions darkened.
Allying with Longwa might be the only way out, but what if Longwa held grudges over events from decades past? Nearly everyone shared this concern. If the Dragon Nation did hold grudges, wouldn't that mean handing their lives over to their enemies?
The young officials were utterly at a loss. Just as they were speaking, a more seasoned young official interjected.
Have you all forgotten about me, Akihiro?
Gentlemen, I hope you remember that it is Longwa, not any other nation, that can save us now.
Kishida Nagatake paused after speaking. Besides, given the current situation, do you really think this war will be easy to win? If you insist on starting a war, I won't stop you.
But look, the Dragon Nation's forces have been waiting outside for quite some time.
Are you really willing to be the first to take the fall? I advise you all to calm down. This war is far from simple. Cooperating with the Dragon Nation is the more reliable path. That is my stance. If any of you disagree, I invite you to voice your opinions. Kishida Nagatake fell silent after speaking.
The others exchanged glances. Everyone understood the situation had likely reached a point of no return.
Moreover, the Dragon Nation had mobilized its forces.
Before the officials could reach a consensus, the Dragon Nation's forces launched an assault near the port.
Yang Dingwa demanded that every unit participate in at least 1 hour of firing. Thus, the Japanese port was utterly destroyed, ceasing all economic activity.
Immediately afterward, Zhao Guoqiang arranged a private meeting with the Japanese commander-in-chief, Takashima Ichiro.
After the meeting, Zhao Guoqiang presented his proposal.
If you can no longer sustain yourselves as an ally, the Dragon Nation will certainly provide assistance. However, the exchange is that you must hand over all your civilian affairs to us.
Dragon Nation Enterprises. At that time, Longwo will spare no effort to safeguard your people. Hearing this, Gao Daoilong couldn't help but frown. Your Excellency, this seems a bit excessive, don't you think?
Zhao Guoqiang remained unperturbed. Well, if you disagree with this proposal, you're entirely free to find your own way out.
Wouldn't you agree?
Of course, I mean that the path you find for yourselves might prove stronger than mine.
You're welcome to try. Takashima Ichiryu immediately panicked. Was this something you could just casually experiment with?
Besides, the cost of failure would be far too high.
If things went wrong, the collapse would be worse than death.
For a moment, Takashima Ichiryu couldn't find the words to explain his earlier statement, and Zhao Guoqiang was being quite accommodating.
Let's be honest, you simply can't get America's help now, right?
So you're planning to seek Dragon Nation's aid.
But have you considered that Dragon Nation might actually help you? Takashima Ichiryu was even more confused, sensing Zhao Guoqiang seemed to be speaking in riddles. Yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly what Zhao Guoqiang meant. For a moment, Ichiryu Takashima felt a surge of panic. After all of Zaireizi's energy supplies and essential facilities had been completely destroyed. Many people couldn't even afford food anymore. Total collapse. Chapter 152, Slaves of the Dragon Nation.
Therefore, the most urgent task now was to resolve these critical issues as quickly as possible. Otherwise, who knew what other troubles might arise? Takashima Ichiryu's meaning was straightforward: if Dragon Nation wanted to offer assistance, it had to be done according to the terms of their contract. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. When was there ever a contract?
Zhao Guoqiang was somewhat baffled.
If you claim a contract exists between us, then kindly explain the terms of this contract to me, Zhao Guoqiang insisted. Given the current situation, the Dragon Nation must ensure everything is settled between us. Upon hearing this, Takashima Ichiryu cautiously handed over the contract he held. Before seeing the document, Zhao Guoqiang had already suspected that Zayaraizi's demands would be outrageous. Yet upon actually encountering the contract, he never imagined it would be this absurd. Zhao Guoqiang suddenly burst into laughter, overcome by indignation. Seeing his reaction, Takashima Ichiryu grew even more nervous, momentarily unable to form coherent sentences.
Chairman Zhao, what's wrong? Is there a problem with our contract? Don't worry, we can discuss it. There's no need to get angry. Just tell us what you need, and we'll make the changes immediately.
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head at this.
This contract of yours will have to be redrafted entirely. This isn't a minor issue. I get the feeling you're treating Longwa like fools. Do you really think Longwa is someone to be trifled with? You want us to provide energy and help rebuild your country, yet refuse to let us participate in management? Are you daydreaming? Seeing Zhao Guoqiang genuinely enraged, Gao Daoilong trembled in fear. For a moment, Takashima Ichiryu was utterly terrified, never having imagined things would escalate to this point.
And once Zhao Guoqiang lost his temper, the consequences were unimaginable after all. He was the only one who could determine everything now.
Zhao Guoqiang let out a deep sigh.
I'll say it again, all core content must be altered, and it must be altered exactly as we say.
Is that clear? Longwa will oversee all energy infrastructure development, with all essential enterprises managed by Longwa. Your operations will only handle grassroots tasks, no decision-making authority, no involvement in management.
If you violate any of these rules, it will directly jeopardize our contract. Beyond that, you'd better follow my instructions.
Otherwise, the consequences could be rather severe. Hearing this, Gao Daoilong wore a peculiar expression. It felt like Zhao Guoqiang was blatantly threatening him.
For a moment, his face turned a shade of unease. He quickly made up an excuse to slip away to the restroom for a moment.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Go ahead. Stay as long as you like, but remember to come back out, got it?
Feeling baffled, Takashima Ichiryu entered the restroom and immediately called the other members of Little Japan to get to the bottom of the situation. After all, things were already chaotic enough. He couldn't let the local operations descend into further disorder.
Kishida Nagatake received the call but delivered news that Gao Daoilong simply couldn't accept.
Our nation faces imminent collapse. I've just received word that Prince Minyahan has allied with other merchants to launch a full-scale economic assault.
Capital is about to strike us. We absolutely cannot give them an opening. Otherwise, we will become their slaves. Remember this, we would rather be slaves to the Dragon Nation than slaves to capital. They do not regard us as human beings.
Whatever terms Zhao Guoqiang proposes now, you must agree without hesitation.
Do you understand? Only by bringing the Dragon Nation into this can we utterly defeat capital. Otherwise, our fate is sealed. Hearing this, Gao Daoilong found it utterly unbearable for a moment.
I'm sorry, but I simply cannot agree to your proposal.
This effectively turns us into slaves of the Dragon Nation. Hearing this, Kishida Nagatake sighed deeply.
After a long pause, Kishida Nagatake spoke up to persuade him.
Sir, do you believe we still have a way back? You're overthinking it. We're already at the end of our rope. Choosing the Dragon Nation or something even more evil, we'll have to see how things play out.
Takashima Ichiryu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart upon hearing these words, yet he knew their situation had reached a life or death juncture.
He exhaled deeply and hung up the phone.
When Takashima Ichiryu returned, his demeanor had completely changed, bearing no resemblance to his earlier self.
I sincerely apologize. I was overly emotional earlier.
We will agree to all the suggestions and demands you have put forward, unconditionally. We only hope the Dragon Nation can help us resolve our issues as soon as possible. We can't even supply basic freshwater now and desperately need your support. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold snort. Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did they have to play hardball with him? In the end, they still had to come clean and resolve the issue. Zhao Guoqiang pondered briefly before ordering a new contract drafted, effectively placing Zayaraizi under his administration. This move crushed Zayaraizi completely. Immediately afterward, Zhao Guoqiang turned his attention to handling the second major matter. Wang Hao, Zayaraizi is already on its last legs. You need to be aware of this situation and arrange for someone to handle Zayaraizi's affairs. Under no circumstances must we allow Zayaraizi to rise again. We must crush them completely in one fell swoop.
Wang Hao nodded and immediately set to work.
But Zhao Guoqiang still had another task awaiting him. Zhao Guoqiang had already scheduled a meeting with Irwin, the senior overseas executive of America. Shortly thereafter, the two met in the conference room of the industrial park. Zhao Guoqiang cut straight to the point. Mr. Irwin, now we can discuss practical matters.
I'd like to know your perspective on the Japanese issue.
Irwin paused for a moment, then smiled. Chairman Zhao, you have a way with words. Regarding the matter of the little Japanese, we will naturally handle it according to standard procedures. However, under this premise, they must not infringe upon the interests of our military.
Our demands are as simple as that.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded thoughtfully.
I see.
Actually, the little Japan issue has already been resolved.
Haven't you heard the news?
Erwin looked puzzled, not quite grasping the meaning behind Zhao Guoqiang's words.
In what sense do you mean it's been resolved, sir?
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, could you please be more explicit?
Chapter 153, Sending You Back Home. Seeing that Erwin truly hadn't caught on, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but chuckle.
What I mean is, we've prepared a surprise for you as well. Knowing you've been wandering far from home for so long, we've arranged to send you all back to your hometown.
Wouldn't you say that's a good thing? Erwin could no longer remain composed upon hearing this. Wasn't this just another way of forcing him out of his little life? Erwin's face darkened, his teeth grinding audibly. This demand was utterly unacceptable, not even the heavens themselves could agree to it. Was this some kind of joke? Erwin's expression was grim, yet he still struggled to maintain his composure.
Chairman Zhao, I know you enjoy joking around, but I never imagined you'd make such a joke in this context.
Do you not hold our nation in any regard?
Effective immediately, order your forces to withdraw. Failure to comply will trigger our right to retaliate and defend all legitimate rights and interests in Zairizi.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang burst into laughter once more. Are you taking this too lightly?
Of course, I understand why you might think things are simple, but I cannot comprehend why you would actually handle matters this way.
Erwin was utterly stunned.
He had watched Zairizi disintegrate before his eyes, only to discover that the true target was himself all along.
Zhao Guoqiang's tactics were far more formidable than anyone had imagined.
Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled calmly. You really need to think this through carefully.
If it affects areas it shouldn't, you know what the consequences will be, right? Erwin remained silent for a long while before finally letting out a helpless sigh. Chairman Zhao, this is going too far, don't you think?
We admit that over the years at Little Days, we've gained some practical insights, but we've paid a corresponding price for them.
Your current actions would completely undermine our interests. Do you really think the others will agree to this?
Zhao Guoqiang responded calmly.
Whether others agree or not, that I cannot say. But as long as you agree, that is sufficient. Wouldn't you agree? After a moment of silence, Erwin grasped Zhao Guoqiang's meaning.
It seemed he wanted Erwin to shoulder all responsibility for this matter.
In other words, wasn't this tantamount to signing his own death warrant? Moreover, the situation in Zairizi was far from straightforward. With the port and vital landmarks now bombed to shreds, reconstruction would be no simple task. Or was Zhao Guoqiang genuinely considering this? Erwin remained silent for a long while.
Zhao Guoqiang showed no impatience, letting him wait as long as needed. Meanwhile, Yang Dinghua continued reinforcing his troops to guard against any unforeseen developments.
Watching the feedback stream on the screen, Yang Dinghua nodded with satisfaction. I've waited decades for this battle. Now that I'm nearing the grave, I've finally seen it come to pass. Tell everyone to fight fiercely. No matter when, people will remember us. Also, keep a close eye on the Little Days.
If they use missiles, we must launch our counter-missiles first. With that, Yang Dinghua sat down, his gaze fixed intently on the display before him.
Yang Dinghua was waiting for the crucial moment.
At that very moment, Su Zhanshu unexpectedly called. Old Zhong, heard things kicked off over there.
How's the battle going? You're the hottest figure around now. Bro, I'm seriously jealous of you. But let's be real, even the most impressive feats have their limits. Could you hand over the amphibious assault mission to us?
Upon hearing this, Yang Dinghua understood Su Zhanshu's meaning immediately.
He paused. That's probably not feasible.
You're so far up north, while I'm right down south. We're practically worlds apart. Besides, Chairman Zhao already has arrangements in place. Why don't you go ask him if he's willing to let you get involved?
Su Zhanshu couldn't help but sneer at this. Bro, I was counting on you to help me out here. Looks like you're not planning to lend a hand. Then forget it. Chairman Zhao's got his hands full. I can't go bothering him, right? Hearing this, Yang Dinghua chuckled. You're thinking exactly right.
I know you want to launch an amphibious assault and have me take the fall for it.
You really are beyond words, you know that? Su Zhanshu sighed.
I thought I could pull the wool over your eyes, but looks like I didn't.
Tell me, how fierce was the Japanese resistance? Yang Dinghua chuckled. To be honest, the little bastards haven't shown any signs of fighting back so far. That's not the whole story. Little Japan doesn't have the strength to fight back now. Most of their vital facilities have been destroyed.
Besides, with both primary and backup power systems completely wiped out, even if they wanted to fight back, how could they possibly have the means? So if Little Days wants to fight back, they'll at least need to restore power first, otherwise it's all just empty talk. Su Zhanshu pondered for a moment. So if that's the case, given the current situation, this truly is the best opportunity for an amphibious assault.
Why haven't you launched it yet? Tell me straight, don't you lack the capability? Yang Dinghua felt like cursing.
Su Zhanshu was truly infuriating.
This was utter nonsense. If he didn't have the capability for an amphibious assault, who did? Yang Dinghua paused.
Look, old Su, stop messing around with me.
Get your troops properly trained ASAP. If we ever need you and you drop the ball, that won't be good. Besides, given the current situation, who knows when we might deploy you ashore for crowd control? Su Zhanshu immediately grew agitated. What the hell are you talking about? You won't let me fight when the war starts, but after it's over, you want me to clean up the mess?
You're treating me like a disposable tool. Mark my words, even if it costs me my life, I won't do it.
Got that? Yang Dinghua chuckled. Alright, I get it. No need to hammer it home. Anyway, that order wouldn't come from me.
If it were up to me, I'd send you straight to the front lines. Then I'd say, old Su, stop sitting around.
Grab a bomb and get moving. Best to take out a big chunk of them for me. Both men burst out laughing.
Just then, the chief of staff approached carrying something. Commander, take a look at this. Yang Dinghua took it with a casual motion, his expression abruptly darkening.
Chapter 154, All-Out War.
Su Zhanshu looked puzzled.
Why had the conversation suddenly gone silent? Hey, old Yang, what's your game? Why aren't you saying anything?
Yang Dinghua paused, utterly at a loss for words.
Truth be told, it was no wonder Yang Dinghua hadn't anticipated America's forces making the first move.
In other words, from this moment onward, it wasn't just about the situation with the little Japanese. America had already charted a major course. Su Zhanshu was stunned by the news.
Yang, you're not joking, right? At a time like this? Why is America stirring up trouble?
What kind of reckless move is this, drawing up a shipping lane?
Yang Dinghua sighed. Do you really think I'd joke about something like this? I'm not pulling your leg. They've indeed established a major maritime corridor, and we can't advance any closer. Given this situation, things are looking grim.
If we can't get closer, I won't be able to launch a counteroffensive against the little bastards.
Their warship is sailing within that channel. If it gets sunk, that's a whole other issue. It seems the honeymoon between the little bastards and America hasn't ended yet. Yang Dinghua wasted no time relaying the news to Zhao Guoqiang.
This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Zhao Guoqiang was discussing the specifics with Erwin when he learned America had pulled this stunt.
Upon receiving the news, Zhao Guoqiang was deeply displeased.
Erwin didn't know what to say either, since no one had informed him about this situation.
Who could have predicted it would suddenly turn out like this?
This whole situation had left him in a terrible predicament, yet Erwin had no idea how to explain it.
If he could explain it clearly, things would be much simpler. Unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang might not give him that chance. At this thought, Erwin's expression darkened considerably.
Zhao Guoqiang, however, offered only a cold smile.
They sent you here to negotiate with me, and they took the opportunity to chart a new course, right? Very clever indeed. Erwin could tell Zhao Guoqiang was already extremely displeased.
He dared not hesitate long, immediately offering an explanation. Chairman Zhao, I truly had no knowledge of this matter. Had I known, I would never have concealed it from you.
I don't understand how things came to this. Please give me a chance, I will get to the bottom of this. Rest assured, there's absolutely no issue here.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang shook his head, signaling he wouldn't grant another chance. He had already given numerous chances, yet America always seemed intent on wading into this murky business.
Since you wanted to get involved, I naturally had to give you that chance, wouldn't you agree?
Hearing this, Erwin quickly stepped in to stop Zhao Guoqiang.
Chairman Zhao, please give me one chance. I promise to provide a perfect explanation, just give me one chance. Unfortunately, Zhao Guoqiang's patience had reached its limit.
The final chance was not granted to Erwin.
Immediately afterward, Zhao Guoqiang dialed Yang Dinghua's number. Execute the island assault operation immediately.
Proceed exactly as we previously discussed. Upon hearing the news, Erwin was utterly stunned and tried to speak up to stop it. But Zhao Guoqiang had already issued his dismissal. Erwin had no choice but to step aside. But after leaving, he felt this couldn't be allowed to stand.
He immediately called headquarters. What the hell are you people playing at?
I was just about to convince Zhao Guoqiang.
By doing this, aren't you making me look like I'm deceiving him? Why wasn't I informed about this beforehand?
Hearing this, the person on the other end of the line only gave a cold laugh.
Don't forget your duty. It lies right here. Even if something happens to you, it's what you owe to the Empire. Got that?
We're certain the Dragon Nation's military won't dare launch an amphibious assault. They're only capable of firing massive numbers of long-range missiles.
Rest assured, they won't attempt an invasion. The call abruptly cut off. Elwin felt a pang of unease.
He tried dialing the number again, but the line remained dead.
For a moment, Erwin froze. What the hell was going on? Upon returning, Erwin opened his computer and finally saw the live broadcast.
It turned out the commander he'd just spoken with had been struck by a missile. The American side had not reported any casualties.
Erwin was utterly dumbfounded. This was a death sentence.
In other words, Zhao Guoqiang must have ordered the military to launch an attack, and it was highly likely a full-scale amphibious assault. This was bad. Erwin muttered to himself, yet there was nothing he could do to alter the course of the battle. The sense of collapse seemed to materialize in that very moment. Kishida Nagatake hadn't anticipated Zhao Guoqiang acting so decisively, seemingly without any reservations whatsoever. What Kishida Nagatake never anticipated was that Zhao Guoqiang would actually dare to order Yang Dingwei to attack America. Kishida had received confirmed intelligence. America was on the brink of total annihilation. The storage facilities for critical weaponry and key military command centers had all been obliterated. Immediately after, Yang Dingwei made an announcement. Based on the coastal line, Longwa declared the establishment of a no-invasion zone, stating it was commissioned by Zairai. The American forces that had been annihilated were almost entirely within the scope of this line. The war could no longer continue, and the Dragon Nation deployed all its latest scientific research achievements. They were waiting for America to fire first, otherwise it would be a shame to showcase these formidable weapons. But unexpectedly, America made an unprecedented admission of fault. Wang Hao rushed in, flustered. "Chairman, they've stated they recognize this no-intrusion line and admit they trespassed into this area." Zhao Guoqiang nodded with a smile. It seemed the Dragon Nation had finally become the formidable force they feared most. The outcome of this conflict, however, was not widely disclosed, as if revealing it would carry grave consequences. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Lichuan was overjoyed. He immediately summoned everyone back. "We must celebrate today. This is a moment to lift our heads high. Our weapons were indeed inferior back then, but after enduring all these years, it's finally time to vent. This is exactly how it should be done. Bring everyone back. We're having a proper drink tonight." As the patriarch of the family, Zhao Lichuan's word carried weight with most. Thus, nearly all who received the news returned. Zhao Lidong hadn't anticipated this battle coming so swiftly. But the thought that Zhao Guoqiang was behind it left him feeling displeased. Zhao Lichuan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. "What's gotten into you? Why do you suddenly seem so unhappy?" Chapter 155, Hard to Feel Happy. Zhao Lidong forced a smile at this, though it looked far worse than crying. Zhao Lichuan quickly cut him off. "If you don't feel like smiling, then don't force it. It just makes me uncomfortable. That grin of yours is downright ugly. Spill it. What's really going on? This sudden change in you has me baffled. It's utterly inexplicable." Hearing this, Zhao Lidong let out a soft sigh. "Brother, Guoqiang never took me seriously to begin with. He completely disregarded me as his cousin. Now that this has happened, doesn't he have even less regard for me? I know Guoqiang thinks my strategy isn't good enough, that it doesn't even align with his principles. But strategy is like that, you can't please everyone." After saying this, Zhao Lidong secretly watched Zhao Lichuan. His meaning was simple. He wanted to see if Zhao Lichuan would stand by him. Zhao Lidong wasn't stupid, but he kept making missteps, knowing Zhao Guoqiang disliked him, yet persistently trying to ingratiate himself. If he kept this up, it would be strange if he didn't stir up trouble. Moreover, Zhao Lidong's attitude alone was a recipe for trouble. Zhao Lichuan understood the gist. So, was this a request for him to put in a good word for Zhao Guoqiang? Zhao Lichuan smiled faintly. "Truth be told, among us brothers, you're the one who overthinks things the most, right? You understand Guoqiang's temperament, so why won't you accommodate him?" Zhao Lidong tried to speak, but Zhao Lichuan cut him off. "Brothers don't need to make such a big deal out of things, you agree? If we both make concessions, nothing becomes a problem. Don't you think?" Zhao Lichuan told him to do as he pleased while he went to fetch some tea. Zhao Lidong sat down, utterly speechless. "Great. Now the blame falls entirely on me. And I'm the one who ends up looking cheap. Seriously, how generous do I have to be? Even if you two are blood brothers, you can't pull this kind of stunt. I'm alone here. What the hell is this nonsense?" Zhao Lidong grumbled endlessly about it. But the moment he spotted Zhao Lichuan approaching, he immediately shut up. He knew full well that crossing Zhao Lichuan meant trouble. No matter what, Zhao Lichuan was the one person you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Zhao Lidong was puzzled. He said everyone was coming back, so why hadn't anyone shown up yet? Just as he was pondering this, Zhao Ruilong walked in, accompanied by servants carrying a large vat filled with fresh, lively seafood. Zhao Lidong looked puzzled. Wasn't today's banquet supposed to be simple? Why are you splurging like this? Zhao Ruilong smiled. It's been years since Dad mentioned gathering everyone together for a celebration. But since he brought it up today, it means he's genuinely in a good mood. In that case, we should show our appreciation, don't you agree? Zhao Lidong nodded, finding the reasoning sound. Still, after a moment's thought, Zhao Lidong leaned in. "Ruilong, I've got something I want to ask you. How's your second uncle been treating me lately?" Zhao Ruilong's expression turned strange upon hearing this. "My uncle's attitude toward you? What's there to change? It's always been the same. You're suddenly so nervous. You haven't done anything to upset my uncle, have you?" Zhao Lidong quickly cut him off, warning him not to talk nonsense. Zhao Ruilong burst out laughing and quickly explained he was just joking.
Only then did Zhao Lidong relax. If Zhao Guoqiang had actually heard that, wouldn't he have turned against him? This wasn't something to joke about. If it blew up, no one would be able to clean up the mess. Zhao Ruilong turned and sent someone to handle the matter. Zhao Lidong sat nearby. Just then, Zhao Guoqiang returned. So you're back too. Sit down. I'm in a good mood today, let's not bring up those things. Zhao Lidong gave an awkward smile, though he still felt uneasy inside, suspecting Zhao Guoqiang had said it deliberately. After waiting a while longer, everyone sat down to eat. As usual, Zhao Lichuan insisted on raising a toast first. Since the doctor had forbidden him from drinking, Zhao Lichuan had no choice but to replace the wine with water. Still, he secretly took a sip. Changing the subject, Zhao Lichuan looked at Zhao Guoqiang. Guoqiang, you know, some things really are best left alone, but others demand you stand your ground. Take this operation against Xiao Rizi, for example. It was perfect, we had to show them who's boss. At least on this land, Little Day won't dare to spout nonsense anymore, right? Zhao Guoqiang nodded with a smile. That was precisely why he was here. Zhao Lidong sat quietly beside them, eating and drinking without comment. Perhaps Zhao Lichuan wanted to mediate between the two, so he changed the subject and suddenly spoke up. You two have been at each other's throats for quite some time now. I think it's time to call it quits. We all share the same surname. Do we really have to make things ugly before we can let it go? Enough is enough. If things really get ugly, it won't be good for anyone. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang nodded, showing he understood his elder brother's meaning. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lidong proved less tactful, seizing the moment to interject. Well, since you've said that, could you give me a hand? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Go ahead. I need to know what kind of problem it is. If I can't handle it, wouldn't I be breaking my word to you? Zhao Lidong chuckled. You shouldn't put it that way. You can definitely handle this matter. Do you happen to know someone named Gao Qiqiang? Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled. What about him? Did he do something he shouldn't have? Zhao Lidong beamed with satisfaction. He'd been waiting for this moment. This guy's no ordinary person. He recently started a demolition crew, ants raking in the cash. You know how he handles evictions? He throws gasoline bottles inside, forcing people out, then starts undermining the foundations. You know about this? Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened. How could Gao Qiqiang do such a thing? Besides, Gao Qiqiang was way out of line. How could he do something like this? Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's displeasure, Zhao Lidong stifled a chuckle. Of course, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to chat about Gao Qiqiang, you know, for a bit of fun. Zhao Guoqiang knew he was waiting for him to speak, so he casually mentioned dealing with Gao Qiqiang. But Zhao Guoqiang wasn't falling for it. Even if Gao Qiqiang needed dealing with, that was a decision he alone could make. He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to refuse to play alone. For a moment, Zhao Lidong felt somewhat unsatisfied. Zhao Lichuan sensed these two were about to revert to their old ways, so he immediately interjected. How did you two get off topic again? Chapter 156, Stay on topic. Zhao Lichuan pushed the wine over to them, hoping to ease the tension. After all, they were all family, what was there to argue about? Zhao Guoqiang took only a sip of wine, his expression tinged with displeasure. Of course, one couldn't blame Zhao Guoqiang for this. Who knew what tricks Gao Qiqiang was playing? Besides, Zhao Guoqiang had been swamped lately and hadn't paid attention to Gao Qiqiang's affairs. Now that trouble had erupted, people were coming to him. Zhao Lidong, observing Zhao Guoqiang's demeanor, couldn't have been more smug. Brother, this isn't going off topic. We're just discussing the matter at hand. Guoqiang, you agree, right? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle at this remark. That's not entirely accurate. Besides, is Gao Qiqiang really operating without supervision? Zhao Lidong's expression darkened at this unexpected retort, his face turning grim. Truth be told, this wasn't something Zhao Lidong could change anyway. Besides, Gao Qiqiang had been acting increasingly uncooperative lately. In other words, Gao Qiqiang had begun showing signs of wanting to go solo, and that was precisely what rankled Zhao Lidong the most. Having wrapped up his business dealings, Gao Qiqiang sat down with Su Jiang. Old Gao, I think someone's out to get you lately. You'd better be extra careful. Best to get out of town for a couple of days. You took down Zhao Lidong's people the other day. He won't let it go. Gao Qiqiang heard this and smiled calmly. Don't worry, Zhao Lidong wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Besides, if he really dared to hurt me, he wouldn't be Zhao Lidong. But come to think of it, aren't we being a bit too conspicuous lately? Su Jiang looked puzzled at this remark. I think we're being pretty low-key right now. Where's the high-profile part? Stop overthinking things. Zhao Lidong is just that kind of person. He wants to take someone down whenever he gets the chance. We've got high-level support behind us. Even if they didn't explicitly tell us to do this, they'd definitely back us up against Zhao Lidong. Don't worry. Su Jiang stroked his chin as he posed the crucial question. Do you know who your sister is involved with? Of course. I mean, no offense, it's not like I'm after your sister. I'm just genuinely curious, do you even know about this?
Gao Qiqiang looked puzzled, unsure why Su Jiang had suddenly changed the subject. He hesitated, unsure how to ask directly. After a pause, Gao Qiqiang finally spoke.
My sister's just an office worker. She doesn't know anyone. What's the point?
Hearing this, Su Jiang slammed the photo down on the table, clearly displeased. Look, old Gao, we're old friends.
We've been through a lot together. You're hiding this from me? Do you not value our friendship? I brought this to you. Think carefully. If you see anything wrong, tell me.
Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang grew even more puzzled. He reached out and picked up the photo, only to discover it was a picture of Gao Qilan with a young man. The two looked perfectly natural together, and the young man radiated youthful energy.
Gao Qiqiang thought, what's the big deal? She's young who doesn't date or have a boyfriend at this age? Wasn't Su Jiang overreacting? Why was he always fixated on his sister? Gao Qiqiang's expression darkened slightly. Why are you always watching my sister? Hearing this, Su Jiang nearly lost his temper. You're seriously messed up.
I've told you countless times, look at who this person resembles.
Stare at the guy, not the girl.
Su Jiang seemed genuinely on the verge of losing his temper. Gao Qiqiang scratched his face and quickly glanced over again. Suddenly, it hit him this was the young man he'd seen before. He blamed his recent busyness for pushing it from his mind.
But then again, weren't they just having a normal relationship?
As Gao Qiqiang pondered this, he suddenly noticed how much the young man in the photo resembled Zhao Guoqiang. Seeing Gao Qiqiang finally grasp the point, Su Jiang smiled and said, I seriously suspect your sister is dating the chairman.
Let me tell you, seize this opportunity and your family could rise to the top overnight. Got it?
Gao Qiqiang hadn't expected Su Jiang to be playing this card, and he felt a bit uneasy.
Could it be that his sister really had a connection with Zhao Guoqiang? Gao Qiqiang's expression darkened, which puzzled Su Jiang. For your family, this is a blessing. Why are you acting like this?
I'm warning you, opportunities like this are rare.
Don't give me that attitude. Gao Qiqiang sighed. Following someone like the chairman, I'm worried my sister might get bullied.
Besides, Gao Shaoqin had approached my sister before.
Su Jiang shrugged indifferently. Don't worry. This sort of thing is perfectly normal.
Gao Shaoqin has had a crush on the chairman for ages, but he's never taken her seriously.
Gao Shaoqin has a vivid imagination. If she could actually pull something off, that would be impressive. Su Jiang paused, then continued. Of course, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to remind you to have your sister try to get some information out of the chairman. We can't keep charging ahead recklessly like before, you understand? Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang nodded, signaling his understanding.
But speaking of which, Gao Qiqiang couldn't wrap his head around how Zhao Guoqiang had even met Gao Qilan. For a moment, he was filled with confusion and disbelief about the matter. Seeing his expression, Su Jiang patiently urged him.
Alright, why dwell on it so much?
Just know this much, but whatever you do, don't let this information slip out. I can't be sure who else might have access to it.
Got it?
Gao Qiqiang nodded and turned to leave.
Su Jiang smiled faintly. Who would have thought this kid was quietly pulling strings behind the scenes? Who knows what he really knows? It doesn't matter.
Whether he knows or not, he'll have to work for me. A smug look spread across Su Jiang's face, as if he already commanded absolute control.
As for other problems? He certainly didn't need to worry about them.
After all, someone else was handling those for him. At this thought, Su Jiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, the Zhao family banquet reached its final stage, and Zhao Guoqiang retired upstairs to rest. Zhao Lidong and Zhao Lichuan went to the next room. As soon as he sat down, Zhao Lichuan cut straight to the point.
I know you two are competing, but enough is enough.
We all share the Zhao surname. Your rivalry just makes us look ridiculous to others.
Chapter 157, Too Biased. Zhao Lichuan paused.
He had harsher words on the tip of his tongue, but he chose not to voice them. Besides, Zhao Lidong was likely a sensible man.
If he actually said those harsh words, that would be the real problem.
Besides, Zhao Lidong didn't seem to hold it against him. After a moment's thought, Zhao Lidong spoke up. Brother, you know this situation doesn't involve me. Besides, given the circumstances, it's not something I can handle.
You agree, right?
Of course, what I mean is, since things have come to this point, we should maintain closer contact with Guoqiang. After all, behind closed doors, we're family.
Wouldn't you agree?
Zhao Lichuan nodded in agreement. This line of thinking felt right otherwise, who knew how outsiders might perceive the family.
Zhao Lichuan paused, then spoke up. I know things haven't been going smoothly for you in the city. I'll talk to Guoqiang and have you transferred to work under Li Dakong. Rest assured, he'll grant me that favor. That way, you two can settle things between yourselves.
Let me be clear, you're both my brothers.
If either of you gets messed with, it bothers me. So you understand this, right?
Zhao Lichuan spoke as he pulled out a document and slid it toward Zhao Lidong.
Take a look at this.
Zhao Lidong looked puzzled, but his eyes widened when he saw the contents.
He'd never encountered anything this significant before. Big brother, you mean you're willing to help me? Zhao Lichuan nodded. That's right, I'm willing to help you. But the prerequisite is that you and Guoqiang need to have a transition. With that, Zhao Lichuan dialed Li Dakong's number directly. He also informed Li Dakong about the possibility of Zhao Lidong being transferred. Li Dakong looked pensive, sensing something was off. But upon reflection, it suddenly clicked this was an attempt to foist that person onto him. Li Dakong wanted to refuse, but before he could speak, the call was abruptly ended. Ouyang Jing looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Li Dakong paused. Nothing much. I just feel like things are about to take a sudden turn. Zhao Lidong is probably going to assign someone to work under me. This is bad. Li Dakong quickly relayed the news to Qi Tongwei, urging him to prepare a strategy in advance. After all, Zhao Lidong was someone who was difficult to deal with no matter where he was assigned. Li Dakong voiced his concerns, and Qi Tongwei shared his own helplessness. Zhao Lidong, that guy's always dreaming up crazy schemes. He's not exactly reliable. This time, we're both in trouble. Both men felt as if they'd stumbled into a mess. They couldn't fathom why this man had to be shoved into their department. It was utterly perplexing. Li Dakong really had no good strategy for this situation. Anyway, we can't afford to mess with this guy. Figure out a way to handle him, don't let things get out of hand. Qi Tongwei pondered. Trouble was bound to happen, but what exactly? Who could say? After hanging up, Qi Tongwei immediately contacted his junior classmate Hou Liangping, extracting some information from him. Next, they discussed relocating Zhao Lidong to a quieter post. Early the next morning, Zhao Lidong appeared before them looking refreshed and alert, while Li Dakong wore a broad smile. We're all on the same side here. Since that's the case, there's no need for formalities, right? I guess what I'm saying is, we've been partners for a while now, but at this point, the issue doesn't really exist anymore. Zhao Lidong looked utterly baffled. Why was he talking in such riddles? What exactly happened? Rest assured, whatever it is, if you tell me, I'll understand. Li Dakong exhaled in relief. Your transfer here was arranged by Zhao Lichuan, but you can't take on a key position right now. I trust you understand that, right? Hearing this, Zhao Lidong felt an ominous foreboding. He'd only just been transferred over. Could it really be that coincidental that there was no position for him? Zhao Lidong's expression darkened, deeply worried that his very thoughts might come true. To put it bluntly, if that were the case, wouldn't it spell trouble? Noticing Zhao Lidong's grim expression, Li Dakong tried his best to reassure him. Before Li Dakong could speak, Zhao Lidong cut him off. Let me guess, Zhao Lighting said. You're going to tell me to drop this matter and not make a big deal out of it, right? But let's be clear, the decision on this matter isn't yours or mine. It rests with someone else entirely. Li Dakong understood that by someone else, Zhao Lighting was actually referring to Zhao Lichuan. Who dared to refuse Zhao Lichuan's face? Zhao Lidong intended to leverage this very point to make Li Dakong yield, at the very least securing himself a position of greater authority. But unexpectedly, Li Dakong showed no reaction whatsoever, seeming almost annoyed by his overly complicated schemes. In an instant, Zhao Lidong's expression darkened to the extreme. If you can't even grant me this modest request, that would be downright unfair. Surely you wouldn't do such a thing, would you? Li Dakong paused before speaking. This isn't something I can decide. Given how things stand, we can't afford to make too much of a fuss over this matter. It's true someone arranged for you to be assigned here, but that doesn't mean we have to accept you in the same manner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhao Lidong finally grasped the truth. Zhao Lichuan wasn't truly paving a path for him, he'd been building a dead end. In other words, this path was going to be incredibly difficult. Having already left the city, he now found himself in limbo. If this side couldn't accept him, all his problems would likely spiral out of control. Unable to return to his old post, yet unable to secure a new one, this left him utterly at the mercy of others. The thought darkened Zhao Lidong's face to a menacing shade, as if he could kill someone right then. Seeing him like this, Li Dakong could only try his best to persuade him. You can't think like that. You know the situation now. If everyone ends up in an awkward, embarrassing position, that would be a real problem, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Zhao Lidong's face twisted into an expression of utter despair. So you're saying I really have no other options? Is that how I should interpret this? Li Dakong paused before continuing. Why did you have to do something you shouldn't have? Why hasn't anyone else run into problems? Chapter 158, A Clear Understanding. Hearing this, Zhao Lidong looked utterly incredulous. What do you mean? So you're blaming me? That's ridiculous. You're being unfair. If you keep saying that, I'll have to argue with you properly. Zhao Lidong raised his voice, determined to get to the bottom of this. But unfortunately, Li Dakong didn't give him the chance. You need to think about whether you've done anything wrong. If you have, apologize. Don't wait until people's dissatisfaction with you skyrockets. By then, it'll be too late to apologize. Besides, bringing up Gao Qichun's situation like this, who doesn't know what you're thinking? Do you really think everyone else is stupid? In that instant, Zhao Lidong finally understood. What he intended as a single sentence had ended up revealing. Zhao Lidong was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He felt genuine regret. Why had he brought this up out of nowhere? But alas, regret came too late. If only time could truly wash away all traces, then things might be different. For a moment, Zhao Lidong fell silent. Seeing his expression, Li Dakong smiled. I know what you're thinking, but let me give you some advice. Life doesn't need all this messy baggage. Got that? You need to have your own moral compass to distinguish what should and shouldn't be done. Zhao Lidong never imagined Gao Qiqiang possessed such influence that he could manipulate Zhao Guoqiang into putting him in this predicament. Truthfully, this incident had little to do with Zhao Guoqiang, it was all Zhao Lidong's own doing. Had Zhao Guoqiang shown mercy, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Unfortunately, the world isn't built on what-ifs or endless possibilities. Zhao Lidong appeared utterly helpless, though this ordeal had taught him certain lessons. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang had learned of Zhao Lidong's predicament from Qi Tongwei and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. This was exactly how it should be. He wanted Zhao Lidong stuck in limbo, caught in the middle, suffering that unbearable agony. Otherwise, he might actually start believing he's the top dog. Zhao Guoqiang spoke, then pressed on with another matter. Keep an eye on Gao Shaoqin for me lately. I suspect she's handling certain matters behind our backs. Hearing this, he quickly nodded. Rest assured, I've been keeping a close eye on Gao Shaoqin. It's just that lately, I haven't been monitoring her movements as diligently as before. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly, sensing something was off. What do you mean, not as diligently as before? What exactly is going on? After a moment's hesitation, Qi Tongwei spoke up. Before, Gao Shaoqin would share what she knew every few days, but it's been several days now, and she hasn't said anything like that. I suspect something's off with Gao Shaoqin. In other words, she might be secretly in contact with certain people behind our backs, perhaps entrepreneurs from Zhao or American capitalists. Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened instantly. Got it. After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang immediately contacted the others. Zhao Guoqiang's thinking was straightforward: either get to the bottom of this matter completely, or pretend it never happened. Zhao Guoqiang's attitude proved just how outrageous Gao Shaoqin's behavior was. Sure enough, Zhao Guoqiang discovered the person Gao Shaoqin had been secretly contacting. It was Kishida Nagatake. How peculiar. Why would Gao Shaoqin be associating with this man? Was there some inevitable connection between them? Something was off. This didn't add up at all. Kishida Nagatake and Gao Shaoqin had nothing that should bring them together, yet why had they ended up together? Zhao Guoqiang simply couldn't make sense of it. He decided to have Gao Shaoqin summoned to him. Once she arrived, Zhao Guoqiang got straight to the point. Gao Shaoqin had assumed he wanted to discuss something else entirely, never expecting it would be about her contact with Kishida Nagatake. Gao Shaoqin's expression darkened. I knew it. You wouldn't come to me unless it was important. Looks like you only bother to summon me when it's a critical matter. That's right. I made contact with Kishida na Yukai. Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. These are turbulent times. Why did you suddenly contact him? What are you trying to achieve? What about Kishida Nagatake? Need I say more? Then explain how you think this situation should be handled. Gao Shaoqin paused to consider, then interjected. We only discussed cooperation on one aspect. We didn't delve deeply into other issues. Zhao Guoqiang laughed. You fool, do you even realize what Kishida is trying to use you for? He wants to use your investment to counterbalance me, forcing me into a dilemma where I dare not act. How could you not see even that? Hearing this, Gao Shaoqin froze instantly, her face filled with utter disbelief. She never imagined Kishida Nagatake had such deep motives. But she still forced herself to speak. I don't think that's possible. Things couldn't possibly escalate to that level. Besides, Xiaori doesn't have the strength anymore. How could he possibly go against us? Zhao Guoqiang watched Gao Shaoqin's expression and couldn't help but snort coldly. Poof. Only you would be so naive. Who else would be this naive? Anyway, I'm not going to get involved in all that. You'd better keep this in mind, or else if something goes wrong, you'll be in big trouble. In short, handle this matter yourself. Got it? Gao Shaoqin frowned slightly. I understand. Rest assured, I absolutely won't transfer those funds. I'll halt everything else too. Zhao Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction, saying little more on the matter. Gao Shaoqin's expression darkened to the extreme, her eyes blazing with fury. If that's the case, then what happens next is anyone's guess. Kishida Nagatake was still dreaming. In his eyes, even if Zhao Guoqiang was highly capable, he absolutely couldn't handle this situation. Unfortunately, his dream was cut short by a problem. Gao Shaoqin's call came through, leaving him utterly helpless. Kishida Nagatake said nervously. Didn't we already discuss this? Everything was settled. Why the sudden reversal? Do you realize how inappropriate this is? Upon hearing this, Gao Shaoqin fell silent for a moment but said nothing. The call ended abruptly. Kishida Nagatake couldn't help but shake his head. He couldn't quite grasp how his plan had unraveled like this. It was truly strange. Who could have seen through his plan? It was utterly unreasonable. How could someone be that capable? It was too strange. Chapter 159, Zhao Ruilong's downfall. Kishida Nagatake was utterly devastated. The meticulously crafted plan he'd spent so long devising had become completely useless in an instant. He was baffled by how things had spiraled into this mess, but no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong paced near the industrial park entrance, uncertain whether to enter. Should I go in or not? This situation feels off. Maybe I should just go in. As Zhao Ruilong pondered, Wang Hao happened to approach. Seeing his demeanor, Wang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Young Master Zhao, what brings you here? Why are you still standing around? Let's go inside and talk. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong quickly shook his head, then pulled Wang Hao aside. He wanted to share what was on his mind. No, nothing like that. I just wanted to ask what's Li Jing been up to lately. Wang Hao had long heard about the relationship between Zhao Ruilong and Li Jing, but hadn't expected it to be true. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, especially since Li Jing had always been cold toward Zhao Ruilong. He seems to be working on some research project lately, staying up late every night. If you want to see him, I can go get him for you. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong quickly shook his head, insisting it wasn't necessary. Yet deep down, he still yearned for a meeting. For a moment, Zhao Ruilong's expression grew somber. Seeing Zhao Ruilong like this, Wang Hao smiled and said, Young Master Zhao, I know what you're thinking. If you want to see Li Jing, I'll call him out for you. If you feel awkward, I can put in a good word for you. Rest assured, he'll understand, okay? Zhao Ruilong pondered it over and over, yet still shook his head inwardly. No need. This matter has nothing to do with me. Even if I called him out, it wouldn't accomplish anything. Is it really necessary? Let's just drop it. Zhao Ruilong sighed softly, turned, and walked away. He seemed a bit annoyed with himself. After getting in the car, he immediately called Li Fumei. Is Li Jing still a bit awkward with me? Li Fumei looked puzzled. Why bring this up now? Li Jing should be doing better lately, right? What's gotten into me? Zhao Ruilong hesitated, letting out another soft sigh. His unease was palpable, and Li Fumei sensed something was off. He was clearly hiding something, though she couldn't pinpoint what. After hanging up, Li Fumei thought for a moment and quickly reached out to Li Jing. Has anything happened between you and your dad lately? I get the feeling he wants to talk to you about something. Li Jing was clearly displeased, yet she forced herself to remain calm. Nothing happened. Everything's fine. He hasn't contacted me. Why are you suddenly asking me about this? Li Fumei recounted Zhao Ruilong's failed attempt to get admitted. Li Jing pursed his lips. Oh, it's just that? I thought it was something serious. If he wants to come over, then let him come. What's the point of overthinking it? I was worried he'd gotten himself into trouble again. He's such a grown man, yet he still causes you so much trouble. Li Fumei chuckled at the remark, finding Li Jing amusing at times. Still, she knew better than to speak so lightly about Zhao Ruilong. After all, he was this childless biological father. Saying things like that in front of me, I'll take it as mother-daughter banter. But remember, don't let a word of this reach his ears. Got it? He's already so calculating. If this gets back to him, I'm worried it'll cause unnecessary trouble. Remember that. Zhao Ruilong lingered, unwilling to leave. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Guoqiang summoned him directly to his office, staring at him with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say you had no father-son bond with Li Jing? Why the sudden desire to see him now? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Zhao Ruilong gave an awkward smile and couldn't help scratching his face. It's not quite like that. That child is still my blood, you know? Second uncle, do you think Li Jing embodies the spirit of our Zhao family in any way? Zhao Guoqiang thought carefully. He felt Li Jing was quite decent in many ways and nodded. The kid's got some good points. At least he's better than you were back then. His thinking keeps up with the times. Rest assured, he's under my watch, nothing will go wrong. But you need to resolve certain issues. Running away won't solve anything. Find time to explain everything clearly. Don't let this knot of worry linger in Li Jing's heart. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong nodded, indicating he'd taken it all in. Yet, while he agreed readily, that didn't mean he'd actually follow through. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruilong hadn't been idle these past few days. Uncle, I heard there's a new project coming up. Is that right? So what exactly is this new project? Don't worry, I'm just casually inquiring. I have no ulterior motives. What do you think? Zhao Guoqiang looked at him and told him not to waste his effort. The newly assigned task had absolutely nothing to do with him, and most of these new assignments were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong grew even more excited, feeling compelled to get to the bottom of it. So they chatted casually about it for a while, and Zhao Guoqiang decided to just come out and say what he meant. Truth is, he began, your father told me not to involve you in so many matters. Of course, he never said I couldn't tell you this. I'm letting you in on it now, but don't say I told you. While the two were talking, Zhao Lichuan unexpectedly called Li Fumei back, something she'd never done before. After she sat down, Zhao Lichuan paused before speaking. I hear your career has flourished these past years. How will you handle matters with Ruelong? He's too old now. I won't stand in your way. You two can handle things however you see fit.
I mean what I say, I won't interfere. For a moment, Li Fumei found Zhao Lichuan's attitude somewhat surprising. This is the first time I've seen you take such a stance, she remarked.
But since you've spoken, I suppose everything can be discussed.
You needn't worry about my relationship with Zhao Ruelong. However, there's one thing I must remind you. Zhao Ruelong has frequently discussed business with entrepreneurs from Zhao.
Zhao Lichuan's expression darkened.
It seemed Zhao Ruelong hadn't taken Zhao Guoqiang's words seriously.
Despite repeated warnings against doing business with Zhao, why couldn't this man keep it in mind? Chapter 160, The Desired Outcome.
Zhao Lichuan paused before speaking.
After considering it, I think it's best not to let Guoqiang know about this matter.
I'm concerned it might affect their uncle-nephew relationship.
Li Fumei nodded.
Zhao Lichuan then handed her a phone. Li Fumei smiled faintly. The approval document that had troubled her company for so long could be resolved with this call.
After thanking Zhao Lichuan, Li Fumei left immediately. Zhao Lichuan's face remained grim. He simply couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point. Now both sides were left in an awkward position. But since it was already done, what should be done next?
Zhao Lichuan stared into the distance with a deep, pensive gaze, remaining silent for a long while. Zhao Ruelong was now completely at this woman's mercy. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lichuan suddenly recalled something else.
Zhao Guoqiang must have known about these developments, right? Then why hadn't Zhao Guoqiang made a move?
After careful deliberation, Zhao Lichuan sensed that these matters were far more complex than he had initially considered.
In an instant, his attitude toward the matter underwent a dramatic shift.
Meanwhile, Su Jiang sat with his legs crossed, looking at Zhao Lidong across from him.
You're a high-ranking official, sir. Asking me for help, isn't that putting me, a mere nobody, in an awkward position? Besides, if word got out, people would think I was being ungrateful, like I'd forgotten my benefactor?
Su Jiang spoke with a mocking smile.
Zhao Lidong sighed. Enough. Why all this talk? Things have already come to this point. What's the use of continuing? Why act like this?
I know you must hate me right now, blaming me for handing over all the projects that should have been yours.
But I was in a tough spot back then. Please try to understand. Things are different now.
The situation is urgent. We need to come up with a plan, or sooner or later, we'll end up as someone else's prey.
Hearing this, Su Jiang frowned. An uneasy look spread across Su Jiang's face. But soon, Su Jiang had an idea. Interesting. So what kind of countermeasure do you have in mind?
The little problem has already been resolved.
What else could you possibly want?
Zhao Lidong narrowed his eyes as he voiced his thoughts. Just then, Gao Qixiang arrived to deliver something, but unexpectedly overheard their entire conversation. His expression changed instantly.
He never imagined the two were actually considering opposing Zhao Guoqiang. Gao Qixiang was stunned and found it hard to believe. Seriously, had they been plotting this for a long time?
Just then, Su Lei, Su Jiang's son, arrived.
Spotting Gao Qixiang eavesdropping, he immediately dragged him before the two men. Gao Qixiang looked utterly embarrassed, yet he still forced himself to keep up appearances. Gentlemen, I didn't hear a thing just now. I didn't notice anything at all. Hearing this, Su Jiang gave a cold smile.
Old Gao, you're being a bit shady here.
I treat you as a friend, yet you dare eavesdrop on our conversation? Spill it. Why were you eavesdropping?
Seeing Su Jiang's sudden change in demeanor, Gao Qixiang was momentarily at a loss for words, managing only an awkward chuckle.
Zhao Lidong stepped in to play peacemaker. Xiao Su, this isn't the way to handle things. It might have been an unintentional mistake. Sit down, I have something I'd like to ask you.
Gao Qixiang immediately sat down, his face tense, while Su Jiang pressed further.
What good does making him sit down do? It's already generous not to kick him out. Zhao Lidong frowned. You can't talk like that. He's showing us face now, isn't he? Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Su, we should try to understand him better instead of bickering like this, right? Su Jiang nodded and quickly sat down, sensing Zhao Lidong was forming an idea. Gao Qixiang, observing the two, sensed something was off.
For some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that they were plotting against him. Zhao Lidong paused before speaking.
Let's talk. I know there's a lot you're aware of. Why didn't you tell us about your relationship with Zhao Guoqiang?
You almost made me commit a grave mistake.
Spill it. Gao Qixiang looked utterly bewildered. I have absolutely no connection to him. That's the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Mr. Su. We barely even know each other. Hearing Gao Qixiang repeat the same line, Zhao Lidong nodded warily. Fine, I'll take your word for it. But tell me, do you really think this is the right way to handle things? Gao Qixiang was even more confused. Just say what you need.
I'll do my best to assist you both, but if it's too difficult, there's nothing I can do.
Zhao Lidong smiled.
What I mean is, you go find Zhao Guoqiang and get him to spill everything about the Xinhai New District project. Then, Su Jiang, you, and me, the three of us will take over the new district.
The profits behind this are limitless.
If you're serious, we start immediately.
Don't delay, it won't benefit anyone. Got it?
Hearing this, Gao Qixiang nodded in understanding. However, Gao Qixiang admittedly fell short when it came to finding the right people.
Meanwhile, Su Jiang offered a reminder. You can't handle this yourself. You must have your sister handle it.
Gao Qixiang nodded in response.
Got it. I'll contact my sister right away. Just remember, we'll have to split the money evenly when the time comes. Gao Qixiang said half-jokingly before walking away. He hadn't realized how rosy these two were painting the future. If they could secure the new district, what a huge piece of the pie that would be. It must be said, these two were far too naive.
Gao Qixiang shook his head and turned to leave.
Gao Qilan received the news quickly. Gao Qixiang had actually asked her to inquire about the new district. Bro, you're not serious, right? I'm just a regular worker now. You can't be joking with me like this.
I'm close with Chairman Zhao, but that doesn't mean I can ask about this stuff.
It's classified information.
I'm really sorry, but I can't help you. Let me give you some advice. You'd be wise not to pry into these matters either.
If anything goes wrong, no one will be able to protect us.
With that, Gao Qilan turned to return to work.
But Gao Qiqian wouldn't let it go. You can't talk like that.
Things have come this far, we need closure.
Do you just want to watch our family stay like this forever? Just help me this once. Hurry up and go. Chapter 161, Seeking Help.
Gao Qilan had no idea how to broach the subject with Zhao Guoqiang. Just thinking about it made her tongue-tied, let alone actually saying it out loud. But her brother had pleaded with her. After finally mustering the courage to speak up, she couldn't just walk away. So Gao Qilan steeled herself to seek out Zhao Guoqiang, determined to get to the bottom of things. Whether he was willing to tell her was another matter entirely. Zhao Guoqiang was busy when he received news of Gao Qi's arrival, finding it somewhat peculiar. Yet he promptly had her summoned inside. Upon entering, Gao Qilan forced a smile at Zhao Guoqiang. I never imagined you looked like this when you're working.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. This is pretty much my usual state. How come you have time to drop by today? Need any help with something?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Gao Qilan nodded.
But then she didn't know how to voice it. Gao Qilan opened her mouth, only to close it again.
Seeing Gao Qilan like this, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but find it amusing.
It's fine. Just say what's on your mind.
You're already here, so there's no need to overthink it.
Rest assured, if it's something I can handle, I'll definitely help you.
After a moment's thought, Gao Qilan explained the situation.
As he listened, Zhao Guoqiang's brow furrowed.
He hadn't expected Gao Qixiang and the others to send Gao Qilan to inquire about this matter. This development caught him off guard. Yet Gao Qilan's presence itself signaled the gravity of the situation. Evidently, they understood her standing in his eyes.
With that realization, Zhao Guoqiang asked directly.
So, do you want to help your brother?
I know you've tried to persuade him, but he hasn't agreed, right? Gao Qilan nodded immediately. As long as Zhao Guoqiang hadn't misunderstood, that was sufficient.
To spare Gao Qilan from awkward explanations, Zhao Guoqiang offered a piece of information.
The development of the new district has nothing to do with anyone. Just remember that.
Hearing this, Gao Qilan's face registered utter bewilderment, as if she couldn't grasp how the new district's construction could possibly mean that.
However, Wang Hao entered at that moment.
It seemed Zhao Guoqiang was about to get busy. Gao Qilan said no more, quickly stood up and prepared to leave. Zhao Guoqiang wanted to say more, but she was already gone.
What happened? Why did he suddenly come in? Hearing this, Wang Hao nervously placed the documents he was holding on the desk.
Zhao Guoqiang looked puzzled, glancing at him before finally catching on. It was Kishida Nagate's business application. He intended to establish a company here. And this company was going to compete directly with Zhao Guoqiang. Zhao Guoqiang was puzzled.
What the hell was this all about? In an instant, Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. What the hell is Kishida Nagate playing at? Doesn't he know that once we enter a competitive relationship, I won't give him any leeway whatsoever? Seems this guy has absolutely no clue about the situation. Interesting.
Upon hearing this, Wang Hao decided to address the issue and spoke up. Chairman, since Kishida Nagate wants to use this opportunity to settle matters, it's simple. I'll deal with him first. Zhao Guoqiang glanced at Wang Hao and shook his head.
It's unnecessary. Taking him down won't achieve anything substantial. This matter can't be handled that way.
Besides, we know Kishida's situation well. This guy is definitely trying to send some kind of message.
Zhao Guoqiang spoke, suspecting Kishida was deliberately establishing connections with certain individuals.
If that were the case, the outcome would be far from favorable. After a pause, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. You don't need to get involved in this matter.
I'll arrange for someone else to handle it.
Suffice it to say, Kishida Nagate's attempt to bring his company in won't be that straightforward. Zhao Guoqiang personally assigned personnel to handle the matter. Things had calmed down over the past couple of days, yet it still felt unsettled. For the time being, Zhao Guoqiang still faced a mountain of problems.
Fortunately, Su Zhanshu had returned, though Zhao Guoqiang seemed somewhat displeased. What's going on? Your chairman Zhao, what kind of trouble has gotten you into this state?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and looked at Su Zhanshu with a puzzled expression.
How did you suddenly come back?
Hearing this, Su Zhanshu smiled.
Chairman Zhao, you haven't forgotten the news you mentioned just a couple days ago, have you? Didn't you say your latest battle armor research was about to be deployed?
I came here relying on my old face to beg you for help. We need to prepare for large-scale war now. You know many countries are looking for trouble with us, so we must find a way to handle this. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. He hadn't given this issue much concrete thought. Especially regarding equipment allocation, it had been ages since he'd focused on that area. After careful thought, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. So you're requesting priority allocation of weapons and equipment. But then, do the others know about this? To put it bluntly, if young Dinghua and the others found out, they'd be furious. Besides, they've been busy with equipment matters lately. I'm afraid I can't agree to this right away. Hearing this, Su Zhanshu's expression immediately darkened. He grabbed Zhao Guoqiang's arm. Chairman Zhao, I said, you can't show such favoritism just because they've been working. If it's really impossible, assign us some tasks too. I guarantee we'll complete them even better than they did. Haven't we been waiting our turn for these assignments? Rest assured, I'll handle old Yang's situation for you. I'll make sure he doesn't blow this out of proportion. How does that sound? Zhao Guoqiang considered it for a moment. He felt Su Zhanshu seemed fairly reliable, so he agreed outright. Su Zhanshu wasted no time, heading straight to young Dinghua to convey the message. Hey, old Yang, we've known each other for years. You don't need to fight me so fiercely over a piece of equipment, right? This time, let me get it first. You can get yours later. We'll stagger the timing. What do you say? At this, young Dinghua's face darkened instantly. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Are you kidding me? My soldiers have been waiting for ages. You suddenly tell them they can't get priority equipment? Who's going to stand for that? Su, you haven't already coordinated this with Chairman Zhao, have you? You're here to deliver his orders, right? Hearing this, Su Zhanshu hastily shook his head, insisting there was no such thing and telling him not to slander him. Chapter 162, Two Stubborn Ones. Yang Dinghua knew Su Zhanshu all too well. This guy had screwed him over before, so there was no doubt he'd already made a deal with Zhao Guoqiang. His temper flared instantly. I treated you like a good brother, but you can't screw me over like this. How am I supposed to explain this to my people? Su Zhanshu had lost patience too. He bluntly suggested they settle this according to their old ways. So the two headed straight to the boxing gym. Those training there froze in shock. Who would have thought these two hotheads would resort to settling things with fists? Spectators immediately gathered around, and young Dinghua showed no sign of nervousness on his home turf. Everyone, today Commander Su suddenly told me we'll be handling weapons and equipment from now on. Don't you think that's bullying us? How could I possibly agree to that? At this, the entire crowd erupted in a chorus of no. Su Zhanshu calmly strapped on his gloves, a faint smile playing on his lips. Old Yang, don't play games. Sure, this is your turf, but you can't just rely on numbers. That won't work. If you lose, I'll be the first to equip those weapons. Hearing this, the crowd began cheering for Yang Dinghua, urging him to take Su Zhanshu down quickly. Su Zhanshu remained completely unruffled. He understood young Dinghua's strategy, so he just needed to pay a little attention during the fight. Nothing else mattered. The two touched gloves and began their match. Surprisingly, despite their age, their boxing skills held their own against any young fighter. Their exchange was back and forth, and it must be said, the two were quite entertaining. After a long while of fighting, neither could gain the upper hand. After all, this wasn't a playful sparring session to truly determine a winner, something would have to be sacrificed. Just as the fight was heating up, someone unexpectedly began clapping. Those fists are so hard, why aren't you clapping? They're putting on quite a show. Give them some applause. Hearing this, both fighters' expressions changed. They turned to see the chief of the general staff, Wang Chenghui. You two come to my office. With that, Wang Chenghui turned and walked away. The two men stood there, utterly embarrassed. They hadn't expected to draw his attention. But since he'd spoken, they had no choice but to hurry to his office. Once inside the office, Wang Chenghui looked at them and was utterly speechless. I want to ask you too, what the hell is going on here? What kind of tricks are you playing? Besides, since when did equipment distribution fall under Zhao Guoqiang's jurisdiction? All equipment has always been handled by me. Are you two trying to stage a rebellion, or do you think I shouldn't exist? Hearing this, the two hurriedly explained they had no such intentions and begged the old commander not to take it to heart. But Wang Chenghui seized the opportunity to give them a thorough dressing down, finally leaving them thoroughly subdued before letting it go. After dismissing them, Wang Chenghui specifically called Zhao Guoqiang. You know what? Those two actually tried to pull that martial arts competition nonsense behind my back. Alright, it's about time you brought out your equipment.
If you keep dragging your feet, everyone's patience is running thin.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
Honestly, I didn't expect those two to have such stamina.
At their age, they still volunteered to spar with each other.
It just goes to show that this training is working, right? Wang Changhui gave a wry smile at Zhao Guoqiang's remark. Enough, Chairman Zhao. When are you going to handle this matter? Wang Changhui seemed genuinely anxious.
Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment before speaking. Regarding the equipment, since you've stated it must be uniformly distributed by you, it naturally falls to you.
But don't play favorites, I don't want people coming back to complain about me.
Hearing this, Wang Changhui chuckled. If you can't trust anyone else, you should at least trust me.
When have I ever caused you trouble?
Zhao Guoqiang nodded, pulling out his notebook to flip through instances of Wang Changhui causing trouble for him. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang was serious about this, Wang Changhui quickly pleaded for mercy.
Alright, why are you acting like a child? Enjoying digging up old dirt? We've settled this. We'll do it your way. Don't drag your feet on this. If we keep stalling, our equipment won't be in place. Problems are bound to arise then.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded reassuringly. Then, Zhao Guoliang had his men dispose of as many weapons as possible, handing them all over to Wang Changhui to handle.
He wouldn't be responsible for any remaining issues. But after hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang was met with another unexpected turn of events.
A set of data within that weapons shipment had been leaked. Prince Minyahan had successfully intercepted it, preventing the buyer from taking the data away. Chairman Zhao, you were far too careless.
Zhao Guoqiang's face darkened considerably.
This scenario had never crossed his mind.
Who could possess such audacity to steal his weapons data?
This individual clearly had considerable capability. Zhao Guoqiang reasoned that such audacity must involve something core, though exactly what that something was, he wasn't entirely sure. He quietly suppressed the incident, biding his time until the perpetrator slipped up. A sudden wave of personnel appointments and dismissals swept through the Jingshan Industrial Park.
Among those most unsettled was a man named Li Kaiwan. He even pulled strings to invite Zhao Ruilong to dinner, clearly anxious about the possibility of being transferred away. Young Master Zhao, this matter will require your assistance.
It would be best if my name didn't appear on that list. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong chuckled and patted his shoulder.
Don't worry, old Li. You've done me many favors, and I won't stand idly by. But I am curious, why did your company suddenly propose this appointment list? Didn't we always review these beforehand?
Now we're skipping that step entirely. Li Kaiwan glanced around cautiously before speaking.
Not exactly.
I found out through a friend, and it's highly likely my name is on that list. I'm just preparing for the worst. Just as he was about to gloat, the door burst open.
Zhao Guoqiang appeared at the entrance with his men.
What a fine example of preparing for the future.
Is that really how you use that phrase?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Li Saiwan's face instantly paled, and she couldn't help but swallow hard.
Chairman Zhao, what brings you here?
Zhao Guoqiang walked over, pulled out a chair, sat down, and gave a cold smile.
Spill it. What have you been up to? No lying. Chapter 163, Data Leak.
Hearing this, Li Saiwan's expression also changed. She hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so concerned about this matter.
But after thinking for a long time, instead of offering an explanation, she resorted to making excuses. Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, waiting to hear his excuses.
Just as Li Kaiwan was about to speak, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly asked.
Oh, and I heard you recently started dating someone new, right?
And this girlfriend comes from a well-off family.
Have you ever considered your computer might have been infected with a virus? Think about it.
Hearing this, Li Kaiwan looked puzzled, then suddenly smiled, a smile tinged with sarcasm.
Chairman, surely you don't suspect my girlfriend?
As you said, her family is well off, she wouldn't stoop to stealing data. As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang snapped his fingers, signaling someone to bring in the person.
Li Saiwan's expression shifted from calm to urgency, and he hurried over. Rue, tell the truth right now. Don't let Chairman Zhao misunderstand.
Did you touch those data files?
Let me make this clear, this concerns your life.
If you don't tell the truth, no one can save you.
Got it?
Watching the two of them, Zhao Guoqiang found the whole scene utterly ridiculous.
Your girlfriend claims to be Fong Siru, supposedly educated abroad, but her real name is Luo Jiatan.
He was trained abroad, not through academic study, but as a specialist sent by the company to steal.
And he hasn't just stolen secrets from you once, got it?
Li Saiwan's face twisted in disbelief as he shook his head violently, struggling to accept this revelation.
Zhao Guoqiang watched his reaction with a cold smile. Enough. The evidence is irrefutable. You two should say your goodbyes now. You'll never see each other again in this lifetime. Got that? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Li Kaiwan tried to speak.
But the next moment, Zhao Guoliang's men shoved him, dragging him straight to the outskirts. Wang Hao watched them coldly. Per protocol, anyone caught stealing data faces the death penalty. You two may say your goodbyes, but you have exactly 2 minutes.
Once the farewell is over, we'll proceed.
Li Kaiwan, her head bowed, slowly shuffled over to Fong Sirui's side and exchanged a few half-hearted words. Zhao Guoqiang watched the scene coldly from inside the car.
Feeling they'd said enough, Su Zhong walked over. Alright, no need to be so sad. The situation is what it is.
You stole data that could have killed countless people.
So your fates are only fair. Smile.
Li Kaiwan pushed Su Zhong away in fury, drew a pistol from her coat, and pointed it at him.
Zhao Guoqiang, don't think I don't know who you sold the weapons to. Do you really believe that bastard Minyahan would ever listen to you? You're too naive. He'll definitely screw you over. If you won't let me live, then I have no choice. We'll all go down together.
As he spoke, Zhao Guoqiang actually rolled down the car window. Li Kaiwan lunged forward, pressing the gun against Zhao Guoqiang. But the others remained completely unflustered.
Li Kaiwan swallowed hard. Don't do anything rash. Let them go immediately. We're about to get married.
I'm warning you, Zhao Guoqiang.
Don't push things too far.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
What if I do take things too far? What can you do about it? Go ahead and shoot. Su Zhong froze, stunned. Was Zhao Guoqiang really playing this game?
But seeing the others so calm, Su Jiang sensed something was definitely off.
He dared not speak up. Li Kaiwan, completely oblivious to the danger, actually pulled the trigger.
Wang Hao pried her hand open, snatched the pistol away, and the bullet didn't fire as expected. Li Kaiwan stared in utter disbelief, as if struck by lightning.
When did you guys remove the bullets? Li Kaiwan was utterly flustered.
That they could pull this off without her noticing left her speechless. Zhao Guoqiang pushed open the car door and stepped out, glaring coldly at Li Kaiwan.
This was merely a test for you. Had you not fired, I might have spared your life. I considered your past service to me. But now it's different. For the sake of a woman, you were prepared to go this far.
I may be able to tolerate you, but others certainly won't.
Wouldn't you agree?
Li Kaiwan tried to speak, but Wang Hao clamped his hand over her mouth. The next moment, both he and Feng Sirui were shoved into a pit and buried alive.
After the deed was done, Su Jiang stood beside Zhao Guoqiang. Chairman, the matter is settled. Is there anything else you require of me?
Zhao Guoqiang shook his head.
You've worked hard tonight. If not for you, we'd probably still be pulling overtime. Have your men withdraw. Things should be quiet for the time being.
Su Jiang nodded, exchanged a few polite words, and immediately led his team away.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned.
It seemed he'd have to rebuild the database from scratch. Otherwise, his data would inevitably be stolen clean someday. On his way back, Su Jiang couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Guoqiang's demeanor. It was pure top-tier boss vibes. Now that's the kind of presence a real big shot should have. If I could ever become that kind of big shot, it would be worth it.
Su Jiang was still musing when his phone rang.
He answered promptly. To his surprise, only a cacophony of noise came through the line. After asking repeatedly with no response, he simply hung up.
Su Jiang never imagined that Su Lei had already been apprehended.
That call had been Su Lei's desperate plea for help.
We were curious, was that your own father? How could he be so unconcerned about your situation?
Hearing this, Su Lei felt like he could crawl out of his skin and fight the person on the other end.
But then again, he was also puzzled why hadn't Su Jiang listened more carefully to his voice?
The other person chuckled and patted Su Lei's head.
Don't worry, we won't kill you outright. We just want your old man to hand over by Jinhan.
Back in the day, he didn't hesitate to send us packing.
Now it's payback time. Got it?
Su Lei seethed inwardly. So his enemies had come calling. But he was also puzzled. Didn't these people know how powerful Su Jiang had become over the years? Before he could finish the thought, a wine bottle smashed into his head. Su Lei nearly passed out, gritting his teeth to endure the pain. After all, escape was impossible. Now how else would he be at their mercy? At that thought, Su Lei desperately hoped Su Jiang would discover his disappearance soon. Otherwise, who knew how much more torment he'd endure? Su Jiang remained oblivious to the problem. Not until the next morning. Chapter 164, Enemies Come Calling. Su Jiang realized his son hadn't returned home. Only then did he grasp the situation, frantically calling Wang Hao. Something's wrong, Secretary Wang. My son's gone. Could they be after me? Wang Hao frowned and thought. Don't panic. I'll speak with the leadership about this matter and see what advice they offer. Rest assured, nothing will go wrong here. Su Jiang nodded, pinning all his hopes on Zhao Guoqiang. As long as he was willing to help, everything would be fine. Come dinner time, Wang Hao hesitated. Zhao Guoqiang had been quite busy these past few days. Zhao Guoqiang sensed Wang Hao had something to discuss. Zhao Guoqiang pushed the milk away. Spit it out. What's going on? You're being so evasive, it's making me uncomfortable. What's the deal? Wang Hao hesitated briefly before explaining the situation. Su Lei, Su Jiang's son, didn't come home yesterday. He suspects it was orchestrated by the people behind Feng Sirui and Li Kaiwan. He wants you to help investigate. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this simple. Got it. Have Qi Tongwei handle this matter for me. Wang Hao hesitated, but quickly added. I'm afraid even Director Qi might struggle to handle this.
Su Jiang must be quite anxious, and I suspect his enemies are behind it.
Besides, he's made plenty of enemies over the years. People like him who live by the sword never plan for a way out. Getting payback now is only natural.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but frown.
Then gather 3 reliable men.
We'll go find someone. Wang Hao nodded eagerly at Zhao Guoqiang's suggestion.
After stepping outside, he sent a message informing Su Jiang that Zhao Guoqiang had gotten involved, telling him not to worry so much. Wang Hao selected 3 capable special forces operatives, swapped vehicles with Zhao Guoqiang, and they set out.
During the drive, Zhao Guoqiang distributed weapons among the group. Be careful out there. We might be dealing with desperate criminals.
If necessary, protect yourselves first before worrying about anything else.
Got it? All nodded.
Wang Hao also took a weapon after all, he'd served in the military before. Handling this kind of minor situation was a piece of cake for him.
Zhao Guoqiang had already confirmed Su Lei's location, so they headed straight there.
When Zhao Guoqiang and his group arrived, Su Lei was still being held captive. The poor guy had been beaten all night. Zhao Guoqiang and his men strode in unabashedly. The kidnappers froze in shock, scrambling to their feet and drawing their knives.
What do you want? Back off. Are you here on Su Jiang's orders? We're warning you, Su Jiang got us locked up.
Bring at least 20 million to ransom his son, or else he'll be cursed with no descendants.
Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and sat down beside him. Honestly, it was perfectly normal for Su Jiang to pull something like this.
After all, what he needed was a pledge of loyalty.
Why bother nitpicking with these guys?
Zhao Guoqiang paused before speaking.
Looks like you really do have a grudge against Su Jiang.
But then again, if you hate him so much, why not go after him directly?
Why target Su Lei instead? Are you afraid of him?
Hearing this, the men grew even more furious, itching to fight Zhao Guoqiang. Wang Hao watched them, his smile cold.
You lot really don't know when to quit. This is Chairman Zhao we're talking about.
At this, their expressions immediately changed. They hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to come to the rescue, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. But then they remembered the 20 million yuan they were about to get their hands on, and their anger flared up again. So what if it's Zhao Guoqiang? Without that 20 million, nothing is negotiable. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't expected these young punks to be so stubborn, charging straight at him. Zhao Guoqiang slapped the shoulder of one of his men. The special forces soldiers pounced instantly.
Moments later, all of them were lying on the ground.
Zhao Guoqiang walked over and pressed his foot down on one of their faces.
If you want to mess with me, you'd better have the guts to back it up.
Otherwise, you'll always be nothing but a lowlife punk.
Got it? Since you're enemies of Su Jiang, is your boss named Luo Hu?
Hearing this, surprise flashed across their faces.
They thought to themselves, that's not what we told them. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh.
Don't worry, no one will say you ratted him out.
But you guys really have some nerve, aren't you afraid Su Jiang will come after your families?
They'd acted on impulse, but now that they'd cooled down, that very worry gnawed at them. Zhao Guoqiang turned his gaze toward the doorway as Su Jiang appeared, his face twisted in a cold sneer.
You bastards actually dared to lay a hand on my son? You really don't know when to quit. If it weren't for the chairman's intervention, I'd have been forced to cough up 20 million yuan to you scoundrels. Now that you're in my hands, how do you want to die? Rest assured, I'll give you a proper send-off.
I know the rules: no harming wives, children, or parents. The group had barely caught their breath when Su Jiang's tone shifted abruptly. But you didn't follow the code of the underworld. You laid hands on my child. So, since that's the case, do I really need to be so polite with you anymore? Hearing this, the men panicked and turned to Zhao Guoqiang for help. As if he hadn't heard them, he told Su Jiang to handle it as he saw fit.
Moments later, after Su Jiang had settled the matter, he discovered Zhao Guoqiang had already left. Su Jiang still felt a lingering resentment.
After all, Luo Hu and his crew were utterly despicable.
Damn it, these bastards dared to lay a hand on my son? Then it's war.
I'll make them pay. Su Jiang immediately rallied all his men. He had to fight Luo Hu this time, otherwise, they'd think he was easy to push around.
His underlings dared not argue and could only follow Su Jiang's orders, engaging Luo Hu's crew.
But this situation left Chi Tongwei in a tough spot, as his mission was to maintain peace on this side.
Chi Tongwei found himself in a real bind.
The main problem was that the location of the fight was unpredictable. Finally, with no other options left, Chi Tongwei summoned both Luo Hu and Su Jiang. What the hell are you two playing at? You're both big shots in this world. Is it really necessary to escalate things like this? I'm giving you a choice: either shake hands and make peace, or I'll arrest every last one of you.
Got it?
Seeing Chi Tongwei's anger, Su Jiang quickly interjected.
This isn't my fault. Chapter 165, not your fault, mine? Hearing Su Jiang's words, Luo Hu grew anxious.
Commissioner Chi, don't listen to that bastard Su Jiang spouting nonsense. That guy is a total scammer. He's never followed any code of honor.
Chi Tongwei slammed his fist on the table. What's there to argue about? Neither of you are any good. I'm warning you both, this has blown way out of proportion. You two better come up with a solution right now. Otherwise, I'll have you both arrested and thrown in jail. Luo Hu felt a surge of anxiety, but upon reflection, wasn't Chi Tongwei just shifting blame? Su Jiang was in the wrong too, why should only he get arrested? Luo Hu finally relaxed, letting out a cold chuckle. Director Chi, this isn't how things are done, is it? If you want to make arrests, shouldn't you take both of us? Su Jiang stood up. Old Luo, this world isn't as simple as you think it is. You'd better behave yourself and not stir up trouble. You've barely gotten out of this mess. Just play along. If you stir up trouble, it won't be good for anyone. You agree, right? Luo Hu grew even angrier at these words, but before he could respond, Chi Tongwei snapped at him. I told you both I'd handle your issues. Why are you still looking for trouble? From now on, you keep your mouth shut. You two sort out your issues immediately, or I'll start making arrests tonight. With that, Chi Tongwei turned and walked away, paying them no further attention. After all, these two still had some standing. If not for their role in maintaining stability, Chi Tongwei wouldn't have treated them with any courtesy at all. Besides, with Zhao Guoqiang backing Su Jiang, Chi Tongwei couldn't just arrest someone outright. Besides, if he only arrested Luo Hu, it wouldn't be easy to explain or convince anyone. It was either arrest no one, or arrest them all. Watching Chi Tongwei walk away, the two men exchanged glances. Su Jiang took a sip of tea. Old Luo, you really crossed the line this time. We've said it before, you can't touch our own people. Why can't you ever keep that in mind? If you keep this up, I'll have to have a chat with your son later. Hearing this, Luo Hu instantly grew flustered. Su Jiang, let's keep things separate. Why would you want to talk to my son? I'm warning you, my son's studying abroad. He's doing just fine. Don't mess with him, or I'll take this to the bitter end. Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. Alright, why are you so nervous? I know you're worried about your son. Here's the deal, just kowtow and apologize to me, and everything will be fine. How about it? Luo Hu hadn't expected Su Jiang to say this. After all, he was a big shot in the underworld. Luo Hu steeled himself, but remembering Su Jiang's ruthless methods, he sighed and knelt before him. Watching his pathetic display, Su Jiang patted him on the head. Everyone says you're the stronger of us two big brothers in the underworld, but now it seems you're not so strong after all. With that, Su Jiang shrugged his shoulders and turned to leave. Luo Hu's face darkened considerably. He never imagined things would escalate to this point. Still, he should count himself lucky that Su Jiang hadn't made things worse for him. Otherwise, Luo Hu couldn't guarantee he'd even be able to stand now. After settling the matter, Su Jiang promptly called Wang Hao to report the incident to Zhao Guoqiang. Wang Hao merely smiled. Alright, the chairman's already aware. No need for further updates. Just remember to be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded quickly, signaling he'd taken it all to heart. Wang Hao didn't waste any more words. After hanging up, he headed back to attend a meeting. Meanwhile, during the days Zhao Guoqiang was helping resolve the issue, Cheng Cheng also ran into trouble. Mr. Mao, I really can't drink. Mao Wenping, the owner of Yinhai Construction, heard this and looked a bit displeased. I told you, just call me Brother Mao. Don't call me Mr. Mao. Cheng Cheng, with your looks, how could you possibly be single? I mean, no offense, I just want to set you up with someone. That way, we can strengthen the cooperation between our two companies. What do you think? Rest assured, I can handle most matters concerning the construction group. With me around, why would you worry about others causing trouble? Of course, you should know how to behave. What's a little drinking? The more he listened, the more uneasy he felt. Cheng Cheng's expression had already turned grim. I never imagined Mao Wenping would dare to make a move. Show some respect. You've already upset me. What do you think you're doing? Mao Wenping gave a cold laugh. I don't want anything. I just want to remind you that if you make me happy, anything can be arranged. Don't think that just because you have leaders backing you with the construction group, I can't spread rumors. No one will dare give you projects if I let word get out. So I advise you to play nice. Everything can be negotiated. But if you don't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cheng Cheng suppressed the rage boiling inside him. So by your logic, I have no choice but to give you face, right? Then tell me, what will it take for you to drop this? Mao Wenping didn't beat around the bush. He pulled out a room key and pushed it across the table. I've booked a room for a month. If you play along and keep me company, we'll be fine. But if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for what happens. How about it? Cheng Cheng gave a cold laugh. I'll go think it over. With that, Cheng Cheng turned and walked away. Back home, Cheng Cheng was furious, but she couldn't discuss this with Uncle Tai. So she dialed Zhao Guoqiang's number instead. Someone's picking on me. Are you going to do anything about it? With just those words, she hung up. Zhao Guoqiang looked utterly bewildered, but upon hearing that Cheng Cheng had been bullied, his expression darkened considerably. So I had someone look into it and found out it was Mao Wenping hosting the dinner tonight. That means the problem definitely lies with this guy. Wang Hao, you need to immediately revoke all approvals for Yinhai Construction. Give him a taste of his own medicine.
Also, freeze every account that needs freezing.
Zhao Guoqiang's move was quite bold.
When Mao Wenping got the news, he was stunned. After asking around for ages, it was a classmate who finally told him.
I advise you not to waste your efforts. You've definitely crossed someone powerful this time. They're waiting for you to come apologize. You'd better hurry up and do it.
And this is information from above, they're targeting you.
Hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Mao Wenping's brow.
Damn it, I never imagined this woman could be so ruthless. Though he spoke these words, Mao Wenping proactively sought out Cheng Chang to apologize.
To his surprise, Cheng Chang refused to give him any face. Su Jiang is looking for you.
Go apologize to him.
Chapter 166, You're quite the one. Mao Wenping's face instantly darkened.
He hadn't expected Cheng Chang to say that, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words.
To Cheng Chang, Mao Wenping's expression looked utterly ridiculous. She gave a cold laugh. What's the matter? Didn't you think about today when you said those things back then? Don't worry, Su Jiang won't treat you too badly. Just go quietly. No matter what happens, Su Jiang will at least give you some face. Mao Wenping swallowed hard, staring at Cheng Chang. You're not seriously considering going all out, are you? I'm warning you, this isn't a joke. If you insist on pushing things to the limit, I won't stop you. But then, see if anyone will ever work with you again. We can talk this out. There's no need to go this far. Cheng Chang didn't waste words with him, turning and walking away. Mao Wenping was suddenly overcome with panic. Just then, shareholders began calling him incessantly, demanding answers.
Our stocks and funds are all frozen.
What the hell are you doing? I'm giving you time, you need to resolve this immediately.
This is causing us too much damage.
We absolutely can't let it go on like this. Do you hear me? Mao Wenping's face darkened.
Hearing the shareholders' demands, his anger boiled over.
I know, it's just this little thing, right? Don't worry, I'll handle this situation myself. Just stop nagging me. Mao Wenping hung up the phone.
It seemed his only option left was to find Su Jiang.
No choice. He'd just have to bite the bullet and go. Mao Wenping instructed the driver to head to Su Jiang's Buckingham residence.
As they neared the destination, he momentarily lost his words. After a long hesitation, he finally gathered his courage and entered. Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu, the brothers, were talking when they spotted Mao Wenping. They looked at him strangely.
What the hell are you up to, kid? Mao Wenping forced a smile. I'm here to see Mr. Su. I have something I need to discuss with him.
Hearing this, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu both flashed mocking grins.
They'd already heard from Su Jiang that someone would be coming today, never imagined it'd be this deadbeat.
The two walked over, slapped Mao Wenping on the shoulder, and shoved him straight into the private room.
Su Jiang was brewing tea when he saw Mao Wenping enter.
He smiled and pushed a cup of tea toward him.
You're here early. Come taste the aroma of my brew. Relax, no need to be so tense. There's not much between us.
I'm giving you face, you better know how to take it.
Mao Wenping's face paled, but he nodded anyway.
Carefully lifting the cup, Mao Wenping took a sip, only to find it bitter and astringent. Su Jiang chuckled at his expression.
You know, this is called bitter leaf tea. It moistens the lungs and clears heat, quite effective, you know. Su Jiang said, walking over and bending down to look down at Mao Wenping.
Heard you've been making quite a name for yourself lately, kid.
Even going after the big shots women? Seems like you're quite the character. Come on, tell me what you're really thinking.
Hearing Su Jiang's words, Mao Wenping was suddenly overcome with panic.
He couldn't even begin to explain himself.
Instead, he dropped to his knees with a thud.
Mr. Su, I beg your forgiveness. I had no ulterior motives, I wouldn't dare do anything reckless. I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Please, spare me. Rest assured, Mr. Su, nothing like this will ever happen again, okay? Hearing this, Su Jiang gave a cold laugh. Don't bother with that. Do you really think I'd believe you? Let me be blunt, this isn't that simple. You went after the boss's woman. The boss is furious. How do you expect me to smooth things over for you now?
Su Jiang sat back down, lit a cigar, took 2 puffs, and blew the smoke directly into Mao Wenping's face.
Mao Wenping felt utterly disheartened. Could this really be the end?
The thought made him swallow hard. This was getting deadly serious. Su Jiang watched his dejected expression and chuckled.
No need to be nervous. You're Mr. Mao. What's there to fear?
Now Mao Wenping truly knew he was in deep trouble.
Mr. Su, I truly made a mistake. Let's talk this out calmly. I'll never dare to do it again. I beg you, give me this chance. From now on, I'll follow your lead completely, okay?
These are shares from my company.
If you don't mind, I'll give them all to you. Please just help me resolve this issue, okay?
Su Jiang glanced at the stock transfer documents, his expression carrying a faint, cold smile.
What good do you think these pieces of paper will do me? Let me be blunt, the real target isn't me. It's the person behind Cheng Chang.
That individual's influence reaches the highest echelons.
Got it?
Mao Wenping panicked and desperately begged for mercy, but Su Jiang showed him no mercy.
Not long after, Mao Wenping watched Su Jiang make a phone call. Soon, Su Jiang's expression darkened considerably. You can go back first. Once the boss calms down, everything will be fine. Mao Wenping trembled as he scrambled to his feet, thanking him profusely. But this guy was clueless. He actually wanted to take the thing he'd casually brought along. Su Jiang couldn't help but frown. I've been helping you all this time, and now you want to take it? Are you out of your mind, kid? You begged me for help, and now you want to take the stuff? Are you out of your mind?
Hearing this, Mao Wenping suddenly snapped back to reality. He realized he'd unconsciously taken the stockbook again. He quickly apologized and handed it back.
I'm so sorry. Look at me, my brain just isn't working right. Please forgive me.
Su Jiang gave the stockbook a satisfied look, then waved him out. After the man left, Su Jiang lit a cigarette as Tang Xiaolong approached.
Mr. Su, what was that kid's deal? He looked so flustered when he left. What exactly did he do? Su Jiang regarded Tang Xiaolong as his designated successor and smiled faintly.
That kid was trying to get with the chairman's woman.
Now he's been dealt with and is frantically begging for help. Look what he brought, all these stocks. Don't worry.
Once the chairman has time, he'll deal with him. You two should take note. Handling situations like this requires skill. Oh, and keep a close eye on him lately.
Don't let him actually slip away. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. Got it? Chapter 167, Bullied. Tang Xiaolong immediately nodded, signaling his understanding. Mr. Su, rest assured. Leave this to us brothers. I'm eager to see what he's got. We'll make sure he learns his lesson.
Su Jiang chuckled, patting Tang Xiaolong on the shoulder. Of all your brothers, you're the one I trust most.
You're ruthless enough and bold enough. Rest assured, as long as you stick with me, you'll be just fine. With that, Su Jiang stood up and left.
Meanwhile, Cheng Chang, still unaware that Zhao Guoqiang had come to pick her up, maintained her cold demeanor.
Zhao Guoqiang walked over and grabbed her arm. Alright, I know I was wrong about that incident back then. Can we get in the car? We can talk about it inside. This tugging and pulling is causing a bad impression. You don't want people talking behind your back, do you?
Cheng Cheng pouted, still clearly upset.
She couldn't fathom why Zhao Guoqiang was acting this way.
With a resigned sigh, Cheng Cheng finally got into the car with Zhao Guoqiang.
Once inside, Zhao Guoqiang grew increasingly attentive. Cheng Cheng couldn't hold back her tears.
After all, a woman raising a child alone, even with vast wealth, was bound to have moments of profound sadness. The feeling of loneliness was what truly felt deadly. Zhao Guoqiang's consolations only made Cheng Cheng feel more uncomfortable. Seizing a moment when Zhao Guoliang wasn't paying attention, Cheng Cheng suddenly grabbed his hand and bit down hard. Zhao Guoqiang grimaced in pain, yet he didn't push her away.
Cheng Cheng didn't dare to push too hard either, seeing Zhao Guoqiang grimace and wince. Enough already, what are you pretending for? You know I didn't use much force, yet you're still putting on this act? You're such a hypocrite. I've seen right through you, humph.
Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and reached out to rest his hand on Cheng Cheng's shoulder.
Cheng Cheng felt even more wronged. He hadn't shown her any concern as a man. Did he even know who she was?
After crying for a while, Cheng Cheng finally spoke.
Alright, I've said what needed to be said. At this point, what's the use of continuing this? But to be honest, things are tough all around right now.
I finally get how it feels, this painful, bottled up frustration that leaves you with nothing but the urge to break down.
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang was momentarily at a loss for words.
After careful consideration, he felt Cheng Cheng's situation was rather ordinary.
After a moment, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. What exactly led us to this point?
Cheng Cheng hesitated to speak, knowing the weight of responsibility rested almost entirely on her shoulders. If not for her actions, Zhao Guoqiang probably wouldn't be in this state. After a bit of small talk, Zhao Guoqiang inquired about his daughter again. Cheng Cheng's stance was clear, he wasn't allowed to ask too many questions. After a bit more small talk, Zhao Guoqiang didn't press further. After much deliberation, Zhao Guoqiang drove her home and happened to see the little girl sitting on the sofa watching TV. You can be such a good girl even when mom's not around, right? He picked her up, and Cheng Cheng pouted slightly. After all, they were father and daughter.
Cheng Cheng rummaged through the fridge, preparing to cook a meal.
After all, they were family, and they hadn't eaten together yet. But as she busied herself, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly poked his head in.
Cheng Cheng, I won't be eating here. I've got an urgent situation to handle. Hearing this, Cheng Cheng froze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say.
Zhao Guoqiang did indeed have something urgent to attend to.
Without further ado, he left immediately. After Zhao Guoqiang left, Cheng Cheng's expression turned grim. What the hell was going on?
Zhao Guoqiang genuinely had urgent business, otherwise he would have stopped. Unfortunately, he was genuinely in a hurry now. After leaving, Zhao Guoqiang tried to message Cheng Cheng to explain, but the woman simply ignored him. This left Zhao Guoqiang feeling awkward.
He could only return to handle the situation first. Upon entering, Wang Hao immediately reported the details.
An unexpected situation had arisen in Leiden. America was now effectively leaderless. In about 3 hours, his deputy would take over, and that deputy wasn't exactly friendly toward us.
I fear conflict between our factions may be unavoidable. Chairman, given the current situation, I fear things are looking very grim. If the deputy takes over, they'll likely target us even more aggressively. It'll be difficult to handle.
Zhao Guoqiang said calmly.
You must understand that panic is useless. No amount of panic will solve anything.
Right now, the most important thing is to focus on finding solutions.
Do you understand? Keep a close eye on America's situation to prevent any sudden policy changes.
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, the other party quickly nodded, indicating they'd taken everything to heart. Zhao Guoqiang, meanwhile, frowned deeply, lost in thought.
An hour passed quickly, yet there was still no response from the American side.
Zhao Guoqiang found this both curious and puzzling. Logically, they should have announced the situation by now.
Why was there still no word? Immediately afterward, Zhao Guoqiang contacted Prince Minyahan. I need information from America now. I want you to get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Understood? Prince Minyahan nodded. Leave this task to me. No problem.
Rest assured. With that, Prince Minyahan hung up, picked up an exceptionally old-fashioned mobile phone, and pressed the dial button. He let it ring once before hanging up, repeating this 3 times. On the 4th attempt, he waited through an exceptionally long dial tone.
Finally, on the 5th attempt, a woman's lazy voice answered. I need to know America's movements. After speaking, Prince Minyahan hung up immediately. This woman was an informant he had placed within America. Stretching lazily, the woman began searching for information and relayed the details back immediately.
Within 6 minutes, Zhao Guoqiang received the first-hand intelligence, and Prince Minyahan's face was etched with worry.
This is truly terrible. Chairman, they now consider you a major threat.
It appears they intend to harm you, and crucially, they suspect you're involved, that you orchestrated this.
Zhao Guoqiang knew even his ass could tell this was utter bull.
In other words, the root cause of this incident lay elsewhere. They need a common enemy now so they can act on this situation later.
Chapter 168, Pretty Clever Tactics.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. He'd long since seen through their petty schemes.
Interesting. Seems they've taken me for a fool too, hoping to divert domestic conflicts so they can sneak their own people in. This bastard isn't exactly a saint either, he actually thought of all this. You have to admit, this bastard's schemes are truly vicious.
Besides, once the conflicts were diverted, the rest would be easy to handle. The situation was unlikely to change no matter what. Zhao Guoqiang, however, cared little for such calculations.
Opportunity had presented itself, and he would seize it.
The rest could be dealt with later. Meanwhile, Chloe was on a video call. Rest assured, Zhao Guoqiang would never anticipate this strategy. When the time comes, we'll crush him completely.
Mr. Spike, I pledge my absolute loyalty to you. Spike gloated triumphantly.
Leiden has already been dealt with, so now we should seize the opportunity to focus on developing ourselves.
Interesting. I'm eager to see what they're up to.
I've already started stirring up controversy around Zhao Guoqiang. Soon, his situation will be exposed to the public.
He'll be accused of war crimes. Got it? Chloe nodded repeatedly, while Spike wore a smug grin.
To him, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't possibly guess his strategy, otherwise, he wouldn't be laughing like a madman.
Spike pondered that he needed to approach this from certain angles. Otherwise, wouldn't Zhao Guoqiang simply disregard him?
But then again, the situation was what it was. Spike assumed Zhao Guoqiang had no response, so he boldly began executing his plan. Unfortunately, Spike had reached the pinnacle of stupidity. He could provoke anyone but Zhao Guoqiang. That very night, the chief inspector of the 3 armies sought out Zhao Guoqiang directly. They informed Zhao Guoqiang that he had been accused. How amusing they truly dared to think and act. Zhao Guoqiang handed over his phone and allowed them to install a tracking app.
After the installation was complete, Zhao Guoqiang frowned.
Shortly after, Yang Dinghua and Su Zhanshu both called. Both inquired briefly about the specifics of the situation.
In contrast, Deng Xining, the commander of the Western Theater, was far more formidable. I think you've been too lenient.
If you ask me, we should take direct action against them no matter who they are, be it the King of Heaven or the Mother Earth.
Take direct action, go after his life. Then they'll naturally sit down and be willing to clarify everything. You agree, right?
Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang chuckled.
Well, you can't quite put it that way.
After all, they've considered certain issues and reasons. But judging by their tone, they're clearly planning to settle things with me once and for all.
How ridiculous. Do they really think this approach will work? Deng Xining hesitated before sharing what he knew.
I've heard rumors that someone has secretly filed charges against you, accusing you of actions that shouldn't have been taken, actions that have caused many to suffer the consequences of war.
Zhao Guoqiang burst out laughing. So they're accusing me of war crimes? Why beat around the bush?
After a pause, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. No need for such veiled language.
I merely sold some weapons, what's the big deal? But then again, I'm pretty curious myself, I want to see what they'll do next.
Deng Xining's face twitched violently at those words, completely unprepared for Zhao Guoqiang's response.
But since Zhao Guoqiang was already mentally prepared for this, he'd just wait and see.
After hanging up, Zhao Guoqiang contacted Prince Minyahan. Spike's side is already prepared to pin the war crimes on me.
Figure out a way to handle this. Also, you haven't been selling our weapons around, have you? Prince Minyahan shook his head. Our weapons haven't left our territory.
But recently, a batch was stolen by some shady characters. It was the latest model you supplied.
Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened.
I've told you before, if something like this happens, you need to inform me immediately.
Why do you never take this seriously? Honestly, what are you playing at?
Prince Minyahan felt like a child being scolded by Zhao Guoqiang.
After careful consideration, Zhao Guoqiang casually remarked. Since things have come to this, the problem certainly isn't simple. Seizing the right opportunity to handle it is the most prudent course. Here's what we'll do, tell me the model numbers of the missing weapons. I suspect this group is from the American Army.
Zhao Guoqiang had correctly guessed the plan. It was indeed Spike's doing. He planned to use special forces to seize the weapons, then hand them over to his own henchmen. This would allow him to accuse Zhao Guoqiang of war crimes, leaving the Dragon Nation powerless to protect him. After all, the Dragon Nation despised war profiteers any discovered would face investigation.
So Spike's scheme was truly brilliant.
That said, Spike still oversimplified matters. He believed he could frame Zhao Guoqiang and be done with him, but in reality, Zhao Guoqiang could eliminate Spike through other means. And now, their first confrontation had finally begun. Spike still clung to his old rhetoric, insisting Zhao Guoqiang was guilty of grave war crimes. He even pushed forward his pre-arranged man to speak officially on the international stage, declaring that all the weapons had been supplied by Zhao Guoqiang.
This left Zhao Guoqiang with little room to deny the accusations.
Shortly after, under Spike's intervention, the War Arbitration Court had no choice but to summon Zhao Guoqiang for trial. Zhao Guoqiang did indeed appear, but the military leaders had already deployed troops near the War Arbitration Court. If justice wasn't served impartially, retribution would come crashing down from above.
Even Spike and Chloe arrived, eager to witness the spectacle.
On the day the court convened, Zhao Guoqiang arrived dressed in a black suit, his expression calm and composed. Zhao Guoqiang slowly emerged before the crowd, waving greetings to those present. After the greetings, Zhao Guoqiang strode inside, while the president rose coldly from his seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the debate. All must be prepared. Unless absolutely necessary, we will not open the doors again.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded, indicating he understood everything.
Immediately afterward, Chen Qingxuan, seated among the observers, began frantically signaling to the dean. Chapter 169, This is my classmate.
This behavior quickly drew the attention of others, particularly Spike, who grew irritated by the persistent glances. Sir, you've been blinking repeatedly.
Is there a problem?
If there's an issue with any aspect, please voice it directly.
Such behavior here is highly inappropriate. Chen Qingxuan gave an awkward smile and hastily explained. My apologies, I have no other issues. It's just that the person sitting at the top, that's my classmate. Understood?
After speaking, Chen Qingxuan paid no further attention to the others, who dared not utter another word. At that moment, Zhao Guoqiang watched the scene unfold before him in silence.
Some say I committed war crimes. So today, I want to see what the tribunal has to say. I want to understand how you all view this matter. If manufacturing and selling weapons is a crime, then how should we view those who wield them?
As soon as Zhao Guoqiang finished speaking, Spike's expression darkened. He had come expecting to witness Zhao Guoqiang's downfall, but never anticipated such a statement. For a moment, Spike's expression darkened to its utmost, but soon, the president tapped the table again. At the sound of the table being struck, the others fell silent.
The dean then continued questioning Zhao Guoqiang. Please clarify, under what circumstances were the weapons you sold actually transferred? And were the buyers acting under normal circumstances? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and replied. I believe you've misunderstood, sir. I'm selling weapons, not assessing people's mental states. If you insist on inspections, then if I were selling food, would I have to conduct psychological evaluations or physical examinations on every single customer? Therefore, I find your suggestion unreasonable and cannot comply.
The dean frowned slightly, visibly uncomfortable. When Stake heard these words, his expression darkened considerably. Twice he opened his mouth to speak. But before he could speak, the dean cut him off.
In that moment, Spike's expression darkened to its absolute limit.
Before Spike could say anything further, Zhao Guoqiang spoke again.
In other words, if someone insists on blaming me for selling weapons, then I must ask, with all my qualifications in order, why shouldn't I be allowed to sell them?
The dean nodded, seeming to agree with this reasoning. The others present, however, were at a loss for words. Seeing their reaction, Guoqiang smiled faintly and pressed his argument further. Or is it that the items I acquired weren't up to standard, which is why you all have reservations? A long silence ensued, met only by Zhao Guoqiang's cold, dismissive smile. Just then, the dean paused to consider. All right, we're discussing a fundamental issue here. Let's not overcomplicate things.
Zhao Guoqiang, have you sold weapons to individuals who shouldn't have been sold to? Zhao Guoqiang shook his head. That's not the case. Everything I sell is certified and compliant. There's absolutely no possibility of any issues arising. Therefore, this issue simply doesn't exist. Moreover, given the current situation, I find it hard to accept that any problems could arise. As for the accusations made by certain individuals, I consider them utterly baseless. The dean smiled faintly, turning his gaze back to Spike, his expression clearly implying, I've done my best. Although Zhao Guoqiang hadn't offered a particularly forceful rebuttal, he had essentially made his point clear. Zhao Guoqiang did not broach any other issues, indicating he had presented his case calmly and rationally. Spike, however, refused to believe any of it. In his eyes, Zhao Guoqiang was destined to be brought down by him. Bring out the witnesses. We can't just leave it at that. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and calmly looked toward the doorway. When the door opened, however, he found no one had entered. Spike's expression immediately darkened as he fixed his gaze on Chloe standing nearby. Didn't I tell you to prepare for this in advance? What exactly did you do? This was our only chance. You've caused a disaster. Hearing this, Chloe was equally puzzled, for she herself didn't understand how things had escalated to this point. At that moment, Prince Minyahan, seated at the very back of the crowd, offered only a cold, dismissive chuckle. He had already arranged for this matter to be handled, but he simply hadn't given the order to act, that was all. Chloe's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined things would turn out this way. Chen Qingxuan raised his hand. May I ask, Dean, what course of action would Your Excellency recommend in this situation? After all, the witness refuses to come forward. Hearing this, the Dean's expression darkened considerably. After a moment's pause, he stated, everyone has seen that the witness refuses to testify in court. Therefore, we cannot pursue this matter further. Under these circumstances, this case is closed. All parties involved are requested to cease further investigation into this matter. Zhao Guoqiang is not guilty of war crimes. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began applauding, while Zhao Guoqiang merely smiled indifferently. He then walked over to Spike and smiled. You think you can take me on? Doesn't that sound like a fairy tale? I know you must be seething with frustration right now, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. You can't hold a candle to me. How amusing. Chen Qingxuan, Dean Shen, come over and greet this gentleman. He's going to be America's most important figure from now on. Chen Qingxuan smiled faintly and immediately approached. I'm always fascinated by important figures. How about we see what this big shot is all about? Hearing this, the other party was momentarily at a loss for words. Spike's face twisted with fury, but he could do nothing about it. After Zhao Guoqiang left, Spike turned to his secretary. Use the final plan. I can't just let this happen. The secretary nodded and immediately pulled out his phone to send a message. Zhao Guoqiang and his men had already stepped outside, completely unaware of the situation. Just then, a car suddenly pulled up. A gun was flung out the window. But the barrel merely aimed, it didn't fire. Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. He climbed directly into the car. After waiting a moment, Spike still heard no gunshot and hurried out. But seeing Zhao Guoqiang actually get into that car, he froze in shock for a moment. Zhao Guoqiang leaned out and smiled. Where might you be headed, sir? Need a ride? Best if it's on my way, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 170, Victory. Seeing Zhao Guoqiang's utterly arrogant demeanor, Spike was furious beyond words. Spike walked over and said coldly, Zhao Guoqiang, you're getting way too cocky. Mark my words, I'll find my chance someday. Don't get too excited. When I catch you, I'll make you pay. Got that? Zhao Guoqiang heard this and shrugged it off, giving him a cold smile. Spike, you were just planning to use me to buy time, weren't you? But you didn't expect me to throw a wrench in all your plans. Am I right? Rest assured, I know exactly what kind of person you are. And you'd better remember what kind of person I am. Suffice it to say, our relationship is far from simple. Zhao Guoqiang pulled something out and handed it over. Spike looked puzzled, unsure what Zhao Guoliang was handing him. But Zhao Guoqiang just grinned. Spike didn't want to appear too clever, so he opened it and glanced inside. The next moment, his expression changed completely. It was the very weapons list he'd decided to sell yesterday. Spike stared at Zhao Guoqiang in utter disbelief. Tell me the truth, where did this come from? Who gave it to you? Let me tell you straight, this is a serious problem. You'd better explain yourself immediately. Surely you don't want to disrupt the entire world order, do you? I've just taken office. Stability is my top priority. I don't want you stirring up trouble like this. Do you understand? Zhao Guoqiang smiled. I'm truly terrified, you know. Looks like you're already panicking, right? But it doesn't matter. What good does it do for someone like you to panic? No matter. Since you're flustered, you'll have to show some initiative. What's your stance on the Little Japan issue? If you cooperate with me to resolve the Little Sun issue, things won't get ugly. But if you don't play along, don't blame me for the consequences. Spike hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to say this.
It meant he was effectively being blackmailed by Zhao Guoqiang. Spike hung his head, feeling a wave of utter collapse wash over him. And Zhao Guoqiang wasn't joking. If things really went this way, Little Days would truly be plunged into an abyss of no return. Spike hesitated. But that weapons list was crucial. If the tables turned and he ended up being the one recklessly selling arms, wouldn't everyone laugh themselves silly? He had no choice. Spike could only nod. No wonder no one could handle you. Looks like you really are quite formidable. It's settled then. Starting today, I'll help you resolve Xiaori's issues. Once everything is settled, I hope you won't take away what rightfully belongs to me. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly upon hearing this, then produced a contract and handed it to him. The contents of the contract left Spike utterly speechless. This is really for me? You're willing to grant me this authority? Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Isn't that obvious? I've already given you the authorization. Now get ready to rake in the big bucks. Rest assured, no one will dare say no to you. Spike grinned excitedly and hurried off. Chen Qingxuan looked utterly bewildered. Sitting in the passenger seat, he'd been puzzling over it for ages. Chairman, what's going on here? I'm a bit confused. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and replied bluntly. Let me be frank with you. This guy is a tough nut to crack. But on the flip side, if I use enough money to corrupt him, what do you think will happen? I've granted him authorization to produce heavy weapons. He'll undoubtedly take this business seriously, effectively helping us expand our market. He'll reap substantial profits, so he won't cause trouble for us anytime soon. He'll even help us deal with Xiaori. But ultimately, we're the only winners. All that money will turn him into a mess half-human, half-ghost. Got it? Chen Qingxuan couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling that Zhao Guoqiang's move was truly masterful. Essentially, he'd neutralized the guy without spilling a drop of blood. By the time Spike figures it out, it'll be too late. By then, he won't be able to hold out. Whether he lives or dies is another matter entirely. In that moment, Chen Qingxuan realized Zhao Guoqiang hadn't come here to cooperate with them at all, he'd come solely to toy with Spike. He wanted to make Spike dance like a monkey. It was safe to say Zhao Guoqiang was a master of the highest order. Anyway, the main business was settled. Zhao Guoqiang had someone drive him away. But when Spike returned, he found Chloe unexpectedly furious. Weren't we supposed to take down Zhao Guoqiang together? How did things end up failing? Also, I heard you're planning to sell a batch of tanks. Aren't those tanks from Zhao Guoqiang's company? Spike tapped the sofa beside him, gesturing for Chloe to sit down. Seeing Chloe refuse to comply, he had no choice but to pull her over by the arm and continued. You know the situation is pretty tough right now. You know many still oppose me. If this continues, I might not be able to keep going. I need substantial funds to resolve these issues, so I have no choice but to proceed this way. I'm afraid I wouldn't stand a chance against him either. Spike finally spoke honestly, fully aware of the gap between himself and Zhao Guoqiang. Fighting him to the bitter end wasn't an option. Chloe gave a cold laugh, suddenly realizing. I always thought you were fighting for your ideals. Looks like now you're just chasing a dream. How pathetic. Too bad. After all I've done for you, you still end up deceiving me. You're ruthless. With that, Chloe turned and walked away. But it didn't matter. His business was settled now. Spike no longer needed someone like Chloe. On the contrary, keeping someone like her around could become a major liability. Better to make sure she disappears quickly. Spike smiled faintly. How childish. Everything boils down to self-interest. Who in their right mind would foolishly do so many things they shouldn't? That would be laughable. Chloe, I think you're still too young. You invest time in what you imagine, only to discover later that your dreams were far too beautiful. Spike spoke, his expression already brimming with smug satisfaction. He radiated a sense of complete control. After returning home, Chloe struggled for a long time to accept Spike's actions and words. Unexpectedly, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly showed up at her door. I'm not here to gloat, he said. I just want to know now that things have come to this, what are you going to do? Chapter 171, This is my reminder. Chloe looked desolate, never expecting Zhao Guoqiang to come find her. You won. You won completely. With just one move, you turned our people into dogs that only wag their tails and beg for your mercy. Truthfully, I never imagined you could be this formidable. You truly have won. Zhao Guoqiang heard this and smiled calmly. Since he'd won, he naturally intended to enjoy every privilege due to the victor. All this talk, and I thought they might pull off something special. Seems the reality is rather ordinary after all. With that thought, Zhao Guoqiang smiled calmly. Chloe, do you regret supporting Spike now? Chloe did indeed harbor some regret, and it extended far beyond that. In other words, Chloe's remorse was deeply intertwined with her family. The matter itself was simple enough, but the crux lay in Chloe's family backing Spike. Under her family's influence, she chose to join him in founding this venture. Yet she never imagined things would escalate to this point. Chloe sighed helplessly. Had we known he was this kind of person, we would never have backed him? Now that he's been elevated to power, it's only a matter of time before he turns his blade on our families. We truly regret it. Zhao Guoqiang heard this and couldn't care less. The main thing was that he'd used just a little trick to take down Spike. Chloe, I understand it's perfectly normal for you to feel this way, but are you both truly content to leave things as they are? At these words, an odd expression crossed Chloe's face. Chairman Zhao, what exactly are you implying? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled at her question before continuing. Let me be honest with you, your family is also pursuing certain interests. Otherwise, how could you possibly get involved in something like this? So now I'll be frank, Spike chose to cooperate with me for his own gain. Couldn't your family choose to cooperate with me too? Don't be foolish. Chloe's expression changed instantly. She had expected Zhao Guoliang to target her, but never imagined he would go this far. Suddenly, Chloe thought of Zhao Guoqiang as nothing less than a devil. Otherwise, how could he have reduced her to this state? After a moment's hesitation, Chloe spoke up. Chairman Zhao, if I understand you correctly, it seems you're prepared to let me profit from this as well. Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Naturally. If you wish, I can grant you special production authorization for the tanks. Then you can sell them however you please. Who could stop you? Rest assured, I've already considered this thoroughly. No one can truly regulate it. Just don't sell this technology haphazardly. I don't want people making baseless accusations against me. Chloe had her family's backing, but she was still desperately poor. If she kept spending like this, she'd soon be eating dirt. Besides, her time in Dragon Nation battling Zhao Guoqiang's wits had already cost her dearly. If there's profit to be made, why not take it? Chloe was already tempted, though she didn't want Zhao Guoqiang to see it. If you put it that way, I'm curious, what else do you have in mind? Come to think of it, you've already handed over one authorization to someone else. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. So what? Rest assured, all authorizations come from my company. No one can interfere. If anyone dares to meddle, I'll revoke the authorization without hesitation. At worst, I'll just work with your company. How does that sound? Here it comes. I won't hide it from you, starting today, you can't cause me any more trouble. We're about to enter the next phase, and you know there are too many people watching me now. I don't want this matter to get too messy. Besides, if things escalate, the repercussions for me later would be too severe. Got it? Hearing this, Chloe momentarily felt as though Zhao Guoqiang had surrendered. After all, even if Zhao Guoqiang could withstand the pressure, he couldn't possibly fend off so many attacks. So Zhao Guoqiang's surrender was absolutely necessary, at least in Chloe's eyes. A smile already spread across Chloe's face. Since the benefits were practically being handed to her, why not take them? Chairman Zhao, since that's the case, I wish us a pleasant collaboration. But what I want is your latest combat-ready tank. Zhao Guoqiang felt Chloe was dragging her feet. He tossed the box he'd brought along onto the table and opened it. Take a look. Chloe's expression changed instantly. She hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to be so generous. This was practically letting her pick whatever she wanted. And this box contained far more than just a few trinkets. In other words, the value of what was inside far exceeded the actual profit, and Zhao Guoqiang was letting her pick whatever she wanted. For a moment, Chloe was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak. She flipped through the documents and quickly selected two crucial items. Zhao Guoqiang likely noticed that one part Chloe took was the turret blueprint, while the other was the tank production license. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled. Looks like Chloe couldn't keep her eyes off it either. After taking the items, Chloe was absolutely thrilled. Zhao Guoqiang departed shortly after, while Chloe excitedly reported the news to her family. However, Chloe only handed over the tank production authorization to her family. She would retain control of the turret design and implement protective measures. That way, all the profits would ultimately be hers. This way, she'd have a safety net. Meanwhile, Zhao Guoqiang sat in his car, laughing to himself. He hadn't expected the other party to be so foolish. He'd thought she was shrewd, but apparently, she was nothing special. Truly stupid to the extreme. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Wang Hao turned his head, looking at him with a puzzled expression. The chairman authorized the production and turret design blueprints. These are the very assets a company relies on for survival. Why would you hand them over to her? Besides, what if Chloe confronts us again? Chairman, I believe we need to reconsider this matter and revoke the authorization. Zhao Guoqiang smiled at Wang Hao as he spoke. That's not how it works. I've already made my decision. Even if something happens, it won't be that straightforward, you understand? Besides, think carefully, what advantage would this possibly give them? Zhao Guoqiang remained calm and composed as he smiled. For a moment, Wang Hao's face was filled with bewilderment. Chapter 172, The Ultimate Strategy. Even as the two were about to leave, Wang Hao still hadn't grasped the specifics of the situation. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled, finding the young man genuinely amusing. He couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. You silly kid, he said. Think about it. If both of them held absolute production rights, wouldn't they inevitably spark unhealthy competition? Once they start competing unfairly, wouldn't everything else become much simpler?
Hearing this, Wang Hao instantly grasped the meaning Zhao Guoqiang's reminder was unnecessary.
In other words, Zhao Guoqiang was granting identical production authorizations. When the time came, they wouldn't come to Zhao Guoqiang. Given Spike's temperament, he'd most likely go straight to Chloe, demanding to know why they'd been given the same authorization. At that point, conflict between the two would naturally erupt. And the more they argued, the worse it would get. Who could possibly resolve such a situation then? This was precisely Zhao Guoqiang's masterstroke. Once he made his move, he could easily bring both parties to heel. Moreover, all problems stemmed from conflicting interests. Inevitably, Chloe's family would become the target of Spike's personal vendetta. In essence, Zhao Guoqiang had planted these landmines, and they would step right into them without hesitation. The crux was that this knot was utterly beyond their ability to untie. In the end, no one could resolve it, let alone fix it. For a moment, Wang Hao was stunned. Chairman, you're far more formidable than I ever imagined. If things unfold this way, even if they catch on, there's absolutely no way they'll be able to smooth things over. You must have been planning this for quite some time, right? Zhao Guoqiang remained silent, and Wang Hao didn't press further. He felt Zhao Guoqiang's approach was downright ruthless. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the conflict to erupt between the two sides. He feared they would both end up in utter collapse. At this thought, Wang Hao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Prince Minyahan's side detected something amiss. He noticed a sudden influx of Dragon Nation tanks manufactured by America flooding the market. For a moment, Prince Minyahan was puzzled. What on earth was going on? He promptly dispatched agents to investigate the matter discreetly, determined to uncover the truth. But unexpectedly, before he could unravel the mystery, a new development emerged. Prince Minyahan suddenly realized the truth. Zhao Guoqiang was waiting for them to engage in civil war. Upon this realization, Prince Minyahan immediately arranged for a plane and contacted Su Jiang. A dozen hours later, the group arrived on the ship as promised. Once aboard, matters became much easier to handle. Dressed in a relatively youthful and handsome outfit, he looked at Prince Minyahan. The situation you described does indeed exist, and it was authorized by me. However, my intention was to provoke conflict between the two sides. For some reason, however, no such conflict materialized between them. Can you guess what the problem might be? Upon hearing Zhao Guoqiang's explanation, Prince Minyahan took a sip of wine and smiled faintly. It shows nobody's buying now. They've retrofitted many of their tanks themselves. Looks like Commissioner Smith's been pocketing quite a bit of money in the process. Everyone laughed at this remark. Zhao Guoqiang then fell into deep thought. That may be true, but the matter isn't that simple. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Prince Minyahan looked puzzled. What's complicated about it? I don't see any issues. Zhao Guoqiang took a sip of water, his expression calm. Prince Minyahan suddenly seemed to grasp something, breaking into a smile. I see. I'll arrange for someone to purchase tanks from them tomorrow. Rest assured, that will definitely spark anger between the two of them. Zhao Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction. Prince Minyahan was quite clever, a promising young man indeed. Very good. You did the right thing, at least seize the opportunity and make them remember you. Prince Minyahan nodded. Zhao Guoqiang considered it. Since he was the one taking action, that would suffice. After a few more words, the group parted ways, each seeking a room to rest. Zhao Guoqiang rubbed his chin. Su Jiang, what's your deal? Su Jiang rubbed his hands awkwardly, seemingly at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, Zhao Guoqiang found it even more amusing. It's fine, just speak up. You don't need to be so formal with me. What exactly happened? Or did you happen to cross someone? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's question, Su Jiang paused before speaking. To be perfectly honest, Chairman, I have recently offended someone. I was hoping you could lend a hand. As he spoke, Su Jiang poured a glass of water and pushed it toward Zhao Guoqiang, who smiled slightly. No problem. Just tell me straight, who did you cross? Su Jiang hesitated. The truth was, this was a long story. It wasn't a big deal to begin with, but unfortunately, the other party was determined to make it one. The specific reason was that Su Lei had recently started a small business venture but hadn't settled the accounts with the other party. Consequently, the two sides had argued over this matter and even come to blows twice. If this continued, Su Jiang wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Zhao Guoqiang frowned. What the hell are you playing at? If you're doing business, you have to pay your debts. Su Jiang gave an awkward chuckle upon hearing this. His business partner was someone from Zhao. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but sneer at that. Why didn't you mention that earlier? I thought they were one of us. Since it's little days, why bother being polite? Go back now and tell Su Lei to figure out a way to get more goods. Whatever it takes, we can't just take that little bit. Otherwise, Little Days wouldn't have made such a fuss, right? Find a way to get more goods. As long as the backlog is big enough, Little Days won't be able to touch you, they'll have to listen to you obediently. Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded repeatedly. But the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Chairman, what if they refuse to sell to us anymore?
I'm worried they won't sell to us. What do we do then? Zhao Guoqiang was momentarily speechless. Then keep negotiating with them. After all, if he's unwilling to sell to you, you'll just have to find a way to make him. Besides, these guys are pretty naive, few of them actually learn their lesson. If it really doesn't work out, you can always switch to another company, right? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Su Jiang nodded, committing them to memory.
He'd find time to notify Su Lei immediately and follow Zhao Guoqiang's advice.
Chapter 173, Outmaneuvering the Little Guys. Su Lei was stunned by his father's plan. Dad, you're not joking, right? Can this really work? What if something goes wrong? Little Days is already acting crazy. What if something goes wrong? Will the chairman even help us if we can't handle it? Hearing this, Su Jiang smiled faintly and reassured Su Lei. Let me be honest with you, this plan is absolutely foolproof.
Trust me, given the current situation, I'm confident nothing will go wrong.
The chairman is our good friend. Don't you trust him? This plan is foolproof.
The only catch is we need to switch partners, we can't use the previous ones.
They'd never fall for it again. Su Lei nodded. Well, that puts my mind at ease. As long as the chairman is willing to help us, anything is possible. Su Jiang nodded once more before hanging up the phone.
Su Lei pondered the situation for a moment.
Interesting.
If even the chairman says so, then Xiao Ri probably won't get away with it this time.
Let's proceed this way. After speaking, Su Lei immediately called Gao Qiqiang and repeated what Su Jiang had said, hoping Gao Qiqiang would offer some advice. Moments later, the two met. Gao Qiqiang analyzed the pros and cons. This situation was tricky. The Little Days faction was no pushover now.
They wouldn't deliver the goods without seeing the money first.
Plus, they'd definitely send people to scout the company beforehand.
If things looked too risky, they wouldn't take the chance.
Su Lei looked puzzled. How do you know all this? Who told you?
Gao Qiqiang smiled and explained the situation with Gao Qixing.
Su Lei was stunned to hear there was such talent available. Old Gao, don't just sit around. Bring this guy over for me to meet.
If he's suitable, you two brothers can help me out this once.
Don't worry, this kind of thing carries little risk.
I won't shortchange you two when the time comes.
What do you say? Gao Qiqiang chuckled. After all, Gao Qixing had his own job.
Whether he'd be willing to take this on was another matter entirely. But since Su Lei had already made the request, refusing outright might not be the best move. So Gao Qiqiang agreed without hesitation. Moments later, Gao Qixing arrived by taxi, looking puzzled upon meeting them.
Bro, when did you start hanging out with Su Jiang? I never imagined you'd be so close to Su Jiang's son. Are you two doing business together? Gao Qiqiang shook his head. We're working together, nothing more. When you see Su Lei later, don't say anything out of turn. Also, he's planning to pull off a deal. Hearing this, Gao Qixing nodded. After the two entered, Su Lei was washing his hands. Another person lay on the floor beside him. Don't look at him. This guy just couldn't pay his debts. Hearing this, both brothers' expressions shifted, but they forced smiles to show it was no big deal. After sitting down, Su Lei lit a cigarette. He looked at Gao Qixing, paused, then said, "Your big brother told me you're quite capable, and you graduated from a technical university. Let's team up and make some easy money. Your brother should have made everything clear, right?" Gao Qixing nodded, confirming everything had been explained. But after a pause, Gao Qixing seemed to have something else to say. "Brother Lei, since we're partnering up, we should definitely plan for the long term. What I mean is, we can handle things for you, but how do we split the profits? My brother mentioned you're offering 20%, but that's way too low. If possible, how about we split it 50-50? What do you think?" Gao Qiquang's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't fathom what this kid was playing at. Gao Qiquang kept shooting warning glances from the side, trying to signal his brother to stop talking like this, but Gao Qixing acted as if he hadn't seen a thing. Su Lei chuckled. "Alright, old Gao, your brother's got more guts than you. Honestly, you two don't even look like real brothers. Just for daring to talk to me like this, I'll agree to your 50-50 split. But if things go south and you can't handle it, don't blame me for turning on you." Gao Qixing nodded reassuringly. Once outside, Gao Qiqiang was beyond panicked, immediately launching into a tirade at his brother. "What the hell are you playing at? Aren't you courting death? If things go south, we're in deep trouble." Hearing this, Gao Qixing shrugged it off. "Big bro, relax. Once I get involved, it's absolutely no problem. I want to see if Su Lei can really take us places. Trust me." Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang felt even more uneasy. After all, this wasn't a joke. What if things got out of hand? But seeing Gao Qixing's confident demeanor, Gao Qiqiang was momentarily at a loss for words. After returning, Gao Qixing wasted no time preparing for the operation against Xiao Rizi. Though Gao Qixing wasn't entirely confident, at least he dared to act. Besides, even if Xiao Ri caught on, what could he do? By then, it would likely be too late, they'd just have to cry about it. Gao Qixing's methods were truly extraordinary. After returning, he immediately contacted his classmate Yang Yali.
He laid out the situation clearly and asked her to help find someone.
Finding someone is fine, but the price must be negotiated properly. Otherwise, I won't let it go easily. Gao Qixing looked at Yang Yali and smiled faintly. Rest assured, this will be handled perfectly.
As long as you play along, we'll both profit handsomely. Gao Qixing actually slipped his hand inside her clothes.
Moments later, Yang Yali adjusted her clothes. Just wait for my call. Tomorrow I'll notify them to ship the goods over. Don't worry, once the shipment arrives, I'll resign immediately. I'll hand over the issues I'm handling to you. Gao Qixing nodded.
Early the next morning, before Su Lei had fully woken up, his subordinate called.
Brother Lei, it's done. Their efficiency is impressive, all the goods have arrived.
Su Lei sat up, his face a mask of disbelief.
No way, these two are that good?
For a moment, Su Lei nearly burst out laughing.
Sending someone over was simple.
After inspecting the delivered goods, he found they were indeed better than what he'd bought himself.
Without further ado, Su Lei transferred 6 million yuan to the brothers. This is an advance payment for both of you.
Rest assured, once the shipment sells, I'll give you even more.
Gao Qixing and Gao Qiqiang were instantly thrilled. This wasn't a small sum of money. Chapter 174, Xiaori's Accusations. While the brothers made their fortune and Su Lei earned handsomely, Yang Yali ran into trouble. Big brother, we can talk this out. You don't need to pick on me. Besides, we really don't deserve this, do we? Hearing Yang Yali speak, Xiaorizi beside her gave a cold, dismissive laugh. You've got some nerve, using your position to let them haul the goods away. Do you realize what you're doing is stirring up trouble? Over 60 million yuan worth. Be honest, how do you plan to account for this? Yang Yali froze at the accusation. At this point, what could possibly be done? Besides, she'd only done it for the profit. Xiaorizi sneered.
Since you refuse to cooperate, I'll have to hand you over to others.
Rest assured, this won't end here.
Soon after, news spread that Yang Yali had gotten into trouble for abusing her position. For a moment, even Su Jiang couldn't believe such a thing had happened. Su Lei and Gao Qiqiang stared at him.
Su Jiang was thoroughly annoyed. Why are you all staring at me? Staring at me won't help. What good does it do to keep glaring at me?
Anyway, things had already reached this point.
In for a penny, in for a pound, what was there left to fear? Su Jiang thought for a moment, then dialed Chen Xingchuan without hesitation. Dean Chen, it's Xiao Su here. I might need your help with this matter. I hope you'll lend me a hand.
Chen Xingchuan chuckled upon hearing this.
Now, Mr. Su, you're no ordinary man. What exactly is going on? You must have some idea yourself, right? You'd better tell me the truth, or I might not be able to help you.
Su Jiang had no choice but to come clean, laying out the entire situation in detail. For a moment, Chen Xingchuan was at a loss for words. He offered a few perfunctory responses before dialing Zhao Guoqiang.
Chairman Zhao, it's Chen Xingchuan. Su Jiang just called me and outlined the situation. I'm unsure how to proceed, so I wanted to consult you, sir.
Zhao Guoqiang paused upon hearing this. He hadn't expected it to be about Su Lei again. This Su Jiang really was quite the character. If you're unsure how to handle it, you should naturally side with our own people.
Otherwise, wouldn't that just benefit outsiders? Chen Xingchuan instantly understood the implication and nodded repeatedly.
Rest assured, with your guidance, I know exactly what to do.
No problem at all. With that, Chen Xingchuan promptly called Su Jiang back and outlined his proposed solution. Rest assured, I've already handled most of this for you. There won't be any issues.
Even if someone tries to pick a fight, they won't have the guts.
Just follow my instructions now. Su Jiang nodded repeatedly, committing Chen Xingchuan's instructions to memory. Meanwhile, Shi Tongwei contacted Yang Yali.
Within minutes of entering, she was released without incident.
Kuda Mitsuo, the representative sent by Xiaorizi, looked utterly stunned when he saw her released. How could they have released her? Spotting Mitsuo Koda, Yang Yali flashed a smug look. What's the matter? Curious, are you? Your call won't do any good. Why don't you go inside and ask me why I'm out? What do you think? Mitsuo Koda was nearly dumbfounded.
He couldn't fathom how things had reached this point. He stormed inside to ask around, but unfortunately, no one paid any attention to his urgent matter. There was nothing else he could do. Xiaori had lost 60 million worth of goods in a blur, and crucially, no one was taking responsibility for it. When Wan Hao spilled the beans, Zhao Guoqiang nearly choked on his tea laughing. Su Jiang and his crew had nerves of steel, that much was normal. People risk their lives for wealth, birds risk theirs for food.
Wang Hao nodded in agreement.
Zhao Guoqiang then shifted the conversation.
But they really went all out this time. I doubt many will dare to invest here again, huh? Wang Hao nodded.
We welcome other countries to come here, but if it's those little guys, we'll have to deal with them properly. Zhao Guoqiang nodded with satisfaction.
Just then, Zhao Guoqiang's phone rang, causing him to frown. Noticing his expression, Wang Hao offered to step aside.
Chairman, I'll step out for now.
Call me if you need anything.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded. Only after the man left did he open the call, a puzzled look on his face.
What's going on? Why did you suddenly call me?
Chen Shooting on the other end of the line exhaled a long breath.
Let's talk outside. I have something important to discuss with you. But don't mention this to anyone. Hurry out, my car is waiting.
Zhao Guoqiang sensed the mystery but didn't waste words. He headed straight for the door. Chen Shooting looked the same as ever, long wavy hair, wide leg pants, and a white short sleeve top.
Get in the car. I need to talk to you about something.
Once Zhao Guoqiang was seated, Chen Shooting let out another long sigh before continuing. I did come here seeking your help, old Zhao.
If you won't assist me, I'm truly at a loss.
Zhao Guoqiang grew even more puzzled. You're suddenly saying this out of the blue, and it's got me really puzzled.
What's going on? Just tell me what it is. If it's something I can handle, I'll get it done for you.
After a moment's thought, Chen Shooting spoke up. I took on a project myself recently, and it's run into serious trouble.
Help me sort it out. Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. You should have told me about this sooner. How did it escalate to this point? What kind of project is it? Who should I contact directly?
Chen Shooting, surprised that Zhao Guoqiang wasn't blaming her, suddenly felt so wrong she burst into tears. Zhao Guoqiang tried his best to comfort her for a while, but he couldn't help but notice that Chen Shooting seemed different lately. Chen Shooting looked puzzled at this remark.
How am I different? I don't feel like I've changed at all.
Zhao Guoqiang grinned mischievously, pressing his face close to Chen Shooting's ear and whispering something.
Chen Shooting blushed fiercely. What the heck are you doing? Stop talking nonsense. I'm heading back now, the kids will be getting out of school soon. Zhao Guoqiang nodded and got out of the car. Only after the car disappeared from sight did Zhao Guoqiang turn back. He immediately called Li Dakong.
There's been some recent trouble with a bridge project.
I hear it's quite complicated. Could you look into it? Find out why they're refusing to approve it? Li Dakong paused for a moment before nodding.
Rest assured, Chairman, I'll handle this immediately.
After hanging up, Li Dakong wore a puzzled expression. Chapter 175, Stepping In. Li Dakong pondered. Meng Dihai? This is Li Dakong. I'd like to ask about the issues surrounding the inspection of the Jinghai Bridge. I heard this bridge should have opened to traffic long ago, so why has it been delayed until now? At these words, Meng Dihai's expression immediately darkened. He hadn't expected this matter to have reached Li Dakong's ears. He forced himself to speak. I looked into this matter earlier, but I've already instructed them to expedite the signing process. It might have been delayed by something these past couple of days. Please rest assured. I'll resolve this as soon as possible. Li Dakong snorted coldly. You'd better resolve this quickly. Leadership has already started inquiring. If this drags on, I can't guarantee what other problems might arise. Got it? Meng Dihai nodded repeatedly.
After hanging up, Li Dakong felt somewhat puzzled. He decided to have someone look into it immediately, wanting to understand the specifics of the situation. Why was Zhao Guoqiang personally getting involved in this matter? At that moment, Meng Dihai was equally perplexed and sought out Cheng Cheng directly. Chen Shooting is also part of your construction group, so why are the two of you so different? What exactly is going on? Don't worry about the inspection. Once I get to the bottom of this, everything will be fine. Hearing this, Cheng Cheng smiled. It's really nothing major. The issue is with the third-party inspection company. They're quite upset and insist we give them a bribe. But tell me, where would our construction group find the money to grease their palms? Meng Dihai's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. These third-party companies are outrageous. How can they demand money for everything? Contact the third-party company immediately and tell them to expedite the inspection. If there are no issues, why are they holding things up? With Li Dakong backing the decision and Meng Dihai providing support, the matter was essentially resolved. After Cheng Cheng came out, she called Chen Shooting. Everything's taken care of, though I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Chen Shooting nodded and immediately contacted the third-party inspection team on her phone. Mr. Gu, when would be a suitable time for inspection? This delay is becoming excessive. Gu Wenchang was taken aback by the question. She was being so polite to me this morning. Why is she talking like this now? There's no rush for the inspection. We'll look at it when we have time. What if there are other issues? You agree, right? Chen Shooting smiled. Of course we need to get to the bottom of it. But honestly, it'd be best if you never had to sign off on this. Chen Shooting hung up the phone, leaving Gu Wenchang with a puzzled expression. He simply couldn't fathom what had gotten into this woman to make her speak so bluntly. But he didn't press further. After all, he wasn't the one who'd have to use that bridge. What was there to fear? Gu Wenchang shrugged it off, but half an hour later, Meng Dihai's call came through. What the hell are you guys up to? I clearly told you to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Why has it dragged on until now? What the hell are you trying to accomplish? Hearing this, Gu Wenchang looked utterly bewildered. We've already assessed the issue and are preparing to have the construction company make the necessary corrections. Don't worry, it will absolutely be resolved within about a month.
Meng Dihai laughed bitterly. You're telling me it'll take a month to fix this minor issue? Do you have any idea what that means? If this continues, the entire bridge project will be severely affected. Do you understand? If there aren't major problems, don't drag this out any longer. Otherwise, if things get messy, I'll have to come after you. Got it? Furthermore, for every day the inspection is delayed, your company will be fined as well. Gou Wenchang panicked instantly.
Meng Dihai seemed genuinely furious, and he couldn't fathom how things had escalated to this point.
But he dared not hesitate, scrambling to comply.
Unfortunately, when it came time for him to ask for help, Chen Shooting stopped answering his calls. She kept him waiting for 5 or 6 days straight. Finally, with no other options left, Gou Wenchang went straight to Chen Shooting's home. His first words were to demand she bring all the verification documents immediately, as he was ready to surrender. Hearing this, Chen Shooting gave a cold laugh.
When I sought you out earlier, you didn't speak like this. You're backtracking now? Isn't that a bit late? I know someone must have talked to you. No worries, our company has plenty of money. We can drag this out with you anytime. No need to rush.
Gou Wenchang froze upon hearing this.
This won't do. We absolutely cannot proceed this way.
I've already been fined 600,000 yuan these past few days.
If this keeps up, my company will shut down. Please, just help me out and approve the inspection quickly. It's all those underlings who don't know any better. Chen Shooting smiled.
I wonder if it's the subordinates who are clueless, or the higher-ups who simply don't care about this matter.
No problem. As long as we have time, we'll just drag this out. Who can't outlast who these days?
Seeing that Chen Shooting was genuinely upset, Gou Wenchang reluctantly placed the item he'd just bought on the table. This bag was snagged online by my wife. She camped out for half a year to get it.
Please accept it.
Chen Shooting wanted to refuse, but Gou Wenchang had already fled the scene. Chen Shooting found it rather amusing. The bag seemed far too expensive. It was easily worth over 100,000 yuan. But since he'd already presented it, she might as well accept it with a smile.
Chen Shooting called Chang Chang. He said he wanted to surrender. What should we do about this? Chang Chang was driving when she heard this and pulled over to the side of the road. What else could she do? She'd been planning to give him a hard time. He's already delivered everything to you, so just hurry up and inspect it. It's pointless to keep making things difficult for him.
Chen Shooting nodded, and that concluded their discussion.
Gou Wenchang looked around anxiously. Finally, the people he'd been waiting for arrived. He hurriedly finished the inspection and couldn't wait to call Meng Dihai. Everything's taken care of now, boss. Please don't punish us.
Hearing this, Meng Dihai thought the kid really didn't know how to speak.
Are you implying I deliberately punished you?
If you'd just done your job properly, who would want to punish you? Besides, there was never really a problem to begin with.
You guys always want to blow things out of proportion. Well, now you've gotten your wish. Can you please change that next time?
Gou Wenchang was nearly panicking. He quickly apologized for his poor choice of words, begging him not to take offense.
Meng Dihai snorted coldly and hung up. He then called Li Dakong to report the situation.
Finally, upon learning the matter was resolved, Zhao Guoqiang let it go.
Let's leave it at that. Just keep a closer eye on these matters going forward. Chapter 176, Overdoing the Show. Upon learning the matter had been properly handled, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but smile.
Besides, the most pressing matter now was to swiftly resolve the issues that had been brought to light. Li Dakong sat directly across from Zhao Guoqiang, looking puzzled. Chairman, as per your instructions, we've taken note of the situation.
Currently, operations at the seaport are running smoothly, though minor issues occasionally arise.
Additionally, Shaoruwei Jin's side has also offered their perspective on these matters, and we are actively seeking solutions.
Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. Meng Dihai is now defying me. He actually dares to use the seaport to oppose me. Do you think I can tolerate that? That Meng Dihai always likes to play around with useless things. This is nothing but a provocation against me. Hearing this, Li Dakong's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected Zhao Guoqiang to voice such sentiments.
If that's the case, Zhao Guoqiang's patience must have reached its limit. Continuing to endure won't lead to a favorable outcome. At this thought, Li Dakong couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, already sensing Zhao Guoqiang's anger.
After a moment's thought, Li Dakong continued. Meng Dihai is now preparing to break away from us and collaborate with others. In other words, he intends to partner with other cities. After all, the new district's location isn't exclusively ours to claim. Moreover, our Jinghai city is quite close to the neighboring Lutong city. If Lutong truly succeeds in securing it, all the profits from this seaport will likely go to them. Chairman, this is my primary concern at present. How do you propose we address this matter? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang paused briefly before responding. I believe you're overlooking a crucial point: the other party's considerations. Think carefully, haven't we already fallen into this trap? Since Greenvine City is so keen on that plot of land, let them send their representatives to negotiate with us. Both sides can assess the situation based on future developments. It shouldn't be a matter of whoever wants it just takes it.
Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Li Dakong nodded repeatedly, agreeing that Zhao Guoqiang was absolutely right. Observing Li Dakong's reaction, Zhao Guoqiang smiled before continuing. I understand their position. What Greenvine City craves most now is a seaport. Since Gao Mingyuan was dealt with, their economy has suffered severe decline. But trying to pull this kind of trick on me won't work. Zhao Guoqiang spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Li Dakong. Go back and relay this message, tell the others I have a very negative view of this matter. Let them feel the pressure first. Li Dakong suddenly smiled upon hearing this, instantly grasping Zhao Guoqiang's strategy. Simple enough. Li Dakong promptly complied, immediately phoning others to relay the message. After Li Dakong left, Zhao Guoliang hadn't even sat down when Zhao Ruilong arrived, his face a bruised mess. What the hell were you doing out there? How did you end up looking like this? Are you okay? Zhao Ruilong rubbed his eyes as he spoke. Nothing serious. Just a minor altercation with someone these past couple of days. It's no big deal. Second uncle, I'm fine too. My dad said I should lay low for a while. Could you help me find a way out? Zhao Guoqiang heard this and instantly looked utterly speechless. If it's nothing serious, why does he need me to arrange a way out? If that's the case, doesn't that mean something is seriously wrong? The thought made Zhao Guoqiang's expression darken. He couldn't fathom what schemes his elder brother and nephew were cooking up, but upon reflection, Zhao Ruilong had certainly been stirring up trouble lately. Looking at the young man before him, Zhao Guoqiang spoke up. Look, you can't keep pulling stunts like this. Tell me straight what exactly happened. Your second uncle can help sort this out. Don't let it escalate into something too big where no one will back you up. Got it? Do you have any idea how many people are watching you right now? They see you as a huge piece of cake, so it's only natural they're eyeing you. How do you propose we handle this? Zhao Ruilong felt awkward after Zhao Guoqiang's stern lecture. But he understood that the old man was trying to find him a way out, most likely because he didn't want him to keep drifting aimlessly like this. But then again, where else could he go if he stopped drifting? With his current state, who would dare associate with him? The more Zhao Ruilong thought about it, the more uneasy he felt inside, but these were words he couldn't easily voice aloud. After all, given the current situation, Zhao Ruilong understood all too well that this matter was far from simple. As Zhao Ruilong was deep in thought, Zhao Guoqiang reminded him again. All I can do now is get you to Prince Ninyahen. Whatever problems arise between the two of you will be entirely on you. His place is a paradise, beautiful women everywhere, poetry and books like paintings. You go there, and don't come back with any trouble, you hear me? Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong chuckled and immediately nodded in agreement. Zhao Guoqiang promptly called Prince Minyahan, but unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong slipped out quietly. Yang Yi was busy organizing materials when someone unexpectedly entered, looking puzzled. What are you doing here? Get out immediately. You can't enter without the designated anti-static suit from the inspection room. Get out now. Instead of leaving, Zhao Ruilong actually approached Yang Yi. Why are you so flustered? You never gave me a chance before. Now that you're my second uncle's student, why still won't you give me a chance? Yang Yi found Zhao Ruilong utterly repulsive. She couldn't fathom what kind of ancestors director Zhao had buried to produce such a wastrel. If not for her respect for the professor, Yang Yi would have lost her temper long ago. After a moment's pause, she addressed him. Before I lose my temper, get out of here. Do you even know where you are? Is this some place you can just come and play around? Zhao Ruilong hadn't expected Yang Yi to have such a fiery temper. He felt awkward for a moment. I just came to hang out with you for a bit. Is it really necessary to get so worked up? Besides, I didn't mean anything by it. We could just have a little chat. Yang Yi was clearly displeased, but she forced herself to chat with him for a few moments. The conversation revolved around the current state of her experiments, and Zhao Ronglong listened with genuine curiosity. You never even date. You just hole up in the lab all day. And Li Jing, when are the two of you going to get your act together? Just as they were talking, Li Jing arrived. He opened the door and walked in, looking utterly astonished. Chapter 177, Be a Good Boy, Son. Seeing Zhao Ruilong there too, Li Jing's expression darkened. He seemed to be silently questioning Zhao Ruilong, why are you here? Zhao Ruilong and Yang Yi both found this odd. After all, everyone knew Zhao Ruilong was Li Jing's biological father. Why did this kid always have such an attitude? After a pause, Zhao Rong spoke up. Are you out of your mind, kid? I'm your father, and this is how you treat me every single day? For God's sake, show me some respect. Can't you stop treating me like this? After speaking, Li Jing stormed over, pointing his finger at Zhao Ruilong's nose and barking angrily. This is a laboratory. Do you think you can just walk in here? Get out immediately, or I'll call security. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong gave a cold laugh and pointed right back at Li Jing's nose, responding just as bluntly. What? So you want to drag me out, huh? Go ahead and try today. I'm curious to see if you've got the guts to do it. Besides, you shouldn't ever forget about me. Got that straight about your father? Li Jing was livid at this remark, itching to punch the man right then and there.
Fortunately, Yang Yi intervened to stop them, otherwise the father and son would have come to blows. Yang Yi promptly pulled Li Jing away, just as Zhao Ruilong was called off by Wang Hao. As he left, Zhao Ruilong couldn't resist delivering one last threat. "You better remember this, kid. If you ever try to pull this kind of stunt with me again, I'll make you regret it. And I'm your boss, so don't try to pull this Reagan-style tough act on me." With that, Zhao Ruilong turned and strode away with a flourish. But before his butt had even warmed the seat, Zhao Guoqiang delivered a hard slap across his face. "Li Jing still doesn't fully trust you, yet you had the nerve to go around telling everyone that's your son? Li Fumei, where were you when this child was born? What the hell were you playing at?" Zhao Ruilong took the scolding from his second uncle, head bowed, saying nothing. Truth be told, this wasn't a simple matter. Back in the factory days, Zhao Ruilong was always loafing around. After all, no department dared assign him work, and besides, this guy was notoriously difficult to work with. The main reasons anyone considered assigning him tasks back then were limited, either driving since he loved tinkering with cars or stationing him in the high-level machine room. What could possibly go wrong there? Especially when Zhao Ruilong was driving. For the first couple of days, he came in full of energy, arriving earlier than anyone else. He'd have the car ready before dawn. Whenever someone needed a ride, he'd jump in and go. Those days were actually pretty smooth. But after that period, Zhao Ruilong's situation went straight downhill. The kid kept puncturing tires on purpose, then used the opportunity to chat with the mechanics and make them spend an entire day meticulously patching a single tire. Once one tire was nearly fixed, he'd bring over another punctured tire. You have to admit, Zhao Ruilong's tactics were pretty clever. Word got out, and everyone was laughing their heads off about it. It was around that time that Zhao Ruilong met Li Fumei. She was a married woman, but her husband had never touched her, a widow in all but name. Somehow, Zhao Ruilong managed to sweet-talk her into bed. Li Fumei was beautiful but often unsociable. Once, while at work, they had sex in the break room. The factory's disciplinary inspector tried to report them, only to get beaten up by Zhao Ruilong. That put an end to the matter. Later, when word spread that the troublemaker was Zhao Ruilong, no one dared to take action. They buried the matter to prevent Zhao Guoqiang from publicly disciplining his nephew. But their good fortune didn't last long. Li Fumei became pregnant. However, due to her status as a widow, Zhao Ruilong didn't dare mention it to the old man. He had planned to take a concubine, thinking that would suffice for them to live together outside the main household. Unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong's opportunity arrived. The factory underwent restructuring, and riding this wave, he quickly rose to prominence. By the time Li Fumei gave birth, Zhao Ruilong's career was in full bloom. His rise was meteoric. He ascended to the top in one swift leap. Recalling those days, Zhao Ruilong's eyes still welled up with tears. "Second uncle, I've thought about it over the years. It really was extraordinary. Back then, I met an old fortune teller who told me. He said my fate was peculiar. I'd gain both wealth and a son, possessing all the world's blessings." Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. "And then? What happened next?" Zhao Ruilong rubbed his chin. "The rest of it, well, haven't you seen it all yourself, sir? I've ended up just like this, stuck in the middle, never seeing any real improvement." Seeing Zhao Ruilong like this, Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but sigh. He felt the boy had grown slightly more sensible than before. Your father is getting on in years, and his grandson still refuses to see him. That's the biggest problem. You need to sit down with Li Jing and talk things through properly. There's no need for things to get this far. Do you understand? I know you've been living with Li Fumei for years now. You keep avoiding this son of yours. Do you think that's right? Scratching his face, Zhao Ruilong dared not say another word. He'd been planning to tidy up and lie low for a couple of days, but now he'd given up on that idea. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Guoqiang felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. He still couldn't fathom how the Zhao family could have produced such a good-for-nothing. But after the man left, Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes, lost in thought about something else. Zhao Guoqiang simply couldn't fathom what was about to unfold next. Li Jing planned to take the bus home after work, but unexpectedly, Zhao Ruilong drove right up. "Get in. Do you know how far the bus stop is from here? Stop talking nonsense and get in. I'm taking you away. There's no need for all this fuss. Back then, it was a misunderstanding between your mom and me. She's stubborn as hell. She's cooking dinner at home. Let's hurry back and eat." Li Jing didn't respond, shouldering his backpack and preparing to keep walking. Zhao Ruilong was baffled. How could this kid be so stubborn? He quickly reminded him. "I specifically called the bus company to prevent you from taking the bus. I had them temporarily reroute this line so you can't board." Li Jing was truly speechless. "What the hell are you playing at?" Zhao Ruilong scratched his face, urging him to get in the car. With no other choice, Li Jing complied. Once aboard, he floored it straight back to Li Fumei's villa. Seeing the two of them return together, Li Fumei assumed Zhao Ruilong had handled the situation. Little did she know that as soon as Li Jing got back, he lied about still having unfinished business. Chapter 178, Untangling the Knot.
Li Fumei's expression darkened.
She knew Li Jing's temperament. This attitude meant he likely had no intention of forgiving his father. Sighing, Li Fumei sat down in a chair while Zhao Ruilong silently finished stir-frying all the uncooked ingredients in the kitchen.
Li Jing, come out for dinner. Zhao Ruilong called out twice.
Only on the third call did Li Jing appear, still in his pajamas, without uttering a word. Li Fumei sensed the awkward tension between father and son, so she took the initiative to speak up. What happened back then wasn't your father's fault.
You two don't need to be sulking like this. Whatever you need to say, just talk it out. There's really no need for this.
Hearing this, Li Jing pushed his glasses up.
I understand. I know what you mean. But why bother? Have you seen enough happy families out there that you suddenly remembered your own situation? Zhao Ruilong chuckled.
This only made Li Jing even more puzzled.
What are you laughing at? Could it be that I'm right?
Zhao Ruilong shook his head. You're not right, but your temperament reminds me of us Zhao family members.
I'm just curious, what the hell are you up to, kid?
Hearing this, Li Jing wore a carefree expression. Zhao Ruilong reached out and ruffled his hair. Your mom and I used to be apart because of business demands. Now that all my ventures are stable and you've made something of yourself, there's no need to stir up trouble. Also, let me warn you, don't get any funny ideas about that girl Yang Yi. Li Fumei's heart skipped a beat. Just when things were starting to look up, he actually started treating him like his father. He was about to speak up, but unexpectedly, Li Jing smiled.
I understand what you mean. I absolutely won't get involved with my senior sister. I have a girlfriend.
Zhao Ruilong rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with curiosity. He couldn't quite grasp where this girlfriend had suddenly appeared from. Li Jing pulled out a photo and slid it across the table.
Zhao Ruilong's face froze.
Because this woman was none other than Huang Suizue, the madam under Su Zhong's command. Zhao Ruilong's expression was off, and Li Fumei noticed it too. She decided to smooth things over. Let's just eat first, she said. There's no need to let such a small matter ruin everyone's mood. After dinner, Li Jing went back to his room, saying he still had a paper to finish. Li Fumei scratched her head, looking deeply troubled.
Are you telling the truth? That woman really isn't proper.
Zhao Ruilong rubbed his chin.
You clearly don't believe me. Why would I lie to you?
Not only is that woman no good, but she's probably after Li Jing because of his status.
Alright, I'll look into this matter.
Li Fumei nodded silently. Zhao Ruilong walked to the windowsill, pulled out his phone, and made a call.
Su Jiang, it's Zhao Ruilong. I need to ask, do you have a madam named Huang Suizue working for you? After a long pause.
After hanging up, Su Jiang seemed like a different person, his face twisted with rage. He immediately summoned Huang Suizue, who was working, into the room, his expression menacing.
You-ing. Are you ing Li Jing?
Huang Suizue looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Su Jiang had found out about this.
Boss, please listen to me, it was just a joke.
Su Jiang grew even angrier, slamming his fist on the table.
The person involved has come to confront me, and you tell me it was just a joke? Wasn't that joke a bit too much?
Huang Suizue, tell me the truth, what the hell are you and Li Jing up to? Besides, I've got plenty of hostesses here.
I don't need you. No one will notice, got it? Feeling threatened, Huang Suizue's body went limp, and she immediately knelt before Su Jiang. She recounted the entire incident in detail. Actually, I met Li Jing because he brought a classmate here to play recently. That classmate was no good, he demanded 3 girls at once and took them all away. Of course, I thought it might be interesting.
Since all the other girls were taken by you that day, I had no choice but to step in myself. I didn't even have time to get dressed up, and then Li Jing just happened to pick me.
I don't know why. Su Jiang raised his hand, signaling her to stop. That's enough.
I feel like you've been rambling on for ages, saying all sorts of nonsense. Su Jiang spoke, and Huang Suizue flashed him a flattering smile. Boss, I know I must have done something wrong here, but to be fair, this situation wasn't exactly what I wanted either.
Su Jiang gave Huang Suizue a cold snort at her attitude. Huang Suizue, I'm warning you, don't try to pull this useless nonsense with me. Got it?
I'm warning you, if you make this ugly, don't blame me for turning on you. Huang Suizue gave an awkward smile but nodded vigorously, signaling she'd taken it all to heart.
Su Jiang gave a cold laugh and didn't bother with her further.
After all, it was best for such matters to be settled privately.
Su Jiang paused to consider. So, have you done anything you shouldn't have with Li Jing? Huang Suizue nodded.
They'd only known each other for a couple days before going out together, but the guy was incredibly clumsy. He clearly wasn't experienced, we only spent a few nights together. Later, he said he was busy and rarely came to see me, but he'd call me every day whenever he had free time.
Su Jiang paused. Then let me ask you this, did Li Jing tell you anything else?
Huang Suizue thought carefully and shook her head.
There's absolutely nothing else. I've told you everything.
Besides, Li Jing was probably just playing around with me. After all, there's a 4 or 5 year age gap between us.
How could I possibly be climbing the social ladder by dating him? Su Zhong's expression abruptly changed upon hearing this. How did you find out about Li Jing's background? Huang Suizui gave an awkward smile.
After he fell asleep, I quietly looked through his ID and discovered he's actually a senior engineer at the Jingshan Industrial Park. I also found his senior management credentials for the Jingshan Group.
Of course, I never told anyone about this. That's all I know about his background, I don't know much else.
Oh, and there was that incident with Li Fumei a while back. Su Jian listened to the first part of her story, about to take a sip of tea, but when he heard the latter part, his expression abruptly changed.
What do you mean you didn't know? That damn woman already figured it out, she's just not telling the truth, that's all. Su Jian was nearly furious. What the hell was Huang Suizui playing at? You're playing word games with me? Chapter 179, Word Games.
Huang Suizui repeatedly insisted she hadn't done such a thing, hoping Su Jian wouldn't get angry.
Watching Huang Suizui's antics, Su Jian gave a cold laugh. Fine. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Just remember, don't push me too far. Got it? Huang Suizui nodded repeatedly, indicating she had taken everything in.
After careful thought, she sensed Su Jiang seemed to have more to say.
Mr. Su, please speak your mind. Did Li Jing send someone to contact me?
Su Jiang shook his head and continued.
Li Jing, you might not think it matters, but do you know who Li Jing's real father is?
His biological father is Zhao Ruilong.
Su Jiang took a sip of tea.
Huang Suizui was already as limp as a rag, and she felt a warm, wet sensation on her inner thigh. She actually peed herself from fear. Following the trail up from Zhao Ruilong would lead straight to Zhao Guoqiang and Zhao Lichuan.
Huang Suizui finally realized how absurd she'd been. She'd done something utterly unforgivable. Huang Suizui opened her mouth but dared not utter a word.
Su Jiang calmly reassured her. I know you're scared right now, but listen carefully to what I'm about to say. I demand you keep a close watch on him. Li Jing put it another way, you absolutely must make this kid feel like he's with a woman when he's with you. In short, make him unable to resist.
Isn't that your specialty? Don't let this guy slip away. He's a big shot. We might need him later. Got it? Huang Suizui's expression darkened.
Initially, she'd only intended to have a casual fling with Li Jing. But to be honest, Li Jing seemed like a decent guy.
If they could get married, that would be even better.
Still, with her current state, marrying Li Jing was nothing but a pipe dream. Still, Huang Suizui refused to follow Su Jiang's advice and coax Li Jing. That would only drain every last ounce of patience he had for women. Besides, even though Huang Suizui had been drifting through society for a long time, she still recognized how good Li Jing had been to her.
Boss, this isn't right, is it? Li Jing is pure-hearted. He doesn't have any ulterior motives. How inappropriate is it for me to seduce him like this?
Besides, once Li Jing grows tired of me, I'll step away. As for his future life, I won't interfere. I know my place, I'm not worthy of being with him. Su Jiang walked over and gently stroked Huang Suizui's hair.
From today onward, you're my adopted sister, Su Jiang.
I'm changing your name to Su Suizui.
Got it? You won't have to be a madam anymore. Rest assured, I'll pay your monthly commission in full.
Plus, you'll become my senior vice president. Remember what I said, devote all your time to taking care of Li Jing.
Got it?
As long as you secure Li Jing for me, you'll get whatever you desire.
Huang Suizui had intended to refuse, but upon hearing Su Jiang's promises, she instantly lost all desire to object. Besides, Su Jiang wasn't the type to joke around. If he truly intended to give her all that, wouldn't she be over the moon?
Huang Suizui felt a surge of excitement, yet a lingering tension remained.
Though she didn't fully grasp Su Jiang's motives. But upon reflection, Su Jiang likely intended to secure Li Jing to solidify his relationship with the leadership.
With this thought, Huang Suizui walked out in a daze and plopped down in the room. The others gathered around, looking puzzled, and most of them found Huang Suizui's state rather strange.
Sis Chui, what's wrong? Did something happen tonight? Why aren't you saying anything? Sister Suizui, did we mess up the service again? Huang Suizui shook her head. It's not you. The problem is on my end. I'll let everyone know to wrap up early today. I'm treating you all to dinner.
After dinner, your sister Chui will be moving on to a new place. Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled, but they still offered their congratulations to Sister Chui.
Huang Suizui smiled, then turned and walked away. Everyone else was curious why had Huang Suizui changed so much after just a few words with Su Jiang? Time ticked by, yet Huang Suizui's condition showed little improvement.
Her heart remained heavy with worry. It seemed Su Jiang truly intended to use her. Not long after, Zhao Ruilong found Su Jiang.
What the hell are you playing at, kid? You didn't take a single thing I told you earlier to heart. Do you think this is giving me any face? Su Jiang immediately began explaining. Not at all.
Our bond is the purest brotherhood, untarnished by such matters. But I must admit, I'm a bit lost as to what exactly you're implying.
Rest assured, I understand the specifics. But honestly, I'm genuinely confused by what you're saying.
Zhao Ruilong grew increasingly annoyed seeing him still playing dumb.
Cut the crap. You think I don't know what you're all about? I'll ask you one more time, what exactly is going on? How did things get to this point?
Explain it clearly to me before I lose my temper.
Su Jiang rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. I tracked down that Huang Suitsue. I asked her too.
It was Li Jing who approached her first.
And Li Jing really likes Huang Suitsue. Of course, you probably didn't know she's my sister. Zhao Ruilong looked utterly bewildered. Huang Suitsue is a madam, isn't she? When did she become your sister? You're playing games with me, aren't you? Hearing this, Su Jiang quickly shook his head, insisting he wouldn't dare. Listen to yourself. How could I dare play games with you? This really happened. Huang Suitsue is my sister.
We were separated when we were young, and she went to live with her mother's relatives. She even changed her surname to Huang, but she still has another name, Su Suitsue.
Zhao Ruilong felt this was all a mess. Was this kid pulling his leg?
Zhao Ruilong sensed something was off, yet Su Jiang maintained his cheerful demeanor.
For the moment, Zhao Ruilong couldn't quite find the words to respond.
But Li Jing was a rare talent among men.
He couldn't let some Huang Suitsue get in his way, could he?
I don't care what this woman's background is, nor what she's been up to. Just listen carefully and remember this clearly.
It's not that simple. Hearing Zhao Ruilong speak, Su Jiang awkwardly scratched his face.
I know all this, I understand it all, but feelings are a two-way street. At those words, Zhao Ruilong slammed his fist on the table.
Chapter 180, Beating Su Jiang.
Zhao Ruilong never imagined Su Jiang would dare speak to him like this.
Wasn't he just a low-life thug?
And what's more, a low-level thug dared to speak to him like that. Zhao Ruilong's face darkened to the extreme, itching to teach him a lesson right then and there. Su Jiang seemed to sense something was off, but he still gambled that Zhao Ruilong wouldn't dare confront him.
Zhao Ruilong paused briefly. Old Su, we've got this kind of relationship. Cut the nonsense.
I'll say it again about Li Jing, don't make this awkward for me.
If I can't explain this properly, do you think you'll be able to?
I promised her damn well this would be handled properly. I don't care who your sister is, whether she's a Su or a Huang.
This ends here.
If anyone keeps trying to get close to my son, don't blame me when things go south.
We've been in business together for years, you should know me well enough by now. Su Jiang immediately nodded, knowing he was clearly furious. I understand your perspective, but between two people, it's hard for him to explain, right?
That said, I'll try to talk some sense into those two youngsters.
Trust me on this, okay?
Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's expression darkened to the extreme. He truly hadn't expected Su Jiang to speak to him like this. Zhao Ruilong slowly rose to his feet, letting out a cold laugh.
Su Jiang, you little punk, do you take me for a fool?
Su Jiang chuckled, but noticed Zhao Ruilong's face had turned grim. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Ruilong's fist sent him crashing to the ground.
Su Jiang never imagined Zhao Ruilong would actually resort to violence.
He howled in pain from the blow. To make matters worse, Zhao Ruilong even picked up an ashtray to swing at him. Fortunately, Huang Suitsue rushed in and stopped him, otherwise, things could have turned violent. Moments later, Zhao Guoqiang arrived after hearing the commotion. Seeing the two men in this ridiculous state nearly made him explode with rage.
Fight! You two wanted to fight, didn't you? Go ahead, I'm waiting right here to watch. I said, get it over with already.
Both men were too scared to utter a sound.
Zhao Guoqiang sneered coldly. Getting into a spat over such a trivial matter? Looks like you two are quite the power couple. I'm not even in your sights anymore, am I?
Su Jiang hurried to explain.
Chairman Zhao, I'm innocent. I never expected things to escalate like this.
He started picking fights the moment he arrived. This isn't my fault.
I'm the victim here.
Hearing Su Jiang's excuses only made Zhao Guoqiang angrier. If it weren't for this kid talking nonsense, things probably wouldn't have escalated to this point.
Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold snort. I've already heard about the situation between the two of you. There's no need to escalate things to this point.
Besides, everyone knows what's going on here.
Got that?
I didn't want to make this overly awkward, but you two keep forcing my hand.
Tell me yourselves, isn't this just looking for trouble? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, both men fell into an awkward silence.
Zhao Guoqiang then ordered the two of them to get out. He was utterly powerless against these two jerks. He exhaled a long breath and pondered carefully.
I've thought it through.
Since things have already gotten this messy, certain situations probably can't be salvaged anyway.
Since that's the case, there's no point in both sides talking about useless things. Bring Huang Suitsue in. Su Jiang interjected.
Chairman, her surname is Su Suitsue.
Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened instantly. Su Jiang gave an awkward smile and immediately fell silent.
Zhao Guoqiang shot him a fierce glare, warning him to behave himself. Sighing deeply, Zhao Guoqiang looked equally puzzled.
Isn't it Huang? How did it become Su? Can surnames just be changed like that?
Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Su Jiang gave an awkward smile and quickly stepped closer. Chairman, this surname change is recent. No hidden meaning, just tracing our roots. We all used to be surnamed Su. Zhao Ruweilong interjected. That's bull. He says he's a Su, not a Huang. Zhao Guoqiang ordered them both to get lost. After shooing the two away with a tirade, Zhao Guoqiang specifically called Huang Cuizui inside and thought carefully. Let's talk. I want to know exactly what the hell you're up to. Hearing this, Huang Cuizui felt fear wash over her and couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes. Spill it. What's really going on? Huang Cuizui repeated everything Su Jiang had instructed her. She didn't want to put Zhao Guoqiang in a difficult position. After all, Su Jiang had been the one to recognize her talent and give her a chance. Without him, she probably wouldn't have survived. Back then, when others bullied her, it was Su Jiang who stood up for her. One should never forget a kindness received, her mother had taught her. I couldn't just turn around and betray my benefactor. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. Alright, things have come to this. There's no need to dwell on it further. Besides, the root of the problem is likely a whole mess of trouble. You and Li Jing should work out your own issues. But let me be clear, I can't help you with anything else. You two will have to navigate this path alone. It's a long and difficult road ahead. Zhao Guoqiang rose to his feet after speaking, and Zhao Ruweilong followed his second uncle out. Watching their retreating figures, Su Jiang immediately pressed Huang Cuizui for answers. What the hell is going on? What did you just say? I'm warning you, spill everything clearly, or don't blame me for turning on you. Huang Cuizui hadn't said anything she shouldn't have. What was there to fear? So she recounted the general events, omitting only the part where she had warned Zhao Guoqiang. Su Jiang finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He'd thought things would get really awkward, but it turned out to be such a small matter. Alright, just remember to charm Li Jing so he can't find his way around in bed. Better yet, make him think about you every single day. Got it? Huang Cuizui nodded. There was nothing else to say. After this incident, Huang Cuizui and Li Jing's interactions grew increasingly frequent. Surprisingly, Li Jing even moved out of his family home. They even rented a place near the company. With Li Jing earning 400,000 or 500,000 yuan a month, it was more than enough for both of them. After living together for 2 months, Huang Cuizui was shocked to discover she was pregnant. Zhao Guoqiang was inspecting the lab when he noticed Li Jing's absence and curiously asked Yang Yi. Where's Li Jing? Yang Yi replied with a smile. My wife is pregnant. Chapter 181, Congratulations are in order. Zhao Guoqiang froze upon hearing this. He genuinely hadn't known about Li Jing's situation. Moreover, Li Jing and himself shared another layer of connection. Zhao Guoqiang pondered thoughtfully. But after a long pause, Zhao Guoqiang didn't say much more. Only Yang Yi seemed to realize she'd said something wrong. Zhao Guoqiang paused, then began inquiring about the experimental results. Yang Yi presented all her recent experimental findings, seeking Zhao Guoqiang's personal guidance. I've been working on a particular breakthrough lately, she said. Could you offer your insights? I can't shake the feeling that something in my approach isn't quite right. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't help but look puzzled upon hearing this. As Yang Yi described it, he glanced at it briefly, but his expression immediately changed. Zhao Guoqiang hadn't anticipated a crucial factor. Has controllable material appeared in our current research? Yang Yi shook her head and mentioned Li Jing's name at the end, so Zhao Guoqiang didn't say much more. After reviewing the experimental results, Zhao Guoqiang offered several pertinent suggestions. First, the results we've seen generally reveal certain misconceptions. It's clear something isn't quite right. However, I hope these misconceptions won't persist. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, the young woman quickly nodded, assuring him she'd take note and do her utmost to prevent these issues from spreading. Zhao Guoqiang nodded in satisfaction and said no more, turning his attention elsewhere. Just as Zhao Guoqiang was engrossed in examining other materials, Li Jing rushed back in. Sorry, sir, I'm late. Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle upon hearing this. What the hell are you up to? Li Jing tried to explain, but Zhao Guoqiang didn't listen to his excuses. He turned and walked out. Li Jing let out a long sigh, unsure what to do. Yang Yi, standing nearby, spoke up. Alright, since you're already late, there's no point in talking about it anymore. The teacher asked a lot of questions about you earlier. Let's get to work first. We can greet the teacher later when we have a moment. Hearing this, Li Jing nodded and immediately got to work. After returning to his office, Zhao Guoqiang sat deep in thought, unsure what to make of the situation. So Zhao Guoqiang decided to give Su Jiang a call. Su Jiang, I need to ask you about Huang Cuizui. Tell me everything you know about her family background. Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Su Jiang's eyes widened as he instantly realized this matter was far from simple. Something fishy was definitely afoot. Without hesitation, he nodded. Got it, boss. Huang Cuizui doesn't have many relatives left. She only has an older sister. Most of her other family members have either lost contact or passed away. There's also her first love, but that guy's behind bars.
When he'll be released? No clue. That's about it. Huang Suizue has been working as a vice president at my company all along.
Zhao Guoqiang found the whole thing laughable.
Did this kid really think he was a fool?
But since Su Jiang put it that way, he might as well give him face and treat it as the truth.
Got it, Su Jiang. Next time, cut the nonsense when you talk to me, got it? Su Jiang nodded vigorously, signaling he understood perfectly.
Zhao Guoqiang had only intended to make small talk and learn more about Huang Suizue's situation, but he hadn't expected Su Jiang to completely misinterpret everything. What's worse, that kid Su Jiang actually took it upon himself to act.
The moment he hung up with Zhao Guoqiang, Su Jiang immediately summoned the Tang brothers, Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu.
Su Jiang's eyes were filled with helplessness and worry. Looking at the brothers, he paused before speaking.
This situation is tricky. What do you two plan to do? We can't let this Huang Suizue mess everything up. You two agree, right? Hearing Su Jiang speak this way, the brothers nodded immediately, though they still didn't quite grasp his meaning.
So Tang Xiaolong plucked up his courage and asked,
"Big brother, what exactly do you mean? Why don't you just tell us straight up? I can't help but feel there's something peculiar about your tone. Rest assured, whatever you can say, we'll make it happen. What exactly is your situation?"
Hearing this, Su Jiang took a drag on his cigarette and looked at them.
Bro, my meaning is simple. You know exactly what this situation is about, right? Huang Suizue, she's practically a celebrity now. And that is secretly hooking up with other big shots behind our backs.
Besides, we never took Huang Suizue seriously before.
If this keeps up, don't you think that might cause us trouble?
Tang Xiaolong, quickest on the uptake, immediately mimed slitting his throat with his hand.
Bro, is that what you mean? If that's what you mean, then we're ready to make our move. Su Jiang exhaled a long breath. That's pretty much the gist. You two handle it, but don't rush into anything. Got it?
The two nodded, committing the matter to memory. Su Jiang patted both of them on the shoulder. Immediately afterward, the brothers Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu set off, quietly following Huang Suizue into the residential complex. Without a word, they forced open the door and barged in.
Huang Suizue was slicing fruit when she saw them arrive. Instantly, she understood everything. Don't come any closer, she warned.
I'm carrying Zhao's child. If you cause trouble, Zhao Ruilong won't let you off, and Zhao Lichuan certainly won't either.
Tang Xiaolong and Tang Xiaohu gave a cold laugh. But Huang Suizue's belly was indeed starting to show.
Tang Xiaolong walked over and stared at her coldly.
Huang Suizue, do you know the difference between us and the big shots? We're just small-time punks.
Yet you dream of leaping over the dragon gate and becoming a true dragon yourself.
Let me tell you this, women like you? They can find a whole bunch of them. You're just a plaything to them. How could you take this so seriously? Come with us quietly now.
If things get messy, don't blame us brothers.
Hearing this, Huang Suizue grew even more frantic. No, I can't let this happen to the baby inside me.
The two men dragged Huang Suizue toward the hospital, intent on forcing her to terminate the pregnancy.
If the higher-ups found out, even Su Jian wouldn't be able to cover for them.
But before they could drag her away, Gao Qiqiang appeared at the doorway.
What are you two doing? Is this something you should be doing? Let her go immediately. Miss Huang, are you hurt? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Chapter 182, Thinking of Going Solo.
Huang Suizue was utterly terrified, shaking her head repeatedly as she curled up on the sofa.
Gao Qiqiang's expression darkened as he glared at the brothers. What the hell are you two playing at?
Hearing Gao Qiqi's words, the two brothers exchanged an awkward smile and scratched their faces.
Bro, we didn't do anything. We just came over to chat with Miss Huang. After all, it was the higher-ups' orders. Gao Qiqiang's heart sank.
He hadn't expected Su Jiang to orchestrate this, but it shouldn't be like this.
Su Jiang, was this really necessary?
Gao Qiqiang was genuinely confused by the situation.
Even if Su Jian wanted to play games, he shouldn't have started now.
Besides, someone like Su Jian wasn't someone to mess with.
Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he absolutely wouldn't make such a rookie mistake.
Gao Qiqiang pondered this, then suddenly widened his eyes.
If Su Jiang wouldn't do it, then someone else must be behind it.
For a fleeting moment, a chilling sense of dread washed over him.
Gao Qiqiang couldn't help but shake his head.
He told the two of them to wait outside first.
You two get out of here first. Wait until I figure this out before meeting up with you again. Got it? You two get out now. Tang Xiaolong was still reluctant. After all, this was a task assigned by Su Jiang. He couldn't just walk out like that. Gao Qiqiang watched Tang Xiaolong's face turn grim. With no other choice, Tang Xiaolong obediently turned and left.
After Tang Xiaolong left, Gao Qiqiang closed the door and retrieved all the items he had just disposed of.
Gao Qiqiang rubbed his chin.
Miss Huang, you saw Su Jiang's methods.
If he really did kill you, do you think the Zhao family would bother him?
Of course, what I mean is there's no need for this.
Just pretend you never heard, saw, or participated in today's events. What do you think? Hearing Gao Qiqiang's suggestion, Huang Suizue grew anxious. After all, she had suffered such a grave injury, how could she pretend she hadn't heard or seen anything? Gao Qiqiang, however, grew visibly displeased. Miss Huang, I told you Su Zhong's methods are beyond your wildest imagination. Just do as I say, okay? Huang Suizue tried to speak, but saw the murderous intent flash across Gao Qiqiang's face. In that instant, she fell silent. Seeing her silence, satisfaction spread across Gao Qiqiang's face, and he gave a slight smile. That's right. There's no need to fight me. The more you resist, the more you'll suffer. Understand? Miss Huang, you've been with Li Jing for so long. Has Chairman Zhao ever inquired about this? Huang Suizue paused upon hearing this, then shook her head. Chairman Zhao met me once before, but we never discussed anything else. The other chairmen haven't mentioned it either. Why do you ask? Gao Qiqi chuckled and shook his head. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you've been in contact with Chairman Zhao. That's all. Nothing else matters. Gao Qiqiang felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though Huang Suizue couldn't pinpoint exactly what was off. After careful consideration, Huang Suizue spoke up. You wouldn't seriously expect me to abort the baby, would you? I'll be honest with you, if I terminate this pregnancy, the Zhao family won't let me off the hook, nor will they spare you. Truthfully, I don't want this child either. The gap between Li Jing and me is simply too vast. Hearing this, Gao Qiqiang smiled faintly. Don't worry. We're not monsters. We wouldn't do that. After all, the child is innocent. You agree, right? But now that things have come to this, we can't just leave it at that. There's $1,000,000 in this card. Take it. It's a gift for you and the child. But I hope you'll forget everything that happened today, as if it never occurred. Is that all right? Huang Suizue listened to Gao Qiqiang's words, sinking into deep thought. She even struggled to find the words to respond. After all, Gao Qiqiang had laid his terms out clearly. Whether she agreed or not, the outcome remained the same. Hesitating slightly, Huang Suizue nodded and accepted the money. Gao Qiqi continued to stare at her. You remember this clearly, right? Today's events never happened. No one will come looking for trouble, and certainly no one will threaten you. Got it? Huang Suizue nodded. Gao Qiqi said no more, rising to leave. After Gao Qiqi left, Huang Suizue stared at the money in her card, her face darkening. She never imagined things would turn out this way. After stepping outside, Gao Qiqi smiled at the two brothers standing there in a daze. What are you two staring at? You've got blank looks on your faces. The brothers quickly shook their heads. Only then did Gao Qiqi notice a couple downstairs arguing quite fiercely. At that, Tang Xiaolong spotted Gao Qiqiang and rushed over to ask, Bro, is this whole thing over now? Gao Qiqiang shook his head. Nice try. Do you really think something like this could just be wrapped up so easily? Enough chatter. You two come back with me. We need to talk this through properly. The brothers didn't understand Gao Qiqiang's meaning, but since Brother Qiqiang had spoken, they obediently followed. So the two brothers followed Gao Qiqiang straight to Su Jiang's Buckingham Hotel. Once seated, Gao Qiqiang's gaze held a hint of meaning. Su Jiang still held his beer, looking puzzled. What's this all about? If you have something to say, just spit it out. Why do I get the feeling you're hiding something? Gao Qiqiang chuckled at this and replied. Su Jiang, do you realize what you've gotten yourself into? At Gao Qiqiang's words, Su Jiang looked puzzled and shook his head. Gao Qiqiang gave a cold laugh. You bastard, you nearly turned the Zhao family into our enemies. Do you even realize Zhao Lichuan already knows about Huang Suizue's pregnancy? If you go through with this now, it's only a matter of time before Zhao Lichuan turns against us. Do you really think you can still rely on that big tree then? Mark my words, he won't just come for our lives, he'll leave us with no way out. Do you even understand? Shouted at by Gao Qiqiang, Su Jiang hadn't anticipated things turning out this way. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. What a state you're in, Gao Qiqiang snorted coldly. Su Jiang, do you have any idea how cautious we need to be right now? Why are you still stirring up trouble like this? Aren't you trying to get us killed? I'm warning you, this situation is already beyond repair. You've been far too careless. Chapter 183, Far Too Careless. Hearing this, Su Jiang felt a bit displeased. After all, Gao Qiqiang was merely his underling, how dare he speak to him like that? He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter another word, Gao Qiqiang's expression had already turned grim. The two immediately started bickering. Without a word, Gao Qiqiang grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it over his head. You want to die? Don't drag the rest of us down with you. Su Jiang froze for a moment, then quickly removed his jewelry and grabbed another bottle, smashing it into Gao Qiqiang's head. After smashing 4 or 5 bottles, they finally calmed down. Sitting on the sofa, neither spoke for a long while. Gao Qiqiang took a drag from his cigarette. Only when the tip was nearly burned down did he speak. That settles it. You figure out what to do with her. I've already made Huang Cuizui shut her mouth. If that woman still doesn't listen and decides to spill the beans, you're in deep. Gao Qiqiang turned away from Su Jian with a cold snort, then collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his head and wailing incessantly. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqiang remained completely unaware of their underhanded dealings. Had he known, a confrontation would have been inevitable. Zhao Guoqiang, however, remained puzzled, unable to fathom what the two were up to. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold chuckle. How amusing. Tell me, what exactly are they up to? At first, I thought they were just fooling around, but I never imagined they'd actually dare to do this. Have these people lost their minds? Hearing this, Wang Hao didn't know how to respond. After all, this situation had caught him completely off guard too. In other words, the current situation was highly peculiar. And Zhao Guoqiang also sensed something was off. It seemed they were either facing some danger or had certain reasons to act this way. Otherwise, there'd be no need for such extreme measures, right? But what baffled me was this: what kind of threat could Huang Cuizui possibly pose to them? Or had they already regarded her as an enemy? Wang Hao pondered for a moment before interjecting. Chairman, I suspect something's very off about this. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Zhao Guoqiang asked him to elaborate. No problem. Sit down. Let's talk it through. I'd like to hear your perspective. Wang Hao nodded at this, sat down, and proceeded to lay out all his thoughts in detail. After some consideration, he essentially voiced every thought that had crossed his mind. Chairman, I suspect Su Jiang may have misinterpreted your intentions. He knows exactly what Huang Cuizui represents. He wouldn't be foolish enough to act suddenly. Moreover, given Huang Cuizui's highly sensitive position, she would never make a sudden move either. This suggests Su Jiang either believed rumors spread by others or misunderstood your intentions. In any case, the situation must be as straightforward as that. There shouldn't be anything else to it. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly, his expression satisfied. You're right. That's exactly how I see it. But to be honest, given the current situation, this matter isn't as straightforward as it seems. For instance, the fact that Su Jiang acted on my phone call, what does that indicate? It suggests Su Jiang might try to pin the blame on me. That would become a real problem. Hearing this, Wang Hao immediately understood that Zhao Guoqiang wasn't entirely confident in Su Jiang either. Of course, Zhao Guoqiang wasn't implying anything else, he simply felt Su Jiang might cause him trouble. Considering this, Wang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes, though he also had strong opinions on the matter. As the two chatted idly, Zhao Guoqiang's phone buzzed. Wang Hao promptly stepped out as usual. Zhao Guoqiang picked up the phone with a puzzled look. After answering, he found the caller was a complete stranger. You must be Chairman Zhao. You needn't know who I am, just know I'm a very, very minor figure. Mr. Zhao, I'd like to discuss a business opportunity with you. Would that be possible? Zhao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm not sure what kind of business you're proposing, but go ahead. I'm interested in hearing it. After all, some matters are better discussed, wouldn't you agree? The caller immediately uttered a name. Spike. After saying that, the other party fell silent and instead sent Zhao Guoliang an email. It seemed this individual knew his daily routines and those around him very well. Zhao Guoqiang felt a surge of curiosity. Just who was this person? As Zhao Guoqiang pondered this, he couldn't help but smile. Alright then, you're willing to play this game with me, huh? Zhao Guoqiang immediately opened the program on his computer and watched it run with a satisfied smile. Within 5 minutes, he not only uncovered the other party's IP address but also identified their identity and even the environment they were using the computer in. Zhao Guoliang replied to the other party's software, sending all this information over. In an instant, the other party's phone rang. Chairman Zhao, you're truly extraordinary. It seems you've got some serious skills, impressive. You're definitely a top-tier figure. But there's no need for a big shot like you to get so worked up over a small fry like me. I mean no harm. Please do a small fry a favor, Chairman Zhao, and let us earn our keep. What do you say? Zhao Guoqiang gave a cold laugh. Certainly. It all depends on whether you small fry cooperate with me. Tell me, what do you know about Spike? Hearing this, the other party didn't hesitate. Chairman Zhao tricked me into thinking he'd be with me. You know how it is, women often get blinded by emotions. But that bastard deceived me. Still, I managed to get my hands on an arms deal agreement from him. Soon, he'll be collaborating with a group of pirates to sell a large batch of weapons. The profits will be funneled back through certain special channels. That's all the information I have. What do you think? After saying this, the woman abruptly hung up. Zhao Guoqiang frowned slightly. It seemed she understood his intentions perfectly. Zhao Guoqiang couldn't quite place which country she was from. But it didn't matter. None of this was particularly significant. Zhao Guoqiang pondered. The situation had already unfolded, and predicting what would happen next was anyone's guess. Then, Zhao Guoqiang considered something crucial. If you want to play games, then let's play them to the end.
Zhao Guoqiang immediately called Spike and relayed all the information to him. Spike instantly broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting the information to leak. Chapter 184, Scrutinizing those close to him. Spike wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Chairman Zhao, I must truly thank you for this. Rest assured, I won't forget your favor. His tone shifted completely as he spoke, daring not to strategize further about the matter. Prompted by Zhao Guoqiang's warning, Spike easily zeroed in on one person, a woman who did indeed have some connection to him.
Spike promptly ordered Zhao Guoqiang's arrest, yet remained glued to his phone, hoping the woman would call again. That would establish a connection between them, making it incredibly easy to extract further information from her later. But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Zhao Guoqiang received no distress signal from the woman. Suddenly, he suspected she might have been captured. If that were the case, this game would likely come to an end. Just as Zhao Guoqiang was pondering this, the call finally came, a desperate plea for his life. I beg you, help me this once. If you save my life, I'll help you in return. I'll do my best to give you everything I can. Besides, you don't want to see him just wipe me out like that, right? Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly and nodded. You're a smart woman, a top-tier smart woman. I like working with women like you. Now, run immediately to the left side of the traffic lights. Remember, once you get there, you'll see a black stretch limousine pulling in. Got it? The woman hesitated, but the enemy's pursuit grew relentless. With no other choice, she followed Zhao Guoqiang's instructions. Once inside, panic washed over her face. The next moment, someone abruptly opened the door and climbed inside, then locked the entire vehicle. We're special forces from Longwa. We're here to rescue you. Don't worry, they won't get near this car. The woman rolled her eyes, finding the claim hard to swallow. Was she being overly confident? Before she could respond, the pursuing men were all taken down by snipers. Her mouth fell open in utter disbelief. After a moment's thought, she hesitated no longer. In that case, please do me a favor. Several hours later, the woman appeared in Zhao Guoqiang's reception room, unable to help but marvel at how truly spacious his home was. Zhao Guoqiang smiled. No need for formalities. What exactly is this about? As you've seen, how should I address you? The woman took out a business card and handed it to Zhao Guoqiang. Linda. That's a lovely name, Miss Linda. What are your thoughts on Spike now? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Linda's face twisted with resentment. We were together for years. He's achieved great success now, yet he kicked me aside like trash. How can there be men like this in the world? It doesn't matter anymore. I know I made mistakes when I was young, but those mistakes should have been shared by both of us. Why should I be the only one to bear the consequences? I'm prepared to fight him to the end. I won't let him off the hook. I absolutely won't. Zhao Guoqiang heard this and wore a look of satisfaction, smiling faintly. Well, since you've made up your mind, I've given it some thought. This situation seems far more complicated than it appears. Zhao Guoqiang stood up and helped carry the cooked rice to Linda. Then he leaned down and said to Linda, just remember, this situation is far from simple. Hearing this, Linda didn't interrupt but chose to continue eating. Only after she was full did she continue speaking. Chairman Zhao, I did indeed come seeking your cooperation. But what if Spike is hunting me down? Zhao Guoqiang paused, then replied with a smile. If they come after you again, you'll have to run, won't you? You can't let them kill you, can you, my dear? Linda shook her head. I'm talking about his dealings with the pirates. Does he really intend to let them plunder ships at will? Zhao Guoqiang paused. Of course not. But let them cooperate first. How do you know I won't make my move at the last moment? Linda felt Zhao Guoqiang was truly an enigmatic man. But since he'd said it, she decided to keep quiet. So Linda shut her mouth. Immediately afterward, Zhao Guoqiang ordered the deployment of aerial drones, hovering models capable of 24/7 real-time surveillance. Zhao Guoqiang was waiting for Spike and the pirates to cooperate, otherwise, what would he have to act on? Spike, however, seemed oblivious to the growing tension. He proactively dispatched his trusted lieutenant, Alotaf, to meet with the pirates. It wasn't until Alotaf set out in his small boat that things took a strange turn. Alotaf sensed someone watching him, yet when he looked up, nothing seemed amiss. For a moment, utter bewilderment washed over his face. Why do I feel so unsettled today, he wondered. I need to resolve this matter quickly. Alotaf boarded the boat, his mind already racing with thoughts. Once aboard, the pirates greeted him warmly and even offered him a cocktail. Mr. Alotaf, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, don't be shy. Let's sit down. I'd like to have a little chat with you. What do you say? Alotaf smiled and nodded. Well, since you put it that way, I'm certainly willing to cooperate with you. Wouldn't you agree? The two men shared a drink before entering the cabin together, under the watchful eye of a surveillance drone. At this point, Alotaf still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. Following Spike's instructions and the normal course of negotiations, once the talks were nearly concluded, both sides began transferring funds. Zhao Guoqiang was watching it all unfold. They started transferring the funds, keeping all the money. The computer expert immediately began typing on the keyboard, redirecting the transfer process to another base account. Zhao Guoqiang had developed a system capable of intercepting transfers mid-transaction. Even if banks attempted to block it, they stood no chance. Moments later, over 1 billion yuan had successfully cleared into the account. The computer expert gave Zhao Guoqiang a thumbs up, signaling success. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly, waiting quietly. Olotaf finally disembarked from the ship and quietly made his way to Spike's secret garden. After meeting, Olotaf relayed the entire matter to Spike exactly as it had unfolded. After all, such a smooth collaboration was unprecedented. Yet Spike furrowed his brow slightly, a strange feeling he couldn't quite place. Chapter 185, A Strange Feeling. Olotaf hadn't expected Spike to frown. Momentarily flustered, he wondered if he hadn't done something right. Sir, did I do something wrong? Or was I not good enough? What's troubling you? Hearing this, Spike frowned slightly. After some thought, I realize what you're saying makes sense. Normally, we'd have someone patrolling the skies, but as you know, I've had a little problem. Someone tried to take me out. So in this situation, it's not your fault. Still, something feels off. Looks like we'll need to take a break after wrapping up this deal. Proceed accordingly. Olotaf nodded, watching Spike's retreating figure with the assurance that everything was under control. After Spike departed, Olotaf promptly contacted the pirates as usual, conveying his decision to proceed with the delivery. But they had no idea Zhao Guoqiang had everything under his control. How amusing. To be this utterly foolish, I doubt anyone could match it. Even the most dim-witted wouldn't sink this low. Zhao Guoqiang chuckled to himself. It seemed they hadn't anticipated a single thing. While Zhao Guoqiang waited, Olotaf had already ordered the transport of various items. Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly, but noticed that aside from a small quantity of weapons, the cargo consisted mostly of peculiar items. Zhao Guoqiang instructed the computer expert to continuously zoom in on the surveillance feed. A look of considerable shock appeared in his eyes, for these items were no ordinary things. Rocket assembly parts. The computer expert couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and Zhao Guoqiang's expression changed instantly. You're right, those very things. How on earth did they manage to get their hands on them? Be careful. Zoomed the camera in closer. The expert carefully zoomed the camera down, and the situation grew increasingly unsettling. Zhao Guoqiang grasped the situation. It far exceeded his imagination. This time, they weren't dealing in special military equipment, but crucial rockets capable of medium to long-range strikes. These things were cheap to produce, and standard air defense missiles and interceptor fire couldn't stop them. Even Zhao Guoqiang couldn't track the trajectory of the thing he'd developed. How could anyone else possibly find it? He never imagined America would actually reverse engineer it. Zhao Guoqiang pondered for a moment, then waited quietly for the right moment. Spike stood on the balcony, a glass of fine wine in hand, surveying the villas below. Though built on the mountainside, they seemed to float in the sky. For Spike, the feeling that everything was under his control was nothing short of sublime. As the ships involved in the transaction drew closer, Zhao Guoqiang suddenly picked up the phone and dialed Yang Dinghua. Commander Yang, I hear things haven't been going well for you lately. What's the situation? Hearing this, Yang Dinghua paused. Nothing's wrong with me lately. Why bring this up, Chairman Zhao? Zhao Guoqiang smiled faintly. I heard you've been feeling a bit bored lately, so I thought I'd check in. Any new developments on your end? Yang Dinghua was nearly bored to death, so he was happy to chat with Zhao Guoqiang for a few moments. But to his surprise, Zhao Guoqiang flatly refused. We don't need to talk about all that. I'm here today to bring you some excitement. I'm ordering your missile forces to prepare for action immediately. I've discovered Spike is conducting business with pirates. You know that guy isn't trustworthy. If they complete the transaction, it'll cause serious trouble. I need you to deploy your missile forces to stop them. Under no circumstances can they be allowed to proceed. Do you understand? Hearing this, the man's expression darkened considerably. He hadn't anticipated such a situation at all. He promptly ordered all missile units to mobilize and prepare for action. Yang Dinghua pressed for further details, and Zhao Guoqiang relayed everything he knew. Yang Dinghua was utterly shocked. He never imagined Spike would actually dare to collude with pirates. Rumors about this had circulated before, but he had always dismissed them. But now, disbelief seemed untenable. After all, even Zhao Guoqiang had provided this information, which was sufficient proof of the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, given the current situation, the circumstances were likely far from simple. Yang Dinghua pondered for a moment. Chairman Zhao, since we've already agreed to cooperate, would you be willing to offer any additional assistance? Next time you acquire long-range strike weapons, please prioritize supplying them to me. Zhao Guoqiang smiled and agreed to this request. Immediately, both men's gazes turned to the pirates about to be traded. These pirates were truly blessed beyond measure to have caught the attention of two such powerful figures simultaneously. It seemed their pirate careers had reached their zenith. After exchanging the pre-arranged signal, the pirates and Olotaf slowly approached the ship. They then carefully slowed down, swapping personnel. After the exchange, the two waved goodbye. Olotaf finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation he'd feared hadn't materialized. Thank goodness nothing happened, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Just as Olotaf prepared to head back, he spotted a distant flare of light. Alotaf panicked instantly, ordering his men to accelerate. But to his horror, the missile was closing in rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a distant speck into a massive fireball that slammed into the pirate ship. The towering flames that erupted instantly shattered their illusions. All the debris turned to ash and sank to the ocean floor. Olotaf watched it all unfold. His eyes shifted from disbelief to utter devastation. This was bad. Olotaf scrambled back in a panic, while Spike was still enjoying his dinner. Unfortunately, he soon lost his appetite, for the news Olotaf brought was enough to shatter him. Spike looked puzzled. Why are you so flustered? Didn't I send you on an errand? Is there any need to panic like this? Spike swallowed hard. Sir, we've got a major problem. The pirate ship was blown to pieces. Looks like a medium to long-range missile did it. I have no clue who could pull something like this off, but we're in serious trouble now. Hearing this, Spike narrowed his eyes, carefully considering in his mind who could have done such a thing. But before he could figure it out, it suddenly hit him. Damn it! The pirates will think we took their money and didn't deliver. Call them immediately and explain. Spike couldn't let his reputation go down the drain. After all, hadn't he gone to all this trouble just to make money off the pirates? Chapter 186, The Wedding. Final chapter. Spike was dumbfounded. He never imagined that after all his scheming, this would be his fate. Unfortunately, he had no chance left. Even if he wanted to apologize, it was impossible. The path before him was a dead end. From this point forward, the path ahead held no turning back. Moreover, all of America's fleets would be affected by this. Zhao Guoqiang had rendered them utterly helpless with just this one move. It must be said, Zhao Guoqiang had now fully revealed his capabilities. But unexpectedly, Gao Qilan sought out Zhao Guoqiang one morning. Gao Qilan hesitated, her words caught in her throat. This left Zhao Guoqiang utterly puzzled. It was highly unusual for this young woman to be so reticent. He couldn't fathom what had happened. After a moment's thought, Gao Qilan finally spoke firmly. I'm pregnant. I can't fight anymore. What should we do about this? Zhao Guoqiang's expression shifted upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure, gently clasping Gao Qilan's hand. Since you're pregnant, would you consider being with me? Rest assured, no matter what happens, I'll be with you wholeheartedly. As long as neither of us gives up on each other, okay? Hearing Zhao Guoqiang's words, Gao Qilan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she nodded in agreement. Right then and there, they decided to marry. Zhao Guoqiang wasted no time, immediately informing Zhao Lichuan of his impending marriage. Big brother, I'm calling you specifically to tell you no secrets here. I'm getting married. Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan wore an expression of utter disbelief. Guoqiang, did I hear that right? You're getting married? Brother, I'm getting on in years. Don't pull my leg. You wouldn't say something like that just to cheer me up, would you? Zhao Guoqiang chuckled and continued. When have I ever lied to you? I'm really getting married, and you've actually met this girl before. I bet you'd like her. Don't worry, big bro. I'll bring her over tonight so you can take a look and give your seal of approval. How about it? Hearing this, Zhao Lichuan nodded excitedly and immediately sent someone out to buy groceries. In no time, the entire household was buzzing with excitement over Zhao Guoqiang's news. By evening, even Zhao Ruilong, who usually roamed freely outside, was brought back home by Zhao Lichuan. Upon hearing his second uncle was getting married, Zhao Ruilong wore an expression of utter disbelief. Dad, you're not joking, right? When did my second uncle even find a girlfriend? Honestly, I never expected him to move so fast. Zhao Lichuan had even specially bought peach blossoms to symbolize love and harmony, hoping to bring the couple together. Hearing Zhao Ruilong's words, he couldn't help but frown. Enough. This is your uncle's first time bringing a girlfriend home. Keep your mouth shut about anything inappropriate, got it? Go help in the kitchen and properly prepare all the fish and shrimp. No one is allowed to mess up tonight. Got it? I'm warning you all. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong smiled faintly and assured him, don't worry, this will be handled perfectly. After sending his son away, Zhao Lichuan pondered. It seemed everything was nearly prepared, and no unexpected issues were likely to arise. All that remained was to wait for Zhao Guoqiang to return with that girl. The rest was no longer a concern. After careful consideration, Zhao Lichuan couldn't help but frown slightly. The most urgent matter now was to wait for Zhao Guoqiang to give word as soon as possible. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that both parties finally arrived. Seeing the two, Zhao Lichuan appeared genuinely delighted, repeatedly urging Gao Qilan to sit down. After a brief exchange, Zhao Lichuan expressed his high regard for Gao Qilan. Excellent. I think this young lady is quite suitable for you. Zhao Guoqiang smiled and nodded. To be honest, I feel the same way.
She's a good match for me, so we plan to get married soon after all, pregnancy doesn't wait. Zhao Lichuan paused, then smiled though he restrained himself from laughing too broadly, maintaining a slightly disapproving expression. But since she's a member of the Zhao family who's made contributions, it seems like a pretty good match after all. Zhao Lichuan was genuinely pleased and invited both parties to sit down, since things had already come to this.
Rest assured, I'll push for your wedding arrangements. Absolutely no problem. Gao Qilan felt a bit embarrassed, while Zhao Guoqiang offered a faint smile.
They chatted all evening, and the next day, Gao Qilan's family met again. Gao Qiqiang was utterly taken aback. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined becoming related to the Zhao family.
Both sides promptly began exchanging information.
Still, he felt quite favorable toward these developments.
After roughly setting the wedding date, the matter was finally put on the agenda.
Once the matter was on the right track, Zhao Guoqiang's side continued to handle things with great care.
Zhao Guoqiang instructed Su Jian. This matter is in your hands. You must handle it carefully for me, understand? Should any issues arise, you must inform me immediately. Got it? Hearing this, Su Jian nodded repeatedly. Chairman, rest assured.
Your wedding is in my hands, absolutely no worries.
But should we notify Changcheng and the others? Hearing this, Zhao Guoqiang's expression darkened. The kid was clearly asking a question he already knew the answer to. Noticing Zhao Guoqiang's displeasure, Su Jiang realized he'd said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. Fortunately, Zhao Guoqiang didn't take it to heart.
Zhao Guoqiang paused before saying,
Enough. You needn't worry about this matter. Changcheng and the others needn't be notified for now.
I'll handle the rest myself.
Hearing this, Su Jiang nodded repeatedly, assuring him he'd remember everything. Under Su Jiang's planning, the wedding proceeded as scheduled, with Zhao Guoqiang appearing in full ceremonial attire. With everyone present as witnesses, the couple completed their wedding ceremony.
On their wedding night, Zhao Guoqiang gently wrapped his arms around Gao Qilan's waist.
Do you feel wronged being with me? Rest assured, I'll treat you well from now on. Hearing this, Gao Qilan smiled. Then I'll try my best to be a good wife too.
But I'll need to work hard in many areas. You must teach me diligently.
Zhao Guoqiang nodded with a smile. Absolutely. I won't forget.
The two drew closer to each other. However, after their marriage, Gao Qilan's womb never rested. She bore 4 sons and 2 daughters.
Yet Zhao Guoqiang remained clearly unsatisfied, even insisting on having more children. Gao Qilan was growing desperate.
Ever since I married into your family, I haven't even finished a single pack of sanitary pads.
Bottom line, I absolutely cannot have any more children. Even if you buy me a gold chain, I won't have any more.
Zhao Guoqiang laughed and lunged at her.
There was no way he'd give this woman a choice.